Reborn as the heir of a wealthy family, Yu took over the family business at the age of 10. At the age of 18, he grew the family business into a billion-dollar enterprise. By the age of 20, his net worth had already surpassed 100 billion, becoming the richest person in Tianhai. Yet on your wedding day, a betrothed wife raised by one's own hands, yet she jumped out the window to escape the wedding for some pretty boy. You let out a long sigh of relief after knowing, just because of today's wedding, it was your deliberate choice. The Lu family and the Su family arranged a marriage agreement for their children 20 years ago. Yu and Su Muxue were childhood friends, grow up together. Over the years, the Lu family was pushed by Yu into the top 5 in Tianhai City, and the Su family also made a fortune by relying on the Lu family. If following the normal course, Yu will marry Su Muxue. The two families achieved glory together after their marriage alliance. But since 3 years ago, after a guy named Ning showed up, everything has changed. Su Muxue gradually distanced herself from Yu, spending the whole day accompanying her younger brother, Ning, traveling to scenic spots, enjoying food, and having fun. It was also from that time on that Yu gave up on Su Muxue, also abandoned the Su family. The reason for enduring until today, and also marry Su Muxue, it's just to make it legitimate and justified, completely reclaim everything given to the Su family. However, what you don't know is that the fool of a sister raised at home. I'd been looking forward to this moment for a long time. After leaving the wedding venue, you got into the car. The assistant hurriedly handed over a tablet. President, this is the surveillance footage of Miss Su fleeing the wedding venue. You nodded and casually swiped open the video. The assistant whispered, the news has already been blocked by us. I also sent someone to follow Miss Su. Should I go after her now? No need, lift the blockade immediately. Purchase trending topics on Tushio. Spread the news of Su Muxue's elopement. Then pass the word along. Terminate all cooperation with the Su family. Withdraw all support for the Su family. The assistant froze for a moment. President, how about giving it another thought? This will damage your reputation. You waved your hand. Damaging reputation is no big deal. Just don't damage my property. Remember to get things ready. Tomorrow I will give what I have to the Su family. Not a single penny less will be taken back. And there is. Su Muxue used my card to buy those properties and luxury cars. Take it all back. At this moment, a cell phone ringtone interrupted your instructions. It was Su Muxue calling. You casually pressed the answer button. Su Muxue's voice of apology came through the phone. I'm sorry. Chuan, I'm really sorry about what happened today. It's truly because brother Ning is too pitiable. His mother is still in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. In Tianhai City, I am his only friend. I came to keep him company. I promise you, once auntie is out of danger, I will immediately return and marry you. You smiled and asked, Su Muxue, I don't quite understand. What does Ning's mother's emergency rescue have to do with you? Is she your long-lost mother? But I remember Chen Wanqing is your real mother, and she was also at the wedding venue. Su Muxue paused. Lu Jingchuan, you're a grown man. Can you stop being so sarcastic when you talk? Ning's mother is also my godmother. My godmother is undergoing surgery. Is it wrong for me to keep her company? You're definitely not wrong. It's my fault. I knew it would be like this. I can't help but ask one more question. I was too rash. Let me know once your godmother's surgery is successfully completed. I sent someone to deliver a large fruit basket to her to express my gratitude. Su Muxue frowned. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? I've already promised you that after the surgery is over, will you come back and continue the marriage with me? Can you please stop being unreasonable? I really hate those narrow-minded and petty people. I don't want my future husband to be that kind of person. Your head feels a bit dizzy, completely unaware of where one is being unreasonable or making a fuss. Where's the pettiness in that? You are truly very grateful to Ning's mother. If not for her, Su Muxue wouldn't have run away from the marriage so decisively either. Otherwise, you'll have to resort to the second plan. At that time, I would definitely have to take back several hundred million less, even over $1 billion. You see a new call request coming in and say, I have a call coming in on my end, let's chat another day when we have time. You hung up the call with Su Muxue, answering a new call. Aunt Chen, did you need something from me? The caller was none other than Su Muxue's mother, Chen Wanqing. She is also your mother's best friend. Chen Wanqing asked, where did you run off to? You laughed and said, where else could I have gone? Of course, I went back home. Chen Wanqing was taken aback. Didn't you go look for Muxue? You frowned. Why would I go look for her? Chen Wanqing blurted out, but she's your bride. Aren't you going to find her? You feel somewhat speechless, Auntie Chen. She has already fled the marriage. Then she is no longer my bride. Do you understand this logic? Chen Wanqing paused briefly and said, it's normal for young couples to have some disagreements. Why don't you just go and comfort her? Muxue is easy to cheer up. Just say a few nice words to her. Buy her a little gift, and she won't be angry anymore. Upon hearing this, you were truly speechless. What on earth do these people have in their minds? Do they really think that running away from a wedding is some trivial matter? Still making me go apologize to Su Muxue. Shaking your head, you hung up the phone directly. Tianhai City Advanced Private Hospital. Su Muxue was wearing a specially tailored wedding dress, standing anxiously at the emergency room door, eagerly waiting. Gu Ning, standing nearby, wore a worried expression. Muxue Jie, running out like this, won't Brother Chuan really get angry? Su Muxue smiled and said, no, I know him well. All these years, he has never been angry with me, and I've already explained it to him. As long as the godmother is out of danger, I'll go back and marry him. He is a man with great vision and stature. How could you blame me? And on your end, just as you arrived at the doorstep of your home, 2 rows of servants bowed in unison. Welcome home, young master. You waved with a warm smile. We're all old friends here. There's really no need for everyone to be so polite. It must be tiring for you to come out and greet me every time I come home. I'm starting to feel a bit embarrassed. The servants all shouted in unison, we are not tired. The young master has had it the hardest. You awkwardly smiled, thinking to yourself, such a special way of welcoming. He said it was the servants' own initiative. Definitely no one would believe it. But that's just the way it is, you simply get paid on time. Some additional benefits were given. These people spontaneously stood at the door every day to welcome others. You said, everyone, disperse now. Everyone goes to the butler to receive a red envelope. The servants bowed in unison, thank you, young master. Just returned to the living room. A girl of about 17 or 18 rushed over. You instinctively reached out and pressed your hand on the girl's head. Li Nianci, I've told you many times. Don't hit me with your head, it really hurts, you know that? Li Nianci touched his own forehead. Say you're not in pain. The corner of your mouth twitched. Keep telling yourself not to stoop to her level. This Li Nianci was when you were 3 years old. The orphan girl adopted by the parents. Said to be keeping you company. By the age of 3, she still couldn't speak. At first, everyone thought she was just a slow developer. Until raised to the age of 7. Only then did I realize this girl wasn't slow in brain development, but rather intellectually disabled. Back then, her parents wanted to send her back to the orphanage. You were the one who decided to keep her. Even after raising it for 7 years, you develop feelings for even a dog. Besides, she follows me around every day calling me brother. You said, be good, Nianci, big brother still has work to do. Li Nianci blinked her innocent, wide eyes, holding on to you tightly and never letting go. You shouted, Mama Wang, come quickly and take her away. The butler finished distributing the red envelopes and came in to report, young master, Wang Ma's daughter-in-law has given birth, resigned and went back to my hometown to take care of my grandchild. You sighed inwardly in your heart. Wang Ma has worked in this household for over 10 years. Only she could handle Li Nianci. Her leaving was no big deal, but what was I supposed to do then? You can only shake your head helplessly. You instructed the butler, Steward Lu, go change the manor gate password immediately right now. Also, go pack up Su Muxue's belongings. Send someone to return them to the Su family right away. Steward Lu bowed and accepted the order. You think to yourself, it's been 3 years. Finally, I can openly drive Su Muxue out. Every day watching someone who carries the title of my fiancé. A woman who has always been intimate with other men. It's not true that you're not annoyed, but now everything is free. The money will soon be fully recovered. As you kept thinking, you felt your eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Then he sat on the sofa and just fell asleep like that. Behind her, a glint of mischief flashed in Li Nianci's innocent eyes. 17 years of being trapped in a book. Do you have any idea how I survived these past 17 years? I'm the author, the creator god. What a load of crap, these world rules. They restrict my freedom and force me to play the cute little thing. Good thing I've got my system. Now the plot is finally back on track. Su Muxue ran away from the wedding. All I need is for this dim-witted brother of mine to wake up, realize his mistakes, and win Su Muxue back with genuine feelings. Then I'll complete my first plot mission, collect my fortune points, and finally break free from these rules to become a normal person. Wedding venue. First, the bride didn't show up. Then the groom left too. Soon after, the Su family took the stage to announce that the groom had gone to coax the bride and asked everyone to wait a little longer. But 2 hours passed, and the guests were growing impatient. Is this wedding even happening? Doesn't our time matter? If it weren't for Mr. Li's reputation, I'd have left ages ago. How much longer are we supposed to wait? Who can come out and give us a reasonable explanation? Seeing the relatives and friends present murmuring in discontent, their emotions growing impossible to contain, Su Tianqi, the head of the Su family, grew impatient. Wanqing, what exactly did Li Chen say on that earlier call? Chen Wanqing smiled faintly. It's fine. I've already taught Li Chen how to comfort Muxue. Don't worry, they'll be back soon. Hearing this, Su Tianqi still felt uneasy. Shouldn't we call him again to confirm? Chen Wanqing hesitated for a moment before finally dialing Li Chen's number. At the Li family villa, Li Nianci pressed the reject button. Chen Wanqing lowered her phone. He hung up? Su Tianqi took out his own phone and called Li Chen, but it rang once before being hung up. Do you think Li Chen is genuinely upset? Chen Wanqing shook her head. That kid may have his flaws, but his temper is beyond reproach. I've watched him grow up since he was a child, and nothing has ever made him angry. Ever since he was born, his emotions have been as steady as an old man's. Su Tianqi nodded. But this time, Muxue really went too far. You should call her and tell her to stop throwing a tantrum. She needs to hurry back and marry Li Chen. Chen Wanqing saw the point in this reasoning and promptly dialed Su Muxue's number. Hello? What is it, Mom? Hearing Su Muxue's voice, Chen Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was willing to answer the phone, it wasn't a problem. Li Chen has gone to pick you up. Today is your wedding day, the happiest day of your life. Stop throwing a tantrum and come back with Li Chen obediently, you hear me? Su Muxue frowned. Has he started tattling to you guys now? I've already made it perfectly clear to him I will return to marry him. Could you please stop meddling in our affairs? And tell Li Chen this time I'm genuinely furious. Su Muxue hung up the phone after speaking. Ning cautiously asked, was that auntie calling? Su Muxue nodded. He said Li Chen has come to pick me up. Ning's face twisted with pain. Then you should hurry back with brother Chen. I can handle being alone. Su Muxue shook her head. I promised I'd wait with you for Mom to come out. She's my mom too. If I'm not here now, how could I ever show my face in Tianhai again? Don't worry. Even if Li Chen arrives, I'll make sure he waits with us. Ning exclaimed in surprise, really? Brother Chen is willing to wait with us too? A man as brilliant as a star in the sky like him? How could he possibly spare a glance for me or my mom? As she spoke, Ning's expression grew somber. Su Muxue hurried to comfort her, don't worry. Li Chen isn't like that. He never looks down on anyone. Even with beggars on the street, he chats and laughs, treating them like brothers. Besides, my godmother is also his godmother. Staying to wait with us is only right. Ning looked utterly incredulous. Is that really true? Su Muxue smiled gently. When have I ever lied to you? Rest assured, I've got everything covered. Let me share another secret. This high-end private hospital was actually founded by Li Chen. 3 years ago, after learning about my godmother's illness, he arranged for her to stay in the VIP ward here. He's always been so generous and kind. Once my godmother recovers, I want Li Chen to take all of us on a round-the-world honeymoon. Chapter 3, He Loves Me Too Much. Ning feigned surprise. Can Mom and I come too? Su Muxue nodded. Of course. You've never been on a world trip before. This is the perfect chance to go. We're all family. And family belongs together, doesn't it? As she spoke, Su Muxue's expression grew somber. Li Chen left his parents when he was young, and he had to raise a little cutie. My sister, she's always lived a hard, exhausting life. Once I marry into the Li family, I'll bring you and our godmother along too. Then he'll have a little brother and a mother to care for him. He'll be so happy. In the grand hall of the Li family villa, Li Chen had a most peculiar dream. In the dream, he felt as if he were floating in warm water, drifting endlessly, and beside him seemed to be another person. He couldn't make out who it was, nor could he see their face. He drifted along in a hazy daze. Unnoticed, a buzzing sound pulled him back to reality. Upon waking, he felt light and refreshed. Glancing down, he found Li Nianci sound asleep, her head resting on his chest. Her drool had soaked through his shirt. He chuckled helplessly before picking up the phone beside him. Get to the point. I still need to take Nianci back to bed. There was a 3-second silence on the other end. Everything has been handled exactly as you instructed. All that remains is to detonate tomorrow, bringing down Tianhai City and the entire nation. Li Chen nodded. I trust your work. Your bonus for this month is doubled. Go to the finance office to collect it immediately. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. But payday isn't until later this month? Li Chen smiled. Your wife is due to give birth any day now, right? Arrange for her to go to my private hospital. I'll get her a premium private room. A sharp intake of breath came over the phone. Thank you, President. From now on, I'll do whatever you ask. Li Chen smiled faintly and hung up, then picked up Li Nianci and carried her back to the room. A single night was enough for many things to unfold. The next morning, Li Chen woke up in bed and jumped in surprise the moment he opened his eyes. Li Nianci! What are you doing? Get down here now. Perched on the windowsill, Li Nianci retracted half her body and turned back, blinking her large, watery eyes. What am I doing? I can't control myself, so how am I supposed to know what I'm doing? Seeing Li Nianci's dazed expression, Li Chen suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He forgot that after Li Nianci fell out of the window a few years ago, he had installed child-proof safety nets on every window in the house. You silly girl, when will you ever learn? Do I really have to lock you up at home for the rest of your life? Li Nianci leaped directly from the windowsill onto the bed. Li Chen was forced to reach out to catch her. Thud. Li Nianci crashed headfirst into Li Chen's arms, instantly making him wince in pain. Not my fault, okay? I swear I can't control myself. Li Chen felt utterly helpless. After just one day, he already found himself missing Aunt Wang. After washing up, he hurriedly left this home, escaping this adorable little tormentor. President's Office, Li Group Headquarters Building. Li Chen opened the top news stories. Sure enough, the trending topics were dominated by the wedding of Tianhai's wealthiest man, the bride running away from the ceremony, and eloping with another man. From the top to the 10th spot, every trending topic was about Tianhai's richest man being ditched at the altar and betrayed. Li Chen could barely suppress the smirk on his lips, though of course, it was pure delight. Buzz. Seeing Su Tianqi's call come in, Li Chen exited the news interface and answered the phone. Xiao Chen, what's with those trending news stories? Didn't you block the news? Li Chen chuckled. Why would I block notifications? Su Tianqi froze for a moment. This is a major issue concerning the Li family's reputation. You still have time to pull the trending topic if you act now. Li Chen looked puzzled. Why would I want to remove it? Su Tianqi froze again. Don't you care at all about the Li family's reputation? Li Chen suddenly understood. So you were worried about my family's reputation? You can rest assured on that front. Reputation comes with both good and bad. I've never cared what others say. As for your Su family, you should be thinking about how to give me a satisfactory explanation. Su Tianqi asked in confusion, what explanation does my Su family owe you? You failed to win back Muxue yourself. How could you possibly blame my Su family? I've got a question for you. Did you actually go to comfort Muxue yesterday like I asked? Li Chen was stunned. He couldn't fathom how the Su family members' minds worked. Why were they all so utterly bizarre? Before any trouble arose, everyone coexisted peacefully, and the Su family's behavior seemed normal enough. But ever since Ning appeared 3 years ago, bringing conflict and division between the two sides, he'd realized the Su family members were all brainless. Su Tianqi, do you even know what you're saying? It was your family's Su Muxue who eloped with another man and broke off our engagement. Your family wronged me. How dare you blame me? Su Tianqi retorted immediately. Muxue and you were childhood sweethearts. She was betrothed to you long ago. She was already part of your Li family. From the moment she moved into your Li household, her affairs ceased to be the Su family's concern. Your failure to keep her in line is your own problem. How dare you blame it on the Su family? Li Chen was stunned, feeling as if the sky had fallen. So this was how the Su family truly felt. They had long ceased to regard Su Muxue as one of their own. So all these years, he had misunderstood them. Their minds were perfectly sound, even sharp. They had long since deemed Su Muxue a member of the Li family. They only cared about reaping benefits, not about Su Muxue's life or death, and certainly not about his, Li Chen's. The abnormal one was actually himself for treating this wealthy family like ordinary people. Su Muxue was nothing but a commodity, sold to the Li family even before she was born. Realizing this, Li Chen felt a sense of release. If you refuse to acknowledge Su Muxue as a member of the Su family, so much the better. Gather all the things I gave her over the years. I'll come personally to collect them shortly. Su Tianqi tried to say something, but the call had already been hung up. What's gotten into Li Chen? He seems like a completely different person. Chen Wanqing, standing nearby, voiced her concern. With all these rumors flying around, I'm worried Li Chen might actually do something foolish. Should we call Muxue back? Just as Su Tianqi was about to respond, his phone vibrated. Answering it, he heard an urgent voice on the other end. Mr. Su, it's bad news. Li Group unilaterally announced this morning that they're withdrawing their 10 billion yuan investment from our new development project. Several long-term cooperative projects have also been suspended. Our Su Group's stock price has already hit the daily limit down this morning. Over 10 billion in market value has evaporated. With the new project funding pulled, we expect the stock price to keep falling. Mr. Su, we need a solution fast. At this rate, we'll face bankruptcy liquidation. Su Tianqi's hand trembled and his phone fell to the floor. Wanqing, call Muxue immediately and tell her to get her ass back here right now. I'll prepare some generous gifts and personally go apologize to Li Chen. Also, announce immediately that the Su family will arrange a wedding ceremony for Li Chen. This time, even if we have to chain them together, we'll make sure they get married. Chen Wanqing also heard the news of the Su family's impending bankruptcy, and the shock made her immediately dial Su Muxue's number. In the private hospital's VIP ward, Su Muxue answered the call. Mom, why are you calling again? Did Li Chen come looking for you again? Tell him I'll be back soon. Chen Wanqing's voice rose sharply. Wherever you are right now, I'm giving you 30 minutes to return to the Su residence. Otherwise, I'll disown you as my daughter. Su Muxue frowned. Mom, did Li Chen threaten you? Chen Wanqing hesitated. Yes. The Li Corporation has withdrawn its investment and terminated all collaborations with us. Our Su family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Your father says you must return immediately. We'll arrange a wedding ceremony for Li Chen to resolve this crisis. Su Muxue froze. She never imagined Li Chen would become so petty now. To get her to return for the wedding, he'd resorted to such despicable tactics. But then again, it was because he loved her so deeply he couldn't bear to be without her. Glancing back at the unconscious woman on the bed, Su Muxue sighed. Mom, don't worry. I'll call Li Chen right now to explain. He'll definitely stop these pranks. Chapter 4, Stop the Pranks. At the entrance of Li Group headquarters, Li Chen had just gotten into his car when his phone rang. Seeing it was Su Muxue calling, Li Chen shook his head and smiled softly. She must have been frightened by his actions and finally realized her mistake, calling to apologize. But it was all too late now. Ever since that day 3 years ago, it had been too late. Had it not been for his scheme to reclaim everything he'd once given away, there would have been no need to drag things out this long. He was wealthy, but that was still tens of billions. From the moment he took over the family business at 10, every penny earned afterward was his blood, sweat, and tears. No one would get a single cent from him for free. After getting into the car, Li Chen answered the call. You should have received the news by now. I'm heading to the Su residence. We'll discuss it when we meet. Li Chen wanted to reclaim what was his, and having the parties involved present was the best way to do it. That way, the accounts would be crystal clear, leaving no room for disagreement. Su Muxue thought to herself, just as I expected. Mom had told her to return home, and Li Chen was now heading to the Su residence. The timing was perfect for them to meet. This was all a little trick orchestrated by Li Chen himself. He had always been shrewd, adept at seizing the moment. But she had promised Ning she'd wait until her godmother woke up before leaving. Now that Li Chen knew she intended to hold a belated wedding ceremony for him, he must be overjoyed. She'd wait a little longer. He probably wouldn't blame her, right? Alright, then go ahead. I should be back a little later. Wait for me at the Su residence. This time I was wrong. Don't be angry anymore. When I get home, I'll make it up to you properly. Li Chen froze for a moment. He was heading to the Su family to settle accounts, and if Su Muxue didn't return, retrieving certain things would indeed be difficult. But it didn't matter. Today, he'd retrieve the bulk of it first. The rest could be handled by the company's legal team. They'd get every penny back eventually. Alright then. You focus on your work. We'll talk when the time is right. With that, Li Chen hung up. Brother Chang, did you prepare everything I asked for yesterday? The assistant in the front row patted his briefcase. Rest assured, President. All materials are here. I guarantee you'll reclaim what's rightfully yours today. Li Chen smiled. I've always trusted your work. I've already made arrangements with the hospital. Have your wife check in now. They have the best nursing staff there to take good care of her. That way, you can focus on running around with me without worry. Cheng Hui nodded, deeply moved. Thank you, President. I'll arrange for someone to take her there immediately. The rest of the journey passed in silence. 30 minutes later, the car pulled up at the entrance of the Su family estate. Accompanying Li Chen as he stepped out were a row of burly bodyguards, each standing 1.8 meters tall and weighing 200 pounds. Accidents happen when traveling, and having extra bodyguards meant fewer headaches. The Su household servants recognized Li Chen immediately and swung open the gates from afar. Quickly informed the master that the son-in-law has returned. Li Chen soon entered the Su family estate and made his way to the living room. Su Tianqi and Shen Wanqing, accompanied by the young master Su Qian, had been waiting in the parlor. Xiao Chun, I was just about to come find you, and here you are. I've already had your mother call Muxue home. She should be here any minute. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat as he glanced around. My mother is here? Quickly, have her come out to see me. I'd like to ask her why she left without a word 5 years ago. And that old fool must be back too, right? Get him out here to see me. I want to take him on one-on-one. Su Tianqi gave an awkward chuckle. You've got it wrong. It's not your mom, it's Wanqing. Your mother-in-law is still a mother, isn't she? Li Chen frowned. When did Aunt Shen become my mother-in-law? Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I'm not your son-in-law. Shen Wanqing took Li Chen's hand. I know you're still upset about yesterday, but this was bound to happen sooner or later. Whether you call me mom sooner or later, I'll accept it either way. Li Chen shuddered, goosebumps rising on his skin, and immediately pulled his hand away. We'll discuss this later. You should have already received the news that the Li Corporation is withdrawing its investment and severing all ties with you. Su Qian chimed in. Sis said to stop pulling these pranks, or she'll really stop talking to you. Li Chen turned to look at Cheng Hui. He called it a prank? So you were just bluffing them? Cheng Hui shook his head. I am absolutely certain and unequivocal that our funds have been returned to the company's accounts, and we've issued an official statement terminating all cooperation with the Su family. You can verify it yourself if you don't believe me. Li Chen pulled out his phone to check, then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a mix-up, otherwise, that would have been utterly embarrassing. Little brother Su, you should stop causing trouble. Adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt. Oh, and I forgot to mention your sister's been using my card to buy you all sorts of nice things over the years, right? Go dig through your allowance and see if you have enough to pay me back. Don't come crying later when you can't cover it. Su Qian tilted his head and shot Li Chen a sideways glance. How can you take back things you gave me? Li Chen ruffled Su Qian's hair. You gave me 2 candies before and I ate them both. Didn't you come asking for them back later? Why can't I ask for my things back too? Besides, your sister bought those for you without my permission using my money. Taking them back is only fair, right? Su Qian froze for a moment. Don't even think about taking back what you gave me. With that, he bolted off. Su Tianqi chuckled. Xiao Chen, stop teasing him. If he takes it seriously and goes crying to Muxue, you won't be able to avoid a long round of soothing him. Li Chen's lips twitched. Master Su, you don't think I was joking, do you? Su Tianqi wore a broad smile. Children speak without reservation. We're not kids anymore. There's no need to create conflict over a child's words and make ourselves look ridiculous. Li Chen waved his hand helplessly. Sheng Hui understood and pulled out a stack of documents from his bag. Mr. Su, this is a detailed expense report for Miss Su's expenditures over the years, with every single transaction clearly documented. Please review it and settle the outstanding amounts. Su Tianqi took the list, quickly flipping to the end. His hand trembled and the papers fell to the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was truly substantial, thick and heavy. 300 million? How could it possibly be that much? Muxue has been living with the Li family for less than 5 years. We give her 100,000 yuan in spending money every month, and she can't even spend it all. How could she possibly have spent 300 million? Li Chen smiled faintly. He's been spending my money all along. Naturally, he couldn't possibly spend what you gave her. The first couple of years weren't that much, just a few 100,000 total. The bulk of it came later. Mr. Su, you probably don't know this, but your daughter has been using my card to travel around with her pretty boy brother, buying him luxury watches and fancy cars. She spends 100 times more on that pretty boy brother than she does on her real brother, Su Qian. Stop spacing out. Pay me back now, or I'll take you to court. Su Tianqi shook his head. Impossible. You gave that money to Muxue willingly. How can you take it back? Li Chen scratched his head, puzzled. When did I ever say it was voluntary? Got any proof? Show it to me. When I opened the supplementary card for Su Muxue, I explicitly stated in the contract that all charges on this card are temporary loans I extended to her. If she later married me and we obtained a marriage certificate, this debt would be offset as joint marital debt. But the problem is she ran away from the wedding. So these expenses remain her debt. Su Tianqi suddenly exhaled in relief. That money was spent by Su Muxue. Why should the Su family be responsible for paying it back? At most, we'll only repay the portion spent on us. Chapter 5. The flower cultivated for over a decade was plucked. Li Chen froze upon hearing this. He realized Su Tianqi was genuinely foolish. No wonder the Su family remained barely surviving all these years despite his support. Fine, don't repay it. I'll have the legal department sue Su Muxue and freeze her assets. But she holds inheritance rights to the Su family estate. Selling off part of it will cover the debt. Su Tianqi gritted his teeth. Selling off assets was the most disadvantageous option. I'll cover the 300 million. Li Chen pulled out a bank card. Transfer the entire amount to this card. Once the funds are received, I'll immediately erase the records. You have 30 minutes. Compared to money, I prefer your Su family's assets. Su Tianqi took the card, trembling as he transferred the funds via his phone. Minutes later, Li Chen's phone buzzed with a deposit notification, and a smile returned to his face. The Su family truly has deep pockets. Now let's settle our accounts. On the day of the engagement, your Su family accepted 30 billion yuan in betrothal gifts from me. Isn't it time you paid me back? Aunt Chen, I recall you personally accepted that dowry money back then. It's been 5 years now. I wonder if you've spent it? Chen Wanqing's expression darkened. We agreed back then that this money wouldn't be returned. How can you ask for it back now? Have you no shame? Li Chen gave Cheng Hui a subtle nod. Cheng Hui immediately produced a written agreement. Mrs. Su, please read this carefully. It's all clearly stated in black and white on the agreement. This 30 billion yuan is the dowry our CEO gave to the CEO's wife. It was entrusted to Miss Su's mother for safekeeping and was only to be transferred to Miss Su's personal assets after the marriage. Since Miss Su reneged on the marriage and breached the agreement unilaterally, this sum remains our president's personal property. We have the right to reclaim it. Failure to return this substantial sum constitutes fraud. We may liquidate the custodian's assets. The Su group is the joint marital property of the head of the Su family and Mrs. Su. We can liquidate your joint assets. Chen Wanqing shuddered in fright. But I don't have 30 billion yuan right now. That money has already been invested into Su Group's businesses. Li Chen smiled faintly. Well then, when we recover this money, we'll also collect all the profits it has generated over the years. Aunt Chen, you're such a kind soul, helping me invest and earn money 5 years ahead of schedule. Once this money is recovered, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Chen Wanqing froze, then suddenly realized something. Does that mean if you marry Muxue you won't have to repay this money? Li Chen nodded. Theoretically, yes. After marriage, this money becomes Su Muxue's personal property. She can choose to give it to whomever she wishes. But unfortunately, she broke the agreement herself. So I'm afraid I can't help you. Chen Wanqing seized upon this like a lifeline, her voice trembling with emotion. But you could still get married again, couldn't you? This time, the Su family will arrange a wedding ceremony for you and Muxue. It will be held today immediately. Li Chen shook his head. When did I ever say we'd have a make-up wedding? Chen Wanqing froze. Muxue said she would marry you. She promised to hold the wedding ceremony once she returns. Don't you want to marry her anymore? Li Chen nodded calmly. Truthfully, ever since that day 3 years ago, I've no longer wanted to marry her. If it weren't for the betrothal arranged long ago, I wouldn't have waited this long. Chen Wanqing looked puzzled. Weren't you childhood sweethearts? Inseparable since you were little? How could you just abandon 20 years of affection like that? Li Chen smiled faintly. You'll have to ask your dear daughter about that. It's not that I won't marry her, it's that she won't marry me. Ever since that day 3 years ago, our relationship has been broken beyond repair. She loves that Gu Ning. We grew up together since childhood. After 20 years of affection, I didn't make things difficult for her, I chose to let her go. I believe I've been kind and generous enough to her. All I want now is to get my own money back. So Aunt Chen, please return the money. I don't want to truly fall out with you. After all, you're my mother's closest confidant. Chen Wanqing was struck as if by lightning. Before she could catch her breath, she fainted. Li Chen frowned. So his heartfelt performance hadn't moved Chen Wanqing enough to make her voluntarily return the dowry. Shang Hui notified the legal department immediately to begin liquidating Chen Wanqing's assets. Make sure to recover all investment profits from these past years too. That should be at least a few $100 million, enough to cover year-end bonuses for the entire group. Shang Hui nodded and immediately notified the legal department. They had been ready for this all along. Upon receiving the notice, they gathered all the evidence and filed the lawsuit directly. 3 years of preparation had left the Su family utterly defenseless. Soon after, Su Tianqi received the notification. The Su family had entered the countdown to bankruptcy liquidation. Li Chen exhaled deeply and waved to the bodyguards behind him. You should all have a copy of the inventory list. Over the years, I've given the Su family numerous gifts. I need you to retrieve each and every one of them for me. Take whatever you can carry. For the heavy stuff. If one person can't handle it, call in reinforcements. If all else fails, call a crane. My possessions must be removed in their entirety. The bodyguards roared in unison. Rest assured, President. We'll get the job done. In an instant, the burly men stormed into the Su family estate and began hauling items out. Luxury furniture, antique vases, and calligraphy scrolls were loaded one by one onto trucks outside the estate. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, you! That refrigerator isn't ours. And you, why are you even taking the toilet? Sure, I did buy this one, but you can't just load it onto the truck. Just smash it right here. The group worked feverishly, while Li Chen watched with his heart in his throat. He never imagined he'd given the Su family so many things. But back when Su Muxue hadn't changed her heart yet, he had genuinely treated her as his future wife. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he de-nurtured a wife for himself, believing that love cultivated over time ran deeper and proved more reliable. Moreover, Su Muxue had been adorable since childhood and blossomed into a stunning beauty as an adult. He spared no effort in doting on his little wife. He gave her the finest things, the best food, everything was tilted towards Su Muxue. Until 3 years ago, when Su Muxue fell for Gu Ning. Which young girl doesn't experience springtime feelings? Back then, he had already understood that Su Muxue's feelings for him were likely more akin to the affection she held for her brother or father. His little wife of over a decade had fallen for another man, and he was heartbroken. But having lived 2 lifetimes, he recovered quickly and began reclaiming what he de-invested all these years. The flower had been plucked, but the pot must be reclaimed along with that fertile soil. After all, it was his own property. Even if he didn't plant flowers anymore, growing vegetables would suffice, wouldn't it? Gazing at the empty mansion, Su Tianqi felt his heart nearly shatter. Xiao Chen, our families have been friends for generations. Why must you be so ruthless? Li Chen snapped back to reality and gave Cheng Hui a subtle nod. Cheng Hui understood and pulled a deed from his bag. Chapter 6, I don't have a granddaughter as big as you. Mr. Su should remember this deed, right? This plot of land was gifted to the Su family by our president's father back when our president and Miss Su were betrothed as children. Now that the engagement has been dissolved, we will reclaim the usage rights to this land. In 3 days, this land will be auctioned off. Please ensure you settle your affairs promptly and vacate the estate within 3 days. As for the structures built on this land, clearing the 20 years of accumulated debris is our responsibility. A construction crew will arrive in 3 days to demolish everything. Hearing this, Su Tianqi's legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground. You have no mercy. This is nothing short of wiping out the entire Su family. Li Chen smiled faintly. Mr. Su, your words are rather harsh. I'm merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. How is that extermination? Su Tianqi slumped on the ground, overcome with emotion. His blood pressure spiked, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Cheng Hui stepped forward to check on him. Just an emotional faint. Breathing and heart rate are normal. He'll wake up soon. Li Chen waved dismissively. Ignore them. Keep moving. An hour later, seeing most of the items moved, Li Chen waved his hand. Everyone worked hard today. Head to the finance office to collect triple pay for today. A group of bodyguards chorused in unison, Thank you, President. Li Chen smiled and led the group away from the Su family estate. No sooner had they gotten into the car than Cheng Hui's phone buzzed with a message. President, my wife is going into labor. Li Chen froze for a moment before snapping out of it. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry to the hospital. I'll drive you there. Cheng Hui said gratefully, Thank you, President. I'll never forget your kindness. Li Chen waved it off casually. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Just treat me to a drink when the baby's 1 month old. The car sped along, arriving at the private hospital under the Li Group's ownership in less than 30 minutes. Cheng Hui jumped out and dashed toward the hospital entrance, leaving Li Chen shaking his head. He too got out, bought some baby supplies at the supermarket by the entrance, and followed him inside. Though only 20 years old, he'd been raising a little bundle of joy since infancy. He'd also supported his young wife, playing both father and mother, honing his skills as a master daddy. Outside the delivery room, Cheng Hui was sweating profusely with anxiety. Seeing Li Chen arrive carrying a pile of items, his emotions began to fray. They say men don't shed tears easily, but that's only because they haven't found the right boss. Ever since Li Chen hired him as an assistant, he hadn't endured a single injustice. Working for a boss like this was pure bliss. President, why don't you be the father to my child? Li Chen froze for a moment before snapping, Are you out of your mind? You're blatantly trying to make me the fall guy? You want me to raise your child? How did I never see through you before? You're this kind of person? Cheng Hui froze, then hurriedly explained, I was too hasty just now and didn't make myself clear. I meant for my child to recognize you as his godfather. Hearing this, Li Chen relaxed. Godfather? That's fine. A godfather is acceptable. Ah, Chen. A startled voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Li Chen turned to see Su Muxue still dressed in her wedding gown, standing beside her beloved younger brother, Ning. Did you rush over just to see me and godmother? Su Muxue said as she approached. Li Chen raised his hands, glancing at the 2 large bags of baby supplies in his grasp, his expression puzzled. No, which eye of yours saw me coming to see your godmother? I clearly came to see my godson wait, or maybe goddaughter. Stop trying to claim kinship with me. I certainly don't want a granddaughter your age. Su Muxue also noticed the items in Li Chen's hands. So Assistant Cheng's wife is giving birth here? I should still have time to buy a gift. Cheng Hui waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself, Miss Su. You should go back and take care of your godmother. Su Muxue smiled. It's fine. Your child chose Li Chen as godfather, so I'm the godmother. Buying a gift for my own child is only right. Cheng Hui smiled wryly. Miss Su, haven't you seen the news? Your elopement has made national headlines. My child's godmother can only be the CEO's wife and you. Seeing Cheng Hui's teasing smile, Su Muxue froze for a moment before immediately opening her phone. She was instantly overwhelmed by a flood of netizen comments. Exposed were years of frequenting entertainment venues, hotels, and bars with other men, along with footage of her actively fleeing the wedding. The entire internet was lambasting Su Muxue, with a deluge of curses and parody videos flooding every platform. After only a moment of viewing, Su Muxue's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Shan. It's not like that. I didn't cheat. I didn't betray you. You know I always explain everything to you. Li Chen nodded, and Su Muxue's heart leapt with joy as she grabbed his hand. All I need is your trust. Let's go back now and finish the wedding. I'll step forward to clear everything up. I won't let anyone make you wear the green hat. Li Chen shook off Su Muxue's hand and smiled wryly. We never had a relationship to begin with. Who you choose to be with is your freedom. It certainly doesn't count as cheating. As for those online rumors, just laugh them off. They'll be forgotten in a few days. I've already broken off our engagement. Let's not dwell on the past. Go pursue your love with courage. No need to thank me. I sincerely wish you both happiness. Oh, I almost forgot to remind you. It's time to pay your godmother's hospital bill. About 10 million over 3 years, plus a few surgeries, no more than 15 million total. My hospital is fair, we never overcharge. Of course, you can also use insurance coverage. But as far as I recall, your godmother doesn't have insurance. Su Muxue's heart skipped a beat, her eyes widening in shock. What did you say? You want to call off our engagement? Li Chen frowned. What do you mean, I want to break off our engagement? You're the one running away from the wedding. You're the one unilaterally tearing up the engagement agreement. Stop trying to pin everything on me, okay? I think what you should be doing right now is paying your godmother's overdue hospital fees. By tomorrow at the latest. If you still can't come up with the money, my legal department will be filing a lawsuit against Gu Ning. Su Muxue was already stunned, still reeling from the shock, but Gu Ning grew frantic. Chen Gu, why are you suing me? Didn't you specifically arrange this VIP ward for my mother? Li Chen nodded. That's correct. It was indeed reserved specifically for your mother, but I never said it would be free. Hearing this, Gu Ning felt like her world had collapsed. When they transferred here, Su Muxue had only mentioned arranging it herself, never once hinting at any fees. The costs at a private hospital were far beyond what he could afford. Sister Muxue, you never told me there would be fees back then. What are we supposed to do now? Su Muxue finally snapped back to reality. It's just over 10 million yuan. Why are you so flustered? Shan isn't that stingy. She shot Gu Ning a glare before taking Li Chen's hand again. Stop this nonsense, okay? I promise you, I'll go back with you right now and marry you. As for your godmother's medical bills, just waive them. That money is nothing to you anyway. Consider it compensation for breaking my promise for not staying by her side until she woke up and passed the critical period. That way, people won't gossip about you either. Chapter 7, he's the pride of the entire village. Li Chen's head buzzed at the words. He felt like his ears were broken, like they were beyond repair. How else could he hear such illogical, utterly shameless words? First, our engagement is off. There's no way we're getting married. Second, she's your godmother, not mine. I have no obligation to pay for promises you made to someone else. With that, Li Chen shook off Su Muxue's hand. Watching the girl he had raised with his own hands become this person now, a dull ache stirred within him. The pain wasn't from her leaving him, but from realizing that over a decade of his heart and soul had produced such a creature. After being pushed away again, Su Muxue's eyes reddened, tears welling up. I'm willing to go back with you. I've already humbled myself. What more do you want from me before you'll let it go? Gu Ning, watching the scene unfold, immediately stepped between them. Brother Chen, I know you're angry that sister left you to come to the hospital for mom. I can apologize to you. Just please stop hurting her with those words. She'll only get more upset. Brother Chen, please, I'm begging you don't be angry with sister anymore, okay? Li Chen shrugged. I'm not angry, and I wasn't speaking out of anger. Instead of wasting time chatting with me, you should be thinking about how to pay back the money. Su Muxue pulled Gu Ning away. Li Chen, Gu Ning's begging you like this, can't you let it go? I'm really furious right now. I'm never talking to you again. Gu Ning cursed himself inwardly for being such an idiot. How could he not back down at a time like this? Where on earth was he supposed to get that much money? Sis, don't be mad at Brother Chen. He only caused all this trouble because he loves you so much. He just wants you to pay more attention to him. Apologize to Brother Chen, and he won't hold it against you. Su Muxue shot Li Chen a glare, stamped her foot, grabbed Gu Ning's arm, and turned to walk away. Stop pleading for him. It's just over 10 million in medical bills. I'll cover it for my godmother. I won't let you or her suffer because of him. Watching the two walk away hand in hand, Li Chen shook his head. I raised two girls all by myself, one's a lunatic, and the other's a little angel. Brother Chang, do you think I'm just cursed when it comes to kids? Maybe we should just forget about it. Don't jinx your own child too. Cheng Hui paused, then smiled wryly. You really have a way with words. Miss Nianci was abandoned because her brain didn't develop properly. You took her in out of kindness, how could that be your fault? And Miss Su? She's no lunatic, she's just deluding herself, emboldened by your indulgence. I'd be delighted for my child to have you as godfather, to share in your prestige and fortune, Mr. President. Who knows? Perhaps my child could grow up to be a dragon among men, just like you. Li Chen scratched his head. Are you serious? Am I really that exceptional? Shang Hui nodded earnestly. You're the most outstanding and exceptional person I've ever met. Nationwide, at your age, those who've achieved what you have can be counted on one hand. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come now. It's just that I've been a bit lucky. This wasn't Li Chen boasting. In his previous life, he had been a small-time boss. Even with his memories intact, reincarnation wouldn't turn him into some kind of genius. The main reason was that money was just too easy to make in this world. If the true geniuses he knew from his past life were here, they'd have become the richest person in the country or even the world by now. This world clearly had a highly developed system, yet most people didn't know how to utilize it. Frankly speaking, the people here weren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. Where are the expectant mother's family members? Natural birth, girl, 6 pounds 2 ounces. Mother and child are both doing well. Cheng Hui immediately rushed over, overcome with emotion. But upon seeing the wrinkled infant, his limbs went weak. Li Chen shook his head and smiled, stepping forward to take the baby. What are you standing around for? Push your wife back to the ward. Shun Hui snapped out of it and rushed back into the delivery room. Joyful events lift the spirits. With the addition of a daughter, Li Chen was overjoyed. They went straight for the highest-tier VIP ward with top-notch nursing care. As they passed one of the VIP rooms, Su Muxue burst out from inside. Li Chen instinctively shielded the baby in his arms and spun around, flinging Su Muxue aside. Su Muxue, are you out of your mind? Can't you see I'm holding a baby? If you scare my daughter, I won't let you off the hook. With that, he hurried into the adjacent room, cradling the child. Su Muxue sat on the floor, her eyes filled with disbelief. He hit me? He actually hit me? He used to treat me like a daughter, cherishing me in the palm of his hand. His heart has changed. Now he holds someone else in the palm of his hand. Why is this happening? What did I do wrong? Why is he treating me like this? Ning hurried out of the room and helped Su Muxue to her feet. Sister, Chengge probably didn't mean it. Don't blame him. Su Muxue shook her head. For 3 years, you've spoken too many kind words on his behalf. I don't want to hear it anymore. Let's go pay the fees first. We can't let them stop mom's medication. Ning nodded and helped Su Muxue to the payment counter. Miss, this card has been closed. The clerk handed over a gold and black supplementary card. Su Muxue's eyes widened. How is that possible? He gave me this card. I've been using it for 5 years, how could it be closed? He must have done this. I'm going to confront him and find out what's going on. Su Muxue clutched the supplementary card and rushed back to the hospital room Li Chen had entered earlier, her wedding dress in tow. Before she could push the door open, Li Chen emerged from inside. Su Muxue, what are you doing standing there? Let me tell you, there are women who just gave birth and their babies in here. They need to rest. If you're going to cause trouble, please take it somewhere else. Su Muxue bit her lip and pulled Li Chen into the adjacent ward. Seeing the woman in bed, Li Chen smiled and said, this must be Ning's mother, your godmother, right? No, she should be your future mother-in-law. Godmother and mother-in-law, family within family. It'll be wonderful. Su Muxue glared at him. She's only my godmother. She'll never be my mother-in-law. The only man I'll marry is you, not Ning. Li Chen froze, momentarily confused by Su Muxue's logic. What exactly do you mean? Suddenly, Li Chen understood. I get it now. Is it because Ning's wife won't agree to the divorce? Don't worry about that. I had people look into it. They weren't even of legal age yet. Their marriage was just a formality back in their hometown. Just wait 2 more years until he's old enough. Then you can get a marriage certificate with him and you'll be legally married. Su Muxue frowned deeply. You mean Ning already has a wife back home? Li Chen sounded surprised. You've been together for 3 years, he hasn't told you yet? It's easy to verify. Just ask around at his registered residence. Early marriage and childbearing are customary in his hometown. He passed the college entrance exam and got into Tianhai University. He's the only college student in the village, the pride of the community. Countless matchmakers have approached him from the village. The tuition for his studies here came from the gifts received at his wedding banquet. Chapter 8, a shocking story. Su Muxue paused, then shook her head. Never mind that for now. All I want to know is why you suspended my card? You promised I could use it freely. What do you mean by this now? Are you trying to force me to submit with this? Well, let me tell you, you've won. I give in. I beg you, please stop this. Just reactivate my card. I'll pay my godmother's medical bills and we'll go home immediately. Li Chen's trigeminal nerve twitched uncontrollably. Su Muxue, what on earth are you talking about? I did promise you back then that you could use that family card freely. But do you even understand what family means? You were my fiancé before that made you future family. But now you're nothing. What's wrong with me revoking your right to use the family card? If you want another one, you can ask your little brother Ning for one of his family cards. He's your future husband. It's only natural for you to spend his money, understand? Su Muxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Chen, what on earth are you talking about? He's just a younger brother I've taken under my wing. How could he possibly be my future husband? I've explained this to you countless times. I only love you. I'll only marry you. Why won't you believe me? Li Chen scratched his nose. So you're saying you and Ning are just playing around and I'm your true love? Su Muxue nodded, then shook her head. You and I are true love. I've never played around with Ning either. Li Chen paused, then smiled wryly. Let me break it down for you. Over the past 3 years, you and Ning have visited over 70 tourist spots nationwide, checked into hotels more than 340 times, and shared over 800 meals together. You bought him a house, a car, luxury watches, and all kinds of high-end clothing. You two have practically become one entity over these 3 years. Tell me, you never played around with him? Is it because he can't? Su Muxue shook her head in terror. It's not what you think. I can explain. Please, just listen to me. Li Chen nodded, pulled out the companion chair, and sat down. Go ahead and start your performance. I'm curious to see how you'll explain this. Su Muxue took a deep breath. All those places we visited together? They were all for you. Ning said those places were filled with spiritual energy. Every place I visited was to pray for your blessings. Li Chen was stunned, his eyes widening so much they nearly popped out of their sockets. Then what about the hundreds of times you checked into hotels together? Was that also to pray for me to have a child? Then I must be incredibly lucky. Su Muxue immediately denied it. It's not what you're thinking. We always booked double rooms. Nothing ever happened between us. Li Chen suddenly sat up straight. So Ning can't perform? Su Muxue snapped angrily. Stop making these malicious assumptions about us, okay? We've always been just pure sister-brother friends. Li Chen gave a dismissive chuckle. Fine, I believe you're pure as snow. Please continue your performance. Su Muxue's eyes glistened with tears. You still don't believe me? What proof do I need to give you before you'll believe me? Li Chen shrugged. Does it really matter whether I believe you or not? Just tell your story. When it gets exciting, I'll applaud for you. Su Muxue paused, her mind blank for a moment. Alright, I'll continue. Ning and I were classmates at the same school. We're like siblings. His family was poor, and he had to save money for his mother's medical treatment. I felt sorry for him, so I treated him to meals every day. Is there anything wrong with that? Li Chen nodded. You're very kind-hearted, of course there's nothing wrong with that. But why didn't you use your own money to treat him to meals? You swipe my card every day, using my money to spread your kindness? Using my money to buy him mansions and luxury cars? Using my money to let him enjoy every day? Did my money just blow in on the wind? I earn every penny working until dawn, drinking until I'm sick with others. You pity him because he's poor, but why don't you pity me? After all, we grew up together. I never saw you give me a watch or a car or anything. You could have at least given me a toy. It's not like you can't afford it. Su Muxue shook her head. It's not like that. You've got it all wrong. I didn't give him those things, he borrowed them from me. He said he'd pay me back. I figured since you have so much money, you could lend it to him first. He'll pay you back once he starts earning. He said he'd pay interest. Li Chen narrowed his eyes. You lent him money? Where's the promissory note? Bring it out for me to see. Su Muxue looked up, her eyes darting away. We're family. Why would we need a promissory note? He'll definitely pay it back. Li Chen tapped the table. What does he have to repay with? Over 200 million? What means does he have to repay that? Su Muxue thought for a moment before suggesting, you could lend him a little more money to start a business. He'll pay it back quickly. Li Chen suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, Su Muxue, you've really opened my eyes. This story is truly fascinating, it'll keep me stunned for quite some time. I have matters to attend to at my company. I must take my leave now. Su Muxue grabbed Li Chen's arm. You can't leave. You still have to come back with me to get married. Hearing this, Li Chen's eye twitched slightly. He couldn't fathom how Su Muxue's mind worked. Had he really spoiled her into being brainless all these years? Su Muxue, get this straight, our wedding is long over. Our engagement is over too. Do you understand? Su Muxue pouted, her voice trembling with tears. Then I'm sorry, okay? I apologize. I'm sorry. I was being too selfish. Please, forgive me this once, okay? Let's go home. We'll get married right away. This time, I won't run away again. Li Chen shook off Su Muxue's hand and tried to explain, I already told you before, our engagement is off. Off. Do you understand? The moment you ran away from the wedding, our engagement ended. This is the last time I'll explain it to you. Su Muxue shook her head. Even without the engagement, we can still get married. We can just set a new date. Why are you so hung up on that engagement? Every day, so many couples come together. How many of them have an engagement? Li Chen scratched his head, realizing Su Muxue had a point. Ordinary people really didn't need to overthink things like this. Seeing Li Chen pause in thought, Su Muxue's heart leapt with hope. There was still a chance. She decided to press her advantage. Even if we cancel the engagement, we're still betrothed since birth. Our marriage was personally promised by your mother 20 years ago. Your family has already given the betrothal gifts. That's an unchangeable fact. Li Chen suddenly laughed. I've already gone to your family and retrieved the betrothal gifts. So the whole betrothed since birth argument no longer holds water. Su Muxue was stunned to hear the betrothal gifts had been reclaimed. What did you say? You took back all the land from the Su manor? What about my parents and my younger brother? Where will they live? Li Chen shrugged his shoulders. What does that have to do with me? There are houses for sale and rent all over Tianhai. What's so hard about finding a place to live? Su Muxue looked up at Li Chen with an innocent expression. Do you really have to go this far? Aren't you afraid I might actually leave you? Chapter 9, what a perfect ending. Li Chen shook his head calmly. The one who should be afraid has never been me, it's you, and the Su family. Your godmother has woken up. You should go tend to her. With that, Li Chen turned and opened the door. Ning stood at the doorway, smiling. From now on, she's in your care. I hope you'll treat her like a delicate flower. Of course. More importantly, hurry up and pay up. I sincerely wish Auntie a full recovery. With that, Li Chen strode off. Today was truly a double blessing. Not only did he get his money back, but he also gained a daughter. He should find a master to calculate auspicious names for his daughter. Choosing one that doesn't clash with his own would make her easier to raise. But he mustn't spoil this little girl any longer. If she grew up as brainless as Su Muxue, she'd be utterly ruined. In the hospital room, Su Muxue approached the bedside and bowed. Godmother, I'm sorry. I promised Li Chen that once you woke up, I'd return to marry him. I must go now. I'll visit you again when I have time. Ning entered the room, her face etched with bitterness. Sis, if you leave, who's going to pay for Mom's medical bills? Su Muxue smiled faintly. Don't worry. My family is busy arranging a wedding ceremony for Li Chen right now. Once I chase him back, get married, and get that money, I'll transfer the medical expenses to you right away. Ning's face lit up with hope. Thank you, sis. Consider this money alone, I'll definitely pay you back someday. Su Muxue patted Ning's shoulder. I believe you can do it. Keep fighting. With that, she lifted her wedding dress, stepped out of the ward, and hurried toward the hospital exit. But when she reached the entrance, she found Li Chen had already vanished. The Su family, they're already preparing a replacement wedding for us. He must have gone to the Su residence. Shan, I'm coming back to marry you. I'm coming to fulfill the promise I made to you when we were children that I would marry you when I grew up. You must wait for me. At the entrance to the Su family estate, Su Muxue stepped out of the taxi. For some reason, the usually bustling estate felt unusually quiet today. Usually, servants would come out to greet her the moment she reached the gate. Why was there no one today? Could it be that they were all preparing to hold a belated wedding ceremony for me and Li Chen? It must be that they wanted to surprise me. A glow lit up Su Muxue's previously dull face. She picked up her wedding dress and ran toward the estate. But when she reached the mansion's entrance, she froze in place. No servants, no wedding, nothing at all. Dad! Mom! Little brother! Where did you go? Su Muxue burst into the mansion. Seeing the empty rooms, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Where's my big fish tank? What about the 2 koi fish Shan and I raised together? And the camellias we planted together? Why is everything gone? Who took my things? Dad! Mom! Did we have a burglar in our house? Su Muxue rushed into the living room. She found the entire family sitting in the living room, each with a grim expression. You finally know to come back. Su Tianqi's tone was icy. Su Muxue frowned slightly. What on earth happened? Why is our house so empty? Why are all my things and Aikens gone? Shut your mouth. Su Tianqi snapped angrily. And you have the nerve to ask? How dare you run off from Li Chen's wedding? Who gave you the nerve? Don't you know who he is? He's the top individual on Tianhai's wealth list. You've been with him for 20 years, don't you know how ruthless he can be? Su Muxue stumbled back 2 steps, her expression frozen in terror. Are you saying all this was done by Chen? I refuse to believe it. You must be lying to me. We've been together for 20 years. I know him better than any of you. He's not the petty type. No matter how big a mistake I made, he'd never blame me, let alone seek revenge. Chen Wanqing pressed her hands to her forehead, sighing helplessly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. This is the truth. Not only did he take back everything he ever gave you, but he also reclaimed every single thing you bought with his money. Even your dowry and the land his father gave as a betrothal gift back then, it's all been taken back. Our Su family is bankrupt now. We've lost everything. As she spoke, Chen Wanqing felt dizzy again, eventually leaning back in her chair, gasping for breath. Su Muxue looked around in utter disbelief. No, this can't be right. You must have made a mistake. He wouldn't do this to me. No matter what I did before, he never once got angry. I'm going to find him right now and demand an explanation. What on earth is going on? As she turned, her high heels caught on the wedding dress, causing her to stumble and fall to the floor. She kicked off her heels and sprinted barefoot out of the estate. 1 hour later, at the gates of the Li family estate. Incorrect password, please re-enter. Passcode incorrect, please re-enter. Fingerprint unlock failed. Fingerprint unlock failed. Facial unlock failed. Alarm! Alarm! Intruder alert! Su Muxue tried every possible method but couldn't open the door. Li Chen's Li Group was currently the leader in domestic smart technology research and development. This single smart lock alone was already far ahead of the domestic standard. After triggering the alarm, Su Muxue immediately took several steps back. She knew an electric shock would follow the alarm. Butler Lu. Are you there? It's your young mistress. Can you open the door for me? The alarm had already triggered, and Lu, the butler of the estate, was well aware. But the young master had ordered him not to let Su Muxue in, and he dared not disobey. "Miss Su, you really should leave." The young master said that for Miss Nianci's safety, no outsiders may set foot on the estate without his permission. Su Muxue had a sudden idea. "Nianci. It's sister-in-law Muxue. Could you please come open the door for your sister-in-law?" Li Nianci, who was feeding the fish by the pond, looked up in surprise. Why has Su Muxue returned? Shouldn't she be furious, back at the Su residence, waiting for my cheap brother to come beg for forgiveness and pour out his heart? So my stubborn brother can fully realize his mistakes, turn over a new leaf, and pursue her fiercely? Could I have misremembered? But this is the plot I wrote myself, how could I possibly have it wrong? Childhood sweethearts for 20 years, weathering trials and tribulations, clearing up misunderstandings, and finally ending up together, what a perfect ending. Except Su Muxue has been targeting me since childhood, just looking at her is infuriating. I never realized my own female lead was so detestable. Oh dear, what a sin. It's just a shame for my poor, gullible brother. After shouting outside the estate for ages, Su Muxue was hoarse, yet still no one came to open the door. Li Chen should be at the office at this hour. With that thought, Su Muxue lifted her wedding dress and dashed into the street, flagging down a taxi. Li Group headquarters. The moment Su Muxue burst into the lobby, security guards intercepted her. "Miss, please don't run here." Su Muxue nodded anxiously, trying to slow down as much as possible as she hurried inside. Inside the lobby, she was stopped again by the front desk. "Miss, who are you here to see? Do you have an appointment?" Su Muxue paused. "I'm the president's wife. I need to see the president. Please open the access control for me." Noticing the urgency in Su Muxue's voice, the front desk staff scrutinized her carefully, recalling the news they'd seen earlier that day. "So you're that runaway bride? Our president is such a good man, and you treated him like that? And now you have the nerve to call yourself the president's wife? Get out of here. Every single Li Corporation business will boycott you. Security. Get this crazy woman pretending to be the president's wife out of here." Chapter 10, Blame me for spoiling you too much. The front desk gasped as several security guards rushed in. Seeing the woman in the wedding dress, they all froze. This was no easy situation, one wrong move and they could get scammed. Su Muxue waved her hands in explanation. "I truly am your president's wife. I'm here today to marry him. Let me through. Once I'm married, I'll make sure to reward you handsomely." The security guards exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Seizing the moment of distraction, Su Muxue snatched the front desk access card and bolted. After swiping the card to open the door, she dared not wait for the elevator and dashed into the stairwell. The CEO's office was on the 28th floor. By the time she finally reached it, 2 security guards were already waiting at the stairwell entrance. "Please, just let me see him once," she pleaded. "I really have something extremely urgent to discuss with him." Su Muxue truly began to cry. She never imagined that one day, seeing Li Chen would be this difficult. Before, all it took was a phone call or a text, and Li Chen would show up before her. But now, when she called, he said he was busy, he wouldn't even look at her messages. Everything had been perfectly normal just yesterday. But today, everything had changed. The 2 security guards exchanged a glance, but ultimately couldn't bring themselves to stop her. They stepped aside. She'd climbed 28 floors, her beautiful wedding dress now torn to shreds, her flawless makeup smeared beyond recognition. Li Corporation's motto has always been people-oriented. Letting her off the hook, the CEO was such a good person, he probably wouldn't blame them. Su Muxue bowed to the 2 men, then dashed barefoot toward the president's office. Li Chen was reviewing documents when a blur of mosaic suddenly burst through the doorway, startling him. "What the hell is that? Hurry up and put. Who are you? What are you doing here?" Su Muxue grabbed her wedding dress and wiped it vigorously across her face. Li Chen froze for a moment. "Su Muxue, what the hell are you doing? Why are you making such a mess of yourself?" Su Muxue looked at Li Chen with a face full of hurt, tears streaming down her cheeks. "They won't let me see you. Wah! So many bad people. So many bad people won't let me see you." Li Chen frowned. "They won't let you come up. Can't you wait down there? I'm about to die. Every moment we don't see each other is one less chance. We're all friends. You're making me feel awkward doing this." Su Muxue shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "No, I don't want to be your friend. I want to be your wife. Let's get married. No matter what happens this time, I'll never leave you again." Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Let bygones be bygones. There's no need to bring it up again. Besides, we've already gotten everything back. It wouldn't be right to bring it up again. We've been friends for 20 years. You should know what kind of person I am." Su Muxue had climbed the stairs for so long that she was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the floor. "I don't understand. Why did it have to turn out like this? Is it just because I ran away from a wedding once? I don't believe you'd abandon me over something like that. Li Chen nodded. You're right. It's definitely not just because you ran away from the wedding. Su Muxue laughed bitterly. Then I want to know what it is. Could it be because of Gu Ning? But nothing ever happened between us. I'll undergo any examination. Li Chen stood up and walked over to Su Muxue, helping her onto the sofa. Truthfully, I genuinely believe nothing happened between you two. Killing Gu Ning would be as easy as sneezing. He's only alive because I know that if there's one Gu Ning, there will be a second, a third. You can promise not to betray me when you meet the first one, but can you promise the second and third won't betray me too? Truthfully, it's my fault for protecting you too much since childhood. Your curiosity was suppressed for far too long. The day your wings grew strong, you began testing my limits relentlessly. From the day you first brought Gu Ning home, the day you first tried to defy my orders in front of me. I knew I was wrong. I was utterly, completely wrong. After that, I never interfered with you again. And you haven't disappointed me either, growing more and more brazen in my presence until yesterday, when you even dared to run away from your wedding. You didn't run away because of that so-called godmother, you were simply reveling in the thrill of defying me. Once I gave up on you completely, you lost your imaginary adversary. You felt empty, which drove you mad with the desire to come back to me. Su Muxue's expression changed dramatically as she shook her head frantically. That's not true. I never saw you as a rival. From the moment I understood things, I had already chosen you. I even told you in front of everyone that when I grew up, I would marry you. I naively believed nothing could ever separate us. I overestimated your endurance and underestimated your resolve. I know I was wrong. I'm so afraid of losing you. Please give me another chance. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say, put you at the center of everything I do, and keep only you in my eyes and heart. Li Chen smiled, grabbed a tissue from the table, and handed it to her. But have you considered what role you'll play in my life from now on? You don't seriously think you can still be my wife, do you? Su Muxue froze. Why not? Li Chen sighed. Never mind. You'll never understand what it feels like to have a flower you've nurtured with your heart's blood stolen away. It can never be the same again, you know. Even the most flawless jade, under a lens full of cracks, appears utterly shattered. Su Muxue looked at Li Chen with a bewildered expression. I don't understand what you mean, but I know I must have broken your heart. I'll make it up to you with my actions. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Li Chen lost patience and walked straight out of the office. Su Muxue followed him out. Where are you going? Li Chen paused briefly before replying, home, of course. Little cutie. She's waiting for me there. Who knows if she's fishing in the pond or rolling around on the lawn right now. How am I supposed to survive without Wang Ma? Su Muxue's eyes flickered. I can help take care of Nianci. We grew up together and know each other well. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Give me a break. You should say you both grew up under my care. Obviously, she's the cute one. And you're not too shabby yourself. Having one little cutie take care of another little cutie? Makes me look like the little cutie here. After living together for over a decade, haven't you noticed Nianci never really liked you since she was little? You probably didn't notice either. I've always favored you far more than Nianci since we were kids. Goodbye, my old friend. It's time for you to go back to your own home. Watching Li Chen's retreating figure, Su Muxue murmured, Nianci doesn't like me? Wasn't she the one you favored? You indulged her so much, yet treated me so harshly. Suddenly, Su Muxue's expression went blank. She remembered now Li Chen had once explained it to her. As the matriarch of a wealthy family, there was much to learn. His strictness toward her stemmed from genuine efforts to cultivate her, preparing her to manage the family's internal affairs. As for Li Nianci, she was just a little cutie. How could he not indulge her? Was he supposed to lock her up instead? Wrong. Everything was wrong. We grew up together since childhood. I was the one chosen, yet I was the first to be cast aside? Su Muxue. You're a joke, the biggest joke in the world. Ring ring. The phone rang. Su Muxue picked it up habitually and held it to her ear. Sis, are you and Chen getting married again? I'm truly sorry. Mom's condition suddenly worsened and she's back in the emergency room. Can you come be with me? I'm so scared something might happen to Mom. In this world, she and you are the only family I have left. Chapter 11, is my card that easy to get into? Hearing this, Su Muxue suddenly smiled. It turned out Li Chen was absolutely right, she had been resisting him all along. If she'd heard this news before, she would have rushed to the hospital without hesitation. Because then she would have felt she'd found an excuse to escape her cage. But now, she didn't want to go at all. What did someone else's life or death matter to her? That place wasn't a cage, it was home. Leaving it never required any excuse, returning did. Gu Ning, it's time to repay what you owe him. Gu Ning froze. Sis, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Su Muxue smiled faintly. You borrowed billions from me. You promised to repay it. Have you forgotten? Gu Ning's gaze drifted uncertainly, but after a moment's hesitation, she didn't hang up. But I just got a text notification everything under my name has been recovered. I don't owe him anything anymore. Su Muxue recalled her heated arguments with Li Chen in the hospital room and suddenly found herself rather amusing. That's his business. The money you borrowed from me must be repaid to me. Gu Ning clenched her jaw, wanting to resist one last time. You're right, sister, but I genuinely don't have the money right now. Didn't you say Brother Chen would give me money to start a business? If he can invest in my venture, I'll definitely pay you back quickly. Su Muxue sneered with contempt. You're nothing but a weakling who cries all day long. What kind of business skills do you have? Do you even deserve to live in a mansion and drive luxury cars? Those luxury watches and custom-made designer clothes look like an insult when you wear them. Pay me back now. The principal plus interest totals 230 million. I'm giving you 1 hour. If you don't pay up, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Hearing this devastating news, Gu Ning's hand trembled, and he hung up the phone immediately. Glancing back at the still-lit operating room, he gritted his teeth and sprinted away. After all, the patient inside was already critically ill. By convincing her to play along, he'd bought her 3 extra years of life. Even if she died now, it would have been worth it. After all, he, Gu Ning, couldn't die. He knew exactly what kind of person Su Muxue was. She was a ruthless psychopath. Every time she went to pray, she forced him to kneel holding a sign for an entire day, sometimes even a full day and night when she was particularly cruel. The hotel rooms were even worse. She'd tie him up, force him to wear a hood labeled Li Chen, and whip him mercilessly. All the while cursing and demanding why Li Chen ignored her, why he no longer cared. Su Muxue was a complete lunatic, constantly devising excuses to leave Li Chen. Yet when Li Chen truly stopped caring, she'd collapse and beat herself in rage. Ever since signing that agreement 3 years ago to become his sister, every day had been a living nightmare. She'd even considered making herself and that actress mother part of her dowry, marrying into the Li family together. She'd become Li Chen's younger brother, crafting a perfect family atmosphere for him. To prevent this horror from unfolding, he had to play innocent, constantly speaking kindly to maintain their relationship, while desperately trying every means to prevent her from marrying into the Li family. Before, Su Muxue might have hesitated, afraid Li Chen would discover her and act so brazenly. But now that Li Chen had rejected her, she would surely direct all her hatred toward him. Fleeing was the wisest choice. After Gu Ning hung up on her, Su Muxue's lips curled into a cold smile. Over the years, following Li Chen, she had picked up a few tricks of the trade. Outside, she had naturally cultivated some hidden forces of her own. An unlabeled number rang, spoke briefly, then hung up. Instantly, Su Muxue's expression changed as she dashed barefoot toward the elevator. At the headquarters building entrance, Su Muxue dove straight into Li Chen's official vehicle. I have no money. The Su family is about to be wiped out by you, and your family won't let me in. From now on, I'll just live in your car. 20 years of friendship, you wouldn't abandon me now, would you? Li Chen grimaced and pondered. I could rent you a tiny room for 200 bucks. Su Muxue shook her head. That's not enough. What about food? After all these years, I'm used to the taste of home cooking. Li Chen frowned, pondering. I can sponsor you 2 boxes of instant noodles. Seafood, beef, pickled cabbage, whatever flavor you want. You're 20 now. You can go out and find a job to support yourself. Of course, you could always choose to return to the Su family. Even though they're being liquidated now, they should still have some assets left after selling everything off. But be prepared to take a beating when you go back. Su Muxue still shook her head. I'm going to work at your company. Your salaries are higher than other employers. Li Chen's mouth twitched. I may be kind, but don't push your luck. Otherwise, we won't even be friends anymore. Su Muxue nodded. You know my grades have always been excellent. I want to interview at your company, no need for any favors. If I don't get the job, I'll take cleaning work. But if I do get hired, you can't deliberately hold me back. Li Chen rubbed his nose as an immature plan took shape in his mind. If you truly have talent and can help me make money, I'll welcome you with open arms. After the Su family's assets are liquidated, I'll be taking over a significant portion of their holdings. I'll need someone to manage them. Hearing this, Su Muxue lowered her head. Are you trying to humiliate me? Li Chen smiled faintly. I'm not that petty. Your status as the Su family's eldest daughter might still intimidate some people. If you don't want to come, you don't have to. I won't force you. Su Muxue lifted her head to meet Li Chen's gaze. Is that truly how you feel? Li Chen nodded, averting his gaze. In the end, his heart softened. After all, she was someone he'd raised from childhood. He couldn't just abandon her to starve to death out there. The portion of the Su family's assets would serve as his farewell gift. From now on, their paths would diverge. At the UN residential complex, after dropping Su Muxue off at her rental apartment, Li Chen tossed some money on the table and turned to leave. Though his words were final, he wasn't so heartless as to leave her in a 200 yuan a month shack. Of course, he only paid for 3 months' rent. He couldn't possibly support her long term. Third traffic light intersection. A click sounded as the door opened and a woman in red climbed in. Li Chen was stunned. First it was Su Muxue, and now this stranger who'd appeared out of nowhere. Was his car that easy to get into? Who the hell are you? I'm waiting at a red light and you just get in my car? The woman froze, her face flushing with embarrassment. I'm terribly sorry. My family is forcing me into marriage. I barely escaped the wedding procession. Please, let me hide in your car for a moment. Li Chen scrutinized the woman. She appeared slightly older than Nianci, around 19, currently clad in a golden red dragon and phoenix wedding gown. This type of wedding attire was typically worn during the wedding ceremony. Another runaway bride. Only this time, he wasn't the one being abandoned. These days, you really see some strange things. With that thought, Li Chen pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Officer, I'm being carjacked. I'm really scared. Could you please come help me? Yes. Just track my phone location. Li Chen hung up. The woman looked at him, her eyes filled with shock. You called the police? And you called me a carjacker? Li Chen nodded and pointed to the dashcam ahead. This car has an internal camera. It recorded everything clearly. Your carjacking is a fact. You posed a safety threat to me. You'll face legal consequences and must compensate me for my losses. The woman froze for a moment, then turned to open the door. But the rear seats had child locks, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't get it open. Just let me out. I'll leave on my own, okay? Li Chen shook his head. If you leave, won't that make me look like I filed a false police report? Chapter 12, The Runaway Bride. New Year's is a lunatic. What he didn't say was that he despised women who ran away from their weddings. If she didn't love him and didn't want to marry him, why did she have to wait until the wedding ceremony to run away? It was blatantly irresponsible and disrespectful to the other party. No matter how beautiful she was, Li Chen wouldn't give such a woman a second glance. Seeing her struggles were futile, a look of grievance spread across the woman's face. Please let me go. I really can't be dragged back again. Li Chen suddenly understood. He swiftly grabbed her left hand with one arm while pressing her head against the car door with the other. So you're actually a fugitive? Well, you've really dug yourself into a hole today. I was just wondering how to cover up my bad press, and here you come, walking right into it. The woman was terrified. I'm not a fugitive. I swear I'm not. Let go of me, my hand hurts. Li Chen sneered. You're scared of the police, scared of getting locked up again. You're not just a fugitive, you're a damn repeat offender. Young lady, you're wasting your youth. I've seen plenty like you scamming people into marriage, pocketing the dowry, then running off. Did you see my fancy car and think I'm loaded? Did you think playing the victim would fool me into being your next mark? Well, you miscalculated this time. I'm a model citizen, the kind who thrives on taking down criminals like you. The woman was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand. She'd only wanted to hide for a while. What did he mean, seeing his luxury car and targeting him? There was only one luxury car at this intersection, no, only one car at all. But she never imagined encountering such a model youth. How could a lunatic like this be a model youth? That doesn't make sense. This lunatic must be making it all up. Sir, I'm really a good person. I know I was wrong. Please, let me go. Li Chen's resolve was as firm as iron. He kept pressing down on the woman. Save whatever you have to say for the enforcement team. Old Wang, step on it. Straight to the enforcement bureau. Driver Old Wang floored the gas pedal, racing straight toward the enforcement bureau. 20 minutes later, outside the law enforcement bureau, the woman glared at Li Chen with a look of deep resentment. I told you I'm a good person. Believe me now? Li Chen shrugged. I believe you. I'm going home now. Remember not to do anything this dangerous again next time. Goodbye. The woman suddenly wrapped her arms around Li Chen's arm. You exposed my whereabouts. My family will be here soon to take me back. You can't leave. You have to take responsibility for me. Li Chen shook her off. The enforcement bureau is right behind you. If your family pressures you, you can report them. I'm a model citizen who acts on principle. What responsibility do I have to you? The woman frowned bitterly. The law enforcement bureau might protect me once, but can they do it every single time? They've already taken me back 3 times. If they catch me again this time, I really won't be able to escape anymore. Li Chen asked in bewilderment. You have hands and feet, yet you managed to get arrested 3 times. Is there something wrong with your head? The woman snapped back. You're the one with the problem. Your whole family has problems. Li Chen smiled. Your family is on their way here, yet instead of running, you have the leisure to bicker with me. So every time you got caught, it was voluntary on purpose, right? Is it because they paid too little? You're dissatisfied in trying to drive up the price by running away from the marriage? The woman's eyes widened as she retorted, No, I'm telling you, I genuinely want to escape. People with hearts see everything as filthy. A thought flashed through Li Chen's mind, and he smiled faintly. Don't go making baseless accusations. I've been honored with the 5 Good Citizen Award and the Outstanding Youth Award year after year. I've done nothing but good deeds. My house is so full of trophies there's no room to display them. I use them as drinking cups. My house is overflowing with commendation banners. They're piled layer upon layer, too many to count. You're questioning my heart? My soul is as pure as the moon in the sky, without a single speck of impurity. The woman lifted her face, sneering, "You're full of hot air. Who do you think you are? With your underdeveloped brain and completely undeveloped cerebellum, you think driving a fancy car makes you something special? People like you are nothing but arrogant and self-important." Li Chen glanced at his watch and chuckled. "You're no angel either. Squinty eyes, crooked nose, foul-mouthed with a raspy voice. I can't fathom how anyone would marry someone like you. You should be grateful to have found a husband, yet you had the nerve to run away from the wedding. You ran away 3 times? I bet you stole something from them and didn't want to give it back. They're probably after you for repayment. If I were you, I'd find a block of tofu and smash my head against it." The woman froze for a moment, then pulled at the hem of her robe and rubbed it across her face. "Open your dog eyes and look properly. This lady is merely disguising herself as ugly. And this voice of mine? It's hoarse from screaming for help. It's not that I took someone's belongings and refused to return them. It's that my family took someone's money and refused to pay it back, forcing me time and again to marry that old man. Do you understand now? It's not my fault. It's theirs." Li Chen nodded and chuckled. "I get it now. You really are out of your mind." As the words fell, the group rushed toward the woman and surrounded her. The woman turned pale with fear. "Second uncle, third aunt, I beg you, I truly don't want to marry that old man. Please don't push me any further. Tell my father I'm her biological daughter. She can't treat me like this." Watching the group struggle and pull at each other, Li Chen found it all rather amusing. She kept saying she hated it and wanted to run away from the wedding, yet she wouldn't actually flee. She'd rather wait to be dragged away than stop bickering and arguing with me. What else could it be but madness? Whoever ends up with this bride is in for a rough ride. She probably wouldn't even run home if it started raining. He'd be crying someday. Shaking his head, Li Chen turned and got into the car. Thud. Suddenly, Li Chen felt someone bump into him, sending him crashing into the car. His back went heavy as something heavy pinned him down. "Drive! Drive now!" The woman clung desperately to the door, her voice trembling with urgency as she urged the driver to move. But old Wang remained frozen in place, obeying only his boss's orders. Li Chen seized an opening, shook the woman off, and scrambled to his feet. "Damn it, you lunatic! What do you think you're doing now?" The woman pleaded urgently, "Please make the driver start the car. I beg you, save me, okay?" Li Chen rolled his eyes. "The enforcement bureau is right up ahead. Instead of begging them to save you, you come begging me? You've got some serious issues. Get off me now, or don't blame me for being rude." A flash of ferocity crossed the woman's eyes as she lunged at Li Chen, pressing her lips firmly against his. "That was my first kiss. Save me, and I'll marry you." Li Chen was stunned. This situation was unprecedented in his 2 lifetimes. Driver old Wang, who had been watching the rearview mirror, saw the commotion and slammed the gas pedal, speeding away. They quickly left the girl's relatives and family members behind. "You're safe now. Could you let go of me?" Her face flushed as she climbed off Li Chen. "Thank you. I'll repay you for this." Li Chen shook his head. "I'll drop you off at the next bus stop. You're on your own from there. If you ever run away again, make sure you run fast. Don't be like that little cutie just standing there waiting to get caught." The woman pressed her red lips together. "I won't leave. I'm going home with you. I want to marry you." Chapter 13, The Vicious Capitalist. Li Chen froze for a moment, then furrowed his brow. "Marriage isn't a game. If you just want to use me once to get out of this, I won't hold it against you. But if you push your luck, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." The woman pursed her lips, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm being forced into marriage anyway. If I have to marry someone, I'd rather marry you than that old man. At least you're young and handsome. They're literally killing me. Please, save me." Li Chen shook his head. "There are many ways to seek help. You don't need to gamble away your entire life. If Tianhai City can't accommodate you, you can go far away. This country is vast. You could survive anywhere. If you're going to run, why not run far away? To a place where they can't find you?" The girl paused, then shook her head. "I can't go too far. My mother is bedridden and needs my care. And the monthly nursing fees cost tens of thousands. I can't afford it. I have no choice but to go back and beg my father. But he's forcing me to marry one of his business partners in exchange for agreeing to pay my mother's medical bills. That partner is nearly 50, already married with no children. He wants me to bear him an heir. I've run away time and again, but I can't abandon my mother." Li Chen suddenly understood. "So that's why she didn't run away. Your father really is ruthless. Have you ever considered suing him? Supporting his wife and daughter is his legal obligation. What he's doing amounts to trafficking women." The girl shook her head, her expression heavy with sorrow. It's useless. He divorced my mom over 10 years ago. I'm an adult now, he doesn't owe me anything. He didn't force me either. He just used my mother's medical bills as leverage to make me comply. You must be wealthy to drive such a luxury car. If you can cover my mother's medical expenses, I'll marry you. Understanding the full story, Li Chen's frown eased. I do have a habit of helping others, but I'm a businessman and businessmen pursue profit. Tell me what value you can bring me, and of course, this value must be something not everyone can offer. A glimmer of hope lit up the girl's eyes as her mind raced. Things like marriage and children, any woman could offer that kind of value. A wealthy young master like him wouldn't be interested in that. Young, beautiful girls were a dime a dozen. Once the novelty wore off, she'd be cast aside. I have excellent academic performance. Li Chen smiled faintly. That doesn't seem particularly rare, does it? The girl shook her head hastily. I was the top scorer in Tianhai City's college entrance exams. Now I'm a freshman at Tianhai's top university. I get scholarships every year. I can make money. If you help me, I'll give you every penny I earn from now on. Hearing this, Li Chen pulled out 2 wet wipes from the glove compartment and gently wiped the girl's face. Whoa! So you really are Xinxinga, the top scorer. Last year, I even sent someone to recruit you early, but you flat out refused. Who'd have thought you'd end up like this? Xinxinga froze for a moment. Last year's recruitment? After last year's college entrance exam results came out, many companies came to recruit me. Which one were you from? Li Chen shrugged. Li Group, the one you eliminated first. Xinxinga's neck jerked back, her face flushing with embarrassment. If I said my mother was in critical condition at the time and I was emotionally overwhelmed, would you believe me? Li Chen smiled faintly. What's the point of bringing that up now? I've always believed that opportunities only come once. Back then, when you discarded the Li Group like a worn-out shoe, it made headlines. The top college entrance exam scorer didn't see a bright future for Li Group, but it sent my stock plummeting by over 10 billion. The bus stop is up ahead. I hope we never cross paths again. Xinxinga lowered her head and muttered, what does the Li Group's loss have to do with you? You make it sound like you're the one who suffered the loss. Traitor to the capitalists. Li Chen grabbed her chin with a firm grip. Look closely. Who do you think I am? Xinxinga stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard, yet couldn't recall who he was. Old Wang, driving ahead, caught their exchange in the rearview mirror and chuckled. Miss Shan, you're the first person brave enough to call our CEO a traitor to his face. Xinxinga wrenched Li Chen's hand away, her face frozen in terror. You're the CEO of Li Group? The very same Li, the business tycoon of Tianhai. Mr. Li, I'm so sorry. I was blind. It's my fault. I was wrong. This was the legendary cold-hearted business tycoon Li Bigmouth, the ruthless capitalist who devoured his victims whole. Since the age of 10, he had dominated the business world without mercy, driving every rival company into bankruptcy and ruin. Last year, a single word and gesture from her cost him over 10 billion. This debt was beyond her ability to repay. If he got his hands on her, she'd be skinned alive if not killed outright. As Xinxinga thought this, she reached to pry open the car door. Li Chen saw through her intent instantly and pulled her into his arms. The car hasn't even stopped yet. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Xinxinga cowered into a ball, lowering her head and refusing to meet Li Chen's gaze. Li Chen, however, found it amusing. Weren't you all talk just a moment ago? You were even trading insults with me, constantly saying you wanted to marry me. Why so meek now? Xinxinga whispered in a tiny voice, ignorance is no excuse. Don't kill me. Li Chen froze for a moment. Me? A model youth, an outstanding individual representative? Would I kill you? Xinxinga immediately retorted, you're absolutely right. You're magnanimous. Could you spare my life? Li Chen pried Xinxinga's hands apart and lifted her chin. Work for me for free for 10 years, or I send you home now. Take your pick. Xinxinga gritted her teeth. You evil capitalist. I curse you to die a horrible death. Li Chen curled his lips. So it seems you've chosen the second option? Old wine, take Miss Shan home and add 200 to the gift. I'm drinking at her wedding banquet tonight. Xinxinga whipped her head around and lunged to bite Li Chen's hand. He swiftly grabbed her chin in response. Let go of me. I'll fight you to the death. Li Chen raised his other hand and gave Xinxinga a light smack on the head. Just kidding. Listen to me. Work for me for free, and I'll cover your mom's medical bills, room and board included. Once you earn me 20 billion, we'll call it even. Of course, if you prove incapable, I'll fire you immediately. Xinxinga snapped, that's not fair. I won't agree to it. Li Chen released his hand and smiled. Fairness doesn't exist in this world. I only give people one chance. I'm making an exception to give you a second chance precisely because I see you have talent. If you truly have talent, leveraging the Li Corporation platform, earning 20 billion is just a matter of securing a few orders. Perhaps we could fulfill our agreement within a few months. If you refuse, I won't force you. You can leave at the next intersection. As the words fell, the car came to a stop at the intersection. Chapter 14, Unequal Treaty. Shin hesitated. She was the top scorer in the college entrance exam, far from foolish. She understood how dire her situation was. Though this opportunity seemed deeply unfair, compared to being forced into marriage as a mere breeding tool, this unequal treaty seemed slightly more favorable to her. Could you let me finish college and gain more knowledge? That way, I could earn even more money for you. Li Chen nodded. Of course. I'll cover all your expenses during your studies, but this time won't count toward the 10-year period. Shin furrowed her brow, wrestling with a difficult decision. Li Chen was right. The Li Group was a $100 billion enterprise, offering an immense platform. Besides, her mother desperately needed money now. And while this Li Chen was profit-driven, he hadn't entirely cut off her escape route. To achieve such success at an age comparable to hers, his ambitions were undoubtedly beyond her comprehension. Perhaps she could build a career alongside him. I agree. After graduation, I'll work for you for free for 10 years. But you can't interfere with my freedom. Li Chen nodded. Tell me your home address. I'll handle things for you to avoid future complications. And I'll transfer your mother to my private hospital. It was better to hold the leverage over Shin vulnerabilities in his own hands. This was a gamble with minimal investment but immense potential returns. Losing meant a few million at most, but winning could yield returns 1,000-fold. Only now did Shin realize. So you never knew where my home was? You were just bluffing when you said you'd take me back? Li Chen smiled faintly. Is there a problem with that? Shin anger flared instantly, but it quickly deflated. Li Shui Huayuan, Shin residence. Old Wang heard the address, started the car, and turned the corner. 20 minutes later, at the Shin residence entrance, Li Chen helped Shin out of the car. This is the first time I've seen a place like this where you can actually drive right in. Shin tone carried a hint of envy. Li Chen shrugged. Well, I am the richest man in town. The richest man should look the part. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Shin residence's entrance. After ringing the doorbell, a woman in her 40s dressed in fine attire opened the door. Shin You have the nerve to come back? Who gave you the nerve to run off from your wedding? Smack! The woman lunged forward and delivered a sharp slap across Shin face. Shin staggered from the blow, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Caught off guard, Li Chen never expected this turn of events. He stepped forward to block the two. Hey, you shrew! Talk it out. Resorting to violence is unacceptable. The shrew raised her hand again, aiming a slap at Li Chen's face. The affairs of the Shin family are none of your business, you lowly nobody. Li Chen stepped forward, shoving her shoulder so hard she flew 3 or 4 meters backward. I don't care what family you're from. Hitting people is wrong. With that, Li Chen lunged forward, planting his foot squarely on the shrew's stomach. He bent down and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. Consider these 2 slaps a lesson in how to behave. Remember this well, never provoke someone stronger than you. After speaking, Li Chen withdrew his leg and returned to Shin side. The shrew came to her senses, rolling on the ground and wailing, help! Shin is running amok. She dared bring a stranger home to beat people up. Everyone, come quickly. The shrieking halted as the Shin family members gathered around. Shin what's gotten into you? Not only did you run away from your wedding, but you brought someone home to cause trouble. I'll teach you a lesson today. The words came from a man in his 40s, who raised his hand to strike Shin Li Chen's mind was spinning. What was wrong with this family? Why did they all enjoy slapping people? A grown man hitting a young girl? Li Chen lunged forward, kicking the man squarely in the stomach. The blow sent him flying 4 or 5 meters, tumbling several times on the ground. Shin you think you're tough now? How dare you bring people to beat your father? Just wait until I teach you a lesson today. The fierce woman charged forward again, still aiming to slap Shin across the face. This time, Li Chen was ready. He raised his hand and delivered a powerful slap, sending the shrew spinning 2.5 times in the air before crashing back to the ground. Shin how dare you bring people to beat my mother? I'll beat you to death today. At that moment, a girl of 17 or 18 also charged forward, still aiming to strike Shin face. Li Chen's mind raced. Though confused, he swiftly struck the girl, sending her crashing to the ground. Shin you! This time, before the other could speak, Li Chen charged forward and slapped a 15 or 16-year-old boy across the face. After the blow, Li Chen turned to face Shin his expression filled with confusion. Is your entire family out of their minds? Why do you keep wanting to hit you? And right in the face, no less? And yes, I'm including you in that. Why do you look so indifferent? Shin shook her head. They're not crazy. They're just used to hitting me like this. Nothing can't be solved with a slap or two. Li Chen was utterly perplexed. Have you never thought of fighting back? Shin gave a bitter laugh. What good would fighting back do? My mother and I both need their family's money. But A radiant smile suddenly spread across Xinxinga's face, her eyes glinting as she looked at Li Chen. It feels so good to be protected. Li Chen pulled out the tissue he'd given Xinxinga earlier and gently wiped away her tears. Don't be afraid. From now on, you're with me. I don't hit people. Xinxinga nodded with a smile. The Shan family had been beaten into submission and now huddled together in a tight circle. Xinxinga, you just wait. Boss Huang has already sent people over. You're getting married to Boss Huang today no matter what to bear his children. That's right. Boss Huang is so wealthy, and he promised you 100,000 for each child you bear. Where else would you find such a generous employer? Not only are you ungrateful, but you had us beaten too. You ungrateful wretch. You've wasted all the kindness the Shan family showed you. If you still want us to cover your crippled mother's medical bills, get down on your knees right now and kowtow to us in apology. Then go back with Mr. Huang obediently and bear his child. Xinxinga suddenly stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Li Chen's cheek. Turning away with a smug look, she declared, "My deepest apologies for disappointing you all. This is my boyfriend and my future husband. From now on, he'll cover my mother's medical expenses and I'll only bear children for him. If you think you can use me to pave the way for you and the Huang family, you can forget it." Li Chen's mouth twitched as he tried to explain, but Xinxinga jumped up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and silenced him with a kiss. Seconds later, Xinxinga whispered, her face flushed, "Help me. Use my boyfriend's name to teach them a lesson. That way, it'll be easier to explain to the enforcement team." Chapter 15, She Just Wants to Taste You. Li Chen instantly understood. If he had the identity of Xinxinga's boyfriend, then stepping in for her would be perfectly reasonable. Even if he beat them up again, he'd have a legitimate reason when reporting it to the enforcement bureau. A criminal case would become a civil dispute, solvable with a little money. College students really do think on their feet. Though his current status meant he didn't need to resort to such tactics, since the young lady had requested it, he'd comply for now. Li Chen then casually wrapped his arm around Xinxinga's waist. "One favor for you, add 500 million. Xinxinga's eyes widened in disbelief. "You unscrupulous capitalist. Why don't you just rob people?" Li Chen smiled faintly. "I am robbing you right now. Haven't you noticed?" Xinxinga gritted her teeth. Since she'd already decided to latch onto the Li family's coattails, whether she owed 20 billion or 25 billion, it was debt either way. Future troubles could be dealt with later. For now, she'd enjoy the thrill. "Fine. But you must teach them a harsh lesson, preferably crush them completely in one fell swoop. If I feel satisfied, I'll give you an extra 500 million. With that, Xinxinga planted another kiss on Li Chen's lips. "Husband, they're bullying me. They want to give me away to some old man as a breeding tool. You absolutely must take my side. My life is just so miserable." Watching Xinxinga's amateurish acting, Li Chen nearly burst out laughing. But for 500 million, he played along. "What did you say? How dare they treat you like this? I'll make them pay dearly for this." With that, Li Chen pulled out his phone and pressed the emergency alert button. Two teams of bodyguards stationed dozens of meters away received the signal and immediately charged toward the Shan residence. As a billionaire CEO, his security detail operated on around-the-clock rotation system. They remained unseen, trailing discreetly under normal circumstances. Instead of waiting for Boss Huang, the Shan family members were met by a group of men in sunglasses, leaving them trembling in fear. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I don't need to teach you how to fight, do I?" The bodyguards understood and swarmed forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks on the Shan family members. The four Shan family members writhed on the ground in agony, moaning in pain as multiple joints popped out of their sockets. These bodyguards were specially trained to inflict maximum pain without causing serious injury. After the beating, they immediately reset the dislocated joints on the four victims. Li Chen waved his hand. "Disperse and blend in." Upon receiving the order, the bodyguards scattered like a swarm, blending into the crowd. Some resumed chatting, others returned to admiring the scenery. "Are you satisfied now?" Xinxinga shook her head. "A beating is too lenient for them. Do you have something harsher, something that would destroy their families?" Li Chen froze. "How can a young girl like you be so ruthless?" Xinxinga's eyes burned with intense hatred. "Compared to them, my cruelty is nothing. Back then, that bastard man tortured my mother and me every day, trying every trick in the book to drive her away so his mistress could take her place. My mother nearly died at his hands. To save her life, she had no choice but to divorce him, taking me with her. Ever since then, she's carried deep, hidden wounds. The older she gets, the more painful it becomes. Last year, an old wound flared up, triggering a severe cerebral hemorrhage that left my mother paralyzed. To keep her receiving treatment, I swallowed my pride and became their servant, their punching bag in their own home. As you've seen, their blows have become habitual. That mistress and her children, fearing I'd return to contest the inheritance, schemed relentlessly to destroy me. Forcing me to bear the old man's child was their idea. I even overheard them planning to record compromising videos of me to sell. Once I give birth to that old man's child, they plan to sell me off somewhere else. They'll claim I'm a top college entrance exam scorer with superior genes, so I can keep making money by bearing children for others. Shing grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. Li Chen patted her back comfortingly. It's my fault. I never experienced your suffering, yet I urged you to be kind. I'll make sure you get justice. Kid, let go of my wife. Just then, a group of men stormed up to the Shan residence. The elderly man leading them pointed at Li Chen and roared. Li Chen had no time for nonsense. He waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, dozens of bodyguards surged forward, pinning the newcomers to the ground and beating them soundly. After the beating, Li Chen ordered his guards to tie them all up and send them to the law enforcement bureau. Illegal detention and assault, trafficking women, and forcing them into prostitution, a string of charges. With the Li family's legal department involved, these men could rot in prison for the rest of their lives. For Shing, the Shan family and that Huang boss might seem like insurmountable mountains. But in Li Chen's presence, they were mere dirt-roosting chickens and clay roof dogs crushed with a flick of the finger. Li family manor. The moment he stepped through the main hall doors, a head collided with Li Chen. The most helpless part was that Li Chen couldn't dodge. Otherwise, that silly girl would have collided with thin air, and who knew what tragic consequences might have followed. Thud. As expected, Li Nianci collided squarely with Li Chen's chest, knocking the grown man several steps backward. Though I'm not a masochist, I wholeheartedly approve of this collision. According to the plot I wrote, at this point in time, the person you should have encountered was Shing, who ran away from her wedding. She'll stop at nothing to climb the social ladder for wealth and power. She'll become the catalyst between you and Su Muxue, helping both of you see each other's true feelings through all the misunderstandings. The ending isn't exactly happy. She ends up losing both her fortune and her love, forced to flee far away. But shouldn't you be out there renting a place for Shing, that villainous supporting character? But now that you've brought her home, how will Su Muxue ever forgive you? If Su Muxue doesn't forgive you, how am I supposed to complete my mission and lift the restrictions? Li Chen clutched his chest in anguish. Why is this end getting harder and harder? Li Nianci raised her hands innocently, making a hugging gesture. You deserve it. This is the system's punishment for accidentally altering the plot. You haven't missed a single one. Li Chen helplessly picked up Li Nianci. Shing exclaimed in surprise beside them, is this the silly little sister you kept talking about? She's so beautiful, so delicate. I've never seen such a lovely girl before. Li Chen sighed as he walked. Perhaps heaven itself envied her perfection, so it took away her wisdom. Li Nianci suddenly nudged Li Chen's nose with hers, sniffed, then turned to look at Shing. Ding! Detected male leads fortune being drained by supporting female character Shing. Host must promptly recover and replenish to prevent plot collapse. Lifting 50% of physical movement restrictions. Duration, 3 minutes. Fortune? Shing kissed Li Chen and drained his fortune? 3 minutes, hurry, hurry, hurry. Suddenly, Li Nianci grabbed Shing and planted a fierce kiss on her lips. Seconds later, he turned his head and bit into Li Chen's cheek. Li Nianci's actions left Shing stunned, her expression blank and her cheeks flushing slightly. Li Chen grabbed Li Nianci's head and explained, her senses are incredibly sharp. She probably caught the scent of your lipstick on my lips. She thought it was something delicious and wanted to taste it too. You don't mind, do you? Chapter 16, Children get harder to handle as they grow. Shing shook her head, her face still flushed. Not at all. I understand. I was just acting for others' sake in the heat of the moment. Please don't misunderstand. Li Chen smiled. No need to explain. Mutual benefit, I get it. Li Nianci. Damn Li Chen, you bastard. Let go of me. Just once let me kiss you. I'll replenish your fortune. Don't be ungrateful. Watching Li Nianci flailing wildly, Li Chen sighed helplessly. Don't move, and don't you dare kiss me. Got it? Shing chuckled from the side, she's so adorable mimicking how I kiss you right now. Why not satisfy her curiosity? Li Chen shot Shing a withering look. Do you even know what you're saying? Shing grinned. What's wrong with letting your little sister kiss you once, big bro? If I had such an adorable, clingy little sister, I wouldn't mind letting her kiss me every day. Li Chen shot Shing a fierce glare. Get lost. Her business doesn't need your meddling. Shing shrank her neck and pulled her suitcase. Mr. Lu, where has young Master Li arranged for me to stay? Butler Lu gestured with his hand. Miss Su just moved out. The room still has a fresh feel, no dampness or mustiness. Just change the sheets and Miss Shin can move right in. Shing froze. You mean that Su Muxue who ran away from her wedding? I understand why I ran away from my wedding, but what was she running from? Staying in the room she once occupied, does it make you stupid? Butler Lu turned to look at Li Chen. Li Chen casually replied, if she doesn't want to stay there, let her go to another room. The other rooms have been empty too long. Have them all cleaned and disinfected tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xinxinga immediately grabbed her suitcase and dashed toward the room where Su Muxue had once stayed. This was the room once occupied by the former mistress of the house. It must be incredibly comfortable. She wasn't stupid. Why would she abandon a ready-made option to stay in a moldy place? Though she'd endured a life of hardship before, now that she'd latched onto a powerful patron, it was time for her fortunes to turn. Butler Lu smiled and remarked, "Miss Shan has such a lively and charming personality, far more sunny than Miss Su ever was." Li Chen nodded. Someone who's lived through adversity has enough resilience to know how to find her own sunshine and make herself a little happier. Notify everyone no special treatment is required for her. Butler Lu bowed in acknowledgement. But inwardly, he couldn't help but grumble. Though he claimed no special treatment was needed, she'd been given the best room upon arrival, a privilege reserved for the master of the house. If this Miss Shan could be a bit smarter and more compliant, she might just have a chance to become the mistress of this household. Li Nianci's composure shattered at the words. What does it mean that those raised in adversity know how to give themselves sunshine? I clearly set her up as vain and superficial. After experiencing poverty, she'd strive to climb the social ladder and marry into wealth. According to the plot, after running away from her wedding, she'd manipulate my foolish brother, scheming to sabotage his relationship with Su Muxue. And my gullible brother, kept in the dark, would be filled with regret once he saw her true colors. He'd end up kneeling before Su Muxue for 3 days and nights, begging for forgiveness before she'd finally accept him back. Men really are single-minded creatures, all of them fools. After Manager Lu left, Li Chen sat down holding Li Nianci. Nianci, I'm your brother. You can't kiss me, understand? Li Nianci struggled to rise. Time is running out. Damn Li Chen, you bastard. Unlock my speech restriction, you dog system. Li Chen sighed in exasperation. He remembered that Li Nianci wasn't like this before. The old Li Nianci was just pure, simple-minded, always dazed and confused. But now, Li Nianci knew how to torment people. Perhaps it was because she was younger back then, and he could treat her like a child, cuddling her daily, playing with her, teasing the little cutie. It was quite enjoyable. But now she'd grown up, just months away from adulthood. Daughters naturally distance themselves from their fathers as they mature, let alone from an older brother like him. With that thought, Li Chen dialed a number. Aunt Wan, can you come back? I'll pay you triple your usual rate. You want to take care of your grandson? You can bring the whole family over. There's plenty of room here. Yes, it's because of Nianci. She's grown up now. I can't take care of her anymore, and she won't let anyone else. What did you say? Nianci kicked you out? How could that be? Beep. Staring at the disconnected call, Li Chen felt a bit dazed. His gaze toward Li Nianci grew strangely intense. Nianci, you don't like Aunt Wan? Li Nianci stopped struggling. It's over. The time's up, and I can't control my body again. I didn't drive Wang Ma away, the system did. What does that have to do with me? Li Chen pondered for a moment before suddenly understanding. These past few years, he had indeed been consumed by work, rarely returning home to spend time with Li Nianci. It was Wang Ma who had been taking care of her. She must have thought that without Aunt Wang, he'd spend more time with her, so she started rejecting Aunt Wang's care. This childish mindset was easy to predict, yet utterly helpless. Since she'd already started rejecting Aunt Wang, bringing her back now would be pointless. You're all sweaty. How about I have Sister Xiaolan give you a bath? Li Nianci shook her head frantically. Damn system, you've suppressed me for 17 years. Can't I even have the basic right to bathe? What about Sister Xiaomei? She's very gentle. Li Nianci still shook her head. Li Chen pondered for a moment. How about Sister Chinga, the new one? Would she bathe you? Li Nianci hesitated, then nodded. Damn system, what do you think you're doing? You want that evil female supporting character to bathe me? What the hell are you playing at? Ding. Failed to replenish destiny points. Punishment, 10-second soul electrocution. System will take control of host's body to force plot back on track. Punishment? Electrocute my soul? 17 years in, and my first mission is this intense? I'm a newbie, can't I get a discount? Ah. Damn you, Li Chen. I hate you. You made me fail the mission. Just wait till I break these restrictions, I'll make you pay tenfold, 100-fold. Why does 10 seconds feel like forever? Damn system, are you screwing me over? In the hall, Li Chen exhaled deeply. At last, he'd overcome a difficult challenge. Li Nianci possessed exceptionally keen perception. Anyone harboring impure intentions couldn't get close to her. Perhaps because she'd kissed Xinxinga, her first impression of him was favorable. After coming to terms with this, Li Chen carried Li Nianci to Xinxinga's room. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw Xinxinga preparing some small garments. What are you doing here? Don't you know how to knock? Li Chen paused slightly. I'll remember next time. Could you please help bathe Nianci? She hasn't had a bath in days since Wang Ma left. Xinxinga smiled. No problem. Leave it to me. Li Chen gave a few instructions, set Li Nianci down, and stepped out of the room. Xinxinga immediately rushed over and pinched Li Nianci's cheeks. So soft, so adorable. Li Nianci swatted Shinshinga's hand away. You're not allowed to kiss him again. Shinshinga froze, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Are you warning me? Do you like your brother? Li Nianci paused without answering, then turned toward the bathroom. A fire ignited within Shinshinga, and she immediately followed. Much later, after they finished washing up, Shinshinga took Li Nianci's hand, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Tell me. Do you like your brother? You've been pretending to be clueless all along, haven't you? You're afraid he won't like you if he finds out, aren't you? Li Nianci turned to look into Shinshinga's eyes, a strange gleam beginning to flicker within them. Chapter 17, What is Fair? A few seconds later. Li Nianci? What are you doing here? No, wait, why am I here? No, wait, how did we end up here? Shinshinga stared at the two of them wrapped in bath towels, momentarily at a loss. She clearly remembered only packing her clothes and preparing to shower. How had she suddenly finished bathing in with Li Nianci, no less? Li Nianci ignored her, walking straight out of the room and up the stairs to turn a doorknob. Damn system, what are you doing? Stop it right now. In the bathroom, Li Chen was whistling and humming a tune, shampoo just lathered in his hair, when a figure burst in. Free as a bird, flying in your heart. Damn it. Li Nianci, what are you doing? A startled cry erupted as Li Chen clutched Li Nianci tightly. She was wrapped only in a bath towel. Li Nianci flailed wildly, trying to tear Li Chen off her. She didn't even notice the towel slipping away. If not for Li Chen's iron grip, she would have been completely exposed. Silly big brother, let go. Just tell the system to send that fortune back, so your adorable little sister can live a decent life, okay? Do you have any idea how painful soul shocks are? Stop this, my foolish big brother. Helpless, Li Chen picked up Li Nianci and carried her out of the bathroom. He reached for the closet to grab clothes for her to change into, but his hand hesitated. Finally, he opened the door and called downstairs. Shinshinga. Come up here for a moment. Shinshinga, confused, instinctively took a couple of steps before halting abruptly. This was the Li residence. Though it was the inner hall, where only the butler and other servants were permitted to enter, it wasn't a place for her to wander about wrapped in a bath towel. Shinshinga. Why aren't you here yet? Hearing Li Chen's call again, Shinshinga abandoned all caution and turned to run upstairs. When she opened the door and saw Li Chen, barely clad, clutching the frantically struggling Li Nianci, her face flushed and her heart raced. It was the first time in her life she'd seen a man's entire form. For some reason, she couldn't help but feel compelled to look. Stop staring. Hurry up and grab her. Shinshinga froze for a moment before rushing over to embrace Li Nianci. After breaking free, Li Chen hurriedly pulled on his jacket and retrieved a dress from the wardrobe. Remember, every master bedroom in this house has a wardrobe specifically for Nianci's clothes. Next time you wash her clothes, make sure to dress her properly afterward. If this happens again, you won't be working for me anymore. Shinshinga glanced around and noticed the soapy foam still clinging to Li Chen's hair, finally understanding what had happened. It seemed Li Nianci had gone upstairs looking for her brother, barged into the bathroom, and startled Li Chen. Having such a troublesome little sister must be no picnic for this big boss. Got it, Mr. Li. I'll be more careful next time. Li Chen nodded, exited the room, and descended the stairs to the main bedroom on the first floor. Shinshinga pushed Li Nianci onto the bed and helped her change into fresh clothes. Li Nianci was laughing her head off inside. Hey, dog system, you think you're so great, huh? You couldn't even handle it yourself in 10 minutes, yet you gave me just 3 minutes? And now you're electrocuting me for failing? How about you give yourself a minute of electric shock as punishment now? Ding. Host incompetence detected. Future mission completion impossible. System unlinking in progress. Unbinding progress 99%, 98%, 97%, 95%. Special notice, upon system disconnection, the perfect body will shatter, the host's soul will dissipate, and rebirth will be permanently impossible. Li Nianci's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. That year during college entrance exams, she drilled problems day and night while working part-time jobs to cover living expenses. Ultimately, she drowned in the sea of knowledge at such a young age. Her soul reincarnated into this very novel she had written. The presence of an extra soul disrupted the world's rules, causing her to be imprisoned by the system, a manifestation of those very rules. It wasn't until yesterday, when Su Muxue eloped, that the novel's plot truly unfolded. As long as all the main storylines were completed smoothly, this world would transform into a true parallel universe. The rules determined she posed no threat to the world's functioning and gradually loosened their grip on her. As compensation to the creator, she would be reborn in this world within the perfect vessel of Li Nianci. No, I don't want to die. This isn't fair. You restricted my freedom, preventing me from completing my mission. Why must all the punishment fall on me? Ding. Host desires fairness. Shall we revoke the host's opportunity for perfect rebirth? The greatest fairness for humanity is that all possess only one life. Just kidding. I've always thought this world was fair. I just wanted to ask, is there any way to stop you from unbinding? Ding. System unlinking is irreversible. Special notice, when unbind progress decays to 0, the host will be completely erased. Hearing the system prompt, Li Nianci felt her heart turn to ashes. For her, as the author, completing the main storyline was a breeze. The problem was she wasn't the soul of this world. The rules restricted her freedom, leaving her utterly unable to actively complete the tasks. Is there truly no other way? Does this mean I'm doomed? Ding. Theoretically, yes. After changing Li Nianci's clothes, Xinxinga hurried downstairs and rushed back to her own room to change. Click. A faint sound echoed as the bathroom door opened. Spotting Li Chen emerging from inside, Xinxinga immediately jumped onto the bed and burrowed under the covers. Li Chen shook his head, walked to the bedside, opened the wardrobe, and began changing in front of Xinxinga. Could you please change outside? Xinxinga's face flushed crimson as her heart pounded wildly. She pressed her hands tightly over her eyes. Li Chen pursed his lips. You can close your eyes or cover your head with the blanket. Also, your fingers are quite slender and there's a bit of space between them. Hearing this, Xinxinga wished she could sink into a crack in the ground. She immediately pulled the blanket over her head. Li Chen glanced at Xinxinga's open suitcase. The clothes inside were clean, but faded from repeated washing, some even patched. Your height and build are similar to Nianci's. She has some new clothes in her wardrobe. You can try them on. These are her favorites. Wearing them might make her feel closer to you. If you can take good care of Nianci for me, I'll forgive all the debts you owe me. Xinxinga peeked out from under the covers. Really? Li Chen turned around. Of course. I never go back on my word. Something suddenly appeared in Xinxinga's line of sight. Ah. You pervert. Watching Xinxinga scream and dive back under the covers, Li Chen looked utterly baffled. Whatever, she's nuts. I'm not naked or anything. After muttering under his breath, he pulled up his shorts and left the room. The moment she heard the door slam shut, Xinxinga leapt off the bed. You're the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. Then she realized she was completely naked and quickly burrowed back under the covers. Chapter 18, Tit for Tat. While searching for clothes, Xinxinga froze again upon seeing her open suitcase. Did he see everything? Was he pitying me? He could have just given me new clothes, but instead he had to make up some excuse. And Su Muxue must be completely out of her mind. Why would she reject such a wonderful person? Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Shaking her head vigorously, Xinxinga retrieved a pristine white floral nightgown from her private wardrobe. The style was simple, the fabric soft and silky, the craftsmanship exquisite. Xinxinga smiled to herself and slipped into the nightgown. Since she'd chosen to latch onto someone powerful, she'd cling on tightly. She'd repay him double in the future. The next morning, Li Chen woke up to find Li Nianci gone, and a wave of relief washed over him. Last night, he and Xinxinga had worked together to finally convince Li Nianci to agree to sleep with Xinxinga from now on. Her absence from his room meant the plan had succeeded. Li Nianci was gradually accepting Xinxinga. A life of ease beckoned ahead. For a moment, Li Chen felt a wave of physical and mental ease wash over him. After breakfast, Xinxinga followed Li Chen into the car. I need to familiarize myself with your group's operations first. Afterward, I'll develop a learning plan to better serve you in the future. Li Chen nodded with satisfaction. You're the most qualified workhorse I've ever seen. Coincidentally, Brother Chang needs to care for his wife during her postpartum period, so this assistant position is vacant. You can temporarily fill in for him to familiarize yourself with various operations. By the time he returns, your vacation will be over. Perfect timing to head back to class. Hearing this, Xinxinga flushed and protested coyly, but isn't that inappropriate? I'm a female college student serving as your personal assistant? Li Chen rolled his eyes. Who the hell said you'd be personal? If you've got a screw loose, go get it checked out. I'll cover the medical bills. Xinxinga lowered her head in embarrassment. Old Wang drove steadily and swiftly. Li Group headquarters. Li Chen had Cheng Hui issue an announcement appointing Xinxinga as temporary assistant. Xinxinga thus began her grueling workday early without pay. After 2 hours, Xinxinga was completely bewildered. She couldn't fathom how a mere assistant could be expected to handle so many tasks. How on earth had Cheng Hui ever endured it? Of course, she didn't know that Cheng Hui couldn't handle it either, but he understood how to delegate tasks instead of shouldering everything alone. Assistant Shan. There's a tricky issue with HR. Could you handle it? No sooner had she sat down for a sip of water than someone else came rushing over. Why can't you handle your own tasks? What's the boss paying you for? Exhausted, Xinxinga began to complain. The HR employee hesitated. We had an interviewee today. She's the president's former fiancée. We're not sure how to handle it. Put. Xinxinga nearly choked on her drink. Su Muxue? She came for an interview at Li Corporation? Is she out of her mind? The HR employee sighed helplessly. Maybe she is. How else could she have walked out on her wedding day? The president is so young, handsome, and wealthy. She's every girl's dream lover, a Prince Charming, yet she just walked away. Upon hearing Su Muxue was interviewing, Shinga felt a surge of energy. Her aching waist vanished, her sore legs disappeared. Take me to see her immediately. I'll interview her myself. Interview room. Shinga stared at the stunningly beautiful girl sitting across from her, her face filled with questions. You're Su Muxue? Su Muxue nodded, glancing at Shinga's name tag before scrutinizing her attire. Her gaze held an unusual intensity. Are you Mr. Chen's new assistant? Shinga smiled faintly. Temporary. What position are you here to interview for? Su Muxue clenched her jaw. Why are you wearing the same outfit as Li Nianci? Are you trying to get close to Aiken using such underhanded tactics? Shinga paused, then smiled. Miss Su, you have keen eyes. But you've misunderstood. This dress was a gift from my brother, Chen. He said if I always dress like this, Li Nianci would enjoy spending time with me. Hearing this, Su Muxue fixed Shinga with a stare, a flicker of menace in her eyes. I advise you to stay away from him. He's not someone you can even dream of. For some reason, Shinga felt a surge of defiance. Then I won't trouble Miss Su with your advice. Though that bed you slept in was truly soft. Su Muxue abruptly stood up, glaring furiously at Shinga. What did you say? You slept in my bed? Shinga glared back. Don't you get it yet? I'm now staying in the room you used to occupy. Yesterday he was showering in my bathroom and changing clothes right in front of me. At those words, Su Muxue's eyes reddened, her teeth clenched so hard they ground together. We've been together for 20 years and we never even. How dare you? For some reason, Shinga felt an inexplicable thrill seeing Su Muxue so enraged. Because I'm his new girlfriend. I gave him my virginity. I'm going to marry him and bear his children. Su Muxue gasped in disbelief. You gave him your virginity? You two have already. We've been childhood sweethearts for 20 years and I never even touched him. How dare you? Shinga thought to herself, a first kiss should count as the first time, right? Whatever. Seeing Su Muxue like this made her happy. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. You didn't actually do anything with him, did you? Shinga paused mid-sentence before suddenly realizing, her face twisting with contempt. 20 years of childhood sweethearts, yet you wouldn't let your fiancé touch you? Are you afraid that Wildman, the other woman, would get upset? TSK. Poor Shinga, I'll make sure to treat him twice as well from now on. Hearing this, Su Muxue's rage boiled over. She lunged at Shinga and grabbed her hair. I didn't wrong him. I just wanted to save the best for our wedding night. How dare you take advantage of the situation. I'll beat you to death. Shinga refused to back down, grabbing Su Muxue's hair. Running off with some other guy on your wedding day, you clearly wanted to save the best for your mistress, didn't you? Does that make you feel excited? Give you a rush? You're the... Watching the two women wrestle, the colleagues were stunned. Quick, go notify the CEO. The president's ex-fiancé and current girlfriend are fighting. Yes, go tell the president. His fiancé and girlfriend are fighting. What? The CEO's fiancé and girlfriend are fighting? Holy S, what a bombshell, the president's wife and mistress are fighting. Which one of them is actually the president's wife? Who's the mistress? Didn't Su Muxue just run away from the wedding? Why are you, a mere bystander, getting so involved? Ah, yeah. First time getting CEO gossip. Quick, grab my little stool. Where's my phone? I need to go live and share this juicy scoop. In the CEO's office, a young secretary rushed in breathlessly. President, it's bad news. Your wives are fighting. Chapter 19, no need to draft your brag. Put. Li Chen sprayed coffee all over the documents. What the hell are you talking about? My wives are fighting? The young secretary nodded. Yes, both of your wives are fighting. It's pretty intense, we didn't dare step in. You should go check on them. Li Chen suddenly burst out laughing. Are you guys pulling some kind of special stunt? How dare you make fun of me? Don't you want your bonuses this month? The young secretary froze for a moment. No, we're not doing anything special. Your two wives really are fighting. Li Chen's mind went blank. I'm not even married, where did these wives come from? And two of them? There must be limits to your pranks. Who would believe this story? The young secretary grew flustered. Why wouldn't you believe it? You can check the company group chat yourself. The whole company is already buzzing about it. Li Chen immediately opened the company group chat, only to find it flooded with rumors and photos and videos of two women pulling each other's hair in a fight. Shinga? Su Muxue? Why did they get into a fight? The secretary shrugged. Of course it's over you, President. They're fighting over you. Li Chen felt like he had two headaches. Your bonus for this month is gone. With that, he hurried off toward the HR department. 10 minutes later, Li Chen brought two disheveled women back to his office. Which one of you can give me a reasonable explanation? Li Chen wasn't angry, just baffled as to why these two had gotten into a fight. Did they have some old grudge? Both were now students at Tianhai University. Su Muxue was a sophomore, Xinxinga a freshman. Could there be some unresolved conflict between them at school? If this matter wasn't handled, future fights on campus could lead to disciplinary action, which would be troublesome. Su Muxue lifted her head, her face twisted with hurt. Why did you let her stay in my room? And let her wear Nianci's clothes? Li Chen froze for a moment. Get this straight, that's my home, my apartment. Who I let stay there is my business. Besides, this dress is brand new, not something Nianci wore. I may be thrifty, but I wouldn't give someone hand-me-downs. Xinxinga chimed in from the side, exactly. Brother Chen just likes me. I stay wherever he wants me to. What does it have to do with you, you crazy person? Su Muxue's eyes reddened, tears welling up. You like her more than me now, don't you? I've been trying so hard to make it up to you. Why won't you give me a chance? Can't you just wait a little longer? Li Chen felt like his brain was turned to mush. He couldn't make heads or tails of what they were talking about. I don't care what grudges you two have from the past. From now on, you two can't fight anymore. Can you do that? For some reason, Xinxinga suddenly lunged into Li Chen's arms and kissed him on the cheek. Okay, honey. I'll never fight with her again. Before Li Chen could react, Su Muxue charged forward too. The combined impact was too much for Li Chen to bear, and he was knocked flat onto the floor. He's my husband. You, let go of him. You ran away from the wedding. He's my boyfriend now. Get lost. The two women pinned Li Chen down and started fighting again. Panicked, Li Chen clutched one tightly with one arm while lowering his voice as much as possible. Ladies, can you please calm down? I'm not her husband, and I'm certainly not your boyfriend. Can you please stop fighting? If you must fight, can you at least wait until I get up? I'm innocent. After a dozen seconds, the women's tempers settled. Seizing his chance, Li Chen scrambled to his feet and scrambled several meters away. He was genuinely terrified. These two didn't give a damn about his well-being when they fought, and in the process, they'd scratched him several times and kicked him repeatedly. Her sharp nails left his chest and arms stinging fiercely, and those high heels? They really hurt. This ends here. Shake hands. Put. Can you both just take a step back? Li Chen took another step back as he spoke. Su Muxue shot Xinxinga a glare. I came here today for a job interview, and she ruined it. She needs to take responsibility for this. Xinxinga stiffened her neck. Our group doesn't need shrews. You didn't get the job. As the two women looked ready to fight again, Li Chen quickly stepped in as peacemaker. I approve your interview. You can start working here. Su Muxue turned and glared at Xinxinga again. Just you wait. I won't let this slide. With that, she stormed out the door. After she left, Li Chen asked in confusion, what's gotten into you? Why are you picking a fight with her? With Su Muxue gone, Xinxinga returned to her usual self. I don't know either. She just gets on my nerves. I just want to annoy her. But I've never even met her before. There must be something wrong with that room in your house. Everyone who's stayed there has gone mad. Li Chen froze, finding himself almost convinced. Why don't you try switching rooms? Xinxinga thought for a moment and said, I'm scared. Can I move over and sleep with you? Li Chen slapped his forehead. Oh no, you really have lost your mind. Xinxinga immediately explained, it's not what you think. I can sleep on the floor. Li Chen waved her off. Forget it. You can go upstairs from now on. We'll just switch places. I'll see if I go crazy too. Xinxinga nodded. Then I'll go tidy up first. The bathroom on the 28th floor. Xinxinga encountered Su Muxue again. Both stood before the mirror, combing their hair and adjusting their clothes. I'm genuinely curious, why did you run away from the wedding? Could that mistress be more outstanding than Brother Chen? Xinxinga couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out the question. Su Muxue smoothed her hair and wiped the smudged lipstick from the corner of her mouth with a wet wipe. I never once considered leaving him, let alone betraying him. I was just foolish back then and ended up losing him. We have 20 years of emotional foundation, something you can never overcome. Leaving him now is for my own dignity, to avoid future regret. Xinxinga rubbed the corner of her eye. He asked me to sleep in his room tonight. Do you know how many abs he has? Do you know how soft his lips are? When Su Muxue turned her head, her eyes were already filled with murderous intent. If you dare touch him again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Xinxinga smiled faintly. He's my own boyfriend, why shouldn't I touch him? You're such a strange person. You're the one fooling around everywhere, yet you won't even let your fiancé touch you. And now you're meddling in other people's business? Don't you have any shame left? Su Muxue took a deep breath to suppress the rage boiling within her. Let me give you some advice, Aiken isn't that shallow. You'd better leave now. If he ever sees your sharp-tongued, spiteful face, you'll end up paying dearly. Xinxinga wore a look of utter contempt. Where exactly have I been sharp-tongued? I'm merely stating the facts. You humiliated him so badly, I'm just helping him teach you a lesson. I'm younger than you, purer than you, and my beauty rivals yours. Once he finds out, he'll surely prefer me more. The one who should leave has always been you. Su Muxue clenched her teeth and tucked away her makeup kit. We'll see about that. Shin shrugged. Well, you better hurry then. Who knows? Maybe in a few days, we'll have a baby. By then, it'll be too late for you to say anything. Anyway, bragging doesn't cost a thing, and talking big carries no guilt. Might as well get it off my chest first. Su Muxue gave Shin a long, lingering look, said nothing, and turned to leave the bathroom. Shin smiled faintly, dried her hands, and followed her out. Chapter 20, I can take care of myself. In the CEO's office, Li Chen's head was spinning as the two ladies gathered once more. Are you two just bored? Su Muxue shook her head. I've already started as your personal assistant. I'm waiting for your instructions. Shin chimed in, I'm your personal assistant. If there's work to be done, it should be mine. Li Chen pressed his hand to his forehead. My personal assistant is Cheng Hui. He's just on leave right now. Do you understand? Su Muxue nodded. I'm familiar with your daily routines and can serve as your personal assistant. From now on, I'll handle your daily needs. Shin stepped forward. I'm your girlfriend. I'll take care of you. We don't need this personal assistant. Li Chen slammed his hand on the table. Enough, both of you. I can manage my own life. I don't need any personal assistant. Besides, I'm not your boyfriend and I don't need your care either. Both of you get out. Oomph. The two women exchanged a glance, snorted coldly, and left the office together. Li Chen suddenly snapped out of it. Wasn't he planning to have Su Muxue take over the acquired assets of the Su family? How did she end up as his assistant? With that thought, he immediately called the HR department. Moments later, he hung up the phone with a peculiar expression. It turned out Su Muxue had requested the assistant position herself. She'd even drafted the contract, a lifetime contract with only a base salary. What on earth had gotten into Su Muxue? Why would she do something so outrageous? Had the events of the past few days hit her too hard? Maybe he should let it go for now and wait for her to calm down. After all, he held the contract in his hands and could cancel it any time. In the assistant's office, Su Muxue and Shin glared at each other, locked in a tense standoff. I signed the contract. This office belongs to me. Su Muxue held the contract, her expression cold. Shin smiled faintly. I was personally appointed by Brother Chen. This office rightfully belongs to me. Snap. Suddenly, an employee burst through the door, clutching a stack of documents. I came to have the assistant handle these documents. Excuse me. Su Muxue spoke first, just give them to me. I'll handle them. Shin acted first, dashing to the doorway to snatch the stack of papers. Got it. You can go back to work now. Watching Shin cradle all the documents in her arms, a flicker of contempt crossed Su Muxue's eyes. It's your first day at the company. Do you even understand this stuff? Shin smiled faintly. If I don't understand them, I'll learn. Did you grasp these documents on your very first day? Su Muxue twirled her fingers and lifted her head slightly. I started handling some basic paperwork for him 5 years ago. 3 years ago, when I fully moved into the Li family, he taught me many ways to manage things. I've handled numerous important projects. My experience far surpasses yours. I think you should step aside for this position. Otherwise, if something goes wrong later, you won't be able to shoulder the responsibility. Shin eyes darted around before she piled all the documents onto the desk. Fine. Since you're so keen on being an assistant, these tasks are yours. From now on, I'll be in charge of brewing coffee for Brother Chen every day and giving him massages to relieve his fatigue. With that, Shin actually walked out the door toward the coffee station. Su Muxue froze for a moment. She realized she didn't seem to have much leverage over this Shin was right, she held too many advantages. Just in terms of reputation alone, she could crush Su Muxue. With the media storm still raging, a 19-year-old college student with an unblemished reputation held an undeniable advantage over her former fiancé who had fled her wedding vows, tainted by scandal. She had only accidentally entertained a little rebellious thought, so why had everything spiraled into such a complete defeat? If Li Chen had made it clear from the start that he disliked Ning, she probably would have stopped this foolish behavior. But she didn't understand. Li Chen was clearly unhappy, clearly disliked her behavior. Why hadn't he spoken up from the start? Why hadn't he shown even a hint of displeasure? He remained consistently calm throughout, always greeting her with a smile. This made her believe time and again that Li Chen was tolerating her, encouraging her to keep pushing the boundaries. Until Li Chen finally called her out. The more indulgent he had been toward himself, the more ruthless he became when settling accounts. In less than 12 hours, he reclaimed everything he had ever given himself. He severed every last thread connecting him to that man. The question he'd asked yesterday, under what capacity he would remain by his side, now seemed to have an answer. It turned out that all along, it wasn't he who had locked himself away, but he who had locked himself away. Once he lost those titles and positions, contenders immediately began to emerge. How would he reclaim what had always been rightfully his? Ring ring. The phone rang, and Su Muxue pressed the answer button. Muxue, have you and Aiken discussed things? Did he agree to spare my Su family? Surely you could at least get him to agree not to reclaim the Su family's land? Su Muxue sighed softly. Truth is, you've never cared about me at all, have you? All you've ever cared about is how much you can gain from me. I don't understand. Since you know you need me to extract benefits from the Li family, why did you stand by and watch me end up like this? Su Tianqi froze for a moment, then his voice hardened with anger. I can't even remember how many times I tried to warn you. And not once did you listen to me. Weren't you always so sure Li Chen wouldn't get angry? You always claimed you could smooth things over with him. Did you ever actually do it? Every time we tried to talk some sense into you, you insisted our business was none of ours. Now look what you've done, you've driven him away, and now you blame us for not doing anything? Did I tell you to adopt that so-called godbrother and godmother? Or did I tell you to constantly oppose Li Chen? Su Muxue gave a bitter smile. Yeah, it's all my own fault. Now he truly doesn't want me anymore. Forget about getting any of your stuff back. The Su family's liquidation will surely leave surplus funds enough for the three of you to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. Don't contact me again. He's always been my only family. Don't disturb me as I find my way home. Su Muxue hung up the phone decisively. Ever since she was old enough to understand, she had lived with the Li family, returning to the Su household only for a few symbolic days each month. After her engagement at 15, she only returned during major holidays. Though both families resided in Tianhai City, the Li household felt more like home to her. Now she had nothing left but these shared memories of growing up together. She knew Li Chen had kept her around only out of years of accumulated affection. After much contemplation, Su Muxue wiped away her tears and opened the documents. If she could demonstrate more of her abilities and prove her worth, perhaps she could elevate her standing in his eyes. Xinxinga ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it. She carried the coffee back to the assistant's office. Though I don't know why I inexplicably dislike you, I still want to give you some advice. Some struggles are futile. I have this overwhelming feeling that he won't belong to you, and he certainly won't belong to me. A secret buried deep within Su Muxue's heart was stirred, and her expression darkened. Chapter 21, The Spoiled Child's Audacity. The reason she had become so rebellious, constantly trying to antagonize Li Chen through defiance, all stemmed from one person. Li Nianci. The three of them had grown up together since childhood, yet Li Chen always devoted more attention to caring for Li Nianci. She understood it was because Li Nianci was mentally challenged, it was only right that Li Chen showed her extra care. Yet ever since Li Nianci began developing rapidly at 13, Li Chen's sense of crisis had steadily grown. Li Nianci was truly stunningly beautiful. While dullness might be a major flaw in others. But on Li Nianci, that very innocence made her even more adorable, even more endearing. It was precisely because of this that she began experimenting with a different approach toward Li Chen, though her true intention was to draw his attention to herself. Yet yesterday she learned the truth. Li Chen had raised her from childhood to be the mistress of the household. She was the one who had been favored all along. Now that she thought about it, she realized how utterly foolish she had been. You might be right, but I still want to try. I never imagined losing him would hurt this much. It might be futile, but at least I'll have fewer regrets if I try. Su Muxue refused to give up. She wanted to try again. Xinxinga smiled faintly. I suddenly realize I don't dislike you as much as I thought. Maybe we could sit down and talk. Of course. It'd be even better if you could teach me something useful. Su Muxue stared intently at Xinxinga for several seconds. Xinxinga? I finally remember. You were last year's top scorer in the Tianhai College entrance exams. I saw your photo on the freshman honor roll. I just didn't know you'd look so radiant and sunny when you dressed up. Come to think of it, I'm actually your senior. Xinxinga shrugged and smiled faintly. I only just remembered myself. Senior Su is truly Tianhai University's undisputed top scholar. And the undisputed campus beauty queen, too. But I just don't understand, how did you end up here? Su Muxue shook her head. I finally understand the meaning of that saying now. Those who are favored grow arrogant, while those who are denied remain restless. If you want to learn, then stay. I can teach you. But my condition remains the same, you mustn't touch him. Xinxinga hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. After all, earning money to repay her debts was her primary goal now, and she felt little affection for Li Chen. They'd only known each other for a day, and her antagonism toward Su Muxue had stemmed from a sudden, inexplicable lapse in judgment. At the Li family estate, Li Nianci, who had been catching insects in the grass, suddenly froze. Ding! Plot development, unbinding progress increased by 10%. Current unbinding progress, 85%. How could this happen? Li Nianci was utterly bewildered. Has the plot been altered again? This is bad. I'm done for. I'm exhausted. Let the world end. Suddenly, Li Nianci rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the grass, passing out. Mai's Bar, VIP Lounge. Li Chen leaned boredly against the sofa, staring blankly into space. He could understand discussing minor business deals in a place like this. But the problem was, today he was here to discuss a collaboration with the Fu Group, a project worth tens of billions. His negotiating counterpart was Fu Yanzhou, the rising star among the Fu family's younger generation. This young man looked barely 2 or 3 years older than himself. Both were outstanding young talents of Tianhai, both CEOs and spokespeople for trillion-dollar conglomerates. The difference lay in Li Chen inheriting billions from the Li family fortune, while Fu Yanzhou had built his empire from scratch since the age of 10. Fu Yanzhou, naturally, had inherited his family's business empire. The Fu family was wealthier than the Li's, yet Li Chen held the title of Tianhai's wealthiest individual. Everything Li Chen possessed was earned through his own efforts, whereas the Fu family was large and complex. No wonder in this world where money flows freely, Li Chen was born with a cheat code, his memories from his past life. Copying over elements from his past life amounted to a dimension-lowering strike. Young Master Li, why aren't you drinking? Perhaps noticing Li Chen's boredom, some young master from who knows where came over. Li Chen smiled and said, I'm allergic to alcohol. You guys enjoy yourselves, no need to worry about me. Upon hearing about his allergy, the others lost interest in him. After that binge drinking session, they were all drunk out of their minds. Later, escorted by their respective bodyguards and drivers, they made it safely home. Only Li Chen and Fu Yanzhou remained. Mr. Fu, the wine is nearly finished. Shouldn't we discuss our collaboration now? Fu Yanzhou, slightly tipsy, waved his hand dismissively. Collaborating with Mr. Li? Fu Corporation would be delighted. However, I find the profit distribution unsatisfactory. Our Fu Group. Fu Yanzhou rattled on, essentially implying it fell short of expectations and he didn't want to sign. In the end, Li Chen shook his head helplessly. Fu Yanzhou was undeniably a business prodigy. It made sense he'd inherit a $100 billion empire. Yet he remained too young, lacking the strategic foresight for long-term vision. The proposal Li Chen presented focused on benefits 5 years down the line, while Fu Yanzhou could only see as far as 3 years ahead. Still, for a 23 or 24-year-old, that was already quite impressive. Not everyone could match his experience, gaining over 30 years of business expertise by the age of 20. Since Mr. Fu doesn't see potential in this project, I'll have to look elsewhere for opportunities. There are a few other companies in Huzhou that possess this technology. I'll visit them when I have time in a few days. I shan't disturb your leisure any further, Mr. Fu. With that, Li Chen rose to take his leave. In truth, according to his plan, it should have been the Fu Corporation seeking his cooperation. What a pity. Fu Yanzhou grabbed Li Chen's arm. Wait a moment. I think this project is still worth discussing. Li Chen shook off Fu Yanzhou's hand. I believe Mr. Fu lacks both the capability and vision to handle this project. Therefore, I intend to seek out a more suitable partner. Fu Yanzhou stood up, swaying slightly. This is the first collaboration between the Li family and my Fu family. Though your Li family is powerful, your rise has been too brief. Your connections pale in comparison to mine. If our two families collaborate, the Li family stands to gain far more. For the long-term vision, why should you, Mr. Li, concern yourself with such petty gains? Li Chen sneered inwardly with disdain. A 100 billion yuan investment project, with future returns potentially reaching 500 billion or more, and he dared call it a trifling profit. He had clearly overestimated Fu Yanzhou. If Mr. Fu still wishes to collaborate, my demand is that the Fu family grant me an additional 30% profit margin on top of the original terms. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Fu Yanzhou hesitated. This partnership was a must-win deal demanded by his family, and the group's board had already voted on it. He never imagined that Li Chen, younger than himself, would prove far more ruthless in his tactics. 10% is the absolute maximum. Any more than that and Fu Group will incur losses. Li Chen suddenly laughed. Mr. Fu is generous. Then it's settled. I'll have someone deliver the new contract to you tomorrow. For a moment, Fu Yanzhou felt he'd been outmaneuvered, yet he had no recourse. He had sought to suppress the Li family first. Getting counterattacked was only what he deserved. Suddenly, his head spun, and an unbearable heat began to consume his body. Mr. Li. You drugged me? Chapter 22, Silence the Witness. Li Chen also sensed something was amiss and conducted a brief examination. Mr. Fu, that's going a bit too far. Even if your Fu Corporation is a major enterprise, do you really think I'd need to resort to such despicable means if I wanted to take you down? What you should do now is call the police, then think about whether you've offended anyone recently. Fu Yanzhou shook his head violently, gripping Li Chen's shoulders to steady himself. I can't call the police. If this gets exposed, the Fu Corporation's reputation will be ruined. Mr. Li, please help me. If you get me through this, we can negotiate the contract terms. Li Chen considered briefly. Fu Yanzhou represented the Fu family's face. If it came out that he'd been drugged while carousing in a bar, Fu Corporation's stock would plummet. The losses wouldn't be trivial, billions could easily vanish. If he helped suppress this incident today, it would essentially give him leverage over Fu in the future. He was willing to make that calculation. Just as he was about to agree, a woman burst through the door. Mr. Fu is drunk. I'm his friend. Leave him to me. As she spoke, she handed Li Chen a stack of cash. Li Chen froze. This woman mistook him for a waiter. But this was too coincidental. Fu Yinzhou gets drugged, and immediately a woman shows up. Could this be one of those female dominant scenarios? But then again, a handsome, wealthy tycoon like Fu Yinzhou being targeted by women was perfectly reasonable. If a little Fu were to come along, that would be even more impressive. The thought instantly changed Li Chen's mind. He slipped the money into his pocket and smiled. Since you're Mr. Fu's friend, I can relax. Just remember to reward me generously once the lady here gets what she wants. The woman paled at his words. You, who are you? How did you know? Li Chen shook his head slightly and escorted Fu Yinzhou away. Take him away. I'll come collect my reward myself later. We each get what we need, you understand? The woman glanced at Fu Yinzhou, then at Li Chen, her gaze hardening into resolve. Fine. I'll remember you. Once this is settled, I'll reward you handsomely. Li Chen waves dismissively with a smile. Hurry along. If you delay any longer, he'll likely be driven to distraction. Startled, the woman immediately helped Fu Yinzhou out the door. Once they were gone, Li Chen followed them out. Fu Yinzhou was led into the lounge at the end of the corridor, and then the woman dashed off. Li Chen was a bit baffled. They'd already taken him into the room, why did she run off? Could it be she intended to kill Fu Yinzhou? But the guy had just agreed to sign the contract. If he ended up dead here, it wouldn't be worth the loss for him either. With that thought, Li Chen walked over. Just as he reached the doorway, he saw Fu Yinzhou stagger out on his own. Mr. Li, save me! Goosebumps erupted all over Li Chen's body. How could he possibly save someone in this state? Better to call the police and send him to the hospital, at least that would clear him of suspicion. Sir, excuse me. I'm here to clean the lounge. A pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. Li Chen turned to see an 18 or 19-year-old girl dressed in a custom-made waitress uniform, holding a mop and rag. Woman! Fu Yinzhou seemed to have reached his limit. His eyes gleamed as he lunged toward the young waitress. Li Chen acted swiftly, grabbing Fu Yinzhou by the collar. You can't just go touching people like that. It's illegal. If you do anything, I'll be an accomplice. The girl was startled and immediately hid behind Li Chen. Sir, is he drunk? Li Chen thought for a moment. He's been drugged. Do you know any girls in this bar who'd do that? The girl hesitated, then shook her head. I just started working here today. I don't know where they are. Should I ask my co-workers for you? What's there to ask? I'm his fiancé. I'm here to pick him up. Just then, the woman from earlier returned with another woman in tow. Li Chen suddenly understood. So the first woman was just the decoy to slip him the drug, the one behind her was the real deal. But he had checked Fu Yinzhou's background, the man had no fiancé whatsoever. Still, if things went through today, she might just become one. With that thought, Li Chen shoved Fu Yinzhou forward and pulled the young woman back toward the corner. Fu Yinzhou had completely lost his self-control. The moment he caught that scent, he lunged forward. The woman claiming to be his fiancé brazenly led Fu Yinzhou into the lounge and locked the door behind them. Before long, sounds that stirred the imagination began to drift out from within the room. Li Chen's face broke into a radiant smile. The cleaning girl, her face flushed, tugged at Li Chen's sleeve. Do you think he'll be okay? Should I still go in to clean? Li Chen froze for a moment, his mind racing. You're still thinking about cleaning? Do you even know who just went in there? I don't know if he's okay, but you? You're probably in trouble. The girl jumped in fright. But what does this have to do with me? I'm just a janitor. Li Chen shrugged. Because you saw something you shouldn't have. The best case scenario was getting fired and kicked out of Tianhai City. The girl gasped in terror. Then, what's the worst that could happen? Li Chen smiled faintly. Naturally, being silenced permanently. Hearing this, the girl's legs went weak. She was just a student working part-time during vacation to earn tuition and living expenses. How could she have known she'd get caught up in something like this? Sir, I truly didn't know it would come to this. I beg you, please save me. I don't want to die yet. Li Chen steadied the girl. I was just scaring you. This woman dared to scheme against Fu Yinzhou. She must have some serious connections. Even though you stumbled upon this, killing you to silence you isn't practical. At most, they'll kick you out of Tianhai City or give you some money to keep you quiet. Hearing this, the girl's legs grew even weaker. Fu Yinzhou, the billionaire CEO of the Fu Group, had been drugged by a woman and she'd witnessed it. If she dared drug Fu Yinzhou, she'd certainly have the nerve to kill her. Sir, please save me. You're here drinking with him, you must be someone important too. You can save me. I don't want to die, and I don't want to be kicked out of Tianhai City. Li Chen exerted some force, lifting the girl off the ground. Let's get out of here first. We don't want to interrupt their business. The first wing woman stepped forward, blocking their path. You lowly commoner. I told you to take your money and get lost earlier. You didn't leave, and now you dare threaten me? Now you won't be able to leave. Li Chen frowned. This woman was reasonably attractive, dressed in designer clothes, clearly well educated. Why did she speak with such vulgarity? Spit it out. Whose lapdog are you? Hearing Li Chen call her a dog, the woman flew into a rage, raising her hand to slap him across the face. You lowly peasant. How dare you call me a dog? You must be tired of living. Thud. Li Chen simply kicked her several meters away, sending her crashing into the wall. I really don't get it. Why do you people always love slapping others? And where do you get off thinking you're so superior? How dare you lay a hand on a grown man like me? The woman clutched her stomach, lying on the ground in agony. Don't you know who I am? How dare you hit me? The Tang family won't let you get away with this. Li Chen sneered. I don't care who you are. If you dare lay a hand on me, you'd better be prepared to die first. The woman recoiled in terror, curling into a ball. I'm Tang Ling's person. Tang Ling is the sole heiress of the Tang family, one of Tianhai's most powerful clans. You can't touch me. Chapter 23. Even if you're the female lead, it won't work. Seeing the woman's pitiful state, Li Chen shot her a dismissive glance before leaving the bar with the cleaning girl. The anticipated ambush never materialized. What puzzled him was this: if there were no ambush outside the bar, then what exactly was that woman so arrogant about? Sir, what should we do now? They won't let us off the hook. Li Chen waved his hand, signaling old Wang in the distance to drive the car over. I couldn't care less about some lowlife who climbs the ladder by drugging people. If you're scared, go work as a cleaner at my place. And Wang's gone, and the inner rooms need cleaning. You're about the same age as my sister, so you should get along well. The girl froze for a moment. From the young man's words, it seemed he wasn't afraid of the other party at all. She had a younger sister around her age at home who needed looking after. Earlier, he'd instinctively grabbed Fu Yanzhou's arm to protect her. Clearly, he wasn't a bad person. Working at his place seemed safer than bars or similar establishments outside. With that thought, she nodded. Thank you, boss. I'll work hard. Li Chen brought this girl back not out of any overflowing kindness. He merely wanted to keep an extra witness around as leverage for future negotiations with Fu Yanzhou and that Tang Ling. The two got into the car and soon arrived back at the Li family estate. As she followed them off the car, the girl's astonishment grew with every step. She had only ever seen such luxurious estates on television. Yes, the layout of this estate mirrored that of Tianhai's wealthiest family, as reported on the news. The youngest billionaire CEO in Tianhai, the most ruthless business tycoon, the boss who paid his employees the highest wages. You're Mr. Li. That Tianhai legend, the youngest business tycoon? Li Chen smiled faintly. What, doesn't it seem like it? The girl looked up and stared at Li Chen for a few seconds, his youthful face overlapping with someone from the television broadcast. It really was him. I can't believe I'm meeting someone like this. Her expression turned panicked, her hands and feet trembling slightly as she immediately lowered her head. I'm sorry. The lighting in the bar earlier was too dim. I didn't recognize you and offended you. Please forgive me. Li Chen paused for a moment, then gently tapped the girl on the head. Nonsense. When did you ever offend me? Besides, I'm a recipient of the 5 Goods Outstanding Youth Award. I don't eat people. What are you so scared of? Surprisingly, the tap on her head calmed her down. This CEO wasn't as intimidating as she'd imagined. He actually had a bit of an uncle vibe. Yet he was clearly only 20, just a year older than her. I'm not scared. I'm just so excited to meet my idol. Li Chen gently pressed her forehead upward. You've been looking down the whole time. That's bad for your neck. Don't end up with cervical spondylosis at such a young age. That'd be a real pain. The girl looked up at Li Chen, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Is he actually caring about me? Why would a stranger care about me, yet my own family? Seeing the girl's pitiful expression, Li Chen froze again. Am I really that scary? Why does this little girl look at my face and get scared to tears? Oh, I still don't know your name. I'll have the butler register you shortly. You'll be our servant from now on. How about 5,000 as your salary? To maintain his benevolent image, Li Chen changed the subject to discuss wages and benefits. He quoted a price slightly above market value to placate the young lady first. Keep her on the payroll for a while. Once that Tang Ling takes over, bring this young lady along to the negotiations. Even a single percentage point concession from the other side translates to hundreds of millions in annual profits. The girl exclaimed excitedly, Thank you, Mr. Li. My name is Lin Yue. I can clean, do laundry, and cook. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so formal. We have a chef for cooking, and dedicated maids for laundry and cleaning. Lin Yue's footsteps faltered, a flicker of panic suddenly appearing in her eyes. Then what am I supposed to do? You wouldn't be. As she spoke, Lin Yue instinctively hugged herself. Li Chen sighed helplessly. I have a sister. She was born with a brain disorder and needs someone to stay with her. You'll understand soon enough. Just then, a figure burst out from inside the door. The same scene repeated itself. Just as he reached the doorway, that head collided with his. Li Chen instinctively reached out to block it. But this time, he missed. Li Nianci abruptly stopped, turning to look at Lin Yue with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Lin Yue? What's she doing here? If I remember correctly, she was supposed to be working at the bar today, then doing that thing with Fu Yanzhou. Oh no, my silly brother's up to his old tricks again. Help! Murder! Is there no mercy left? Brother Chen, I really couldn't hold her back. Xinxinga trailed behind, looking utterly embarrassed. She had no idea Li Nianci was so strong, with ears so sharp she could hear Li Chen returning from miles away. They'd been playing around together, but in a flash, she'd bolted out the door. There was no stopping her. Xinxinga, what are you doing here? Lin Yue looked at Xinxinga with surprise. Xinxinga froze for a moment. Lin Yue? What are you doing here? Li Chen froze for a moment, then instinctively picked up Li Nianci and walked into the hall. Don't stand at the door chatting. There are chairs and snacks inside. The two women exchanged a glance before following him inside. Amidst their chatter, Li Chen gleaned some information from their conversation. Both Xinxinga and Lin Yue were students at Tianhai University. Though in different departments, both were academic stars, consistently ranking in the top 10 on the school's honor roll. Lin Yue came from a poor family. She had to support them. Her father was a gambler, her mother was cruel, and her dropout brother beat her daily. Li Chen was stunned. Somehow, over the past couple of days, he'd encountered two girls with such tragic fates back to back. Was heaven thinking he was too kind, deliberately sending him to rescue these poor girls? That seemed a bit far-fetched. He wasn't some kind of fairy tale hero. Lost in thought, Li Nianci, her scheming heart undeterred, pressed her lips against his in one swift move. Damn you, Xinxinga. I told you not to kiss him, yet you did it anyway. You're draining his fortune, and I'm losing my life in the process. Damn Li Chen, stinking Li Chen. Why did you let that vicious female supporting character touch you? How can you live with yourself after raising your wife for 20 years? Damn system, is this fortune absolutely irreplaceable? Li Chen slammed his hand down on Li Nianci's head. Xinxinga, get her out of here now. Xinxinga shrugged. I wouldn't dare. She'll hate me if I do. You're a grown man, what's the big deal if she kisses you? It won't hurt you. Li Chen frowned, his tone tinged with resignation. It's different. She's grown up now. She's not a child anymore. Lin Yue was confused. What are they doing? Xinxinga whispered an explanation to Lin Yue, who finally understood. I actually think Mr. Li is right. Miss Nianci has a strong curiosity, so it's all the more important to teach her to discern right from wrong, lest she cause more embarrassment in the future. We can try to gently guide her, helping her develop a sense of. Before Lin Yue could finish, Li Nianci suddenly turned and locked eyes with her. You're the female lead, why are you acting like such a busybody? Do you think I need your guidance? If I don't replenish my fortune today, I'll probably get electrocuted again. Even if you're the female lead, if you dare harm me, I won't let you off the hook. Damn system, get her already. Chapter 24, Yesterday's people cannot stay. Lin Yue's mind went blank for a moment. Actually, occasionally satisfying a child's curiosity isn't such a bad thing. Kids don't have any bad intentions, do they? You're her big brother, don't be so stingy. Li Chen's head buzzed. What the hell was this nonsense? Why did the conversation take such a sudden turn? Before he could figure it out, Li Nianci started acting up again. Li Chen sighed inwardly, loosening his grip slightly. Under the system's control, Li Nianci's speed was somewhat extraordinary. She lunged forward and bit down. With a light push, Li Chen immediately shoved Li Nianci away. Enough. You can't do this anymore. Li Nianci suddenly fell silent. It's replenished. Finally replenished. I won't have to endure the electric shocks anymore. All I need to do tonight is go to Xinxinga and draw back the fortune she took from me today. But why does this feel so strange? Is it different from before? Seeing Li Nianci drift off into thought again, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The girls were right after all. Once his curiosity was satisfied, Li Nianci wouldn't cause trouble anymore. Alright, Xinxinga, take Nianci to bathe. Lin Yue, you go report to the housekeeper. I'll go prepare the new contract with the Fu Corporation for tomorrow. You don't need to worry about me. Time flew by, and the window was now filled with the chorus of insects. After sending the contract, Li Chen gazed out the window and smiled. In theory, an estate of this caliber shouldn't have insect chirping, especially not multiple species together. But with Li Nianci around, any rule of logic could be broken. This feeling of being closer to nature actually reminded him of his home and his previous life. Running a small company was no easier than life for ordinary people, and meals and lodging were even more haphazard. Stretching his limbs, he returned to the living quarters. On the first floor, Li Chen pushed open the door to the master bedroom and walked straight into the bathroom on the right. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom and turned toward the main room when the lights suddenly flickered on. Don't come over here. Xinxinga sat on the bed, her face frozen in terror, clutching a remote control pointed at Li Chen. But then her face flushed crimson, and she quickly burrowed under the covers. Li Chen froze for a moment, glancing down at his own naked body and feeling a bit awkward. But being in his 40s, the awkwardness was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure and proceeded to grab clothes from the wardrobe. A few minutes later, Li Chen pulled back the covers and lifted Xinxinga out. Tell me, why are you here? Xinxinga's eyes widened. Isn't this the room you arranged for me? Are you suffering from amnesia? Li Chen shook his head. You're the one with amnesia, not me. We already discussed it at the office. We're switching rooms from now on. So I'm asking you, why are you here? Xinxinga's eyes went blank. They had indeed made that agreement, but with so much going on at the company and the constant bickering with Su Muxue, how could she possibly remember this? Cough. Could you let go of my neck first? Li Chen tossed Xinxinga onto the bed with a casual flick of his wrist. Give me a reasonable explanation. Xinxinga's face flushed deeper at the memory of what had just happened. She stammered, I forgot. I thought this room had. I was scared, so I just. After hearing her explanation, Li Chen smiled. The girl had been convinced this room harbored something unclean. When he returned and woke her while showering, it led to the earlier scene. Alright, go back upstairs to sleep. Remember to lock the doors and windows. Oh, where's Nianci? Xinxinga thought for a moment before replying. She and Lin Yue played until they were exhausted. I didn't want to disturb her, so I let her sleep over at Lin Yue's place first. Li Chen nodded and shooed Xinxinga out. After all, as long as he wasn't embarrassed, the one left feeling awkward would be Xinxinga. Xinxinga sighed helplessly, her face flushing as she climbed the stairs. Lying on the bed where Li Chen had slept, she tossed and turned. That scent captivated her, yet kept her awake. In the dead of night, a pale figure tiptoed barefoot through the hall, silently approaching the door of the master bedroom on the first floor. Click. A faint sound echoed as the white figure slipped into the room. Inside the room, Li Chen's hair stood on end, cold sweat instantly soaking the sheets. Through the haze, the white figure slowly approached the bed. Good heavens, this house really isn't clean. Panic surged through Li Chen, but he forced himself to stay calm, clenching his fists tightly. No wonder Su Muxue went mad after staying here. Xinxinga went slightly mad after just one night. Now it was his turn. Li Chen, you fool. You've even been reincarnated into a new world with your memories intact, yet you still refuse to believe in the supernatural? Well, look what happens when the unbeliever finally meets his curse. Suddenly, Li Chen's nostrils twitched twice. That scent? Is it Li Nianci? The thought made Li Chen bolt upright, grabbing hold of the white figure. Li Nianci was startled, her body stiffening. The system had directed her to find Xinxinga to reclaim the chi fortune, but she never imagined something would suddenly leap up from the bed. But she quickly recognized him as Li Chen, and her panic vanished instantly. Li Chen's mind raced, and he quickly realized. He was the one who had instructed Li Nianci to sleep with Xinxinga from now on. And he hadn't told Li Nianci about switching rooms with Xinxinga. She must have woken up at Lin Yue's place and rushed back to find Xinxinga. Nianci, sweetie, are you scared? Li Chen turned on the light, gently smoothing her disheveled hair, his heart filled with concern. This girl was already a bit simple-minded. If she got seriously frightened now, it would be a real problem. Li Nianci remained in a dazed state. You really are my dear brother. You nearly scared the life out of me. Stupid Li Chen, why did you go sleep in Xinxinga's room? Are you out of your mind? Seeing that Li Nianci was unharmed, Li Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. He laid her on the bed, tucked her in, and blew gently on her forehead. Don't be afraid, little sister. Big brother is here with you. Just go to sleep. You'll forget all about this when you wake up. Li Nianci obediently closed her eyes. Sigh, such a clueless big brother. I distinctly remember giving him the obsessive guy persona. All these years, I haven't seen much obsession. Now he just seems so silly. Could it be my writing skills? Did I fail to flesh out his character properly? Why do I have this weird feeling? Li Chen gently smoothed the quilt. After Li Nianci fell asleep, he went to the hanging chair behind the window and sat down. This hanging chair had been installed 3 years ago at Su Muxue's request after she moved in. She said it was the perfect spot to bathe in moonlight and sunshine. But she had rarely returned home since then, and the swing remained almost brand new. Yesterday's people are gone forever. Snap. At the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs, Su Muxue retracted her whip and pulled the cloth wadding from Gu Ning's mouth. This is what happens when you try to run. I warned you countless times, why won't you listen? Covered in blood, Gu Ning gave a bitter laugh. It's my own fault for being blind, for agreeing to work with a psychopath like you back then. No wonder Li Chen abandoned you. Who could stand a psychopath like you? Chapter 25, Twisted Humanity. Su Muxue's gaze turned icy. If you hadn't constantly stirred trouble, my rebellious streak wouldn't have been amplified. If not for you, I'd be the young mistress of the Li family, now the most esteemed woman in all Tianhai City. All of this is entirely your fault. Smack! Su Muxue, enraged, lashed out again. Gu Ning gritted her teeth and endured it. This is all your own doing. You brought this upon yourself. Every time I urged you to reconcile with Li Chen, I meant it sincerely. It's your own prejudice that makes you unable to tolerate others speaking well of him in front of you. Deep down, you've convinced yourself Li Chen is a bad person, rotten to the core. You're the one with preconceived notions, twisting every sincere word I speak. You're a psychopath, a narcissist living in a world of your own making, a monster who never treats others like human beings. How dare you treat me like your possession? I'm not your dowry. I'm a human being, a living, breathing person. Su Muxue's eyes widened as she retorted, I didn't. I just felt sorry for both of you. I helped you make money, and you provided emotional support for me and Li Chen. It's an equal exchange, a fair deal. What's wrong with marrying into the Li family with me? His parents left him when he was very young. By his teens, he had to shoulder a massive family business while caring for his sister who couldn't look after herself. He suffered so much, why won't you give him a little warmth of home? If he had siblings, why would he have to bear such a heavy burden alone? Hearing this, Gu Ning broke down. How could anyone say such things? What does it mean that because he's suffered so much, I should give him the warmth of a family? He's got all that money, but I haven't seen any of it. He has no siblings, yet he has to care for his mentally disabled sister. What does that have to do with me? Su Muxue. Enough. Have you ever wondered why every single one of your schemes against Li Chen has failed? Su Muxue sneered coldly, because he doesn't love me as much as I imagined. I've known that all along. Blood trickled from Gu Ning's lips as he burst into laughter. You're such a pathetic fool. You'll never understand why. Su Muxue froze, dropping the whip from her hand. Tell me why. I might consider going easy on you. For the sake of his own life, Gu Ning's thoughts raced. Wake up, Su Muxue. The reason you failed isn't because he didn't love you enough. It's because you didn't love him enough. You think I'm some puppet you can manipulate at will? Does he, Li Chen, also belong to you to manipulate? From the day we signed the agreement and you brought me back to meet him, he had already decided not to love you anymore. Because you're not worthy of anyone's love. You're a madman, a pervert masquerading as love. Every time you couldn't have what you wanted, too afraid to lash out at him or confront him, you made me his substitute. After beating and tormenting me, you'd be consumed by regret and inner agony. You made me kneel at famous mountains and rivers across the land to pray for him, hoping to wash away the guilt in your heart. Your self-deceiving perversion is utterly laughable. Smack! Su Muxue suddenly snapped, slapping Gu Ning hard across the face. Shut up. It's not what you think. You have no idea how much he loves me, and you have no idea how much I love him. I can't even bear to raise my voice at him. How could I ever confront him or hurt him? You're privileged to take his punishment. I provide for your food and clothing. I've lent you so much money, all that money came from him. What's wrong with you praying for his health and safety? Hearing this, Gu Ning's composure shattered once more. This twisted woman was terrifying. He had to find a way to escape. He was absolutely certain this psychopath would kill him to atone for Li Chen. You're full of. If you truly loved him, I wouldn't even exist in his life. He does love you, though. The frenzied aura emanating from Su Muxue slowly dissipated. You say he loves me? You're not lying to me? Seeing her words take effect, Gu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he loves you deeply. He dotes on you. Even now, he still can't let go of you. Have you ever wondered why, all these years, Li Chen has never had another woman by his side? A dazzling presence like his would have been swarmed by all kinds of beauties anywhere else. But he rejected every woman who approached him for your sake. He's a man of integrity and responsibility. And you? You're a fool. Fortunately, he still holds deep feelings for you. If you release me now, I can teach you how to win back his favor. Su Muxue's manic expression faltered for a moment before rapidly regaining its composure. You say you have a way? Put. Gu Ning spat out a mouthful of blood. Just let me go, and I'll make him change his mind. Su Muxue suddenly drew a dagger from her waist and, without hesitation, plunged it into Gu Ning's shoulder. First, I'll cripple one of your arms. If you dare deceive me, you'll die a miserable death. Gu Ning gritted his teeth against the pain, calculating in his mind. You two shared so many years of affection, and you've already confirmed he wouldn't stand by and watch you die. Why don't we stage another ploy? Pin all the blame on me. Then when Li Chen finds out it was me deceiving you all along, he'll forgive you. I'll create some commotion, make you two go through a life or death ordeal, and he'll surely return to your arms. Su Muxue's eyes lit up at the suggestion. If she could use Gu Ning to mend their broken bond, then have them face life and death trials together, Li Chen, a man of deep loyalty and honor, would surely forgive her. At the very least, he wouldn't hate her. With that thought, she immediately began discussing detailed plans with Gu Ning. The next day at Li Corporation headquarters. In the assistant's office, Shin noticed Su Muxue's absence and found it odd. Assistant Shen, Fu Group has sent notice that Chairman Fu will be coming to sign the contract with the president. Please prepare accordingly. Still puzzled, Shen Xinge received the notification and was instantly dumbfounded. This was only his second day on the job. How could he possibly know how to handle this? This was a signing meeting between two CEOs of trillion-dollar conglomerates. The scale of the event was unimaginable. What should she do? Call Su Muxue. Soon, she heard the unreachable tone. Getting anxious? Li Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Shen Xinge gave an awkward laugh. I've never seen a situation like this before. I'm truly sorry. Li Chen shook his head. It's just a contract signing. Find a quiet place, prepare some tea, and that's all. Remember, the Li family doesn't have to bow to anyone in Tianhai. Shen Xinge nodded blankly. She was just a 19-year-old student. How could she possibly understand such matters? She knew even less about the actual strength of the Li and Fu families. But with Li Chen's assurance, she felt at ease. The signing ceremony was arranged at the cafe downstairs. When Li Chen met Fu Yanzhou, he too was startled. Fu Yanzhou's face was pale, his eye sockets darkened, and his eyes glowed green. Mr. Li, you've put me through hell. Chapter 26, You're not cut out for power. Li Chen smiled at this remark. Mr. Fu, what are you saying? When have I ever caused you trouble? Fu Yanzhou glanced around and noticed the beautiful woman standing beside Li Chen. His face flushed with embarrassment. Li Chen understood and waved his hand. You may go now. Inform the owner that we're taking over this establishment. Double compensation for any customers still dining here. Receiving the order, Shen Xinge immediately stepped back to clear the area. She wasn't blind or deaf. It was obvious Fu Yanzhou felt humiliated. If she got in the way now and this 100 billion yuan contract fell through, selling her dozens of times over wouldn't cover the loss. After waiting for everyone to leave, Fu Yanzhou finally exhaled in relief. Last night, I asked you to save me. Why did you run off on your own? Li Chen paused, feigning confusion. Your fiancé came to pick you up. What reason did I have to hold you back? Fu Yanzhou sighed. Speaking of fiancés, I do have a childhood engagement with the Tang family. But that girl went missing when she was very young. The woman yesterday was Tang Ling, the Tang family's adopted daughter. She's always wanted to inherit that betrothal. But I never imagined she'd resort to such despicable tactics. Now she's using this to force me into marriage with her. What am I supposed to do? Li Chen frowned. It's merely a marriage between prominent families. Whether she's adopted or legitimate, it's nothing more than a pretext. I think Tang Ling is quite a beauty too, and she must be deeply in love with you, otherwise she wouldn't have done something like this. Why not just agree to the marriage? What's the point of agonizing over it? Fu Yanzhou sighed helplessly. She doesn't have feelings for me at all. She's just coveting the position of the Fu family's young mistress. If I agree to this marriage, wouldn't that be unfair to the missing legitimate daughter of the Tang family? Li Chen's lips twitched. With this kind of resolve, he couldn't fathom how Fu Yanzhou had ever become CEO. Who cares about fairness? As long as the Tangs bring you benefits and solidify your position in the Fu family, that's all that matters. You haven't fallen for that. By the way, have you ever met the Tang family's legitimate daughter? Fu Yanzhou shook his head. I was only 5 when we were betrothed. She had just been born. She disappeared after she turned 5. Forget meeting her, I don't even know her name now. Li Chen fell silent for a moment. So you're saying you're holding on to that betrothal for someone you've never met, someone whose name you don't even know? Are you out of your mind? Do your parents know you're this naive? Fu Yanzhou gave an awkward chuckle. It's not about some fiancé. Mainly, I just don't like Tang Ling. Li Chen took a deep breath to steady himself. It's just an arranged marriage between prominent families. Why do you have to like her? Tang Ling has looks, a great figure, and a prestigious family background. What exactly are you dissatisfied with? What's the deal? Doesn't she meet your standards? But judging by your expression, that can't be the real reason. Fu Yanzhou looked troubled. But I just don't like her. Li Chen shook his head, feeling profoundly disappointed in Fu Yanzhou. As the heir to a massive conglomerate, he was far too emotionally driven. For a scion of such a prominent family to be so preoccupied with romantic entanglements, the Fu Corporation would suffer catastrophic losses if anyone were to exploit this weakness. Partnering with someone like this was highly unreliable. Buzz. Before he could speak, Li Chen's phone vibrated. Seeing it was Su Muxue calling, Li Chen pressed the answer button. Su Muxue is in my custody. Prepare 10 million in cash immediately and come to the eastern suburbs to redeem her. Don't call the police. You must come alone. Otherwise, I'll kill her. After hanging up, Li Chen pondered for a few seconds before dialing the police emergency number. Someone has kidnapped Su Muxue in the east suburb and is demanding 10 million yuan in ransom. Upon receiving the report, the law enforcement agency immediately dispatched a rescue team. After hanging up, Li Chen continued, I think I need to reconsider our partnership. You're letting your emotions cloud your judgment. This makes me question your capabilities. Fu Yanzhou gestured toward the phone. Isn't Su Muxue your ex-fiancée? She's been kidnapped, aren't you worried? Li Chen frowned, growing even more disappointed in Fu Yanzhou. First, Su Muxue and I are only bound by a professional relationship now. Second, rescuing her is the law enforcement team's responsibility. My panic won't help anything, it'll only give opportunists a chance to exploit the situation. Our partnership ends here. Let me give you some advice, you're not cut out to be a leader. Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou stood up. Mr. Li, I can offer an additional 10% discount. Why not reconsider? Li Chen shook his head. If Fu Yanzhou remained in control of Fu Corporation, its future would be bleak. He certainly wouldn't partner with a company lacking future prospects. No need, Mr. Fu. I have matters to attend to. We'll meet again when the opportunity arises. With that, Li Chen decisively walked out of the cafe and waved to old Wang. To the east suburb. Though he had drawn a line with Su Muxue, he wasn't about to stand by and watch her suffer. If she was merely seeking money, he could spare 10 million. Old Wang floored the accelerator and sped off. At the abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs, Su Muxue and Ning had set up the kidnapping scene. After being hoisted up, Su Muxue asked nervously, will this really make him change his mind? Ning nodded solemnly, checking the rope's tightness as he replied. Trust me to handle this. This time, I'll make sure Li Chen comes back to you. After being hoisted up, Su Muxue felt an inexplicable panic rising within her. If you dare to harm me, you'll die a horrible death. Ning chuckled. I'm just a lowly nobody with no power or influence. How could I possibly dare to harm Miss Su? I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Hearing this, Su Muxue turned pale with shock and began struggling frantically. You'd better let me go now, or Li Chen will never forgive you. Ning shook his head. I know perfectly well Li Chen won't abandon you. I just want some money, then I'll leave Tianhai City, leave you, this devil. Su Muxue suddenly understood. If you dare deceive me, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Wah? Wah? The wail of police sirens echoed outside the abandoned factory, freezing Su Muxue and Ning in their tracks. Ha ha, Su Muxue, did you see that? Li Chen called the police. He wouldn't even spare you 10 million. Think about how good he used to be to you. A supplementary card for you to spend freely, buy whatever you wanted. A 30 billion yuan dowry, more than your entire Su family combined. And now? He won't even give you 10 million. You demon finally got what you deserved. The man who loved you most is gone because of you. If I tell him today about how we conspired to deceive him for 3 years, do you think he'd still care about that pitiful friendship between you two? Su Muxue froze in terror. Then she struggled even more frantically. Ning, let me down. I promise, if you put me down and guarantee you won't tell him the truth, I'll let you go. I'll give you 10 million in compensation, no, 30 million, 50 million. I'll send you far away. I beg you, please put me down. Chapter 27, The sky fell after the truth was revealed. A cold smile spread across Ning's face. I've already been foolish once. Do you think I'd be foolish enough to do it again? I wouldn't dare take your money. I'm afraid I'd have the life to take it but not the life to spend it. Besides, who is Li Chen? A force in the business world since he was 10. Are those whose families he destroyed even a minority? I know how ruthless he is. I couldn't even escape your grasp, how could I possibly evade his? He doesn't want you anymore. You're useless to me now. Su Muxue gasped in shock. What are you going to do? The law enforcement team is already here. If you dare harm me, you're finished. Ha 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 ha. Ning burst into maniacal laughter. Why would I hurt you? Why would I seek death when I can live well? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? After berating Su Muxue, Ning clutched his head and collapsed onto the ground. Originally, he'd planned to extort some money and flee. But now that events had spiraled beyond his expectations, he instantly changed his mind. Confessing would get him a lighter sentence, he wouldn't rot in prison. He hadn't actually kidnapped anyone, at worst, it was a prank that deserved a verbal scolding. As for Su Muxue's affairs, he was prepared to expose everything. At the very least, it would erase Li Chen's resentment toward him and land Su Muxue behind bars for a while. He'd use this window to flee as far as possible, never touching such a psychopath again. The enforcement team surrounded the scene and advanced cautiously. All they saw was one person lying on the ground and another hanging from above. But judging by the current situation, the person lying on the ground was covered in injuries and seemed more like the victim. Help! Law enforcement officers, please save me! Ning bellowed from the ground. The entire enforcement team froze in confusion. Most eyes turned toward Su Muxue. Suspended in midair, Su Muxue was at a loss for words. What could she possibly say now? Ning had already decided to betray her. Anything she said now would be futile. Inside the limited edition luxury car, Li Chen's phone vibrated. What? The robbers captured? A prank? Got it. I'm heading to the law enforcement bureau immediately. After hanging up, Li Chen's mouth began twitching uncontrollably. What the hell is this? Two lunatics treating him like some cute little pet. Playing games? Law Enforcement Bureau mediation room. Li Chen stared at Su Muxue, who sat silently with her head bowed, and the wretched-looking Gu Ning, feeling utterly exasperated. Brother Chen, please save me. I can't take this anymore. Please take Su Muxue back, lock him up, and don't let him out to harm people anymore, okay? I'll even kneel and kowtow to you. Bang! The enforcement team captain slammed his fist on the table. Watch your language. Illegally imprisoning someone is against the law. Li Chen smiled and said, Captain, don't be angry. I'm a model youth. I'd never do such a thing. Let this Gu Ning explain what happened first. Gu Ning wiped away tears, pulled out his phone, and opened the photo album. Brother Chen, take a look at these contracts. They're all handwritten, but you'll definitely recognize whose handwriting it is. Li Chen took the phone, scrolled through the album, and quickly scanned over 30 contract agreements. His expression grew increasingly peculiar. Su Muxue, this handwriting is identical to yours. I taught you how to write. Tell me, did you write these? Su Muxue couldn't deny it and nodded. Gu Ning hurriedly added, Brother Chen, there's also the video below. Please watch that too. You have no idea how much suffering I've endured for you all these years. Suffered for me? Li Chen froze for a moment before clicking on the video. Each clip was short, clearly filmed by someone afraid of being caught. But after watching nearly 100 clips, Li Chen finally understood. Sure enough, Su Muxue hadn't lied that day. She and Gu Ning were innocent. But he couldn't fathom how a once beautiful girl could become so twisted inside. Had he spoiled her rotten? Yet he had cherished her like a precious treasure since childhood, shielding her from any hardship or emotional pain. Her rebelliousness and immaturity were understandable after all, she had been spoiled by him. But how could she become psychologically twisted? Su Muxue. Is this how I raised you all these years? The more Li Chen thought about it, the angrier he grew. If someone else plucked the flower, he'd feel heartbroken and sad, but he could understand that. Beautiful things always attract attention, and rebellious teenage girls chase what they perceive as beauty. But now she was telling him this flower had been mutated since birth, had long since turned into a man-eating plant, and had even gone out and bitten someone. Wasn't this slapping Li Chen right in the face? Getting dumped? At worst, he'd be the laughingstock for a while. But raising a monster for 20 years? That would earn him a lifetime of whispered condemnation. Once this news spread, twisted by malicious tongues, Li Chen's character would be called into question, and the Li family would inevitably face immense public backlash. Su Muxue had no words to say, keeping her head bowed in silence. Li Chen took a deep breath. Gu Ning, I know you've suffered these past years. I can compensate you. I hope you can settle this privately with Su Muxue. Gu Ning shook her head. I don't want compensation, and I won't press charges against her. All I ask is that you write me a written guarantee under the supervision of the Enforcement Bureau. Just guarantee you won't cause me any trouble from now on. Gu Ning knew from personal experience that he stood no chance against such a wealthy and powerful family. Their vast wealth and influence generated immense value for Tianhai City. Every year even the enforcement team would likely turn a blind eye. Su Muxue would surely receive a lenient sentence, while he, Gu Ning, would undoubtedly face retribution. Who dared touch the money of such ruthless players? At those words, a flicker of light passed through Li Chen's eyes. After this incident surfaced, he had indeed prepared to eliminate Gu Ning. But now it seemed Gu Ning was surprisingly clever, having started gathering evidence years ago. If he eliminated him now, there would inevitably be fallout which would only create greater trouble. We can draft the guarantee letter, but I'll still compensate you. I hope you'll use the money to find a better place to live and heal the wounds in your heart. Gu Ning knew Li Chen feared he might renege. Once he accepted the money, if he reneged later, the Li family's influence could easily turn public opinion against him. Fine. Give me 10 million yuan, and I'll leave Tianhai City forever with the guarantee letter in Su Muxue's secret. A wise man knows when to be pragmatic. After enduring hardship, Gu Ning had come to his senses. He took the guarantee letter and the money, boarding a flight that night to leave Tianhai City. Outside the enforcement bureau, inside a luxury car. Li Chen grew angrier the more he thought about it, his throat burning with rage. Damn you, Su Muxue. I raised you for 20 years, and you treat me like a damn fool? I thought you were just brain dead, but turns out you're mentally deranged too. Damn it. I raised a little cutie, and ended up with a freaking psychopath. At the height of his rage, Li Chen slammed his fist into the car's storage compartment, sending snacks scattering everywhere. Chapter 28, Plot Collapse. Su Muxue picked up a piece of candy and handed it to him. Li Chen snatched it and flung it onto the floor. I won't eat it. Now you give me a reasonable solution. Su Muxue whispered, I'll leave. I'll leave Tianhai and never show my face again. I won't embarrass you. Li Chen sneered coldly, leave? Let a psychopath like you go out and harm others? If it weren't for that accident, were you planning to torture that Gu Ning to death? Su Muxue lowered her head, silent. She had indeed considered it. Li Chen sighed helplessly. Sigh. I'll pay for the sins I've committed myself. From now on, I'll have you fitted with monitoring shackles to ensure you don't leave Tianhai City. I'll arrange for the best psychiatrist to treat you. 3 years. If you still haven't recovered after 3 years, I'll have you committed to a psychiatric hospital. Su Muxue suddenly looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. Really? Li Chen froze. She really had lost her mind. Hearing that he intended to confine her and send her to a mental hospital, she actually smiled with delight. This illness had progressed to the point where she'd lost all capacity for rational thought. With that thought, Li Chen removed the electronic bracelet from his own wrist and slipped it onto Su Muxue's. This is our RD department's latest smart bracelet. This top-of-the-line model is a collaboration with the authorities. It also goes by another name, the Smart Shackles. Once you wear it, if you step outside the designated range, this bracelet will deliver an electric shock. As he spoke, Li Chen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He couldn't fathom that the very device he'd developed to punish criminals would be used first on the person he'd raised. Su Muxue, unaware of the implications, stroked the band with pure delight. This wasn't a shackle at all, it was a new bridge between two people, a fresh bond. For 20 years, he had never restricted her, yet she always felt confined. Now he was truly angry. He had begun to restrict her freedom. He had finally started to pay attention to her. This time, I won't run away. Tianhai City is too vast, so vast that in the blink of an eye, I'd lose sight of you forever. Could you make the range smaller? Like 10 meters around you, or even 5 meters would be fine. Li Chen's eye twitched. I'm doing this to cure you, not to imprison you. Driving you mad benefits neither of us. Tianhai City isn't small. If you truly want to go out and explore, I can lift the restrictions, but I'll have someone follow you. Su Muxue shook her head. From now on, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay by your side. Up front, Shinchinga suddenly turned around. Brother Chen, can I have one too? Li Chen paused briefly before nodding. You'll have to go to the RD department to get one yourself. The standard version of the wristband features real-time health monitoring and automatic alerts. They're still in the trial and rollout phase. Our household staff have already started testing their performance and collecting data. The company could organize a similar initiative as well. I'll leave this matter to you. Li Chen paused, glancing at Su Muxue. If he could use this opportunity to get Shinchinga and Su Muxue to spend more time working together, it might ease the tension between them. Keeping Su Muxue occupied might even benefit her condition. You two assistants working together should have no trouble handling this minor task, right? Su Muxue didn't hesitate, replying softly, I'll follow your lead. Shinchinga smiled and said, mission accomplished. After pondering, Li Chen decided to impose another constraint on the two to suppress their rivalry. This AI data test is crucial, it lays the foundation for Li Corporation's future development. If you complete this task, you'll be entrusted with managing this project going forward. Conservative estimates place the project's future valuation at over $1 trillion. Additionally, you two must cooperate and monitor each other. Should either of you make a mistake, both of your results will be invalidated. Shinchinga and Su Muxue were both stunned. They never imagined that such a simple smart bracelet could be $1 trillion project. Why would he entrust such a crucial project to me? Could it be that he likes me? Shinchinga's face flushed slightly as the thought crossed her mind. Hope surged within Su Muxue. He entrusted such a vital project to me, he must still care about me. If I work hard to complete it, he'll surely change his mind. Seeing both women quiet, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This project was the Internet of Everything system he'd developed based on his past life's experience. Once successful, it would monopolize the national market, with a valuation of trillions being a conservative estimate. Subsequent phases would roll out interconnected lifestyle applications spanning food delivery, express shipping, healthcare, and wellness. Currently, each project was in its initial stages, awaiting the maturation of the interconnected system to seize massive resources in one fell swoop. Having successfully persuaded 2 top university graduates, Li Chen gained new confidence in his ability to paint a rosy picture. Seems like it's time to find an opportunity to give lectures at universities, to lure more talent into his company to work like oxen and horses for him. Just like in his previous life, college students in this world were remarkably gullible. While Li Chen was basking in his delusions of grandeur, Fu Yanzhou was facing trouble. Failing to secure the partnership with the Li Corporation, he was publicly reprimanded by the board members at the company. No sooner had he endured the scolding than a call came from home. The Tang family was pressuring him to set a wedding date. Fu Yanzhou recalled Li Chen's words. It was merely a marriage between prominent families, no need to take it seriously. He might as well return and go through the motions. Soon, the marriage between Fu Yanzhou of the Fu family and Tang Ling of the Tang family was set. The formal engagement ceremony was set for the 1st of next month. At the Li family estate, Li Nianci fell from a small tree. Damn system, I didn't do anything wrong, why did you shock me again? Ding. Special notice, Ling You's main storyline is about to collapse. Repair task issued. Permit system correction or allow natural progression. Note, the host will bear all consequences resulting from their choice. Lin Yue's main storyline is about to collapse? What is going on? Could it be because her dim-witted brother brought her back yesterday, preventing her from, with Fu Yanzhou? She can't stay here any longer. If she stays any longer, her subsequent storyline won't progress. She must return and follow the original storyline. Otherwise, I'm truly finished. Damn system, I choose to intervene with Lin Yue. A few minutes later, Li Nianci found Lin Yue wiping the staircase handrail. Their eyes met. After a few seconds, Lin Yue snapped back to reality. Miss Nianci, I need to go home for a bit. I'll be back soon. Li Nianci innocently touched here and wiped there. Lin Yue shook her head and smiled, then found Butler Lu to explain the situation. North District Urban Village. The moment Lin Yue stepped back into her home, a wooden stick came crashing down on her head. Thud. She was knocked to the ground. You ungrateful daughter. Staying out all night, where the hell were you? Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? Lin Yue clutched her head, shaking it violently. It took her a long while to regain consciousness. Dad, did you go gambling again? I just started a new job. I haven't gotten paid yet. Lin Hu froze for a moment, recalling last night's phone call. He grabbed a stick and smashed it hard against Lin Yue's back. Thud. Couldn't you ask your boss for an advance? That place is full of rich playboys. Just hook up with one and our family will be rich. At the very least, let them have their fun. College girls like you are exactly what they crave. A night's work could net you 10 or 20,000 better than slaving away for a month's salary, right? Chapter 29, A False Premise. There are no bad parents in this world. Lin Yue's head and back ached, but it was nothing compared to the pain in her heart. Dad, but I'm your daughter. What kind of father in this world forces his own daughter into that kind of work? A woman in her 40s emerged from the inner room upon hearing the commotion. You good for nothing. You think you're all grown up now, don't you? Daring to disobey your father? There are no unloving parents in this world, only unfilial children. We raised you all these years, waiting for the day you'd finally grow up. Now it's time for you to repay us. Lin Yue's eyes filled with tears as she struggled to her feet. But I've been trying so hard to repay you. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I've handled all the household chores. Even the money for my own schooling came from collecting trash and scrap paper outside, bit by bit. I've long since repaid your kindness. Lin Hu raised his stick and swung it down toward Lin Yue's head. Thud. Lin Yue instinctively raised her arm to block the blow, but the force sent her tumbling to the ground. Ah! My hand! My arm's broken. The excruciating pain made Lin Yue cry out in agony. Act. Keep acting. You worthless piece of trash, you're just stubborn and hard-headed. There's no way it's broken. Get up and clean up this mess. Boss Wan will be here any minute. If you serve Mr. Wang well, he might intercede for your brother and let him return to school. Sweat beaded on Lin Yue's forehead from the agony. Hearing this news sent shivers through her body. No, you can't do this. I have a stable job now. I can earn money for you. I beg you, don't give me away to someone else. Screaming, Lin Yue suddenly sprang up, yanked open the door, and bolted toward the exit. You worthless thing, trying to run? Lin Hu grabbed Lin Yue by the hair and yanked her back. Smack! The woman's hand came down hard across Lin Yue's face. You good for nothing, ungrateful brat. How could you be so heartless? Can't you think about your brother for once? If you run away and Mr. Wang gets upset, how will your brother afford school? It's just a few minutes to make Mr. Wang happy. Think of it like getting bitten by a dog. Maybe if Mr. Wang's happy, he'll even give our family some money. It's a surefire win. Why can't you see the opportunity? Lin Yue collapsed to the ground, her heart as cold as ashes. Suddenly, she noticed the bracelet on her wrist glowing. It was given to her yesterday by Manager Lu when he registered her. It was said to monitor health and even send alerts. Wealthy families were different, even their servants had to maintain constant health monitoring. But now, it had become her only lifeline. Without a flicker of emotion, she pressed the alarm button. A device in Li Corporation's R&D department suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. An emergency signal was decoded, instantly pinpointing its origin to the urban village in North City. Immediately afterward, this alert was transmitted to Li Chen's hands. To monitor Su Muxue's activities, Li Chen had recently linked the information terminal to his phone. Just registered yesterday? Lin Yue? Why did she go to North City and trigger an alert? Regardless of the reason, Li Chen shared the location with North City's enforcement team. Having the local enforcement team handle it would be far quicker than him going himself, and they carried the necessary authority. Upon receiving the alert, the North City enforcement team wasted no time, immediately dispatching personnel to swiftly reach the coordinates. Although Li Chen's area had recently experienced a prank, the annual support they provided was simply too substantial. Running a few errands could be considered practice. The Lin family's shabby little house. Lin Hu also spotted the glowing bracelet on Lin Yue's wrist and snatched it away. This thing looks pretty high-end. It should be worth a pretty penny, right? And you claim you have no money? Then where did this come from? Why bring money home if you're not going to take it? What's the point of buying useless junk like this? With that, Lin Hu slammed the bracelet onto the floor and stomped on it viciously. No! Give it back to me! Lin Yue frantically threw herself forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Hu's legs. This thing was her lifeline right now. Lin Hu kicked her aside with his foot. Get lost! If I weren't worried about breaking you and ruining Mr. Wang's fun later, I'd teach you a lesson right now. The kick struck Lin Yue's severed hand, sending searing pain through her body. Her eyes turned bloodshot and she collapsed unconscious. The woman smiled. Better she's unconscious. Carry her inside. When Boss Wang arrives, we'll get things done. Lin Hu nodded. Together, they carried Lin Yue into the bedroom and tossed her onto the bed. It's her good fortune that Mr. Wang took a liking to her. This time, Yao Zu's education depends on him. After raising her all these years, we're finally seeing her worth. The woman mused. Didn't she find a job at that bar or something? Once we've settled things here, go talk to the bar owner about the price. I hear that line of work pays well. That little minx has a face like a fox seducing rich young men should be a piece of cake for her. Lin Hu's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Our family's going to hit it big. Hurry up and contact Boss Wang. Give him a nudge. It's getting late. Once he's done, we can send her to the bar just in time for the night shift. The two returned to the front hall, pulled out their phones, and dialed Mr. Wang's number. Mr. Wang, we've got everything sorted here. That little minx is already waiting for you in bed. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. We're her parents, and this is our own home. Even if she tells anyone, as long as we step forward to clarify, who would believe a little girl like her? A physical examination? You can rest assured about this. We'll take her to the bar tonight and have the customers there go through her. By then, even if she gets checked, they won't find anything. Alright, we'll keep a close eye on her. We'll go clean her up right now. Guaranteed to make you happy. About Yao Zu's schooling. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. Enforcement team conducting an operation. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and get down on the floor. Lin Hu froze for a moment, then tossed his stick aside and crouched with his hands on his head. Lu Guifang's hand trembled, causing her phone to fall to the floor and shut off immediately. We received a report from Lin Yue. Who is Lin Yue? Lin Hu and Lu Guifang exchanged a startled glance. Lu Guifang clenched her teeth and stood up. Lin Yue is our daughter. What crime has she committed that you're arresting her? The law enforcement captain paused in surprise. I'm talking about the police report she filed. Where is she now? Lu Guifang paused briefly before smiling faintly. Yue has always been mischievous and restless since childhood. It's likely just a childish prank. Nothing happened here. We're terribly sorry to have sent you on a wild goose chase. Chapter 30. The strange occurrences keep piling up. The captain frowned. Just when the Li family had that fake kidnapping prank, could this really be another one too? When did the enforcement squad become something these wealthy families could toy with? What a decline in morals. Do you have any idea how much public resources a false alarm wastes? Do you realize this is a crime? Have Lin Yue come out for questioning. I need to give her a stern talking to. Lu Guifang and Lin Hu both jumped in surprise. Oh dear, you see, we're just simple folks. We don't know how to raise children properly. It's really no big deal. Please be magnanimous and let our child off this once. I'll kneel before you all. The captain reached out to steady Lu Guifang. What are you doing? I'm just giving her a verbal reprimand. It's not as serious as you think. This time, I'll let it slide. But don't let the child get away with this again. If it happens again, I'll have no choice but to take him into custody. Lu Guifang immediately bowed deeply. Thank you all. I will discipline my child properly and ensure this never happens again. The captain waved his hand dismissively. Alright then, we'll be heading back now. Remember to discipline your child properly, don't cause us any more trouble, understand? The couple smiled as they saw the enforcement team out the door. At the Li family estate, a figure tumbled down the stairs. Damn system, why are you still electrocuting me? Ding! Lin Yue is in mortal danger. The main storyline is about to collapse. Host, prepare for annihilation. It's over. I forgot Lin Yue didn't sleep with Fu Yanzhou last night, so he wouldn't send anyone to look for her today either. According to the plot, Lin Yue will soon be crippled by her vicious adoptive parents and then sold off. Lin Yue is finished, and so am I. Brother, you're going to be the death of me. Thinking this, Li Nianci rolled her eyes, blood gushed from her 7 orifices, and she fainted on the spot. Outside the Lin residence. The enforcement captain halted, turning to stare at the bracelet on the ground, its red light still flashing. Wasn't this the surveillance bracelet jointly developed by Li's Research Institute and the Law Enforcement Bureau? He had seen the prototype during a meeting. It hadn't even been released to the market yet. How did it end up here? Lin Hu caught the captain's gaze and chuckled. Just a toy bracelet. It's broken, been flashing non-stop. Saying this, Lin Hu picked up the bracelet and tossed it into the trash bin. The captain's eyes narrowed. Something doesn't feel right. Bring Lin Yue out here. I need to have a word with her myself. The couple panicked. Lu Guifang protested, Yue went to the bar yesterday and hasn't come back yet. You must all be busy. Why don't you go back first? Once Yao Wei returns, I'll personally take her to the enforcement bureau to apologize and write a pledge. Is that acceptable? Lu Guifang was thinking to stall for time, hoping to muddle through this period. Once Lin Yue had gone through the motions at the bar, even if they sent her to the enforcement bureau, she wouldn't dare say another word for the sake of her own dignity. A cold smile curled the captain's lips. The caller was clearly Lin Yue, and the bracelet's location had been pinpointed. These two were undoubtedly lying. But for Lin Yue's safety, they couldn't act rashly. In that case, perhaps you two could accompany us back to the station. As guardians and parents, we have a duty to educate you on the consequences of filing false reports. You can then relay this to your child. Surely the child would be more inclined to listen to their own parents. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Hu's forehead. If Lin Yue's situation were exposed, he'd be in serious trouble. My wife is timid. How about I go with you to the law enforcement bureau for some education? I'll teach them both when I return. Would that be all right? The captain nodded with a smile. That's acceptable. Please accompany us, Mr. Lin. At the captain's signal, two officers flanked Lin Hu. The captain then stepped forward, holding out the dispatch form. Could you please sign here, ma'am? I need to submit this report. Just as Lu Guifang bent her head to write, the captain gave a subtle signal. Instantly, the other two officers pinned Lin Hu down, while he grabbed Lu Guifang's arm. The couple froze in shock. Before they could react, handcuffs were snapped onto both of them. Soon, an officer kicked open the inner room door. Captain, we found a girl. Her breathing is weak, and she shows signs of severe injury. The captain roared, get her to the hospital immediately. Arrest them and take them back to headquarters. The law enforcement team worked with remarkable efficiency. Within 20 minutes, Li Chen received the update. Lin Yue was undergoing emergency treatment at Tianhai First People's Hospital. She was still in critical condition. Li Chen paused briefly in thought before instructing his staff to notify all departments to begin mobilizing. He himself decided to head to the hospital. If handled properly, this incident could generate massive exposure for his smart bracelet. Moreover, as this incident involved police-civilian cooperation, the resulting publicity would have a positive effect on the Li Group, conveniently capitalizing on the recent backlash from the elopement scandal. The smart bracelet was merely the beginning. This presented an excellent opportunity. By the time Li Chen arrived at the hospital, news outlets were already set up and ready. However, Li Chen only made a brief appearance, allowing the media to capture a few shots to maintain an air of mystery. The rest would be handled by the PR department. In the intensive care unit, seeing Lin Yue, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Though they'd known each other for less than a day, this girl had done him a tremendous favor. How is she doing? Is she going to make it? The attending physician paused. The surgery was successful. She underwent minimally invasive surgery on her head, and the internal blood clot has been completely cleared. She'll definitely survive. But this girl is covered in injuries, especially a fractured arm, and her long-term malnutrition has led to various illnesses. A full recovery will be difficult. Li Chen pursed his lips. Just give me a rough estimate. The doctor smiled wryly. It depends on her recovery. With proper care, it could easily run into the millions. If care is inadequate, she could be left with permanent disabilities or develop complications. It's not impossible. Li Chen pressed his temples. I understand. Let's proceed with the treatment first. Money isn't an issue. Just as he was about to take his leave, Lin Yue suddenly opened her eyes and locked onto Li Chen. Mr. Li, did you really come to save me? Li Chen sighed. Too bad I'm too late. You've suffered every injury you deserved. I heard it was your parents who beat you like this? You knew they treated you badly. You had a perfectly good job with me, room and board provided, even clean clothes ready for you. Why did you run back home? Lin Yue hurriedly explained, Mr. Li, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have taken a day off on my very first day. I don't know what came over me. It was like I was possessed. It wasn't until I got beaten at home that I snapped out of it. Please, don't fire me, okay? Li Chen froze for a moment. Lately, these bizarre incidents seemed to be increasing. He sensed something was terribly wrong, yet he couldn't find any clues. Chapter 31, The Oddities in the Case. Put that aside for now. What you need most right now is to rest properly and recover your health. Once you're out of the danger zone, I'll transfer you back to my own hospital. Li Chen couldn't make sense of many things, so he could only focus on the task at hand. Lin Yue shook her head, struggling to sit up. I'm fine now. I can be discharged and get back to work immediately. Li Chen frowned. Are you planning to go back to work now, only to die in my house and leave me with a huge bill? Lin Yue froze for a moment, then her face contorted with grief. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't cherish the opportunity you gave me. If you want to fire me, I won't complain. But I don't have any money right now. Could you please cover my medical expenses? Once I find a job and earn money, I'll pay you back. I can pay interest on it. Li Chen's mind raced and a plan formed. I can cover your treatment costs and I won't fire you. Once you've recovered, you can return to work to pay off the debt. But there's one small condition I need you to agree to. Lin Yue beamed with delight. Thank you, Mr. Li. I'm in great shape. Just 3 days. 3 days and I'll be back at work. Li Chen shook his head. Let me finish. Remember that bracelet you used to call for help? That's a new product developed by my company, still in the testing phase. However, your case is quite representative. I'd like to leverage this incident for publicity. So, could you grant us exclusive rights to handle all follow-up matters? Lin Yue didn't hesitate. Of course I can. I'm willing to cooperate with your publicity campaign. Whatever you ask me to do or say, I'll do it. Li Chen smiled. There's one more thing. After the hype, you'll get a massive wave of traffic. I'd like to ask you to endorse this smart bracelet. As for the endorsement fee, Lin Yue immediately replied, I don't need an endorsement fee. This band saved my life. I'm happy to promote it voluntarily. Once school starts, I can even help promote it on campus. Li Chen laughed inwardly. This hospital visit had definitely been worth it. He'd secured both the positive publicity and subsequent endorsement for the smart bracelet in one fell swoop. After classes resumed, he planned to have Su Muxue and Xin bring Lin Yue to organize an event at Tianhai University. 3 campus queens who are also academic stars. Their combined influence on campus would be immeasurable. This would save tens of millions in expenses. No endorsement fee? That would be too much to ask. This is how it will be. I'll cover all your subsequent rehabilitation treatments. Lin Yue declined. I said I don't want endorsement fees out of gratitude. I understand that launching this product will benefit many others suffering like I did. What I'm doing is charity, public service. If you waive my treatment fees, it would taint my intentions. It wouldn't be pure anymore. All I need now is for you to cover my medical expenses up front. I'm still young. I have plenty of time to repay the debt. Li Chen felt a deep respect for her words, surprised by the young woman's remarkable maturity. But some things shouldn't be taken too far. The benefits owed to her must be given in full. Truthfully, my offer of free treatment comes with a personal motive. I need to monitor the changes in your recovery data at all times. By the product launch day, you'll be our spokesperson. Presenting these authentic data points during your speech will make your message far more compelling. This process will require significant cooperation from you and take up a lot of your time. So in exchange, I won't pay you a salary, but I will waive your treatment fees. It's a win-win situation. My product's success depends entirely on you. You understand what I mean? Lin Yue suddenly understood. So it's for data collection. I'll cooperate fully. After a moment's pause, Lin Yue choked up. Thank you. No one has ever been this kind to me before. No one has ever cared about my thoughts. My parents and brothers only exploit me without limits, and my classmates mock me with cold stares. You're the first person who cares about my dignity and my interests. You've shown me that I can be treated fairly. I'll never forget your kindness. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll repay you. Li Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. His current actions were practically exploiting Lin Yue, yet she claimed she was being treated fairly. How could he possibly argue with that? No need to thank me. All you need to do now is focus on recovering and get ready to be my spokesperson. Leave the rest to me. Lin Yue nodded. I'll follow your lead completely. Li family inner hall. Li Nianci suddenly opened his eyes, scrambled to his feet, and wiped the blood from his face. Not dead? Is Lin Yue okay? Has the plot returned to normal? Has she connected with Fu Yanzhou? What the hell is going on? Ding. Due to host error, Lin Yue encountered danger and deviated from the main storyline. Punishment, 30-second electric shock. Unbinding progress increased by 10%. Current unlinking progress, 75%. When it drops to 0, the host will be terminated. Go ahead and destroy me. It's always me who gets punished anyway. Li Nianci twitched a few times, rolled her eyes, and fainted again. Enforcement Bureau interrogation room. Zhao Xinmin stared at Lin Hu with an icy glare. Confess and receive leniency. Resist and face harsher punishment. Tell me, what was your motive for torturing and killing Lin Yue? Lin Hu froze in terror. No, we didn't torture Lin Yue to death. We just wanted to teach her a lesson. We lightly tapped her a few times. It was all an accident. Everything was an accident. I've disciplined her like this before, but it's never. No, I rarely hit her. Zhao Xinmin gave a cold laugh. The hospital's injury report is already out, and our officers were present at the scene. You are suspected of assaulting Lin Yue, causing her severe injuries, and deliberately concealing the facts. Based on this evidence, we have reason to suspect you may have tortured and killed Lin Yue. The evidence we have now is sufficient to lock you up for over 10 years. I advise you to confess your motives honestly. There may still be a chance for a lighter sentence. Lin, whose eyes widened in terror. I was only disciplining my own daughter. It was an accident. I kept it hidden because I was afraid. We wanted to get rid of the enforcement team quickly so we could rush you away to the hospital. You can't sentence me. Parents disciplining their children is a natural right. What right do you have to convict me? Zhao Xinmin frowned. The very thing he'd feared had come to pass. If Lin Hu insisted it was child discipline, the case would indeed be difficult to resolve. But now that public opinion had been stirred up, with the Li group's shadowy hand pulling the strings behind the scenes, this case would certainly not end easily. I gave you a chance. You chose to reject it. Today's questioning is adjourned. Once we gather more compelling evidence, we will pursue this rigorously. I hope you won't regret it then. Lin Hu was let out of the interrogation room, replaced by Lu Guifeng. Zhao Xinmin employed the same line of questioning, but Lu Guifeng had coordinated her story with Lin Hu over a decade ago. No matter what happened, she would stick to the claim that it was discipline. With no other options, Zhao Xinmin had to find a new angle. Upon learning the victim had regained consciousness, he rushed to the hospital. Chapter 32, Can't you tell the ace from the king? Li Chen finalized several authorization contracts and discussed some detailed clauses with Lin Yue. Lin Yue raised no objections and signed all the authorizations. Just as they finished, Zhao Xinmin arrived at the hospital room. Mr. Li, you're here too? Zhao Xinmin looked surprised to see Li Chen. The formidable billionaire CEO, the cold-faced business tycoon, had personally come to visit Lin Yue. Considering Li Group's recent media maneuvers, the relationship between Lin Yue and Li Chen seemed far from ordinary. Li Chen recognized Zhao Xinmin, the captain of the 1st Enforcement Division. His company frequently collaborated with the Enforcement Bureau, and most of those engagements were handled by Zhao Xinmin. One of my own employees got hurt. I came to check on her. Is Captain Zhao here to take statements? For such a minor matter, sending anyone would suffice. Why bother the chief himself to make the trip? Zhao Xinmin's mouth twitched. And you have the nerve to say that? You had your spin doctors push the narrative so high, how could I not take it seriously? I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions. Otherwise, I will arrest you. Over the years, Li Chen's actions had been excessively violent, ruthless and merciless in business. Yet everything he did was legally and reasonably justified. On one hand, he drove others into bankruptcy and ruined families, earning a notorious reputation in business circles. Yet he simultaneously engaged in philanthropy and public welfare, earning widespread acclaim among the populace and securing consecutive wins for the 5-star Outstanding Citizen Award. Although this model citizen campaign was Li Chen's own creation, its scoring system was linked to the Law Enforcement Bureau, ensuring fairness and transparency. Winning an award he designed himself was arguably well-deserved. But Zhao Xinmin always felt something was off about Li Chen and was determined to find dirt on him. Li Chen handed over the authorization contract. Captain Zhao, you're wronging me. I was merely seeking justice for my own employees. Zhao Xinmin took the contract and examined it carefully. After more than 10 minutes, he finally understood Li Chen's true intentions. I can't stop you from hyping up your product, but I advise you not to do anything that harms Lin Yue. I'll be keeping a close eye on you. Li Chen smiled faintly. I'm a model citizen who always follows the law. Captain Zhao, feel free to keep an eye on me if you wish. Well then, since you're handling this case, I have some surveillance footage here that might give you some clues. Zhao Xinmin froze. You can provide new evidence? Li Chen nodded. This is thanks to our smart bracelets. We incorporated vital sign monitoring into them, originally intended to trigger automatic alerts when wearers show abnormal life signs. After triggering the alarm, it also automatically activates the built-in monitoring device to continuously monitor the wearer's surroundings and their own condition. These features were originally designed for elderly individuals with acute illnesses, young children who may not recognize danger, and sudden accidents. With this data, we can ensure the wearer receives effective medical attention at the earliest possible moment. Zhao Xinmin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. All these functions have been implemented? I recall that just 3 years ago, when you partnered with the Law Enforcement Bureau, you had only just proposed this life interconnection system. Achieved in just 3 short years? How is that even possible? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Li Chen curled his lips. Life interconnection is merely the first step. What I aim for is the interconnection of all things. A single wristband controls everything. Of course, you wouldn't understand any of this right now. Zhao Xinmin's trigeminal nerve twitched. I'm not a little kid. I understand perfectly well. Your ultimate goal is to connect everything, achieving unified intelligence, right? Though it sounds unbelievable, I look forward to that day. Li Chen froze for a moment, his attempt at coolness backfiring, leaving him slightly embarrassed. That's too far off. Let's focus on Lin Yue's case instead. I'll transfer the data to you now. I hope the Enforcement Bureau will handle this seriously and deliver justice to the victim. With that, Li Chen handed over the monitoring data from Lin Youwei's wristband to Zhao Xinmin. Zhao Xinmin clicked to load it, then opened the surveillance footage. From the moment Lin Youwei entered the door and was struck hard, nearly knocking her unconscious, the bracelet had activated its alarm function and initiated recording and listening capabilities. Though the video angle was somewhat problematic, it was still possible to discern the general sequence of events. After hearing the entire conversation between the three, Zhao Xinmin's eyes turned red. Beasts? What a vile pair of beasts. I will make sure these two beasts face justice. After listening to the recording, Li Chen also found it hard to believe. If Xinxing's family had abused their daughter, it could be justified after all. The mistress had taken the wife's place, and fearing the biological daughter would claim her share of the inheritance was a plausible motive. But Lin Youwei's parents were pure beasts abusing her without any reason, as if they harbored some deep, personal grudge against her. Captain Zhao, please calm down. I think Lin Youwei's parents are acting extremely abnormal. They say even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. For them to commit such beastly acts, there must be some hidden secret behind it. From their conversation, it's clear they dote excessively on that son, Yao Zhu. You could start your investigation with this Yao Zhu. You might uncover new leads. And that Mr. Wang on the phone, he's another potential lead. Zhao Xinmin nodded. I'll look into this immediately. But I'm warning you, public opinion is a dangerous thing. You'd better stop now. If something goes wrong later, I won't go easy on you. Li Chen smiled wryly. Prejudice is just as terrifying. I think Captain Zhao should wash his eyes out or take off those tinted glasses. Hearing this, Zhao Xinmin flushed with anger, yet he could do nothing against Li Chen. Li family manor. This time upon returning home, Li Nianci, contrary to her usual behavior, did not confront Li Chen. Seeing Su Muxue follow them back, Li Nianci was stunned. Why is that woman back? And she's acting all sweet and innocent? According to the plot, after she ran away from the wedding, wasn't my dim-witted brother desperately begging for her forgiveness? Did he forgive her so quickly? But why did Xinxinga come back too? This doesn't make sense, the villainous female supporting character and the female lead appearing in the same household at the same time? Seeing Li Nianci staring blankly, Li Chen felt a pang of sorrow. What a pity, a girl so beautiful even the heavens would envy her. Just wait a little longer. In a few years, when the brain chip he invested in developing was finally successful, perhaps he could restore her to normal. Mr. Liu. Arrange for Su Muxue to stay in the guest bedroom. Without my explicit permission, she is forbidden from freely entering or leaving the estate. If she brings any strangers back, detain them immediately and send them to the Enforcement Bureau for illegal trespassing charges. Also, her current status is that of an ordinary friend of mine. No one on the estate is to grant her any special treatment. Butler Liu glanced at Su Muxue, hesitating. After all, this was the former young mistress who had lived here for 20 years. Though she had been expelled once, she had now been brought back. Given the eldest master's indulgence toward her in years past, it wasn't impossible for Su Muxue to regain her former standing. Su Muxue tugged at Liu's sleeve. She had returned as a reformed convict, so her attitude had to be sincere. Mr. Liu, please follow his instructions. This is the price I must pay. I need to change to earn his trust once more. Hearing this, Steward Liu glanced at Li Chen again. Li Chen frowned. Old Liu, have you lost your mind? This is the Li household, and it's me who pays your wages. You questioned my orders, your bonus for this month is forfeited. Steward Liu smiled wryly. Young master, have you forgotten? My bonus was already docked for a decade due to my failure to care for Miss Nianci properly. Chapter 33, You're the Real Idiot. Li Chen froze for a moment. Then deduct your wages. Take away this month's entire salary. I provide room and board anyway, you won't starve. Butler Liu bowed slightly. Young master, you've forgotten again. My wages have also been advanced 10 years into the future to cover my wife's medical treatment. Not only can you not dock my bonuses or wages now, but even if you fire me, you'll lose millions. Li Chen exclaimed in surprise, you're quite the character. I really have no way to deal with you? Butler Liu chuckled softly. Blame it on your kindness, young master. But rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall remain your most loyal servant. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. What sentimental nonsense are you spouting, you old codger? That brat grew up under your watch. I understand why you can't bear to see her suffer. But what she's doing now is truly outrageous. If we don't put a stop to it, she'll never know how she'll end up. Rest assured, I know my limits. After hearing Li Chen's explanation, Steward Liu gestured with his hand. Miss Su, please. As the longest-serving member of the Li household, Steward Liu's competence was beyond question. Just moments ago he'd been filled with worry, but now his resolve was unshakable. Su Muxue departed. Li Chen cupped Li Nianci's face, examining it closely from every angle. This is strange. Why is there a faint bruise on your face? Did someone hit you? Li Nianci pointed toward the staircase, her finger tracing a line from the top all the way down to the floor. Li Chen froze. You rolled down the stairs? Though surprised, Li Chen remained calm. Li Nianci was always running around playing recklessly, either falling into ponds, tumbling through grassy fields, or rolling into drainage ditches. Tumbling down the stairs was something that happened several times every year. She was a bit of a scatterbrain, but her self-healing abilities were absurdly strong. All these years, she'd never gotten sick, and any injuries healed within a day or two. Perhaps it was exactly as the saying went, heaven closed a door for her, but left a window open. As long as no one deliberately bullied her, tumbling down the stairs a few times wasn't such a big deal. Li Nianci felt wronged inside, but her body remained beyond her control, still displaying that simpleton-like demeanor. It's all your fault, you idiot. If you hadn't altered Lin Yue's development path, forcing me to intervene, would I have suffered backlash and nearly kicked the bucket? One Shinshinga, one Lin Yue, haven't you caused me enough harm already? You went around seducing every female lead and supporting character out there. Did you ever give a damn about my life? Why should I bear the punishment for fixing the plot you messed up? Just you wait. The moment I break free, I'll beat the crap out of you. Seeing Li Nianci's expressionless face, Li Chen shook his head helplessly. You wouldn't understand anyway. Every time I see you hurt, it breaks my heart. But I can't lock you away. I want to give you freedom. But this small estate is already fraught with danger for you. I can't imagine you surviving even half an hour outside these walls. It's been over a decade. I've taught you countless times. Even a dumb dog should have learned how to avoid danger by now. Yet you still understand nothing. Hearing this, Li Nianci's temper flared once more. You're the dumb dog. Your whole family are dumb dogs. I'm the adopted sister, I don't count. If it weren't for you, you stupid dog, constantly getting me into trouble, would I be in this mess? Li Chen gently touched the bruise on Li Nianci's cheek and sighed. Sigh, how I wish you could jump up, point your finger at my nose, and yell that I'm the dumb dog. Too bad you don't understand anything. Ding. Detected excessively high host anger levels requiring release. All restraints will be lifted for 1 second. Li Nianci blinked, gathered all her strength, and slammed her head hard into Li Chen's chest, knocking him off balance. Damn Li Chen, rotten Li Chen. Damn system, I command you give me 1 more minute. But the system didn't reappear. Instead, it locked down Li Nianci's ability to move. Li Chen scrambled to his feet, rubbing his chest with a grin. Now that's more like it, that force, that firmness. It shows you're in great shape. That puts my mind at ease. I was worried I might have hurt you this time. Li Nianci. Shinshinga watched the two of them clowning around, utterly speechless. A billionaire CEO playing around with a little cutie. Is this really the same cold-faced tyrant? Wait a minute. Whether at the company or at home, everyone seemed to adore him. No one ever spoke ill of him. So where did all this bad reputation come from? Could it be malicious rumors spread by competitors? It must be because they're jealous of Li Chen's excellence, so they spread rumors about him being a cold-hearted, ruthless business tyrant. It must be. Thinking this, Shinshinga's gaze toward Li Chen softened considerably. At 10 years old, he took over the company while also having to care for his mentally challenged younger sister. He faced pressure from all sides and endured slander and rumors spread by his rivals. He persevered, breaking through layer upon layer of barriers to become someone others looked up to. These years must have been incredibly tough and exhausting for him. We're both unlucky souls. He saved me from my suffering, and I can use my heart to heal his wounds. Brother Chen, let me take Nianci. You've been exhausted all day, rest a while. Li Chen nodded and released Li Nianci. Remember, today your room is upstairs. Also, keep a close eye on Li Nianci. No matter where she plays or falls asleep, you'll carry her back yourself if you have to. In the dead of night, people can truly scare the life out of each other. Shinshinga was confused, but she nodded anyway. I'll keep an eye on her. Li Chen exhaled in relief, picked up the documents, and headed to the office area. The collaboration with Fu Corporation hadn't materialized, requiring a new strategy. The smart bracelet project also needed to move forward. Li Corporation had risen too quickly, lacking extensive connections and talent resources. Though his offer was generous, the company's reputation simply couldn't compete with decades-old established firms. Elite talent understood the trade-offs. Most would choose a more stable employer. There was no way around it. Many tasks now required his personal attention. Late at night, on the second floor of the Li family's inner hall, the guest room door opened. Su Muxue tiptoed to the door of the master bedroom, gripped the handle, and hesitated. She believed Li Chen wasn't the superficial type, but she couldn't trust Shinshinga. Besides, Shinshinga was right. She and Li Chen had been childhood sweethearts, living together for 20 years, yet they had never shared any intimate moments. If she had given herself to Li Chen sooner, perhaps none of the events that followed would have happened. If she sought him out today, proving her purity, could she salvage her image in his eyes? Taking a deep breath, Su Muxue twisted the doorknob only to discover the door was locked from the inside. He remembered Li Chen never locked his door. Li Nianci loved barging into his room to cause trouble, and if she couldn't get in, she'd bang on the door relentlessly. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. Shinshinga had said they had already slept together. If that was the case, then Shinshinga locking the door made sense. No, I can't let that touch him again. The key. Right, I know where the key is. Thinking this, Su Muxue hurriedly climbed to the third-floor storage room, rummaged through a cabinet, and pulled out a large bunch of keys. She then returned to the second-floor master bedroom door and tried each one. Inside the room, Xinxinga clung tightly to Li Nianci, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 34, I simply don't care for you. Li Nianci felt utterly speechless inside. You're supposed to be a vicious villainess, is that all the guts you've got? Unlike me, you can't even control your own actions. If you're scared, just call for help. This estate is full of servants and bodyguards, one shout and they'll be here in a flash. If all else fails, just bang on the floor. Li Chen is sleeping in the room directly below you. You could always make a phone call. I set your character as a top-scoring college entrance exam student, a high IQ schemer. Or have I misremembered that too? By now, Xinxinga had completely lost her composure. She couldn't tell if the figure trying to open the door outside was human or ghost. If it was an unclean entity, nothing she did now would matter. But if it was a person? This was the inner hall, even the butler wouldn't dare open the door privately at night. That left only one possibility, the person at the door was Li Chen. Earlier, he had specifically instructed her to sleep here, and now he was coming to open the door. So what he intended to do was already obvious. If it really was him, no amount of screaming or struggling would help. Not only would no one come to her rescue, but it might provoke Li Chen into doing something unforeseeable. As for Li Nianci? She's just a clueless little darling. Who would care about her? Stay calm. I must stay calm now. Find a way to placate Li Chen first. Snap. A faint metallic clang echoed in Xinxinga's ears, amplified to deafening volume. The door swung open. He was coming. He strode in with heavy. No, why were his footsteps so light? Click. The room light switched on. You, how dare you seduce? Ugh. Why are you two here? Su Muxue froze in place, her fingers still raised. Xinxinga on the bed also froze for a moment. It wasn't Li Chen? How did it become Su Muxue? Li Nianci was speechless too. As the author, why didn't I know this plot twist existed? The legitimate wife barges in at midnight to catch her husband cheating, and the villainous female supporting character nearly pees herself in fright? Could it be that my memories were scrambled when I entered the book? So this is what you meant when you said Li Chen told you to sleep in his room? Su Muxue found it rather amusing. She knew full well Li Chen wasn't that kind of shallow person, yet she still believed the slanderous words of that. So Ning was right. It was always that I didn't love him enough. If I truly loved him enough, I would trust him unconditionally. I wouldn't be swayed by that scheming, nor would I ever consider testing his limits. From this day forward, I will trust no one but him. In this world, no one but him and myself truly wants me to be happy. My parents and siblings only sought to profit from me, while that aimed to steal the one I loved most. Xinxinga's lie exposed, she felt a moment of awkwardness but quickly regained her composure. So what? At least I'm sleeping in his bed now. We bathed together in the same bathroom, seen everything there was to see, done everything there was to do. You're just an ordinary friend now, stuck sleeping in the guest room. There's no future between you two, but I still have endless possibilities. Su Muxue smiled wryly. Do you really think I'd believe you now? How many days have you even known him? You don't know him at all. Xinxinga suddenly grew composed. It's true I don't know him well, in fact, we're still practically strangers. But I can assure you, he did like you at one point. He just never loved you. His feelings for you were more a sense of duty. Su Muxue shook her head. You needn't try to drive a wedge between us anymore. I've lived with him for 20 years, I know better than anyone whether he loves me or not. But now, whether he loves me or not doesn't matter anymore. It's enough that I love him. That he can soften his heart toward me is my honor. That he's willing to like me again is my deepest wish. You'll never understand that longing to regain what you've lost. Even a single glance from him now brings me joy. I won't fight with you anymore. Because I don't want to trouble him. With that, Su Muxue turned and walked out the door. Xinxinga stared blankly at Li Nianci. Has she had an epiphany? Li Nianci still looked as dazed and foolish as ever. Yet within, a tempest raged. How could this happen? The scheming villainous Xinxinga's provocation worked perfectly. Under normal circumstances, Su Muxue should be furious right now, filled with resentment toward Li Chen. But why doesn't Su Muxue seem angry at all? Forget the plot for a moment. We've lived together for 17 years. Given Su Muxue's temperament, she should be so furious she'd have stormed out of the house by now. Can you people show some respect for me, the author? You're completely ignoring my plotline, making me look like a fool. After a moment, Xinxinga snapped back to reality, shaking her head and smiling. Young, handsome, loaded, and knows how to treat a woman right. If you don't fight for a man like that, I won't hold back. Once I become the mistress of this house, you'll be the first one I kick out. No, I can't kick Su Muxue out. She has to leave on her own. That way, Li Chen won't blame me. The following morning at 10 o'clock, the Fu Corporation president arrived in person at Li Group President's office. Li Chen smiled warmly at Fu Yanzhou. What brings you here today, President Fu? I don't recall scheduling a meeting with Fu Corporation. Fu Yanzhou's brow furrowed slightly. I want that project of yours. I can offer a 30% discount, but I have one condition. Li Chen slammed his hand on the table, cutting Fu Yanzhou off. Hold on, Mr. Fu. I've already said I won't partner with you. Forget 30% profit. Even if you gave me 50%, I still wouldn't partner with you. So I have no interest in hearing your conditions. Fu Yanzhou froze. He had assumed that offering a sufficiently generous discount would sway Li Chen. After all, Li Chen's reputation preceded him. He wasn't the type to get up early without a profit. Fu Corporation is among the top players in Tianhai. Are you looking down on us? Given the scale of our two companies today, cooperation benefits both, while division leads to mutual ruin. These past few years, every industry has been undergoing transformation. Times have changed. I can't believe someone with your insight, Mr. Li, fails to see this obvious future trend. Li Chen maintained his smile, though his impression of Fu Yanzhou had soured considerably. Wearing one's emotions on one's sleeve is a cardinal sin in negotiations. These past years, Fu Yanzhou had ridden his family's influence too smoothly, all sharp edges and no substance. Mr. Fu, you misunderstand. I don't look down on the Fu Corporation. I simply believe you're not the right partner for this collaboration. If the Fu Corporation truly wishes to collaborate, could you send someone more level-headed to negotiate with me? Rumor has it that your uncle, Fu Yanshi, is quite level-headed. At these words, a cold gleam flashed in Fu Yanzhou's eyes. Li Chen's meaning was crystal clear. It wasn't that he looked down on the Fu family, but rather that he looked down on Fu Yanzhou personally. Moreover, he showed a clear inclination toward partnering with Fu Yanshi. Fu Yanshi was his fiercest competitor. If he gained Li's backing, he could very well be defeated. Chapter 35, Justice Delayed is Justice Denied. Fu Yanzhou wanted to retort, but recalling Li Chen's legendary track record, he found himself momentarily speechless. Mr. Li, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I brought my personal emotions into work over the marriage alliance matter, which was uncalled for. But this time, I truly came here with sincere intentions to discuss cooperation. You may state any conditions you wish. Li Chen considered for a moment before replying. I recognize the strength of your Fu Corporation. If you genuinely want this project, I can give it to you. But I have one condition. This time, I will be the client. Fu Yanzhou's eyes widened. No. This collaboration utilizes Fu Corporation's resources and is funded by us. You merely provided some ideas and technical support. We must retain control. Li Chen raised his hand slightly. If that's the case, then please leave, Mr. Fu. Fu Yanzhou frowned, his gaze fixed intently on Li Chen. Do you know something I don't? Li Chen smiled faintly. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Haven't you studied that, Mr. Fu? Fu Yanzhou paused, taken aback. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated? What exquisite phrasing, what profound insight. I've looked into it. Mr. Li doesn't even seem to have a primary school education. How could someone like that utter such profound words? Li Chen's lips twitched. He had taken over the company at 10 and never received much formal education, though he had studied in his previous life and felt it sufficed. He'd simply forgotten for a moment that this world differed from his own, where many cultural references held no resonance. This was both his advantage and disadvantage in this world. He always felt out of place, finding it slightly difficult to engage in deep conversations with the people here. Mr. Fu, you're being overly broad. What education I have and what I say, what business is it of yours? What you should be more concerned about now is how you'll explain this to the board and to those in the Fu family who stand to gain from the profits. Fu Yanzhou suddenly stood up. I'm willing to cooperate with you, but I need you to do me a favor. Li Chen exhaled softly and leaned back in his chair. Go ahead. Fu Yanzhou paused before speaking. I want you to help me seize control of the Fu Corporation. Li Chen chuckled. Mr. Fu, are you still dreaming? The Fu Corporation is colossal. You expect me to drag the entire Li Corporation into your family power struggle? Fu Yanzhou slammed both hands on the table, leaning forward toward Li Chen. No. On the 1st of next month, I will become engaged to Tang Ling. I intend to leverage the Tang family's influence to solidify my position. I want you to announce at my engagement banquet that you wish to establish a long-term partnership with me, Fu Yanzhou. Just give me the word. I'll handle the rest myself. Hearing this, Li Chen sat up straight. Leveraging influence, huh? It seems you're not as incompetent as you appear. I'll wait until your engagement day. If your performance satisfies me, I'll sign the contract with you on the spot. As for helping you seize control of the Fu Corporation, if you offer terms that truly appeal to me, I might consider it. Fu Yanzhou's expression faltered slightly. Your Li Corporation specializes in electronic intelligence, leading the world in chip research. But your rise has been too swift, leaving you with too few established channels. I can grant you free access to several of Fu Corporation's international channels to help you penetrate overseas markets. Provided your capabilities are solid enough, doubling your assets within 3 years should pose no problem. Li Chen tapped lightly on the tabletop. Your offer is tempting, but aren't these external channels all controlled by your uncles and elders? Isn't it a bit much to bring this up in our negotiations? Fu Yanzhou laughed. It's enough that you're tempted. Help me secure those people, and all channels will be freely accessible to you. This is the foundation our Fu family has built over nearly a century. Li Chen raised his coffee cup. Then let me offer my congratulations in advance on your engagement, Mr. Fu. Fu Yanzhou understood Li Chen's meaning. Everything hinged on his performance in the coming days. Unlike Li Chen, who wielded absolute power, Fu Yanzhou was bound by far too many constraints. On the 1st of next month, Mr. Li, don't forget to attend my engagement banquet. With that, Fu Yanzhou rose and left the office. Although no contract was signed this time either, Fu Yanzhou left with a smile on his face. Zhao Xinming brushed past him as he entered, his brow slightly furrowed. The Fu Corporation president personally came to meet Li Chen. It seemed these two giants were about to make a major move. Once back at headquarters, he must notify the bureau to keep a close watch on these two factions. Especially Li Chen's side. At the corporate reception desk, Zhao Xinming presented his credentials and proceeded unimpeded. In the office, Li Chen received word from the front desk and had Xinxinga bring in hot tea. The tea had barely been brewed when Zhao Xinming pushed open the door. I don't want to hear your flattery. I'm here regarding Lin Youwei's case. Li Chen gave an awkward chuckle, swallowing the flattery he'd intended to offer. Captain Zhao, what are you saying? Flattery? That was nothing but reverence. Respect for the nation, for the people, for the law. Zhao Xinming shot Li Chen a disapproving look. I certainly hope that's the case. Enough small talk. Based on the evidence and insights you provided, we've made significant progress. We've also uncovered a missing persons case from 15 years ago. Lin Yuwei is not the biological daughter of Lin Hu and Lu Guifeng. Her true identity is Tang Tang, the legitimate daughter of the Tang family. Li Chen's smile froze on his face. The Tang family? The Tang family of Tianhai? The Tang family of Tang Bin? This is too coincidental. It felt like someone had orchestrated this. It felt eerily plausible. Zhao Xinmin nodded, gathering his thoughts. 15 years ago, Lu Guifeng, at the instigation of her cousin Luin, abducted Tang Tang, who was not yet 5 years old. Later, Luin adopted her own illegitimate daughter under false pretenses, naming her Tangling. The reason they suddenly targeted Lin Yuwei so ruthlessly is that Tangling and the Fu family are about to become engaged. Luin wants to eliminate all potential threats. However, Lin Hu and Lu Guifeng still wanted to squeeze every last drop of value out of Lin Yuwei, which is why they didn't kill her outright. By the way, this Luin is Tang Bin's second wife. Lin Youwei's birth mother died during childbirth. To care for his young daughter, Tang Bin married Luin. This case involves far too many parties. Lin Yuwei has just passed the critical stage, and I fear the shock of this news could severely impact her condition. That's why I came to you first, as the authorized representative. I believe you are better suited to handle this matter. Given your status, connections, and experience, you can manage it more effectively than Lin Yuwei herself. Li Chen exclaimed in surprise, what a clever switcheroo. This Luin is quite the talent. Zhao Xinmin snapped angrily, talented? What talent? This is a crime. Do you understand what a crime is? Li Chen chuckled. As the old saying goes, out of 10 geniuses, 1 is revered by the world, 3 are buried in obscurity, and 6 are serving time. I'd like to request postponing the arrest. Zhao Xinmin had just lifted his teacup when he abruptly set it down, sending tea splashing across the table. What do you mean? Are you trying to shield a criminal? Li Chen raised a hand to calm him. Captain Zhao, please don't get angry. Let me finish. As Lin Youwei's representative, it's my duty to secure the best possible outcome for her. I want more time to gather additional evidence, pinpoint the criminal definitively in one go, and prevent them from exploiting loopholes to evade punishment. Hearing this, Zhao Xinmin grew even angrier. Are you implying you doubt our investigative capabilities? Or are you questioning the integrity of our judicial system? Li Chen smiled faintly. Well, justice may be delayed, but it will never be denied. For a prominent family like the Lins, dragging this case out for 2 or 3 years, 7 or 8 years, and then. Captain Zhao, we all understand. I'm just trying to uphold justice here. After hearing Li Chen's veiled explanation, Zhao Xinmin's anger instantly dissipated, and his head drooped slightly. Li Chen spoke the truth. Justice never fails to arrive, but it does arrive late. And the length of that delay is truly difficult to measure. Chapter 36, The Lady's Water Flows Abundantly. How long will it be delayed? How should we cooperate? Zhao Xinmin ultimately relented. There were indeed certain matters where the enforcement team's hands were tied. Li Chen considered for a moment before replying, just be ready to make the arrest at any moment. Leave the rest to me. Zhao Xinmin frowned deeply. Are you planning to profit from this? Li Chen shook his head. How could that be possible? I'm a model youth. I'm utterly opposed to crime. Zhao Xinmin didn't believe a single word of Li Chen's polite talk. Truthfully, as long as you don't obstruct justice and profit legally and compliantly, I have no objection. But I have one condition. Under no circumstances may you harm innocent people. Li Chen curled his lip. Captain Zhao, you're joking. You've been watching me since I was 13. When have you ever seen me harm the innocent or break the law? I may be ruthless, but I've never done anything I couldn't live with. If you'd assign someone else to watch me, they'd probably be chief of police by now. Zhao Xinmin's eye twitched. Ever since encountering Li Chen 7 years ago, he'd been utterly captivated, constantly trying to uncover the young man's secrets. Yet 7 years on, while the awe remained, not a shred of mystery had surfaced. Beyond witnessing his rise and uncovering a tiny fragment of his parents' secrets, he'd gained nothing. His former squad leader colleagues had all become bureau chiefs, while he remained stuck as a squad leader. Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. I've got a mountain of cases to handle. I'll have my deputy handle matters with you from now on. Your follow-up plans must be completed under our supervision. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Assistant Shan, didn't you see Captain Zhao's tea spilled? Hurry and get him a fresh cup, and wipe down the table while you're at it. Xinxinga scurried over, picked up the teacup from Zhao Xinmin's desk, wiped it with a paper towel, then dashed out to fetch a fresh cup. Zhao Xinmin shot Li Chen a glare. Serving tea and showing guests the door? You're still as stingy as ever, kid. But your anger won't change anything. My deputy is already waiting for you downstairs. With that, Zhao Xinmin rose and strode swiftly out of the office. Li Chen shook his head helplessly. Being targeted by Zhao Xinmin wasn't something new. He recalled the days when he was just a kid, powerless and without influence. Had he not draped himself in the tiger skin of the Enforcement Bureau as a shield, he would have died countless times over and never seen the day he now lived. But that tiger skin was easy to drape over himself once it stuck, however, it proved nearly impossible to peel off. Now he could only hope this deputy was easier to manipulate, not as rigid as Zhao Xinmin. Brother Chen, where's Captain Zhao? Xinxinga returned to the office with fresh tea but didn't see Zhao Xinmin, looking puzzled. Li Chen waved her off. Forget about him. Go contact Tang Bin for me and tell him to come see me immediately. Xinxinga froze. Who's Tang Bin? Li Chen slapped his forehead. Has your mom been transferred to my private hospital yet? Xinxinga nodded, her face beaming with joy. Thank you, Brother Chen. Your private hospital has such a wonderful environment, it's really helping my mom's recovery. Li Chen nodded. Now, I have a task for you. Go to the hospital and take good care of your mother. While you're there, look after Cheng Hui's wife and child too. Then have Cheng Hui come back to help me. Can you do that? Xinxinga froze, her eyes stinging slightly. Are you rejecting me? Are you trying to get rid of me? Seeing Xinxinga's hurt expression, Li Chen frowned. What are you doing? Are you trying to get my sympathy by crying and whining? I'm your boss. At those words, Xinxinga snapped back to her senses. Right, he was her boss now. Whatever he assigned her to do, she had to do. Yes, boss. I'll go replace Assistant Chang right away. Li Chen nodded. Make the most of this opportunity. Cheng Hui is a devoted husband. Take good care of his wife and child, and he'll teach you everything. Xinxinga's rising sadness was abruptly crushed. You're creating an opportunity for me? Li Chen smiled faintly. It's just a matter of timing. I have several crucial matters that require Cheng Hui's attention right now. The hospital has premium nursing services. All you need to do is make an appearance and chat with his wife. When you return to work later, you'll carry an aura of prestige. With Cheng Hui guiding you, you'll quickly become familiar with the entire Li group. Plus, with you by her side, your mother will adjust to her new surroundings much faster. It's a win-win situation for everyone. Xinxinga's eyes gradually brightened. She walked around the desk and leaned against Li Chen's chair. Brother Chen, you're so kind to me. I'll definitely work hard. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. I just think you're a talent worth investing in. Call it a pre-investment. To be honest, my group is desperately short of capable people right now. Holy crap, what are you doing? Xinxinga suddenly pounced and planted a kiss on Li Chen's cheek. Nothing much, just wanted to thank you. Li Chen touched his cheek. That's a pretty unique way to show appreciation. Still, I'd advise you to try a different approach next time, after all, you're a girl. Xinxinga smiled faintly. Don't worry, Brother Chen. This is only how I thank you. I wouldn't do it to anyone else. Before Li Chen could respond, Xinxinga dashed out of the office. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Cheng Hui arrived punctually. Professionals handle professional matters. By 3:30 p.m., Tang Bin had arrived at Li Group. He didn't leave until quitting time, departing alongside Li Chen. At the group's entrance, a young woman stopped Li Chen. Hello, my name is Jiang Miaomio. Captain Zhao sent me to assist you. Li Chen didn't offer a handshake, instead studying the girl carefully. She didn't look much older than Su Muxue, and her first impression was one of freshness and youthful vitality. Jiang Miaomiao? Are you desperately lacking water in your life? Jiang Miaomiao paused, withdrawing her hand. Mr. Li, you have quite the sense of humor. By your logic, does that mean you're lacking earth in your destiny? To Jiang Miaomiao's surprise, Li Chen nodded solemnly. You guessed right. My destiny does indeed lack earth. But I don't need much, just a little bit of earth will do. Unlike you, Miss Jiang, who needs so much water. Jiang Miaomiao's expression turned slightly peculiar. Was this the cunning, ruthless, and scheming bully Uncle Zhao had warned her about? Yet now he seemed so unassuming and down to earth. Mr. Li, are you heading home after work? Clearly, Jiang Miaomiao didn't want to dwell on the name any longer. Li Chen shrugged. Isn't it obvious enough? If Miss Jiang hadn't stopped me, I'd already be on my way home. Don't you think that's rather rude? Jiang Miaomiao's thoughts raced as she stepped back to make room. My sincere apologies for blocking Mr. Li's way home. How about I treat you to dinner as an apology? Li Chen shot Jiang Miaomiao a cold glance before turning and getting into his car, driving away without another word. Jiang Miaomiao stood frozen in place, a faint smile touching her lips. Indifference? Ignoring me? 5 years finally seeing a living soul. Compared to that cold screen photo, the real person was far more interesting. Though a bit infuriating, this flutter in her heart felt all the more real. Shaking her head to dismiss the unrealistic fantasies, Jiang Miaomiao turned and got into her car. Chapter 37, I'm already the CEO's wife and a wealthy socialite, why would I go to school? Tianhai First People's Hospital. Upon seeing Li Chen arrive, Lin Yue immediately sat up in her hospital bed. Mr. Li, you're so busy with work. You didn't have to come see me. Shang Hui flipped open the tray table and opened the insulated lunchbox. Li Chen felt a pang of guilt. My oversight. I forgot you had no one to care for you and no money. You must have gone hungry all day. Eat first. After you finish eating, I'll arrange your transfer. Tonight, you'll go directly to my private hospital. They have specialized nursing staff who can take care of you. Without needing instructions, Chang Hui turned and left the room, heading to the nurse's station. Staring at the elaborate nutritional meal before her, Lin Yue choked back tears. Honestly, 5 days without food wouldn't have killed me. This is too expensive. I can't afford it. Li Chen's heart tugged, and he pulled out 2 tissues to hand her. Consider this meal my treat. When you earn money someday, you can treat me. Lin Yue's expression paused, and her sobbing ceased. Mr. Li, why are you being so kind to me? Am I caught in some kind of scam? Li Chen recalled his deal with Tang Bin, and his lips twitched involuntarily. This was far more lucrative than any scam. Stop overthinking it. I just don't want people gossiping that I mistreat injured employees or skimp on their meals. Eat up. You'll pass out if you stay hungry much longer. Saying this, Li Chen grabbed Lin Yue's hair, pulled a hair tie from his pocket, and tied it up with practiced ease. Lin Yue turned her head to look at Li Chen, her heart fluttering slightly. Li Chen let go of her hair and nodded. There. Now your hair won't get in your food. You're so much easier to take care of than Nianci. Lin Yue chuckled softly, letting her guard down as she lowered her head to eat. Take your time. No one's rushing you. Li Chen sat nearby, holding a tissue as he reminded her. It was an occupational hazard from raising children. Halfway through her meal, Lin Yue suddenly puckered her lips and began to cry. Mr. Li. Why is it that sometimes a stranger can be kinder than family? Li Chen understood the implication of her words and paused to think. I believe we can analyze this from 3 angles. First, that stranger had ulterior motives. Second, the family members are mentally unstable, stubborn, or deluded into thinking they're acting in your best interest. Third, the family isn't your real family. Which one do you think is most likely? Lin Yue stared into Li Chen's eyes for a few seconds before immediately dismissing the first possibility. Recalling her parents' years of pure abuse, she dismissed the second possibility. Mr. Li, I don't think they ever treated me like a daughter or even like a human being. Are they really my family? What should I do? Li Chen smiled faintly. You already have your answer, don't you? If I told you your answer is correct, what would you do? Lin Yue's eyes widened instantly. You mean, I'm really not related to them? Li Chen gently stroked Lin Yue's head, soothingly saying, Congratulations, you got it right. Your suffering is over. Soon, you'll embrace a brand new life. You're injured, don't get too excited. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Lin Yue slowly calmed down. So I really am not their daughter. Then where are my real family? Who are they? Where are they? Why did they abandon me? She had once doubted her origins, hoping she wasn't the daughter of Lin Hu and Lu Guifang. But now that it had been confirmed, her heart was filled with fear and resentment. She couldn't understand why her family had abandoned her, leaving her to suffer for so many years. Li Chen gently patted Lin Yue's shoulder. He had no intention of hiding anything. All this psychological counseling had been aimed at revealing the truth to her. I've already found your family for you. But I can't tell you who they are just yet. Because we've made an agreement with the enforcement team to take down that criminal organization once and for all. We can't tip them off yet. We need your cooperation. Pretend you know nothing. Of course, one thing is certain, you were abducted, not abandoned. Your family loves you deeply and has searched for you for over a decade. I promise you'll be home soon. Lin Yue stared into Li Chen's eyes for a long moment. You're a good person. I believe you. Li Chen gave an awkward chuckle. He was no good person. Not long ago, he had struck a deal with Tang Bin. In exchange for retrieving his daughter, the Li Corporation would acquire a stake in the Tang Group. Acquiring 30% of Tang Group's shares at the market's lowest price, he became the second largest shareholder. Now, in his eyes, this Lin Yue alone was worth billions. Once she returned to the Tang family and endorsed Li Corporation's products as the Tang heiress, the added value would be immeasurable. Moreover, she was the key witness he held over Fu Yanzhou. It could be said that Lin Yue was now a highly coveted asset. Eat first and take care of your health. The plan still requires you to testify against the criminal in the end. Lin Yue nodded obediently and began eating heartily. Thanks to Cheng Hui arranging the transfer in advance, Lin Yue arrived at the private hospital by 8 o'clock that evening. Li Chen picked up Shinxinga on his way back. In the car, Shinxinga happily wrapped her arms around Li Chen's arm. The doctor said there's still hope for my mom's condition. The Li Corporation is developing a brain chip. If they can successfully implant the chip, it could stimulate the brain's nerves and help paralyzed people stand up again. Brother Chen, is what they said true? Li Chen nodded. We are indeed researching this, but the project is extremely costly and progress is painfully slow. Preliminary results won't be seen for at least another 3 to 5 years. And that's the most optimistic estimate. The failure rate is as high as 90%. You shouldn't get your hopes up too much. Shinxinga shook her head. But there's still a 10% chance of success. That's better than no hope at all. For mom's sake, I'll definitely earn more money for you. You absolutely must not abandon this research project. Li Chen smiled faintly. Truthfully, I want this project to succeed even more than you do. Shinxinga froze for a moment. Because of Nianci? You started this project to help treat her brain disease, right? Li Chen paused briefly before nodding. If it succeeds, it won't just heal her, it could heal countless families. Shinxinga gazed into Li Chen's eyes, where starlight seemed to flicker. In this moment, the man before her seemed so magnificent and radiant, a person worthy of her lifelong devotion and companionship. Recalling her mother's warnings these past days, Shinxinga bit her lip and asked, Brother Chen, may I ask you a question? Is there any chance you might like me? I need a straightforward answer. It's important to both me and my mother. Li Chen pondered for a moment before replying, a virtuous lady is a gentleman's ideal match. My orientation is normal, and you're a young woman in your prime. But soon my career will hit a major turning point, and most of my energy will be focused on work. So I'm afraid I might have to disappoint you. Hearing this, Shinxinga actually smiled happily. It's okay. If you don't have the energy, I do. I've made up my mind, I'm going to pursue you. Li Chen flicked Shinxinga's forehead with his finger. You've got no energy to spare. You've got so much to learn right now. Focus on your studies first. Shinxinga pressed her forehead, baring her teeth. Once I win you over, I'll be the CEO's wife, a wealthy socialite. What's the point of me studying anymore? Li Chen froze, realizing he couldn't refute a single word Shinxinga had said. Chapter 38, The Deal. From the front passenger seat, Cheng Hui chuckled. Miss Shan, you don't seriously think being the president's wife is easy, do you? That being a wealthy socialite just requires having hands? To secure this position, you must at least be capable of assisting in business matters and possess the ability to manage the family affairs. Most crucially, you must learn how to please the CEO. Shinxinga paused, then suddenly understood. She hadn't expected that simply helping Cheng Hui look after his wife and child for an afternoon would earn her such valuable advice. It seemed Li Chen was right. By winning over Cheng Hui's wife and child, he could truly teach her a great deal. Thank you for the advice, Assistant Cheng. I know what to do now. Cheng Hui shook his head. You don't need to thank me. Since the president is willing to mentor you, I certainly won't be stingy. If you can make the president happy, my work will go much smoother too. Shinxinga turned to look at Li Chen. Do you think I'm being too calculating? Li Chen smiled faintly. Climbing the ladder of power and wealth, it's human nature. Nothing to be ashamed of. I once had dreams too, hoping to hook up with a rich woman. Of course, all this must be done without harming others. At his words, Shinxinga's eyes sparkled brightly. Then I'll work hard, become a rich woman, and support you financially. Li Chen froze again, then shook his head. In his previous life, when he was broke, he had indeed considered hooking up with a rich woman only to be rejected by them. In this world, a young girl actually declaring she'd support him was truly baffling. Still, to avoid crushing Shinxinga's confidence, Li Chen offered a faint smile. I look forward to that day. Shinxinga seemed to recall something and immediately lowered her head, revealing only her ears turning slightly red. Li family manor. At the main gate, 3 people intercepted Li Chen's private car. Little Chen, you're finally back. You really need to rein in your servants, they actually refused us entry. Su Tianqi rushed to the car door, his face flushed with indignation as he voiced his grievance. Chen Wanqing followed behind. Exactly. Those snobbish servants deserve a proper lesson. Otherwise, we might end up with wicked servants oppressing their masters. Li Chen rolled down the window, frowning. It was my order to bar outsiders from the estate. They're hired bodyguards, not lowly servants. Besides, our two families have settled all accounts. What business do you have coming here? Su Tianqi nudged Chen Wanqing with his elbow. Chen Wanqing caught the hint and smiled. Your mother and I were best friends. It's been so many years since your mother passed. As an elder, it's only natural for me to show concern for you. Well, I happen to have some free time today, so I came to see you. Li Chen pondered for a moment before smiling. Since Anshin puts it that way, I certainly can't be rude. Then please come inside for a cup of tea to quench your thirst. With that, Li Chen rolled up the car window. Old Wang stepped on the gas, driving the car into the estate. Su Tianqi and Chen Wanqing exchanged a glance, both looking grim. They then pulled Su Qian along and followed into the estate. In the outer reception room, Li Chen had already taken the seat of honor. Butler Lu had instructed the servants to lay out tea and fruit. When the three Su family members entered the parlor, Su Tianqi wore a look of displeasure. Previously, when they visited, they were always welcomed into the inner hall. Now, they were being seated in the outer reception area. Clearly, Li Chen had already excluded them. It seems young Master Li considers us outsiders now? Li Chen smiled faintly. Master Su, you have a sense of humor. If you're not outsiders, then are you my family or relatives? Su Tianqi was about to retort when Chen Wanqing tugged at his sleeve. He fell silent, his face clouding over with suppressed anger. Chen Wanqing sat beside Li Chen, smiling gently. You're such a kid, your personality doesn't resemble your parents at all. Li Chen shrugged. Chen, just say what you need to say. No need to beat around the bush. I don't have time for your nonsense. Chen Wanqing's smile froze, her expression turning slightly awkward. I just came to see you, to drop by. Nothing else. A hint of a smile suddenly appeared on Li Chen's face. Well, now that you've seen me, I have work to attend to. Excuse me for now. I'll come visit you next time I have free time. Mr. Lu, show our guest out. This left Chen Wanqing feeling even more awkward. Xiao Chen, don't be so quick to send her away. Auntie has one more favor to ask of you. Li Chen's smile broadened. Aunt Chen, please speak freely. Given the long friendship between you and my mother, I won't refuse anything I can help with. Chen Wanqing took a deep breath. Could you please reconsider taking back that land? We've lived there for 20 years now. We consider it our ancestral home, our own family's place. If it gets reclaimed, the Su family's reputation will be utterly ruined. Li Chen had already made up his mind, but he hesitated. I'd love to give that land to Aunt Chen, but the problem is it was sold this morning. The buyer's 200 million yuan deposit is already in my account. Once the debris is cleared tomorrow, the property can be handed over, and I'll receive the remaining 800 million yuan balance. If I breach the contract, I'll have to pay 5 times the deposit as compensation. If Aunt Chen truly wants that land, she'll have to pay the penalty. Considering your relationship with my mother, I'll make an exception and sell it to you at half price. Su Tianqi jumped to his feet. That plot is valued at no more than 12 billion at most. Asking us to buy it back for 15 billion is outrageous. Li Chen smiled. Mr. Su, you have keen insight. That land is indeed only worth 12 billion. But what about the buildings on it? Unfortunately, the demolition crew starts at 7:30 tomorrow morning. If you find it too expensive, you can wait until it's demolished and buy it back from the next owner. They'll likely be more than willing to sell it to you for 12 billion. Wait 2 or 3 days, and you'll save 300 million. A deal this sweet Mr. Su wouldn't miss it for the world. At these words, Su Tianqi's cheek twitched. The construction of the Su family estate had cost far more than 300 million yuan back in the day. Based on current construction costs, its valuation would easily exceed 18 billion. Li Chen's move was a checkmate, leaving no room for maneuver. Rebuilding the estate after demolition would cost at least 15 billion. Thus, purchasing it now for 15 billion would actually be profitable. The problem was that the Su family's assets now barely exceeded 15 billion yuan. If they bought the estate, they'd have no capital left to rebuild their fortunes. Business deals aren't about kindness, you know. Our families have been friends for nearly 30 years. If you push us to the brink like this, how will you explain it to your parents when they return? Su Tianqi tried to wriggle out of it. Li Chen had always been principled and loyal since childhood, having lost his parents at a young age. Therefore, he should cherish parental affection all the more. Using his parents to pressure him would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. But before Li Chen could answer, 3 girls burst out from behind the living room screen. Xin Xinga had informed Su Muxue about the Su family's arrival after returning to the inner hall. Su Muxue rushed to the front hall in a panic, just in time to hear Su Tianqi's final words. A transaction. So in your eyes, I'm nothing but a commodity to be bought and sold? Chapter 39, Character Deviation Without Plot Collapse. Su Muxue stared at Su Tianqi, her eyes slightly reddened and bloodshot. Su Tianqi was momentarily at a loss, turning to Chen Wanqing for help. Chen Wanqing rose to pull Su Muxue toward her, but Su Muxue dodged her grasp. Truthfully, I've known all along that you never treated me as your real daughter. You only saw me as a bargaining chip to make demands of the Li family. How ridiculous of me to have ever harbored any illusions about you. Get out. You're not welcome here. And don't ever call me your daughter again. I can't bear that burden. Chen Wanqing and Su Tianqi froze in shock. Su Qian charged forward, shoving Su Muxue to the ground. What right do you have to kick us out? This isn't your house. Su Muxue sat on the floor, her eyes vacant, her entire being seeming to have lost its soul. That's right. This isn't my home anymore. I have no home. I have nothing left. It's my own fault for being blind and foolish, losing my home. Li Chen couldn't bear to see her like this. He stood up and carried Su Muxue to the sofa. I'm sorry. It's my fault for keeping you by my side all these years, leaving you no time to build a bond with your family. The lack of family companionship might have been one of the triggers for your illness. I won't touch the Su family estate. From now on, you should go home and live well with your parents and siblings. Family bonds are a powerful source of comfort. You'll find happiness there. Su Muxue suddenly snapped back to reality and clung tightly to Li Chen. No. I won't go back to the Su family. This is my home. You are my family. Get them out of here. I don't want to see them anymore. At that moment, Chen Wanqing and Su Tianqi also snapped out of it. You ungrateful daughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Though your mother and I didn't raise you, we gave birth to you and found you a good husband. All these years, you've never suffered the slightest hardship, never faced any adversity. You've lived without a care in the world. Don't you feel even a shred of gratitude? Not only do you refuse to help us, but you want to drive us away too. Do you realize the construction crew starts tomorrow? The Su family will be gone. Do you want our family to sleep on the streets? We are your biological parents, and Xiao Qian is your own flesh and blood. How can you bear to do this? If word gets out about your disloyalty, how can you show your face in Tianhai? How can you stay at Li Group? Su family's words stunned not only Li Chen, but Li Nianci as well. She swore the other members of the Su family weren't characters she had created, because in her book, the Su family were merely minor supporting characters, barely mentioned. She never imagined that once her words became reality, the Su family would turn out like this. She should have known better than to cut corners back then. She should have invested more effort into fleshing out the supporting characters. So she had wronged the system. The system's reprimand hadn't come out of nowhere. Theoretically, with the plot already predetermined, she needn't lift a finger, she could simply wait for the perfect ending. But once this world entered the plot timeline, deviations began to occur. Human hearts are unpredictable. She had meticulously designed several main characters, yet overlooked the others in this real world. Thus, she the author was the true culprit behind the plot's deviation. Strictly speaking, laziness was the root of all this. But I was writing a novel, I never imagined it would become a world. Li Nianci felt like she was going mad. She was clearly caught in the crossfire and couldn't even defend herself. Kun. I don't know what to do. Can you help me? Su Muxue looked at Li Chen with a hurt expression, her eyes filled with helplessness. Li Chen sighed and turned back. Su Muxue already had mental health issues. If she were further provoked, she might well do something extreme. I can hold off on collecting the Su family's land for now, but I certainly won't be giving it away. Then let's sign a lease agreement at market rates. 2 months deposit, 3 months advance rent, 1 year minimum lease term. I'm giving you a discount 100 million yuan per year. Su Tianqi tried to say something more, but Li Chen shot him a cold glance. I won't repeat myself. Don't mistake my compassion for entitlement. You still have a little time left. If you don't handle the land lease now, my construction crew will start moving in. Startled, Su Tianqi grabbed his wife and child and bolted out of the hall. 100 million yuan in annual rent was steep, but at least they retained the capital to make a comeback. In the living room, Su Muxue suddenly threw her arms around Li Chen's neck and pressed her lips fiercely against his. Shin Qing's eyes reddened as she lunged forward to pry them apart. Get away from him! How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Su Muxue smiled faintly, licking her lips. You're right. I was so foolish before, I never realized he was so soft and sweet. I've decided from now on, I'll kiss him once every morning, noon, and night. With that, Su Muxue walked away triumphantly. Shin Qing glared at Su Muxue's retreating figure, stomping her foot in frustration before turning to Li Chen. I won't allow her to kiss you again. I'll be furious. Li Chen froze for a moment. Wait, shouldn't you be telling Su Muxue that? Why are you telling me? Besides, I was careless just now, I didn't dodge. And why are you meddling so much? I'm the boss now. Shin Qing suddenly jumped into Li Chen's arms. Having caught Li Nianci countless times before, Li Chen instinctively caught Shinshinga in his arms. Shinshinga seized the moment and planted a kiss on his neck. Just you wait. Once I become a rich woman, I'll keep you all to myself. Then only I'll be allowed to kiss you. Li Chen pushed Shinshinga aside, utterly speechless inside. Both Su Muxue and Shinshinga were acting like they had some kind of mental illness, their moods swinging wildly. What a nutcase. Go chill somewhere cool. Shinshinga snorted smugly and stormed out of the hall. Li Nianci felt her head spinning. She realized she knew nothing about this world, or even about the brother who had cared for her for 17 years. In terms of his character, he was indeed stubborn, but he also valued emotions and loyalty deeply. All these years, he had cared for her and Su Muxue with meticulous attention. But the problem was, this was only the Li Chen she saw. From her recent conversation with the Su family, it was clear that Li Chen was extremely domineering and uncompromising in his dealings with others. Su Muxue's demeanor also revealed that Li Chen held absolute dominance in their relationship, a stark departure from the established narrative. Then there's Shinshinga, whose character is supposed to be a scheming woman climbing the social ladder. Yet now, while her character remains unchanged, she deliberately suppresses it. The scenes between Su Muxue and Shinshinga are utterly transformed. The villainous supporting character Shinshinga now appears more like the one being suppressed by the protagonist. Everyone in this storyline seems to have deviated from the script, yet the plot hasn't collapsed. The only one who remains normal, the author herself, now appears abnormal. Damn system, stop it. Is this the only way to replenish one's destiny? Wait. Don't go over there. Shinshinga, you bastard. Why did you kiss him? Li Nianci's inner scream was futile. The system showed no mercy, controlling her body as it moved toward Li Chen. Watching Li Nianci slowly approach him, Li Chen smiled faintly. Little cutie. Are you hungry? Big brother will take you to eat. Suddenly, Li Nianci lunged forward like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Caught completely off guard, Li Chen froze for a fraction of a second before her lips met his in a forceful kiss. Li Nianci's force was too great, causing both their lips to split open, their blood mingling together. Li Nianci. You. Li Chen swiftly licked the blood from his lips, a faint metallic sweetness tingling his throat. He opened his mouth to scold her, but the words died in his throat. Forget it. Blame them instead. Remember this, you must never imitate their actions again. It's dangerous, do you understand? Li Nianci nodded blankly. Silly brother, silly brother. When will you ever understand the life I've been forced to live? It's my own fault too. This world never should have had a place for someone like me. Truthfully, to have lived 17 extra years, to have truly experienced what it feels like to be cherished, even if I'm erased now, I'm content. Li Chen's face flashed a hint of surprise. He glanced around before fixing his gaze on Li Nianci. Chapter 40, Testing the Heart. Nianci, what would you like to eat tonight? Li Chen asked tentatively. Li Nianci stared blankly, offering no reply. How could I possibly be in the mood for dinner right now? Besides, my body isn't under my control anymore. What I like to eat doesn't matter. This dog system has controlled me for so many years, and I'm about to be erased anyway. Eating or not doesn't matter anymore. Li Chen froze for a moment. This time, he heard it loud and clear. But Li Nianci remained silent. So this was Nianci's true voice? The system? Control? Eradication? As these three words surfaced, combined with the memories accumulated over the years, a complete narrative unfolded in Li Chen's mind. Li Nianci, like herself, was a time traveler. The difference was that she carried a system, and this system had been suppressing her freedom all these years, controlling her to pretend to be a cute little thing. Perhaps that brief contact had fused their blood into a medium, unexpectedly allowing him to hear her inner thoughts. But why did this system suppress her, restricting her freedom? Following the typical tropes, this system was likely some malevolent entity seeking to possess Li Nianci's perfect vessel. Was this divine intervention urging her to rescue this tragic time traveler? Or was it a trap set by the malevolent system? Was it using these so-called heart whispers to coerce him into helping her complete some ritual? He couldn't reveal himself yet. He'd assess the situation first. As an exemplary transmigrator and recipient of the 5 Good Youth Award, Li Chen had his own set of survival principles. Heh, little cutie. So easy to take care of, eats whatever you give her, never picky. Li Chen chuckled softly, taking Li Nianci's hand and leading her toward the inner hall. Li Nianci. You're the little cutie. Your whole family are little cuties. I was found, so I don't count. Li Chen's footsteps halted abruptly, his smile freezing on his face. So this was the kind of person Li Nianci was. No wonder she must have cursed me constantly in private. Indeed, beautiful faces are a dime a dozen, but interesting souls are 1 in a million. After dinner, Li Chen took Li Nianci by the hand and led her into the estate grounds. It suddenly occurred to me it's been years since we last took a walk together. I'm in a pretty good mood today. Let me show you around. Li Nianci. Oh ho! What's gotten into him today? This idiot finally remembered he hasn't spent time with me in ages. But none of that matters anymore. A soul trapped within a body, and a body trapped within the estate for 17 years. I should have given up hope long ago. But I couldn't bear to leave this hard-won home, or the one who has always cared for me, my brother. Never mind. It'll be over soon anyway. On the day I'm erased, I wonder what form my disappearance will take. Will it be forgotten by the entire world, or simply death? If I could choose, I'd wish to be forgotten by the world. At least then, this foolish brother wouldn't have to grieve for me. Li Chen walked arm in arm with Li Nianci along the estate path when his steps suddenly halted, a pang of guilt welling up in his heart. I'm sorry. All these years, I neglected your feelings, always keeping you locked away at home. I thought I was protecting you, but it turned out to be your prison. The world outside is vast and full of wonders. I'll take you to see this new world. Nianci, look at that pond. Li Chen pointed to the large puddle nearby. Just so you could play fish-catching games, I went to great lengths to create this big puddle, one that can hold fish without drowning you. Li Nianci remained silent. Yeah, right. You know it's just a big puddle. Only kids like playing fish-catching games. I'm a grown woman born 18 years old. If I weren't being manipulated, I wouldn't be catching any fish. Li Chen paused, then pulled Li Nianci along for a bit longer. This lawn just got mowed. Want to roll around on it? I made it just for you. Li Nianci. While I do enjoy rolling around in the grass, I can't exactly do it every single day. You silly big brother, you'll never understand the pain of countless grass blades scratching your skin. You'll always think I'm just a little cutie. That I'm the one causing trouble, that I have super healing powers and can handle a few scrapes. But I feel pain, I feel hurt, I feel sad. But I don't blame you. After over a decade of appearances, you've long come to trust only your own eyes. Your genuine care and affection are enough. A flash of ferocity flickered in Li Chen's eyes. So all these years of self-righteous care and affection had only tormented her. Was this the system's way of tormenting her soul, driving her to despair, forcing her to give up resistance? Little girl, don't give up. I'll find a way to free you from these chains. Surveying the estate, Li Chen experienced everything through her eyes. Through the lens of this new perspective, the same daily routines repeated over a decade had transformed every ounce of beauty into a living hell. A silent hell, an unbreakable cage. How utterly hopeless these 17 years must have been for her. Nianci, how about I take you to work with me tomorrow? Li Nianci. Though I truly long to see this new world, fate has dealt me this hand I cannot resist. Li Chen turned to look at Li Nianci and smiled gently. You're about to come of age. As an adult, you should learn more about the outside world. This time I won't show mercy. You must learn to face unfamiliar worlds and strangers. Li Nianci. Wow, did my silly brother finally get smart? Didn't you always worry I'd die if I left? But I really want to see the outside world. Think of it as my final farewell to this place. Li Chen sighed inwardly, shook his head, and pulled Li Nianci back into the inner hall. After making arrangements, he summoned Steward Lu. Go to the machine room and retrieve all surveillance footage of Nianci from the past few days. As the current leader in national smart technology, surveillance equipment was the last thing lacking in his estate. First, to personally experience his own company's products. Second, to protect his little cutie, his sister. Butler Lu bowed and withdrew. Half an hour later, a USB drive was delivered to Li Chen's hands. Late at night, Li Chen shut down his computer and pulled out the USB drive. The coldness in his eyes was impossible to suppress. Now he finally understood why things had felt off lately. Through multi-angle video analysis, it became clear that over the past few days, Li Nianci had been controlling those girls through some highly unusual method. Her own actions were even more bizarre, clearly indicating that the sinister system was working towards some undisclosed objective. I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Early the next morning, Li Chen had Butler Lu procure a reinforced child safety leash. He secured one end to his own wrist and the other to Li Nianci's. Since it was his first time taking Li Nianci out, Li Chen doubled the security detail. When Li Nianci was led to the car, Ling Yue and Su Muxue both looked stunned. Brother Chen, why did you decide to take Sister Nianci out today? Li Chen smiled faintly. Wang Ma has returned home. I'll be very busy for a while, and there's no one to look after her. Might as well bring her along. She's well behaved and won't be any trouble. Shin Chinga nodded. If I didn't have to carve out time to look after my mother, I could spend more time with Nianci and help lighten your load. Li Chen patted Shin Chinga on the shoulder. You've got a lot on your plate right now, and now there's another person at the hospital, Lin Yue. Take good care of her. Once we complete the mission in a few days, I'll promote you directly. Shin Chinga exclaimed in delight, really? But I haven't even started my internship yet. Isn't it too soon for a permanent position? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Won't the others at the company gossip? What if it damages your reputation? Maybe we should just forget it. I can wait until I finish my internship before getting promoted. Listening to Shin Chinga's overly cautious rambling, Su Muxue couldn't hold back any longer. You're clearly overjoyed, yet you put on this act. Doesn't it disgust you? Chapter 41, Suppression. Shin Chinga shot Su Muxue a glare. Didn't you say you wouldn't compete with me anymore? Why are you out here slandering me now? Su Muxue sneered coldly. I said I wouldn't fight with you to spare Aiken the awkwardness, but I never said I wouldn't expose your ulterior motives. What do you take Aiken for? Do you really think such a disgusting creature could ever catch your eye? Seeing herself outmatched in the verbal sparring, Xinxinga wrapped her arms around Li Chen's arm, pouting with a look of grievance. Brother Chen, look at sister. She's always picking on me. Li Chen frowned and tapped Su Muxue on the head. Are you two done bickering? You know she's putting on an act. Exposing her like that just humiliates her. What did I teach you? See through it but don't call it out. You're 20 now, can't you show a little tact? What's wrong with letting her pretend? It's not like you're losing any flesh. Have you considered that if you encounter a similar situation at the negotiating table in the future, the moment you speak up, they'll have your character weaknesses exposed? And you? Li Chen turned his gaze to Xinxinga and tugged her ear. Could you focus more of your energy on work and studies? Is bickering with her every day really that fun? Don't you know she's a patient right now? What if you drive her crazy and she attacks you with a knife? What then? Play is play, fun is fun, keep it lighthearted. Get too deep into this and you'll be finished for real. Su Muxue lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll learn to be more level-headed and keep my cool from now on. Xinxinga also lowered her head. I'll work hard and never resort to petty tricks again. Li Chen sighed. Ah. You're both still too young. Taking detours and hitting walls are all part of growing up. But remember, we're all in this together. Competition is fine, but never resort to vicious infighting. Always prioritize the greater good. You're all top students, the talent I've chosen. I want you all to have bright futures. Do you understand what I mean? Both women kept their heads bowed, looking as if they were receiving a lecture, making the atmosphere feel particularly strange. Li Nianci was momentarily stunned. This silly brother is barely 20 himself, yet when he lectures people, he sounds so old and pedantic. And you two, one the heroine, the other the villainous supporting character, you're just taking his words at face value? This was supposed to be a scene of jealousy and tearing apart a green tea girl. How did it turn into this? You two should be secretly plotting how to outmaneuver each other right now. It has to be like that, otherwise, it wouldn't follow the plot development. Li Chen held Li Nianci's hand, his expression slightly startled. The female lead? Evil supporting female character? Plot? So all of this was truly orchestrated? Engaged to Su Muxue as children, only to break off the betrothal later. Then meeting Xinxinga, which eventually led to the conflict between Xinxinga and Su Muxue. This was a scripted plot. Not only was Li Nianci trapped, but even he, Li Chen, was merely a pawn in that so-called system? Combining Li Nianci's inner thoughts, Li Chen had already pieced together the entire sequence of events in his mind. To prevent future catastrophic events, he must prepare in advance. Su Muxue. Xinxinga. You two listen to me carefully. I don't care how you two tear each other apart behind closed doors, but don't let me catch you harming one another. Otherwise, I will punish you severely. Su Muxue glanced up at Li Chen. I already have a bad image in your mind. If I were to hurt Xinxinga now, wouldn't that just prove I'm mentally unstable? I'm not stupid, I'd never let some scheming woman make you despise me. Right now, I should show magnanimity, not fighting or competing. That way, you can trust me and keep me by your side. With that thought, Su Muxue nodded, opened the passenger door, and climbed inside. Xinxinga froze for a moment. This Su Muxue was so sensible and knew when to step back. Given her understanding of Li Chen, she should win his forgiveness soon enough. The CEO's wife can only be mine. It seems I need to consult Assistant Chang to learn more about Li Chen's preferences. Only by keeping Li Chen perpetually happy could I overcome the bond between him and his childhood sweetheart. With that thought, Xinxinga silently got into the car. After being pulled into the car, Li Nianci felt a storm churning inside her. How come I never knew my silly brother was so domineering? Two gorgeous young beauties, and he's already lecturing them first thing in the morning? He doesn't know the first thing about treating ladies with care. Straight men are terrifying. Li Chen glanced back at Li Nianci. Silly girl, facing your nearly flawless face day in and day out, your brother here has long since lost his fascination with other beauties. What lingers longest in this world? Not the beauty that fades from mirrors nor the blossoms that fall from trees, it's the heart that truly matters. Old Wang always drove steadily. He first dropped off Xinxinga at the hospital, then transported Li Chen and the other two to the headquarters building. As expected, Jiang Miaomia was already waiting at the entrance. But Cheng Hui stepped in front of Jiang Miaomia first. President, why did you bring the young lady out today? There are too many people outside. It might be dangerous for the young lady. Li Chen gave the safety leash around his wrist a little shake. It's fine. I'll keep her tethered close to me at all times. She's well behaved and won't wander off. Cheng Hui nodded, then glanced at Jiang Miaomia before escorting Li Chen into the private elevator. Inside the elevator, Li Chen patted Cheng Hui on the shoulder. That's an enforcement bureau informant. Don't let her youthful appearance fool you, handle her with caution. Cheng Hui nodded silently. On the way to the president's office, Li Nianci was stunned once more. She never dreamed her silly brother could run such a massive corporation. Judging by its scale, it must be worth at least tens of billions. When she wrote the book, she'd focused solely on his romantic story with Su Muxue, never delving into his business acumen, merely labeling him a rich second-generation heir. Now she realized how shallow her understanding of this silly brother had truly been. Inside the office, Cheng Hui had already positioned a comfortable recliner beside Li Chen. After settling Li Nianci, Li Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He had noticed a problem. Throughout the journey, he could no longer hear Li Nianci's inner thoughts. It seemed that reading Li Nianci's thoughts required physical contact. With that thought, Li Chen reached out and took Li Nianci's hand. How are you adjusting to this new environment? Li Nianci. Getting used to it? I'm getting used to it just fine. If only I could sit in the billionaire CEO's chair for a while, that would be even better. Li Chen smiled and pushed Li Nianci's chair to the head of the table. You must be bored. Big bro will get you a subscription to watch TV. Saying this, Li Chen turned on the screen and selected a popular drama for Li Nianci. It must be said, most young girls love binge-watching dramas. Before long, Li Nianci's inner thoughts turned into a jumble of random thoughts. Li Chen found it so awkward he simply unbuckled her safety harness and let her play on her own. The office door swung open as Jiang Miumio stepped inside. I heard the esteemed CEO Li has a penchant for imprisoning young women. Seeing you today, it seems I was right. I wonder if Mr. Li can provide a satisfactory explanation for this. Hearing this, Li Chen knew trouble was brewing, and a slight headache crept in. This woman's tongue was far more venomous than Zhao Xinmin's. Miss Jiang, you've got too much water in your system, it's flooded your brain. If I were to sue you for slander and defamation right now, I wonder if breaking the law knowing it's wrong would result in a harsher sentence? Chapter 42, I'm the one who's been kept in the dark. Jiang Miaomio smiled faintly. Mr. Li says I'm spreading rumors and defamation, but what evidence does he have? However, I do have evidence of Mr. Li restricting others' freedom. Li Chen sneered, she's my sister, a born idiot who loves running off. As her guardian, it's perfectly reasonable for me to keep her on a leash. But Miss Jiang, don't you ever check your target's backgrounds or basic information before going on missions? I seriously question your competence. I'll notify Captain Zhao and have you replaced immediately. Jiang Miaomio paid no heed to Li Chen's threat. I've looked into your background. Your household registration book contains only your single page. After you became independent, your parents transferred their household registration elsewhere. Li Nianci was indeed an orphan adopted by your parents, but she was never registered on your household register. Strictly speaking, you are not his brother. If I were to sue you for trafficking women and children, you would likely find it difficult to escape this lawsuit. Li Chen froze. This was indeed an oversight on his part. When his parents discovered Li Nianci had cerebral palsy, they abandoned any thought of adopting her. They had long since ceased acknowledging her existence. It was his own stubbornness that led him to raise her all these years. To this day, Li Nianci didn't even have an ID card, let alone a household registration. She was essentially undocumented. Previously, since she had never left the estate, her lack of proper documentation had remained undiscovered, and everything had been peaceful. But now that he thought about it, it was indeed problematic that Li Nianci lacked a proper identity. Miss Jiang has reminded me of that. Why wait? I'll go complete Nianci's identity paperwork today. Jiang Miaomio sat down on the sofa without hesitation. I must remind you, Mr. Li. Under current law, you cannot adopt Li Nianci. Under the current circumstances, the only way to register her under the Li family household is to marry her. However, she is currently a minor, let alone having reached the legal age for marriage. Therefore, she is currently a free individual with no legal guardian. We have the authority to compel you to relinquish all control over her. We could even prosecute you for abduction and false imprisonment. Even with the best legal team, your chances of winning would be less than 50-50. Li Chen drew a long breath. I have to admit, you're far more ruthless than Zhao Xinmin. I'll take this warning shot. I'll swallow my pride. Tell me your terms. Whatever I can do, I'll cooperate. Jiang Miaomia shook her head. This isn't a threat, it's a sincere warning. This is your only weakness right now. If you don't resolve this issue, you'll inevitably give others leverage. Li Chen's expression faltered. Miss Jiang, do you prefer tea or coffee? Jiang Miaomio considered for a moment. Do you have milk tea? Cheng Hui, standing nearby, understood the request and dialed the dessert shop downstairs. What flavor would Miss Jiang like? Jiang Miaomio casually replied, just milk tea flavor, no tapioca pearls, and half sweet. Li Nianci's mind had long since snapped back from the TV drama. This woman is so despicable, threatening my brother with my identity. And she has the nerve to order milk tea? How shameless. I haven't had bubble tea in ages either. I miss it so much, my favorite lemon fruit tea, paired with a strawberry cake. Such a strange yet wonderful taste. Li Chen glanced at Cheng Hui. Order an extra lemon tea and 2 strawberry cakes. The dessert shop downstairs delivered quickly. When the fruit tea and cakes were placed before Li Nianci, a ripple stirred in her heart. No way. Is this for me? When did my silly brother find out I like this flavor? Li Chen smiled faintly, picked up a piece of cake, and began feeding her. There was no helping it. Li Nianci had been spoon-fed since childhood and couldn't manage to eat on her own. Seeing him from this angle for the first time, I never imagined my silly brother could be this stunningly handsome. Too bad he is just a paper character in my story, and it seems I'll never have the chance to become a normal person myself. Li Nianci sighed inwardly. She truly couldn't bear to part with this clumsy brother of hers. Zhang Miaomiao watched the deep bond between the siblings and smiled. Who would have thought that Li, the CEO who strikes fear into everyone in Tianhai, the man they talk about like a fierce tiger, could have such a tender side? Li Chen pulled out a tissue and dabbed Li Nianci's mouth. Miss Zhang, your jealousy is enough to open a jealousy shop. I truly don't understand. We've never met before, yet why does Miss Zhang always feel the need to be so confrontational in her words? Zhang Miaomiao slammed her milk tea down, sending liquid splashing across the table. Mr. Li, you truly have a remarkable memory lapse. Have you genuinely forgotten who I am? Li Chen smiled faintly. Judging by your tone, it seems we should know each other. Yet my memory holds no trace of you whatsoever. I can assure you I am in perfect health and have no possibility of amnesia. Perhaps Miss Zhang has mistaken me for someone else. Zhang Miaomiao stood up angrily at his words. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would never mistake you for someone else. Seeing Zhang Miaomiao's fierce expression, Li Chen froze, his mind racing. Could you be the daughter of my enemy? Over the years, I have indeed offended many people and shattered countless families. But I can honestly say I have nothing to be ashamed of. I never resorted to underhanded tactics. Those people either succumbed to greed or committed crimes, which is how I seized my opportunities. I always knew someone would come seeking revenge, but I never imagined it would come so soon. Joining an official agency like the enforcement squad will certainly deal a blow to my various businesses, but I am not someone to be taken lightly. If you seek personal vengeance, I have ways to skin you alive. Zhang Miaomiao's rage boiled over, fueling a sudden surge of fury. He stormed to the desk in a few strides and slammed his fist down hard on the surface. Bang! Mr. Li, take a good look at who I am. Li Chen curled his lips in disdain. I see perfectly well. Zhang Miaomiao, Zhao Xinmin's assistant, here to pick a fight with me, my supervisor, right? Zhang Miaomiao gritted her teeth. 5 years ago, under the Tanjiang Bridge, a mother and daughter drowned. Do you remember? Li Chen's expression faltered, his whole demeanor growing somber. Of course I remember. It's a nightmare that haunts me to this day. You want to use this memory to attack me? Then you're wrong. I'll contact Zhao Xinmin right now. I'd love to ask him what kind of little cutie he's brought along. Zhang Miaomiao suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I am that girl. I didn't die. I've come to find you. Surprised? Shocked? Li Chen's mind went blank for a moment before clearing. But back then, you clearly. No. You must be lying to me. Zhang Miaomiao's expression softened considerably, her tone growing gentler. I'm not lying. After you left, Uncle Zhao came to collect the body. He found I still had a faint pulse and rushed me to the hospital. Later, Uncle Zhao adopted me and paid for my education. I excelled in my studies, so I graduated early. I always knew you saved me, and the scholarship I received for school was also thanks to you. If you don't believe me, you can call Uncle Zhao and verify it yourself. Li Chen was utterly bewildered, but he still dialed Zhao Xinmin's number. 10 minutes later. So all of you, the entire enforcement bureau, knew about this, but I, the person involved, was kept in the dark? Li Chen's emotions were running high. Chapter 43, I can sacrifice my dignity, but I won't break my children's hearts. Looking back, that day Li Chen had gone to inspect the Tanjiang Bridge project when he unexpectedly encountered a mother and daughter attempting to jump into the river. Many people jumped in to rescue them. Having learned to swim well as a child, he naturally followed suit. Fortunately, through the collective effort of the crowd, both were pulled to safety. Unfortunately, neither showed any signs of breathing or a heartbeat. Among those present, he was the only one trained in emergency first aid. Despite using every technique he knew, he couldn't save the mother and daughter. What broke his heart even more was that the mother and daughter had chosen to jump into the river on the day of the bridge inspection specifically to demand compensation. Her husband, the girl's father, had died in an accident during the bridge construction. The compensation money had been withheld by the contractor, ultimately leading to this tragedy. This incident became a nightmare that haunted Li Chen, tormenting him to this day. It was from that moment on that he revised the regulations of the Li Group. For any Li Group subsidiary receiving a substantiated report of wage arrears, the entire department would be dismissed and replaced. So you came back for revenge, right? I know I can't undo your pain after all, you lost your parents. But I still warn you. You're still too green now. You're no match for me. Come challenge me when you become the chief. Li Chen took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair as his expression gradually steadied. He'd weathered far worse storms over the years. This setback was nothing. At least he knew that child from back then was still alive. The guilt in his heart had faded by more than half. Is this how you feel about me? Jiang Miao's eyes glistened with tears, her voice trembling slightly. Li Chen shot her a cold glance. Isn't that exactly how it is? From the moment we met, you've never hidden your hostility toward me. I advise you to cultivate more discretion in the future. Don't so readily reveal your thoughts to others. Others won't be as kind and easygoing as I am. Jiang Miao froze. Hostility? Do you really think I'm the kind of person who can't tell right from wrong? I've carried you in my heart for 5 years and watched over you for 5 years. After learning you'd broken off the engagement, I gave up my chance for further studies to find you. I thought you'd be overjoyed, but you treated me like an enemy. You remember only the girls around you, yet you don't remember me. In your memory, I died long ago. Yesterday, you were the one who showed hostility toward me the moment we met, yet you blame me. Should I explain? Would you even believe my explanation? Jiang Miao's thoughts raced. Explaining now would only fuel his suspicions further. I mustn't rush things. Give us both more time. He's so intelligent he'll surely discover my true feelings soon enough. I'll prove it through my actions. As long as I'm here, I won't let any of your enemies harm you. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Li. I'll definitely cultivate more composure in the future. I've said all I needed to say. I just wanted to remind you I'll be watching you, always ready to arrest you. You're smart enough to understand what I mean. The Enforcement Bureau is already aware of your tendency to align with the Fu family. When two titans join forces, the major aristocratic families of Tianhai will inevitably face massive upheaval. Those with dirty hands will surely start reaching out. You must be extremely cautious. But rest assured, I will protect you. After delivering her warning, Jiang Miao strode swiftly out of the office. Cheng Hui voiced his concern. President, this Jiang Miao is a tricky one. If she's determined to avenge her parents at all costs, many of our projects could face serious obstacles. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. She's after me. Thankfully, I had Xinqinga replace you ahead of time. I'll find a way to draw her attention. You take advantage of the opportunity. You should be at the hospital with your wife and child right now, but you're the only one I can trust by my side. I won't let you down. I'll arrange your daughter's full moon banquet. We'll go through the formalities then and make my status as godfather official. Cheng Hui bowed respectfully. It's my honor to ease the chairman's burdens. Li Chen patted Cheng Hui on the shoulder. We're family now. No need for formalities. Once this job is done, you're off the hook. Bring your wife and kids along, I'll cover everything. Cheng Hui was most susceptible to this approach. Treating his family well proved more effective than catering to him personally. Understood. I'll proceed with the Tang Corporation project first. There are still many details to discuss with Tangbin. After Cheng Hui left, only Li Nianci and Li Chen remained in the office. Li Nianci appeared utterly composed, yet a storm raged within her heart. A tycoon's mistake led to tragedy, haunting him for years with guilt over a life he couldn't save. The girl miraculously survived, cleverly leveraging resources from her enemies to study abroad and return to avenge her parents. The tycoon, paralyzed by guilt, could only threaten with words. What kind of sparks will they ignite in the future? Why couldn't I have written a story like this back then? But judging by this clueless brother's demeanor, he doesn't seem too invested in that Jiang Miao. Looks like he and his assistant are hatching some grand scheme. Honestly, I can't fathom what these men think about all day. Someone is out to kill you, and you still have the nerve to think about other things? 2 hours later, Li Chen finished his work and took Li Nianci's hand. Getting bored? Want to go out for a walk? Li Nianci. I'd love to go out, but my opinion doesn't count. Li Chen smiled faintly, but inside, he sighed. To prevent certain entities from discovering his secret and harming Li Nianci, he had no choice but to keep pretending to be clueless. Your silence means you agree. Let's go. As Li Chen pulled Li Nianci past the office area, the workgroup chat exploded. A chain reaction followed, and employees across the entire corporation began their own speculations. The real president's wife has appeared. I've never seen such a perfect girl. I suppose only a girl as angelic as her could be worthy of the CEO. Cut the nonsense. I've got inside info that girl is our CEO's sister. Bull. I once handled a special request for the CEO, and his family section was completely empty. No parents, no one. Hold on, I'm talking about his foster sister. Rumor has it she grew up alongside the CEO and Su Muxue. This foster sister is heavily guarded and has never appeared in public. Now that the CEO's wedding was called off, he's suddenly bringing her out. Could something unusual be happening? I'm all ears. Can't wait for the juicy details. Su Muxue is a top-tier beauty, but she pales in comparison to this foster sister. Everyone, stay rational while gossiping. Don't spread rumors recklessly. If the CEO catches wind of this month's bonuses are gone. Exactly. Everyone calm down. I'm shipping the CEO and his foster sister. The CEO is too upright. Even though the foster sister isn't biologically related and isn't registered as family, I still think assistant Shan is more likely. Top scorer in the college entrance exam, young and beautiful, just wait until she fully blossoms in a couple years. She'll be something else. You guys probably don't know assistant Shan got transferred. Assistant Su was in the right place at the right time, plus they've known each other for years. She's got a shot at winning him over. Shut up, all of you. Shangu is mine. I'm the CEO's official girlfriend, the future CEO's wife. Shinshinga, stop causing trouble. Shan is my husband. We were just one step away from marriage. Chapter 44, the radiant light emanating from him can disperse the darkness around you. Looks like your workload is too light. Everyone's bonuses will be docked 5%. I reiterate. The girl by my side is my sister. My relationship with Shinshinga and Su Muxue is purely professional at this time. This company has over 10,000 employees. Gossiping is fine, but spreading rumors carries legal consequences. A massive text explosion erupted in the group chat, followed by a flurry of replies within seconds. Got it. Got it. Who's the group admin? Can we kick the CEO out? The one who just posted the statement seems to be the admin. Oh my god, the CEO using a fake account as the company group admin? That's just insane, right? Oh no, I've been complaining about the CEO so much before. Will I get fired? Newbie, relax. Our CEO isn't petty. His heart is as vast as the ocean, his vision is boundless as the cosmos. You're just a small fry, you don't even have the qualifications to anger the CEO. Your brown nosing is so cringy, it's making me sick. Fine, I won't dock your bonus this time. Thank you, President. I love you, President. I want to bear the President's children. In the car, Li Chen shook his head helplessly and turned off the company group chat notifications. He couldn't care less about the gossip and complaints. He knew that no matter how good the benefits were, there would always be dissatisfied employees. Rather than letting them bottle up resentment until it exploded, he preferred to let them vent. After all, this group was created for gossip and venting in the first place. As for the work group, Li Chen never participated in that one. Having lived 2 lifetimes and accumulated decades of experience, he understood the importance of maintaining a balance between tension and relaxation. Old Wang, take me to the Golden Flower Orphanage in the northern suburbs. Old Wang was always a steady driver. An hour later, Li Chen arrived at the orphanage gates with Li Nianci. This is where you were abandoned all those years ago. I've searched for your parents, but to this day, I haven't found a single trace of them. Later, I bought this orphanage. I thought that if your parents ever came here, they might find you. Li Nianci. Silly brother, I appeared here as an infant. I never had parents. You could search your whole life and wait your whole life, you'd never find them. Li Chen froze. He himself had been reincarnated as a fetus, but never imagined this girl had been reincarnated as a child. But fabricating a life out of thin air? Even with a system, it was beyond comprehension. This was likely the system's doing again, sealing away the memories of Li Nianci's parents in this world. No need to rush now. Once we slowly uncover the system's vulnerabilities, dealing with it will be easy. You've never had any friends growing up. Today, Big Brother will take you to make some. The kids here are all well behaved and adorable. Just then, 2 burly men burst out of the security booth, saluting as they declared, "Welcome to your inspection, Mr. Li." Li Chen waved them off. Go about your business. There are many children here, don't frighten them. I'll just take a quick look around and leave. The security guards acknowledged the order and retreated back into the booth, though they still sent a message to notify the campus supervisor. Soon after, a man in his 50s approached Li Chen, who was strolling on the playground. Mr. Li, why didn't you let us know you were coming? I could have organized the children to welcome you. Li Chen gave an awkward smile. This visit was spontaneous, I didn't prepare anything. If I had the children come out to welcome me and then had no gifts to give them, where would my face be? Of course, I could save face myself, but I can't let the children down. Hearing this, the director also grew awkward. Mr. Li, you really do have a sense of humor. This orphanage has been entirely sustained by your efforts, with millions invested annually. You've always been an idol in the children's hearts. Just seeing you here makes them happy, they don't need gifts at all. Li Chen pondered for a moment. You're right. It's been ages since I did a surprise visit. Go gather all the children on the playground. I have some questions for them. The director smiled faintly. Please wait a moment. I'll go notify the children to assemble right away. Li Chen's approach to managing the orphanage was straightforward and direct. He only provided funding and never interfered in the orphanage's affairs, but he conducted random spot checks at irregular intervals. And his targets were always these children. Being orphans, they were more susceptible to bullying or developing psychological issues. If there were issues, he would question these children directly. Even if they were skilled at hiding problems or had been coached by teachers, their inconsistencies would become evident. Fortunately, after several rounds of spot checks, Li Chen found no major issues. When he encountered a few withdrawn children, a little coaxing was all it took to get through it. This was a closed educational facility, relatively safe, so Li Chen let Li Nianci loose to play and frolic with the children on her own. Though her body was being controlled, Li Nianci's inner voice told Li Chen she genuinely enjoyed playing with these little ones. After all, having been trapped for 17 years, even the wildest antics of the children felt deeply comforting to her. Principal Zhang, is that teacher someone you recently hired? He seems unfamiliar. Don't you train new teachers anymore? Isn't that a bit too perfunctory? Sitting on the bench, Li Chen pointed at a female teacher in a white floral dress amidst the crowd, looking puzzled. It was obvious that the teacher's various actions and behaviors seemed flustered and clumsy, clearly not those of a qualified teacher. Dean Zhang paused for a moment before smiling and explaining, Mr. Li, you're mistaken. That girl isn't one of our teachers. Her name is Mu Shangshang. She was taken in by the academy over a decade ago, though she was adopted long ago. She's nostalgic and often comes back to volunteer during breaks. But she's too shy. She always gets flustered around these kids, yet she refuses to give up. After hearing the director's explanation, Li Chen understood. Not forgetting the orphanage's kindness for over a decade, this girl has good character. Noon arrived quickly. In the orphanage cafeteria, Director Zhang specially served Li Chen over a dozen dishes. After sampling each one, Li Chen nodded in approval. Keep the meal allowance the same for this quarter, and double the bonuses for all staff this month. Director Zhang rubbed his hands together with delight. Mr. Li, may I ask a favor? Li Chen lifted his gaze to Mu Xingxing, seated in the corner of the cafeteria. Does your request have anything to do with that girl? President Zhang nodded. Mr. Li is truly remarkable, nothing escapes your keen eye. Xingxing's personality is too fragile. This time when she came back, I noticed she had many more scars on her body. I asked her about it, but she wouldn't say. Yet her expression told me she's in great pain right now. As an old man with no power or influence, I can't help her. But she's such a good child. I simply can't bear to see her endure abuse while bottling up her pain. Mr. Li, you're a kind and compassionate person. Could you please help her? Li Chen frowned. In recent days, he had already encountered several girls in need of help. Now another one appeared, and this couldn't help but raise his guard. He turned and took Li Nianci's hand. Nianci, what do you think, should Big Brother help that young lady? Li Nianci. Mu Shengshun, one of the female leads. Adopted by the Mu family since childhood due to her blood type matching theirs, serving as their fresh blood bank and organ reserve. Based on the plot progression, the Mu family's true heiress has already fallen ill, and they've begun extracting and storing Mu Xingxing's blood. Within 6 months at most, they will transplant Mu Shengsheng's kidney into the real heiress. Chapter 45, The Dead Heart Begins to Beat. Li Chen leapt to his feet. The information Li Nianci had revealed was explosive. Though such situations were not uncommon among the upper echelons of society, ignorance was bliss. Once aware, as a normal person with the means, he felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, the Mu family of Tianhai was a prominent clan, boasting assets of 7 to 8 billion yuan. If he could leverage Mu Xingxing's situation to maneuver against the Mu family, swallowing them whole should prove relatively straightforward. The resources held by the Mu family could prove somewhat beneficial for the future development of the Li Corporation. With this thought, Li Chen strode purposefully toward Mu Shengsheng. Li Nianci was stunned. Hey! My dear silly brother, could you please stop provoking the female lead? Her true love is about to come rescue her. If you mess with her now and the plot shifts, my death date will get pushed up again. I want to live a few more days. I beg you, don't go over there, my silly brother. But at that moment, Li Chen didn't touch her, and her inner thoughts lost their effect. In the cafeteria corner, Li Chen sat down across from Mu Shengsheng. I'm the orphanage's benefactor. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm deeply grateful for all your support over the years. Mu Shengsheng paused, then nodded slightly. You're welcome. I grew up here myself. It's only right that I come back to lend a hand. You must be the great benefactor the director mentioned. Thank you for supporting this orphanage all these years. You are the true good person. Li Chen smiled. Miss Mu was adopted by the prestigious Mu family of Tianhai. Your adoptive father is Mu Zhongwei, correct? Mu Shengsheng froze again. Are you asking about my adoptive father for some other reason? Li Chen nodded. I have several projects I'd like to collaborate on with the Mu family. I hope you can help facilitate that. Mu Shengsheng hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. You seem like a decent person. I can do you this favor. Li Chen pulled out a business card and slid it toward Mu Shengsheng. Give this to your father when you return. He'll know what to do. Mu Shengsheng picked up the card and glanced at it, then her eyes widened in shock. You're Mr. Li. Li Chen stood up and gently ruffled Mu Shengsheng's hair. Remember this number. I can help you. Further words were unnecessary. Li Chen turned and led Li Nianci away from the orphanage. In the corner of the cafeteria, Mu Xingxing's hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the business card. The Li family of Tianhai, a nightmare for any aristocratic clan. Compared to them, the Mu family was merely a third-tier powerhouse. That legendary bully, the ruthless, money-hungry big mouth who could bankrupt anyone with a single move, didn't seem as terrifying as she'd imagined. He was actually the orphanage's largest benefactor. His smile was warm, and he even said he would help me? Could all this be real? Mu Xingxing's dead heart suddenly skipped a beat. Young lady, you don't blame me for taking the liberty of getting you into trouble, do you? Director Shan walked over to Mu Xingxing, his eyes brimming with affection. Mu Xingxing shook her head. Uncle Zhang, you specifically asked me to accompany the children out this morning just so he'd notice me, right? So you could push me toward him as if it were natural. Director Zhang didn't deny it, replying helplessly, families like the Muse, they're ruthless. I wanted to help you, but I'm powerless. Thankfully, he suddenly decided to come inspect things today. Seize this chance. He can help you. Mu Shengsheng rose and bowed to Director Zhang. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Shengsheng will make the most of this chance. After seeing Mu Shengsheng off from the orphanage, Director Zhang shook his head inside, a wave of bitterness rising in his heart. The Mu Shengsheng of today was vastly different from the one who had once lived in the orphanage. The current Mu Shengsheng seemed drained of her spirit, weighed down by a heavy, prematurely aged aura. Such burden should never weigh upon a girl not yet 20. May that dazzling light dispel the darkness surrounding you. At 3 in the afternoon, Director Zhang personally escorted Mu Shengsheng to the car and watched her depart. His heart was filled with worry, fearing this might be their final farewell. He cared deeply for every child who left this place. Are you Zhang Mingguan, director of Jinhua Orphanage? As Director Zhang pondered this, a young man of remarkable bearing approached from behind. Who are you? Lu Jingchen smiled faintly. Do you remember a blind child who was placed in this orphanage 10 years ago? Director Zhang paused, a distant memory surfacing. I took in several blind children 10 years ago. The one who left the deepest impression was a boy named Lu Jingchen. That child had a stubborn temper. He refused to eat for days on end and fainted from hunger multiple times. After waking up, he'd often become agitated and damaged a lot of our orphanage's facilities. Lu Jingchen nodded, a hint of regret in his voice. That child was me. After I unexpectedly lost my sight, I couldn't bear the blow and ran away from home. It was your kindness that took me in, saving me from starving or freezing to death on the streets. Later, my parents brought me home. It wasn't until last year that I finally secured an appointment with a world-renowned ophthalmologist. They sent me abroad for treatment, and last month, I finally regained my sight. Today I came specifically to repay the orphanage for saving my life back then. Director Zhang suddenly smiled and said, your restored sight is the best repayment you could give us. We rescue children in distress without ever expecting anything in return. Lu Jingchen's expression froze. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I've returned this time with absolute sincerity. I wish to donate 10 million yuan to the orphanage for expanding the dormitories and improving the children's living conditions. Director Zhang nodded. We currently don't accept cash donations. If you truly wish to give back, you could hire a construction team to handle the work. What the children need isn't money, but that missing love. Love that can be seen, touched, and felt. Lu Jingchen understood. You are a truly admirable director. The construction crew will arrive no later than the day after tomorrow. I'd also like to ask you about someone. Is that little girl who brought me back from the wasteland still at the orphanage? Director Zhang pondered for a moment before replying, it's been too long. As far as I recall, 3 little girls carried you back that day. As for who they were specifically, I simply can't remember now. Lu Jingchen froze for a moment. 3? I remember encountering only one person before I lost consciousness. Could you help me check the records to see how many girls the orphanage took in back then? Director Zhang pondered briefly before agreeing. Soon, the records from that year were retrieved. That year, the orphanage housed only 46 children, 32 of whom were girls. Lu Jingchen, with his considerable connections, conducted thorough checks on all the girls from that year. Within half a day, he located the current information for one of them. The phone connected, and an impatient voice answered. No house, no car, no formula, no loans. Director Zhang paused in surprise. Mimi, it's old man Zhang from Jinhua Orphanage. Do you remember me? The other end clearly froze too. After more than 10 seconds, the voice came again, now much softer. Uncle Zhang, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize your voice. Is the orphanage in trouble? I'll come back right away. Director Zhang immediately replied, the orphanage is doing just fine. But you, little girl, have you been suffering out there? If you're being bullied out there, why didn't you tell me? Sun Mimi fought to control her emotions, wiping away tears. A girl, venturing out alone into the world. No home, no family, no support, and no way back. Many times she had wanted to go back and visit. But the thought of her current chaotic life, having given nothing back to the orphanage, left her with no face to show that kind-hearted director. Chapter 46, The Fish Has Taken the Bait. I'm doing well now. I'll definitely come visit you when I have time. Director Zhang smiled gently. There's nothing much to see in this old body of mine. As long as you're living your life well, that's all that matters. Actually, I came to consult you about something. Remember that blind boy you carried back to the orphanage all those years ago? Do you remember who the other two children were? Sun Nini thought for a moment. Back then, Yao Yao and I went to the back mountain to dig wild vegetables. It was Chengcheng who found that boy. She was too small to carry him. Later, Chengcheng found me and Yao Yao, and the three of us carried him back together. Hearing this, Lu Jingchen was overcome with emotion and immediately snatched the phone. Thank you. Thank you all for saving me. Could you come back to Tianhai? I want to host a thank you gathering for you. It's been my greatest wish for the past 10 years. Sun Nini paused. Alright, I was planning to visit the director too. I'll leave immediately and should arrive in Tianhai the day after tomorrow. Lu Jingchen hung up and immediately inquired about Yao Yao and Cheng Cheng's information. Most of these children were orphans awaiting adoption, without names. Those not adopted would be named by the director upon reaching adulthood, issued ID cards, and then sent out into society to fend for themselves. Director Zhang checked the records. Yao Yao had been adopted 9 years ago. She still called every year at the end of the year to send holiday greetings, so it was easy to get in touch with her. What surprised Director Zhang was that Chengcheng was none other than Mu Shengsheng, who had just left not long ago. Indeed, kind-hearted children are blessed by heaven. Judging by this man's appearance, he must be either wealthy or of noble birth. His return to repay a debt of gratitude might finally free Mu Shengsheng from her tormentors. Yao Yao is currently in another province. It will take at least a day for her to reach Tianhai. Chengcheng, however, is in Tianhai City. She was adopted by a wealthy family surnamed Mu just 3 days after saving you. Her name is now Mu Shengsheng. She's a sensible, good child. Knowing you've returned to repay your debt of gratitude, she'll surely be overjoyed. After obtaining the information about his 3 lifesavers, Lu Jingchen bowed and said, "Thank you, Director Zhang, for helping me contact them. I'll return immediately to prepare the appreciation gathering. In 3 days' time, I'd be honored if you would join us, Director. Your kindness is deeply appreciated." Director Zhang nodded with a smile. "I will be there. Now go see Chengcheng, she must need you right now." Lu Jingchen, still puzzled, exchanged a few more polite words before leaving the orphanage. Mu family villa. Mu Shengsheng tiptoed into the living room. "You little bastard. Where the hell have you been these past 2 days? Don't you know your sister is sick and needs your blood? You've been gone for 2 whole days and nights. If something happens to your sister, can you even handle the consequences?" A woman in the living room unleashed a torrent of abuse the moment she saw Mu Shengsheng return. Mu Shengsheng kept her head bowed, murmuring a defense, I went to volunteer at the orphanage. I was afraid that if I had to donate blood multiple times, I wouldn't have the strength left to help out. So I got it done ahead of time. Now I can give my sister blood with peace of mind." The woman sneered with contempt, "Bastards are just trash. You could have had everything the Mu family offers, but instead you spend every day hanging out with other lowlifes." Mu Shengsheng clenched her jaw and retorted, "We're not bastards. We're just angels who were accidentally left behind." The woman smiled coldly. Only the lowly constantly try to embellish themselves, talking about being accidentally left behind. Do you even believe that yourself? Is it so difficult to admit your lowly status? Hearing this, Mu Shengsheng's eyes welled up with tears. We're all human beings. Why must we be divided into high and low, noble and base? You call me a bastard, yet why did you let my lowly blood flow into Mu Shengsheng's noble body? Does that mean after my blood transfusion, Mu Shengsheng has become lowly too? The woman flew into a rage, snatching up a teacup and hurling it at Mu Shengsheng. You little bastard. You think you're tough now, even talking back. Someone, drag her away and slap her face. Beat her until she can no longer speak. As several servants closed in, a flash of hatred flickered in Mu Shengsheng's eyes. Before, I had no choice. For that pitiful shred of family affection, I wove a whip of my own making and handed it over to you. With no one to rely on, no one cared whether I lived or died. I could only submit to your whims, enduring humiliation to survive. Now, I only hope he truly can rescue me from here. This family, I want nothing to do with it anymore. With that thought, Mu Shengsheng pulled out a business card. I encountered the head of the Li family at the orphanage today. He asked me to convey a message to the Mu family. He has a project he wishes to discuss with them. At the mention of the head of the Li family, the woman visibly froze. Everyone stop. Let me see it first. Mu Shengsheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. The reputation of a bully proved useful after all. The woman took the card and immediately noticed the gilded black dragon emblem on it. This dragon emblem was unique in the world, personally designed by the head of the Tianhai Li family. Being granted such a private business card was itself a symbol of status. Possessing this card granted priority access to various banquets hosted by the Li Group and preferential opportunities to bid on projects under its umbrella. Ha! Who'd have thought a lowly bastard like you would actually get lucky enough to meet that fearsome deity and snag his personal card? Let me make a call to confirm first, then I'll decide how to deal with you. The woman pulled out her phone and dialed the number on the card. 5 seconds later, the call connected. The woman instantly adopted a fawning expression. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Li of Li Corporation? In the office, Li Chen rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. This is Li Chen, of the Li family from Tianhai. Receiving a clear confirmation, the woman exhaled softly. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm Lu Qilan, matriarch of the Mu family. I understand you're interested in collaborating with our Mu Corporation? Li Chen gave a cold chuckle. The fish had taken the bait. What about Lu Qilan? I recall the head of the Mu family is Mu Zhonghuai. He sent you to negotiate with me. Could it be that he feels my Li family is unworthy of his personal involvement? Since your Mu family holds me in such contempt, this partnership is off. Over the next month, my Li family will mobilize every resource trillions in capital to launch an all-out assault on every one of your Mu family's holdings, at any cost. If you can hold out for a month, once my anger subsides, I'll call it quits. Hearing this, Lu Qilan was stunned. She hadn't said anything at all, she'd only called to verify something. How had it escalated to this? With Li Group's trillion-dollar capital bearing down, how could the insignificant Mu family possibly withstand it? When a business tycoon strikes, bankruptcy and liquidation are inevitable without exception. By then, other factions would inevitably jump in to feast on the spoils. The Mu family wouldn't just fail to last a month, surviving even a week was doubtful. It was all my fault. I overstepped my bounds and violated the taboo. If only I'd waited for Mu Zhonghuai's return to handle the negotiations. But now is not the time for regrets. We must first pacify that bully. Mr. Li, please don't be angry. As a woman, I know nothing of such formalities and have committed a taboo. I offer my sincerest apologies. I humbly request your magnanimity to overlook this transgression. My entire Mu family would be eternally grateful. Watching the bustling figures outside the window, a faint smile touched Li Chen's lips. Madame Mu knows she overstepped. You show such contempt for the Li family, do you think a mere apology will suffice? Lu Qilan took a deep breath. Then, according to your wishes, Madame Li, what must I do to satisfy you? Li Chen smiled faintly. Turnabout is fair play. You have disgraced the Li family, so naturally I shall disgrace the Mu family in return. I don't wish to make things difficult for you either. Send someone from the Mu family to scrub our Li family's toilets for 2 months, and I'll pretend nothing ever happened. With that, Li Chen hung up the phone. Chapter 47, Good Fortune Arrives, Unstoppable. Lu Qilan exhaled a long breath of relief. Having someone scrub toilets for 2 months was far better than losing everything. But Li Chen specifically requested someone from the Mu family to scrub the toilets. That was a tricky request. The patriarch of the Mu family was over 80, clearly unsuitable for such labor. As the family head, Mu Zhonghuai couldn't go either. The eldest son, Mu Hui, the family heir, couldn't go either. The second son, Mu Huang, was the pillar of the family business. The youngest daughter, Mu Xinxing, the family's cherished darling, was also ill. That left only one person bearing the Mu surname. Lu Qilan turned her gaze toward Mu Shengsheng. An adopted daughter was still a daughter and could represent the Mu family. She was an unwanted bastard child anyway. Sending her to scrub toilets and apologize to the Li family was just perfect. It would save the Li family face without subjecting a true Mu heir to humiliation, a perfect solution. You little bastard. It's all your fault for causing trouble and making me offend the Li family. Now I'm giving you a chance to make amends. Go quietly to the Li household and scrub their toilets for 2 months, and I'll forgive your transgression. Mu Xingxing's heart leapt at the words. He truly hadn't disappointed me. This muddy swamp I've struggled to escape for 10 years, just one word from him could turn my fate around. If you can protect me for a lifetime, what does it matter if I scrub your toilets for the rest of my days? At least I wouldn't become a blood bag, a walking organ warehouse, only to have my heart ripped out in the end. I still bear the Mu surname. How could you make me scrub toilets for others? Mu Shengsheng wasn't stupid. She knew she had to put up resistance. Now that way, the Mu family would be even more eager to send her away. As expected, Lu Qilan scurried over to Mu Shengsheng and raised her hand to slap her. Smack! You know you bear the Mu name. We've raised you all these years. Now it's time for you to repay us. Because of you, I've offended the Li family. You must bear the consequences of this punishment. Hurry up and pack your things. I'll send someone to take you there immediately. Mark my words, don't slack off once you're there. Work hard and prove yourself. We must show the Li family our sincerity. When the time comes, I'll send someone to bring you back. Don't even think about running away. Your sister is still waiting for you to donate blood to her. In 6 months, you'll also need to undergo a kidney transplant. Mu Shengsheng shook her head in terror. I won't go. I beg you, don't send me to the Li family. The head of the Li family is ruthless and tyrannical, killing without mercy. He especially enjoys abusing servants. I'll die. If I die, there'll be no one left to save my sister. I beg you, please spare me. The more Mu Shengsheng begged for mercy, the more disgusted Lu Qilan felt. Precisely because she knew the Li household was a hellish abyss, she couldn't allow her family to suffer there. Come on, tie her up. Send her to the Li family estate. Just dump her at the gate. You little bastard, you're nothing but a nuisance. The servants swarmed forward, binding Mu Shengsheng without a second glance at her desperate pleas and cries. An hour later, at the gates of the Li family estate, a large sack was hoisted off a vehicle. Li Chen had notified manager Lu in advance. Mu Shengsheng was smoothly escorted into the Li family estate. After being untied, Mu Shengsheng bowed to manager Lu. Thank you. I can begin my duties immediately. Steward Lu smiled and said, the young master instructed us to treat Miss Mu with the utmost hospitality. Seeing how covered in dust you are, why not freshen up first? The young master will be off work soon. If you have anything to discuss, you may speak with him directly. Mu Shengsheng paused, her gaze sweeping around the surroundings. The estate's layout was quite unique, not exactly opulent, but it exuded a relaxed atmosphere. Even the servants and bodyguards here wore smiles on their faces. The butler, in particular, was remarkably approachable, the complete opposite of what she'd heard. You're quite right. In my current disheveled state, I'm certainly not fit to meet the young master. I wish to express my gratitude to the young master in person. Please take me to the bathroom to freshen up. It would be best if you could prepare a decent set of clothes for me. Butler Lu nodded. Miss Mu truly lives up to her reputation as a wealthy heiress, resilient, adaptable, and well-mannered. Mu Shengsheng gave a self-deprecating smile. Fake is fake. No matter how much I learn or how well I pretend, I can never become the real thing. I only hope that if I behave well, the young master won't make things difficult for me. Butler Lu shook his head slightly. My surname is Lu. I'm the steward here. There are no special rules in this estate. Miss Mu, relax a little. Though the young master has a reputation, he truly isn't a bad person. Those are all rumors spread by jealous people. The young master won't give you a hard time. Mu Shengsheng smiled faintly upon hearing this. It's clear the servants here are all quite content. That shows the master of this place is truly a good man. Steward Lu waved his hand. Follow me. I'll take you to freshen up. Li Corporation Headquarters, President's Office. Li Chen received the message from the butler and chuckled. Now that Mu Shengsheng has fallen into his hands, the Mu family will never be able to take her back. Now, by using Mu Shengsheng as a bridge, he could begin infiltrating the Mu family. Once sufficient evidence was gathered, he would use Mu Shengsheng, the adopted daughter, as a witness to deliver a fatal blow, plunging the Mu Corporation into ruin. Ultimately, he could also use Mu Shengsheng to seize control of Mu Corporation's assets. An adopted daughter also held inheritance rights, provided the conditions were met. It must be said, once luck comes knocking, it's impossible to stop. Starting with the annulled engagement, he had reclaimed over 60 billion. Then, thanks to the Lin Yue affair, he'd gained over 30 billion from the Tang family. Now with Mu Shengsheng entering the picture, swallowing up the Mu family would net him at least 5 to 6 billion. And with the subsequent plans targeting the Fu and Tang families' alliance, the profits here are immeasurable. The money from these wealthy families is just too easy to make. Watching that silhouette against the setting sun, Li Nianci's heart was filled with nothing but confusion. Despite accompanying Li Chen through his entire day's activities, she found herself growing increasingly unable to understand this foolish brother of hers. The storyline between Li Chen and Su Muxue had completely collapsed, yet the system's disengagement rate remained at 75%. There wasn't even a punishment electric shock. What was even more absurd was that he had hooked up with another female lead, Mu Shengsheng, yet the system hadn't flagged it as a plot deviation. Reflecting on the past few days, it seemed that whenever she intervened to try and correct the plot, she faced punishment. Yet when she ignored it entirely, nothing happened. To survive a few more days, it seemed she had no choice but to give up and let things slide. Li Chen glanced at his watch. Zhang Miaomio should be finishing work soon. It was time to find her something to do, to keep her from watching him all day long. With that thought, Li Chen pulled Li Nianci to his feet. At the corporate entrance, he indeed encountered Zhang Miaomia tailing him. But the situation was something Li Chen found hard to accept. Miss Zhang, don't you think this surveillance is a bit too blatant? Most people tail others in plain clothes, but here you are, driving an enforcement vehicle and wearing a uniform. Why don't you just cuff me right now? Then it'll be the headline on the evening news, a model young entrepreneur in Tianhai arrested without cause. Is this moral decay or a twist of human nature? Zhang Miaomio felt deeply wronged upon hearing this. She was doing this solely to protect Li Chen, to let others know that law enforcement personnel were following him, so his enemies wouldn't dare show up easily. But she couldn't explain now, so she had to swallow her anger. Monitoring you is my duty. During mission execution, I'm authorized to use specialized transportation and wear uniform attire. My actions are entirely lawful and compliant. Chapter 48. One lie requires countless others to cover it up. After listening to Zhang Miaomiao's evasive excuses, Li Chen shrugged helplessly. Forget it. I won't stoop to your level. Come with me. I need to talk to you. A few steps later, Zhang Miaomio followed Li Chen to his car. Is this what you call a luxury car? Not that impressive. Not as spacious as mine. Hearing Zhang Miaomio's snide remark, Li Chen curled his lip. Your car's meant for transporting criminals. How could it be roomier than my private vehicle? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Miaomiao lifted her chin, feigning indifference. Cut the chatter. Spit it out, I'm rushing to get off work. Li Chen shot Jiang Miaomiao a puzzled look. This guy must have some serious issues. Compared to Zhao Xinmin, he's way too green. Jiang Miaomiao caught Li Chen's strange gaze and forced herself to stay calm. If you don't get to the point, I'm leaving. Li Chen snapped back to reality and smiled. I want to report the Mu family. I hope the enforcement team can cooperate with me in investigating Mu enterprises. Jiang Miaomiao nodded. All right. Li Chen froze, not quite grasping Jiang Miaomiao's meaning. Hey, are you even listening to me? Jiang Miaomiao nodded. I'll cooperate with your investigation into the Mu family. I'm listening. Anything else? Li Chen froze again, reaching out to touch Jiang Miaomiao's forehead. She didn't have a fever. What on earth was going on here? Back when he worked with Zhao Xinmin, they'd always haggle endlessly, facing all sorts of obstacles. But why was Jiang Miaomiao being so cooperative? He was indirectly responsible for her parents' deaths. She was here to seek revenge. Shouldn't she be making things even harder for him? Jiang Miaomiao glared at Li Chen. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you touching me? Watch out, I'll report you for sexual harassment. One more handy gesture and I'll arrest you for assaulting an officer. Li Chen's mind froze for a moment. You're agreeing to this? You don't need me to provide any evidence or documentation? Li Chen, fearing some kind of scheme, asked again. Jiang Miaomiao's cheeks flushed slightly. He just touched my face. Does he like me too? Oh dear, why did I say those things? What if I scared him? Li Chen was completely bewildered. She hadn't been feverish a moment ago, she'd been perfectly fine. Now her face was flushed, and she'd gone completely blank. Miss Jiang, shall I take you to the hospital? This illness of yours is a bit strange, huh? Jiang Miaomiao froze for a moment before immediately covering her face. I'm not sick. I'm aware of everything you've mentioned. If you need our cooperation, just provide a plan. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Glad to hear you're not sick. My plan is simple. I'll establish a partnership with the Mu Corporation. Afterward, your enforcement bureau will send agents posing as my employees to investigate the Mu Corporation. This should be a breeze for your enforcement bureau. Jiang Miaomiao buried her head and took a deep breath. After a moment, she composed herself and looked up with a faint smile. No problem. Since it's vacation now, I'll ask my senior classmates at school to lend a hand. They're all fresh faces, and their demeanor fits the profile of modern office workers perfectly. Every one of them is a capable individual. We guarantee we'll secure evidence of the Mu family's crimes at the fastest possible pace. Li Chen considered it for a moment before saying, I'll give you one day to prepare. This case holds a major surprise later on. I guarantee you and your seniors will earn great merit. It will greatly benefit their future academic pursuits. Jiang Miaomiao's expression shifted slightly. Aren't you afraid that after I earn merit, I'll quickly get promoted and then use more resources to target you? Li Chen hesitated. What have I to fear? My conscience is clear. Even if you become the chief, you won't be able to touch me. Jiang Miaomiao playfully punched Li Chen's thigh before opening the door and stepping out. Enough with the nonsense. I'm going to notify the senior brothers and sisters. Closing the door, Li Chen's expression shifted slightly. This Jiang Miaomiao didn't seem to be here merely for revenge, there was an indescribable feeling about her. But none of that mattered now. Once he pushed her into the director's seat, the guilt in his heart would be settled. By then, he should have some leverage over her. She wouldn't dare seek revenge again. This was the best approach he could devise for dealing with Jiang Miaomiao at present. Watching Li Chen's car disappear from sight, Jiang Miaomiao suddenly jumped up in excitement. He approached me for cooperation. He's starting to accept me. I can't rush this. Slowly but surely, he'll soon understand my true intentions. With that thought, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Senior sister. Could I ask you for a favor? Yes, him. He needs me now. Please, just help me out. And bring your boyfriend and his buddies along too. Ugh, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm hanging up. You all better be here tomorrow morning, okay? After hanging up, Jiang Miaomiao gave herself a little pep talk, then got into her car and drove off. Li Private Hospital. Li Chen led Li Nianci to the door of Xinxinga's mother's hospital room. Inside the room, 5 women were chatting together. The elderly woman lay paralyzed in bed, the youngest was held in someone's arms, and the remaining 3 were laughing so hard they were doubled over, engrossed in whatever they were saying. You won't believe this, Mr. Li's abs have 18 distinct lines. And that thing? It's really huge. Too bad I didn't get a chance to take a picture back then. Otherwise, I'd have shown you all something today. Li Chen opened the door just as Xinxinga's voice reached him, her hand still gesturing animatedly. How come I don't know I have 18 pack abs? Spreading someone's private photos is illegal, you know. Hearing the voices, the girls all turned to look at Li Chen. Xinxinga's face flushed crimson all the way down to her neck. Shan. Chen Gu, why are you here? Li Chen rolled his eyes. If I hadn't gotten off work early today, I'd never have known you were talking behind my back like this. Xin Xinga hung her head helplessly. Lin Yue, who had been watching the scene unfold, also turned her flushed face away, unable to meet Li Chen's gaze. Only the woman holding the child greeted Li Chen as if nothing had happened. Mr. Li, the lady behind you must be Miss Nianci. My husband often talks about her, saying your sister is as flawless as a heavenly being. I never believed it before, but today I'm completely convinced. Li Chen smiled faintly. My sister is indeed beautiful, but it's not quite that exaggerated. We came specifically to discuss arrangements for the baby's full moon banquet. Cheng Hui is tied up with work, so it falls to you, her own mother, to handle the arrangements. Just give me a plan, and I'll have my people handle the rest. Zhang Shui shook her head. This is my first time being a mother. How would I know how to organize a full-month banquet? Why don't you consult a professional? From the hospital bed, the paralyzed Mrs. Shan suddenly spoke up, leave the full-month banquet arrangements to me. I may be unable to move now, but my mind is still sharp. Li Chen nodded. Then I'll trouble you with this matter, auntie. Mrs. Shan stared at Li Chen for a few seconds, her eyes filled with scrutiny. You must be Chinga's boyfriend. You're a fine young man. I'm quite pleased. I approve of your relationship. Li Chen's smile froze. He tried to explain, but Chinga pushed him out of the hospital room. Brother Chen, I'm sorry. You know what my situation was before. My mother gave up treatment multiple times to avoid being a burden on me. Now that there's finally a glimmer of hope, she has the motivation to keep fighting. I lied to her only to spare her worry. Please, don't expose me, okay? Seeing Chinga's tense expression, Li Chen pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. You're sweating from nervousness. Helping you is no problem, but have you considered that one lie requires countless others to cover it up? Chapter 49, Hidden Agendas. Chinga nodded. It's okay. I'll work hard to win you over. Then the lie will become the truth, won't it? Li Chen paused, then shrugged. If it makes you happy, go for it. At least I won't be the one losing out. Pack up. We're heading back. Chinga suddenly jumped up and planted a kiss on Li Chen's cheek. Thanks, Chen Gu. I'll just say goodbye to them and be right back. Chinga returned to the ward, leaving Li Nianci stunned. When did the villainous female supporting character turn into an innocent little flower? Was this right? Actually, it made perfect sense. In the plot I wrote, Chinga was indeed driven by self-interest, seeking to climb the social ladder to fund her mother's treatment. But in the story, Chinga genuinely fell for Li Chen, while Li Chen only had eyes for Su Muxue. Driven by love turned to hatred, Chinga began plotting against Su Muxue. Though I didn't write these details myself, deducing from the plot makes Chinga's innocent, delicate flower act around Li Chen in daily life seem far more plausible. Truly worthy of being a major character in my story, her acting is so convincing, even I get confused reading it. But after this kiss, if the system can't restore my fortune, will it shock me again? Ding! Special notice, fortune cannot be extracted from the male lead without intimate contact. Hearing the system prompt, Li Nianci breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this clueless brother holds his ground, she should be able to delay her demise a little longer. Just then, Chinga stepped out of the ward and casually slipped the rope loop from Li Chen's wrist onto her own. You've been working all day. You must be exhausted. Leave Nianci to me from now on. I'll protect her. Li Chen nodded with a smile and stepped away. Chinga grabbed Li Nianci's hand and followed after him. Mom and Sister Shui were absolutely right. The more proactive I am, the more genuine his smile becomes. Li Nianci's emotions erupted once more. Chinga was just too skilled. A delicate flower of her caliber, what man could resist? Su Muxue was in trouble. While he's already launched a fierce offensive, she's gone and poured all her energy into work. She'd written this as a long journey to win back her wife, but now it was turning into a long journey to win back her husband. Still, to avoid another electric shock, she'd better steer clear of the budget work. Keeping the unlinking progress steady was good enough. The Tianhai Lu family, one of the top billionaire dynasties. After arranging the details for the appreciation event, Lu Jingchen still felt uneasy. Of the three girls from back then, he had managed to contact two, and both had personally promised to attend. Only the most crucial one, Changchang Mu Shangshang, remained unreachable. Although an invitation had been sent to the Mu residence, the words spoken by the dean stirred a flicker of anxiety within Lu Jingchen. Changchang seemed to be struggling at the Mu residence, and even her personal phone remained unreachable. He couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to the person who had saved his life after all this effort to find her. With this thought, Lu Jingchen took off his coat, dismissed the driver, and headed to the Mu residence himself to gather information. In the Mu family's living room, Mu Zhonghui wore a look of deep worry. You've ruined a perfectly good opportunity to collaborate with the Li family, and now you've offended that formidable figure? Couldn't you have waited until I got back before making that call? Or have you forgotten how terrifying that man is after being Mrs. Mu for so long? At 15, he single-handedly destroyed the Zhu and Huang families' clans far above ours in status. At 19, he allied with that big tiger to crush 3 of Tianhai's top aristocratic families, swallowing over 70 billion yuan in one gulp and forcing his way into the ranks of the wealthiest. What makes you think you have the right to speak with him? Lu Qilan looked utterly aggrieved. I know I was wrong, but I've made amends. Just send that little bastard to scrub his toilets for 2 months. Problem solved. Smack. Mu Zhonghuai raised his hand and slapped Lu Qilan across the face. You don't know. Do you really think his goal is just to humiliate the Mu family? Why else would he give Mu Shengsheng his business card? He must have his eye on one of our Mu family's businesses. We could have sat down and talked properly. Now he's got us by the throat. When he specifically demanded someone surnamed Mu to scrub his toilet, he was testing the Mu family's limits. If we didn't send anyone, he'd have a reason to come after us. If we sent a Mu family member, he could use that as an excuse to really step on us later. But man proposes, heaven disposes. He didn't account for the variable that is Mu Shengsheng. Our top priority now is to pin all the blame on Mu Shengsheng. Then I'll immediately announce publicly that I'm cutting ties with her. Only then can we cut off that demon's ability to strike back. Lu Qilan, stung by the slap, suddenly saw the light. You're right, dear. If we pin all the blame on Mu Shengsheng, we'll have even more reason to sever our adoption ties with her. Once she's suffered enough at the Li family's hands, we'll grab her right after she leaves and use her kidney for Xinqing. If she dies, we can conveniently frame the Li family for the crime. Then we'll use that to blackmail the Lis into investing in our Mu family. Mu Zhonghuai's eyes lit up at her words. He gently stroked Lu Qilan's cheek, his voice filled with tenderness. I was just angry in the heat of the moment. I promise I'll never hit you again. Can you forgive me? Lu Qilan smiled and nodded. You're my husband, my world. I was the one in the wrong. You hitting me was deserved. It taught me a lesson. How could I ever blame you? You bastard. Once Huir and Huang are fully controlled the Mu family's assets, I'll repay you 100-fold for every slap and every word you hurled at me. Master, madam, a young master claiming to be from the Lu family is requesting an audience outside. Mao Zhonghuai's smile froze upon hearing the servant's report. The Lu Jia family of Tianhai was several times more powerful than the Mu family. Yet the two families had never crossed paths. What business could the Lu family's young master possibly have at this hour? Go invite young Master Lu in and brew a fresh pot of tea. The servant hurried off to open the door upon receiving the order. Lu Jingchen entered the Mu residence, his unease growing more intense. The moment he saw Mu Zhonghuai, he couldn't help but bring up Mu Shengsheng. Head of the Mu family, I'm here to see Cheng. Where is she now? Mu Zhonghuai looked utterly bewildered. What orange? There's no one named Cheng in the Mu family. Young Master Lu must have the wrong person. Lu Jingchen hastily explained that Cheng was now known as Mu Shengsheng. After hearing the full story, both Mu Zhonghuai and Lu Qilan were stunned. If Lu Jingchen learned of Mu Shengsheng's current situation, he might take action against the Mu family. The Lu family was a top-tier powerhouse with assets exceeding 50 billion yuan, not someone the Mu family could afford to antagonize. Lu Qilan's thoughts shifted. Young Master Lu truly values loyalty and righteousness. Unfortunately, that girl Shengsheng just went to stay with friends and won't be back for 2 days. But rest assured, we'll definitely bring her to your appreciation event. Receiving the matriarch's firm assurance, Lu Jingchen remained anxious but forced himself to calm down. Since Shengsheng is visiting her friend, I shouldn't linger any longer. In 3 days, at the Tanglong restaurant appreciation banquet you must bring Shengsheng. Lu Qilan smiled and said, we will definitely be there. Take care, young Master Lu. After Lu Jingchen was escorted out of the Mu residence, Mu Zhonghuai's expression darkened considerably. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Qilan across the face once more. You knew full well that Mu Shengsheng had been sent to the Li family, yet you dared accept Lu Jingchen's invitation? You've already offended the Li family. If we go retrieve Shengsheng now, it would be adding insult to injury. The Mu family would be doomed. If we fail to bring Mu Shengsheng out in 3 days, we'll offend the Lu family as well. Though the Lus can't match the Lis, they're still powerful enough to make life hell for our Mu family. You foolish woman. Are you determined to bankrupt the Mu family? Lu Qilan covered her face, a flash of hatred flickering in her eyes before she swiftly concealed it. Chapter 50, The Substitute. Husband, you misunderstand me. I did this for the Mu family. Please let me explain. Lu Qilan suppressed the bitterness in her heart and pleaded with a look of grievance. Mu Zhonghuai yanked off his own tie and flung it to the floor. You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation, or I won't let you off lightly today. Lu Qilan picked up the tie from the floor and patted Mu Zhonghuai's chest to help him catch his breath. That little bastard is going to die anyway, so why not maximize her value? Back then, to find a match for Xinqing, we never revealed that little bastard's identity to the outside world. Over the years, Xinqing's illness flared up frequently, and she rarely appeared in public. Who is Mu Shengsheng and who is Mu Xinqing? That's still up to us to decide. Our biological daughter, Mu Xinqing, being punished by the Li family demonstrates the sincerity of our Mu family. Our adopted daughter, Mu Shangshang, attending the appreciation banquet will help us secure a deeper partnership with the Lu family. Killing two birds with one stone. Ultimately, our Mu family will pocket all the benefits. After hearing Lu Qilan's plan, Mu Zhonghuai froze in thought. But truth can't be hidden forever. If word leaks out someday, our Mu family will truly be finished. Lu Qilan sneered coldly. As long as we prepare thoroughly and alter their identities, then we'll step forward to clarify the truth. What could that bastard possibly do on his own? Besides, she's being abused in the Li household and can't escape anyway. Once she's released, we'll take her straight to replace Xinqing's kidney. You can get a younger heart too. Our family's pillar can't collapse. Then we'll have no witnesses left to testify. The Li family's compensation will be substantial. Mu Zhonghuai suddenly bowed to Lu Qilan. I'm sorry. I was too rash and misunderstood you. I promise it won't happen again. I'll never hit you again. Can you forgive me? Lu Qilan reached out and steadied Mu Zhonghuai. It's fine. I acted on my own and made a mistake. I'll definitely change my ways from now on. I'll discuss everything with you first. Mu Zhonghuai laughed heartily and embraced Lu Qilan. The best decision I ever made was marrying you. With your support, the Mu family will surely prosper. Lu Qilan smiled and patted Mu Zhonghuai on the back. This isn't the time for celebration. Use your connections to swap their identity documents first. That way, if anyone investigates later, it won't blow our cover. Without hesitation, Mu Zhonghuai rose and grabbed his coat. This matter is of great importance. I must personally visit an old friend. I'm afraid I won't be back tonight. I'll leave Xinqing in your care. Make sure she remembers from now on, her name is Mu Shangshang. Lu Qilan nodded, her concern evident. Drink less, your health isn't good. I'll handle Xinqing. After seeing Mu Zhonghuai out, the hatred in Lu Qilan's eyes deepened. A heart isn't something you can just replace. Once that good-for-nothing Mu Zhonghuai is dead, the entire Mu family will change their surname to Lu. Marry Xinqing into the Lu family, secure compensation from the Li family, and under my leadership, Tianhai will surely carve out a place for the Lu clan. Li family manor. In the inner hall's reception room, Mu Shangshang bowed deeply to Li Chen. Thank you, young Master Li, for saving my life. Shangshang is eternally grateful. Li Chen smiled faintly. What makes you think I would save you? Is there a possibility that in 2 months, I might send you back to the Mu family? Mu Shangshang pondered for a moment before replying, Young Master Li, your reputation precedes you. You are not one to act without cause. You gave me a personalized business card upon our first meeting. I suspect that even if Lu Qilan hadn't spoken out of turn, you would likely have found another excuse to remove me from the Mu household. What I don't understand is what exactly you see in me, young Master Li. Li Chen clapped his hands. You appear so delicate and helpless on the surface, like a lamb led to slaughter. Yet you possess two faces. If I told you I simply took pity on you and wanted to save you out of kindness, would you believe me? Mu Shangshang nodded. Of course I would. As long as you can save me, I'd even believe you're a celestial being descended to save the world. Li Chen paused, surprised. This Mu Shangshang was quite interesting as seasoned veteran despite her young age. If Li Nianci's thoughts were accurate, Mu Shangshang must have endured a difficult life in the Mu household. The fact that she was still alive and well now proved this girl possessed her own unique survival skills. Miss Mu is quite right about that. I truly am sent by heaven to save the world. It's been less than 4 days, and I've already saved 3 wretched souls, each more pitiful than the last. I'm starting to suspect I've been set up. Hearing Li Chen's words, Mu Shangshang paused in surprise. She then dismissed it as a joke and chose not to pursue this fantastical line of conversation further. Young Master Li, your approach to me must stem from ambitions toward the Mu family. If you wish to take over the Mu family, I can assist you. Consider it payment for saving me. Li Chen curled his lips in a sneer. Playing these little games with you girls is just so boring. I prepared so many lines, and not a single one came in handy. If you want to use me to get back at the Mu family, just say so. You know exactly what kind of person I am. Mu Shangshang gave an awkward laugh. Young Master Li is absolutely right. My petty tricks are nothing compared to yours. Since you sought me out, you must have your reasons. I'll just be a good girl and cooperate with you. Li Chen reached out and ruffled Mu Xingxing's hair. That's more like it. When you ask for favors, you need to show the proper attitude. You're just a little girl, with skinny arms and legs. The Mu family could blow you away with a single breath and make you vanish from this world. Mu Shangshang lifted her eyes to meet Li Chen's gaze, her entire body going slack with shock. Why didn't he carry that air of condescension and arrogance? Why was there kindness in his eyes? Was he truly pitying her? That couldn't be possible. He was the one in power, holding absolute control over her. Why was he different from everyone else? Li Chen tapped Mu Xingxing's forehead. What are you spacing out for? Mu Shangxing snapped back to reality and covered her forehead with her hand. Nothing at all. I was just thinking about how I should cooperate with you. Li Chen smiled. I've already arranged everything. You don't need to do anything. Just eat well, drink well, and be the perfect Miss Mu. Mu Shengsheng exclaimed in surprise, is it really that simple? Li Chen rolled his eyes. Do you have some misconception about the Li family? Do I need to mobilize an entire army to deal with a minor family like the Muse? All I need is a pretext and confirmation of how much profit I'll gain once I make my move. Mu Shengsheng suddenly understood. It was my own short-sightedness, Shengsheng. I inadvertently underestimated you. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. You'll stay here from now on. For your own safety, don't leave the estate unless absolutely necessary. If you wish to go out, you must report to me first. Other than that, go join the others. Let them help you get familiar with the surroundings. A weight lifted from Mu Xingxing's heart. She had no objections and promptly went off to mingle with the other girls. Li Chen's gaze turned slightly cold. Another key figure had appeared. Would that so-called system make its next move? Would Mu Shengsheng end up like Lin Yuwei disappearing inexplicably to return to the Mu household and suffer abuse? What exactly was the system's flaw? I've delivered the people to your doorstep. Now it's up to you to manipulate them. Chapter 51, I truly regret not devouring you sooner. Butler Lu. From now on, have someone monitor Nianci and Mu Shengsheng around the clock. Especially when they're alone together. Use every surveillance camera to capture their expressions and movements. Also activate the electronic detection system to monitor any abnormal energy fluctuations between them. Should Mu Shengsheng attempt to leave the estate, notify me immediately and activate the highest level tracking system. Butler Lu froze for a moment. The young master suspects Miss Nianci. Li Chen glanced back at Butler Lu. Some things are better left unknown. The more you know, the quicker you die. The steward's heart trembled. He recalled the last time the young master had flown into a rage. It was because Miss Su had brought a man home. This time, he was merely slightly suspicious, yet the young master was already this furious. Clearly, Miss Nianci held far greater importance in the young master's heart than Miss Su ever had. I understand. I will personally keep a close watch on the young lady from now on. And I will absolutely not let Mu Shengsheng slip out of our surveillance. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. You've watched me grow up, old man. There are some things I can't explain in detail. Just remember this going forward, Nianci is now the most important person in my heart. Butler Lu nodded and bowed before withdrawing. Li Chen lowered his head in deep thought. Was Li Nianci from the same place as him, or had she crossed over from a different universe? Both outsiders, utterly out of place in this world. But he was fortunate, for he was free. The exploration continued. Until the outcome was certain, he could not afford to let his guard down. Li Nianci, who had been playing, suddenly paused. The weather's turning chilly. Should I put on more clothes? Why does my back feel so chilly? System, you haven't given me any prompts in ages. Are you dead? Ding. Everything is unfolding according to the plot. No special prompts are required for the host. Ding. Detected potential deviation in Mu Xingxing's storyline. Host, please adjust promptly. Li Nianci froze for a moment. Damn system, get lost. Every time they say the plot is veering off course and send me to fix it, I end up getting screwed over. I quit. Less work means fewer mistakes. If I don't do it, I 1T mess up. Worst case, you dock my binding points. Go ahead, erase me right now if you dare. Ding. Detected intense host resistance. System unbind progress increased by 5%. System will make optimal decisions on behalf of host. Li Nianci rolled her eyes inwardly, too exhausted to even complain anymore. Anyway, no matter what, everything about her was controlled by the system. Any resistance was futile. She resigned herself to just lying low as long as she didn't get electrocuted. Midnight, Li family inner hall. A barefoot figure descended silently from the upper floor to the door of the master bedroom. With practiced ease, she unlocked the door. Without switching on the lights or touching any obstacles, she moved freely through the darkness. Li Chen jolted awake and grabbed the figure. Li Nianci, what the hell are you up to now? After a moment of silence, Li Chen froze, then flipped on the light. Su Muxue? Did you come here in the middle of the night just to scare me? Su Muxue looked utterly shaken. And no. You scared me. Li Chen released Su Muxue and picked up the half-empty glass of water from the nightstand, forcing her to take a sip. Calm down first. Nianci's always wandering around everywhere. She came by earlier, so I thought it was her. Why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Su Muxue swallowed the water, took a few deep breaths to steady herself, and her cheeks flushed slightly. I'm just used to sleeping in this room. So. Su Muxue's mind raced, but she couldn't come up with a better excuse on the spot. Li Chen saw right through her awkwardness. Since you're not used to sleeping here, you should just sleep here from now on. I'll take the guest room. Su Muxue steeled herself and grabbed Li Chen as he tried to get up. I want to sleep with you. Li Chen frowned. What the hell are you thinking? Do you even realize what you're doing? Su Muxue pouted, her voice pitiful. If it weren't for my stupidity, we'd already be husband and wife. This is my belated wedding gift to you. Li Chen pried Su Muxue's hands away and struggled to sit up. I told you our marriage is completely over. And I'll never marry you in the future either. So you should save your gift for your future husband. Though we grew up together since childhood, we never crossed any boundaries. I won't tarnish your future life. You're an adult now. Can't you act maturely and stop living in the past? Su Muxue stared blankly, her mind in utter turmoil. Is there truly no chance to salvage this? Seeing her heartbroken expression, coupled with her history of mental illness and sadistic tendencies, Li Chen hesitated. Actually, there is still a chance. But the engagement scandal hasn't blown over yet. For a long time to come, we simply can't be together. We need time. I need time to heal from the pain you've caused me, and you need time to adjust to your new life. There was no other choice. Li Chen could only resort to deception for now. A campus beauty like Su Muxue had countless admirers, both at school and at work. Now that the engagement no longer bound her, she would surely attract a flood of suitors soon. He believed it wouldn't be long before she fell for someone else, and then she wouldn't be clinging to him anymore. He was a man of principle. Once he chose to let go, there would be no turning back. At the hint of a chance, Su Muxue's face immediately lit up with a smile. It's okay, I can wait. Wait until the storm passes, wait until you've healed your broken heart. I'll never make you sad or hurt again. Li Chen nodded. So could you please get up now? My legs are numb from being pinned under you. Su Muxue's eyes lit up. Suddenly, she pounced on Li Chen and bit down. Li Chen's mind went blank for a second before he pushed Su Muxue away with his hands. What are you doing? Su Muxue, her scheme successful, licked her lips. I'm kissing my future husband. If Xinxinga hadn't told me, I'd never have known you smelled this good. I truly regret not devouring you sooner. Li Chen's head buzzed. Who taught you all this? You're really going down the wrong path now. Su Muxue smiled faintly. No one taught me. It's just my heart telling me it wants to be close to you. You carry a familiar scent that comforts me, that makes me happy. I want to kiss you again. Is that okay? Li Chen rolled over, tossing Su Muxue aside before wrapping her up in the quilt. You'll sleep here from now on. And one last piece of advice. Don't test a man's limits this way. Reason and emotion can't suppress desire. In the end, the one who'll regret it will be you. After tossing those words over his shoulder, Li Chen bolted from the room and dashed to the guest bedroom for a cold shower. Su Muxue rolled over several times with effort, freeing herself from the quilt's embrace. Lying on the still warm sheets, she inhaled the scent lingering on the pillow and closed her eyes with a smile. Chapter 52, The Great Bluff. The next day, heading out to work. Su Muxue and Xinxinga stared at Li Chen in astonishment. Brother Chen, did you catch a cold? Why are you wearing a mask? Li Chen shot Xinxinga a look. He wasn't sick at all, he was just afraid these two would sneak up and kiss him at any moment. While the feeling was incredibly pleasant and he enjoyed it himself, the problem was that Xinxinga and Su Muxue were sworn enemies in Li Nianci's heart. Xinxinga made no secret of her feelings, while Su Muxue acted brazenly. Both had already made their moves once. He genuinely feared these two might cause some explosive trouble. Better to cut off the source of their rivalry altogether. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Xinxinga nodded obediently after being scolded by Li Chen. I brought my notebook today. For Yaya's full moon banquet, my mother and I will definitely come up with a satisfactory plan for you. Li Chen nodded and led the two women to the car. Chen. Why didn't you bring Nianci today? Su Muxue asked curiously from the front seat. Li Nianci still needed to stay behind to play along with Mu Xingxing's storyline. Naturally, Li Chen couldn't reveal the truth to her, so he made an excuse. It's still unsafe outside. For now, we can only take her out occasionally for some fresh air. Once she gets used to the outside environment, we'll decide whether to bring her out every day. Upon hearing that Li Nianci wouldn't be joining them, Su Muxue felt an inexplicable surge of joy. You really do think of everything, Aiken. This morning the housekeeper mentioned a newcomer arrived yesterday. I wonder how you plan to arrange things for her going forward. Li Chen's expression faltered slightly at Su Muxue's probing question. Don't concern yourself with her. She'll be gone within 2 months at most. Focus your energy on work and studies. Stop dwelling on trivial matters all day. Su Muxue hummed in acknowledgement, lowering her head as her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Outside the corporate building, Zhang Miaomiao led 4 men and 3 women to block Li Chen's path. These are my senior classmates, all exceptionally capable. You decide how to assign them. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Su Muxue, take them to HR for onboarding. Su Muxue stared at Zhang Miaomiao for a few seconds before beckoning with a wave. Follow me. Zhang Miaomiao's seniors exchanged puzzled glances. This legendary CEO Li was so arrogant and his assistant was downright rude. Zhang Miaomiao watched Li Chen's retreating figure, a hint of hurt flitting across her eyes. I brought someone to help you, yet you give me the cold shoulder. I haven't done anything wrong. Despite her inner resentment, Zhang Miaomiao still hurried after him. Watching Jiang Miumiao disappear into the distance with Li Chen, the seniors had no choice but to follow Su Muxue. In the office, Li Chen massaged his temples. Miss Jiang, following me dressed like this in formal attire will make people suspect I've committed a crime. This is a major blow to my reputation. And the people you brought need to keep their identities hidden. This way, you're giving them away. Jiang Miaomia suddenly understood. So that's why he'd been so cold to everyone earlier. He was worried about these things. Damn it, she'd misunderstood him again. It's fine. I've already spoken with them. We'll keep our distance from now on. Plus, their identities have been altered. I guarantee no information will leak. If you don't like me wearing my work uniform, I'll take it off right now. With that, Jiang Miaomiao began unbuttoning her shirt. Li Chen frowned deeply and raised his hand to stop her. What's the rush? Can you think before you act? Zhao Xinmin said you graduated early because of your outstanding grades. Now I'm starting to wonder if you pulled some strings. Jiang Miaomiao paused her movements, a hint of hurt flitting across her face. I didn't pull any strings. I'm just a little rusty since I'm new to the job. You can't expect to give new hires no chance to gain experience at all. Li Chen tapped his forehead in exasperation. Now I understand why Zhao Xinmin dumped you on me. He clearly just wants to use me as your practice dummy. If you're monitoring me, you don't need to follow me around constantly. Those involved are often blind outsiders see things clearly. Just set up your informants, track my movements, then use all that deductive reasoning you've learned to analyze my behavior. Your main goal is to predict when I'll break a law and show up in time to stop me. Didn't Zhao Xinmin tell you? At my level, any crime I commit would have massive repercussions, potentially affecting tens or even hundreds of thousands of people. School isn't the real world. If you want to grow, you need to think more critically and adapt your plans to actual societal conditions. Jiang Miaomia nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it. I understand. I'll leave now. Watching Jiang Miaomia leave the office, Li Chen exhaled a long breath. That girl seemed tough to deal with earlier, but now that I think about it, she was pretty easy to manipulate. She has this kind of adorably clueless vibe. But was she really a graduate of the Law Enforcement Academy? And one who graduated early with top honors at that. Could this be Zhao Xinmin's smokescreen to distract me? Zhao Xinmin knew he felt guilty toward this girl, so he deliberately sent her over to cloud his judgment? But what's in it for Zhao Xinmin? Li Chen couldn't figure out what Zhao Xinmin and Jiang Miaomia were really up to. Still, getting rid of Jiang Miaomia was definitely a good thing. Before long, Cheng Hui arrived at the office carrying a stack of documents. The Tang family matter has been settled. Once these documents are signed, we become the second largest shareholder of Tang Group. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and picked up a pen to sign the contract. What about Tangbin? Cheng Hui paused before replying. Tangbin wants to see his daughter. I suggest letting him see her first to verify the goods. After all, I'm a father now too. I understand his feelings. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Then let him see her. But remind him to be extremely careful not to expose himself. The net is closing in fast, don't jeopardize everything. Cheng Hui nodded. One more thing. Lu Corporation announced yesterday that the sole heir to the Lu family has returned, and their stock has surged significantly. Rumor has it that heir has been studying abroad and has now returned with several smart technology projects in tow. Should we make a preemptive move to secure those projects and open up overseas channels? Li Chen shook his head. I've already reached an agreement with Fu Yanzhou. The Fu family's strength far surpasses that of the Lu family. Besides, we know nothing about that Lu family heir. We shouldn't act on uncertain matters. Cheng Hui nodded in understanding. Should we decline the Lu family heir's invitation to the appreciation banquet? Li Chen paused, taken aback. A thank you gathering? What does that mean? Cheng Hui pondered for a moment before replying. This news was released overnight yesterday, and I haven't received any specific details either. It just says the Lu family heir wants to thank several life-saving benefactors or something like that. The main focus should still be on business cooperation. He specifically invited us to attend, so he likely has intentions to collaborate with us. Li Chen tapped the table. After half a minute, he remarked casually, I'm quite curious about this Lu family heir. If we're free that day, we could go check it out. Cheng Hui jotted down the notes and exhaled in relief. I took some time yesterday to look into Xinxinga's background and discovered something rather peculiar. Chapter 53, The Creepy Old Man. Li Chen's curiosity was instantly piqued. What's off about it? Cheng Hui organized his thoughts. Her birthday doesn't match her mother's gestational week. I asked my wife about it. She said if the birth certificate is legit, it's highly likely Xinxinga's mother, well, you know. Li Chen froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. Why would Shan's father force his first wife to divorce and elevate his mistress? Even if he disliked his wife intensely, he couldn't possibly abuse his own biological daughter. If Xinxinga was conceived through her mother's affair, then everything suddenly made sense. It was just pitiful for Xinxinga. She was the most innocent one, knowing nothing, yet having to endure such pain. She must have been utterly baffled by why her father treated them that way. Perhaps it became her lifelong emotional burden. But such matters were ultimately disgraceful and difficult to handle. It could easily plunge Shinga into self-doubt. Empty words carry no weight. Go to the Law Enforcement Bureau and locate Shinga's father. Obtain samples and conduct a private DNA test with Shinga. Get to the bottom of what happened back then. Keep the samples on file. Don't tell Shinga for now. We'll address it when the time comes. I'll handle what comes next. Shang Hui paused briefly before continuing. Miss Su still has a small faction under her command. Over the years, they've carried out certain tasks for her, such as kidnapping Gu Ning. Should we eliminate them? If she loses these assets, Miss Su will be left with nothing. Perhaps that could curb her misguided ambitions. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Those people under her were actually placed there by me years ago, secretly. They've developed reasonably well under her command. Leave them be for now. Her psychological issues shouldn't be suppressed. We need to find ways to address them. Go find me some top-tier psychologists. The sooner, the better. Shan Hui bowed in acknowledgement before exiting the office with the documents. Li Chen took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair. So much had happened in just a few short days. He needed time to sort through it all. At Li's private hospital, Tang Bin clutched an evaluation report in his hand. Through the small glass window in the ward door, he watched Lin Yue chatting and laughing with others inside, tears welling up in his eyes. She was too much like her. She and her mother were truly identical. The subtle mannerisms, those eyes, they were identical. Hey! What are you doing? You dirty pervert, peeping Tom. Get lost or I'll call the cops. Tang Bin froze, turning around to find a girl standing behind him, glaring at him with fury. Remembering his agreement with Li Chen, he couldn't reveal his identity to his daughter, yet it would jeopardize their future plans. Sorry, I'm just looking for someone. I didn't dare go in directly, so I was just watching from the doorway. I guess I gave you the wrong idea. I'll leave now. Shinga watched with suspicion as Tang Bin walked away, glancing back repeatedly. This was a private hospital under the Li Corporation, renowned for its strict management. How could such a sleazy old man appear here? If someone like him damaged the hospital's reputation, wouldn't it reflect poorly on the Li Corporation? Shinga immediately contacted the hospital's security department and explained the situation. After reviewing the surveillance footage, it was confirmed beyond doubt that the creepy man had been peeping. Immediately afterward, Tang Bin's photo was circulated throughout the hospital's group chat. And moments later, Tang Bin, who had been lingering, was apprehended by security and ejected from the premises. The hospital security system promptly added Tang Bin to its blacklist. Any future appearance within the hospital's surveillance range would immediately trigger a security alert. Tang Bin was completely stunned. He and Li Chen had agreed to keep his daughter's identity hidden for now, but no one said he'd end up labeled as a pervert. His daughter had been missing for over a decade. What was wrong with him looking at her? Was there no law or justice left in this world? Tang Bin fumbled for his phone, searching for a while before suddenly remembering he didn't have Li Chen's personal number. He had no choice but to call Chung Hui, who merely said he was busy and told him to wait. As the head of a billionaire conglomerate, being stood up by a mere assistant infuriated Tang Bin, though he dared not show it. Even setting aside the Li family's formidable capital, the fact that Li Capital had become Tang Capital's second largest shareholder meant he couldn't afford to antagonize them. Inside the hospital room, Shinga recounted her recent ordeal to the women present and shared the photo of that creepy man with everyone. Lin Yue stared blankly at the image on her phone. Shinga frowned. Do you recognize this man? Lin Yue shook her head. I don't know him, but for some reason, he feels familiar. Never mind him. What juicy gossip about Mr. Li did you bring us today? Last time you mentioned he's big. What exactly is big about him? Shinga shrugged indifferently. Nothing new. Just another girl showed up at his place. She looked so delicate and fragile, but as soon as she arrived, Chenggu spent ages talking to her alone. Do you think he's changed his heart? Lin Yue chuckled softly. Mr. Li doesn't seem like the type to be unfaithful. You should have more faith in him. Besides, he's so accomplished, more girls will be trying to get close to him in the future. If you can't handle this, how are you going to cope with life? Shinga nodded. I definitely trust him. It's just that dealing with Su Muxue alone is already giving me a headache. Now another one's come along, and I have no idea what to do. Lin Yue comforted her. Mr. Li is young, handsome, and wealthy. Now that he's free from marriage commitments, naturally plenty of women will try to reel him in. But Mr. Li has excellent character. If you put in the effort, he'll definitely be won over by you. Shinga gave Lin Yue a hug. Thank you for encouraging me all these days. I'll do my best. But you absolutely mustn't tell my mom about this. She'll just worry herself sick. Lin Yue nodded, and then the two of them walked hand in hand to Zhang Shue's hospital room. At the Tang family villa, in the master bedroom, a woman in her 40s with impeccable looks held her phone, her expression tinged with anxiety. Tang Ling, standing nearby, asked in confusion, "Mom, I'm trying to build a relationship with Fu Yanzhou. Why did you rush me back like this?" Luin shot Tang Ling a stern look. "Can you stop obsessing over Fu Yanzhou's nonsense all day? Didn't you see the Li Corporation press conference the other day?" Tang Ling froze. "I've been swamped with engagement preparations these past few days. When would I have time to pay attention to some press conference?" Luin snapped angrily, "You idiot. Don't you know Lin Yue is missing? Lu Guifang and the others have all been arrested. If that bastard gets spotted by Tang Bin, I'm finished in your life, as the Tang family's golden girl will be over too." Tang Ling jumped in fright, panicking. "Then what do we do now?" Luin pondered for a moment. "Since the Enforcement Bureau hasn't come for me yet, it means Lu Guifang and the others haven't turned me in. The only thing we can do now is for you to secure Fu Yanzhou as quickly as possible, preferably by conceiving a child bearing the Fu family name. I'll arrange to siphon off the Tang family's assets and invest them into the Fu group under your name. If nothing happens, we'll just keep living like this, you and I playing the part of wealthy socialites. If it ever comes to light, with the Tang family's assets as a buffer and the Fu group as our backing, Tang Bin won't be able to touch me." Tang Ling's eyes lit up at these words. "This plan is brilliant. I've had more than enough of that old fool Tang Bin. I've called him dad for all these years, yet he's never once looked at me properly. He spends every waking moment dreaming about his biological daughter. Why not seize this chance? Let's team up with the Fu family and strip that old man of his power. Besides, that old fool never wanted to touch you anyway. He certainly doesn't want to produce another Tang heir with you. Once we seize control, Mom, you can find yourself a doting little puppy to spoil just to drive that old fossil crazy." Chapter 54, The Little Sister from the Hometown. Luin felt a flutter of excitement, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Put that aside for now. The most urgent matter is finding the missing Lin Yue and disposing of her to eliminate future troubles. The Fu family is one of Tianhai's top aristocratic clans. Their connections are countless. You should consider enlisting their help in the search. They don't know Lin Yue is Tang Tang anyway. It's best to use the Fu family's hands to eliminate her. That way, even if it's discovered later, the Fu family will handle any fallout to protect their reputation." Tang Ling was utterly stunned by her mother's words. "Mom, you're truly incredible. You're so smart and capable. If it weren't for that old fool holding you back, you'd be a billionaire powerhouse by now." Hearing her daughter's words, Luin felt deeply gratified. She smiled and said, "You're the one who truly understands me, Lingling. If that old fool hadn't been so suspicious of me and handed over the Tang family to me earlier, who knows how many times stronger the Tang family would be today. The blame lies solely with that old fool's lack of discernment, mistaking pearls for fish eyes. But soon I'll have complete control over the Tang family. When that happens, I'll make the Tianhai elite circle tremble in awe." At the entrance of Li's private hospital, Tang Bin had just hung up the phone when an urgent notification popped up on his mobile. Upon opening it, he found a live stream of Luin and her daughter plotting in their room. "Well, what a fine example of ingratitude. Back then, I pitied you both. You were Xinjian's closest friends, so I kindly supported you. Little did I know you'd end up harming my own daughter. Wasn't it enough that you enjoyed over a decade of luxury and privilege? Now you dare to undermine me and seize my family fortune? You two have sealed your own fate." Tang Bin's eyes reddened as he hurled curses before returning to his car. He spent the rest of the afternoon making calls, finally leaving the hospital entrance reluctantly as dusk fell. Li Chen happened to arrive to pick up Xinxinga. As their cars passed each other, Li Chen gave Tang Bin a slight nod. Tang Bin returned a smile but said nothing. At the hospital entrance, spotting Li Chen's car, Xinxinga ran happily over. She quickly slipped into the back seat beside Li Chen, wrapping her arms around his arm. "Brother Chen, I came to wait for you at the entrance much earlier today. That way, you wouldn't have to come inside looking for me and could get some extra rest." Xinxinga paused abruptly mid-sentence. "Huh? Why didn't Sister Su work overtime today?" Su Muxue shot Xinxinga a disapproving look. "The smart bracelet project is clearly our joint responsibility. Why should I be the only one working overtime? I brought all the materials back with me. I'll teach you how to analyze the data when we get home. So you won't have to pester my husband every day." Xinxinga pouted. "What do you mean your husband? You two are long over. He's my boyfriend now." Watching the two start bickering again, Li Chen felt his head spin. He'd clarified this countless times, yet whenever they argued, they always dragged him into it. "Both of you, shut up. Starting tomorrow, I'll assign you each your own car. Just don't drag me into your arguments anymore." Xinxinga clung tightly to Li Chen's arm, rubbing it against her chest a few times for good measure. "No way. I don't have a license and can't drive." Su Muxue shook her head too. "I've already used up all my points. If I get any more deductions, my license will be revoked." Li Chen thought for a moment. "I can top up your transit cards or buy you electric bikes. They're all our company's products, guaranteed reliable. Plus, our e-bikes can sync with your smartbands, perfect for collecting more data." The two women exchanged a glance, each seeing the fire in the other's eyes. Fine, then I'll ride my bike to work tomorrow. Seeing Su Muxue agree first, Shan countered without backing down, then I'll ride too. I used to walk or take the bus to school anyway. Having any bike to ride now is more than enough for me. Temporarily resolving the conflict between the two women, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Back at the Li family estate, Li Nianci no longer wandered aimlessly as before. The moment he took her hand, Li Chen heard her inner thoughts. Sigh. Mu Shengsheng was brought back early by this foolish brother, missing her first encounter with the male lead. How will the upcoming appreciation event proceed without her? The system will adjust the plot. It should control Shengsheng Mu just like it controlled Lin Yue last time. But now that all the protective barriers around the estate are activated, can Mu Shengsheng even get out to meet the male lead? If she can't get out, I'll be electrocuted again. Li Chen's heart trembled. Who would have thought that wicked system would even shock Li Nianci? Who knows how much suffering she's endured all these years? Could the thank you banquet she mentioned be the one hosted by the Lu family? After pondering, Li Chen spoke up. In 2 days, the Lu family will host a thank you banquet. How about I take you along to crash the party? Li Nianci. The timing matches. Lu Jingchen returns after recovering from illness, only to be manipulated by the Mu family into mistaking the female lead. Later, the Mu family exploited him to harm the female lead, causing her immense suffering. When the truth surfaces, Lu Jingchen will be overcome with guilt and make amends, falling head over heels for the female lead. Heaven forbid my dim-witted brother causes trouble and disrupts the protagonist's storyline, or I might not survive. Li Chen paused slightly, a plan already forming in his mind. Since the system would eventually manipulate Mu Shengsheng to attend the appreciation banquet, he could simply wait and see. First, it would help Li Nianci complete her mission. Second, he might even profit from it. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, Butler Lu sent a video clip. In the footage, Mu Shengsheng slipped away from the estate alone. Li Chen knew the plot had begun. He instructed Lu to send someone to secretly follow Mu Shengsheng while he took Li Nianci and Cheng Hui directly to the banquet venue. Tenglong Grand Restaurant, ranked number 1 in Tianhai, boasted the most magnificent and vibrant decor. This was the preferred venue for banquets among the wealthy elite. Not only was the service impeccable, but it was also surprisingly affordable. A standard custom-made banquet table here barely exceeded 10,000 yuan, offering diverse options and unparalleled flavors. Of course, the wealthy typically opted for the top-tier packages, where a single table easily exceeded 50,000 yuan, excluding beverages. This time, the Lu family's appreciation banquet reserved 50 tables. Including beverages, the total cost exceeded 5 million yuan. When Li Nianci was escorted into the banquet hall wearing a mask, she was utterly stunned. Dragon totems? Chinese style? Why is it like this? I clearly wrote a Western-style banquet evening gowns and red wine. But why didn't the system flag a plot deviation? The banquet style isn't the point. The focus is on the character plotlines. It must be that way, there's no other explanation. Li Chen clutched Li Nianci's hand, his entire body struck as if by lightning. The dragon totem didn't originally exist in this world. Li Chen had designed it later as his personal emblem. Li Nianci knew the dragon totem. She knew the Chinese style. This confirmed beyond doubt that she and he came from the same place, the same country, the same race. Alone in a foreign land, he never imagined that the person he had adopted and raised from childhood was actually from his homeland. Suppressing the urge to reveal his identity, Li Chen ruffled Li Nianci's hair. Look at this place, how magnificent it is. Brother will tell you this entire restaurant belongs to our family. Li Nianci. Our family's restaurant? Looks pretty high-end. I wonder if the food here is any good. Li Chen paused for a moment, then chuckled inwardly. His words were actually meant to secretly convey a message to Li Nianci, revealing his true identity. But the girl seemed slow on the uptake, thinking only about food. But it didn't matter anymore. He'd confirmed her identity, and that was enough. Little sister from my hometown, from now on, this world is yours to explore. I'll be the one to watch over you. Li Nianci suddenly felt a flutter in her heart. This feels so strange. Why do I feel like something is watching me? Why aren't the dishes being served yet? Why isn't Mu Shengsheng here yet? Why hasn't the plot started yet? Chapter 55, I am the sinner. Listening to Li Nianci's inner grumbling, Li Chen nearly burst out laughing. Brother Hui, make arrangements for me. I want a room on the second floor of the banquet hall. Also, instruct the kitchen to serve me every single one of their top 10 best-selling signature dishes. Cheng Hui nodded and made a call. Soon, a waiter led them to a VIP private room. With the owner himself present, the kitchen worked at full capacity. Within 10 minutes, 10 signature dishes graced the table. Li Chen personally fed Li Nianci the most exquisite portions of each dish, leaving her inwardly raving with delight. Any reasonably intelligent time traveler would have grown suspicious after sampling so many hometown specialties. But Li Nianci didn't. She found it all perfectly reasonable. Having spent too long in the estate, she was still unfamiliar with this new world. She had no idea how it differed from her original one. Glancing at the time and then at the target location on his phone, Li Chen led Li Nianci to the window. Looking down, the entire banquet hall lay spread out before them. A timid girl entered through the doorway. Suddenly, a noblewoman rushed over and slapped the girl across the face. Li Chen activated a specific app on his phone. Upon activation, the bracelet on Mu Xingxing's wrist flashed and a voice transmitted. "Aren't you supposed to be scrubbing toilets at the Li residence? What are you doing here? Do you want to ruin our Mu family?" Lu Qilan screamed angrily, dragging Mu Xingxing aside. Mu Xingxing jolted awake, her eyes immediately locking onto Lu Qilan. "I don't know why I ended up here. I'll return to the Li family immediately. I won't disturb you any longer." All Mu Xingxing could think about now was leaving quickly. She never wanted to be around these monsters again. "Leave? Since you're here, you won't be leaving until you explain everything." Fearing Mu Xingxing might inform on them to Lu Jingchen, Lu Qilan seized her arm, preventing her from breaking free. Mu Xingxing grimaced. "I don't know anything. There's nothing to explain. Please let me go. Young Master Li has already clocked out for the day. If he doesn't see me, he'll hold the Mu family responsible." Lu Qilan sneered coldly. "What do you think young Master Li is? He'd punish us over a lowly servant like you? You're nothing but a scapegoat for cleaning toilets. If you don't tell me why you came here, don't blame me for being rude." Mu Xingxing wrenched her hand free from Lu Qilan's grasp and turned to dash toward the door. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. Unable to stop in time, she collided head-on. Ouch! My heart! The one she collided with was also a girl. She fell to the ground, her lips turning slightly pale, seemingly suffering from a serious injury. Chang, are you okay?" A handsome man rushed over from behind, scooping up the girl who had been knocked down. Mu Xingxing lay sprawled on the ground. The moment she saw the man appear, her pupils contracted slightly. It was a face both familiar and unfamiliar she couldn't place where she'd seen it before. "How dare you hit my Chang? Someone, arrest her. I'll teach her a lesson she won't forget." Lu Jingchen barked the order, and several bodyguards immediately rushed forward to seize Mu Xingxing. Smack! A sharp slap echoed as Lu Qilan delivered a vicious blow to Mu Xingxing's face. "You blind dog! How dare you bump into your own sister?" Mu Xingxing said nothing, only staring intently at Lu Jingchen. Lu Jingchen felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, but seeing the girl in his arms looking so weak, anger surged through him. "Throw her out. She's not allowed to set foot in this banquet hall again." The bodyguards moved to obey, but Lu Qilan stopped them. "Young Master Lu, please calm down. That brat is my own daughter, Mu Xingxing. She collided with Shengsheng. We can't just let her off so easily. Shengsheng has been frail and prone to illness since childhood. I think we should take her to the hospital first." Lu Jingchen nodded, immediately scooped the girl up and rushed out of the restaurant, heading straight for the nearest hospital. Mu Shengsheng was also forced into another car by Lu Qilan's men. "You better hope your sister is okay, or I'll skin you alive." Inside the car, Lu Qilan's demeanor shifted completely. Mu Shengsheng looked puzzled. "You just said I'm your biological daughter and my name is Xingxing?" Lu Qilan glared at Mu Shengsheng. "Why are you asking so many questions? Just do as I say. You're a worthless bastard no one wants. Dare to say another word, and I'll skin you alive." Mu Shengxing sneered coldly. "I just heard that man call her Chengcheng. But Chengcheng was my nickname at the orphanage. Now you want Mu Xingxing to impersonate me. I don't know what's going on, but mark my words, I've nothing left to lose. I won't let you succeed." Lu Qilan suddenly pulled out a packet of powder and shoved it into Mu Xingxing's mouth. Seconds later, Mu Shengsheng felt her throat go dry, unable to utter a single word. "You little bastard, I'll teach you to run your mouth. This is specially prepared for you. Once you swallow it, your vocal cords will be destroyed, and you'll never be able to speak again. Be a good little mute. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Mu Xingxing's eyes widened. After several futile attempts to speak, tears of resentment welled up in her eyes. Not far behind their car, old Wang followed relentlessly, his driving skills far exceeding the ordinary. Inside the car, Li Chen and Li Nianci watched the video feed on their phones, each harboring different thoughts. To Li Chen, the scheme of poisoning someone into silence to swap identities was utterly childish. The day the Lu family showed even a shred of intelligence would spell disaster for the Mu family. The best solution was to eliminate Mu Shengsheng, cutting off the threat at its root. Watching the character she had created suffer the torment she had designed for her, Li Nianci's composure began to fray. "I'm sorry. I truly never imagined it would turn out like this. When I wrote it, I only thought it would make the male lead feel more guilty and love you more in the future. I never imagined it would turn out like this in reality. I truly regret it. All your suffering stems from me. I am the sinner. I am so sorry." Hearing her inner thoughts, Li Chen pulled Li Nianci into his arms and gently patted her back. "It's okay. We'll catch up to them soon and save her." Li Nianci. "No. I deserve punishment for disrupting the plot. Even though she's suffering now, I gave her a special constitution. Her recovery abilities are strong, she'll be fine. Once the male lead learns the truth, he'll heal her. The more guilt the male lead feels, the happier Mu Shengsheng will be in the future. Ah, what good is all this thinking? Heaven forbid my foolish brother ruins the rest of the plot. Li Chen remains silent, thinking to himself, I'll do whatever you say. After a long wait, Li Nianci's inner voice reached him again. Why does this silly brother feel so strange today? No, wait, he's been off for days now. It feels like everything he does is just to please me. But I haven't said anything. Could he be possessed or something? Listening to Li Nianci's inner thoughts, Li Chen nearly burst out laughing. What kind of twisted logic does this girl have? She clearly knows I'm catering to her, yet she'd rather assume I'm possessed than believe I can hear her thoughts. Though being possessed and hearing thoughts both seem equally bizarre. Since she couldn't figure it out, so be it. Better not to let certain malevolent entities discover it and sever our connection. Saving her later would be far more difficult. 20 minutes later, Lu Jingchen arrived at the hospital. The diagnosis was devastating internal bleeding. Lu Jingchen was utterly horrified and slapped Mu Shengsheng hard across the face. You better pray orange is okay, or I'll make you pay with blood. Mu Shengsheng screamed to explain, but no sound came out. She could only rage silently inside. You've got the wrong person. They tricked you. I'm the real Cheng Cheng. Lu Qilan sneered inwardly, shoving Mu Shengsheng out. Doctor, this is my daughter. She's the one who hit Shengsheng. Her blood type matches Shengsheng's. You can let her donate blood for Shengsheng. Chapter 56, The damage is irreparable. The doctor paused for a moment upon hearing this. Are you certain you want your daughter to donate blood for the patient? Lu Qilan nodded. The patient is also my daughter. She was harmed by her sister, so it's only right for her sister to donate blood to her. The doctor looked at Mu Shengsheng, seeking her consent. Mu Shengsheng shook her head frantically in refusal. Smack! Lu Qilan slapped Mu Shengsheng hard enough to send her crashing to the floor. You ungrateful brat! You hurt your sister like that, and now you won't even donate blood to make amends for your mistake. I regret ever raising you, you worthless piece of trash. The doctors and nurses were all startled. Ma'am, our hospital blood bank actually has reserves. We can use stored plasma, there's no need for an immediate transfusion. Lu Qilan turned and glared at the doctor. My daughter has congenital heart disease and renal insufficiency. She can't receive frozen plasma, only fresh blood. Transfuse her immediately. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you personally responsible. The doctor glanced at Mu Shengsheng lying on the floor and hesitated. But this lady seems unwilling to donate blood. Hospital regulations prohibit forcing anyone to donate. Lu Qilan frowned. What kind of hospital is this, with so many ridiculous rules? We're not staying here for treatment. With that, she pulled Mu Shengsheng up and let everyone out of the hospital. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at a modest private hospital. This hospital had a partnership with the Mu family and had frequently provided blood transfusions for Mu Shengsheng and Mu Xinqing in the past. Soon, both women were wheeled into the operating room. Mu Shengsheng remained restrained with straps throughout the procedure, unable to move. By the time Mu Xinqing's internal bleeding was finally stopped, 20 minutes had passed. After being taken off the operating table, Mu Shengsheng felt her head spinning. She had barely taken a few steps out of the operating room when she stumbled and fell toward the floor. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands caught her. Young Master Li, did you come to save me? Li Chen lifted Mu Shengsheng into his arms and nodded. I received word from the butler and followed them all the way here. I'm sorry I arrived a moment too late. Mu Shengsheng gave a faint smile. Not too late. Thank you for thinking of me, young Master Li. With that, Mu Shengsheng rolled her eyes and fainted. Li Chen swept his gaze around the room and sneered coldly. The Mu family, the Lu family, are you ready? Lu Jingchen frowned deeply, stepping forward to block Li Chen. And who are you to threaten my Lu family? Li Chen curled his lips in disdain, unwilling to waste words on these people. He scooped up Mu Shengsheng and turned to leave. Lu Jingchen tried to pursue them, but Lu Qilan pulled him back. Don't chase him. He's the demon of Tianhai, the head of the Li family. We can't afford to offend him. Lu Jingchen froze. The head of the Li family? He's Li Chen? Lu Qilan nodded. His infamy has long been notorious among Tianhai's elite. He's a devil who disregards all rules and possesses no humanity. Lu Jingchen suddenly laughed. I've been struggling to get him to discuss a partnership. It seems your daughter has a good relationship with him. Could you introduce me? Lu Qilan's heart skipped a beat. If Mu Shengsheng were to make the introduction, wouldn't all their plans come crashing down? Let's not rush that. We'll see how Shengsheng's situation unfolds first. And what about that appreciation event? How are we going to wrap that up? Lu Jingchen waved his hand dismissively. You stay here and take care of Cheng. I'll handle the rest. In a few days, I'll host another banquet just for Cheng. It will be far more grand than this one, consider it compensation for her injury today. Li Family Private Hospital. Mu Shengsheng was rushed into the emergency room by Li Chen. All doctors began thoroughly cleaning her vocal cords and administered the necessary plasma transfusion. Outside the VIP ward, Chenghui finished checking on his wife and child before returning to Li Chen's side. President, are you planning to take action against both families? Li Chen nodded. We now possess enough evidence to cripple both the Lu and Mu families financially. Take those videos, edit them, and disseminate them immediately. Crucially, remove the part where the Mu family swap their daughters' identities. Add some dramatic flair to solidify that this is indeed Mu Xinqing in our possession. Cheng Hui's eyes lit up. The CEO's tactics are truly masterful. This time, the Mu family will have no choice but to swallow their pride and accept defeat. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Get moving. Use every resource at your disposal to pressure both families. Mobilize all available funds and acquire their stocks at full force. Cheng Hui had handled this kind of situation countless times before it was second nature to him. 20 minutes later, Mu Shengsheng was wheeled out of the operating room. President, the toxins in this young lady's body have been cleared. However, her vocal cords have been damaged, and she likely won't be able to speak for a short while. The good news is that timely medical intervention means the damaged vocal cords can heal on their own. She should regain her ability to speak within a week at the earliest. No need for hospitalization. Just rest at home for a few days. Li Chen patted the attending physician on the shoulder. Thank you all for your hard work, staying late like this. Everyone's bonuses will be doubled this month. The doctors and nurses immediately lit up with smiles, each bidding farewell to their generous boss. Li Chen helped Mu Shengsheng to her feet. I had them give you a plasma transfusion. You should be able to move around freely now, right? Mu Shengsheng shifted her body slightly, finding her dizziness gone. She smiled and nodded. Li Chen exhaled a long breath of relief. Shall we head home now? Mu Shengsheng nodded again, a strange feeling stirring within her. He was actually asking my opinion? Why would he feel guilty toward me? He was the one who saved me, detoxified me, and gave me a blood transfusion. Why should he feel guilty? Could it be because he felt he arrived too late, leading to my injury? Is he truly just pitying me? Could he possibly like me? Impossible. I'm just an unwanted orphan, a bastard in others' eyes. How could I possibly be worthy of him? Li Chen, unaware of Mu Xingxing's wild thoughts, pulled her toward the hospital exit. If he felt guilty, it was because he truly believed he owed Mu Shengxing an apology. He could have stopped everything from happening in the first place. But for Li Nianci's sake, he hadn't intervened, allowing Mu Shengxing to be hurt. Though he made amends afterward. The damage itself couldn't be erased by making amends. Burdened by guilt, he naturally showed her extra care. In the car, seeing Mu Shengxing return safely, Li Nianci breathed a sigh of relief. As the instigator of this cruel scenario, she felt deeply ashamed. The first crucial plot point was complete. With 3, 4, 5, or 6 more such trials, Mu Shengxing would achieve her reversal. Her ending would be profoundly happy. Her unique constitution would allow her to live disease-free until 100. First the bitterness, then the sweetness. Hard work pays off. All the suffering endured before would be worth it. By the time they reached the estate, Mu Shengxing, having undergone 2 surgeries, had fallen asleep in the car. Li Chen had no choice but to carry her back to her own room. In a daze, Mu Shengxing suddenly grabbed Li Chen by the collar. Save me. Don't abandon me. It's so cold, so dark. Don't leave. Li Chen shook his head helplessly, gently patting Mu Shengxing's shoulder. Don't be afraid. The darkness has passed. When dawn arrives, the sunlight will chase away the chill. You are the most resilient blade of grass. Every oppression only makes your roots grow deeper. The morning dew will accompany your growth. Mu Shengxing's breathing gradually steadied, and her hands slowly relaxed. Li Chen gently tucked the blanket around her before turning to leave. Butler Lu stood at the doorway, handing him a tablet. Closing the door behind him, he carried the tablet to his office. What Lu had given him was the unedited footage of Mu Shengxing's interactions with Li Nianci over the past few days. 3 hours later, Li Chen shut off the video and rubbed his eyes. From the footage, their last interaction had occurred at 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. This meant the system didn't need to act in real time to manipulate these individuals. It could plant psychological suggestions in advance. Finding a loophole in the system seemed even more difficult under these circumstances. Without precognition, he couldn't anticipate the system's next move in time. Fortunately, Li Nianci possessed precognition. If he could coordinate with her through telepathy, he might be able to outmaneuver the system by planning ahead. In this way, both he and Li Nianci would emerge as beneficiaries. Chapter 57. Do you know who I am? Early the next morning, a shocking news story spread throughout Tianhai City. Within 10 minutes, it had already topped the trending headlines. Tianhai's elite families colluded to frame an innocent young woman. Slap in the face, skinning alive, poisoning, bloodletting, whose methods could be so cruel. The matriarch of the Mu family poisoned her own daughter to win a smile from the Lu family's eldest son. Heaven forbid! The wealthy young master had barely returned to the country before striking at an innocent mother and daughter. The Mu's sisters' identities remained shrouded in mystery. Mr. Lu, wake up. A woman in her 50s can still bloom like a flower. The matriarch of the Mu family, a mature woman, retains her charm and has caught the eye of the wealthy young master. Where is morality? Where is the contact number? Countless eye-catching headlines scrolled by, each click revealing videos documenting Li Chen and Li Qilan's misdeeds. After editing and sensationalization, they instantly ignited a viral frenzy online. With Li Capital pulling strings behind the scenes, the Mu and Lu families were powerless to suppress or remove the content. Soon after, restaurant staff and security guards went live to testify, while surveillance footage from the establishment corroborated the authenticity of the online videos. Soon after, hospital doctors and nurses came forward with their testimonies, accompanied by hospital surveillance footage. After comparing the footage, the entire internet began condemning the Mu and Lu families. By early afternoon, the private hospital affiliated with the Mu family collapsed, with all its doctors and nurses arrested. Evening news reports announced the arrests of Li Chen, the eldest son of the Lu family, and Li Qilan, the matriarch of the Mu family. Subsequently, companies under both the Mu and Lu families imploded one after another, sending their stock prices plummeting to rock bottom. An invisible giant mouth relentlessly gobbled up shares from both families. Within just 3 days, Mu Corporation's market value evaporated by over 2 billion yuan, while Lu Corporation suffered even worse losses, shedding more than 60 billion yuan. Shortly thereafter, Li Group announced its aggressive acquisition of stakes in both Mu and Lu enterprises, instantly becoming Mu's third largest shareholder and Lu's fourth largest shareholder. The moment the news broke, everyone suddenly understood. The elite circles of Tianhai were thrown into an uproar. That formidable figure, dormant for a year, had returned to stir up trouble and with a single move, had left two major clans utterly defenseless. Now, with its aggressive stake acquisitions in both families, an even more frenzied devouring was imminent. The Mu family was likely finished, while the Lu family might still have a fighting chance. Truth be told, it wasn't that Li Chen's scheme was particularly ingenious. These elite families are intertwined by shared interests, having long formed an incredibly solid network of relationships. They operate by their own set of rules. Li Chen, however, was an anomaly. Emerging unexpectedly a decade ago, he accumulated his initial capital only to begin confronting the major clans head-on. He never adhered to the unwritten rules governing these clans. He used the tiger's skin to make his coat, biting down hard on whoever he caught. And then, as if fate weren't cruel enough, the great reforms hit. These powerful families found themselves crushed under the weight of the big tigers. The elite families had their own rules, and naturally, there were shady dealings. Leveraging this very system, Li Chen rose through the ranks by both undermining and confronting rivals, propelling the Li clan into the elite ranks of the powerful families. Everyone despised him and feared him. Indeed, he showed no mercy in his dealings. Once he latched onto a rival, he crushed them without remorse. Even if it meant taking a loss himself, he would never allow his opponents any room to retaliate. After acquiring stakes in the Mu and Lu clans, Li Chen initiated his second phase of the plan. Jiang Miaomiao's senior classmates began to prove useful. They split into two teams, infiltrating the two conglomerates alongside Li Corporation employees. Jiang Miaomiao became busy herself, no longer having time to keep tabs on Li Chen. In the office, Cheng Hui held up a thumbs up with excitement. The president is incredible. With just a casual move, he's made every tycoon in Tianhai tremble with fear. Li Chen shook his head, his expression growing somber. The current environment imposes too many constraints on these elite families. If I keep applying pressure, it will inevitably provoke a backlash. You've seen how dirty their methods are, they'll stop at nothing. Publicly, we're not afraid of them, and our operations aren't constrained by their influence. But hidden attacks are hard to guard against. The preparations we made years ago will finally come in handy. Go register a security company immediately and bring our people back. Cheng Hui froze. If so many unfamiliar faces suddenly appear, how will we explain it to the Enforcement Bureau? Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. We're operating legally and compliantly with all proper documentation. If the Enforcement Bureau wants to investigate, let them. As a top-tier tycoon and outstanding entrepreneur, what's wrong with me sponsoring 1,000 or so orphans? Now I'm offering those orphans a job opportunity, do you think they'd have any complaints? Cheng Hui scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. This group truly were orphans, and Li Chen had been sponsoring them for many years. Over the years, the cumulative number had surpassed 1,000. Gathering these young people to form a security company, anyone with eyes could see what Li Chen was up to. Well, I have some connections back in my hometown. I'll do my best to try. With that, Cheng Hui went off to make some calls. Time passed, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. At Li's building, a girl carrying a thermos lunchbox approached the front desk. She pulled out paper and pen and wrote, "I'm here to deliver lunch to the CEO. Could you open the access gate for me?" The receptionist glanced at the girl, then checked her notebook. Not long ago, the president's office had indeed issued a notice. Someone would be delivering lunch, and they were not to be stopped. The receptionist smiled and nodded, unlocking the access gate. Mu Shengsheng gave a slight bow before lifting the lunchbox and heading toward the company interior. Suddenly, two figures appeared and blocked her path. "Little sis, what are you doing here?" Mu Shengsheng looked up and recognized Lu Jingchen and Mu Xinqing. Recalling the incident from a few days prior, she couldn't help but give Lu Jingchen an extra look. She remembered now this was undoubtedly the blind boy she had saved years ago. Yet now that his eyesight had returned, he had become one of those who would harm her. Smack! Mu Xinchuan suddenly raised her hand and slapped Mu Shengsheng across the face. I asked you a question. What kind of look is that? Are you resentful towards us? Do you have any idea how much our two families have lost because of you? Mu Shengsheng lost her balance and fell to the floor, knocking over her lunchbox and spilling its contents everywhere. What are you doing? Security! Come quickly! The receptionist witnessed the scene and screamed for security. Four burly men quickly rushed over and surrounded Lu Jingchen and Mu Xinqing. The receptionist helped Mu Shengsheng to her feet and wiped the food off her clothes. Are you okay? Mu Shengsheng shook her head. She was long accustomed to Mu Xinqing's beatings, but it was a shame that the meal she'd painstakingly prepared for her benefactor had been knocked over. Those two are terrifying. Go inside and hide for now. The president's office is on the 28th floor. I'll hold them off for you. The receptionist hurriedly ushered Mu Shengsheng into the inner lobby and opened the staff elevator for her. Lu Jingchen and Mu Xinchuan were blocked outside the access point and immediately grew impatient. Do you know who we are? Move aside. Let us through. Mu Xinqing adopted a haughty demeanor, demanding the security guard grant them access. The receptionist returned to the doorway and glared at the pair. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can walk into the Li building. You assaulted someone here and still have the nerve to act so brazenly? Get out, Li's doesn't welcome you. Fury surged through Mu Xinchuan, who tried to argue back, but Lu Jingchen stopped her. My friend got a little carried away earlier. I apologize on her behalf. I am Lu Jingchen of the Lu family, here representing Lu Group and Mu Group to visit your CEO. We have extremely important matters to discuss with him. Miss, please let us in. The receptionist sneered. Lu Group? Mu Group? Did you even make an appointment? Mu Xinqing couldn't help but shout, you're just a lowly receptionist. Do you have any idea what we represent? Do you have any idea how dire the consequences will be if you cross us? We can make you vanish from this world forever. Chapter 58. Don't try to guess a girl's thoughts. The receptionist was startled. She knew full well about the Lu Group and the Mu Group. Those colossal entities were far beyond what a mere receptionist like her could afford to antagonize. But company policy strictly forbade letting outsiders in without appointments. As she hesitated, two figures emerged from the inner hall. You two sure talk big. You keep talking about making people vanish from the face of the earth. The receptionist rushed over to Li Chen as if she'd found a savior. Mr. President, they're picking on me. Li Chen nodded. I understand. You did well. Your bonus will be doubled this month. The young lady beamed instantly. You're the coolest, President. I absolutely adore you. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Keep gushing like that, and I'll dock your bonus this month. The young woman froze for a moment, then flushed and scurried back to her workstation. Li Chen turned his head, his expression instantly turning icy. The Lu family. The Mu family. You really have some nerve. Just released on bail, and you dare come cause trouble here? Do you think this place is your own home? Under Li Chen's overwhelming aura, Mu Xinqing swallowed hard and hid behind Lu Jingchen. Lu Jingchen felt a surge of alarm. He had seen this man once before at the hospital and hadn't found him particularly remarkable. Yet now, seeing him enraged, why did he feel this sense of dread? Mr. Li, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We came here today to discuss a business partnership with you. Li Chen swept his gaze over the scattered food and spilled soup on the floor. Your men beat me up and spilled my lunch everywhere. Is this your attitude toward discussing cooperation? Should I now kneel down and kowtow to you, then thank you for this? Lu Jingchen understood the implication and smiled. It's all a misunderstanding. I'll have someone clean this up immediately. You haven't eaten yet. I've reserved a table at Tinglong restaurant. Consider it my apology. Li Chen ignored Lu Jingchen and instead ruffled Mu Xinqing's hair. Go upstairs. How did she hit you? Hit her back the same way. Mu Shengsheng hesitated, shook her head, and wrote on her notebook, I don't dare. Before Li Chen could speak, Mu Xinqing grew impatient. She's a lowly bastard child who doesn't know her place. I hit her to teach her a lesson. She dared to fight back? Has she lost her mind? Lu Jingchen immediately pulled Mu Xinqing behind him, awkwardly saying, Mr. Li, Chang isn't feeling well. Could you please give me some face and let this matter drop? Li Chen frowned. He never imagined Lu Jingchen could be such an idiot, blindly defending that Mu Xinqing. Even knowing he'd been deceived, this blatant favoritism was beyond ridiculous. Your favor? Who do you think you are? If you know she's unwell, let her rest at home properly instead of stirring up trouble. Li Chen shot the pair a cold glance before pulling Mu Xinqing away from the lobby. Lu Jingchen tried to follow with Mu Xinqing, but security stopped them. Please take your time leaving. The floor hasn't been cleaned yet. Mu Xinqing wanted to explode, but Lu Jingchen held her back. Shortly after, Lu Jingchen had his people finish cleaning before they were allowed to leave. In the car, Li Chen tore open a medical ice pack and applied it to Mu Xingxing's face. Does it still hurt? Mu Xingxing shook her head, then nodded. Seeing Li Chen's concerned gaze, the walls she'd built around her heart began to crumble. In front of him, she felt she didn't need to pretend to be strong. Li Chen sighed. Ah. You silly girl. Wouldn't it have been better to stay home? Why did you have to come all the way here to bring me food? And you got beaten up on my turf. That beating hurt me more than it hurt you. Mu Shengsheng picked up a pen and wrote a big sorry in her notebook. Li Chen smiled faintly. It's fine. They'll get their punishments soon enough. When they do, I'll make them beg you on their knees to slap their own faces. Mu Shengsheng froze for a moment, then tossed aside the ice pack and grabbed Li Chen's hand, pressing it against the bruised spot on her face. Li Chen looked utterly confused. If you want to say something, you can write it down. Mu Shengsheng shook her head, her eyes locked on Li Chen, brimming with tears. Li Chen pulled out a tissue and gently wiped away her tears. Why are you crying? Is it because of that Lu Jingchen? I asked Director Zhang. I know you're the one who saved him back than the real Cheng Cheng. I didn't reveal your true identity to him, admittedly, I had my own selfish reasons. But rest assured, I promise he won't harm you. Besides, personally, I think Lu Jingchen's character is utterly despicable. Forget about recognizing his savior. Even if he did, he'd still help that savior bully others and trample their dignity. For his benefactor's sake, he'd even force someone onto an operating table to draw their blood. He calls it repaying kindness, but this gratitude is built on harming others. Think about it, a man like him has no moral compass or sense of shame. To make up for his own shortcomings, he'll resort to any means necessary. Director Zhang also mentioned that when he first arrived at the orphanage, he had an unusually violent temper, constantly lashing out and causing destruction. This proves Lu Jingchen is a born troublemaker. You shouldn't waste your tears on someone like him. Mu Shengsheng blinked and scribbled in her notebook, right, he is a born scoundrel. I regret saving him all those years ago. If we'd let him die out in the wilderness back then, we'd have one less villain in the world today. It's all my fault for letting that demon stay in this world. Li Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed his persuasion hadn't been wasted after all. I'll help you punish those scum. Can you do me a favor? Mu Shengsheng nodded without hesitation. Li Chen continued, they swapped your identities, didn't they? They had Mu Xingxing impersonate you to get close to Lu Jingchen, all to gain access to the Lu family's resources. I want you to turn the tables and take Mu Xingxing's place. With that identity, you can exact far more thorough revenge on them. Mu Xingxing's eyes lit up as she nodded frantically. Li Chen cupped Mu Xingxing's face, his heart heavy with guilt. Here he was, a billionaire tycoon, reduced to manipulating a young girl. While success demanded extreme measures, this felt utterly shameful. Your face is still swollen. If you shake your head again, it'll get more congested and hurt worse. To celebrate our successful partnership, how about I treat you to a big meal? Mu Shengxing nodded, her gaze toward Li Chen shifting subtly. He said he kept the truth from Lu Jingchen out of self-interest. Was he afraid Lu Jingchen would take me away if he found out? He shouldn't be that kind of person. Then why does he keep bad-mouthing Lu Jingchen in front of me? Is it to make me despise Lu Jingchen, to never forgive him? If that's the case, then you've succeeded. Lu Jingchen may have regained his sight now, but he remains blind not just physically, but also in his heart. He's no different from those disgusting tycoon monsters. Since he lacks both sight and heart, let him remain forever in the dark. From now on, I am Mu Xingxing. I am the true heiress of the Mu family. Only this identity will barely qualify me to stay by your side. Shortly after, outside Tinglong restaurant, old Wang slammed on the brakes. Li Chen glanced back at Mu Shengsheng and saw she was still staring at him. Curious, he waved his hand in front of her face. What are you thinking about? Snap out of it. Mu Shengsheng snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing instantly as she lowered her head. Li Chen recalled that famous saying, don't try to guess a girl's thoughts, it's all in vain. Chapter 59, Born That Way, Got a Problem? Let's go. I'll take you out to eat. Li Chen smiled, opened the car door, and Mu Shengsheng followed him out. After exiting the car, Li Chen led Mu Shengsheng into the restaurant's VIP elevator, heading straight to the 8th floor luxury private room. They ordered the most premium, priceless set menu. 8 dishes and 4 soups had Mu Shengsheng giving it a thumbs up. I've never eaten anything this delicious or felt this full. I really want to learn how to cook these dishes so I can make them for you someday, to repay you. Reading the words Mu Shengsheng had scribbled in her notebook, Li Chen smiled and said, I opened this restaurant just so I could savor a taste of home cooking. If you're interested in learning, I can have them print out a copy of the recipes for you. If you can recreate the flavors of my hometown, I'll hire you as head chef. The compensation will be more than satisfactory. Hearing that these were all dishes from Li Chen's hometown, Mu Shengsheng felt even more motivated. I won't let you down. Li Chen smiled as he handed her a wet wipe. After you finish eating, I'll have the driver take you back. Mu Shengsheng picked up the half bowl of soup left on her plate and downed it in one gulp. She then patted her belly with a look of pure satisfaction. Li Chen chuckled, gently supporting her arm. Here, let me help you walk. Be careful, don't jostle up your meal. Mu Shengsheng shot Li Chen a playful glare before smiling herself. This feeling was truly wonderful. Just like her friends back at the orphanage, where they could joke around without worrying about social status. As they stepped out of the private room, they spotted Lu Jingchen and Mu Xinqing again. Mr. Li, the banquet is ready. This way, please. Li Chen froze. When did I agree to dine with you? Lu Jingchen froze at the question. I invited you here to dine, and you came. Could it be I misunderstood? Li Chen shrugged. You did misunderstand. I just brought my friend along for dinner. Then I shan't disturb the two important figures during their meal. Goodbye. With that, Li Chen took Mu Xingxing's hand and headed toward the elevator. Mu Xingxing suddenly grabbed Mu Xingxing's arm. You worthless bastard, you think you deserve to eat in a place like this? Mu Xingxing was yanked violently, causing her stomach to churn violently. She couldn't help but spew a warm stream. The warm liquid landed squarely on Mu Xingxing's face. From her hair down to her eyes, nostrils, and mouth. For a moment, all four of them froze. Li Chen, supporting Mu Shengsheng with one arm, reacted fastest. He pulled her into his embrace and covered her eyes. It's dirty. Don't look. Ugh. Let's go. Unable to bear the sight, Li Chen scooped up Mu Shengsheng and sprinted toward the elevator. Lu Jingchen's eye twitched as he fought back nausea, handing the decorative handkerchief from his suit jacket to Mu Xinqing. Mu Xinqing's mind went blank. It took her several seconds to process the gesture. Bastard. I'll make you pay. He turned back, only to find the elevator doors already closed. The two figures vanished. Lu Jingchen frowned. Shengsheng, why do you keep calling your sister a bastard? She's the Mu family's heiress. The Mu family took you in. Is it really right for you to speak to her like that? If Uncle Mu and Aunt Lu heard you, how would you face them? Mu Xinqing froze for a moment. No, you misunderstood. That's just Xinqing's nickname. Mom and Dad said a cheap name makes her easier to raise. Ever since she got that name, she hasn't gotten sick once. Look at her now, just days after donating blood for me, she's bouncing around full of energy, perfectly healthy. Lu Jingchen didn't quite understand, but he nodded anyway. There's a bathroom here. Why don't you go wash up first? Mu Xinqing gritted her teeth. Remembering that Li Chen was protecting him, she didn't dare chase after him. She stomped her foot and ran to the bathroom. In the car, Li Chen wiped Mu Xingxing's mouth with a wet wipe. I'll show you for eating so much. See if you dare next time. Mu Shengsheng blushed bright red with embarrassment, then scribbled quickly with a pen, you have to keep this a secret. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Fine, I'll keep it a secret. Mu Xing paused for a moment before continuing, so happy. I want to do it again. Li Chen gently tapped Mu Shengsheng on the forehead. There are many ways to retaliate against enemies. This method, which harms your body and is utterly disgusting, is not recommended. Your form of retaliation is like scratching an itch through a shoe. It inflicts no real harm on the enemy. Instead, it only makes them perceive you as incompetent and weak. If it's revenge, it must be swift and decisive, crushing the opponent in an instant. Make them suffer, make them tremble with fear, make them lose the will to fight. Strike while the iron is hot. The second blow weakens, the third exhausts. Suddenly, Li Chen froze, meeting Mu Xingxing's bewildered gaze. Don't you understand? Mu Shengsheng nodded, then shook her head. She wrote, I understand, but I've never thought this way. I just want them to regret it. Li Chen pursed his lips. Oomph. That's weak-mindedness. Not worth pursuing. Mu Shengsheng wrote, I am a girl, after all. I can't bear to think about such brutal things. I'm afraid. Is there something wrong with that? Li Chen gave an awkward chuckle. Never mind. I'll walk you back first. Seeing Li Chen's speechless expression, Mu Shengsheng felt a flicker of joy in her heart. She couldn't recall the last time someone had treated her with genuine kindness. It felt like it had vanished the moment she was adopted from the orphanage. It turned out even the feared tycoon could be at a loss for words, and when he smiled. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shang Hui returned to the office carrying a stack of documents. These are the financial statements for the Mu and Lu corporations. Just as you predicted, both companies have some shady dealings going on. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively and pushed the tablet across the desk. It was playing footage of Lu Jingchen and Mu Xinqing assaulting Mu Shengsheng. Those fools from both families are delivering themselves again. Have your people work overtime and spice things up for them? Make sure both families' stock prices hit another limit up. Buy up more shares, then leak rumors to lure other wealthy families into joining. Shang Hui's lips curled upward. This isn't just targeting the Mu and Lu families. You're setting up other wealthy families to take the fall? Li Chen nodded. It's all old tricks. You've mastered them long ago, no need for me to teach you anymore. You understand what I mean? Cheng Hui nodded, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, sir. You won't need to lift a finger. I guarantee I'll clean them out completely. By the way, we've confirmed that the Lu family does indeed have dealings with several major foreign smart tech corporations. But they're all export-oriented, aiming to use loose to break into the domestic market, which conflicts with our strategy. Li Chen lifted his teacup and took a sip. Utter nonsense. Trying to steal my turf on my own turf? Ignore them. Let them bring in foreign capital and build their channels first. I'll make them understand what it means to work for someone else's benefit. Cheng Hui paused for a few seconds before grasping Li Chen's meaning. He shook his head and chuckled. I truly pity your opponents. I just don't get it. Where do you come up with all these devious and underhanded tactics? Li Chen curled his lips. It's just in my nature. Got a problem with that? Li Chen had always suspected something was amiss with this world. Now, the truth was clear. This world was built upon a script written by Li Nianci. A young girl who wrote nothing but romantic dramas. Her understanding of the real world likely still lingered in the idyllic days of her school years. So while this world had a well-developed system, it lacked many crucial elements of real society. Here, the so-called elite truly were foolish with money, valuing rules, seniority, and lineage above all else. So-called business wars were nothing more than child's play. So when he thought he'd stumbled upon an easy fortune in this world, he was only half right. The real reason was Li Nianci. That girl, so naive and clueless, had no idea what the treacherous ways of the world were like. Chapter 60, inciting widespread anger. But Li Nianci couldn't be blamed. Judging by the thoughts I've been reading these past few days. Before she arrived, she was just a high school student. Her mind was pure and innocent. It was only natural she didn't understand the real world. It's just unfortunate she's trapped in that body. Though 17 years have passed, her mindset remains stuck in adolescence. Fortunately, they hadn't discarded her back then. Otherwise, whether she'd even survive to this day would be questionable. The little girl who fancied herself a creator god, trapped within the world she herself had fashioned. It was both amusing and pitiful to contemplate. Cheng Hui picked up the tablet and smiled. How could I dare to object? If there's nothing else, I'll go downstairs to prepare. Li Chen waved him off. Remember, Mu Shangsheng is now known as Mu Xinqing. She is the true heiress of the Mu family. Cheng Hui nodded and left the office, tablet in hand. The Mu family's grand hall was now filled with people. Mu Zhonghui asked anxiously, You've already met that person, right? Did he agree to cooperate and stop pressuring us? Lu Jingchen shook his head. We did meet him, but he seems to harbor immense hostility toward us. We didn't even get the chance to invite him to dinner. By forcefully acquiring shares in both the Mu and Lu families, he's clearly determined to take us down. Mu Zhonghui paled in shock. What do we do now? He's been manipulating public opinion and eroding our resources. Are we just going to stand by and watch him devour us whole? Lu Jingchen frowned deeply, then said after a moment, There's only one option left. The others lit up at the suggestion. Lu Jingchen said solemnly, We can only ask my aunt to step in now. She is the current matriarch of the Fu family. If she agrees to speak up, the Fu group could assist us and perhaps help us weather this storm. Mu Zhonghui froze at the mention. Lu Qing? Her son, Fu Yanzhou, now controls the Fu group, which is what gave her the opportunity to rise to power. But his position is still too precarious, and he's desperately seeking an alliance with the Tang family through marriage. With her current influence, can she mobilize the Fu family's resources? We're dealing with the Li family, that ruthless, merciless bunch. Lu Jingchen understood Mu Zhonghui's suspicions. Though he'd spent years abroad treating his eyes, he wasn't stupid, nor was he deaf. He remained well informed about the intrigues among Tianhai's elite families. I currently hold several projects from major international conglomerates, estimated to be worth no less than 100 billion. Originally, I intended to partner with the Li Group, which is relatively mature in the field of intelligent technology. But since he declined my invitation, I'll hand this project over to the Fu family instead. Compared to foreign counterparts, Li Group's smart technology holds no competitive edge. Once we penetrate the domestic market, our alliance with Fu Group will stifle Li Group's growth. With substantial foreign capital flowing in, Fu Yanzhou will be able to consolidate control over the Fu Group more swiftly. The elders of the Fu family should clearly understand the relative importance of these factors. Mu Zhonghui felt immense joy. So does this mean we truly no longer need to fear that Li Chen? Once the domestic market opens and foreign capital enters, the Li family's myth will be shattered. We will be the ones to shatter that myth. When that happens, which of Tianhai's powerful families won't give us their respect? Lu Jingchen's brow remained furrowed, his regard for Mu Zhonghui already diminished. Defeating the Li Group would be no easy feat. While foreign capital influx could curb Li's expansion, the group's own capabilities were formidable. They had already begun investing in smart technology 7 or 8 years ago. Suppressing the Li Group might be possible, but shattering their myth was nothing short of a pipe dream. Unless Li Chen had lost his mind or suddenly turned foolish overnight, it was utterly impossible. If it weren't for witnessing the Mu family's extreme doting on Chang Cheng, he wouldn't have given a damn about the Mu Corporation's fate. With the situation still uncertain, it's too early to discuss this. I'll go consult with my aunt and get back to you once I have news. Lu Jingchen no longer wished to stay at the Mu residence and rose to take his leave. Chang Cheng, are you coming back with me or staying here? Mu Xinqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she fidgeted. We're just friends now. Wouldn't it be awkward for me to go back with you? Hearing this, Lu Jingchen didn't press further. He smiled and said, you're right. You have your own home now. It's better for you to stay with the Mu family. In a few days, when I have time, I'll host a separate thank you gathering just for you. Mu Xinqing nodded with a smile. Then be careful on your way back. I'll be waiting for you at home. Lu Jingchen had barely left the Mu residence when a convoy from the enforcement bureau pulled up at the gate. Over a dozen officers stormed inside, presented an arrest warrant, and handcuffed Mu Xinqing. With police cars leading the way, Lu Jingchen's vehicle was intercepted 20 minutes later, and he too was taken back to the enforcement bureau. The internet knew no day or night, and netizens' emotions ran even higher after dark. The video of Mu Xinqing and Lu Jingchen assaulting someone at Li Group had resurfaced, reigniting heated debate. What was terrifying was that the person they assaulted was the same girl who had been forcibly taken for blood sampling last time. Combined with Mu Xinqiu's statements and Lu Jingchen's biased remarks, the internet was now flooded with condemnation. People are calling out the law enforcement agency for inaction, arresting someone only to have them bailed out by the wealthy, allowing criminals to roam free and commit further crimes. Others claim this world belongs to the wealthy, who can act with impunity and make people disappear at will. Criticism directed at the Mu and Lu families was scarce. Instead, the focus was squarely on questioning the law enforcement agency. This had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The Law Enforcement Bureau immediately ordered arrests. As the scandals involving the younger generations of the Mu and Lu families continued to surface, especially Lu Jingchen, the sole heir of the Lu family. This caused shareholders to lose confidence in the future prospects of both the Lu and Mu families. Under the manipulation of a mysterious force, the market value of both family stocks rapidly evaporated. This time, the Enforcement Bureau was resolute, rejecting bail requests from both families and directly sentencing Lu Jingchen and Mu Xinqiu. Their actions and statements had sparked widespread public outrage. Lu Jingchen received a lighter sentence of 1 month's imprisonment, while Mu Xinqing, whose remarks were deemed excessively arrogant, was sentenced to 3 months. The next day, at the Li Group. After hearing Cheng Hui's report, Li Chen nodded with satisfaction. Proceed with the acquisition plans for the Mu and Lu groups. We'll wait until we gather sufficient evidence to crush the Mu and Lu families in one fell swoop. Cheng Hui paused before adding, last night, I received intelligence that Lu Jingchen has entrusted all his overseas projects to his aunt. His aunt is Lu Qing, the current matriarch of the Fu family, Fu Yinzhou's biological mother. Li Chen froze for a moment. Since Lu Jingchen was abroad for medical treatment, I hadn't paid much attention to the Lu family before. Who would have thought they're connected to the Fu family through marriage? It seems the waters among Tianhai's elite families run far deeper than I ever realized. I'd only seen the surface before. Cheng Hui smiled faintly. You simply chose not to expend more energy on the feuds of the elite families. What are your thoughts now? If the Fu family intervenes, our contingency plans targeting the Mu and Lu families could face complications. Li Chen pondered for a moment before replying, ignore them. We just need to focus on our own affairs. If the Fu family dares take on this mess, let them deal with it. With a local powerhouse like the Futs clearing the path for us, I'm all for it. They'll be the ones left crying. Li Chen was certain Lu Jingchen's project was doomed because the Li family had already secured official backing for their smart technology initiative. Lu Jingchen wanted to bring in overseas capital. Without the Li family, the government had no choice but to tacitly approve. But now, with the Li family leading the charge to suppress it, Lu Jingchen's actions would make him look like a traitor. The Li family's suppression by the authorities was an inevitable outcome. And conveniently, he'd dragged the Fu family into the mess too. Once they'd leveraged their resources to pave the way, the Li Corporation would step in. With official backing, they'd effortlessly reap the rewards. Just thinking about it made him feel smug. Chapter 61, Mistaking Genuine Feelings for Shackles. Though Cheng Hui couldn't fathom where Li Chen's confidence came from, he chose to trust him blindly. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading down. I've got matters to attend to with the Mu, Lu, and Tang conglomerates. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. And order me a lemon tea and a slice of strawberry cake. Cheng Hui glanced at Li Nianci, who sat beside him in a daze, nodded, and walked out the door with his documents. Li Chen turned back and ruffled Li Nianci's hair. Second time taking you out. Getting used to it? Li Nianci. Of course I'm used to it. I have to be. You never know until you see it, and then it blows your mind. If I hadn't come out, how would I know my silly big brother was this formidable? He can crush the Mu and Lu families and even go toe-to-toe with the Fu family. These were all meticulously crafted by me elite families with intricate networks of connections that ordinary people couldn't possibly shake. Li Chen listened to Li Nianci's inner thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She really was a naive little girl. Her so-called meticulously crafted elite families were nothing but child's play, filled with endless melodramatic twists and turns. Back in his original world, forget billionaires like himself, even those with mere tens of billions were shrewd operators. Their schemes were 1,000 times more cunning than anything these so-called elite families could muster. Even someone like him, a small-time operator in the original world who barely scraped by lending money to pay others' salaries, could now orchestrate grand schemes here, utterly humiliating these so-called elite families. It was utterly absurd. Li Chen, of course, refused to let it dampen his spirits. Ever since learning Li Nianci's true identity, he had treated the girl as family. Without his memories, perhaps he wouldn't suffer so deeply. But arriving in this world with his memories intact, having lost both parents so early, leaving him alone to raise 2 children every day felt like torture. He had once believed Su Muxue would become his first true family in this world. But now, it was all right. He knew his family had always been by his side, and he no longer needed to seek belonging elsewhere. Besides, this little sister was adorably clueless, and more importantly, she could foresee the future. That meant she could help him plan ahead and make even more money. If you don't speak up, I'll take that as your consent. From now on, I'll keep you by my side whenever possible, okay? Li Nianci. Sure. I'll be right here for the show. Even though I know the plot, I still want to see how Lu Jingchen will win Mu Xingxing's forgiveness. And what twists will occur in Lin Yue and Fu Yanzhou's storyline after you've interfered. Why is the system still detecting normal progress even though all these plotlines have gone off course? Hearing Li Nianci's questions, Li Chen's mind raced through calculations. Combining the known facts, he seemed to grasp some answers. According to the main storyline Li Nianci described, Lu Jingchen had mistakenly identified his savior and even aided the Mu family in bullying the female lead, Mu Xingxing. This core plotline was unfolding. Though his intervention had lessened Mu Xingxing's suffering, the inevitable events still occurred. The beatings, blood draws, poisoning, even Lu Jingchen himself had struck Mu Xingxing. The overarching theme will undoubtedly be Lu Jingchen's future regret upon discovering the truth, followed by his plea for Mu Xingxing's forgiveness. Therefore, this plotline hasn't collapsed. As for Fu Yanzhou and Lin Yue's situation, although I pulled Lin Yue away that day, preventing their first time together. However, I stepped in for Fu Yanzhou to save Lin Yue and even helped her return to the Tang family to reclaim her position as heiress. In the main storyline, aside from Tang Ling's meddling with love potions, there weren't any major deviations. As long as Lin Yue returned to the Tang family, reclaimed her status as heiress, and naturally regained the betrothal, her storyline with Fu Yanzhou wouldn't collapse. As for my own storyline, my unexpected intervention led to Su Muxue going astray, leaving her filled with regret. The two never truly parted ways. As long as the status quo remains unchanged, this storyline will persist without collapse. As long as the plot remained intact, Li Nianci would not die. Therefore, for Li Nianci's sake, he had orchestrated a grand scheme. He had thrown himself into the scheme. Within this scheme, no one could escape, not even himself. As the morning workday drew to a close, Mu Xingxing walked into the entrance of Li Group, a cheerful expression on her face as she carried her lunchbox. Because of yesterday's incident, the front desk attendant recognized Mu Xingxing at a glance. Without any unnecessary chatter, she opened the door and ushered Mu Xingxing inside. Mu Xingxing turned back and gave the receptionist a slight bow of thanks. The receptionist's heart ached at the sight. Ever since the CEO had been stood at the altar, she'd thought her chance had finally come. But then she noticed more and more girls appearing around the CEO. Each one was young and beautiful, radiating either youthful energy or polite maturity. She couldn't compete, there was no hope left. Still, working at the front desk meant she got to be the first to see her dream guy smile at her every day, and the pay was really generous. In the office, Mu Xingxing laid out her lunchbox. I made this based on the recipe you gave me yesterday. I hope you like it. You just eat. I'll feed you, Nianci. Li Chen tasted a few bites of the hometown dish with curiosity, then nodded. It's excellent. You captured over 50% of the original flavor on your first try. Your talent for cooking is remarkable. Hearing the praise, Mu Xingxing's smile grew even brighter. All these years in the Mu household, she had diligently learned to serve the entire family, mastering countless dishes for them. Yet she had never heard their praise, never felt even a shred of affection from them. It wasn't that she hadn't done well enough, she had simply loved the wrong person and pursued the wrong path. Now she looked at Li Nianci. She too had been adopted. She was born with cerebral palsy and had been pampered all her life. Yet her diligence and maturity only earned her endless oppression and torment. In Li Chen's eyes, Li Nianci might be a little cutie, but she was still a person, his sister. To the Mu family, no matter how obedient Mu Xingxing was, she was merely a tool, a vessel for fresh blood and organs. Thinking of Mu Xingxing, he wrote in his notebook, I'll keep researching. I promise you'll get to taste the flavors of home every single day. Seeing Mu Xingxing's face radiant with joy, she was like a completely different person compared to the girl he had seen at the orphanage. A genuine smile is contagious. Li Chen smiled faintly. There's no need to force yourself to do things you don't want to do just to please others. You're still in the recovery phase. Make sure to rest whenever you can. Mu Xingxing immediately typed back, I'm willing. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Li Chen's face before he smiled and said, I guess I overthought it. As long as you're happy. Watching the two of them, Li Nianci was dumbfounded. Could this love-starved heroine, Mu Xingxing, really be falling for this domineering CEO turned warm-hearted guy, her silly big brother? What about Lu Jingchen then? Both Su Muxue and Mu Shangsheng were female leads. With two heroines vying for one male lead, how could this melodramatic plot possibly unfold? Oh no, the plot's about to collapse. Lu Jingchen, hurry up. Your wife is about to run off with someone else. Su Muxue, hurry up. Your husband is slipping away. As if hearing Li Nianci's silent wail, the office door swung open and Su Muxue walked in. Seeing the three of them sitting together, laughing and chatting, felt like a needle stabbing her heart. Why didn't you invite me to eat? Li Chen waved dismissively. If you want to eat, just come over. Stop all the nonsense. Suppressing the jealousy welling up inside her, Su Muxue walked over. Li Chen stood up, offering his seat and gently guiding Su Muxue to sit down. Dig in. Miss Mu made it herself, it tastes great. Su Muxue breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't what she'd feared. Li Chen hadn't changed his heart, he just didn't love her as much anymore. What about you? You haven't eaten yet. Li Chen pursed his lips. How much can you eat? Isn't the rest all mine anyway? Su Muxue froze, her eyes instantly reddening. He was still the same, always willing to give me the best. He never once looked down on me. All these years, I never once thought about it, I just took his kindness for granted. I truly deserve to die. Why did I ever see his unwavering protection as a shackle? Why did I run away? Chapter 62, Within the Rules. Kun. Am I being foolish? Seeing Su Muxue with tears streaming down her face, Li Chen froze. Just tell me what's wrong. Don't start crying out of nowhere. I can't understand it, you know? Su Muxue wiped her tears and turned away to eat. What could she say? What could she explain? Should she tell Li Chen she missed him now, that she regretted it? But what good would that do? It would only make others think she was even more pathetic. What she needed was time to slowly heal the scars, time to earn Li Chen's forgiveness in the gentlest way possible. As expected, Su Muxue couldn't finish her meal after just a few bites. The rest naturally ended up in Li Chen's stomach. This left Li Nianci utterly dumbfounded. She'd been anticipating a showdown between the two female leads, but this foolish brother was truly remarkable. Out of nowhere, he defused the entire crisis. Neither of the two female leads seemed upset. Mu Shengsheng cheerfully collected the lunchbox, while Su Muxue even stepped in to help clear the table. Was this even reasonable? A dormitory within the enforcement bureau. Zhao Xinmin glared at Jiang Miao, frustrated beyond belief. I told you to keep an eye on her, but instead you went and acted like her lackey? Jiang Miao stiffened her neck. I didn't. Zhao Xinmin pressed his temples, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. You still say you didn't? Then what about sending your senior brothers and sisters to infiltrate the Lu and Mu corporations to steal confidential information? Jiang Miao retorted, I received a tip that the Mu group and Lu group were up to no good. I sent people to investigate covertly. What did I do wrong? Zhao Xinmin frantically scratched his head, trying to calm himself. Who made the report? It was Li Chen, right? Look at what's happened to both companies now. Can't you see? He's using us law enforcement to do his dirty work. That's abuse of power. Do you understand? Jiang Miao asked in confusion, so purposefully reporting crimes is exploiting the law enforcement bureau? Does that mean we should ignore reports, let evil run rampant and allow it to spread? One sentence silenced Zhao Xinmin. Jiang Miao was right. Crime was crime, and combating it was the bureau's sacred duty. There was no question of being exploited. All along, he'd viewed Li Chen through tinted glasses, intensely disliking how he exploited the bureau to achieve his goals. But reflecting on the years past, the reason Li Chen succeeded every single time he exploited the system was not because he was cunning, but precisely because he adhered to the rules more strictly than anyone else. Understanding the rules and leveraging them, there was nothing wrong with that. All these years, it was he who had been wrong, stubbornly fixated on his own narrow perspective. In this new era, it's time to put on a fresh pair of glasses to see the world. I won't stand in your way anymore. Do whatever you want. Just remember, stay within the rules, keep it legal and reasonable. Don't cross the line. Seeing Zhao Xinmin suddenly appear with such an aged look, Jiang Miao felt a bit flustered. Uncle Zhao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have talked back. Zhao Xinmin waved his hand dismissively. You were right. No need to apologize. You're all grown up now, and it's time I handed some things over to you. Zhao Xinmin took out a bank card. This contains the 2 million yuan compensation the Li Group paid your father back then, plus an additional 5 million yuan in compensation paid later to your mother and you. Originally, your grandparents were supposed to receive this money on your behalf, but they passed away within half a year, overcome by grief over losing their son. They entrusted me to take care of you. Now it's time for this money to return to its rightful owner. Truthfully, it's not his fault. He was just a child back then, the same age as you now. It was our decision to conceal the truth that burdened him with guilt all these years. Jiang Miao took the bank card, her expression somber. At first, I did hate him. I spent 2 hours every day staring at his photo, determined to etch my enemy's face into my memory forever. But as I grew older and encountered more people and experiences, I realized I no longer hated him. Compared to the criminal cases I've studied, he's actually quite kind. He saved my life, that's undeniable. The person who harmed my parents is still serving time, and he even pushed for legal reforms regarding unpaid wages. I want to help him, simply because I refuse to let the good feel guilty while the bad walk free. If I ever discover he commits a crime, I won't hesitate to turn him in. Zhao Xinmin nodded with satisfaction. It's good you've been able to let go. If this case goes smoothly, I'll personally recommend you for commendation. Zhang Miaomio smiled faintly. Thank you, Uncle Jie. I'll do my best. But what I don't understand is why you're hiding the fact that I'm still alive from him. Zhao Xinmin fell silent for several minutes before murmuring, weighing the pros and cons, public opinion. Some people must be sacrificed and some truths buried. You have no idea how mad Li Chen went over your situation back then. He went after the regulatory authorities. Zhao Xinmin paused, unable to continue. Had certain regulators not taken bribes, the construction safety wouldn't have failed, and Zhang Tongqing wouldn't have died in that accident. If certain departments hadn't acted unethically, the compensation wouldn't have been withheld for so long. Zhao Limei wouldn't have been left with no avenue for appeal, ultimately driven to jump into the river with her daughter. Had Li Chen learned the victim hadn't died, his temperament would have driven him to use her to stir up public opinion and confront the authorities. The inevitable outcome would have been diminished public trust in the authorities, a reversal of the Li Group's reputation, and an opportunity to profit from the situation. For the greater good, the authorities had no choice but to suppress the incident and handle it quietly. With the victim gone, Li Chen's protests eventually fizzled out under mounting pressure. Zhang Miaomio furrowed her delicate brows. What do you mean? What did he do? Zhao Xinmin shook his head. Let bygones be bygones. All you need to know is that Li Chen isn't your enemy. Watch him closely. You can learn a lot from him. Zhang Miaomio nodded doubtfully. If you won't tell me, I'll find out myself. I must uncover the truth. After Zhang Miaomio left, Zhao Xinmin immediately called Li Chen. Tell me your real purpose in using Miaomio. I don't want to hear any nonsense. In his office, Li Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with his phone in hand. I wanted to give her a push to make up for my regrets. After hearing Li Chen's explanation, Zhao Xinmin fell silent for a long moment. Be careful not to hurt her. She's a good kid. Li Chen exclaimed in surprise, you're backing down? Does the sun rise in the west tomorrow? Zhao Xinmin flinched at the dig, his anger flaring briefly before he forced it back down. I am indeed getting old. I can't keep up with you youngsters. But don't get too cocky. I'll cultivate more new talent to keep an eye on you. Li Chen smiled faintly. I'll be ready anytime. Hearing the other's indifferent tone, Zhao Xinmin nearly lost his temper, yet he managed to suppress his rage once more. I've discovered the Fu family is investigating Lin Youwei's whereabouts. Clearly, Tang Ling and Luin have swayed them. Keep an eye out. Li Chen's lips curled slightly. I anticipated this and have already assigned extra personnel to monitor her. I'll be taking her home shortly. No one can take her away from my estate. Zhao Xinmin snorted coldly. Are you flaunting this to me? Trying to imply our bureau's protection measures fall short of yours? Li Chen showed Zhao Xinmin no courtesy whatsoever. I never said that. It's just that the bureau has too many rules. With so many rules, there are bound to be loopholes. Unlike me, an ordinary citizen with no ulterior motives just focused on getting things done, leaving no loopholes to exploit. Zhao Xinmin's hair stood on end with rage at these words, his eyes turning bloodshot. He slammed the phone onto the floor, grabbed a water cup, and gulped down several mouthfuls. After calming down, Zhao Xinmin looked several years older. Some things simply defy the pursuit of absolute fairness and justice. As long as people exist, they will have thoughts and desires, and loopholes will inevitably arise. Some grow old, see through it all, and find peace. But he, though old and world-weary, found it harder to control his emotions. For he still had aspirations, still had dreams of his own. Li Chen's words stung deeply. He knew that boy had grown into his own, his wings fully spread. He could no longer face him calmly. Transferring Zhang Miaomio to his side and replacing her with a group of young people with stronger resilience might truly be the right choice. Chapter 63, Kai's strongest male lead? Li Chen put away his phone and shook his head helplessly. He didn't hate Zhao Xinmin. All these years, having him keep a watchful eye on him had been a form of protection in its own way. Zhao Xinmin wouldn't let him harm others, nor would he let others harm him. But that stubborn old man was just too annoying. Li Chen always found himself wanting to get back at him. President, urgent report from the front desk. Fu Yanzhou wishes to see you. The door swung open as Cheng Hui walked in, holding a mobile phone. Li Chen pondered briefly, already piecing together the situation. He waved his hand. Have him come straight to my office. Cheng Hui exited, and shortly after, Fu Yanzhou pushed open the door. Mr. Li, I have a matter I'd like to ask your assistance with. Li Chen sat back down beside Li Nianci and took her hand. Your mother sent you to beg me to spare the Lu family, right? Fu Yanzhou paused, taken aback. Mr. Li, you truly live up to your legendary reputation. You guessed my purpose instantly. I won't beat around the bush. We can collaborate with you on the project the Lu family brought back. Let me be perfectly clear, this project is valued at over 100 billion, with substantial profits. Li Chen smiled faintly. Lu Jingchen approached me for a partnership, but I turned him down. Why do you think I'd turn down a first-hand project to partner with you, a second-hand deal? Fu Yanzhou frowned. But my Fu Corporation has deep roots in Tianhai, holding channel advantages. Partnering with us would be far smoother than dealing directly with the Lu family. Moreover, in terms of profits, your losses wouldn't be significant. Li Chen sighed inwardly. Fu Yanzhou was undeniably correct, though he remained unaware of the full picture. Of course, Li Chen had already warned him it was Fu Yanzhou who hadn't grasped the crux of the matter. We'll discuss that later. Right now, I'm more interested in your engagement ceremony. What stage are you and your fiancé at now? Hearing Li Chen forcefully shift the topic, Fu Yanzhou felt helpless. What's the worst could happen? I don't even like her. It's just a fling. But what about you? Why are you sticking up for Mu Xinqing like that? Have you got your eye on her? But I don't get it. If you're into Mu Xinqing, why are you targeting the Mu family? Could it be you're playing hard to get? Using this tactic to attract her attention, hoping she'll come begging you? Li Chen stared blankly at Fu Yanzhou. Are you out of your mind? Do I look like a pervert to you? Fu Yanzhou gave an awkward chuckle. I just don't understand your approach, so I'm trying to come up with a reasonable explanation for you. Li Chen shrugged. Want to know why I'm so skeptical about you? Fu Yanzhou shook his head. You have your own thoughts. I won't let your opinion of me make me doubt myself. You're a legend, you're exceptional, but I'm no slouch either. I'll be the next legend. Li Chen felt relieved. Facing the unreasonable, Fu Yanzhou didn't seek its source but instead found a rational justification for it. This alone revealed his overwhelming self-confidence. In the prime of his youth, with a successful career, he was full of vigor and ambition. He found it hard to listen to others' opinions. The next legend. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll be clocking out soon. Fu Yanzhou immediately stood up. Are you absolutely certain you can't let the Lu family off? You can make demands. Everything is negotiable. Li Chen shook his head. Everyone knows my rule, once I strike, it's to kill. Instead of coming here to beg me to spare them, you'd be better off figuring out how to help them clean up their own mess. With the Fu family's full backing, they might still have a glimmer of hope. Fu Yanzhou's expression shifted. I know what you're thinking. You want to force the Fu family into the market to prop up their stock prices, then cash out for a huge profit. I won't fall for it. As long as the Fu family stays out, you won't be able to sell. You'll be stuck holding this mess yourself. If you don't stop, both companies' stock prices will only continue to fall. The more shares you hold, the greater your losses will be. Have you considered that if I ultimately pour fuel on the fire and push both companies into complete bankruptcy, your losses could be even greater? This is a battle you can never win. Why persist? Li Chen chuckled. Is that so? I've got deep pockets. I'm just playing around. Got a problem with that? Seeing Li Chen was completely unmoved, Fu Yanzhou grew impatient. We could clearly achieve mutual benefit through cooperation. Why must you push me to the opposing side? What's in it for you? Li Chen naturally wouldn't reveal the truth to Fu Yanzhou. He pressed the call button. Someone come here. Escort Mr. Fu out. Fu Yanzhou gritted his teeth and turned to leave the office before anyone arrived. Li Chen turned back to Li Nianci, listening intently to her inner thoughts. Is this Fu Yanzhou, the strongest male lead in my story? Not as handsome as my brother, not as tall as my brother, and looks like he is being overshadowed by my brother. What's going on here? He's the strongest male lead, a domineering CEO with a fortune worth billions. Why does he feel so weak? Hearing Li Nianci's inner thoughts, Li Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. He'd hoped to catch some new plot twists or developments, but all he got was a stream of complaints utterly useless. It's about time. Let's go pick up Lin Yue. Li Nianci. Finally, Lin Yue is about to make her entrance? The female lead with the most complex backstory and the most layers. She met Fu Yanzhou by accident, then was betrayed by her adoptive parents and saved by him, falling for him from that moment on. Her identity and betrothal were stolen by Tang Ling, subjecting her to relentless oppression, slanderous rumors, and repeated frame-ups that nearly cost her virtue. After finally reclaiming her birthright and betrothal, she faces new hardships when Fu Yanzhou's long-lost love returns. I deserve to die. Why did I write such a vicious plot back then? Am I just inherently evil? So my current suffering is heaven as punishment? Li Chen listened to these inner monologues and found them utterly speechless. Perhaps for such an innocent young girl, this was the most vicious form of oppression she could conceive. In reality, Lin Yue wouldn't even survive a single chapter. The most likely fate was being sold by her trafficker parents to a bar, toyed with until death. Or worse, sold off to some remote mountain village at a young age, never to see the light of day again. Seeing Li Nianci on the verge of losing her mind, Li Chen tugged her arm to snap her back to reality. Time to clock out. Let's go pick someone up. Interrupted like that, Li Nianci stopped blaming herself. After all, the heroine wouldn't truly meet her end as long as the final outcome was positive. With dedicated protection, Lin Youwei's whereabouts remained undiscovered. As soon as she got into the car, she exclaimed excitedly, "Is it time to close the net? Does this mean I'll finally see my family soon?" Truthfully, after learning her origins, she'd felt lost for a couple days. But with Xinxinga and the others' subsequent guidance and companionship, she came to terms with it. She wanted to meet her family, to experience the warmth of home. If that proved impossible, she would follow Xinxinga's example and seek refuge with Li Chen. At least she could earn her keep and repay Li Chen for saving her life. Li Chen nodded. It won't be long, 3 days at most. After 3 days, it'll be time to close the net. Now that those traffickers have targeted you, the venomous snake has emerged from its hole. You're no longer useful as bait. You don't need to risk yourself anymore. It'll be safer if I take you back. Lin Youwei asked nervously, "Will my family treat me well?" Recalling Tang Bin's genuine emotion when he learned the truth about his daughter, Li Chen nodded. "Your family loves you deeply. He's been searching for you, never stopped. Once you're home, you'll be treated like a little princess. Your future will be filled with happiness." Suddenly recalling the melodramatic plot twists Li Nianci had devised for Lin Youwei, Li Chen hesitated. "If you're unhappy at home, you can come find me anytime. Even in the future, if you ever feel wronged, you can come to me. I'll be your safety net." There was no way around it. His sister had created this mess, and as her brother, he had to clean up her mess. This way, he could ease her guilt. With his intervention, Lin Youwei shouldn't suffer too badly from now on. Yet these words shattered Lin Youwei's psychological defenses the moment they reached her ears. Chapter 64, the show begins. "You said you'd guarantee my future happiness? You won't let me suffer even the slightest injustice?" Lin Youwei murmured the confirmation. Li Chen nodded. "That's the gist of it. Within reason, I'll do everything in my power to help you." Lin Youwei flushed, biting her lower lip. "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "I can't think of a reason to deceive you. Time will prove everything. Of course, if you ever find me breaking my promise, you can simply walk away from me. You won't lose anything." Lin Youwei hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding. "All right. I trust you. From now on, you'll be my anchor. Can I call you brother like Nianci does?" "I don't mean anything by it, I just wanna—" Li Chen cut him off. "No need to explain. It's just a title. I don't mind having another sister." For Li Chen, Lin Youwei's return to the Tang family served his interests best. First, it would earn him the Tang family's trust. Once Lin Youwei regained her status, having a wealthy heiress of her caliber endorse his products would be highly profitable. Second, with some maneuvering, he might even gain leverage over Fu Yanzhou and the Fu group. The future benefits were immeasurable. Gaining his sister and strengthening ties could only be advantageous. Lin Youwei flushed, burying her face in her chest as her fingers interlaced nervously. Li Nianci, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt her composure shatter once more. Oh, crap. Another female lead conquered by her dim-witted brother? Does this idiot even realize what he's saying? Does he even realize how devastating these words are to a girl who's been hurt? Young, handsome, loaded, and a total sweetheart? With all these heroines being won over, looks like my days are numbered. Li Chen was on the phone arranging follow-up plans with Cheng Hui to target Lu Yin and her mother when he suddenly sensed an unusual gaze. He immediately pressed down on Li Nianci's hand. After waiting a moment and hearing no particular thoughts from Li Nianci, he shook his head inwardly. Lately, he'd been listening to Li Nianci's thoughts too often, becoming overly suspicious and anxious about missing crucial information. But then again, he figured he had the plot figured out. The little girl's plot twists were childish and trivial, like playing house. The Mu family was already in the bag, and half of the Lu family was already under control. Later, once Lu Jingchen discovered Mu Xingxing's true identity, they could use her to keep him in check. Lu Jingchen was Lu Qing's own nephew. By then, both her son and her own nephew would be held in check by the two female leads. As the matriarch of the Fu family, she could then influence the family's decisions. She might even seize the opportunity to swallow up the Fu Corporation. At the very least, securing the rights to utilize Fu Corporation's overseas channels at minimal cost would be entirely feasible. A vast net spanning most of Tianhai City's business circles gradually took shape in Li Chen's mind. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the Dragon Ascending restaurant, in its premier banquet hall, the Fu and Tang families held a joint engagement ceremony. This time, Li Chen arrived early. Inside the VIP private room, a table was surrounded by beautiful women, along with a baby wailing loudly. "Ah, just give me Huan Huan." Li Chen reluctantly took the infant. Remarkably, the child stopped crying within seconds of being in his arms. Zhang Shui froze for a moment before turning to Cheng Hui and explaining, "I can confirm this child is yours. You're the only man I've ever been with. Cheng Hui shot Zhang Shui a disbelieving look. What nonsense are you spouting? The CEO started taking care of children at age 2. After turning 3, he could handle 2 at once. He's been doing it for 18 years straight. When he was 7, he even took specialized training and earned a master nanny certification, the youngest male master nanny in the world. You think that's a joke? Babies stop crying the moment he picks them up. It's just basic operation for the CEO. But the CEO's most impressive feat is never wetting the bed. I heard he stopped wearing diapers right after his first month. A 1-month-old baby controlling his own bowel movements, isn't that incredible? And there's more. Cheng Hui felt a chill run down his spine. Turning, he met Li Chen's piercing glare and immediately shut his mouth. Li Chen shot Cheng Hui a fierce glare. You're investigating me? Cheng Hui paused, scratching his head awkwardly. No way. I was just guessing. Yeah, I was just guessing. I was just spouting nonsense. Don't take it seriously, girls. On the count of 3, let's all forget what just happened. Li Chen ignored Cheng Hui, lowering his gaze to Cheng Huanhuan's eyes, brimming with spirit. Memories flooded his mind, scene after scene. Back then, Su Muxue and Li Nianci had looked at him with the same expression. But times had changed. People and things were no longer what they once were. With that thought, he handed the child to Zhang Shui. I've already had preparations started for the full moon banquet. Just a reminder. When raising children, their mental well-being should be the top priority. Cheng Hui understood Li Chen's implication, but he was savvy enough to smile and say, the president's guidance will be deeply engraved in our hearts. At the table, Shin Xinga, who knew the truth, glanced at Su Muxue and shook her head slightly. Su Muxue naturally noticed Shin Xinga's gesture and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. She knew she had psychological issues, and after this period of self-reflection, that strange desire had nearly vanished. The old knot in her heart had been untied, but now a new one had formed. She couldn't let others know she was getting better. She needed more excuses to stay, to keep up the pretense that she was truly ill. Lin Yue and Mu Shangshang were enjoying the meal the most. After swallowing a mouthful of food, Lin Yue looked up and asked, Brother Chen, you said I'd see my family today. Is that really true? Li Chen nodded. Don't rush. I've told you many times, chew your food slowly to aid digestion. You're not fully recovered yet. Hearing this fatherly advice, Lin Yue froze for a moment. Memories of past hardships flooded back and her eyes reddened. I'm sorry. I never got enough to eat back then. I've brought shame upon you. Seeing the hurt expression on Lin Yue's face, Li Chen froze. I didn't mean it that way. The more he tried to explain, the worse it got. Li Chen gave up on clarifying and reluctantly got up to walk to the window. Below, the banquet had already commenced. The Enforcement Bureau agents had seamlessly blended in among the hotel staff, poised to make their moves. The show's about to begin. Stay put and enjoy the spectacle. Lin Yue, come with me. Hearing this, Lin Yue wiped away her tears, pulled on an oversized mask, and clung to Li Chen's arm. Sensing her anxiety, Li Chen whispered reassuringly, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Nothing bad will happen to you. The two stepped out of the private room and moved slowly toward the main stage of the banquet hall. Standing on the stage at that moment was Fu Yanzhou's mother, Lu Qing. Thank you all so much for coming to my son Fu Yanzhou's engagement banquet. I wish to clarify one matter in advance, to prevent anyone from using it to tarnish the reputation of the Fu family in the future. Years ago, my son was betrothed to Tang, the eldest daughter of the Tang family. However, the Tang heiress went missing in her youth and has never been found. My son has reached marriageable age. As his mother, I am deeply concerned for his future and am willing to set aside pride and lift the restrictions. I now offer the Tang family 2 options. The first option, I may permit Tang Ling, the Tang family's adopted daughter, to take the place of the eldest daughter Tang in the marriage contract and marry into the Fu family. The condition is that 20% of the Tang family's shares be brought as dowry to the Fu household. The second option. We dissolve the marriage agreement with the Tang family. This engagement banquet becomes a breakup banquet. From this day forward, the Tang family and my Fu family shall have no further connection. Chapter 65, The Tide Turns. The audience below the stage showed little reaction upon hearing this. As the premier aristocratic Fu family, allowing the Tang family's adopted daughter to marry into their household in place of their legitimate heiress and taking a mere stake in the Tang family's shares already counts as a favorable deal for the Tang family. After all, Fu Yanzhou is now the president of the Fu Group, a prodigiously talented young man and the strongest contender to succeed as the future head of the Fu family. For the Tangs to secure a marriage alliance with Fu Yanzhou through an adopted daughter alone meant their family's future rise to prominence was inevitable. But Lin Yue, watching from below the stage, didn't quite grasp it. Brother Chen, is this how wealthy families arrange engagements? It feels like haggling over vegetables at the market. They're even bargaining over the price. The Fu family is so domineering they want to marry into the family and demand shares too. The thought that this engagement had originally been meant for Lin Yue made Li Chen chuckle. He casually explained. It's a marriage of convenience among wealthy families. What matters most is the exchange of interests. Put simply, this so-called engagement banquet is really just a business deal between the Tangs and the Fuss. Whether it's Tang Ling, the Tang family's adopted daughter, or Fu Yanzhou, they're nothing but puppets being manipulated. The most ironic part is that Fu Yanzhou is kinda resentful now, but in a few years, they'll become the very people they despise most today. With Li Chen's explanation, Lin Yue suddenly understood. After a moment's thought, she asked, "What about you, Chen? Could you also be forced to marry someone you don't love one day?" Li Chen shook his head. "I'm different from them. Their power and wealth stem from their families. Relying on their families inevitably binds them to them. Everything I have belongs to me alone. I need make no compromises to anyone. But if I have descendants, to ensure my family's enduring prosperity, I might become just as pragmatic as they are. I'm no saint. I'm just an ordinary person driven by self-interest." Lin Yue shook her head and immediately countered, "No. You're different from them. But I can't put my finger on exactly how." Li Chen chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue this profound topic further. "Shut up and watch the show." No sooner had he spoken than Tang Bin, head of the Tang family, stepped onto the podium. "I refuse to agree to either of Mrs. Fu's conditions." Tang Bin's declaration instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving even Lu Qing stunned. These statements had been pre-arranged between the two families. Tang Bin's appearance on stage was meant to signify choosing the first condition, publicly dividing the shares. The Fu family would gain immense prestige and face, ensuring no one would gossip about marrying an adopted daughter. In return, the Tang family would receive the Fu family's patronage. With the Fu family holding shares in Tang Corporation, the Tang stock would naturally rise in tandem. Others would only envy the Tangs for landing such a powerful ally, never viewing the marriage as a loss of face. Tang Bin. Lu Qing gritted her teeth and offered a gentle reminder. Tang Bin smiled faintly. "Mrs. Fu, please don't be impatient. I'll give you a satisfactory answer." With that, Tang Bin turned to face the crowd. The Tang family chooses the third path. "Today, my own daughter, Tang Tang, the legitimate heiress of the Tang family, and Fu Yanzhou of the Fu family will formally become engaged to fulfill their marriage contract. The Fu family must fulfill the marriage contract stipulation and present our Tang family with 100 billion yuan dowry. Otherwise, our Tang family will not proceed with this marriage." The words sent shockwaves through the entire hall. The Tang family, previously at an absolute disadvantage, suddenly overpowered the Fu family in momentum. Below the stage, Lu Yin and her daughter were utterly stunned. "It's over. He found his daughter?" Tang Ling's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she nearly lost her footing. Lu Yin grabbed Tang Ling's arm. "Why panic? Even if he found Tang Tang, so what? All Tang Corporation's assets are now under my control. Even if he learns the truth, he can't touch us. Besides, you still hold the leverage over Fu Yanzhou. The only one who can be engaged to the Fu family today is you." With Lu Yin's reassurance, Tang Ling's emotions settled. Up on stage, Lu Qing felt a bit dazed. "You say you found your biological daughter?" Tang Bin nodded. Lu Qing frowned and pulled Tang Bin aside. "Even if you found Tang Tang, today's engagement must still go to Tang Ling." Tang Bin pursed his lips. Since teaming up with Li Chen, he no longer feared the Fu family. "On what grounds? You think you've got the Tang family wrapped around your finger? If it comes down to it, we'll just call it quits and let your Fu family bear the shame." The wealthy families had their own rules. Over the years, arranged marriages had become an indispensable tool. If the Fu family reneged on the marriage without cause, other clans would follow suit. Ultimately, it would harm the interests of all the aristocratic families. Even someone as rule-breaking as Li Chen, after marrying into the Su family, could only dare to withdraw everything after Su Muxue committed a grave error. The Fu family dared not set this precedent, and Lu Qing dared not even more. She herself was the product of the Lu-Fu marriage alliance. If she unilaterally annulled the engagement, not only would the Fu family's reputation be ruined, but the Lu families would be as well. With the Lu family already facing turbulent times, they could not withstand further upheaval. Such were the rules of the elite. To solidify their class status, every family claiming high standing must abide by them. Otherwise, they risk being ostracized and targeted by all the other elite families. Of course, Li Chen was the bizarre exception. He was a mad dog, anyone who approached him would get bitten. The main reason was that he had powerful backers. Today, the elite circles of Tianhai are divided into two camps. One is the Li group, backed by a powerful patron, and the other comprises the remaining elite families. Over the years, many minor factions had been corrupted by Li Chen, beginning to exploit powerful backers to challenge these elite families. Lu Qing clenched her teeth. "Fine, we'll forego your Tang family shares. But today's engagement must be with Tang Ling, and all subsequent terms remain unchanged. I cannot let Yanzhou fall into her hands." Hearing this, Tang Bin conceded Lu Qing had a point. He had just reunited with his daughter and didn't want her engagement to be rushed. But recalling Li Chen's next move, he dismissed the thought. Once Tang Ling and Fu Yanzhou were engaged, the Fu family would inevitably intervene when Lu Yin and Tang Ling were arrested. Given the Fu family's current influence, it was certain that Lu Yin and her daughter would receive lenient sentences and be released on bail. The truth might even be buried. How could he possibly justify that to Tang Tang? She had endured so much suffering and been hurt by so many people. Compared to Tang Tang, the Fu family's reputation meant nothing. After all, he, Tang Bin, didn't even bear the Fu surname. This betrothal must belong to Tang Tang. The Fu family must not become the shield for Lu Yin and her daughter. First, he would reclaim the 100 billion yuan dowry for her. Then, leveraging the two titans, the Li and Fu families, he would seize back the Tang Corporation's assets. Only by subjecting Lu Yin and her daughter to the harshest punishment could he ease the hatred in his heart. As for what happens after the engagement? He has his own plans. With Li Chen in the picture, the Fu family couldn't pressure the Tang family, much less bully Tang Tang. At this thought, Tang Bin sneered contemptuously. Fu Yanzhou's weakness is in Tang Ling's hands. That's your Fu family's problem. Your son is the useless one. Why should my Tang Tang have to make concessions? He's bound by an engagement yet still messes around with other women, then forces his original fiancée to hand over the betrothal to his mistress. If word got out, the Fu family's reputation would be ruined. Would Fu Yanzhou even keep his CEO position then? And can you, Madame Fu, still hold on to your position? Lu Qing's face paled at these words. Why must you be so relentless? Isn't Tang Ling your daughter too? Tang Ling marrying into the Fu family still benefits your Tang family, doesn't it? Tang Bin's eyes flashed with ferocity as he coldly declared, she won't be for much longer. Now it's my turn to give you two choices. First, I expose everything publicly, bringing disgrace upon the Fu family. Your son will step down as CEO, and you will relinquish your position as matriarch. Second, uphold the betrothal and pay 100 billion yuan in dowry. I trust Mrs. Fu knows which is more important. Lu Qing took a deep breath, calming the rage within her. If I agree to uphold the engagement, Tang Ling will inevitably cause trouble. That would damage Yanzhou's reputation and tarnish our branch of the family as well. You insist on cornering me into a dead end. I won't hesitate to drag your Tang family down with me. Tang Bin snorted coldly. Oomph. Go ahead and make the announcement. I'll handle Tang Ling myself. I guarantee it won't affect Fu Yanzhou's reputation. You have no choice now. With Li Chen backing him, Tang Bin couldn't care less about Lu Qing's threats. With the Lu family barely hanging on, if this scandal broke, Fu Yanzhou would be dismissed. What would Lu Qing possibly have left to drag the Tang family down with her? Chapter 66, Sweeping Them All Away. Seeing Lu Qing still hesitating, Tang Bin closed the distance between them. That person from the Li family will step in to help. What are you afraid of? Lu Qing froze. That demon will help? How can you be so sure he'll help instead of kicking us while we're down? Tang Bin rolled his eyes. Why don't you ask your son? He and that guy have a major partnership, they're up to something big. Lu Qing turned and beckoned to Fu Yanzhou. Fu Yanzhou hurried up onto the podium and stood beside Lu Qing. Mom, what did you need me for? Lu Qing paused before asking, have you partnered with that Li family member? Fu Yanzhou paused, then nodded. I want to take control of the Fu family. The fastest way is to leverage external forces, and his methods are formidable, making him a suitable partner. He promised me he'd decide based on my performance at this engagement banquet. If I satisfy him, he'll agree to partner with me and seize full control of the Fu Corporation. Lu Qing's brows furrowed deeply, her heart filled with profound worry. You're courting danger. If you partner with him, he's the one you should guard against most. Fu Yanzhou nodded. I have my own plans for that. I heard Uncle Tang mention it earlier. Has Tang Tang been found? What were you two discussing just now? Lu Qing waved her hand dismissively. You may go now. Leave the rest to me. Fu Yanzhou always listened to his mother. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped down from the stage. Lu Qing turned back to face the audience. Following discussions between our two families, I now announce. In accordance with the marriage contract, the Fu family will present a dowry of 100 billion yuan to formalize the engagement between Fu Yanzhou and Tang Tang, the legitimate daughter of the Tang family. The announcement sent a wave of gasps through the hall, leaving Lu Yin and her daughter trembling in shock. Since they show no mercy, don't blame us for being unrighteous. We will now expose Fu Yanzhou's scandalous affairs. Today, even if we have to force it, we will make Fu Yanzhou engaged to you. Not far away, Li Chen noticed the mother and daughter's unease and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the banquet hall filled with the wail of alarms as all doors and windows sealed shut. Law enforcement agency on duty. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and get down on the floor. A thunderous shout erupted as dozens of officers stormed into the banquet hall. Undercover agents hidden among the crowd revealed their identities. Everyone was stunned. This was just an engagement banquet, not a riot. Who could have imagined being surrounded by the law enforcement bureau? Lu Yin. Hiring assassins, child trafficking, premeditated murder, forging official seals to embezzle public funds involving substantial sums with irrefutable evidence. Arrest her immediately. In an instant, 3 officers cuffed Lu Yin, placed a black hood over her head, and escorted her out of the banquet hall. Tang Ling. Hiring assassins, premeditated murder, laundering illicit funds, and inciting others to administer drugs endangering public health evidence is conclusive. Arrest immediately. In less than 5 seconds, Tang Ling was also hooded and dragged out of the banquet hall. Lu Xinran. Assisting in the transfer of substantial stolen funds, aiding Tang Ling in bullying classmates at school, repeatedly purchasing illegal drugs, and harming multiple individuals. The evidence is irrefutable. Arrest her immediately. Unsurprisingly, Tang Ling's sidekick was also arrested. The enforcement team arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving the crowd stunned and unable to react. Li Chen walked over to Fu Yanzhou and patted his shoulder. Remember, once this is settled, file charges against Tang Ling and Lu Xinran. I have witnesses and evidence to help minimize the fallout for you. Fu Yanzhou froze. You orchestrated all of this? Li Chen smiled faintly. Does it really matter? I've cleared up a major problem for you. Remember what you promised me? Fu Yanzhou nodded. I admit now that I truly am no match for you. I'll remember this favor. Li Chen shook his head. That's not enough, though. I've got a big surprise waiting for you. As Fu Yanzhou looked on in confusion, Li Chen pushed Lin Yue forward. Miss Tang, it's your turn to take the stage now. Lin Yue's mind went blank, leaving her frozen in place. Tang Bin stepped down from the stage and pulled Lin Yue up. Everyone, take a good look. This is my long-lost daughter, Tang Tang. Back then, I let the wolf into my home. Luing coveted the Tang family fortune, hired thugs to kidnap my biological daughter, and attempted to seize control of the Tang estate. My daughter suffered abuse from the age of 5 until now. In the end, they even tried to humiliate her to death. Thankfully, heaven has eyes, and I've been reunited with her. I hereby declare to all the wealthy families of Tianhai, Tang Tang has returned home. From this day forward, she is my sole heir. Everything I possess shall be hers. Lin Yue had never witnessed such a scene before. Terrified, her lips turned pale and her body trembled uncontrollably. Tang Bin said tenderly, Tang Tang, don't be afraid. I'm your father. Have you forgotten? But when she recognized Tang Bin's face, Lin Yue shrieked and leapt off the podium, diving behind Li Chen for cover. He's not my father. He's that old pervert who was kicked out of the hospital the day of voyeur. Her shrill voice froze the entire banquet hall in shock. The Tang family's legitimate daughter was calling her father a lecherous pervert and a voyeur. This scandal seemed rather explosive. Immediately, all eyes turned to Tang Bin. Under the weight of so many strange stares, Tang Bin panicked. Mr. Li, you'd better explain this to me. Otherwise, I'll jump into Tanjiang River and still be unable to clear my name. Li Chen smiled faintly, pulling 3 test reports from his breast pocket and handing them to Lin Yue. These 3 paternity test reports were issued by my own hospital, the First People's Hospital, and a public hospital in the neighboring city. All 3 confirmed that you and Tang Bin are indeed father and son. That day, he was actually visiting you in secret. It was just that silly girl Chinga stumbled upon him, leading to the whole mix-up. Someone was trying to harm you. To keep your whereabouts secret, we had no choice but to play along with their scheme. Tang Bin is indeed your father. And your name isn't Lin Yue, it's Tang Tang. Lin Yue turned to look at Tang Bin, the image in her mind growing clearer by the second. She was 5 years old when she was taken away, with only a vague memory of her father. You really are my dad? Tang Bin's tears flowed uncontrollably. I'm sorry. It's Dad's fault for being useless, for failing to protect you. Lin Yue turned to look at Li Chen, seeking his approval. Li Chen smiled and nodded. Only then did Lin Yue gather her courage and walk toward Tang Bin. Dad. Hearing that single word, Dad, Tang Bin broke down in tears once more and pulled Lin Yue into a tight embrace. Tang Tang, my Tang Tang, you're finally back. Lin Yue felt no resistance to this old man's embrace. Dad, I've finally waited for you. Father and daughter wept uncontrollably. Li Chen nudged Fu Yanzhou with his elbow. Well, I even brought back your fiancé. How are you going to thank me? Fu Yanzhou brushed Li Chen's elbow away. I'm not the least bit happy. By bringing her back, I've not only lost my shares in the Tang Corporation, but also forfeited 100 billion in dowry. You know I never approved of this arranged marriage. Whether she's Tang Ling or the current Tang Tang. Find a way to get rid of her, and I'll give you 30% of Lu Jingchen's project. Li Chen curled his lip in disdain, ignoring Fu Yanzhou entirely. Tang Tang was the pivotal female lead, a crucial character driving the main plotline. For Li Nianci's sake, this storyline absolutely couldn't collapse. Besides, he wanted to leverage Fu Corporation's connections and capital to open his own channels. Taking Lu Jingchen's project was out of the question. Whether Fu Yanzhou liked Tang Tang or not didn't matter. First, secure the marriage to complete the main quest, the rest could wait. Will you two ever stop? If you want to cry, go home and do it. Is this engagement banquet happening or not? When will the banquet begin? Hearing Li Chen's words, Tang Bin and Tang Tang both stopped crying simultaneously. I hereby declare the engagement ceremony between our two families complete. The Fu family must deliver 100 billion yuan in betrothal gifts within 3 days. The wedding date. Before Tang Bin could finish, Fu Yanzhou stepped forward. The wedding date is yet to be determined. When the time is right, I will notify everyone. Now, let the banquet commence. I hope you all enjoy the food and drink. Once the guests were seated, Fu Yanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the wedding date remained undecided, there was still a chance to call off the engagement. Li Chen was so formidable, yet he too had waited until the wedding day to call off the engagement. If Li Chen could endure 3 years, then Fu Yanzhou could endure 3 years or even longer. Chapter 67, Hope for Rebirth. During the banquet, Tang tugged at Li Chen's sleeve. My dad wants me to move back home. Should I agree? Li Chen rolled his eyes. You've already reconnected with your family roots. You have a father now. Can't you act a little more mature? You can talk to your dad about these little things. Tang hesitated. But I'm your family's maid. I signed a contract, I can't just walk away, can I? Li Chen paused, then tapped Tang on the head. You're the Tang family's heiress now, worth billions. Can you stop obsessing over working for money? You need to learn how to run a business, manage the family assets, and prepare to inherit your father's estate. Got it? Tang rubbed her head, the confusion fading from her eyes. Brother Chen is right. I have status now. I can't bring shame upon you anymore. Li Chen sighed in exasperation. You can't disgrace the Tang family because you are the Tang family's eldest daughter. This has nothing to do with me, understand? Tang waved her hand dismissively. Ah, whatever. It's all the same anyway. Then I'll stay at the Tang residence for a couple days to see how it goes. If I don't like it, I'll come back to the Li residence. Li Chen froze. Wait, that's my family's house, not yours. Why does it feel like you're clinging to me? Tang immediately pouted. You said you'd take care of me. You're my brother, why wouldn't your family let me stay? Li Chen gritted his teeth. Fine. Stay wherever you want. Just let manager Lu know, and he'll make arrangements for you. Hearing this, Tang's face lit up with a victorious smile. Lu Qing, watching the two of them chatting and laughing nearby, grew extremely grim. Tang, is it? You are now the Fu family's future daughter-in-law. Mind your words and actions. Don't bring shame upon the Tang family. Hearing this, Tang Bin grew displeased and slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Mrs. Fu, please watch your own words and actions. Young Master Li saved my daughter's life and rescued the Tang Corporation. Didn't you hear my daughter call him brother? Our Tang family has always valued loyalty and gratitude. From now on, young Master Li is my daughter's own brother and the one to whom our Tang family owes our gratitude. If you want to meddle in others' affairs, why not focus on your own son instead? We haven't even confronted him yet about why he was fooling around despite being engaged, only to end up in this mess. Lu Qing, caught in a backhanded accusation, gritted her teeth. My son was drugged by your adopted daughter. This isn't his fault. The Enforcement Bureau has already clarified everything. Tang Bin sneered. Oomph. That's because your son is useless. Look at my Aiken, isn't he far superior to your useless son? How many women have tried to drug him, to climb into his bed? But to this day, have you ever heard a single scandal about him? Any rumors about his private life? Your son, on the other hand, the scandals that have surfaced alone could fill an entire magazine. Lu Qing froze, unable to retort, while Fu Yanzhou buried his head in his food to hide his awkwardness. Over the years, Fu Yanzhou had been constantly embroiled in gossip scandals. Though they were all eventually cleared up, it ultimately stemmed from his own reckless behavior. His job was already stressful enough, and then he had to deal with the clan elders and those annoying board members. Occasionally grabbing drinks, getting a massage, or a foot rub, it was only human. But within the Fu family, there were too many who wanted to bring Fu Yanzhou down. They could always find a bit of dirt on him and blow it out of proportion. Li Chen also set down his chopsticks. What do you mean by that, Mr. Tang? Since when did I become part of your family? Tang Bin hadn't expected his verbal jab to be noticed, but his eyes darted around as he quickly recovered. Didn't you just call my daughter your little sister? I only have one daughter, no sons. How about you adopt me as your godfather? I'll give you half of the Tang family's fortune. Tang Bin's thinking was simple. If he could secure Li Chen as his godson by offering half the Tang family fortune, it would be a huge win. Though it would mean losing 5 or 60 billion now, the Tang family could quickly climb to new heights by latching onto the Li Corporation. Moreover, once this relationship was established, when he grew old, Tang would have this brother to protect her. No one would dare bully her. As the sole female heir of the Tang family, Tang would inevitably attract covetous eyes and deceitful schemes. Finding the Li family as a powerful ally now was the best possible outcome. Li Chen sneered disdainfully and stood up. You're nuts. Go get your head checked at the hospital when you have time. Li Chen laughed. Tang Bin glared at Lu Qing and stood up too. Tang, let's stop eating. We're going home. Daddy has prepared lots of gifts for you. Tang had already eaten her fill in the private room. She tugged at Tang Bin's sleeve and left the banquet hall. Lu Qing was so furious she smacked Fu Yanzhou on the head. Useless piece of junk. What else can you do besides eat? Fu Yanzhou rubbed his forehead innocently. What can I say? Li Chen really is better than me. And that day, I was drugged at the bar. When I dragged Tang Ling into the room, Tang Tang was standing right at the door. How am I supposed to face Tang Tang? She's my fiancée. My fiancé saw me. The problem is they have video evidence. What if she marries into the Fu family and uses this to blackmail me? What then? Lu Qing slapped Fu Yanzhou on the head again. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You haven't even married yet, and you've already given your future wife such a huge leverage over you. How are you ever going to hold your head up in front of her? You idiot! How many times have I told you to stay away from those places? Why won't you listen? Fu Yanzhou took a deep breath. After this lesson, I'll definitely be more careful. But I definitely won't marry Tang Tang. I can't afford the embarrassment. Lu Qing took a sip of her drink to compose herself. We'll see about that. Let's just get the engagement settled first to weather this immediate crisis. As for whether we actually get married, we'll delay it as long as possible. We'll follow Li Chen's example, make the Tang family call off the engagement first, or let Tang Tang slip up. That way, we can reclaim everything with complete justification. Fu Yanzhou frowned. I can wait, but you must never resort to underhanded tactics against Tang Tang. She has Li Chen protecting her. We're no match for them yet. We'll make our move after my cousin finishes that project. As mother and son plotted in secret, Li Nianci sat frozen in the private room. Ding! Female lead Tang Tang successfully reunites with family, advancing plot timeline. Reward, host unlocks 5% of body. Female lead Tang Tang successfully reclaimed the marriage contract. Plot advanced. Reward, host unlocks 3% of body functionality. Criminals Lin Hu, Lu Guifan, Luin, Tang Ling, and Lu Xinran brought to justice. Plot progression accelerated. Reward, host unlocks 2% of body functionality. Host, please persevere and maintain the original storyline. Special notice, upon full body unlock, the system will automatically dissipate, granting the host a free life. After receiving the system prompt, Li Nianci tentatively moved her body. Feeling the tremors in her fingers, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. 17 years this was the first time she could freely control her own body. Though only her fingers could move, to Li Nianci, it felt like being reborn. The will to survive reignited within her heart. Completing the storyline early would unlock her body sooner. As long as she unlocked her entire body before the system's binding expired, she could still be reborn. Chapter 68, You're the female lead, you have to navigate the plot yourself. Li Chen returned to the private room and immediately noticed the tears streaming down Li Nianci's face. His heart skipped a beat as he rushed to her side and grabbed her hand. What's wrong? Tell me quickly. What's wrong? Why are you crying? This was his little sister from back home. If anything happened to her under his watch, how could he face the over a billion fellow villagers? Li Nianci's fingers tightened slightly around Li Chen's hand. Brother, I can move again. The plot has accelerated. My body has unlocked. I might not have to die after all. Thank you for advancing this plotline. I swear, once I'm fully recovered, I won't seek revenge on you. Hearing Li Nianci's inner thoughts and feeling the faint pressure from her fingers, Li Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. So advancing the plot could help her break free from her physical constraints. With this discovery, he began formulating new plans for his subsequent actions. As for Li Nianci's threat of revenge, he couldn't care less. He hadn't wronged this girl in any way. What grounds did she have to seek retribution? Thinking this, he gently stroked Li Nianci's head. Don't cry anymore. Shall we go home? Li Nianci still couldn't speak for herself, but she shifted her eyes slightly. Li Chen smiled and waved his hand. Nianci and I are heading home. You guys take care of things here. As soon as Li Chen left, Su Muxue and Xinxinga naturally followed. Mu Shengsheng moved the fastest, snatching Li Nianci's safety harness and securing it around her own wrist. Xinxinga froze for a moment before grabbing Mu Shengsheng's arm. Why are you stealing my job? Mu Shengsheng blinked her large, innocent eyes. I'm the young master and young lady's servant. What's wrong with me taking care of the young lady? Xinxinga choked on her saliva at the remark. You're a young miss, what are you doing as a servant? Give Nianci back to me right now. Mu Shengsheng shook her head. This is my duty. If anything happens to the young lady while she's with you, I won't be able to answer to the young master. Xinxinga was speechless. She never imagined anyone would step forward to compete for attention with her, and that person wasn't even Su Muxue. Su Muxue stood by, watching in a daze. Lately, she'd noticed Li Chen growing increasingly attentive toward Li Nianci. She'd been scheming about how to win Li Chen's favor through Li Nianci. Little did she know that Xinxinga alone was already troublesome enough, and now Mu Shengsheng had entered the picture. What was she to do? Among them all, Li Nianci was the most bewildered. Good heavens! Xinxinga. Your rival is Su Muxue, not Mu Shengsheng. Su Muxue. You idiot, what are you waiting for? Go tear that mistress apart. Mu Shengsheng. The one you love should be your brother Jingchen. Why are you grabbing me? Chaos. Total chaos. Am I about to die? Li Chen heard Li Nianci's inner thoughts and turned to glance at the girls with a puzzled look. What were you all doing just now? The girls immediately put on expressions as if nothing had happened, all wearing smiles. Li Chen was a bit bewildered when suddenly the baby in Zhang Shue's arms let out a loud cry, interrupting his further inquiries. It's getting late. Take the baby home and get some rest. Zhang Shui glanced at the girls and nodded with a smile. You'll definitely make a wonderful father and husband someday. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to grow old with you. Zhang Shue's words were clearly meant for the girls, but Li Chen, unaware of the underlying meaning, smiled faintly and replied. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. I'm not as good as you say. Brother Hui is the one who's truly a good husband and father. Zhang Shui cast a tender glance at Cheng Hui. He's such a simpleton. Keep praising him like that and he'll get a big head. Cheng Hui scratched his head. I think the CEO has a keen eye for people unlike certain others who can't tell good from bad. Zhang Shui shot Cheng Hui a disapproving look before glancing at Li Chen, her heart filled with helplessness. Two adorable fools. Stupid straight guys hanging out together, each more narcissistic than the last. Birds of a feather flock together, utterly hopeless. Girls, the elevator's here. Let's go. Zhang Shui couldn't be bothered to talk to these two big and little cuties anymore. She led the girls into the elevator first. Li Chen shot Cheng Hui a curious look. Did you do something to piss off your wife? I swear he was looking at us like we were little cuties. Why should I suffer for the people you've offended? Half your bonus this month is going toward buying me some nice food to calm my nerves. Cheng Hui was dumbfounded. He swore he hadn't done anything wrong. His wife was inexplicably furious, and half his bonus was gone. Where could he even go to complain? He certainly didn't dare confront Li Chen, and he definitely wouldn't argue with his wife. This was a loss he'd just have to swallow. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed since the engagement banquet. That afternoon, Li Chen's office door suddenly swung open. A figure threw herself at him. Brother Chen. I came to see you. Li Chen stood up and gently pressed Tang's head down. Miss Tang, such reckless behavior is quite inappropriate. You are now the eldest daughter of the Tang family and will serve as my spokesperson in the future. You must mind your manners. Tang froze for a moment before steadying herself. I'll do whatever you say, brother. Just give me some time, and I'll master proper etiquette. Li Chen shook his head with a smile and guided Tang to his chair. I never asked you to learn those useless aristocratic manners. You'll be managing the family business someday. You need to carry yourself with an air of authority that commands respect. That's how you'll earn your subordinates' obedience. That presence is cultivated in everyday life. Do you understand what I mean? Tang nodded. My father said the same thing. He also said you're one of the nation's most outstanding entrepreneurs, the youngest and most formidable figure in Tianhai City. That's why he sent me to learn business management from you. Can I shadow you? Li Chen nodded. Of course. If you're willing to learn, there's no problem. Tang smiled happily and swiveled her chair to the right. Nianci. Now we can play together from now on. Li Nianci. Seriously, sis, why are you coming to hang out with me instead of going to bond with your Yenzhou brother? What's the deal? You're the female lead. You're not a child anymore. You need to learn to navigate the plot yourself. If you don't go find Fu Yenzhou, I'll die. I'm not joking at all. But Tang didn't have mind-reading powers. She kept chatting with Li Nianci, telling her about all the gifts she'd received at the Tang residence these past few days. In short, she was overjoyed and wanted to share her happiness with everyone. Li Chen shook his head helplessly. All this talk about coming to study was nonsense. He understood Tang Bin's intentions perfectly to have Tang cultivate feelings for him, thereby maintaining friendly relations between the Tang family and himself. But he wasn't opposed to helping the Tang family. The stakes involved were too high for him to ignore. Chen, Fu Yenzhou is here. Should I let him in? Cheng Hui had been swamped with work lately, so he'd delegated some simpler tasks to Su Muxue. Seeing another person behind the desk, Su Muxue's expression grew slightly uneasy. Li Chen pondered for half a minute before nodding. Let him in. I have a pretty good idea what he wants. Su Muxue then asked, would you like some tea? Li Chen waved his hand. No need. I'll just give him some plain water later. Take the two of them to your place first. Order a strawberry cake and a lemon tea for Nianci. You like that banana pudding, right? Get one for yourself. See what Tang likes and get her a portion of that too. I'm giving you half a day off. Take the two girls for a stroll around the building. Don't go outside the main gate, got it? Su Muxue felt a surge of joy. He remembered how much she loved the banana pudding from the dessert shop downstairs. She still cared about him so much. Okay, Aiken. I'll take good care of Nianci and make sure nothing happens to her. Securing the safety harness, Su Muxue's face beamed with a smile as she led the two girls out of the office. Chapter 69, Misleading. Shortly after, Fu Yanzhou stormed into Li Chen's presence, his face twisted with fury. We agreed that you'd announce our partnership on the day of my engagement. But I waited until the banquet ended and still no word from you. What do you mean by that? Li Chen smiled faintly. Isn't my meaning obvious enough? I said it depended on your performance. Where was your performance? In the end, I had to clean up your mess. Why should I collaborate with you? Li Chen had never held Fu Yanzhou in high regard. Now that they'd taken on Lu Jingchen's project, placing themselves directly against him, collaborating with Fu Yanzhou was even less likely. Fu Yanzhou faltered, his momentum halved. As for your original project, I can agree to let you be the client and take 60% of the profits. This is my bottom line. I only seek to break even, not turn a profit. Li Chen lowered his gaze, deep in thought for a moment. What are your conditions? Fu Yanzhou stated bluntly, cease the acquisition of Lu Corporation, remove all negative publicity, and secure Lu Jingchen's release on bail. Li Chen pursed his lips. Do you have any idea how much money and effort I've poured into acquiring Lu Corporation? You expect me to just stop? Will you compensate me for my losses? Recalling Lu Qing's parting instructions, Fu Yanzhou nodded. I can repurchase all your Lu Corporation shares at the original price. Li Chen massaged his temples. Buy them back at the original price? Don't you know what they call me out there? I'm Li Big Mouth. I swallow people whole and spit out nothing. 30% premium plus 30 million in compensation for my PR expenses. Otherwise, forget it. Fu Yanzhou jumped to his feet in agitation. You're asking for the moon. Lu's stock price keeps plummeting. Buying it back at the original price shows plenty of goodwill. You're breaking even. Don't be ungrateful. Facing Fu Yanzhou's sudden surge of aggression, Li Chen remained unfazed, responding with a dismissive sneer. You want to bet I can become Lu Corporation's largest shareholder within a week? Then I'll terminate that project Lu Jingchen assigned to you and transfer it directly to myself. Do you think the other shareholders will agree with me? You should know that for that project, Li Corporation is the leader in smart technology across Tianhai and the entire nation is the best possible partner, right? Do you still think I'm not losing out by repurchasing Lu Group shares at face value? Fu Yanzhou paused, his entire demeanor collapsing as he sank back into his seat. If that's how you see it, then why did you sell me the shares at a 30% premium? You never do business at a loss. Is there some hidden scheme here? Li Chen chuckled. I wouldn't call it a scheme. I simply anticipated some risks with that project. I'm not afraid to tell you either. After acquiring Lu's company, I'll still push forward with the collaboration with Fu's. If this project turns a profit, I can get a piece of the pie too. Then when Lu's stock rebounds, I'll make another killing. If this venture fails, with Fu's and Lu's companies taking the hit up front, I'll just walk away at worst. I'll lose a few pennies. Have you heard of leveraging a small force to move a large one? Fu Yanzhou's eyes lit up. What a brilliant scheme, truly worthy of a business legend. If I buy back Lu Corporation shares at a premium, you'll pocket billions. If I don't buy them back, you'll bleed Fu and Lu dry off this deal a free ride for you. So buying them back at a premium is my only optimal solution now, right? Li Chen waved his finger. No. Your optimal solution is to abandon all cooperation with the Lu family. But then I'd lose spectacularly. Fu Yanzhou shrugged. What exactly would you lose? Judging by your usual tactics. The moment I withdraw, you'll take over the entire Lu Corporation and swallow it whole. With you stepping in, Lu Corporation's stock price will inevitably rebound. You'll get to eat the whole cake yourself. My uncle would go bankrupt, even face jail time, and my cousin might never be able to come out again. You've probably calculated that my mother will inevitably step in to save Lu Corporation, then seize the opportunity to undermine Fu Corporation once more. Is my analysis correct? Li Chen was slightly taken aback. This Fu Yanzhou was indeed quite capable. Though he hadn't guessed the entirety of his plan, he had correctly identified Li Chen's intent to drag Fu Corporation down. If given another 3 to 5 years to grow, he might become a major threat. Your analysis is quite impressive. Too bad there's no reward. I have important matters to attend to later and no time for idle chatter. If there's nothing else, Mr. Fu, you may take your leave. Fu Yanzhou clenched his jaw. We'll proceed as you suggest. I'll buy back your Lu family shares at a 30% premium. I hope you won't go back on your word about what you promised me. Li Chen smiled faintly. Everyone knows I never go back on my word. The moment the money clears, those online rumors will vanish instantly, and your dear cousin will be released from prison. Facing Li Chen, Fu Yanzhou felt utterly pressured, completely at his mercy. All funds will be transferred by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I'll bring the contract with me then. There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Tangbin mentioned that my fiancée has come to study under you. Is that true? Li Chen nodded without concealment. She arrived here ahead of you. I've already assigned someone to familiarize her with the group's structure. Rest assured, once she graduates from my program, she'll be fully prepared to take over the Fu Group. Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou was stunned into a daze. What did you say? You intend to groom her to take over the Fu Group? Li Chen nodded matter-of-factly. I've said it before, you're not a fit ruler. The Fu group will decline under your leadership. I'll help cultivate Tang Tang. When the time comes, she'll take over the Fu group. While I can't promise she'll restore its former glory, at the very least, she'll preserve it. You must understand, building an empire is easy, but preserving it is hard. You don't need to thank me. After all, Tang Tang is my sister. If anyone else had said such things, Fu Yanzhou would have dismissed them as a joke. But coming from Li Chen, it was almost certainly true. Once Tang Tang married into the Fu family, with Li Chen backing her, the Fu family would never be able to suppress her. And for Li Chen to infiltrate the Fu Corporation through Tang Tang would be as easy as pie. Fu Yanzhou's mind snapped into clarity, a chill running down his spine as cold sweat broke out on his back. He finally understood the true terror of Li Chen. He recalled merely mentioning his betrothal to the Tang family to Li Chen back then. Yet within less than half a month, Li Chen had tracked down Tang Tang, devised a comprehensive plan, sent Luin and Tang Ling into the Tang family, and secured Tang Tang's sole control over the Tang Corporation. Then, using his engagement to Tang Tang as leverage, he plotted to infiltrate the Fu family. Add the Lu family affair to the mix, and it became even more terrifying. From the very beginning, Li Chen had prepared two contingency plans. Therefore, the Lu family shares must be reclaimed now, and Tang Tang absolutely cannot marry into the Fu family. This marriage must not proceed, it must be delayed. Delay it until the day the Fu family could completely suppress the Li family. In an instant, Fu Yanzhou's mind raced, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Then I'll thank Mr. Li on behalf of my fiancé for now. I must attend to the share buyback arrangements. I won't disturb you further. Chapter 70, Only the Dead Are the White Moonlight. After seeing Fu Yanzhou off, Li Chen's expression turned grave. He had released so much information to Fu Yanzhou for two reasons. First, to muddy the waters and lead Fu Yanzhou to make erroneous judgments. Second, it was for Li Nianci. Advancing the plot prematurely could unlock control over Li Nianci's body. Releasing Lu Jingchen and having Mu Shengsheng work on him might unlock more control over Li Nianci. Progress on Tang Tang's front also needed to accelerate. Creating a sense of crisis within the Fu family would prompt them to seek someone to abuse her sooner. With me watching over it, nothing major should go wrong. Seriously, this little brat's script is utter nonsense. First, abuse the female lead, then make the male lead regret it, have him chase her back, have her be moved and forgive him, and finally live happily ever after. Why are these leads so pathetic? It's utterly ridiculous. But since it's my little sister's story, no matter how ridiculous it gets, I'll just have to help push it along. Tang Tang, Mu Shangsheng, Su Muxue. My little sister is sorry to you both. I'll take the blame for her. If you have any grievances, direct them at me from now on. The door swung open as Su Muxue led the two men inside. I just saw Fu Yanzhou leave. Was he here to see Tang Tang? After all, she's his fiancée. What you did? Li Chen shot Su Muxue a glance, and she immediately shut her mouth. My decisions don't require your interference. Just stick to your own responsibilities. You may leave now. Su Muxue bit her lip. I'm sorry. I overstepped. She then handed Li Nianci's safety rope to Tang Tang and turned to leave. Li Chen beckoned. Come here for a moment. I need to talk to you. Tang Tang, unsure of the reason, walked over with Li Nianci. Li Chen tapped the tabletop lightly, gathering his thoughts. What I'm about to tell you is extremely important. You must remember it well. Tang Tang nodded, her expression turning serious. Li Chen continued, for certain reasons, I need you to take a position at Fu Group. During this time, you may face malicious targeting and suppression due to your background. But rest assured, there will be no danger to your life. Tang Tang froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. You want me to use my status to go undercover at Fu's as a corporate spy, right? Li Chen tapped Tang Tang on the head with one finger. This girl really dared to think that way he was merely pushing the plot forward. The proper plot development at this point should be Tang Tang joining Fu Corporation for training, only to be targeted by the villainous female antagonist, thereby drawing more attention from Fu Yanzhou. Though the character's inner workings had shifted, following the plotline posed no problem. Once Tang Tang was placed within the Fu Corporation, under his deliberate orchestration, she would naturally become a target. This would also serve to advance the female lead's suffering storyline ahead of schedule. Better a short pain than a long one, especially with him watching over her. Who would bear that pain remained to be seen. Stop overthinking. I'm sending you to the Fu Corporation solely for your professional development. Your specialty is fashion design, and I don't have any businesses in that field. If anyone bullies you at Fu's, just record it with your wristband. I'll take care of it for you. Once you've mastered your craft and returned, your father and I will join forces to start a fashion company for you. Tang Tang's eyes lit up at the words. Are you serious? You'll start a fashion company for me right after my internship? Li Chen nodded and pulled out a bank card. Here's 100 million in cash as seed funding for the fashion company. You'll hold it for now. When you return, I'll add another 500 million to ensure you get the company off the ground. Tang Tang took the bank card, examined it briefly, then handed it back to Li Chen. I don't need the money. I know you sent me to the Fu Corporation for a specific purpose, and I'm willing to help you unconditionally. Li Chen silently gave Tang Tang a mental thumbs up. True to her status as the female lead, her character was beyond reproach. If you don't want the money, that's fine. Upon your return, I'll transfer my shares in Tang Corporation to you for management. I guarantee you'll gain absolute controlling stake over Tang Corporation in the future. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, I can guarantee you'll never want for anything for the rest of your life. Tang Tang asked curiously, do you know how much money my father has? Li Chen considered it. Counting all real estate and stocks, his assets should be over 70 billion now. Plus the 100 billion yuan dowry from the Fu family combined, it's already an enormous sum. With normal spending, it should easily last you 3 lifetimes. Why are you asking all this? Tang Tang paused for a moment before continuing, what about your assets? Li Chen shot Tang Tang a suspicious look but answered anyway, publicly, it's around 300 billion. What's the matter? Have you got your eye on my fortune? Even though you're my sister in name, you have no inheritance rights. Tang Tang shot Li Chen a disapproving look. Not at all. I just think. Her own face flushed as she trailed off. The Fu family's betrothal gifts would inevitably have to be returned someday. With the Tang family's meager resources, how long would it take before they could ever match the Li family's status? Li Chen patted Tang Tang's shoulder. Hey, what are you spacing out about? Tang Tang snapped back to reality and covered up, nothing. Just thinking about how to get to work at Fu Corporation. Li Chen smiled. Don't worry about that. I'll handle it. Tomorrow, I'll personally take you to work at Fu Group. But be warned you'll get picked on there. Tang Tang shrugged. Haven't I been bullied enough my whole life? They can't exactly break my arms and legs, can they? Li Chen ruffled Tang Tang's hair. They probably won't go that far, but it'll be tough on you, little girl. But don't worry, I'll protect you from the shadows. I won't let you suffer irreparable harm. Tang Tang suddenly hugged Li Chen. It's okay, brother. You'll catch me. I'm not afraid of anything. A pang of pity flashed through Li Chen's heart. This little girl trusted him so completely, yet he was exploiting her. It felt a bit excessive. But to help Nianci gain control of her body, Tang Tang had to endure some suffering. This damn plot twist is seriously messed up. My apologies, ladies. I'll make it up to you tenfold later. With that thought, Li Chen gently patted Tang Tang's back. Alright, it's about time. Head home now and explain the situation to your father. Be here promptly at 9 tomorrow morning to meet me. Tang Tang reluctantly let go of his hand and turned to leave. Li Nianci was stunned. She never would have dreamed her dim-witted brother would actually win over the female lead and then send her to work as a mole in the male lead's corporation. This plot twist was beyond her wildest imagination, let alone something she could ever write. Reviewing the female lead Tang Tang's storyline. It began with her chance encounter with male lead Fu Yanzhou at a bar. Later, Fu Yanzhou sought her out, rescued her, and offered her a position at his corporation. Then Tang Ling appeared, resentful that the female lead had ruined her plans. She began teaming up with others within the Fu group to bully the female lead. The male lead repeatedly intervened to help her, sparking feelings between them. At a banquet, Tang Bin spotted the female lead, leading to a reunion plot. Tang Ling senses trouble brewing and conspires with her mother, Luin, to harm the female lead. With the male lead's support, the female lead successfully establishes her identity and reclaims the betrothal. After their engagement, realizing she can no longer confront the heroine, Tang Ling contacts the male lead's long-lost love who is studying abroad. After returning to China, the male lead's longtime crush joins Tang Ling and others in plotting against the female lead. Now that their first encounter is gone, the recognition plotline has been accelerated, the first wave of antagonists has been dealt with, and without Tang Ling's instigation, how will the story progress if she goes back to work at Fu Corporation? Li Nianci was deeply troubled. She refused to let her hard-won freedom slip away again, endlessly replaying the plot in her mind. Li Chen listened to her inner monologue, utterly speechless. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? By normal logic, after Fu Yanzhou and Tang Tang had their first encounter, shouldn't he have protected her? How could his woman be bullied while working at his own corporation? The most absurd part was that the villain who bullied his woman could keep bouncing around until the very end. Li Chen couldn't fathom the author Li Nianci's thought process. If he were Fu Yanzhou, a scheming like Tang Ling who drugged him wouldn't even last half an episode and that'd be showing mercy. The CEO's fiancé being bullied by his own employees? Absolutely absurd. And that so-called white moonlight? Only the dead qualify as white moonlight. The living are just fantasy objects. Chapter 71, You'll Never Guess a Girl's Thoughts. As he analyzed the plot, Li Chen spotted a key flaw. Fu Yanzhou, the male lead, may be a billionaire CEO, but he can't even protect his own wife. Clearly, Li Nianci designed him to be weak and incompetent. Combined with their interactions over the past few days, it became clear that Fu Yanzhou wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Of course, a young writer like Nianci couldn't possibly capture the cunning of true power players. To drive the melodramatic plot forward, making the male lead a bit dim-witted was perfectly reasonable. By exploiting Fu Yanzhou's weakness, his incompetence and foolishness, he should be able to swallow up the Fu Corporation in no time. Then the Li family would dominate Tianhai City, all thanks to Nianci for making them look so foolish. Lost in thought, Li Chen froze for a moment. He'd been complaining about the brainless plot the girl had set up, so how did he suddenly end up planning to take over the Fu family? Could I really be that evil? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm a model citizen. This can't possibly be my true thoughts, it's just the persona Nianci assigned me. Yes, it must be Nianci. It's all her fault for portraying me as so wicked. Seeing Li Nianci's innocent expression, Li Chen's guilt instantly vanished. Nianci, let's finish work early today. Big brother will take you to buy some pretty clothes, okay? Li Nianci. How could I possibly be in the mood for shopping? My brain is about to explode. Damn Li Chen, stupid Li Chen, you big idiot, what the hell are you messing with? Upon hearing the inner thoughts, Li Chen's smile froze on his face. But he quickly regained his composure. If you don't speak up, that means you agree. Let me take you shopping for clothes. We'll forget all the unpleasantness. Li Nianci. Fine, let's go shopping. I never liked those old clothes anyway. My silly brother, your taste is truly awful, and you're not the sharpest tool in the shed either. Just because you think something looks good, you assume I do too. What a brainless straight guy. Besides babysitting, changing diapers, cooking, feeding, earning money, and being handsome, what else do you have? Li Chen was stunned. For the first time, he realized just how capable he was. Yet in his little sister's eyes, he was utterly worthless. No big deal though. She's just spoiling me a bit. I'll educate her properly later. With that thought, he released Li Nianci's hand and slipped on the safety harness. He had no desire to endure another round of her scolding. Having already secured 10% control, Li Nianci immediately felt her grip slip. Brother! I'm sorry. You're such a good person. If it weren't for the plot I wrote, you wouldn't have been abandoned at the altar and mocked by so many. Let the plot be chaotic if it must. As long as you find peace. With a brother like you, I have no regrets even in death. Li Nianci gave up struggling once more. She came to terms with it. Forcing the male and female leads into a tortured romance just to follow the plot felt far too contrived. This was the real world, not a novel. The people here were flesh and blood, with real emotions. Perhaps this was fate, this was fairness. Each person had only one life. Excessive struggle wouldn't change the outcome, it was all futile. Hearing her inner thoughts, Li Chen finally got it right this time. He bought clothes Li Nianci actually liked. Sure enough, wearing the outfit she had chosen herself, Li Nianci's beauty reached a whole new level. Even with her mask on, her silhouette alone drew admiring glances. Get one of each color in this style. Li Chen pulled out his bank card, hesitating for a moment. Forget it. Just give me one set of every style you have in this store. The clerk paused in surprise. Sir, are you planning to buy out the entire store? Li Chen nodded. Yes, have all the clothes delivered to my home. After swiping his card, Li Chen walked home with Li Nianci under the stunned stares of the staff. Did you all see that? A young, handsome, and wealthy playboy. Stop drooling. Didn't you see he has a girlfriend? That girl might be wearing a mask, but her poise and figure are flawless. We don't stand a chance. I don't care. I'm going to follow the car to deliver clothes. I need my idol's contact info. I'm coming too. I want to see just who this rich kid is. Let's go together. There's strength in numbers. Li Chen and Li Nianci headed home first. This time, however, it was Mu Shengsheng who came out to greet them at the door. Young master, young lady, please change your shoes. Li Chen paused and withdrew his foot. I don't recall such a rule ever existing in this household. Where is Steward Lu? Mu Shengsheng froze for a moment before rising to her feet. Butler Lu took some men to tend the lawn. I requested this myself. Henceforth, I shall oversee all inner courtyard affairs. Li Chen nodded. I see. Didn't Steward Lu tell you that everything in the household should be kept simple? Mu Shengsheng lowered her head. When I served the Mu family, that's how things were always done. I thought. Li Chen gently stroked Mu Shengsheng's head, cutting her off. My family isn't the Mu family. You can hold your head high. Mu Shengsheng looked up, her eyes slightly reddened. Oh, then I'll go wash Miss Nianci's face first. Dinner will be ready soon. Watching the two women turn toward the sink, Li Chen shook his head helplessly. After years of conditioning by the Mu family, certain habits had become ingrained in Mu Shengsheng. It would likely be difficult to change them. Still, as the female lead, she did possess her own shining qualities. Beneath her obedient and sensible exterior lay a helpless sense of fear. That girl Nianci really is a disaster. Look what she's done to this poor girl. Looks like your brother here has another layer of debt to shoulder for you. Try to compensate Mu Shengsheng more in the future. Shen Qingge and Su Muxue arrived punctually, entering almost simultaneously. But upon seeing Li Nianci, both of them froze in surprise. Shen Qingge stamped her foot and dashed back to her room. Su Muxue sat on the sofa, staring blankly at Li Nianci. New clothes, new style. She seemed even more perfect this way. The clothes Ching bought for her fit her better and better, perfectly complementing her aura. Was the thing I feared about to happen? After dinner, the group gathered in the living room. The atmosphere felt heavy, and Li Chen felt a bit dazed. He couldn't figure out why Su Muxue and Xinxinga were so downcast, nor why Mu Shengsheng had gone quiet. Is someone at the company giving you a hard time? Su Muxue shook her head. Li Chen turned to Xinxinga. Is someone bullying you at the hospital? Or has your mother's condition worsened? Xinxinga shot Li Chen a withering look and turned her head away. Li Chen looked at Mu Shengsheng. You've been home all day, did Butler Lu bully you? Mu Shengsheng glanced at Li Chen before lowering her head again. Li Chen grabbed Li Nianci's hand. Li Nianci was equally confused. What's going on? What are you all doing, leading ladies and supporting characters? Could you give me a hint? Hearing these thoughts, Li Chen felt a sense of relief. Even girls can't fathom other girls' thoughts. If the author couldn't understand the female lead she created, how could an outsider like him possibly grasp it? Butler Lu. Bring in everything that's been prepared. Unable to figure it out, Li Chen gave up trying and simply instructed Lu to bring in the clothes purchased that day. 20 long coat hangers filled half the hall, transforming it into a veritable clothing boutique. The girl stared in stunned silence, even Li Nianci was dumbfounded. She'd only known he bought her one outfit, never imagined it was an entire warehouse's worth. Though not exactly luxury brands, the total value of all these garments must have been in the millions. No wonder everyone wanted to be friends with a tycoon. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. The seasons are changing soon, and I didn't know what styles you'd like, so I bought a few extra. Just pick whatever you like. No need to be polite. Su Muxue suddenly threw herself into Li Chen's arms, her eyes brimming with tears. Chen, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you again. I'm so foolish, so stupid. What would I do if you were gone one day? Li Chen shot Su Muxue a glare. If you have a problem with me, just say so. Why curse me? If I really do end up gone someday, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. Chapter 72, What killed her was the absence of sunlight. Su Muxue froze for a moment, then lunged at Li Chen. Caught off guard, Li Chen didn't dodge. After the kiss, Su Muxue jumped down and began rummaging through the clothes on the rack. Xinxinga gritted her teeth and mimicked Su Muxue's move, lunging forward. Li Chen, now prepared, grabbed her shoulders firmly. Don't get carried away, okay? Forgot what I told you? Girls shouldn't just kiss anyone. Got it? Left speechless, Xinxinga stomped her foot angrily before turning away to browse the clothes herself. Li Chen turned to Mu Shengsheng. You should pick out a few pieces too, or the nice ones will all be taken by them. Mu Shengsheng shook her head. My height and size are different from theirs. The ones that fit me, they won't want. And if they fight over clothes that don't fit me, it's none of my concern. I'll wait until they're done picking before I go. That way, there won't be any conflict. Li Chen sighed. You're turning life into survival. There's nothing wrong with pleasing others to gain favor. But there are many ways to please others. You don't have to sacrifice your own interests. The Mu family is nearing its end. Soon you'll be free from that shadow. From now on, you must learn to live for yourself, to live for joy. A smile spread across Mu Xingxing's face. Young master, why do you think grass can pierce through frozen soil? Li Chen paused, then smiled. Because of resilience, of course. Wildfires cannot burn it all away, spring winds bring it back to life. Mu Shengsheng shook her head. It's because the grass yearns for sunlight, yearns for spring, yearns for that sliver of warmth. That's why it strives so hard to grow. What kills the grass isn't the blazing fire, but the absence of sunlight. Li Chen pondered briefly before praising. Your perspective is unique. I agree with your interpretation. I've looked into it. You're a student at Lingyun University. Last semester, Mu Xinchuan falsely accused you of plagiarism, leading to your expulsion. Now that you've taken Mu Xinqing's place, after the break, I'll arrange for you to transfer to Tianhai University. Change your environment, study diligently from now on, and you'll make something of yourself. Mu Shengsheng suddenly stood up. To impersonate the Mu family's true heiress, I really should pick out some nicer clothes. Can't let anyone spot any flaws that might mess up the young master's plans. Li Chen scratched his head, baffled by the girl's dramatic reactions. He decided to let it go. He could hear Li Nianci's thoughts, yet still couldn't fathom her mind, let alone the other girls. In any case, saying less was definitely the right approach. But what followed taught Li Chen the true meaning of agony. The three girls kept trying on clothes, demanding his opinion on every single outfit. As time dragged on, Li Chen began to suspect these three girls intended to try on every single one of the over 300 outfits in the store. Worst of all, they'd sometimes try the same outfit twice, then ask Li Chen which version looked better. At first, Li Nianci's inner voice could still offer some help, but eventually, even she grew annoyed and simply pretended to fall asleep. The entire ordeal took 4 hours, yet each girl ended up choosing only 3 outfits. Li Chen swore that if he ever did something this foolish again, he'd be a complete idiot. In a fit of rage, he gave the remaining clothes to the household servants and left a scathing review for the store, telling them to stock prettier items next time. 1 minute past midnight, a figure slipped into the guest room. After mentally mapping out his next steps, Li Chen turned off the light and closed his eyes only to suddenly flip the switch again. Su Muxue? What are you doing in my room again? Su Muxue wasted no time, leaping onto the bed and pinning Li Chen beneath the covers. I came to apologize. I was jealous this afternoon and said things I shouldn't have. But then I realized it must have been part of your plan. I'm so stupid, always misunderstanding you. Chen, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Li Chen, pinned down by the quilt and unable to move, gave a helpless smile. You're not stupid at all. So could you let go of me? Su Muxue lowered her head and gave Li Chen a quick peck on the lips before sitting up. Li Chen was truly speechless. But there was nothing he could do. To ensure Li Nianci survived, he had to let Su Muxue follow the script. He couldn't drive her away. Besides, Su Muxue had issues. He couldn't push her too hard, lest she snap and turn dark. This is the last time. Hand over the keys to every room so you won't barge in on me again. Su Muxue shook her head. If I give you all the keys, what if you go knocking on their doors in the middle of the night? Cough cough. Li Chen choked on his saliva. You can keep the keys, but you must promise not to open my door without permission from now on. Su Muxue's eyes darted around before she nodded. I promise. I'll think it through carefully before opening your door again. Li Chen grabbed Su Muxue and tossed her aside. Get out. Tomorrow, I'll have the butler change all the locks. Su Muxue hopped back to Li Chen's side, her face innocent. Don't be like this, okay? I promise, I won't do anything serious to you until you agree. I just have so much bottled up inside every day, it hurts. I want to talk to you about it. You have no idea my illness was caused by bottling things up all those years ago. Li Chen paused, a flicker of interest stirring within him. If this could help unravel Su Muxue's emotional knot, it would be a good thing. So tell me, what exactly is it? Su Muxue bit her lip. It's a long story. I don't want to disturb your rest. Why don't we lie down and talk? Li Chen glanced at Su Muxue, his mind racing with calculations. We can talk lying down, but you're not allowed to touch me. Hearing this, Su Muxue happily burrowed under the covers, pressing her entire body against Li Chen and hugging him tightly. Just as Li Chen moved to push her away, Su Muxue murmured, because of Nianci. At her words, Li Chen immediately froze. Go on, I'm listening. Su Muxue smiled inwardly at her successful scheme and continued, Nianci is too perfect. She's so beautiful it made me jealous. Li Chen frowned in confusion. She's just a brainless little cutie. Why would you be jealous of her? Su Muxue shook her head slightly. It's something I only understand now. Back then, I was only 15. I didn't even know what jealousy was. I just simply disliked Nianci. I hated that she was prettier than me. I hated how carefree she was, just playing around. Why did I have to study so much while she got to reap the rewards without lifting a finger? When I made mistakes, you'd lecture me, but no matter what she did, you'd smile at her. Resentment welled up in Su Muxue's heart, her voice growing frantic. Sensing Su Muxue's emotional turmoil, Li Chen immediately pulled her head into his embrace and soothed her softly. She's a little cutie. Of course she's carefree. I've told you before, my high expectations for you are meant to build your capabilities. When I scold you, you learn and improve. But scolding a little cutie? What good would that do? Pretty faces are a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is 1 in a million. Do you understand? Su Muxue's emotions gradually calmed. I was just a kid back then, how could I have known any of that? After we got engaged, I just assumed you were mine alone. But you weren't. Work took up 80% of your heart. I wanted that remaining 20% all to myself, but Nianci took it. So many times I wanted to throw her out, make her vanish from your sight forever. But I couldn't bring myself to do it. Because I know that if I did, I'd lose you forever. So I just bottled it up. Until 3 years ago. I'm tired. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Su Muxue suddenly closed her eyes and began to snore softly. Chapter 73, showing her who's boss. Li Chen was speechless once more. He was right at the crucial part, and now she drops a cliffhanger? What a load of crap. You're still using that 5-year-old trick of pretending to sleep? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Su Muxue paid no heed to Li Chen's words, continuing to sleep obliviously. Li Chen sighed helplessly. We'll talk next time. Lie down properly, you're at risk of dislocating something like this. Su Muxue adjusted her sleeping position with her eyes still closed. Li Chen shook his head helplessly, tucked the blanket around her, then leaned back to ponder how to resolve Su Muxue's emotional knot. This kind of problem really needed to be addressed by a psychologist. He'd already asked Cheng Hui to make an appointment, so it shouldn't be too long. Once these busy days were over, he would definitely take Su Muxue to see one. The night passed without incident. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Li Chen arrived at the Fu Group headquarters building with Tang Tang. Pre-battle preparations, report your equipment. Tang Tang grinned widely. Brother Chen, we're not going to war. Why are you being so serious? Li Chen shot Tang Tang a disapproving look. A little girl like her had no idea how treacherous the workplace could be. If they weren't prepared and got bullied, he'd be plagued by guilt. Smart bracelet, knee and elbow pads, camera brooch. Stick your head over here. Tang Tang obediently brought her face close to Li Chen's. Li Chen brushed the hair behind her ear aside, nodded upon seeing the ultra-thin sensor attached there, and continued. This is our Li-Teca's latest bone conduction headset, waterproof and sweatproof. If it feels uncomfortable, you're not allowed to take it off, understand? I'll assign someone to monitor your signals. They'll use this to direct you and teach you how to avoid harm. Tang Tang flinched instinctively as her ear was touched, her neck jerking back and her face flushing. It tickles. Li Chen released his hand and placed a mask over her face. Grab the documents and follow me. Fu Group reception area. Upon hearing that the Li Group president had arrived, they immediately notified Fu Yanzhou. Fu Yanzhou, unlike Li Chen, wasn't one to be so casual. He personally went to the lobby to greet the visitor. In the conference room, Li Chen tossed a stack of documents onto Fu Yanzhou's desk. These are all the share transfer agreements for Lu Group. Sign them and settle the accounts. Fu Yanzhou hadn't expected Li Chen to be so straightforward. He hesitated with the pen in his hand. You came personally to deliver the contract. Surely your intentions go beyond that. Cut to the chase. Just say it. Li Chen reached out and removed Tang Tang's mask. I've brought you your fiancée. Happy? Fu Yanzhou froze, his gaze turning icy. Wasn't she studying with you? Why did you bring her here? Li Chen had prepared his lines long ago. My various businesses don't align with her field of study. As her fiancé, I believe it's more appropriate for you to guide her. Besides, your Fu Group happens to have a fashion design division perfect for her to learn. Fu Yanzhou shook his head. We only hire established designers, not interns. Li Chen raised his eyes slightly. Not even for a fiancé? Fu Group's rules are really strict. Fu Yanzhou paused. He knew Li Chen's ways refusing would likely lead to endless trouble down the line. Fine. I can hire her, but only as an intern. Fu Yanzhou feared Tang Tang might leak company secrets, so there was no way he could place her in a high-ranking position. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. Not just an intern, even if she's cleaning the floors, as long as she stays at Fu Corporation. Clearly, Li Chen was planting a seed of suspicion in Fu Yanzhou's mind, warning him to keep a close eye on Tang Tang. This way, Fu Yanzhou would inevitably keep a close eye on Tang Tang, effectively connecting the plotline between the male and female leads. Watchful attention was still attention. As long as Fu Yanzhou saw Tang Tang, the plot could move forward. The process didn't matter as long as the outcome was right. Brother Yanzhou, your coffee. Just then, a woman in a business suit entered the conference room and placed a cup of coffee in front of Fu Yanzhou. This must be the legendary Tianhai, Mr. Li, correct? It's truly a pleasure to meet you. The woman extended her hand toward Li Chen. Li Chen didn't even glance at her. He smiled at Fu Yanzhou and remarked, sending a woman to intimidate me, Mr. Fu, you really know how to play your cards. No matter how little I think of you, this water has never failed to serve Mr. Fu well. I wonder if Mr. Fu can keep this woman in line. Fu Yanzhou startled, rising to pull the woman back. Zhao Zhao, stop this nonsense. Apologize to Mr. Li immediately. The woman flung Fu Yanzhou's hand away, her face flushed with contempt. What's there to fear? In terms of wealth, the Li family can't hold a candle to you. As for connections, they've managed to alienate every powerful figure in Tianhai. Why should we give him any courtesy? Fu Yanzhou's mouth twitched. This woman was Lu Zhaozhao, Lu Jingchen's cousin. She had been raised alongside Lu Qing since childhood. They were practically childhood sweethearts. Because the Lu family had been targeted by Li Chen, she despised him. But the problem was, you couldn't show it to their face, nor use the Fu Corporation to suppress the Li Corporation. The Fu family's financial resources and network were indeed stronger than the Li family's, but the problem was that the Fu family was built on over 40 different factions. The Li family, on the other hand, is controlled solely by Li Chen himself. To put it plainly, in a one-on-one comparison, Li Chen wasn't just among the elite in Tianhai, he ranked among the absolute top tier nationwide. Fu Yanzhou could only retreat to the second tier, while the likes of Lu Jingchen lingered at the bottom of the third tier. In Tianhai today, only the few top-tier elders could openly challenge Li Chen. Lu Zhaozhao. Get out of here immediately. Take that special tea I've been saving and brew a pot to apologize to Mr. Li. Lu Zhaozhao was startled by Fu Yanzhou's outburst. It was the first time she'd ever seen him so furious. He destroyed my family so terribly, why should I brew tea to apologize to him? I won't do it. With a furious snort, Lu Zhaozhao stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Lu Zhaozhao? Li Chen chuckled softly. The eldest daughter of the Lu family, she grew up alongside her aunt Lu Qing and shared a childhood friendship with Mr. Fu. They were childhood sweethearts. Mr. Fu's attempt to redeem the Lu family's shares, I'd wager she played half the role in that, wouldn't you agree? Fu Yanzhou gave an awkward chuckle. Mr. Li, please don't take offense. She's just a brainless little girl, she never meant to target you. I'll personally brew you some tea to apologize. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need. I've always been clear about debts and grievances. Since the Lu family harbors such resentment toward me, I shall see them utterly destroyed. Within 2 weeks, I will bankrupt the Lu family and destroy their household. My word is my bond. Li Chen rose and walked out of the conference room. Tang put on a mask, gathered her documents, and followed. Fu Yanzhou panicked, cursing Lu Xiaoxiao's stupidity under his breath as he hurried after them. Mr. Li, please wait. This matter can still be negotiated. We can increase our offer. Li Chen paused, turning back. Add 10% more, or it's off the table. Fu Yanzhou gritted his teeth. Fine, we'll add another 10%. Please wait a moment, Mr. Li. I'll have someone reprint the contract immediately. Li Chen smirked. I don't trust Mr. Fu's people. I'll stick with my own staff. Tang. Go reprint the contract. It's simple, just raise the price by 10%. Li Chen then turned to Fu Yanzhou. Mr. Fu, I hope you don't mind if I use your company's printer? Fu Yanzhou's mouth twitched. Li Chen was so blatantly teaming up with his fiancée, clearly trying to intimidate him right here on Fu territory. All because of that fool Lu Xiaoxiao. Of all people she had to provoke, she went and messed with Li Chen, that bully. Now, with the acquisition price hiked by 10%, the Fu Corporation faced an additional loss of over 1 billion yuan. To be humiliated by Li Chen on top of that, rage surged through Fu Yanzhou, pounding at his temples. Fu Yanzhou fixed a deathly stare on Tang. Chapter 74. You won't be around much longer. Li Chen had been observing Fu Yanzhou's expression. Noticing something amiss, he immediately reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Mr. Fu wouldn't be that petty, would he? Can't even borrow a printer? Then I'll have to leave for now. Once the contract is revised, we can discuss it in detail with Mr. Fu. Fu Yanzhou's anger dissipated completely at Li Chen's touch. In the current situation, all the initiative lay firmly in Li Chen's hands. Fu Yanzhou had no room for counterattack and could only concede. Mr. Li, you're joking. I was just wondering which department has a printer available right now. I'll personally escort Tang over right now. Li Chen raised his hand to stop Fu Yanzhou. Mr. Fu and I still have details to discuss. Let Tang go print the documents herself. Tang, you're okay with printing the documents yourself, right? Tang had come here specifically to assist Li Chen, so she readily agreed. Brother Chen, when I walked in earlier, I passed by the design department and saw their printer was free. I'll go reprint the contract right now. She wasn't stupid. They'd already mentioned assigning her to the design department. No matter what, as long as it helped Li Chen, even if the design department was a den of tigers and dragons, she'd dare to venture in. Fu Yanzhou frowned. Anyone with eyes and ears could see Tang was playing along with Li Chen. But it was just printing a document. What kind of trouble could possibly arise from that? What kind of scheme was Li Chen playing by deliberately stalling? This was his turf. He'd watch and see who emerged victorious in the end. Since Mr. Li wishes to discuss matters, I'll leave it to Miss Tang. At Fu Corporation, any available printer is at your disposal. Tang left with the documents, and Li Chen turned back toward the conference room. Didn't you want to treat me to some fine tea, Mr. Fu? Since we have time now, why not brew the tea first? Having learned his lesson this time, Fu Yanzhou personally fetched the tea leaves and utensils, brewing the tea for Li Chen with his own hands. Mr. Li, might you enlighten me as to your true purpose in declining Lu Jingchen's project? Is there some hidden reason I'm unaware of? Li Chen shook his head and smiled. Mr. Fu, you're quite the joker. This is a business secret worth hundreds of billions. If you really want to know, give me 10 billion and I'll tell you the truth. Fu Yanzhou was momentarily speechless. He picked up the teacup and offered it to Li Chen. If you'd rather not disclose it, Mr. Li, then let's discuss the detailed plan for repurchasing Lu Group's shares. Li Chen sipped his tea and smiled faintly. The contract's already been sent for printing. Cash on delivery, nothing more to discuss. Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou clenched his fists. In all these years, no one had ever dared to play him like this. Li Chen was the first. This humiliation would be repaid in kind someday. While Li Chen stalled Fu Yanzhou with underhanded tactics in the conference room, Tang encountered trouble immediately upon arriving at the design department. It was Lu Xiaoxiao again, the design department director. Fresh from being reprimanded by Fu Yanzhou and still fuming, she saw Tang about to use the printer and immediately yanked the power cord. Who the hell do you think you are, stealing our printer? Who gave you the nerve? Tang glanced back and recognized the idiot who'd thrown a fit in the conference room earlier. Not wanting to waste her breath on such a fool, she snatched the plug back, reconnected it, and resumed printing. Lu Xiaoxiao was furious. Being looked down upon by Li Chen earlier was one thing after all, that guy had every reason to despise her. But how dare a lowly assistant ignore her? Rage shattered her reason. Snatching the contract from Tang's hands, Lu Xiaoxiao tore it violently. Tang, startled by Lu Xiaoxiao's fury, couldn't react in time to stop her. What are you doing? Staring at the scattered scraps on the floor, Tang was on the verge of tears. This was the first task Brother Chen had given her. Nothing much. Just shredded some worthless paper. Got a problem with that? Lu Xiaoxiao, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to taunt her with a defiant smirk. Tang was utterly speechless. She jogged back to the conference room. Brother Chen, that Lu Xiaoxiao tore up the contract. I couldn't stop her. Punish me. Li Chen was delighted. This female lead truly was no ordinary character. Once unleashed, she was bound to face setbacks. With this, the plot for the female lead's suffering was practically set in stone. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. After soothing Tang, Li Chen turned his gaze to Fu Yanzhou. It seems the eldest daughter of the Lu family has no intention of saving her brother or her clan. In that case, we'll abandon the stock repurchase deal. I have matters to attend to. I'll bother you another day. Fu Yanzhou was stunned. He just shelled out over $1 billion extra to get Li Chen to agree to sell the shares. Now this Lu Xiaoxiao had appeared out of nowhere and managed to offend Li Chen too. What kind of karma was this? Mr. Li. Please wait. Let me explain. There must be some misunderstanding. I'll have Lu Xiaoxiao come over right now to apologize personally. Please spare me your wrath. Li Chen grinned. You know me, I never waste my breath on empty promises. True sincerity isn't just about empty words. Upon hearing this, Fu Yanzhou understood Li Chen's meaning. It was simply a matter of raising the price. Add another 2%. How does that show sincerity? Li Chen shrugged. 10%. Take it or leave it. I won't repeat myself. Fu Yanzhou took a deep breath, his face set with determination. Just send me the materials directly. I'll handle the printing myself this time. Li Chen grinned as he sent Fu Yanzhou the document. Don't forget to change the price, okay? Fu Yanzhou shot Li Chen a glance before turning and leaving the conference room. In front of the design department printer, Fu Yanzhou's face darkened as he watched the scattered debris on the floor. He manually imported the data and revised the prices. Lu Xiaoxiao, confused, approached him. Yanzhou, why are you printing materials yourself? Just have someone notify me, and I'll handle it for you. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao only darkened Fu Yanzhou's expression further. His eyes flushed slightly, and his throat convulsed. Get out of here! Startled, Lu Xiaoxiao rushed forward and embraced Fu Yanzhou. Yanzhou, why are you angry with me? Tell me what I did wrong. I'll change it if you ask. But treating me like this, it really scares me. Fu Yanzhou shoved Lu Xiaoxiao away. Get out of my sight. Leave me alone. One more word, and you'll be kicked out of Fu Corporation. Seeing Fu Yanzhou lose his temper like this for the first time in all these years, Lu Xiaoxiao was thoroughly shaken and could only slowly back away. It must be Li Chen, and that little. She had just offended them, and now they were taking their anger out on Yanzhou. I'll make them pay dearly and avenge Yanzhou. Muttering to herself, Lu Xiaoxiao quickened her pace toward the conference room. Sure enough, the moment she opened the door, she saw Li Chen and that little sipping tea and laughing cheerfully. How dare you brew tea in the conference room? You have some nerve. Li Chen froze, turning to look at Lu Xiaoxiao in confusion. Are you talking to me? Lu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. You good-for-nothing brat. You're nothing but an ill-mannered upstart who got lucky. Think you can run wild just because you struck it rich? She had expected these words to enrage Li Chen, but Lu Xiaoxiao was wrong. Li Chen showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled. Same goes for you. We're both fallen souls adrift in this world. Let's encourage each other. Lu Xiaoxiao didn't understand Li Chen's meaning and sneered coldly. I'm not cut from the same cloth as you. I come from a family with proper upbringing and heritage, a true upper-class individual. You, an ill-mannered upstart, can't compare. Li Chen smiled faintly. Rest assured. You won't have them for much longer. Chapter 75, A Strange Family. Hearing Li Chen's words, a chill breeze swept inexplicably over Lu Xiaoxiao's back, sending a shiver through her heart. What do you mean? You're going after my parents? Li Chen smiled faintly. Don't go making baseless accusations. Watch your mouth, I'll sue you for defamation. If you're done, get out. I hate trash wafting around in front of me. Hearing Li Chen call her trash, Lu Xiaoxiao's anger flared again. Just as she was about to lash out, Fu Yanzhou pushed open the door. What are you doing here? Get out. The thunderous shout cut off Lu Xiaoxiao mid-spell. Seeing Fu Yanzhou treat her so harshly, Lu Xiaoxiao stormed out in fury. Fu Yanzhou sighed inwardly. Lu Xiaoxiao was acting strangely today, inexplicably offending people left and right. She hadn't always been like this. Perhaps encountering Li Chen, her sworn enemy, had clouded her judgment with hatred. It seemed he'd need to help her process her emotions properly later. For now, the urgent priority was to reclaim the Lu family's shares. Mr. Li. The contract is printed and the funds are ready. As soon as you sign, the money will be transferred immediately. Li Chen took the contract, scanned it briefly, found no signs of foul play, and stamped it with his signature. The Fu family's connections were indeed formidable, with deep partnerships across major banks. Over 70 billion yuan was transferred in batches within 10 minutes. Within a week, the round-trip transaction netted over 20 billion yuan in profit. Li Chen couldn't help but admire the Fu family's immense wealth. These wealthy families were a lucrative target he'd previously overlooked while developing new technologies. Now that Li Group was firmly on track and poised for explosive growth, these aristocratic families would serve as perfect fuel. He had no choice. His sister had fed him this information, painting these families as such fools. If he didn't devour them, he'd be letting Nianci down. Cash for goods. I guarantee all those videos online will be taken down before 3 p.m. Your dear cousin will be home for dinner tonight. No need to thank me. It's the least I could do. With a smile, Li Chen stood up and patted Tang Tang on the shoulder. I'm off. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Tang Tang grinned. Mission accomplished. Li Chen turned to Fu Yanzhou and gave him a sly grin. I've delivered your fiancé to you. Don't disappoint me after all I've done for you. Watching Li Chen exit, Fu Yanzhou felt a surge of humiliation. He shot Tang Tang a vicious glare. What exactly are you after? Tang Tang had already coordinated her response with Li Chen and replied without hesitation, of course, it's for learning. Brother Chen said he'd set up a design department for me once I finish my studies. My dad will also give me a production line. I want to be my own boss, what's wrong with that? Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou found no rebuttal. Fine. Go directly to HR to complete your onboarding. I'll have someone escort you to the design department. But listen carefully, no leaking blueprints or company secrets. You should know the consequences. And your semester starts soon. Once classes begin, you must resign immediately. Tang Tang nodded with a smile. Shengu said I should follow your lead in everything. I'm your fiancé. You'll be responsible for anything that happens to me here, right? Fu Yanzhou's eye twitched. He had to prevent Tang Tang from harming the group in any way. The fact that you're my fiancé cannot be disclosed within the group. If I find out, I'll fire you immediately. Tang Tang lightly touched her bracelet, puzzled. Why hide it? Does the Fu family intend to renege on the engagement? Fu Yanzhou frowned deeply, waving his hand dismissively. The Fu family won't renege. Just remember, you must never reveal our relationship to anyone. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Also, take off that mask. It'll remind people of the engagement banquet and your identity will be exposed. Tang Tang removed her mask and curled her lip in disdain. I've done nothing wrong. I'm no criminal. Why should I hide my identity? What are you afraid of? Fu Yanzhou suddenly saw traces of Li Chen in Tang Tang. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Her background check had revealed her as an insecure, timid girl impossible to transform into such a formidable presence overnight. Therefore, it was certain that these words had been taught to her by Li Chen. She was helping Li Chen draw him into a trap, trying to force him to admit he'd initiated the marriage annulment, or perhaps she had other motives. He absolutely couldn't let her succeed. Otherwise, the Fu Corporation would face certain crisis. After sorting through his thoughts, Fu Yanzhou gave a dismissive laugh. I had you conceal your identity for your own good. Starting from the bottom allows you to learn more. Tang Tang's tense aura suddenly relaxed. Fine then. I'll start at the bottom. I'm off to HR to sign in. You can finish your drink. Recalling Tang Tang's light footsteps and vibrant figure as she departed, Fu Yanzhou fell deep in thought. Would she really betray me? There's no animosity between us, why would she help Li Chen against me? I'm her fiancé, she should be defending me. It's all my fault for not finding her sooner. Otherwise, Li Chen wouldn't have exploited the opportunity to use her as leverage against me. Evening, Lu family villa. Lu Qing sat on the sofa with a dark expression, her eyes coldly fixed on the person across from her. Lu Jingchen flinched violently, immediately kneeling before Lu Qing. Auntie, please don't be angry. Your nephew knows he was wrong. You can hit me or scold me, anything to make you feel better. Lu Jingchen had always held this aunt in the highest regard since childhood. It was she who had secured the Lu family's firm foothold in Tianhai. It was mainly because this aunt treated him very well and spoiled him rotten. But the words that had always worked before now fell on deaf ears. Lu Qing snapped coldly, your parents frequently traveled abroad for business, leaving you in my care. Back then, you were young and didn't understand things, so I let you get away with a lot. But now you're an adult and have been confirmed as the Lu family's heir. You should be mindful of your words and actions. Do you have any idea how much we sacrificed to bail you out this time? Because of your thoughtless words, Lu Corporation has lost over 50 billion, and our stock is still plummeting. How could the Lu family produce such a useless person as you? From this moment on, sever all ties with the Mu family. Do you understand? Lu Jingchen stiffened his neck. No. The Mu family saved my life. How could I abandon them? Hearing this, Lu Qing grabbed the ruler from the table and lashed it hard across Lu Jingchen's arm. Lu Jingchen gritted his teeth. Go ahead and hit me. Even if you beat me to death, I won't abandon the Mu family. Lu Qing paused with her hand raised, her voice filled with disappointment. You fool! It was Mu Shengsheng who saved you. Mu Shengsheng is merely the Mu family's adopted daughter. If you wish to repay a debt of gratitude, take her with you. Why sacrifice the Lu family for the Mu family? Do you even realize who you've offended? Lu Jingchen froze, then asked in confusion, "And, I just don't understand." That person was clearly seeking revenge for Mu Xinqing. Then why is he targeting the Mu family? Mu Xinqing is the Mu family's heiress. If he wants to avenge her, why is he crushing the Mu family instead? Lu Qing froze upon hearing Lu Jingchen's words. Now that she thought about it carefully, the whole situation reeked of strangeness and was clearly unreasonable. Lu Jingchen continued, "After spending time with them these past few days, I've noticed something. Every member of the Mu family cares more about their adopted daughter than their biological daughter. They would even disregard the life of their own flesh and blood for the sake of the adopted one." Lu Qing's heart jolted. She was no stranger to the intrigues of wealthy families over the years. Some things simply couldn't be discussed openly. This is the Mu family's private matter. It's none of your concern. Just take Mu Shengsheng and leave. The Mu family is about to collapse anyway. Don't give them another thought. Lu Jingchen, who always heeded his aunt's words, nodded. "All right, aunt. I beg you please help me get Chengcheng released on bail. Her health is fragile. If she stays in prison much longer, I fear she won't survive." Chapter 76, A Different Approach to Coaxing. Rainy night, Li family manor, office area. "Young master, I've brought you a late night snack. May I come in?" Hearing the voice outside, Li Chen closed his laptop. "Come in. The door isn't locked. I actually wanted to discuss something with you." Lu Jingchen has been released from prison. He also had his aunt secure bail for Mu Xinqing. "What are your thoughts on this?" Mu Shengsheng pretended not to hear, taking small steps to gently place a stew pot before Li Chen. "This is the nourishing soup I made using the recipe you gave me. Try it and tell me how it tastes." Li Chen's lips twitched. This female lead seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Didn't she realize they were discussing how to deal with the Mu family? Why was she acting like she hadn't heard a word? Was there something wrong with her ears? "Mu Shengsheng, did you hear what I just said?" Li Chen asked tentatively. Mu Shengsheng nodded. "I heard you." Lu Jingchen got out of prison, and Mu Xinqing was released on bail. "You haven't had your soup yet. It'll get cold soon and won't taste good." Li Chen felt a bit dazed. Clearly, the female lead's ears were fine. "Aren't you curious about how we're going to deal with them next? They bullied you so badly, even tried to take your life. Haven't you thought about how to get revenge?" Mu Shengsheng asked curiously. "Didn't you say you'd figure it out? I just need to cooperate with you, right? You sent them to jail and crushed their business. They're suffering. I'm satisfied with every plan you've made. I trust you, so whatever you want me to do, I'll cooperate." Li Chen was thoroughly impressed. Mu Shengsheng's approach was pure give up and cling to a powerful ally. If the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. Given her experiences over the years, clinging to powerful allies truly was the optimal solution. "Fine. Since you refuse to think for yourself, we'll proceed as I say. Tomorrow I'll take you to the Mu group. Remember your identity clearly, you are Mu Xinqing, the Mu family's heiress." Mu Shengsheng nodded. "I understand. I'll follow your lead. Quick, taste this soup. They say it nourishes the spirit and aids sleep. Who knows if it's true or not?" Hearing this, Li Chen knew his words had fallen on deaf ears. She simply didn't care about the Mu family affairs. Her passion lay solely in her beloved culinary craft. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Everyone pursued different things. Who knew? Maybe Mu Shengsheng would become a culinary god someday. After all, she was the female lead blessed by the heavens. With that thought, Li Chen sipped the soup and nodded. The heat control could be better, but the flavor is incredibly creative. To achieve this level on your first try with a stew pot shows remarkable culinary talent. Don't let recipes hold you back and stifle your talent. From now on, cook whatever dishes you love. Understand? Receiving this affirmation once more, Mu Xinqing's heart blossomed with joy. "I understand, thank you for your appreciation, young master." Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's late. Go rest now. Tomorrow's performance is a big one. You need to be well rested to give your best." Mu Shengsheng obediently gathered her things. As she stepped out, she glanced back at Li Chen. "Young master, may I ask you a question?" Li Chen paused as he opened his notebook, then smiled. "Of course. As long as I can answer it, I'll tell you everything I know." Mu Shengsheng thought for a moment. "Never mind. You should get some rest too, young master." Watching her retreating figure, Li Chen felt inexplicably puzzled but dismissed it, quickly returning to his own tasks. Turning right outside the door, Mu Shengsheng halted. Through the specially treated glass, she caught a glimpse of the blurred figure and a faint smile touched her lips. Actually, this was just fine. The stars and sun in the sky were always unreachable, yet their light still shone upon you, giving warmth and guiding you through the darkness. "Mu Shengsheng? What are you doing here?" A sudden voice interrupted Mu Xingxing's reverie. "I came to deliver a midnight snack for the young master." "Does Miss Su need to see him?" Seeing the jar in Mu Xingxing's hands, Su Muxue felt an inexplicable surge of intense unease. "From now on, I'll handle bringing him his late-night meals. Also, there's no need to bring meals to Aiken anymore. I'll take good care of him. Mu Shengsheng shook her head. This is the only way I can repay the young master. I just want to do what I can. Miss Su, do you lack even this much generosity? Besides, Miss Su is merely a casual acquaintance of the young master. What right do you have to command me? When someone tried to steal her spotlight, Mu Shengsheng could only fight back. Su Muxue was momentarily speechless at the sharp retort. In the past, everyone regarded her as the mistress of this place, so she could naturally make demands. But now she was merely a guest here. Her words held no authority anymore. This was one of the prices she had paid. You. Leave. With no other choice, Su Muxue could only back down and compromise. Mu Shengsheng smiled faintly. Miss Su, I must remind you, once certain things are lost, they're gone forever. Su Muxue shot Mu Shengsheng a glare. Mind your own business. If something's lost, I'll retrieve it myself. What belongs to me, no one can take away. Miss Mu, it's time for you to wash the dishes. Su Muxue's deliberate belittlement had no effect whatsoever on Mu Shengsheng. She'd been washing dishes for nearly a decade. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Su. I'll be off to wash the dishes now. May your wishes come true tonight. With that, Mu Shengsheng pushed past Su Muxue and strode off, head held high like a triumphant peacock. Su Muxue's teeth nearly ground to dust. Mu Shengsheng was clearly mocking her for failing to win Li Chen back. Filled with resentment, she pushed open the door. Shan, why aren't you resting yet? You've been working too hard lately. You'll wear yourself out. Li Chen was even more baffled. When did Su Muxue start caring about him like this? Could it be that the system had implanted some kind of psychological suggestion in her too? This was getting really troublesome. I've just had a lot on my plate lately. Things should ease up once this busy period passes. Is there something you needed to discuss? To avoid disrupting the plan, he could only give Su Muxue a perfunctory answer. Su Muxue quickly moved closer and plopped down onto Li Chen's lap. I missed you. I couldn't sleep without you. Li Chen pushed Su Muxue away with one hand, rolling his eyes. Cut the crap. If you have something to say it. If not, go back to sleep. Already feeling deeply hurt by Mu Shengsheng's mockery, Li Chen's words shattered her last shred of emotional defense. In an instant, tears streamed down Su Muxue's face like raindrops as she slumped against the wall, sobbing uncontrollably. Li Chen panicked. He hadn't pushed her hard, and she hadn't hit her head or anything. Why was she crying like this? Who's picking on you? Tell me, and I'll beat them up for you. Hearing this, Su Muxue cried even harder, curling up into a ball in the corner. At a loss, Li Chen could only pull Su Muxue into his arms and gently pat her back. There, Xiao Shui. Be a good girl and stop crying, okay? In previous years, this comforting would have worked when Su Muxue cried. But this time, Li Chen miscalculated. Su Muxue cried even harder. I'm not a child anymore. Can you please stop trying to comfort me this way? I really need you. I can't live without you, you know that? Li Chen was dumbfounded once more. He was skilled at soothing children, but as Su Muxue had pointed out, she was an adult now. The old methods no longer worked. How to comfort a grown woman was a profoundly complex subject, one he'd never attempted and knew nothing about. As he stood there dazed, Su Muxue suddenly pushed him down onto the floor and buried her face into his chest. This is how you comfort me, got it? After catching her breath, Su Muxue moved again. Li Chen tried to stop her, but remembering her psychological issues and her need for an emotional outlet, he stopped struggling. Chapter 77, No Comparison, No Pain. Today marked a new chapter of transformation for the Mu Group. The second largest shareholder had joined forces with the third and fourth largest shareholders to convene a shareholders' meeting. Outside the group's entrance, Mu Shengsheng clasped Li Chen's arm and took a deep breath. Young master, I'm a bit nervous. What should I do? Li Chen smiled faintly. Just chill. What else can we do? Mu Shengsheng shot Li Chen a disapproving look before exhaling slowly, suppressing her nerves. You little bastard, what are you doing here? This is the Mu Group building, not a place you should be. A voice dripping with contempt suddenly cut through the air. Both turned to see Mu Shengsheng clutching Lu Jingchen's hand, her face twisted with fury. The moment their eyes met Li Chen's, both instinctively looked away. Li Chen had no interest in arguing with them. He took Mu Shengsheng by the hand and walked through the main entrance. Mu Shengsheng released Lu Jingchen and hurried to block their path, her arms outstretched to keep them outside. This is the Mu Group. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Lu Jingchen startled, quickly pulling away from Mu Shengsheng. Mr. Li, Shengsheng doesn't know any better. Please be magnanimous and forgive her this once. Li Chen couldn't be bothered with Mu Shengsheng, just a fool, and one about to become a stray dog at that. Get lost. Those two casual words delivered immense psychological pressure to Lu Jingchen and Mu Shengsheng. They had already witnessed Li Chen's ruthlessness and couldn't muster the slightest desire to resist. You may enter, but she may not. Mu Shengsheng pointed at Mu Shengsheng. This was the utmost concession she could offer. Li Chen sneered. You're just an adopted daughter of the Mu family. What right do you have to stand in the way of the Mu heiress? You think you're something special, huh? Xin, slap her. Let her see who's really in charge here. Upon receiving the order, Mu Shengsheng stepped forward and slapped Mu Xinqing across the face. The frail Mu Xinchuan staggered from the blow, touching her cheek in utter disbelief. You little bastard, you dare hit me? You're asking for it. Since she could remember, she had never been slapped. This was the first time, and it was at the hands of this lowly, worthless brat. Rage surged through her, and Mu Xinqing lunged at Mu Shengsheng. Having just struck Mu Xinqing, Mu Shengsheng felt a vindictive thrill surge through her, clouding her judgment. She raised her hand again, delivering another vicious slap. Smack! You, some unknown bastard child adopted daughter, dare to insult this young lady? You're asking for death. Brute force worked wonders. This slap, channeling a decade of pent-up resentment, sent Mu Xinqing crashing to the ground. Shang Cheng! Lu Jingchen gasped in shock, shoving Mu Shengsheng aside as he rushed to cradle Mu Xinchuan on the floor. The force of the shove sent Mu Shengsheng tumbling backward, her wrists and elbows scraping against the floor. Blood quickly soaked through her sleeves. Li Chen, still calculating how the situation would unfold, was also startled. He couldn't fathom why Lu Jingchen would shove Mu Shengsheng when the space was wide open and Lu Jingchen was already the closest to Mu Xinqing. Lu Jingchen must be seriously mentally ill, or perhaps subconsciously protecting that so-called Chengcheng, instinctively taking revenge on Mu Shengsheng. Thinking about it that way, it made perfect sense. A sudden flash of insight struck Li Chen. He quickly scooped up Mu Shengsheng and turned back toward his own car. The car contained an emergency medical kit. A series of disinfecting and bandaging procedures took over 10 minutes. I'm sorry. I truly didn't expect Lu Jingchen to push you. It's my fault for not catching you in time. It must have hurt. Mu Shengsheng shook her head. How could this be your fault? Lu Jingchen deliberately pushed me with such force to get revenge. He was always violent back then, and he hasn't changed a bit. But those 2 slaps just now felt so satisfying. I could have gone on. Mu Shengsheng suddenly realized something, her cheeks flushing slightly. Young master, do you think I'm too violent? Li Chen paused for a moment, then smiled and said, protecting your own safety and interests isn't violence, it's courage. Remember this, you must strike back hard against anyone who threatens you. Your safety comes before everything else. Mu Shengsheng suddenly wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck and planted a lightning-fast kiss on his lips. Li Chen froze, then immediately pushed her away. These past days, he'd been ambushed by girls in all sorts of ways. He couldn't fathom what they were thinking. It made him seem like some kind of loose cannon, like any girl could just go ahead and nibble on him. He swore he'd never harbored improper thoughts toward these girls. He genuinely only wanted to use them to make money. He truly wasn't a scumbag, nor would he deceive these girls' feelings. Young master, why are you staring at me like that? Mu Xinqing's face flushed crimson as her eyes darted around nervously, avoiding Li Chen's gaze. Li Chen released Mu Shengsheng, hesitating for a moment. Don't do that again, understand? Mu Shengsheng nodded. Master, please don't be angry. I won't dare do it again. Li Chen sighed helplessly and took off his coat. Your sleeve is torn and covered in blood. Put on my clothes so your wound doesn't get infected. Once we've handled things here, I'll take you to the hospital to get it redressed. After slipping into the clothes, Mu Shengsheng appeared even more petite. The smile radiating across her face made her look utterly joyful and adorable. At the entrance, Lu Jingchen supported Mu Xinqing, yet his gaze remained fixed on Mu Shengsheng. He had an overwhelming sense that he had lost something incredibly important. Mu Shengsheng found Lu Jingchen's probing gaze utterly repulsive. She recalled how Li Chen had looked at her only with pity, tenderness, and guilt, never a hint of aggression. This stark contrast made Mu Shengsheng furious. What are you staring at? Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyes out, turning you blind again. Li Chen shot Mu Shengsheng a startled look. Knowing her as he did, she shouldn't be this aggressive. What on earth was going on? Mu Shengsheng tugged Li Chen, blocking Lu Jingchen's line of sight. Young master, I really hate him. Let's get out of here. Li Chen glanced back at Lu Jingchen. A handsome young man, but what a shame. He'd thoroughly offended the female lead this time. He'd be in for a rough ride from now on. You bastard. You hit me and think you can just walk away? You won't leave here until you give me an explanation today. Just as the two were about to leave, Mu Xinqing jumped out again. This time, however, Lu Jingchen reacted quickly and grabbed Mu Xinqing by the arm. Cheng, have you lost your mind? One of them is the head of the Li family, the other is the Mu family's heiress. You're just an adopted daughter of the Mu family. What makes you think you can stand up to them? Have you forgotten how we got in here? Lu Jingchen's words jolted Mu Xinqing back to reality. She was currently posing as the adopted daughter Mu Shengsheng. She couldn't risk exposing her true identity. Gritting her teeth, she stepped aside. Watching them walk away, Lu Jingchen felt as if his heart had been pricked by a needle. An indescribable sense of frustration choked his chest. Cheng, why do you hate Mu Xinqing so much? The Mu family seems to treat you quite well. Why must you antagonize her? Startled by the question, Mu Xinqing feared her cover was blown. Quickly shifting her thoughts, she explained. You saw it yourself. Because I'm so well behaved, Mom, Dad, and my brothers treat me wonderfully, as if I were their own. Xinqing has always been jealous of me since she was little. She thinks I stole all the love from Dad, Mom, and my brothers. When no one's around, she bullies me every day, hitting me like she did just now. That's why I developed this chronic illness. My health keeps getting worse. It's all my fault. I stole the love my family gave her, driving her mad with jealousy. I must explain everything to her properly, make her accept our whole family. Only together can we be happy. After hearing Mu Xinqing's explanation, Lu Jingchen felt uncertain. If she truly sought forgiveness as she claimed, why did she still act so forceful? There must be some misunderstanding at play here. He had to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 78, The Peculiar Female Lead. Mu Group Conference Room. Today, major and minor shareholders gathered, filling both sides of the long table. Chairman Mu Zhonghuai and President Mu Hui collectively held 50% of Mu Group's shares. As the largest shareholders, they could only sit on either side, neither daring to occupy the central seat of honor. When Li Chen entered the conference room, chatting and laughing with Mu Shengsheng, the room fell silent. Is everyone here? With a casual remark, Li Chen naturally took the central seat. Mu Shengsheng immediately pulled out a thermos from her bag and poured him a cup of hot tea. Years of experience had taught Li Chen never to accept food from strangers outside. Let's cut to the chase. I'm here today to acquire the Mu Group. By now, you should be well aware of my methods. The longer you resist, the more you'll lose. I'm offering today's highest price for your shares. Those willing to sell, come sign the papers. Those who refuse, well, that's your choice. Li Chen's reputation was known throughout the industry. With Mu Group pushed to the brink of bankruptcy these past days, holding out any longer would likely land them in debt and jail regardless of whether they broke even. Li Chen had long made clear the purpose of today's shareholders' meeting, and those present were all willing to sell their shares. No sooner had he finished speaking than people began approaching with pre-prepared contracts to sign. Each signatory breathed a sigh of relief. At least they could recoup their investment now. As expected, once all signatures were collected, the conference room emptied out. Only the Mu family father and son remained, along with Lu Jingchen and Mu Xinqing, who had arrived later. I now hold 50% of the shares, making me the undisputed majority shareholder. When do you two plan to sell your remaining 50%? Taking a sip of tea, Li Chen asked calmly. Mu Zhonghuai smiled faintly. We never intended to sell our shares. Now that you are the largest shareholder of Mu Corporation, my son and I are willing to step back and let you take charge of managing the company. Li Chen looked up at Mu Zhonghuai and quipped, that's quite the plan, retire to collect dividends while I work for the Mu family? Mu Zhonghuai chuckled. Mr. Li, you're too kind. I simply have 200% confidence in your abilities. We feel completely at ease entrusting the management of Mu Corporation to you. Clearly, the Mu family had a plan all along. As long as they held on to their shares, Li Chen couldn't harm them. They were certain Li Chen wouldn't walk away from a profitable venture. He would inevitably take over the Mu Group's operations. The Mu family father and son, confident in their victory, both wore smiles. Li Chen glanced at his wristwatch and joined in the laughter. Are you ready? Time to collect your people. As the words fell, a group of men in law enforcement uniforms stormed into the conference room. Mu Zhonghuai, chairman of Mu Group, is suspected of bribery, embezzlement of public funds, tax evasion, and hiring assassins. The evidence is irrefutable. Arrest him immediately. An arrest warrant was presented, and Mu Zhonghuai was handcuffed behind his back and dragged out of the conference room. Mu Hui, acting president of Mu Group, is suspected of tax evasion, bribery, embezzlement, poisoning and false accusation, coercion and rape, among other crimes. The evidence is conclusive. Arrest him immediately. Just as Mu Hui attempted to protest, his mouth was covered. Save any statements for the interrogation room. We will provide you with a professional legal counsel, or you may contact your own attorney. Without further ado, Mu Hui was led away. Witnessing this scene, Mu Xinqing erupted in fury. It's you! You must be behind this. Make them release my dad and my brother, or I'll never let you off the hook. Observing Mu Xinqing's frenzied state, Li Chen dismissed her entirely, curling his lips in a sneer. Then I'll be waiting to see you come after me. Now, I need to discuss the matter of the new acting president with the Mu family's heiress. I kindly request that the two of you, who are not involved, leave our meeting room. Muk Xingxin grew frantic at the words. With her father and brother arrested, the charges suggested they wouldn't get off lightly. If Li Chen was allowed to run rampant at the corporation, the Mu Group would soon bear the Li name. She had to find a way to stop Li Chen. The problem was, Li Chen was now the sole major shareholder. With both the chairman and president who held the remaining half of the shares under arrest, he had the authority to appoint anyone to take over the group. In essence, the Mu Group was now entirely under Li Chen's control. Brother Jingchen, you must help me. I can't lose my father and brother, nor can I lose the Mu Group. Before Lu Jingchen could respond, Li Chen interjected with a smirk. The Mu family's heiress isn't even worried, so why should you, an adopted daughter, be so anxious? You don't seriously think this Mu Group still has a place for you, do you? Mu Shengsheng suddenly slammed her hand on the table, startling Li Chen so badly he spilled his water cup onto his thigh. Luckily, the tea was lukewarm and didn't scald him. Exactly. If even the legitimate daughter of the prestigious Mu family isn't panicking, why should you, an adopted daughter, be so anxious? Tell me, are you trying to seize the Mu family's assets? You ungrateful wretch. The Mu family raised you for over a decade, feeding you well and treating you kindly. Now that the Mu family is in trouble, you come out of the woodwork and try to bite the hand that fed you. I truly misjudged you. Get the hell out of Mu Corporation right now, this instant, with your mistress. Or don't blame me for being rude. Being berated point blank by Mu Shengsheng drove Mu Xinqing nearly mad. She was the rightful heiress of the Mu family. How dare Mu Shengsheng speak with such righteous indignation? These lines should have been hers to deliver, yet now she couldn't reveal her true identity. Because only Lu Jingchen could help her now. If she revealed her true identity and Lu Jingchen turned against her, the Mu family's last hope would be shattered. Already frail, the sudden surge of rage overwhelmed her. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Lu Jingchen was terrified. He immediately scooped up Mu Xinqing and rushed her out of the conference room to the hospital for treatment. After everyone had left, Mu Shengsheng looked at Li Chen, whose shirt was soaked through in a large patch, and flushed. Young master, I'm sorry. I got too excited and scared you. Did you get burned? Let me see if you're hurt. With that, Mu Shengsheng grabbed Li Chen's belt buckle and snapped it open with a click. Li Chen hurriedly pressed down on Mu Xingxing's small hand. Stop it. Mu Shengsheng froze for a moment. Just let me check. I won't feel at ease until I'm sure you're not hurt. That area is too important to you, young master. I'll take full responsibility for you. Li Chen's face flushed a rare crimson. I know my own body. I'm truly fine, and I don't need you to take responsibility. Mu Shengsheng replied doubtfully, really? Young master, you're not lying to me? Li Chen nodded earnestly, prying Mu Xingxing's hands away to fasten the belt himself. Curiously, he asked, where did you learn that skill? You did it faster than I could. Mu Shengsheng shrugged. 3 men in my household. Dozens of belts every year. I'm the one who maintains them all. I've handled at least 500 belts. I've seen nearly every buckle on the market and can disassemble and reassemble them with ease. Hearing this, Li Chen ruffled Mu Xingxing's hair reassuringly. From this moment on, your suffering is over. You will now become the sword of judgment, passing judgment on the sins once laid upon you. No one will escape. Mu Shengsheng glanced down. Young master, it must be uncomfortable being wet like this. Why don't you take it off? I'll take it to the bathroom and blow dry it for you? Li Chen froze, a wave of bitter frustration washing over him. Young lady. Could you focus on what's important? What we should be discussing now is how to undermine the Mu family and take them over. Mu Shengsheng frowned slightly. I don't understand these matters. Whatever the young master says goes. I'm the young master's servant. Isn't caring for him the most important thing? Li Chen gritted his teeth, finally giving up. What on earth had his sister written? What kind of female lead spends every day thinking about being a servant? Could it be that Li Nianci had mistaken the female lead? But she was the author, how could she possibly be mistaken? For now, he'd just have to keep Mu Shengsheng calm. As long as the plot didn't collapse, he didn't care what she did. Chapter 79, Meeting You is a New Beginning. Just blow dry it. There's a clothing store downstairs. Go buy me a new pair and bring it up. Wet pants were indeed a hassle, so Li Chen could only send Mu Shengsheng downstairs to buy him a new pair. At the base of the Mu Group building, an ambulance picked up Mu Xinqing and Lu Jingchen. After a quick examination, the attending physician immediately delivered the diagnosis. The patient is in shock, with internal bleeding and kidney failure. Notify the emergency room to prepare immediately. The patient's family should prepare to sign consent forms. This surgery carries significant risks. Lu Jingchen froze, overcome with regret. He knew full well that Cheng Cheng was unwell. He should have kept her at home to rest instead of dragging her around everywhere. It was all Mu Xinqing and Li Chen's fault. If she hadn't hit Cheng Cheng and provoked her, things wouldn't have escalated this badly. With that thought, Lu Jingchen immediately dialed Lu Qilan's number and explained the situation. Hearing that Mu Zhonghui had been arrested, Lu Qilan felt a surge of relief. But when she learned Mu Hui had been detained too, she could barely sit still. Learning her daughter had gone into shock and needed emergency treatment, Lu Qilan's legs went weak. Saving my daughter is the priority. Take her immediately to number 30 South Suburb. It's a private hospital run by a friend of mine with the best equipment. Make sure she gets the best care. I'll go find blood and kidney donors for her right now. After hanging up, Lu Qilan immediately dialed her second son, Mu Huang. Your sister collapsed from shock after being provoked by that bastard. She should still be at the Mu Group headquarters. Find that by any means necessary and bring her to the hospital for blood and kidney transplants for your sister. No matter the cost. Mu Huan lost his composure upon receiving the call, asking no further questions. He hung up and sprang into action immediately. The Mu group was the Mu family's stronghold, with employees and security personnel all belonging to the Mu clan. Mu Shengsheng bought a pair of pants, her mind drifting to certain scenes, her cheeks flushing pink. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of people rushed forward, dragged her into a van, and sprayed her with some kind of substance. She drifted into a hazy sleep. In the conference room, Li Chen's wristband began to vibrate. He tapped the connection, and the van's interior immediately appeared on his phone screen. Another fish on the hook. How utterly foolish. I can't fathom how these idiots became part of the elite. Nianci's inner thoughts remained unspoken. She probably didn't even realize it herself. All this was just to advance the plot. Shaking his head, Li Chen pressed another button on his phone. Miss Jiang, I need to report something. Human trafficking, illegal organ harvesting, murder for profit. The criminal's location has been shared with you. Dispatch officers immediately. No sooner had she booked the Mu family father and son into the holding cell than Zhang Miaomiao received Li Chen's call. After a 3-second freeze, she sprinted out of the law enforcement bureau. Uncle Zhao. Leave the interrogation to you. I'm going to apprehend the suspects. Watching Zhang Miaomiao rush out in a flurry of urgency, Zhao Xinnin's facial muscles twitched. She really was too young and inexperienced. You lot, follow her immediately. Ensure Miaomiao's safety at all costs. Several of the most capable officers from the 1st Brigade acknowledged the order and followed Zhang Miaomiao. Number 30, south suburb of Tianhai, a private clinic with a foreign language signboard. Small but fully equipped. Thanks to Lu Jingchen's efforts, Mu Xinqing was transferred to a private ambulance. Upon arrival, Mu Xinqing was immediately rushed into the sterile room for emergency treatment. Less than 10 minutes later, a van pulled up outside number 30. A group of men threw the unconscious Mu Shengsheng onto a stretcher and rushed her into the clinic. Watching Mu Shengsheng being rushed into the emergency room, Lu Jingchen suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his chest and collapsed to the ground. The pain came as abruptly as it left, and Lu Jingchen scrambled back to his feet. It's okay. It's just a kidney transplant. As long as it saves Chengcheng, I'll make it up to you later. Just as he was mentally preparing himself, a group of law enforcement officers burst into the clinic and immediately handcuffed Lu Jingchen. Seeing them about to storm into the operating room, Lu Jingchen went mad, shoving Zhang Miaomiao aside. No! I beg you. There's a patient undergoing emergency treatment inside right now. If you rush in, you could kill both of them. Please don't go in. Zhang Miaomiao hesitated for a moment. If it turned out to be true, as Lu Jingchen had said, and she caused someone's death, she would be held responsible. Pop. A faint sound suddenly echoed, and the clinic's lights dimmed as all power was cut off. Get out of the way. The clinic door kicked open, and Li Chen burst out, sending Lu Jingchen flying with a single kick. Without a word, the sterile room door, now in emergency mode after the power cut, swinged open effortlessly. 2 seconds later, Li Chen carried Mu Shengsheng out of the clinic. Hurry! To the hospital immediately. Old Wang slammed the gas pedal, and the car sped away. Young master, you've come to save me again. By the time she'd been brought to the clinic, the fog's effects had largely worn off. Mu Shengsheng remembered everything that happened afterward with crystal clarity. Hearing Mu Shengsheng speak, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me quickly, is anything wrong with your body? Mu Shengsheng forced a smile. I'm fine, just weak all over and sleepy. As long as you hold me, master, I won't be afraid. With that, Mu Shengsheng passed out. Li Chen remained uneasy and had Mu Shengsheng taken to his own hospital for a full examination. The final diagnosis concluded it was merely a case of extreme fright combined with residual effects from the sedative, causing the unconsciousness. She would be fine after sleeping it off at home. Li family manor. Li Chen kept vigil by Mu Shengsheng's bedside, occasionally offering her water, staying until the wee hours of the night. No! Master, save me! Suddenly, Mu Shengsheng jolted awake from a nightmare. The moment she saw Li Chen, she threw herself at him. I thought I was going to die, never to see you again. I was so scared you'd leave me behind. Having weathered life's storms, Mu Shengsheng felt she'd finally found her anchor. Her heart opened, no longer suppressing her emotions. Li Chen gently patted Mu Shengsheng's back, comforting her, it's all over now. No one will ever harm you again. Get some rest. Tomorrow at dawn, it will be your new beginning. Mu Shengsheng clung tightly to Li Chen, shaking her head. I don't want to sleep. I want to watch over you forever. Tomorrow doesn't matter. Meeting you was already my new beginning. Li Chen gently pushed Mu Shengsheng away and playfully tapped her on the head. You must be sleep-deprived to say such things. Now be a good girl and rest. You'll have plenty to do later. Mu Shengsheng rubbed her head and tucked herself under the covers. Yes, young master. I'll do as you say. I'll rest well so I can help you later. Li Chen turned to look at Li Nianci, inwardly rolling his eyes. This is your female lead? A weakling like this is supposed to be the female lead in a romance novel? Are you kidding me? Li Nianci completely ignored Li Chen's gaze. She was just as confused as he was. Clearly, one of the heroines, Mu Shengsheng, had been completely won over by her dim-witted brother. Then her storyline with Lu Jingchen, one of the male leads, should be falling apart too. But why hadn't the system issued any prompts or penalties yet? Was this even reasonable? Chapter 80, He Really Is Cheng Cheng. The next day, a news story sent shockwaves through the entire city of Tianhai. An underground organ trafficking ring was dismantled, solving over 100 missing persons cases. The billionaire Mu family was implicated. Mu Zhonghui received the death penalty, Mu Hui was sentenced to life imprisonment, Mu Huang received 20 years, and Lu Qilan received 16 years. Overnight, the once mighty Mu family was reduced to just 2 women. Adopted daughter Mu Shengsheng lay critically ill in the hospital, while the family's heiress, Mu Xinxing, shouldered the burden. All Mu family assets were liquidated and invested into Mu Group, which merged with major shareholder Li Group to become a subsidiary under Li Group. Mu Xingxin, the heiress of the Mu family, was appointed as the CEO. Overnight, the elite circles of Tianhai were gripped by fear. At an underground masked bar somewhere, the crowd swelled to several times its usual size. I knew it. I told you once you cross that demon, the Mu family is doomed. No one can stop it. But the Mu family still has one daughter left. Technically, they're not completely wiped out. At least there's still a sliver of hope. What hope? Haven't you seen the private photos circulating in the circle? That Mu family heiress is always trailing Li Chen around, bringing him meals, serving tea and water, acting like a maid. Why was she appointed as the subsidiary's CEO? Those in the know understand. The Li family has completely sidelined the Mu family. Before long, they might even change the company name. Aren't you curious? Why would the Mu family heiress help Li Chen against her own family? There must be some hidden secret behind it. I've heard a rumor apparently, whether she's the real Mu family heiress is questionable. Has anyone here ever seen what the Mu family's heiress actually looks like? The first time we heard about the Mu family having a daughter was at a birthday banquet over a decade ago. Rumor has it she suffered from some illness since childhood and has been kept at home ever since, never daring to appear in public. Forget whether she's the real heiress or not. We'd be wise to stay out of this mess, lest that bastard finds a way to use it against us. Though the bar seemed chaotic, it secretly served as a channel for wealthy families to pass on rumors. Seated in a booth, Lu Jingchen pushed his bat mask up his face, his mind swirling with doubts. After his arrest yesterday, the charges weren't serious, so Lu Qing quickly bailed him out. To save Cheng Cheng and protect the Mu family, he had knelt outside Lu Qing's door all night. Her heart finally softened, and she gave him a black card to the bar. She suggested this place might offer a chance to network with influential figures, perhaps making the Li family think twice. At the very least, finding some special channels would greatly increase the chances of rescuing Cheng Cheng. But after overhearing these people's conversations, he was plunged into utter confusion. Over these days of interaction, he had indeed noticed something amiss with the Mu family's heiress. Mu Xingxin was clearly the Muxing family's biological daughter, yet why did her family constantly target her while showering the adopted daughter with kindness? Now, recalling Cheng Cheng's explanation from that day, Lu Jingchen found it utterly absurd. Something was definitely amiss here. Otherwise, these mind-boggling events wouldn't have unfolded. I must return to the orphanage and get to the bottom of this. What exactly happened to my Chun-Chun? With that thought, Lu Jingchen rose and hurried out of the bar. At the entrance of Jinhua Orphanage, 2 security guards stopped Lu Jingchen. Wearing a ghost mask and sneaking into the orphanage at night, you're up to no good. Get out of here now, or I'll call the police. Lu Jingchen tore off his mask and bowed slightly. Please don't call the police. I'm here to see someone. I have urgent business with Director Zhang. Please notify him of my arrival. The security guards recognized Lu Jingchen the moment they saw his face. I saw you here a few days ago. The director even took you to look up some records. But you're too late. The director left yesterday for an inspection tour out of town. He won't be back for at least another fortnight. Lu Jingchen froze. No wonder his calls to the orphanage's internal line had gone unanswered. The director was away on business. Officer, could you give me the director's personal number? I have something very important to discuss with him. As he spoke, Lu Jingchen pulled out his wallet and stuffed all the cash inside into the security guard's hand. The security guard immediately beamed with delight, pulled out his phone, opened his contacts, and found the director's number. After dialing the number, Lu Jingchen urgently began, Director, this is Lu Jingchen. I need to know who adopted Cheng Cheng. Please don't lie to me. This is truly important to me. Director Zhang took a deep breath, recalling Li Chen's instructions from that day. Cheng Cheng was indeed adopted by the Mu family. Her adoptive father is Mu Zhonghui, and her adoptive mother is Lu Qilan. After joining the Mu family, she was renamed Mu Shengsheng. You reviewed the detailed records from that day yourself. I can stake my life on it the orphanage did not fabricate a single detail. I have matters to attend to here. I'll hang up now. Lu Jingchen's face drained of color. All hope was shattered. Cheng Cheng was indeed Mu Shengsheng. There was no mistake. But why are the Mu family acting so strangely? Where exactly did things go wrong? Ring ring. The sudden ring of an urgent call on his phone made Lu Jingchen instinctively answer. Is this Mu Xingxing's family? The patient has woken up and is demanding to see you. Hearing that Mu Shengsheng had regained consciousness, Lu Jingchen immediately rushed to his car. I'll be right back. Tell her not to worry and wait for me. Intensive care unit. When Lu Jingchen arrived, he found scattered pills across the floor, shattered 4 bottles, and torn privacy curtains. Shang Cheng. What are you doing? Get down now. That's the window, we're on the 27th floor. Seeing Lu Jingchen arrive, Mu Xinqing's emotions finally collapsed. Her legs buckled and she collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her face. Lu Jingchen, I have no home left. I have no parents left, and I have no brother either. I've lost everything. Lu Jingchen held Mu Xinqing tightly. You still have me. I'll protect you for the rest of your life. I'll always take care of you. A fierce glint flashed in Mu Xinqing's eyes. It's all that S fault. She destroyed my parents, ruined my family, and left us in ruins. I will have my revenge. I will kill her. Lu Jingchen frowned. I know you were close with your family. But this is an internal conflict within the Mu family. In wealthy, powerful families, women's methods for seizing power are far more ruthless than men's. With the Li family backing her, how could an adopted daughter like you possibly stand a chance? If you still care about the past, we can visit them often, look after them, and make sure they live comfortably inside. You are their only hope now. If something happens to you, there will truly be no one left to look after them. Lu Jingchen's reassurance quickly took effect. Having lost her status and standing alone, she truly couldn't confront Mu Xingsheng head-on. What was most terrifying was that no one in the Mu family dared to come forward and clarify Mu Xingsheng's true identity. Their situation was truly hanging by a thread. If Lu Jingchen abandoned her now, the Mu family would be utterly doomed. Alright, I'll listen to you. We'll figure this out together. Seeing that he had persuaded Mu Xingsheng, Lu Jingchen felt a weight lift from his heart as he carried her back to the hospital bed. Rest assured, I've already sent people to find you a suitable kidney donor. Just focus on getting better. I will cure you. After lulling Mu Xingsheng to sleep, Lu Jingchen went to the duty room to retrieve the report. The report stated kidney failure, with the optimal treatment window being 1 to 3 months. If no donor could be found, he would have no choice but to turn to her. After all, they were sisters, bound by years of shared history. If she could save Changcheng, perhaps it might mend their sisterly bond. All the ways she'd bullied Changcheng over the years could be forgiven. Chapter 81, the author seemed to have an epiphany. Inner hall of the Li residence. Mu Xingsheng withdrew the soup bowl and cautiously asked, Can I not go there to be the CEO? I don't know how to do anything. They'll be jealous and definitely talk behind your back. Li Chen frowned thoughtfully, realizing Mu Shengsheng had a point. He personally didn't care about gossip, but Mu Shengsheng was still young, it wouldn't be good for her to be the subject of rumors. Then take a nominal position for the salary. You can focus on school first. After graduation, come back for an internship. Once that's done, you can officially join the company. Mu Shengsheng whispered, for a position with a 10 million yuan annual salary, is it really okay for me to just be on the payroll? Li Chen nodded earnestly. You have to play the part convincingly. You are the heiress of the Mu family now, and this is the treatment you deserve. Besides, all this money comes from the Mu family's stock dividends. If I weren't worried about certain people eyeing you, I could give you 10 or 20 times this salary. Remember, half of that company belongs to you. This money is the Mu family's compensation to you, it's what you deserve. After Li Chen's persuasion, Mu Shengsheng felt a sudden clarity wash over her and stopped resisting. But I don't have the means to safeguard this wealth yet. Could you help me manage it, young master? Also, I wish to donate to the orphanage and establish a charitable foundation. Could you assist me, young master? Li Chen nodded. That's certainly no problem. Once you graduate or gain the ability to manage your own finances, I'll return everything to you. As for the charity foundation, I can organize a charity auction. It would conveniently clear out some illiquid assets while extracting a bit of public wealth from those individuals to give back to society. Take from the people, use for the people. The words left Mu Shengsheng stunned. Take from the people, use for the people? Young master, is that truly how you see it? Li Chen paused. He had considered it, but he wasn't noble enough to act without expecting anything in return. Of course, if it meant using others' money to do good deeds, he was 100% in favor. Even if he had to contribute a portion himself, that wouldn't be a problem. Well, how should I put this? That sentiment is certainly sound. Li Chen pondered how to explain this to Mu Shengsheng. After all, she was the female lead, and he would need her help later to handle Lu Jingchen. He couldn't afford to leave her with a bad impression. Mu Shengsheng suddenly smiled and said, Young master, no need to explain. I see your character clearly. You treat hotel staff with courtesy, pursue fairness and integrity in your actions, and never let yourself be bound by the rotten conventions of wealthy families. You never let greed cloud your judgment. You show me, and all the other girls you've helped, the utmost respect. You are a great entrepreneur and my idol. I hope to follow in your footsteps, always walking behind you. Li Chen abruptly turned to look at Li Nianci. Are you sure this female lead isn't blind? When did I become so outstanding? How come I never knew? Li Nianci completely missed the meaning behind Li Chen's gaze, yet she herself was bewildered. She swore this plot twist wasn't written by her, she'd never even imagined it. Here was a perfectly good female lead, not pursuing romance, instead fostering a cult of personality and chasing after an idol. Does that even make sense? Ding! Female lead Mu Xingxing's main storyline completed ahead of schedule. Leverage the male lead's assistance to turn the tide against adversity, unlocking 5% of physical restrictions. The Mu family has been destroyed, the guilty parties punished as deserved. Female lead Mu Shengsheng has acquired immense wealth, elevated her status, and improved plot perfection, unlocking 3% of her physical limitations. Receiving the system notification, Li Nianci froze again before breaking into a smile. Lu Jingchen is the male lead, and Li Chen is also one of the male leads. So as long as the female lead storyline is completed, does it really matter who the male lead is? So as long as the female lead gets a happy ending, who the male lead is truly unimportant? Exactly. A flash of insight lit up Li Nianci's mind, and everything suddenly clicked into place. This was a female-oriented novel she had written herself, so naturally everything revolved around the female lead. The so-called male leads were merely tokens to boost the heroine's standing stepping stones for her to climb higher. As long as he helps her achieve a beautiful ending, it doesn't matter who he is or which male lead he plays. The system's rules, the will of this world, valued only the outcome, not the process. In that moment, Li Nianci felt enlightened. Seeing Li Nianci show no reaction, Li Chen sighed and turned back. Your perspective is sound, and I permit you to study under me. But I must tell you a harsh truth, I'm no saint. Mu Shengsheng stared intently into Li Chen's eyes and asked earnestly, would you hurt me? Li Chen shook his head. We have no grudges or enmity. Why would I hurt you? I'm not that bored. Mu Shengsheng pressed on, then do you like me? Li Chen rolled his eyes. Go play somewhere else. I don't have time for your games. We don't have enough evidence to arrest Mu Shengsheng yet. You need to be extra careful from now on. I'm afraid she might become desperate and turn against you. If possible, you'd be safer staying at the estate. Li Chen's answer was clear enough, he didn't like Mu Shengsheng. But Mu Shengsheng couldn't care less. For dust to chase after the stars was nothing short of a pipe dream, the gulf between them was immeasurable. But as long as that light didn't fade, she could endure hardship, she could persevere. Even if there was no outcome, she didn't care. I can't hide forever. If I can use myself as bait to eliminate Mu Shengsheng completely, then my position will be more secure, and you won't have to worry about me anymore. The heroine was the heroine. Though she seemed full of minor flaws, she remained clear-headed when it mattered most. Li Chen nodded. Then we'll proceed as you suggest. I'll have people protect you in secret. Mu Shengsheng cheerfully went to wash the dishes, and Xinxinga leaned in. Brother Chen, Sister Shui asked me to tell you don't invite those so-called wealthy families to the full moon banquet. She doesn't want her daughter's celebration to turn into a business transaction. Li Chen picked up Xinxinga, who had climbed onto him, and tossed her onto the nearby sofa. I've been considering this matter. I never intended to invite them in the first place. We'll just celebrate among ourselves then. No need for extravagance. Also, stop touching me all the time. One slip-up can ruin everything forever, you should understand that. Xinxinga shot Li Chen a withering look. If you don't slip up, how am I supposed to become the president's wife? How am I supposed to become a wealthy socialite? I don't have money. How am I supposed to support you? Li Chen was stunned by Xinxinga's circular logic. How could anyone even say something like that? You can go play somewhere else too. Have you finished compiling all the data from the smart bracelet today? Is this week's report done yet? Is the future planning proposal finalized? Xinxinga's face fell. I just started working on these things. Can't you cut me some slack? Li Chen curled his lip. Then you should practice more and study harder. Look at Su Muxue, her workload is several times yours, and she brings work home every day to catch up. You're on the same team as her. You rise and fall together. At least help her out and learn from her while you're at it. After being scolded by Li Chen, Xinxinga felt too defeated to argue back. She picked up her laptop and trudged back to the office area, head hanging low. Seeing Xinxinga's dejected look, Su Muxue smiled. What's up? Did your dear Chen give you a piece of his mind? Facing Su Muxue's teasing, Xinxinga didn't respond. She just snorted, opened her laptop, and sat down. Su Muxue felt elated inside. That little vixen had finally gotten her comeuppance. I told you before, Aiken isn't that kind of shallow person. You think I don't compete with you because I can't win, but it's actually because I know it's pointless. He has his own principles and his own thoughts. No matter how fiercely you compete, if he doesn't like you, it's all for nothing. Xinxinga suddenly looked up. Then do you know what kind of person he likes? Su Muxue shot Xinxinga a withering look. You idiot. Why should I tell you? Xinxinga shot back without backing down. It's not that you don't want to tell me, it's that you don't know yourself, right? You don't even know his type, and you have the nerve to call yourselves childhood sweethearts for 20 years? A sharp pang of pain shot through Su Muxue's heart. She clenched her jaw and refused to argue with Shin any further. This girl always managed to pinpoint her weak spots with precision, truly the top student in the college entrance exams, with an IQ that was downright terrifying. Too bad she never put it to good use. Chapter 82, Whoever You Favor, I Target. Late at night, sounds came from the guest room door. Li Chen sighed helplessly and flipped on the light. Sure enough, the moment Su Muxue opened the door, she dashed straight for the bed. You opened my door again? Hearing this, Su Muxue halted in her tracks. I didn't open it for no reason. This time, I have something important to discuss with you. Li Chen gave a wry smile. Go ahead. I'm curious to hear what this important matter is. Su Muxue slipped naturally under the covers and hugged Li Chen tightly. Didn't we leave the story unfinished last time? We're about to get to the crucial part, wouldn't you say that's important? Li Chen thought for a moment. Go ahead then. Tomorrow's not busy at work, so we can stay up late. You'd better finish it all in one go. Su Muxue nodded. Chen, where did I leave off last time? Li Chen's head buzzed. He'd insisted it was important, yet now he was asking where she'd left off. Could this Su Muxue really be trusted? But she was a patient after all, so Li Chen steeled his patience. You said you wanted to kick Nianci out but didn't dare, and then you bottled it up until 3 years ago. Su Muxue's eyes widened in realization. Right, 3 years ago. My classmate had a childhood neighbor she grew up with who was dating someone, but it wasn't her. So she came up with a plan. She found a male classmate to pretend to be her boyfriend and brought him back to show off in front of the guy she liked. Guess what happened? Li Chen paused. Wait, you're telling your story, why do I have to interact now? Don't you know it's downright rude to stop mid-story? If anyone else did this, you'd get a beating. Su Muxue persisted, just guess. You're so smart, you'll figure it out in a second. Li Chen sighed helplessly. If you ask me, this thing just won't work out. If your classmate's neighbor brother truly liked her, he wouldn't be dating someone else. If your classmate acts all coy like that, won't it just make that guy think she already has a boyfriend? Then he'll give up completely. You girls should focus on your studies instead of getting involved in all this nonsense. Su Muxue gasped in surprise upon hearing this. You really are too smart. You got everything right. My classmate is completely heartbroken now. Her neighbor brother wished her well and told her he only sees her as a little sister. How ironic is that? Li Chen flicked Su Muxue's forehead with his finger. And you have the nerve to call her situation funny? You knew this was a failed attempt, yet you still tried to copy her and come find Ning to annoy me, didn't you? See? You ended up failing just the same. Su Muxue protested heatedly. No, I'm not like her. They're just neighbors. But we're already engaged. I thought once we were engaged, you belonged to me. You could only love me. But you're always so cold and distant toward me. It hurts and makes me feel wronged. If you don't like me, why did you agree to this engagement? If you don't love me, why do you treat me so well? I once heard a saying, some people can give you everything except love. But I only want you to love me. Su Muxue suddenly lost control of her emotions and bit down on Li Chen's chest. Damn it! The excruciating pain shooting straight to his brain made Li Chen cry out in shock, instinctively pushing Su Muxue away. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Now wasn't the time to blame Su Muxue. Li Chen could only try to calm her down. Clearly, those years of memories were painful for her. He blamed himself too, always thinking he'd raised her well, losing his vigilance, failing to notice how much was weighing on Su Muxue during her rebellious phase. She dared not express herself, terrified her delicate thoughts would be mocked, afraid of losing the person she cared for. It was easy to imagine how agonizing those years must have been for Su Muxue. Yet during that time, not only had he neglected her while consumed by work, but he had also piled on her academic burdens. Back then, she had to juggle not only her schoolwork but also business studies, balancing school assignments with project contracts. Despite this oppressive and unhappy situation, she managed to complete her studies and was even admitted to Tianhai University with the second highest score in the city. Looking back now, Li Chen's heart was filled with guilt. No wonder Su Muxue hated him so much, hiring someone to impersonate him and brutally whip him with a whip. 2 minutes later, Su Muxue's emotions settled. Seeing the bruised teeth marks on Li Chen's chest, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I couldn't hold back. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Li Chen gently stroked Su Muxue's head, comforting her. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. I was the one at fault. I deserved that punishment. Remember this, never bottle up any grievances inside. Speak up boldly whenever you feel wronged. When problems arise, we'll solve them together. I'll always be here to support you. I'll never mock you or look down on you. Su Muxue looked hurt. Really? You'll help me? Li Chen nodded. When have I ever lied to you? Su Muxue pondered for a moment before asking, then why didn't you help me when Shinga bullied me earlier? Li Chen's mouth twitched. Was she picking on you? You two were clearly fighting. You two even hit me. I didn't call the cops to arrest you both, and that was generous enough. You still want me to help you? Besides, you two bicker every single day, neither of you giving an inch, and you always drag me into it. You two drive me crazy. I don't want to get involved in your mess. If you want to argue, go ahead. Just don't fight. I'm not getting involved in anything else. Su Muxue paused, realizing it was true. Li Chen couldn't take either side. Ignoring them meant they couldn't even bicker properly. Fine, whatever. I can handle her on my own anyway. Li Chen was at a loss for words. Why do you have to pick a fight with her? I looked into it, there's no real conflict between you two. He understood that Su Muxue and Xinxinga were opposing characters set up by Li Nianci, their rivalry serving as the plot's driving force. The problem was, Su Muxue had not only been spoiled rotten by him, but now the male and female lead storylines had flipped upside down, forcing Su Muxue to beg for his forgiveness. If he didn't intervene between Su Muxue and Xinxinga soon, allowing Xinxinga to drive Su Muxue to some serious trouble, it could very well cause the plot to collapse. In that case, Li Nianci would face a high probability of death. Therefore, Li Chen intends to attempt a solution to see if he can get the two women to cease their hostilities and coexist peacefully. Once Li Nianci gains his freedom, they can fight however they please. Su Muxue lifted her head and stared intently at Li Chen's face. Our conflict is huge. She tried to steal the person I love most. I want to kill her. Hearing that the conflict stemmed from him, Li Chen scratched his head. This problem was now extremely difficult to resolve. Su Muxue was one of the female leads, and Xinxinga was her companion supporting character. These two were destined. Li Nianci had destined them to be inseparable, bound to each other forever. Favoring either one could potentially derail the plot and affect the final outcome. Li Chen dared not gamble. As for banishing Xinxinga, that would be futile. The system would simply arrange countless encounters between them to correct the plot. Rather than leaving them under the system's control and risking unpredictable outcomes, it's better to keep them under his own watch. That way, he can spot any signs of trouble early and resolve their conflicts as quickly as possible. You know, no one can take me away unless I choose to go. You don't need to harbor such intense hostility toward Xinxinga. Tomorrow, I'll speak with her personally and make sure she stops provoking you. Su Muxue shook her head. No need for your intervention. If I can't handle someone like Xinxinga, how will I ever deal with Tang Tang and Mu Shengsheng later on? I must defeat them on my own. Only then will I be worthy of being the matriarch of the Li family. Li Chen's eyes widened at her words. Su Muxue, that's enough. My relationship with them is purely business. Do you find it amusing to make enemies recklessly like this? Su Muxue buried her face against Li Chen's chest. I don't care. Any woman who gets close to you is my enemy. Whoever you're nice to, I'll target them. Chapter 83, Truly Ill. Hearing Su Muxue's fiery words, Li Chen felt it necessary to calm her down. Su Muxue had a history. She was genuinely capable of harming those girls. And those girls were the female leads. Their safety was tied to Li Nianci's very life. Don't be like this. Jealousy can distort a person beyond recognition. I kept them close because certain plans require their cooperation. Your hostility toward them will ruin my plans. This plan is crucial to me, extremely crucial. Do you understand? Su Muxue shifted her body into a more comfortable position and clung tightly to Li Chen. So who matters more, me or them? Li Chen paused. Actually, you're also part of my plan. You're just as important as they are. Give me some time. I'm pushing forward with the plan. I believe results will come soon. Su Muxue suddenly lifted her head. So as long as this plan is still underway, you won't kick me out, right? Li Chen pondered for a long moment before finally nodding. Su Muxue's mind raced. She arched her back slightly, bringing their eye levels even. Then promise me 3 things and I won't interfere with your plan. Li Chen hesitated. I can agree to this request, but these 3 things must not violate my principles or force my will. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to abandon everything, including all of you. Su Muxue smiled faintly. First, you are forbidden to touch any other girl without my permission. Li Chen frowned. Change it. This demand strikes at the core of my dignity. I cannot agree to it. Su Muxue maintained her smile, clearly anticipating Li Chen's refusal. Then I'll compromise. You can touch them, but you can't reject me either. Whatever kindness you show them, you must show me more. You have to like me just a little bit more. Li Chen froze, inwardly sighing. He understood now Su Muxue was using a comparison tactic to coax him into agreeing. Compared to the previous demand, this one felt downright humiliating. Xiao Shui, you don't have to do this. Let me be perfectly clear, you don't need to compare yourself to anyone else. Just do what you're supposed to do, and I won't abandon you. Even after this plan is completed, I won't drive you away. I'll give you freedom and respect all your ideas, as long as you don't cause trouble for me. Su Muxue's heart leapt with joy. So I can ask for more than 3 things, right? Li Chen nodded. Within reason and without causing harm, you may ask for anything, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Su Muxue's eyes twinkled. Then kiss me right now. Li Chen immediately felt awkward. That's not possible. I'm not mentally prepared for that yet. Then I'll do it myself. Su Muxue pounced without hesitation. Half an hour later, Li Chen wiped the drool from his face, tucked Su Muxue under the covers, and stood by the window. He now recognized a problem. He had been born with memories, and it seemed he had never truly loved Su Muxue. From the day he was born, witnessing his parents arrange a marriage with the heavily pregnant Chen Wanqing, he had willingly shouldered his share of responsibility. He tacitly accepted his relationship with Su Muxue. But he was an adult after all, with his own mature set of beliefs. He never crossed any boundaries with Su Muxue. Driven by moral duty, he waited for the right moment, a chance to let go of the lingering resentment in his heart. Perhaps it was precisely this waiting that led Su Muxue to believe he didn't like or love her. A significant part of why she had become this way was his own doing. In truth, it wasn't just Su Muxue who suffered from psychological issues. His own condition might have been even more severe. Brother Hui, did you find the psychiatrist I asked you to look for? Sheng Hui paused on the other end of the line. I got an appointment with the top doctor in the country, but his schedule is completely booked. If we want him to come, we'll have to wait at least 2 weeks. Li Chen nodded. 2 weeks it is. Add me to the appointment list too. Sheng Hui hurriedly asked, President, are you ill? Li Chen took a light breath. No, I'm just curious. I want to see how good the nation's top psychiatrist really is. After hanging up, Li Chen stared blankly out the window at the lights below. He really was sick. Perhaps he had been sick since the moment he arrived in this world, and not just a little sick. Ignorance had once shielded him from awareness, but ever since he gained the ability to hear Li Nianci's thoughts and learned this world was scripted, everything felt like fiction, nothing more than a game. Yet the feedback this world gave him felt undeniably real. Every person around him brought him a distinct experience. He began to fear it was all a dream, desperately trying to hold on to Li Nianci. He believed only Li Nianci was real, that by holding onto her, this world would become real too. The next day, outside the lobby of Li Group. Miss Mu, you're here to deliver lunch to the president again? The president is truly fortunate. The receptionist, who had long since become friendly with Mu Shengsheng, smiled as she swiped her access card. Miss Mu, you come every day. Why doesn't the president give you an access card? That way you could come in any time without the hassle. Mu Shengsheng shook her head with a smile. The young master never makes exceptions for anyone. How could I ask him to make one for me? People would gossip about it. The receptionist couldn't resist touching Mu Shengsheng's pretty face. You're such a sensible girl, it's heartwarming. No wonder the president likes you. Mu Shengsheng froze for a moment. Does he really like me? The receptionist shrugged. Is there any doubt? He treats you so well. To get back at those who wronged you, he wiped out the entire Mu family and even caused massive losses to the Lu Corporation. I've worked here for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen the CEO care so deeply about someone. Let me tell you, now that he's finally single again, you'd better seize this chance. I heard there are over 1,000 single women in the group planning to form a team to win over the CEO. Hearing this, a vague sense of crisis welled up in Mu Shengsheng's heart. So many women coveting the young master, what was she to do? Right. I need to tell Su Muxue, Xinxinga, and Tang Tang. They must have a way to stop those women. With that thought, Mu Shengsheng hurried toward the gate. Suddenly, her left hand was yanked, sending her lunchbox crashing to the ground. Every last drop of soup and morsel of food was lost. My lunch. Mu Shengsheng spun around in fury, her hand shooting out to deliver a sharp slap. This was the hometown dish she'd spent hours preparing Li Chen's favorite. Smack! Lu Jingchen clutched his face, standing there dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss. Recognizing Lu Jingchen, Mu Shengsheng's fury only intensified. This ingrate, this bastard, this was the second time he'd knocked over the meal she'd prepared for the young master. Young Master Lu. Are you out of your mind? If you're sick, go to the hospital. Stay away from me. What if you infect me? Security guard, hurry up and throw this trash out. He's messed up the entire lobby. Several security guards rushed over. Seeing the scattered food everywhere, it was indeed filthy. Miss Mu hadn't lied. Come on, get this filthy trash out of here. Mu Shengsheng suddenly raised her hand. Wait. Make him clean the floor before throwing him out. And never let this trash set foot in the group again. I don't want him disgusting the young master. The security guards knew full well this girl was the president's personal maid, so they dared not disobey. Rest assured, Miss Mu. I guarantee this trash won't set foot near the building again. The security captain immediately barked, go fetch him up. Let this trash clean up before letting him leave. Lu Jingchen cried out, Miss Mu, I'll do anything you ask, please, I beg you, save Chengcheng. Donate a kidney to her. After all, she is your sister. Chapter 84, the female lead steals the supporting roles scene, truly heartbreaking. Having already stepped halfway through the gate, Mu Shengsheng's anger erupted anew upon hearing Lu Jingchen's words. She grabbed the leftover lunchbox lid in her hand, spun around, and slammed it hard into Lu Jingchen's face. You beast. Get out of my life. I never want to see you again. I never want to hear your voice again. Let your little orange go to hell. Several security guards and the front desk staff were all startled by Mu Xingxing's outburst. Quick, get him out of here. Miss Mu was really furious. You won't be able to handle the consequences. The security guards snapped out of it and immediately dragged Lu Jingchen toward the door. Please, don't kick me out. I have something incredibly important to discuss with her. This is a matter of life and death. You can't be so cruel. Lu Jingchen struggled, but the security guards weren't pushovers. They grabbed his limbs and tossed him outside. Miss Mu is such a gentle soul, yet you managed to enrage her to that extent. You can't be a good person. If we ever catch you bothering Miss Mu again, we'll beat you every single time we see you. Now get out of here. As Lu Jingchen was tossed out, the Lu family bodyguards closed in. You dare lay a finger on our young master Lu? You must be tired of living. Yet the security guards paid no heed to the Lu family bodyguards' threats, swiftly drawing their stun batons. Get this straight, this is Li Group territory. Our motto is, friends get tea, enemies get the cops. We're all on the payroll. How many lives do you think you have to throw away? The Lu family bodyguards were stunned. They'd never encountered security guards who defied conventional tactics like this before. Now they were stuck. Advancing was impossible, retreating was impossible. Getting beaten up is one thing, but getting arrested for gathering to cause trouble and then having to pay compensation? That's just not worth it. In Tianhai's social circles, everyone knows the Li family isn't someone to mess with. Their leader, Li Chen, is especially shameless. He's capable of any despicable act. You really don't want to cross him. Forget it. Just take me to the hospital first. Lu Jingchen clutched his still bleeding right cheek, halting the bodyguard's confrontation. In the Li Group office, Mu Shengsheng stood tense and bowed before Li Chen. Young master, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. I can take responsibility for the consequences myself. Li Chen paused his work and reached out to grasp Mu Xingxing's hand. The front desk has already sent me the surveillance footage from the entrance. Why did you have to push so hard? At his words, Mu Shengsheng lifted her head slightly. I didn't know my own strength. It's all because I got too excited. Master, whatever punishment you deem fit is acceptable. Just please don't send me away. Li Chen paused, then opened a drawer. He took out a bottle of red liquid, poured a small amount onto his palm, and began massaging Mu Xingxing's hand. No matter how angry you are, you shouldn't take it out on your own hands. That kintab was so stiff. Look at all those bruises and welts it left on your hands. Mu Xingxing's expression shifted from regret to solemnity, then to bashful embarrassment. It's my first time doing this, you know. It's all that Lu Jingchen's fault. He's such an ungrateful bastard, a real animal. He actually asked me to donate a kidney to Mu Xingxing. I could kill him right now. Li Chen blew gently on Mu Xingxing's palm. This is our hospital's proprietary bruise healing medicinal wine. It works wonders. Once the liquid dries, you must wait an hour before washing your hands, understand? Mu Shengxing nodded, pulling her hand back behind her back, looking somewhat awkward. But I beat Lu Jingchen bloody. Is he really okay? He's the eldest son of the Lu family, the heir to a wealthy dynasty. Li Chen shrugged indifferently. It's fine. It's just the Lu family. What's done is done. He beat you last time too. Consider this payback. If he dares cause trouble for you, I'll have the perfect excuse to take action against the Lu Corporation. Hearing Li Chen's words, Mu Shengxing finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, the young master was the most formidable. Not only was he gentle and radiant, but he also stood firmly by her side. The meal's already ruined. It's too late to cook again. I'll go get you a takeout box from Dragon Ascending Restaurant. Li Chen stood up and gently pushed Mu Shengxing back into her chair. Sending an injured person to fetch food? What would others think if they saw that? They'd surely talk behind my back. You can stay here and learn to read documents, or keep Nianci company watching TV or playing games. I've already asked the restaurant to deliver a meal. Mu Shengxing suddenly remembered something. Young master, could you please call Su Muxue, Shinxinga, and Tang Tang over? Let's all eat together. Li Chen froze, a sense of unease washing over him, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. Is there something you need? Mu Shengxing shook her head. She certainly didn't want Li Chen to know she was plotting with others to cut off his romantic entanglements. I just think it'll be more fun with more people. Eating together is more enjoyable that way. Li Chen considered it for a moment. Very well. I'll start by fetching Xiao Shui. When Su Muxue arrived at the office alone, she too looked puzzled. Chen said you wanted to gather us all for dinner? Mu Shengshan leaned close and whispered something in Su Muxue's ear. Su Muxue suddenly erupted in fury. What? Is what you said true? Mu Shengshan tugged at Su Muxue's sleeve. Keep your voice down, or we'll give ourselves away. The front desk staff told me. They're the most well-connected, they wouldn't lie to me. Su Muxue pulled out her phone and swiped through it. After receiving a message, her expression shifted slightly. There's a female staff party coming up in a few days, and they're planning to invite Aiken to perform. They're planning a group confession to Aiken? I'm going to kill them right now. Mu Shangshang wrapped her arms around Su Muxue. Don't be impulsive. Let's wait until they arrive and figure out a plan together. We absolutely cannot let young master fall into those people's clutches. Held back by Mu Shangshang, Su Muxue calmed down. Now that she'd finally gotten Li Chen to stop rejecting her, she couldn't afford to ruin everything with rash actions. You handled this well. From now on, I'll allow you to bring Ah Chen his midnight snacks. Mu Shangshang pursed her lips. You have no right to make demands of me. I am the young master's servant, only he can give me orders. I simply believe those women aren't worthy of the young master. And that includes you lot, of course. Hearing this, Su Muxue pushed Mu Shangshang away in anger. Don't push your luck. With her hand injured, Mu Shangshang couldn't steady herself on the table corner with just one arm and tumbled to the floor. Li Chen returned from the restroom and pushed open the door just in time to witness the scene, freezing in his tracks at the doorway. Oh no. The two female leads are fighting. This plot is probably going to fall apart now. Ah Chen? It's not what it looks like. I didn't bully her. Su Muxue panicked. She had just promised Li Chen last night not to cause trouble, and now her image was completely ruined. What if Li Chen kicked her out because of this? What would she do then? Li Nianci, who witnessed everything, was stunned. This plot twist, this scene, it should have happened to Su Muxue and Xingxingde. At this moment, her silly brother would rush over, scoop up Mu Shangshang, and confront Su Muxue. Su Muxue felt wronged but couldn't speak up. Kicked out of the office, her feelings for her silly brother began to waver, and then. But this was Xingxingde's storyline. Now another female lead was playing it out. What a huge joke this was. She might just die here today. Chapter 85. Too much, sister can't help you anymore. Just as Su Muxue desperately tried to explain, Mu Shangshang scrambled to her feet, brushing dust off her skirt. Young master, I spoke out of turn and angered Miss Su. I apologize to her. Mu Shangshang knew about Su Muxue and Li Chen's relationship. She didn't want to strain her own ties with Su Muxue, lest it put Li Chen in an awkward position. Sister, what I said earlier was indeed too harsh. I sincerely apologize and will be more careful in the future. Su Muxue glanced at Li Chen's expressionless face, then at Mu Shangshang, bowing in apology. She recalled some lessons Li Chen had taught her before and suddenly smiled. I accept your apology, little sister. I acted impulsively when I pushed you earlier. I also need to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing the two exchange apologies and the tension ease, Li Chen immediately stepped forward. Admitting mistakes and making amends, that's what good kids do. Shangshang, remember this, kind words warm the coldest winter, while harsh words chill even the hottest summer. We're all family here. Never speak harshly to your own. Mu Shangshang lowered her head. As expected, the young master still cared more about Su Muxue. Thankfully, she hadn't escalated the conflict with Su Muxue earlier, otherwise, she might have been kicked out. I'll remember that, young master. Li Chen turned to Su Muxue. You two learn to control yourself. Shangshang is younger than you, and she's endured so much suffering in the Mu household. Every day, she faces verbal abuse and bullying from her parents and brothers. Living in that environment, it's no wonder she picked up some harsh words. You must guide her, teach her to speak kindly. Isn't having one more good sister better than having one more enemy? Li Chen was doing his utmost to placate the two female leads. If he could reconcile their relationship, that would be ideal. If not, he at least had to prevent further conflict between them. Su Muxue nodded and stepped forward to embrace Mu Shangshang. Dear sister, I'll teach you how to be a proper person. Mu Shangshang smiled and replied, Thank you, sister. I'll learn diligently and promise not to disappoint you. Watching the two embrace affectionately, Li Chen sensed something was off. Yet their words and actions clearly showed reconciliation. So where exactly was the problem? Brother Chen, I'm here. A soft call echoed as Xingxingde pushed open the door. Brother, I'm here too. Tang followed Xingxingde into the office. Seeing everyone had arrived, Su Muxue and Mu Shangshang exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Ah Chen, go check if the food has arrived. We're all starving. Li Chen scratched his head, sensing something was off. Still, he stepped out and headed to the lobby to wait. These ladies, if you don't attend to them properly, trouble is bound to follow. As soon as Li Chen left, Su Muxue locked the door from the inside and motioned for everyone to sit down. She then shared the information she had gathered. The women immediately launched into a heated discussion. Li Nianci sat on the sidelines, watching the drama unfold with wide-eyed amazement. The three leading ladies and the villainous supporting character were discussing how to suppress the female presence around her dim-witted brother. Was this some kind of joke? You're the main heroines. Isn't it a bit off for you to abandon your own storylines and meddle in another heroine's plot? Li Nianci felt speechless, astonished, worried, and yet amused all at once. This kind of plot twist was beyond her wildest imagination. The strangest part was that even with all this going on, the plot hadn't collapsed yet. It was utterly absurd. Everything that had happened these past days seemed to be mocking her, the author. Sigh, silly brother. You went and provoked so many female leads. Good luck dealing with the fallout now. The heroines I created aren't as simple as they appear on the surface. They all possess indomitable hearts and unbreakable wills. They all fight you to the bitter end. Outside the lobby, Li Chen was making small talk with the receptionist when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. The lobby air conditioning is set too low. Turn it up a degree everywhere. The receptionist paused, then reached out to touch Li Chen's forehead. It's not cold. Everyone says it's just right. Mr. Li, are you feeling unwell? Li Chen swatted her hand away. You're just looking for any chance to touch me. Watch out, or I'll fire you. The young woman shrugged. You're the CEO, you can fire anyone you want. Too bad I won't get to see your handsome face anymore. Li Chen rolled his eyes. This receptionist, Zhou Mi, was the daughter of an old housekeeper from his family. Back when she was in school, she often visited her mother at their house. Ever since they met back then, she'd always teased him. Later, when her mother reached retirement age, she begged him to find her daughter a job. Since they were acquaintances, Li Chen arranged for her to work as a receptionist. But who would have thought this girl would stick around for years? She claimed the front desk job was easy, paid well, and allowed her to slack off, so she just stuck around. Still, she always got her work done, so Li Chen never bothered her about it. I was just joking. I didn't mean to actually fire you. Let me ask you something. What kind of mischief do you think a group of women get up to when they get together? Zhou Mi suddenly understood. You're asking about your girlfriends, right? I saw them all just now. They're all here. You're something else, kid. You actually dared to gather them all together. You really don't know the meaning of the word death thought. Li Chen hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. They're not my girlfriends, they're all my business partners. And I didn't even call them, one of them insisted on bringing the others. Zhou Mi shot Li Chen a meaningful look. Do you even believe your own story? Li Chen froze for a moment. Believe it or not, I have nothing to hide. Zhou Mi smiled faintly. This isn't about whether you have a guilty conscience or not. It's about your girlfriends banding together. Something big is bound to happen next. Are you ready to face the consequences? Li Chen shot Zhou Mi a dismissive look. Cut the crap. The idea that they could sanction me is laughable. Suddenly, Li Chen sensed something was off. What did I do? Why are they teaming up to sanction me? Zhou Mi shrugged. You'll have to ask yourself that. Have you done anything to wrong them? Or, have you been treating everyone fairly? Li Chen took a step back at her words. No, we're just ordinary acquaintances. What could I possibly do to wrong them that would require treating them equally? What on earth are you talking about? Zhou Mi grinned. That's what you think. They don't see it that way. Good luck with that. Your takeout seems to be here. Li Chen turned to see the delivery person from Tenglong restaurant and stopped chatting with Zhou Mi. He took the delivery person up in his private elevator. It was rush hour now, and the regular elevators were painfully slow. He dared not let those female leads go hungry. Watching their figures recede, Zhou Mi shook her head helplessly. 5 of them each won a catch. Did anyone else stand a chance? She certainly didn't. After waiting so long in this spot, guarding for so long, she had developed feelings, but not the kind she needed. It was about time to head back. Mom still needed someone to take care of her. Hello, I'm here to see your CEO. Could you please open the door for me? My name is Jiang Miao. You have my registration on file at the front desk. Zhou Mi glanced at the notes. There was indeed a name listed as Jiang Miao. Without hesitation, she swiped to open the gate. Stupid little brother, this is the 6th time. Are you really fearless, or just clueless? May you find peace. I can't help you anymore. Chapter 86, An Unexplained Chill. Office entrance. Li Chen twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. A growing sense of unease gripped him. Young man, just leave the items here. You can go now. The delivery guy had seen everything. The only person who could lock the president out of his own office was the president's wife. Did you upset your girlfriend? Girls are like that. Just sweet talk her and it'll be fine. Li Chen sighed in frustration. Where on earth did you get that idea? These are all major clients, I can't afford to offend. The delivery guy nodded with a smile. I get it. No need to explain. Just remember to give me a 5-star review. Enjoy your meal. Watching the delivery guy walk away, Li Chen felt a sentence stuck in his throat, left unsaid. The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Miao's figure passed by the delivery guy. Mr. Li, the CEO, it's been a while. Li Chen's already chaotic mind began to ache the moment he saw Jiang Miao. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Miao, oblivious to Li Chen's unease, stepped closer with a smile. I've come bearing good news, of course. The Mu family case earned me major recognition. I've been promoted from assistant to squad leader of Team 8. Li Chen wasn't overly surprised this had been expected. That's truly wonderful news. Should I start calling you Captain Jiang now? Captain Jiang must be swamped with work. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't keep you any longer. Zhang Miumiao's heart skipped a beat as she sensed the unease in Li Chen's tone. Have you run into trouble? Li Chen didn't beat around the bush, pointing toward the door. I feel like there's a trap in there. My back's getting cold. I'm hesitating, should I go in or not? Hearing of danger, Zhang Miumia suddenly lunged forward and kicked the door. A loud thud echoed as a figure was sent flying by the recoil. Li Chen caught Zhang Miao, his face darkening. Captain Zhang, didn't you see that's a reinforced steel door? And you just kicked it? How did you even graduate from that school? Didn't they teach you how to break down doors over there? You need explosives for a door like this. Ugh, why am I even telling you this? Go play somewhere else. Pushing Zhang Miao aside, Li Chen pressed the doorbell. The door swung open quickly. Inside, several girls sat smiling, showing no sign of anything unusual. Shan, hurry up and bring the food in. We're all starving. Li Chen felt a twinge of unease, but he still carried the meal boxes inside. Captain Jiang, have you eaten yet? Want to share a bite? In that moment, Li Chen found Zhang Miao rather endearing. Perhaps bringing her into this could protect him. Though he didn't know what might happen, Zhang Miao's status offered some reassurance. Sure, I haven't eaten yet. Invited by Li Chen, how could Zhang Miao refuse? The meal passed in complete silence, with nothing unusual happening. After finishing, everyone went back to their business. Zhang Miao left behind a small USB drive before departing. After reviewing the USB's contents, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It contained some documents from the Lu Group. Although Zhang Miao had concealed the confidential information, having these materials would make dealing with the Lu Group considerably easier. Supporting Zhang Miao had clearly been the right decision. Unlike Zhao Xinmin, she wasn't rigid and understood mutual exploitation. As long as the Li Group applied pressure, the Lu Group would be beset by internal and external troubles, inevitably exposing vulnerabilities. That would create an opening for the enforcers. After reviewing the files, Li Chen turned to see Li Nianci and suddenly felt a surge of emotion. He grabbed her hand. Nianci, can you tell me what they discussed earlier? Li Nianci. What did they say? Of course they were discussing how to deal with you, my silly brother. TSK, you're in for a world of misery. Tying you up, cutting things off, just thinking about it gives me nightmares. Hearing Li Nianci's inner thoughts, Li Chen was dumbfounded. He genuinely had no idea why those female leads were out to get him. But as long as they didn't cross any major lines, he could endure the petty squabbles. Tianhai Prison. Chen Hui slid a stack of documents across the desk toward Mu Zhonghui. Head of the Mu family, please sign this will. Mu Zhonghui's hand trembled uncontrollably as he held the pen. If I sign this, will you truly spare my daughter? Cheng Hui nodded, pointing to an agreement. It's clearly stated here, half of your estate will be transferred to your daughter, Mu Xinqing. This notarized agreement is legally binding. While the Li family had its flaws elsewhere, their reputation in Tianhai, indeed, across the entire province, was unmatched. Mu Zhonghui knew he was dying. His entire family would be imprisoned, leaving only his sickly daughter behind with no one to care for her. Only by relinquishing his inheritance could his daughter receive the funds needed for medical treatment and continue living. Fine, I'll sign. Gritting his teeth, Mu Zhonghui signed his name on the will. After retrieving the will, Cheng Hui rose and departed for another visiting room. 2 hours later, every member of the Mu family had signed the property division agreement. They all agreed to transfer half of the assets to Mu Xinqing's name, with the other half naturally going to Li Chen. It was precisely because Li Chen had demanded an exorbitant half as his fee that they were willing to believe him and sign. They had truly forgotten that Mu Shengsheng was now Mu Xinqing. A bunch of self-important fools tying their own noose. Now I finally understand what the CEO meant by turning the tables on them. I'll jot all this down in my journal for future reference and study. After getting into the car, Chun Hui felt a surge of excitement. Driver Old Wang chuckled, you've only been with him a few years. There's still so much to learn. The young master is playing a grand game right now. You're doing well, seize this opportunity. The old master will take notice. Cheng Hui frowned. The president is already so outstanding. Why does the old chairman keep avoiding him? Old Wang shook his head. Some things aren't meant for us to know. Just focus on your duties. Remember, never leak any information. The consequences would be more than you could bear. Cheng Hui nodded, his mind filled with questions. Ever since Li Chen became Tianhai's wealthiest man last year, this driver, Old Wang, had shared some secrets with him. At first, Cheng Hui hadn't taken it seriously, but over time, he too began to sense something was amiss. He dared not confront Li Chen directly, especially since his wife was pregnant at the time. Now, with a newborn daughter, he was even more reluctant to probe deeper. In the hospital ward, Lu Jingchen cleaned and bandaged his wound before coming to Mu Xinqing's side. Chang, I just visited your sister. She doesn't want to donate her kidney to you. But don't worry, I've already sent people to explore other options. You'll recover soon. Glancing at the bandages on Lu Jingchen's face, Mu Xinqing spat out bitterly, you don't need to beg that bastard. She's found a new partner now, how could she possibly remember the kindness we showed her? Lu Jingchen froze. Shangchun, what on earth are you talking about? Mu Xinchuan paused before saying nothing. I want to visit mom and dad and my brothers. Can you take me? Doubts lingered in Lu Jingchen's heart, but he nodded. Of course. I'll go find a wheelchair now. Wait here for me. After Lu Jingchen left, Mu Xinqing's eyes turned icy, filled with hatred. You little bastard, just you wait. Once I see my parents, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Chapter 87. Everyone here is trash. Fu Group Design Department. No sooner had Tang returned to her workstation than she discovered over 30 design drafts piled on her desk. Glancing around, she saw others chatting idly or binge-watching shows. It was obvious these people had dumped their tasks onto Tang. In the past, when Lin Yue still lived under the shadow of her birth family, she would have silently endured it all. She needed the job, needed the money, to avoid being sold off by her family, to earn the right to sit at the dinner table. But things were different now. She had a father who cherished her, and more importantly, a brother who stood tall and strong. Her brother could shield her from the world. The Fu Group was nothing special. With that thought, she activated the recording function on her wristband. Lu Yanfang, your design draft fell onto my desk, come get it back. Zhong Xiaowei, Wang Chui, Mo Lily. Your design drafts are all here with me. Come pick them up. Tang's voice was loud enough for the entire design department to hear. As expected, not a single person responded. I'm about to start work. I'll count down 1 minute. If no one comes to claim these, I'll consider them scrapped and shred them. Tang felt confident. Even facing the entire design department alone, she didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. She was here as her brother's undercover operative. If she caused a major incident that inflicted heavy losses on the Fu Corporation, her brother would be delighted. The minute passed quickly. Seeing no one had come forward, Tang sneered inwardly. She swiftly pulled the design drafts from the folder and rushed to the shredder. I'll ask one more time, is no one claiming these scraps? I'll count down. 10, 9. As the countdown echoed, the entire design department fell silent. Those snacking on sunflower seeds, binge-watching shows, or goofing off all turned to look. A flicker of panic spread through them. These weren't scraps, they were their unfinished work, this month's assigned tasks. Yet the director demanded they hand all their work over to the new intern. Everyone knew this intern and the director didn't get along. They didn't know Tang's background, but they knew Lu Xiaoxiao. She was President Fu Yenzhou's childhood sweetheart, the future president's wife. 1. As the countdown ended, Tang waved a stack of design drafts in her hand. I'm really shredding this. After a few seconds, Tang grinned and shoved the designs into the shredder. 2 minutes later, all the documents were completely destroyed. Tang happily returned to her workstation and got back to her tasks. Before long, Lu Xiaoxiao stormed over to Tang's desk and violently knocked over a water cup. The water instantly soaked the design drafts on the desk, spilling over onto the laptop. The computer immediately flashed sparks before going completely black. What the hell are you doing? Tang shifted her body, aiming her chest pin directly at Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. You destroyed every single design draft in the entire department. Do you have any idea how much damage this has caused us? Tang feigned confusion. Which eye of yours saw me destroy the designs? Where's the evidence? Produce it. Lu Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. She saw this girl as thoroughly provincial. Even though Fu Yenzhou had specially recruited her, she'd only been given an internship position, making her easy to control. Yet she hadn't expected this girl to be so clueless, actually standing up to her and daring to talk back. What evidence do you want? The entire design department saw it. You personally shredded the design yourself. You can't possibly deny it now, can you? A vibration buzzed behind Tang's ear, followed by a chuckle. What I destroyed were scraps, garbage that hindered my work. If Director Lu insists these were good designs, then I can't be held responsible. All I can say is that the design department is full of incompetence. Am I right, you bunch of incompetents? Tang mimicked Li Chen's contemptuous gaze as he surveyed the room. I'm saying everyone here is trash, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Got a problem with that? The contemptuous words ignited a storm of anger. Tang smiled bitterly inside, terrified that these people might beat her to death. These words weren't hers to utter. Li Chen had coached them through that ultra-thin bone conduction earpiece. What are you staring at? I'm Fu Yenzhou's fiancé, your CEO's wife. I say you're trash, and you are trash. Or should I go tell Fu Yenzhou that you're bullying me and maliciously suppressing me? Hearing this, everyone suppressed their anger and turned to look at Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao was also taken aback. She'd assumed this girl had been specially recruited and might have a special connection to Fu Yenzhou, so she thought to put her down a notch. Little did she expect this girl to be Fu Yenzhou's fiancé. That title had always been hers to wield behind the scenes. Fu Yenzhou having a fiancé had been exposed just days ago. But at the engagement banquet, the girl wore a large mask and no one had seen her true face except for her eyes. You're lying. If you're truly Mr. Fu's fiancé, why are you here as an intern? Do you have any idea what crime impersonating the president's wife is? Lu Xiaoxiao's henchman immediately stepped in to defuse the situation. After catching her breath, a sudden thought struck Lu Xiaoxiao. I don't care what your background is. The undeniable fact remains that you destroyed the entire design department's drafts. I'm firing you from Fu Corporation, blacklisting you industry-wide, and you'll compensate the design department for all losses incurred this month. Just go home and wait for the cease and desist letter. Tang Tang paused for a moment, then grabbed her bag from the desk and smiled. Well then, I'll be off. I look forward to your cease and desist letter. Everyone in the design department, including Lu Xiaoxiao, froze. Shouldn't she have stepped forward to argue her case, only to be publicly condemned by everyone, ultimately bowing her head in apology and swallowing her pride? She just walked away? Without even trying to defend herself? Everyone, look! The video that just shot to the top of the trending charts. Looks like it's related to us. As everyone opened the headline news, they froze in place once more. After being frozen in place for a few seconds, the design department erupted in a chorus of screams. Quick, get her back here. Get her to clarify it's all a misunderstanding. Contact PR immediately to issue a denial. Delete comments, suppress the heat, everyone get moving. In the Fu Corporation president's office, Fu Yanzhou's phone buzzed with a series of notifications. After watching the video, a surge of rage shot through his head. He had guarded against everything except the trouble caused by those closest to him. Get Lu Xiaoxiao to my office now. Immediately. After sending the message, Fu Yanzhou slammed his phone onto the floor. Lu Xiaoxiao arrived swiftly. Yanzhou, you called for me? The moment he saw her, Fu Yanzhou's anger, which had just subsided, erupted once more. Lu Xiaoxiao, do you even have a brain? Lu Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance, whispering softly, what did I do wrong? Just tell me what it is, and I'll fix it. Fu Yanzhou closed his eyes and took a deep breath. All these years, I've given you more than enough leeway. Then why do you keep hurting me time and again? What exactly have I done to deserve this from you? Chapter 88. Everyone's gone mad, everything's in chaos. Lu Xiaoxiao was utterly bewildered by Fu Yanzhou's questions. Yanzhou, I don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao still feigning ignorance, Fu Yanzhou slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Stop playing innocent. It's all over the headlines. The entire design department ganging up on a new employee? Fu Group a one-man show by the in-laws? Is Fu Group a dumping ground? Fu Yanzhou is a useless, spineless man. His fiancé gets bullied by his own employees and he doesn't dare say a word? Look at these headlines. Do you have any idea how much damage this is doing to the Fu Corporation? In less than 10 minutes, our market value has evaporated by over $1 billion, and the stock price keeps plummeting. Now give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make the Lu Corporation compensate me for my losses. Lu Xiaoxiao knew she couldn't hide it anymore. With a hurt expression, she said, I'm sorry. It was my failure to manage my subordinates properly that led to this incident. I'm willing to step forward to clarify and apologize, then bring Tang Tang back. Fu Yanzhou shot Lu Xiaoxiao a piercing glare. Just poor management? Do you think this is just a minor incident that can be resolved with an apology and clarification? Do you have any idea who's pulling the strings behind this? Lu Xiaoxiao frowned. In all of Tianhai, fewer than 5 families would dare oppose the Fu clan. Recently, the only family in conflict with us is the Li family. So the mastermind behind this is that bastard Li Chen? Fu Yanzhou laughed bitterly. You're not stupid, after all. Tell me, why did you do this? I don't want your excuses. I only want the truth. Sensing Fu Yanzhou's fury, Lu Xiaoxiao knew it was getting late if she didn't speak up. Someone who could fight their way out of the Fu family's clutches couldn't be too lacking in skill. I admit it, I just love you too much. I wanted to drive away every woman you ever touched. Only I deserve to stay by your side. Tell me, is she your fiancé or not? Fu Yanzhou's brow furrowed deeply. That's not the issue we're discussing now. We're talking about how to solve the problem. Someone must take responsibility for this matter, and that person cannot be of low standing. Do you understand what I mean? Lu Xiaoxiao lowered her head in deep thought for a long moment. I understand. I will resign and step forward to clarify everything, taking full responsibility. I will ensure it does not affect the Fu Corporation. Fu Yanzhou exhaled deeply. Why are you feeling wronged? You're the one who caused this mess in the first place. What's wrong with you taking responsibility? Go find Tang Tang now. Apologize in person and explain everything clearly. Fu Yanzhou's command only fueled Lu Xiaoxiao's fury. After over a decade of growing up together as childhood sweethearts, you're telling me our bond means less than a fiancé you barely met 2 days ago? I've already taken the blame for everything. Do you want her to come humiliate me too? I can step forward to clarify the truth, but I absolutely refuse to apologize to her. What does she think she is? A wild child just adopted back by the Tang family, a country bumpkin. My Lu family doesn't fear the Tangs. If anyone should apologize, it's her to me. She secretly recorded that video and spread it herself. She should bear full responsibility for all the losses suffered by the Fu Corporation. Smack! Fu Yanzhou, enraged, slapped Lu Zhaozhou across the face. You fool! Her real backer is the Li family, that legendary figure. Do you have any idea how much I've sacrificed for your Lu family? All because you were blind enough to offend Li Chen last time, costing me tens of billions in unnecessary expenses. The stock plunge is just the beginning. He hasn't even started yet. His real killer move hasn't been unleashed. I have a feeling this time, the Fu family will suffer immense losses. All because of your petty jealousy and desire for revenge. You want to drag me and my mother down with you, don't you? Mr. Fu, it's urgent. Before Fu Yanzhou could finish his reprimand, an assistant rushed in, pushing open the door. The entire internet is now condemning Fu Corporation, with mass declarations to boycott our products. Our stock has lost over 10 billion again. A powerful force is orchestrating this entire situation. We can't control the public opinion or quell the heat. The board is already inquiring about the situation. If we don't handle this promptly, they might bring up the CEO appointment issue again. Fu Yanzhou waved his hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave now. After the person left, Fu Yanzhou shot Lu Zhaozhou a fierce glare. See? And you call this a minor issue? You're my subordinate. There's a high chance I'll be replaced because of you. The moment I fall, my mother loses her influence. And without my mother and me as their backing, how long do you think your Lu family can hold out? The biggest mistake I've made is helping your Lu family and alienating Li Chen. Go apologize to Tang Tang immediately. Record a video, post it online, and explain why you framed her. I expect to see results before the end of the workday today. Otherwise, don't blame me for forgetting our past. Chased out of the office, Lu Zhaozhou's eyes burned with fury. If I can't have it, no one else will either. It's all Tang Tang's fault. Without her, I never would have made such a huge mistake. As long as I'm here, you'll never have Fu Yanzhou, and you certainly won't become the president's wife. Think getting rid of me means you're off the hook? You're dreaming. After sending an extra long text message, she immediately deleted the chat history. A cold smile spread across Lu Zhaozhou's face. In the president's office of Li Group, Tang Tang tossed her bag aside and flopped onto the sofa. Not working feels so good. Li Chen chuckled. Have you forgotten who you are again? At his words, Tang Tang sat up abruptly. I'm the eldest daughter, and soon to be the spokesperson. I need to maintain my image. Li Chen nodded with a smile. You handled this situation very well. You could say you leveraged the Fu family to achieve overnight fame. Moving forward, I'll have people gradually release more about you to keep the buzz going. Once school starts, our smart bracelet will launch alongside the Internet of Everything concept. With your popularity, it's bound to be a smash hit. Tang Tang exclaimed with delight. Does that mean I'll become a superstar? Then I'll be able to rally more people to support charitable causes, right? Li Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Theoretically, yes. But you'll be taking over the Tang family affairs, managing the design company, attending school, and if you add charity work to that, you might not have enough energy. Tang Tang shrugged indifferently. Just let you manage the Tang family and the company. I'll study and create on the side. Once I earn money, I'll allocate a portion to charity. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Li Chen paused, curiosity in his voice. Aren't you worried I'll take over both the Tang family and the company? Tang Tang shrugged. Do you want them? If you want them, they're all yours. These things were meant for you anyway. Suddenly realizing something, Tang Tang flushed and stopped mid-sentence. Li Chen was completely baffled. What are you giving me? Just finish your sentence already. Don't you know leaving things unsaid can get you into trouble? Tang Tang rubbed her face with her hands, trying to regain her composure. I won't say a word. If you've got the guts, go ahead and hit me. Torture me if you must. Li Chen sighed in resignation, glancing back at Li Nianci. Could such a naive, clueless fool really be the female lead? Li Nianci naturally had no idea what Li Chen was thinking, but she could see through some of Tang Tang's little schemes. Oh no! The female lead has fallen again. Let fate decide. This world's gone mad, the heroines have gone mad, the system's gone mad, the plot's completely derailed. Just keep playing the music and dancing. Chapter 89, Switch lanes when traffic jams up ahead. I've already talked to Dad. I'll be staying at your place from now on. With my sisters there to keep me company, I won't be lonely. Tang Tang seemed to have made up her mind, looking up at Li Chen. Li Chen didn't think twice before replying casually, if you want to go, then go. We have plenty of rooms at home. Make yourself at home. Li Nianci, standing nearby, sighed inwardly. At that moment, she knew for certain her brother was genuinely naive, not pretending. Any woman who wanted to stay at their house, he'd agree. With all these female leads and supporting characters gathered together, it would be strange if they didn't clash. She could already envision the Li family estate becoming a battlefield in the future. In the visiting room of Tianhai Prison, Mu Xinqing sat anxiously in her wheelchair. Xin, Shang, you came to see Dad? Mu Zhonghuai nearly slipped up, quickly correcting himself. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm a disobedient daughter who couldn't save you. Mu Zhonghuai shook his head. Don't waste your energy. My fate is sealed, it can't be changed. Take good care of yourself out there. Wait for your mother and brother to be released, and then you'll have a home again. Mu Xinqing's tears flowed uncontrollably. Mu Zhonghuai's death sentence would be carried out next week. This was her last time seeing her father. Mu Zhonghuai was a thoroughly bad man, not even a good husband, but he was a good father. Dad. I will. You don't need to worry about me. As long as I'm here, the Mu family will never perish. Give me the rest of the money. I'll use it to negotiate with Mom and my brother. Maybe we can get the sentence reduced. Mu Zhonghuai froze, then his expression darkened. Li Chen's assistant came earlier. I've already drawn up a will, leaving all the assets to Xinqing. Mu Xinqing's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? You left your inheritance to that little bastard? Mu Zhonghuai nodded blankly. It's all my fault for not paying attention. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If none of this had happened, our ending might have been different. Go now. Remember to collect my body when the time comes. Mu Zhonghuai's heart had completely died. He felt no face left to see his daughter. Muxingson met with the others afterward, repeating the same words to each. Everything was gone. All their assets had been transferred to Mu Shengsheng, now known as Mu Xinqing. To leave her a final escape route, no one mentioned the issue of identity. Seeing Mu Xinqing's dazed and disoriented state, Lu Jingchen offered gentle reassurance. It's only fair they gave everything to Mu Xinqing. That's how this circle operates. It places immense importance on bloodline inheritance and status. As an adopted daughter, it's only natural you wouldn't inherit anything. Rest assured, with me here, you'll never go hungry. Mu Xinqing glanced back at Lu Jingchen, her heart filled with resentment. Why did Mu Shengsheng, an unwanted orphan, have so many people doting on her? Why did Lu Jingchen and that Li Chen both go out of their way to protect her? Why was she born with illness, spending her entire childhood in hospital wards? Her loving father was dying, and her loving mother and brother might never leave the hospital in their lifetime. Now even her identity was being stolen from her. Why is life so unfair? Chang, why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Tell me, and I'll change it. Mu Xinqing snapped back to reality and smiled. You're doing just fine. I was just thinking about some unpleasant things earlier, it wasn't about you. Lu Jingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then let's head back to the hospital. Mu Xinqing shook her head. I don't like the smell in hospitals. Can you take me home? I don't have a home anymore. Lu Jingchen hesitated. You're still sick. It's safer for you to stay in the hospital. Mu Xinqing gave a bitter laugh. I know my own body. Whether I'm hospitalized or not, it's all the same. Unless the surgery fails, it can't get much worse than it already is. Lu Jingchen, affected by Mu Xinqing's helplessness, recalled the despair he felt after losing his eyesight. He nodded and said, I understand how you feel. Why don't you stay at my place for now? We have a family doctor who can handle minor issues. Hearing Lu Jingchen's agreement, Mu Xinqing's mood seemed to lift considerably. Lu Jingchen was the only one who could help her now. And Lu Jingchen's aunt was the matriarch of the Fu family. If she could persuade the Fu family, there might still be a chance to rescue her mother and brother. Even if it didn't work, at least she could get revenge on that bastard. That lowlife thief deserved to rot in hell. Li family manor, kitchen. The stinging pain in her fingers was all too familiar, she didn't cry out. Back in the Mu household, speaking loudly had always been punished. Mu Xinqing was recuperating at home and couldn't tolerate noise. Seems the young master has spoiled me too much. I'd forgotten even a fruit left to be picked can still have thorns that hurt. After this self-mocking remark, she licked the blood from her fingertip and resumed washing the vegetables. Cooking here brought her joy, but the diners had given her dignity, given her life, given her wealth, and even given her dreams. Miss Mu, perhaps the servants should handle the vegetable washing. The young master specifically instructed that you shouldn't touch water with your injured hand. Hearing this, Mu Shengsheng felt a sweet warmth in her heart. This was what it felt like to be valued, someone who cared deeply, remembered every detail about her. It was an experience she had never known before. Mr. Lu, there's no need to worry. The young master applied medicine to my hand, and it's very effective. It doesn't hurt at all now. The young master's food must be spotless. I can only feel at ease if I prepare it myself. Butler Lu sighed. Alright, as you wish. Truthfully, the young master isn't as delicate as you imagine. He's perfectly healthy. Mu Xingxing's hand paused. In my heart, the young master is the most precious. He deserves the very best. Butler Lu shook his head helplessly. This path is difficult to walk, and you might end up with nothing in the end. Your efforts remain hidden behind the scenes, unseen and unappreciated by others. Mu Shengsheng smiled faintly. I don't need his gratitude, nor do I need him to see my efforts. I'm repaying him while also fulfilling my own dreams. I should actually thank him for volunteering to be my guinea pig, helping me achieve my own aspirations. Butler Lu paused for a moment, then smiled too. It's reassuring to hear you think that way. By the way, take good care of Miss Nianci. Mu Xingxing's eyes lit up as she bowed to Steward Lu. Thank you for the reminder, Steward Lu. I'm deeply grateful. Butler Lu waved his hand dismissively. You're a diligent and clever girl. I like you very much. Young master is a good man. I'm getting old, and I hope you'll stay by his side to care for him. I have high hopes for you. Don't lose heart when you face setbacks. If you can't win, you can always step back. My position isn't so bad either. After hearing Lu's words, Mu Shengsheng suddenly felt enlightened. If the path ahead is too crowded, then switch lanes. Though this path was longer and more remote, who would reach the final destination first remained uncertain. Most importantly, if she lost on this path, she could always try again. Chapter 90, The Concealed Truth. Night fell in the Li family's grand study. Li Chen slid a stack of documents toward Mu Shengsheng. These are the property documents signed by the entire Mu family. Half of it is inherited by Mu Xinqing. I've had all identifying details thoroughly erased. Your identity is now permanently fixed and cannot be altered. Mu Shengsheng picked up a new ID card bearing the name Mu Xinchuan but with her own photo on it. She smiled and said, I don't like that name. Young master, may I ask you to call me Chengcheng from now on? Li Chen understood her thoughts and nodded. If the Mu family tries to renege in the future, you know how to respond, right? Mu Shengsheng shook her head. I don't know. Please teach me, young master. Li Chen smiled. If that Mu Xinqing reneges, tell her she's just an adopted daughter trying to seize the Mu family's assets. If Lu Qilan or those brothers go back on their word, thank them. Mu Shengsheng looked puzzled. Why would I thank them? Li Chen pondered for a moment before replying. With their parents and brothers imprisoned, they'd go so far as to slander the adopted daughter, claiming she's the biological child just to preserve a clean background for their biological daughter and sister. Such profound maternal love and brotherly devotion, truly moving. Mu Shengsheng froze, then exclaimed in astonishment, is that even possible? Li Chen nodded. Of course it is. To alter your identity, Mu Zhonghui pulled quite a few strings. From blood type to DNA, whatever could be altered was changed for you. I helped push things along. The orphanage records and everything else have been taken care of. Now, if you check through any official channels, you're Mu Xinqing. They can't argue with that. Mu Shengsheng understood. I understand. I'll stick to this identity from now on. If there's nothing else, I'll go wash the dishes. Li Chen tapped the table. Come back here. Hold out your hand so I can see it. Mu Shengsheng immediately hid her hand behind her back. No need to look, I'm fine now. It's all good. Li Chen said nothing, just stared at Mu Shengsheng. After a few seconds, Mu Shengsheng lowered her head and slowly extended her hand. Li Chen took her small hand in his, glanced at it, and marveled inwardly. No wonder she was the heroine blessed with Li Nianci's little strong buff. Her recovery was nothing short of remarkable. The swelling had already subsided in just half a day, and even the bruise had faded. By tomorrow afternoon, her skin would likely be smooth and fair again. It was truly remarkable. Healing pretty fast, huh? I've already instructed Butler Lu to assign you an assistant. From now on, leave the menial tasks like washing vegetables and dishes to the assistant. Your job is to focus on developing new dishes and flavors. I plan to enter the restaurant industry with Tinglong Restaurant. You should be interested in getting involved from the start, right? Mu Shengsheng lifted her head slightly. Me? But I don't know how. Li Chen released Mu Shengsheng's hand and smiled. You just provide the expertise. I'll give you the money, all you have to do is sit back and count it. Mu Shengsheng flushed and stamped her foot. Young master, you're so annoying. With that, she buried her head and bolted out of the study. Li Chen froze in place. He was genuinely bewildered. What on earth was going on? Could there really be something unclean in the house? Lu family villa. Lu Jingchen had arranged for Mu Xinqing to stay in the finest room. This room was originally my mother's. She's away on business and won't be back for over half a year. Settle in comfortably. Leave everything else to me. Mu Xinqing gave a faint smile. Thank goodness you're here. I wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. Could you help me get into bed? My legs are too weak. Lu Jingchen had no objection, lifting Mu Xinqing from the wheelchair and gently lowering her onto the bed. Mu Xinchuan suddenly pulled with all her strength, dragging Lu Jingchen onto the bed with her. Their eyes met, and Lu Jingchen swallowed hard. Sorry, I lost my balance just now. Mu Xinqing blinked, her lips slowly pressing against his. 1,000 images flashed through Lu Jingchen's mind. He jerked his head back and dodged to the side. You've been running around all day. You must be exhausted. Go rest. With that, Lu Jingchen dashed out of the room. Mu Xinqing's eyes flickered. Success was near. Once Lu Jingchen was hers, the Lu Corporation would be at her command. My ovulation period is in 4 days. If I can conceive Lu's seed, getting Lu Qing to intervene later shouldn't be a problem. As for the kidney disease, it exists, but it's not severe enough to be a problem yet. Delaying things for a few years shouldn't be an issue. With enough money, lab reports can be manipulated to show discrepancies. I refuse to believe that by then, with the Lu family and Fu family united, plus all those wealthy families dissatisfied with the Li family, we couldn't handle one Mu Shengsheng. Mu Shengsheng must die, and so must that Li Chen. They both deserve to die. Is she really Chang Chang? In the dimly lit room on the second floor, Lu Jingchen sat by the window, lost in thought. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to dwelling in darkness. Only darkness could bring him calm. These past days, everything seemed orchestrated by someone else. It felt as though an invisible hand was concealing certain truths. Endless matters kept dragging him down, leaving him no moment of respite. Where exactly did the problem lie? Since returning home, he felt as though he'd fallen into an invisible trap, with everything going terribly wrong. It all seemed to stem from Chengcheng. Unable to make sense of it, Lu Jingchen dialed a number. Director Zhang, after being adopted, did Chengcheng really take the name Mu Shengsheng? Director Zhang replied with absolute certainty, absolutely true. Not only does our orphanage have the records, but the relevant authorities can also verify it. If you don't believe me, you can look into it yourself. With the Lu family's resources, you'll definitely be able to obtain her complete records. With that, Director Zhang hung up. Lu Jingchen stared blankly for a moment before dialing a special number, instructing someone to investigate Mu Xingxing's detailed background. The next day, at the entrance of Li Group, Li Chen paused for a moment as he passed through the security gate. Where's Jomi? Is she running late for work today? Usually, the moment he walked in, Jomi would greet him with, "Here comes our handsome guy." But today, she was nowhere to be seen. Something was definitely off. The receptionist bowed slightly and explained, "Team leader Zhou resigned yesterday. She said her mother was ill and she needed to go back to take care of her." Li Chen nodded upon hearing this. "Brother Hui, go to finance later and have them transfer some money to Jomi. Pay her the maximum severance package the group offers for dismissed employees, N+3. And include this year's year-end bonus as well." Cheng Hui jotted it down in his notebook and sighed. "We really did misplace our trust in him. At least we realized it before it was too late." Li Chen shot Cheng Hui a cold glance. "Stop spreading rumors about my sister. Watch your bonus next month. I hear baby formula and diapers are getting pricier." Cheng Hui's expression stiffened. His lips pressed tightly together. He transformed into a stone-faced assistant. He had indeed earned a lot over the past few years. But with recent expenses like buying a house, renovations, and purchasing an expensive jewelry set for his wife, millions had slipped away. Cheng Hui's funds were now running low. Inside the private elevator. "We've received intel that after I left, Mu Xinqing and Lu Jingchen went to Tianhai prison. They now know that all of the Mu family's assets have been transferred. Lu Jingchen has brought Mu Xinqing back home, and the Lu family has offered a sky-high reward to find a kidney donor for her. The Lu and Fu family joint project was signed yesterday and has commenced implementation." As Cheng Hui finished his report, the elevator doors slid open. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Got it. Go handle the Fu family's PR situation first. Distract them so they don't have the energy to uncover our plans. Openly repair the road while secretly crossing the river. I taught you that." Chapter 91, What level are you? You're not even worthy of playing games with me. Cheng Hui grinned. "Don't worry, I've taken notes. Mission accomplished. I'm counting on that bonus to buy toys for Huan Huan." Li Chen's footsteps halted. "The full moon banquet is all set. Keep it simple. You guys handle notifying your folks back home. Location, special banquet hall at Tunlong restaurant. When the time comes, just have them go directly there." Cheng Hui froze for a moment. The Dragon Ascending Restaurant's premium banquet hall alone costs 5 million yuan to reserve, with 30 tables of top-tier banquet packages included. And this was supposed to be simple? Indeed, the world of the wealthy was beyond comprehension, even for his personal assistant. His daughter had just taken on this godfather, barely a month old, and her life was already taking off. It seemed he needed to find a wife for the CEO sooner rather than later. Ideally, she could bear a healthy baby boy within the next couple of years. Then he could arrange a betrothal between the two children, destined to grow up together as childhood sweethearts. Then I'd be the presidents-in-law. The Cheng family's glory would be just around the corner. Cheng Hui's delightful daydream was cut short by a shove. "Assistant Cheng, could you please move out of the way?" Turning around, she saw Su Muxue and Tang Tang flanking Li Nianci on either side, forming a line. No wonder even in such a wide hallway, they still complained about him blocking the way. But what could he do? These three girls truly could walk sideways here. "My apologies, ladies. I'll make way immediately. Please proceed at your leisure." Su Muxue shot Cheng Hui a withering glance. "I'll tell Sister Shui right now that you're using your smooth talk to flirt with female employees at the company." Cheng Hui froze in place. "Please, spare me. If I've done anything wrong, just tell me and I'll fix it." Su Muxue spat venomously. "Your legs are too long. Make them shorter from now on. If that's impossible, I'll find someone to amputate a section." With that, she stormed off with the two women. Cheng Hui's mind raced, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out what he'd done to offend Su Muxue. And she wanted to amputate his leg? Assistant Chang, you and the president walked too fast earlier. They couldn't catch up. You're probably screwed. An employee who was on good terms with Chang Hui patted his shoulder consolingly. Chang Hui suddenly understood, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Clearly, it was the president who was walking fast. What was wrong with him, as his personal assistant, keeping up? Why should he, a mere assistant, take the fall for this? Besides, it was their own request to bring Miss Nianci along. They were the ones who slowed down significantly at the security gate. How could he possibly be blamed for that? Fu Group President's Office. Fu Yinzhou slammed a stack of documents onto the floor. I told you yesterday to find Tang before the end of the workday and apologize to her. What have you done? Why is the public outcry still escalating today? Where's your apology video? Where's your clarification post? Why can't anyone find them? Lu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and whispered, I went to find her yesterday. She went to Li Group, but I couldn't get past the gate. Later, she went back to the Li family estate with Li Chen. I couldn't get in there either. I have absolutely no way to see her. How am I supposed to apologize to her? If you don't believe me, I have video evidence right here. Taking the phone Lu Xiaoxiao handed him, Fu Yinzhou watched the two videos before taking a deep breath. This must be Li Chen's scheme. He deliberately kept you from approaching Tang. He's after something big. Get ready. I'll personally take you to the Li family estate to set the record straight. Dragging this out like this is too detrimental to our Fu Corporation. Lu Xiaoxiao lowered her head, a faint curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Making her personally apologize to that lowlife? Not happening. After all, if the sky fell, Fu Yinzhou would be there to hold it up. No matter what, he would handle this issue for her because he had no choice. To address the public relations crisis, Fu Yinzhou postponed today's board meeting and took Lu Xiaoxiao to Li Group. Just past 10 o'clock, the front desk phone rang in the president's office. Upon receiving the notification, Li Chen ushered Fu Yinzhou and his companion inside. The moment they entered the office, Fu Yinzhou exploded, Mr. Li, what a masterstroke. We have no grudge against each other. Why escalate things to this point? Li Chen smiled faintly. I'm afraid I don't understand your meaning, Mr. Fu. How exactly have I escalated matters? And how did I do it? I'm not aware of any such actions. Fu Yinzhou pointed angrily at Tang, who was lounging on the sofa eating snacks. You prevented Lu Xiaoxiao from meeting her. You're trying to pressure my Fu Group through public opinion. Your motives are crystal clear to me. The principle of leaving room for maneuver, you should understand it better than I do. Li Chen's expression darkened at these words. Mr. Fu, your words are a bit too hasty. When did I ever prevent Lu Xiaoxiao from meeting Tang? Where's the evidence? My sister was mistreated at your place. I waited a full day and night, yet not even a single apology came. And now you have the nerve to question me? You turn it around and accuse me of targeting you? Seems I was too kind, letting you think the Li family is a soft target, easy to manipulate. Fu Yinzhou suddenly turned to look at Lu Xiaoxiao. He knew Li Chen wouldn't lie about something like this. Lu Xiaoxiao, tell me, did you come here yesterday looking for Tang or not? Don't you still have the video? Show it to him and put his mind at rest. Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated. After all these years of friendship, you'd rather believe a stranger than me? Fu Yinzhou's gaze grew icy. Just tell me yes or no. I don't want to hear any nonsense right now. Lu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. I was on my way here, but they stopped me. You saw those two videos yourself. They're the ones keeping me away. It's not my fault. Fu Yinzhou turned to look at Li Chen, waiting for his explanation. Li Chen smiled faintly. These days, you're the first one who dares to frame me. You clearly haven't researched what the Li family excels at. Since you claim to have video evidence, why not show it to me? Lu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. My phone's broken. It won't turn on, so I can't play that video. You claim I never came here. What proof do you have? Li Chen shot Lu Xiaoxiao a dismissive glance. You think a fool like you can pull this kind of trick on me? What kind of lowlife are you, expecting me to prove myself? You've clearly got it twisted right now. You're the ones begging me. Even if you had proof, I say you never came, and you never came. And you don't even have proof now. You're the ones at a disadvantage, got it? You two can get lost. Smack! Fu Yinzhou's palm struck Lu Xiaoxiao's face, sending her stumbling backward. It's come to this, and you still won't tell the truth? Do you want to see me destroyed before you're satisfied? Don't forget, without me, your Lu family will go bankrupt in no time. Produce that video immediately and explain yourself clearly. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting ties. Lu Xiaoxiao clutched her face, a flash of ferocity darting through her eyes. You've disappointed me beyond measure. You'd rather believe others than trust the bond we've built over all these years. I cherished you so deeply, loved you so profoundly. How could I ever harm you? It's them. They're the ones trying to harm you. Fu Yinzhou, wake up. See clearly who truly loves you. Fu Yinzhou frowned, his heart torn with indecision. He and Lu Xiaoxiao had known each other since childhood, growing up together. He knew Lu Xiaoxiao had feelings for him, but he'd always seen her as a normal cousin, never anything beyond sibling affection. Lu Xiaoxiao had made her share of mistakes before, but she had never truly harmed him. With so much happening lately, perhaps he really had been overly suspicious and wronged her. Li Chen watched the drama unfold with relish, while Li Nianci felt utterly bewildered. In the story setup, Lu Xiaoxiao was indeed a villainous supporting character, conspiring with others to oppress the female lead, Tang Tang. Fu Yanzhou initially held little affection for the heroine. Even when aware of Lu Xiaoxiao's bullying, he would downplay major incidents and sweep minor ones under the rug. The poor heroine had suffered so much bullying she'd developed depression. But now the situation seemed to have changed. She'd run into her own foolish older brother, and this time she'd really hit a brick wall. Her dim-witted brother might be clueless about everything else, but he's downright domineering. He's already tamed several major female leads, let alone a villainous supporting character. Chapter 92, Destruction or Survival Left to Fate. Are you done acting? If you're done acting, get out. Don't interfere with my work. Having watched the spectacle, Li Chen began to show them the door. Fu Yanzhou turned back, forcing a faint smile. I brought her here today specifically to apologize to Tang Tang. I hope this matter ends here, and you cease targeting my Fu Corporation. A truce is better than mutual destruction. Mr. Li, don't you agree? Li Chen looked puzzled. Mr. Fu, you must be out of your mind. Why would you think I'd want to destroy us both? I'm sure the board has already begun impeaching you. What gives you the right to spout such nonsense here, talking about mutual destruction? Are you threatening to use Fu Corporation's resources to shut me down? Facing Li Chen's condescending attitude, Fu Yanzhou seethed with rage but dared not erupt. The current situation at Fu Corporation was precarious. Any decisive move against a powerhouse like the Li family could shatter the delicate balance. He dared not gamble, for Li Chen was a madman, a reckless bully beyond anyone's control. What exactly do you want? Just name your terms. This game of riddles is unbearable. Fu Yanzhou backed down, conceding defeat. A smile spread across Li Chen's face. If you'd just agreed to this earlier, everything would have been fine. I don't ask for much. Just hand over the design department to Tang Tang. Listen carefully, I'm talking about the entire industrial chain. At those words, Fu Yanzhou's expression darkened dramatically. The Fu family's apparel business was valued at no less than 3 billion yuan, generating substantial annual profits. Crucially, this sector had always remained firmly under his control, a vital bargaining chip within the Fu Corporation. This is extortion. I refuse to agree. Before Fu Yanzhou could respond, Lu Xiaoxiao grew impatient. Having served as director of the Fu Group's apparel design department for many years, she had long infiltrated the entire industry, transforming it into her own personal fiefdom. Once the timing was right, she could broach the subject with her aunt. Lu Qing securing half of this business for herself would pose no problem. If it were handed over now, all her years of hard work would be wasted. You disagree? Li Chen sneered. What makes you think you're worthy? Mr. Fu gave his entire fashion empire to his fiancée as an apology. Not only did he earn the title of devoted husband, but he also quelled the media storm and stabilized Fu Corporation's stock price. Moreover, transferring the business to his fiancée is like shifting assets from one hand to the other, it remains his property. With such a flawless solution, why are you fool, making such a fuss? Or is it that you just can't stand seeing Fu Yanzhou do well, and you're determined to have him removed as CEO? Do you feel unworthy of Fu Yanzhou and want to pull him down so you two would be a match? The barrage of accusations left Lu Xiaoxiao speechless. A storm of emotions surged within Fu Yanzhou. Sure enough, this was all Li Chen's scheme. He had long coveted the apparel empire in his grasp, which was why he deliberately arranged for Tang Tang to join the design department. All for today using Tang Tang's status as his fiancée to legitimately seize control of his business. What was most terrifying was that this was now the only viable solution. Not only would it silence the board members, but it would also quell public opinion and secure him a favorable reputation. Perhaps even Fu Corporation's stock price would surge once more. Such a scheme was flawless. Was this the power of a legend? Before him, he felt like a puppet on strings, utterly powerless to resist. Mr. Li is absolutely right. I'll head back immediately to print the transfer contract. Excuse me for now. With events spiraling beyond control, Fu Yanzhou decisively chose to cut his losses and stabilize the situation first. The rest could wait. He believed Li Chen's ambitions extended far beyond the apparel industry alone. If he sought more, there was no reason to eliminate him now. Li Chen would certainly protect him. Only by keeping him in a position of influence within the Fu Corporation could he leverage Tang Tang to extract greater profits from him. Take care, Mr. Fu. Since we've settled this matter, I might as well let you see some truths clearly. Li Chen smiled as he called out to Fu Yanzhou, pulling out his phone to flash the screen at Lu Xiaoxiao. You really don't want to know whether your dear sister actually came to my place yesterday? Let me run a facial recognition scan on her and retrieve yesterday's surveillance footage. With the highest access privileges to the group's database, retrieving yesterday's surveillance footage was a simple task for Li Chen. Within 10 seconds, a surveillance clip appeared on his phone. In the footage, Lu Xiaoxiao had indeed followed Tang Tang to the Li Group building. However, after briefly flashing her phone at the entrance, she had left. Next came the surveillance footage from the entrance of Li's manor. Lu Xiaoxiao had followed once more, snapped a photo, and then left. Li Chen laughed heartily. We've all misunderstood Lu Xiaoxiao. She did indeed come here. For this, I sincerely apologize to Miss Lu. I hope you'll forgive me. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. My apologies. Fu Yanzhou's face flushed crimson, then darkened. Lu Xiaoxiao. Is this what you meant by been here? Why did you lie to me? Lu Xiaoxiao hung her head, unable to respond. Li Chen put away his phone and smiled. Well, obviously because she thinks she's got you wrapped around her finger. She knows that even if she doesn't apologize or take action, you'll clean up her mess in the end. You have no choice. Same as before, you're not cut out to be in charge. Why not hand the CEO position over to Tang Tang? I guarantee she'd be better at it than you. Fu Yanzhou turned and glared at Li Chen. Is this your objective? I advise you to stop this immediately. The depth of the Fu family's resources is beyond your comprehension. Li Chen shrugged. Just kidding. Why are you taking it so seriously? Get back to work. Don't keep your shareholders waiting. Fu Yanzhou shot Li Chen a lingering look before turning and hurrying out of the office. Once he was gone, Tang Tang rushed over to Li Chen, her face glowing with admiration. Brother Chen, you're amazing. You just made billions off that clothing business, like tens of billions. Li Chen smiled faintly. I promised to build you a clothing company. I think Fu's apparel division is a solid foundation. They have a mature industrial chain from design to manufacturing, from production to retail with fully established distribution channels. Once Fu Yanzhou prints the contract, just sign it. From then on, you'll be the big boss yourself. Tang Tang froze. This entire apparel business is for me? Li Chen nodded. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Tang Tang shook her head, hesitating. But it's far too valuable, and I wouldn't know how to manage it. Li Chen considered it for a moment before saying, I can manage it for you temporarily. You have all the time in the world to learn gradually. Recalling her own plans, Tang Tang no longer refused. More wealth in her hands would elevate her status, making her more suitable for him. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, brother. Tang Tang suddenly leaned in and gave Li Chen a quick peck on the corner of his mouth. Li Chen didn't have time to dodge. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. What are you doing? Seeing Li Chen's flustered expression, Tang Tang's eyes twinkled mischievously. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? If there's nothing else, I'm off to study with Sister Muxue. With that, Tang Tang cheerfully exited the office. Li Chen turned to look at Li Nianci, his eyes filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. Is this the female lead you wrote? Why is everyone like this? Li Nianci. Why are you looking at me? I'm mute now. I won't rat you out. Besides, even if they found out, they wouldn't care. I just don't get it. It's like all these heroines have been possessed. Sigh, I must be the most incompetent author in history. This is my own story, yet none of the protagonists are following the plot. Whatever. Let it be. Destruction or survival, leave it to fate. Chapter 93, Flattery Kills. Fu Yanzhou worked with remarkable efficiency. By the end of the morning shift, he had drafted the transfer contract. Under the witness of both parties' lawyers, Tang Tang signed her name. From that moment on, the entire apparel division under Fu Corporation fell under Tang Tang's name. With Li Chen's strategic guidance, the entire design department underwent a major shakeup. All staff saw their salaries cut in half. Those willing to stay underwent a 6-month probationary period. If they met the requirements after 6 months, their original compensation would be restored. Those unwilling to stay were encouraged to resign voluntarily, with their names blacklisted across the entire industry. The entire factory management was dismissed and replaced through new recruitment. Raw material suppliers were completely overhauled, and sales partners' profit-sharing arrangements were restructured. Though this overhaul resulted in losses amounting to hundreds of millions, Li Chen and Tang Tang couldn't care less. These businesses were acquired for free. Even if they went bankrupt, they wouldn't feel a twinge of regret. After all, under no circumstances could key positions be left in the hands of Lu Xiaoxiao or Fu Yanzhou's people. That afternoon, public opinion underwent a dramatic reversal. Fu Yanzhou's persona was re-established, and Fu Group's stock price rebounded. Immediately afterward, Tang Tang's identity was exposed, leaving Fu Yanzhou no choice but to publicly acknowledge her. In this high-stakes game, Tang Tang emerged as the biggest winner. Not only did she secure billions in compensation, but her resolute stance against workplace bullying that day became widely emulated. Within just 3 days, over 100 companies were exposed online. Overnight, Tang Tang became hailed as the godfather of workplace reform in netizens' eyes, drawing overwhelming attention. A design draft titled The Redemption Series leaked, followed by Tang Tang's announcement that all proceeds from the series sales would be donated. This single action created a massive ripple effect. The enormous traffic Tang attracted also benefited the Fu Group, sending its stock soaring. In the president's office of Li Group, Zhang Hui delivered the update. Our plan has been a resounding success. Fu Yanzhou has leveraged this wave of attention to successfully penetrate the domestic market. Next, they will invest heavily in building both online and offline channels. Your strategy of elevating them before taking them down is truly brilliant. After hearing the report, Li Chen nodded slightly. You fatten the pig before slaughtering it. Fu Yanzhou is likely growing suspicious by now. Notify Jiang Miao it's time to move against the Lu family. Keep Fu Yanzhou occupied. Chang Hui acknowledged the order and exited the office. Li Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought as he watched the fine rain fall outside. Lu Jingchen and Mu Xinqing had been too idle these past few days. It was time to bring them into the plot and make their presence felt. Li Nianci stared blankly at Li Chen's retreating figure. These past days, she'd been brought along and participated in numerous secret decisions. Though she didn't understand the implications of those decisions, she had noticed something different about this stepbrother. He had completely transcended the role she had originally envisioned for him. In her novel, this male lead was talented, yet he still fell short compared to Lu Jingchen and Fu Yanzhou. Even when he rose to prominence later in the plot with Su Muxue's help, his brilliance still paled in comparison to the other two. His value lay solely in highlighting the strength of the main heroine, Su Muxue, and contrasting her with the other two heroines of different archetypes. The novel's core message was that every type of girl could be the protagonist. Whether a leading lady, a homemaker, or a career woman, happiness is within reach for all. Yet now it seems his own brother's brilliance has eclipsed all the protagonists. He appears to be the true protagonist, manipulating everyone at his whim. I'm genuinely curious what fills his mind each day. Why is he always shrouded in such thick, oppressive fog that it feels suffocating? At the Fu family manor, in the small tea pavilion, Lu Zhaozhao gently massaged Lu Qing's temples. Lu Qing's face softened into a look of blissful relaxation. Don't be too upset. Some things are meant to be yours, and they'll find their way back to you someday. That wild girl is important to the Fu family now. Keep a low profile for now and don't go stirring up trouble. Once our two families complete their collaboration and establish a firm foothold in Yin Prefecture, we'll have plenty of ways to kick her out. By then, swallowing the Tang family whole principal and interest included will be no trouble at all. Lu Zhaozhao replied obediently, I'll do whatever Auntie says. From now on, I won't go anywhere. I just want to serve Auntie every day. Buzz. As the two chatted animatedly, a phone on the tea table suddenly vibrated. Lu Qing picked it up to see it was her nephew, Lu Jingchen, calling. She casually swiped to answer. Jingchen, what do you need? Lu Jingchen was already sweating with anxiety as he hurriedly explained, Lu Group has imploded. Senior executives are embezzling funds, shareholders are laundering money, and prosecutors are already here. Please help me think of a solution. Otherwise, Lu Group might not survive. Hearing this, Lu Qing sprang to her feet, accidentally knocking Lu Zhaozhao over in the process. Don't panic. Hold them off for now. I'll be right there. Lu Zhaozhao scrambled to her feet, her face filled with confusion. Auntie, what's going on? Without pausing, Lu Qing turned and walked away. Lu Corporation is in trouble. Come with me to assess the situation. Oh, and notify Yan Zhou, tell him to drop everything and head to the Lu Corporation immediately. Today's Tianhai was unusually crowded, with pedestrians and vehicles packed tightly together on the streets. The urgent honking of horns echoed throughout the city. Holy SHT. Left turns on red lights are the worst. Can the car in front move faster? I'm in a hurry. What's the rush? Can't you see the red light? Grow wings and fly over it if you can. Have you noticed how red lights seem extra long and green lights extra short today? Bull. The timing's the same. Schools are about to start, so there are more students arriving early. It's normal for it to be crowded, okay? It's the same every back-to-school season. Nothing unusual about it. Enough. Only 3 seconds left before green. I'm in a hurry. The city's clamor continued, while the traffic bureau descended into utter chaos. Can someone tell me what's going on? Why are all the red lights delayed by 10 milliseconds per second, while the green lights speed up by 10 milliseconds? Where's the rest of the tech department? Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? A thunderous roar erupted from the director's office. A middle-aged man wearing glasses kept his head bowed, afraid to meet the director's glare. The tech department is already working on an emergency system fix. We suspect a system vulnerability caused this. Fortunately, all equipment is functioning normally. Combined with traffic police managing the congestion, no accidents have occurred. We've invited a senior engineer from Li Technology to assist with the repairs. Give us 10 more minutes, and we'll definitely resolve this issue. Hearing that no accidents had occurred, the chief exhaled in relief. You useless bunch, at least you're not complete failures. When trouble hits, you know to call in outside help. I told you guys long ago to find ways to recruit some high-end talent. Among all those engineers at Li Technology, I like every single one of them. The bespectacled subordinate sighed helplessly. Their engineers start at a minimum of $1,000,000 annually. Our budget simply can't cover that. If it weren't for the connection between the Li Corporation president and you, we wouldn't have been able to get them to help us out in an emergency. The director paused, taken aback. That kid really is quite something, good character and generous too. I hear they've registered a security company now and need over 200 vehicles registered. The higher-ups said to prioritize outstanding enterprises and expedite their applications. The bespectacled subordinate nodded. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'll head over to fix the system. An extra pair of hands is always helpful. Chapter 94, The Boomerang Returns. With top-tier engineers on board, the traffic system was restored within 5 minutes. Tianhai citizens remained oblivious, continuing their daily routines. When Fu Yanzhou and Lu Qing arrived at Lu Group, they only saw Lu Jingchen being escorted into a police car. Mother and son exchanged stunned glances. Why did you take so long? It should only take an hour to get here from Fu Group. Facing Lu Qing's reproach, Fu Yanzhou sighed helplessly. Traffic was terrible. There was nothing I could do. You came from home, you should have arrived ages ago. Why are you just getting here now? Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise. I got stuck in traffic, and you did too? Could this be some kind of conspiracy? Fu Yanzhou shook his head. What conspiracy? Traffic jams happen every day. School's about to start soon, and it's always jam-packed this time of year. It's just a coincidence. Now's not the time for that. We need to figure out how to get Lu Jingchen out of there. He's been back in the country less than a month, and this is already his third arrest. He's had such a troubled life since childhood. It's truly pitiful. Lu Qing felt a pang of emotion, her eyes beginning to redden. He's the only male heir in our Lu family. Frail and sickly since childhood, he lost his sight before even reaching adulthood. Now that he's finally recovered, he came back to take over the family business. He's handling a project worth hundreds of billions. He should be making his mark in the world. But why must misfortune keep striking him down, refusing to let him be? What did our Lu family ever do to deserve this? Lu Zhaozhao steadied Lu Qing and comforted her. Auntie, don't be so sad. They say after great hardship comes greater fortune. My brother just returned to the country with a clean record. He was merely implicated. Once the truth is clarified, everything will be fine. Fu Yanzhou seethed at the sight of Lu Zhaozhao. What the hell do you know? He's already taken over the Lu Corporation. Even if his background is clean and he was just caught in the crossfire, he'll have to accept his fate. Stop filling your head with all that nonsense. Spend more time reading and studying the law. Knowledge is the greatest wealth. Hearing Fu Yanzhou's sarcasm toward Lu Zhaozhao, Lu Qing snapped, Shut up! What use is that stuff to a girl like her? All she needs is to find a good family to marry into, get herself wed, and bear a fine son. Her status, identity, and wealth will reach heights ordinary people could never attain in 10 lifetimes. Since you know so much, then you handle this matter. No matter what, get Jingchen out of there. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping foot in this house. After the tirade, Lu Qing took Lu Zhaozhao and drove off, leaving Fu Yanzhou standing alone in the wind, utterly flustered. Foolish. You're all idiots. Fu Yanzhou cursed under his breath, but remembering she was his mother, he swallowed his anger. Rescuing Lu Jingchen was non-negotiable. That billion-dollar project was still in his hands. Now that the market had opened, the Li Corporation was eyeing it greedily. To seize resources and build distribution channels, billions in funding had already been dispersed in advance. If this project went south, the Fu Corporation would suffer massive losses, and he would inevitably be forced out. Suppressing his resentment, Fu Yanzhou got into his car and headed straight for the law enforcement bureau. At the Lu family villa, Mu Xinqing sat by the window, her eyes straining with anticipation. Today was a crucial day. She only awaited Lu Jingchen's return to plant the seed, completing the most vital step of the plan. Yet the man who usually returned early from work to spend time with her hadn't shown up even as night fell. His phone was switched off, and messages couldn't be received. The carefully prepared dishes to enhance the mood were reheated again and again. The spiked wine had lost its kick as the alcohol evaporated, leaving it bland and tasteless. He still hasn't arrived. Miss Mu, are those dishes still warm? Mu Xinqing shook her head. Leave them for now. Go see if Jingchen is back yet. The maid nodded and exited the room. Mu Xinqing hesitated for a moment before dialing Lu Qing's number. Lu Qing had never liked her and had repeatedly incited Lu Jingchen to abandon her. Truthfully, she dreaded facing Lu Qing. But among the contacts Lu Jingchen had left behind, Lu Qing was the only one left. Hello? I wanted to ask, where is Jingchen now? Why hasn't he come home? The phone connected, and Mu Xinqing asked cautiously. Lu Qing's eyelids fluttered, and her expression darkened. It's you again, you little brat. Haven't you caused enough trouble for Jingchen? I've warned you countless times to stay away from our Jingchen. You unwanted little bastard, you're nothing but a jinx. Jingchen is like this now because of you. Listening to Lu Qing's torrent of curses, intense hatred flashed in Mu Xinqiu's eyes. Ever since she and Mu Shengsheng swapped identities, the Lu family had cast her as an orphan and unwanted bastard child. The curses the Mu family once hurled at Mu Shengsheng were now being hurled at her by the Lu family. She swore that once she controlled Lu Jingchen and seized control of the Lu family, she would expel this shrew Lu Qing from the Lu family registry. But now was not the time to confront Lu Qing head-on. And, if you wish to scold me, feel free anytime. I'm genuinely worried about Jingchen right now. Could you please make him come back soon? I'm so scared when he's not home. Lu Qing's voice turned icy. You're just an unwanted bastard. What gives you the right to call me auntie? Who do you think you are? Just because Jingchen feels grateful to you, you think you can walk through the Lu family's door? Don't even dream about it. The wife our Lu family marries may not come from a distinguished family, may not be beautiful, but she absolutely cannot be a sickly weakling. What we need is a sensible, obedient woman in perfect health, one who can bear healthy offspring for the Lu family. Jingchen won't be coming back. Give up that hope. The call ended abruptly. Mu Xinqing's eyes reddened as she hurled the phone to the floor, scattering its components everywhere. Damn shrew. She's been married for decades, yet she still meddles in the Lu family's affairs. Why does everyone target me? Why do they despise me? You all deserve to die, every last one of you should rot in hell. A mad thought took root in Mu Xinqing's mind. Outside the law enforcement bureau, Fu Yanzhou hung his head, his once vibrant spirit completely gone. This arrest of Lu Jingchen was entirely different in nature from the previous two incidents. The earlier incidents were mere skirmishes with the right connections, bail was always secured. But now Lu Jingchen was implicated in a major commercial crime case. Although he had just returned from abroad and knew nothing about the matter, he was still being held for questioning. Fu Yanzhou had exhausted every avenue, pulling every string he could. Yet the authorities stated that this investigation into the Lu Corporation was based on evidence gathered by undercover operatives, leaving no room for negotiation. Put simply, Lu Jingchen was definitely going to jail. How long he'd serve was anyone's guess. The only way out was if the former chairman of Lu Corporation returned, took full responsibility for the charges, and admitted he had deliberately set Lu Jingchen up as a scapegoat. The problem was that former chairman was Lu Jingchen's father. And Lu Jingchen's father is currently overseas overseeing that multi-billion-dollar project. Therefore, the optimal solution is to have Lu Jingchen serve his sentence, ensuring no disruption to the overseas project. As for the Lu Group, with the Fu family holding the reins, it won't collapse anytime soon. Once that project is completed, Lu Group will be able to make a comeback. When Fu Yanzhou relayed the situation to Lu Qing, she broke down in tears. Immediately afterward, Lu Xiaoxiao was dispatched to temporarily take charge of the Lu Group. Currently, within China, only Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Qing remained as direct descendants of the Lu family. As the matriarch of the Fu family, Lu Qing naturally couldn't take charge of Lu Group to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Overwhelmed by this unexpected windfall, Lu Xiaoxiao lay awake all night, her mind racing. She never imagined that one day, the Lu Corporation would fall into her hands. Even if she was merely a puppet, controlled behind the scenes by Lu Qing, what did it matter? She was now the legitimate helmswoman of the Lu family. Even if she had to relinquish the position later, she would have already made her mark. Within the circle, her status would be no less than that of other prominent family heads. With this honor, she stood head and shoulders above her peers. Others would have to bow before her. Chapter 95, Defection. The next day, Li Group, President's Office. Cheng Hui retrieved several pages of documents and placed them before Li Chen. After reviewing the documents, Li Chen smiled. This is quite unexpected. According to my calculations, after Lu Jingchen's arrest, Lu Qing should have taken over the Lu Group. Currently, only Lu Qing, the matriarch of the Fu family, possesses the capability. Yet she deliberately let that fool Lu Xiaoxiao take over the Lu Corporation. Does she want to be the puppet master behind the scenes? This Lu Qing is quite the little cutie. Or is she not? How did she become the matriarch of the Fu family? Cheng Hui shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Perhaps Lu Qing didn't want to get implicated herself, so she put Lu Xiaoxiao forward as a puppet. That way, if anything goes wrong later, Lu Xiaoxiao can take the fall, right? Li Chen glanced at Cheng Hui. So how do you propose we counter Lu Qing's move? A way that doesn't disrupt the Lu-Fu collaboration, allows us to infiltrate the Lu Corporation, reap their future gains, and avoid breaking the law? Cheng Hui pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I can't think of such a perfect solution. I'm just a lowly assistant, not as clever as the CEO. Li Chen glared at Cheng Hui. You're just as dumb as that Lu Qing. I really don't get it. How can a multi-billion-dollar industry be treated like a child's game? Even puppets can't be fully controlled when they're dead, let alone a living person. Human greed and desire know no bounds. The more desperate the situation, the more that survival instinct kicks in, stripping people of their humanity and turning them into beasts. Cheng Hui's heart jolted violently at these words, his eyes widening in shock. Are you suggesting we turn them? Li Chen asked in surprise. Oh? Now you're jumping the gun? Cheng Hui scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, you've used this tactic several times before. And it's had a 100% success rate. I just forgot. I'm just too slow on the uptake. Thank goodness I have a good boss. Otherwise, I'd have starved to death on the streets long ago. Li Chen shook his head helplessly. If you weren't so good at sucking up, I'd have fired you ages ago. Now that you know the method, what are you waiting for? Waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Shang Hui chuckled and hurried out of the office, digging out his old notes to pore over them intently. First, he needed to make Lu Xiaoxiao feel threatened. That meant stirring her desires, making her crave the power and wealth of the Lu family. Step by step, awaken the beast within Lu Xiaoxiao. Then offer her hope using that hope as bait. Shang Hui had experience. He immediately began making his plans. Lu family villa. Mu Xinqing slipped into a tight-fitting outfit, donned a mask and a baseball cap, and quietly slipped out the back door of the villa. 1 hour later, at an abandoned bridge tunnel in the southern suburbs. 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. Just kidnap someone for me. Mu Xinqing pulled her cap rim low, completely obscuring her eyes, her voice deepening to a husky whisper. Before her stood a burly man in his mid-30s, his face a mass of fleshy bulges. This lead is from the Mu family. Now the Mu family has only one daughter left and an adopted daughter living elsewhere. Which one are you? Mu Xinqiuan paused. Does it really matter? The man nodded. Of course it matters. I hear the Mu family estate has been left to their daughter, Mu Xinqing. If you are Mu Xinqing, then everything will be fine. We could continue our long-term partnership. But if it's the adopted daughter, then it's a one-time deal. The price would definitely be different. Mu Xinqiuan replied coldly, do you really think an adopted daughter would have your organization's contact information? The man paused, then chuckled. Miss Mu is correct. I was being foolish just now. Just tell us for 1 million, who should we kidnap? Mu Xinqiuan spat with hatred, Madame Fu, Lu Cheng. Hearing the names, the man froze. Are you out of your mind? 1 million, and you want us to kidnap the matriarch of the Fu family? Do you even know how powerful the Fu family is? Mu Xinqing nodded. Of course I know the Fu family isn't someone to mess with. I only had you kidnap Lu Qing as a ruse. I'll arrange to lure her out. That's when you strike. Then wait for me to rescue her. You take the money and play along with me, no risk involved. Afterward, I guarantee the Fu family won't come after you. The man sneered, you guarantee it? What do you have to back that up? You rich folks, aren't you all prone to breaking your word? I wouldn't dare take that money. If I die, I won't have a chance to explain. Let's pretend we never met today. I'm leaving. The man wasn't stupid. He turned and started climbing the bridge. Wait. Mu Xinqing grabbed hold of the man's clothes and pulled him back down. What do you want now? I told you, we won't take this job. Mu Xinqiuan hurriedly explained, I'm Lu Qing's niece-in-law. If I succeed this once, I'll win Lu Qing's favor. Then I'll find a way to keep her from bothering you. It'll be as easy as moving my lips. I promise you this, once I win Lu Qing's favor, I'll add another 1 million to your fee. The mention of extra money piqued the man's interest. My final offer, 3 million. 3 million more after the job is done, or forget it. Mu Xinqing readily agreed. No problem. Then it's settled. I'll provide you with the exact time and location later. The man smiled. Of course that's no problem. But you're just giving me your word. How can I trust you'll actually give me 3 million afterward? We need some form of collateral, don't we? Mu Xinqing's heart skipped a beat. I'm the esteemed heiress of the Mu family, the future young mistress of the Lu household, and the niece-in-law of the Fu family matriarch. Would I be short on 3 million yuan? The man curled his lips. Since you're so capable, why not hand over that 3 million too? My brothers and I live on the edge of a knife. One wrong move and we're gone. We're risking our lives, so it's only fair we get paid first some basic security. That's not too much to ask, is it? Where would Mu Xinqing even find the money now? That 1 million was actually pocket money Lu Jingchen had given her. I don't have enough cash on me right now. Tell me, what would make you trust me? The man shrugged. I've got all the time in the world. If you don't have enough cash on you, go home and get it. As soon as the money clears, we'll move. Remember, we only want cash. Don't try to settle this with your fancy trinkets. Last time we took a gemstone necklace supposedly worth 5 million and I still haven't managed to sell it. That kind of thing? Only people like you, with more money than they know what to do with, buy it to save face. Mu Xinqing felt torn. She didn't even have a home to go back to now. How could she go home for money? It was all that bastard's fault. He'd taken everything from her, leaving her unable to come up with a measly 3 million now. My money's tied up in investments right now. It'll take a while to get it back. Change the collateral arrangement. Once my money comes back, I'll pay you immediately. The man was furious. You think you can play games with me? You think I'd believe your bull? If you don't have the money, get the hell out of here. Don't come here pretending to be some big shot. We're desperate men, not toys for you rich bastards. Damn it, what a piece of luck running into a asshole. After cursing, the man turned and started climbing back up the bridge. Mu Xinqing clenched her teeth and yanked him back down. Hold on. The man stumbled as he was pulled down, landing face first in the mud. Rage surged through him, and he drew a dagger from his waist. You! Did I give you any face? If I don't stab you to death today, I'm not a man. Chapter 96. Silly brother, he can't be seriously ill, can he? Seeing him lunge for her, Mu Xinqing was terrified and fell to her knees with a thud. Brother, please calm down. I really have something to say. The man's dagger hovered 3 inches above Mu Xinqing's head. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll kill you and dump your body in that stinking ditch behind the house. I guarantee no one will find your body for 10 years. Mu Xinqing was truly terrified, trembling on her knees. Big brother, I know I've made a mistake. I'm telling the truth, I only have 1 million left now. But if this plan succeeds, I'll get a lot more money. Then I'll give you the remaining 3 million. No, I'll give you 5 million, just help me this once. The man's fleshy cheeks twitched. Why should I believe you? What guarantee do you have? Mu Xinqing's mind raced. I can pledge my integrity as collateral. You can take pictures of me. Later, you can use those photos to get money from me. You know, if I want to marry into the Lu family, I'd never dare not pay up. The man froze for a moment. Photos? That stuff isn't popular anymore, and with just a few photos, the threat level just isn't high enough. How about filming a video instead? You and us brothers have a good, hard fight. That'll make for a much more convincing threat. My guys haven't had a good time in ages. Let's really let loose tonight. Mu Xinqing froze, then bolted for the door. The man caught up in 2 strides, grabbed her by the back of the neck, and ripped off her mask and hat. Whoa, not bad looking. Guys, come down. Today I'll treat you to a wild ride. At his call, 8 burly men descended from the bridge. Muk Xingxin was terrified. Already ill, she couldn't break free. Big brother, I truly made a mistake. Please let me go. I'll never do it again. I'll give you the entire million. Isn't that enough? The man gave a cold laugh. I've given you countless chances. It's you who keeps dragging me back. Today, we're taking both the money and the person. Serve us well, and we can help you marry into wealth. Later on, you'll just use your husband's money to support us, sparing us from living day to day. Hearing this, Mu Xinqing's heart trembled. An idea began to take root in her mind. If she could win over these desperate outlaws, wouldn't her future revenge become incredibly simple? Today, I'll just pretend I was bitten by a pack of dogs. Once I've used them up, I'll chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Big brother, I have one more thing to say. I'm delicate, and this is my first time. I can be your girlfriend. How about we team up and take those people's money together? You could have me all to yourself, why share me with others? A gleam of calculation flashed in the man's eyes. That's an interesting proposal. Once you marry into the Lu family and bear me an heir, our child will inherit the Lu family fortune. We'll be high society then, with money we can never spend. Mu Xinqing silently cursed him an idiot, but smiled sweetly. Big brother, you really think ahead. I adore talented men like you. From now on, I belong only to you, brother. Enchanted by her words, the man swept Mu Xinqing into his arms and carried her toward the shore. Brothers, this woman will be your sister-in-law from now on. I'm about to consummate the marriage with your sister-in-law. Keep a close watch. Once I'm done, your sister-in-law will hand out wedding candies 10,000 each. Soon after, the van on the shore began to shake violently. Faint, choked screams echoed from inside, as if someone's throat was being crushed. 30 minutes later, the van door swung open. Mu Xinqing, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, hurried out. Her gait was unnatural, her legs kept apart as if afraid of touching a wound. You bastards, just you wait. One day, I'll carve every inch of your flesh away. Starting with that filthy stick. 11:30 a.m. A vibrant girl in a floral maxi dress, carrying a lunchbox, appeared before the entrance of the Li building. This time, Mu Xinqing didn't need to wait for the front desk to open the door. The camera on the gate performed facial recognition directly. She passed through the security gate and into the dedicated elevator, undergoing a second verification before proceeding smoothly. Many employees were leaving work, and everyone instinctively stepped aside for Mu Xinqing. Everyone had grown accustomed to the president's young maid delivering lunch daily. On the 28th floor, Mu Xinqing passed by the assistant's office and knocked on the door first. Miss Su, it's time for lunch. After saying this, Mu Xinqing continued toward the president's office. Su Muxue froze for a moment. Lately, Mu Xinqing seemed possessed. She no longer argued with her, and each time she delivered meals, she brought an extra portion. She appeared polite and respectful toward her. Yet why did her sense of unease grow stronger by the day? Was she worried that Mu Xinqing was performing too well, stealing Ah Cheng's heart? How infuriating. Aiken should be mine alone. Why did I do those foolish things? No, I must win Aiken over quickly. Otherwise, he'll truly be snatched away. Tossing aside the unfinished documents, Su Muxue rushed out in a hurry. She grew increasingly terrified of other girls spending even a single second alone with Li Chen. Of course, Li Nianci was an exception. She was just an innocent little cutie who didn't understand anything. Inside the office, Li Chen was watching a car sex video by a riverbank on his tablet. The camera suddenly switched from a wide shot to a phone perspective, revealing a flash of pale skin. Li Chen never let up on his surveillance of Mu Xinxing. Her SIM card had long been infected with malware, and by extension, the phones of everyone she'd ever spoken to were also compromised. Through the camera and recording functions of her electronic devices, every move Mu Xinxing made was meticulously documented. "Young master, dinner is ready." Mu Xinxing opened the door and entered, startling Li Chen, who immediately flipped the tablet face down on the table. "Chang, you're here? The trip must have been exhausting. Sit down and rest for a moment." Mu Xinxing looked puzzled, sensing something was off with the young master. "Young master, I have a private car and driver. I'm not tired." Li Chen paused for a moment. "Oh, glad you're not tired. Let's eat first." Li Nianci, standing nearby, was utterly speechless. It seemed even the most powerful man would feel guilty if caught watching videos by his girlfriend. But she couldn't quite figure it out. The female lead and supporting actresses were all stunningly beautiful, like heavenly beings. Why would this silly brother ignore them and watch porn instead? Could he possibly have some serious illness? "I've already eaten at home. You and Miss Su can eat together. Let me feed Miss Nianci." Mu Xinxing pulled out a pink lunchbox, walked over to Li Nianci, and casually sat down in Li Chen's office chair. As Li Nianci accepted the feeding, she silently repeated to herself, "Don't turn your head. Please don't turn your head. You can't see it. You can't see anything." After holding the lunchbox for a moment, Mu Xinxing felt it getting too hot to handle. She casually picked up a file folder to use as a heat shield. Li Nianci jumped in fright that tablet nearly got discovered. "Ouch. That hurts. Big brother is so amazing." Suddenly, a series of sounds emanated from the tablet on the table. Li Nianci's heart skipped a beat, and she felt utterly defeated. "Silly brother, you're done for. Don't blame me for not helping you. I can't move yet, but I can pray for you in my heart. That's all I can do for you." Chapter 97, Transcendence of Will. Mu Xinxing turned her head in curiosity toward the upside-down tablet. The unbearably vulgar sounds kept emanating from it. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Puzzled, Mu Xinxing flipped open the tablet. The scene displayed on the screen startled her so much she nearly dropped her lunchbox. "Hey, you're still watching this?" At the dinner table, Li Chen noticed Mu Xinxing's actions and immediately called out to warn her. Mu Xinxing flushed, tapped the pause button, and flipped her tablet face down. "It's okay, don't panic. We'll all go through this eventually." Reassuring herself, Mu Xinxing continued feeding Li Nianci. But her mind was preoccupied with that video, making her seem distracted. Why was Mu Xinxing in this kind of video? And how did it end up in Li Chen's hands? Li Chen ate quickly and soon came over to take her lunchbox. "Stop overthinking it. If you have any doubts, just watch it from the beginning and you'll understand." Mu Xinxing replied awkwardly, I think I'll pass on watching it." Li Chen flipped open the tablet and dragged the progress bar to the very beginning. "Watch it. Seeing it will reveal some people's true colors, and you'll be better prepared." Seeing Li Chen so insistent, Mu Xinxing mustered her courage and pressed play. Su Muxue also leaned in curiously. Though Li Chen hadn't finished watching, he already had a rough idea of what was happening. With both girls present, he felt awkward continuing to watch and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly out. Li Nianci's mind was buzzing. She never could have imagined something like this happening. One male lead, two female leads huddled together watching a video. Such a mind-bending story could only circulate in a group chat among close friends. It was far too scandalous for public consumption. What was worse was that both female leads were watching with wide eyes, thoroughly engrossed, and had turned the volume up so loud. After a long while, the two women snapped back to reality, shut off the video, and both flushed bright red. I'm going back to work." It was currently lunch break, so Su Muxue made an excuse and hurried out of the office first. Mu Xinxing flushed and muttered. Mu Xinxing must be out of her mind to do something like this. Li Chen smiled faintly. When hatred blinds someone, they're capable of anything. So remember this, in everything you do, always protect yourself. There's a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, watching you. Mu Xinxing nodded. "I'll be careful. Besides, with young master protecting me, I'm not afraid at all." Li Chen couldn't resist giving Mu Xinxing a light tap on the head. "You fool! Haven't you noticed I've been using you all along? Don't trust anyone easily, not even me. In this world, the only person you can truly trust is yourself. And only you will never betray yourself. Got that?" Mu Xinxing rubbed her head. "I remember, young master. But I'm willing to let you use me. I'd give my life for you, young master." Li Chen pressed a hand to his forehead. "It's over. You're beyond saving. Good advice falls on deaf ears. Wait till you see my terrifying side, then you'll regret it." Mu Shangshang giggled. Will horns sprout from your forehead, young master? And will your teeth grow really long? And claws, they'll be razor sharp, right? Should I start learning animal care early? When the time comes, I'll make sure to polish your claws and fangs until they shine. Li Chen's mouth twitched. This female lead's imagination was far too vivid beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like him. Enough of this nonsense. Mu Xinqing is desperately seeking Lu Qing's approval right now. She's likely trying to use the Lu and Fu families to turn the tables. What are your thoughts on this? Mu Xingqing's eyes widened. You're asking me? Young master, are you feeling unwell today? Shall I take you to the hospital? You might be exhausted from overwork. I'll make some nourishing soup tonight to help you recover. Li Chen was dumbfounded by her words. Aren't you even a little afraid that Mu Xinqing will turn around and take revenge on you? Mu Shangsheng shook her head. Not at all. If the sky falls, you'll be there to hold it up. If even you can't defeat her, what's the point of me trying? Are you afraid of her, young master? Li Chen was so exasperated he laughed. You're even resorting to reverse psychology on me now. You're quite the strategist. A chef who doesn't consult recipes but studies military strategy instead. How amusing. Mu Shangsheng shrugged. I was bored at home, so I browsed some books in your study. You said knowledge is the best armor. But the language is too obscure, I couldn't understand most of it. I couldn't find any annotations for those books online either. Did the young master write all of them? Li Chen paused, taken aback. Indeed, many of the texts in the study were transcribed from memory by him. Initially, fearing he might forget the treasures of his past life, he had meticulously recorded them bit by bit, compiling them into volumes for repeated study. Su Muxue had seen them before and said she couldn't understand them either. Now it was Mu Shangshang. What merit do I have to compile such monumental works? They are classics left behind by the elders of my homeland. I've merely stolen a tiny fraction of the iceberg. If you're interested, I can teach you when I have time. Mu Shangshang shook her head. It's too difficult. I'd much rather study recipes. As for Mu Xinqing's matter, young master, handle it however you see fit. She's capable of such things. Just thinking about her makes me sick. Li Chen sighed helplessly. Sigh. Forget it. If you don't want to think about it, don't. Just do what you enjoy. Leave the rest to me. Mu Shangsheng suddenly jumped into Li Chen's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing herself closer. Li Chen instinctively pulled her up with his arms. A fleeting touch. Mu Shangsheng released her grip and landed back on the ground. I knew master cared about me the most. I'll head back now and prepare a nourishing soup for young master. Mu Shangsheng departed, but Li Chen found himself growing troubled. He had already sensed it. Some misunderstandings seemed to have arisen between him and these female leads. His interactions were deliberate, approaching these girls with an omniscient perspective and the demeanor of an elder. All his care and affection were his way of atoning for his inner guilt. Yet these girls seemed to have misunderstood. He never imagined this situation would arise. But the situation had already unfolded. To save Li Nianci, he couldn't explain himself. He feared unexpected complications. All he could do now was exercise restraint, maintain distance, and steer everything back on course. Unconsciously, Li Chen seemed to drift into a dreamlike state, a colossal resolve surging within his heart. Those who enter my scheme are all within my grasp. As for this so-called system, how could I know I couldn't win without testing it? Witnessing the transformation in Li Chen's aura, the overwhelming pressure made Li Nianci's heart tremble. Is this foolish brother about to transform? How terrifying. Is the male lead going dark? Why did I click that? I don't recall adding a dark side to his character. What's going on? Ding. Detected excessive accumulation of female lead's fortune in male lead Li Chen, causing imminent transcendence of his will. This threatens overall plot progression. Host must promptly extract fortune to restore male lead to proper path. This is a mandatory task, to be forcibly executed by the system. Before he could prepare himself mentally, under the system's control, Li Nianci suddenly lunged at Li Chen. Li Chen was long accustomed to such behavior from Li Nianci. Catching her mid-air, he swiftly turned his head aside, leaving her lunging at empty air. Under the powerful force suppression, Li Nianci was swiftly restrained, unable to continue any subsequent actions. Ding! Failed to extract destiny energy. Plot enters collapse countdown. System unbind level increased by 30%. Current unbind progress, 40%. Progress reset to 0. Host will be completely erased. Task penalty, 30 seconds soul electrocution. Penalty countdown, 10, 9, 8. Chapter 98, The Abstract Author's Little Sister. Li Nianci was stunned. 30 seconds of soul electrocution? Damn system, you really want me dead? Let it all go to hell. I don't want to live anymore. Go ahead and kill me right now if you've got the guts. Li Nianci's inner voice roared in Li Chen's mind. In an instant, Li Cheng realized his mistake. Last time, his evasion had caused Li Nianci to suffer punishment, and this time was no different. He didn't know if this situation could still be salvaged. He had to try, no matter what. Without hesitation, Li Chen leaned in and kissed her. Ding. Extracting fate energy. Punishment suspended. Extraction countdown, 10, 9, 8. Li Nianci froze for a moment, feeling as though she'd gone from hell to heaven, her heart filled with joy. Thanks to my silly brother for saving my dog's life. 5 seconds left, don't stop. Li Chen was speechless inside. This girl from his hometown was quite abstract, no wonder she could write such absurd novel plots. 5 seconds flew by in an instant. Li Chen, fearing it might not be enough, deliberately extended it by a few more seconds. I'm alive. I'm finally alive again. Dog system, you can calculate everything, but you never figured out my dumb brother has a screw loose, did you? You can't electrocute me, so tell me, doesn't that piss you off? Whether the system was annoyed or not, Li Chen was certainly furious. That girl's mouth was like poison, her words made him want to punch her. But Li Chen knew she was just finding humor in a bitter situation, so he let it slide. Not bad. It's heavier than before, which means Mu Xingxing's cooking suits your taste. Tell her to give you bigger portions from now on. Your big brother here will make sure you're well fed and plump. I promise you won't go hungry. Li Nianci. Am I fat? Oh no. It's all Mu Xingxing's fault. Her cooking is too delicious, I just couldn't resist. No, it's all my own fault. I gave Mu Xingxing the cooking goddess persona, the ultimate homemaker. Capture a man's heart by first capturing his stomach. Why was I so stupid back then? Why did I write all that stuff? It's all my fault. I know I messed up. Can I get my fat back? Hearing her inner thoughts, Li Chen rolled his eyes and flung Li Nianci onto the lounge chair. That dead girl never has a single serious thought in her head. He wondered if listening to her too much might rub off on him, turning him into an abstract thinker. Ignoring Li Nianci, Li Chen pressed the call button. Within 10 seconds, Cheng Hui arrived at the office. Li Chen handed the video footage to Cheng Hui. Find an opportunity to leak this to Lu Zhaozhao. She must be eager to gain Lu Qing's favor. I don't need to tell you how to open the door of desire, do I? Cheng Hui understood and dashed out of the office clutching the tablet. On the recliner, Li Nianci stared blankly into space. An indescribable sensation began to stir within her, an experience unlike any she had ever known. A dormitory within the Enforcement Bureau. Zhao Xinmin and Zhang Miaomiao sat across from each other at the table. Only a few days? That bastard went after the Lu family again? Zhang Miaomiao nodded, stating matter-of-factly, a company like Lu's, harboring so much corruption, should be shut down swiftly. Redistributing their resources to ethical companies is the only way to sustain Tianhai's economy and lift more people out of poverty. Zhao Xinmin sighed helplessly. Your idea isn't flawed, but the reality is that the Lu Group provides tens of thousands of jobs, supporting over 100,000 people. It plays an indispensable role. You're being too reckless. You haven't considered the consequences at all. Zhang Miaomiao paused, her brow furrowing slightly. He's a good man. I believe he must have considered these consequences. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted these companies. Zhao Xinmin's mouth twitched. He snapped, how long have you even known him? You're just a little girl fresh out of school, still wet behind the ears. What makes you think he considered the consequences? He's a businessman. Businessmen chase profits. In his eyes, profit is the only thing that matters. How could he possibly care about ordinary people's lives? Zhang Miaomiao still shook her head. I don't believe it. My gut tells me he's a good person. He wouldn't harm the innocent for profit. If you don't believe me, I'll call him right now and ask him myself. Zhao Xinmin sighed. Go ahead. This is the perfect chance to see his true colors. It'll be better for you to give up hope sooner rather than later. Zhang Miaomiao hesitated for a moment before taking out her phone and dialing the number. After a few rings, the call connected. Captain Zhang, did you earn another promotion and come show off to me? Li Chen's half-dead voice came through, and Zhao Xinmin, feeling annoyed, turned away from Zhang Miaomiao. Zhang Miaomiao gathered her thoughts and cautiously asked, I have a question. After those businesses are shut down, many people will lose their jobs. How should we address this issue? Li Chen chuckled. That's Zhao Xinmin's concern, isn't it? Don't worry. Soon, when our product launches, we'll instantly create over 100,000 jobs. I'm a model youth, an outstanding entrepreneur, the pride of the people. The people are for me, and I am for the people. Seeing Li Chen's claims growing increasingly absurd, Zhao Xinmin snatched Zhang Miaomiao's phone and shouted, Shut your mouth. I warn you, don't you dare do anything rash. After yelling at Zhao Xinmin, he hung up. Zhang Miaomiao raised her hand, looking somewhat surprised. Uncle Zhou? Why do you have such hostility toward him? He hasn't done anything to you, has he? Zhao Xinmin paused for a moment. Ah, it's an old problem. All these years he's driven me crazy. Now, whenever I hear his voice, I just can't control myself. If he says he'll provide plenty of jobs, he'll make it happen. I won't say anything else. Just go ahead and do it. Also, you're racking up achievements too quickly. It's making certain people uncomfortable. I'll hold back on reporting yours for now and bundle them together later. Once that happens, I'll pull you directly into my deputy team. Then no one will have a chance to sabotage you anymore. Jiang Miao nodded. I'll follow Uncle Zhao's arrangements on everything. If there's nothing else, I'll head over to the Li family's place to keep an eye on things. Watching Jiang Miao's excited expression, Zhao Xinmin's eyelid twitched. Have you got your eye on that guy? You saw how many girls are around him. Don't do anything foolish. A faint blush flashed across Jiang Miao's face. What are you saying, Uncle Zhao? I'm going on a mission. Someone of his caliber, if he ever does something wrong, the trouble would be immense. I need to keep a close eye on him at all times. Zhao Xinmin saw right through Jiang Miao's thoughts and sighed wryly. You silly girl. Looks like I'll have to spill some secrets before you'll give up. Do you know why we assigned someone to watch him? Across the entire Tianhai city, even the whole province, he's the only exception. That's because he's too legendary, so mysterious it's frightening. From the age of 10, he knew how to exploit official channels for personal gain. His methods have only grown more ruthless and brutal over the years. We suspect the Li group is merely his public front. He must have cultivated numerous hidden operations even we can't uncover. His parents. Never mind. It's better you don't know these things yet. Just remember this, he's dangerous. Stay away from him. Jiang Miao froze for a moment. Is he really that formidable? Well, I'd like to see what else he's hiding. Zhao Xinmin felt a sudden wave of confusion wash over him. He'd clearly meant to dissuade Jiang Miao, but how had he ended up sparking her curiosity instead? What was he to do? He tried to speak again, but Jiang Miao had already jumped up and dashed off. Oh well. Maybe she really can come up with something. After all, that guy feels guilty toward her. He probably wouldn't hurt her. Chapter 99, The White Moonlight Sister Returns. Fu Group, Design Department. Director's Office. Tang's pen traced delicate lines on the paper with careful precision. It was a wedding dress, the very design she had once imagined. If one day she could wear the gown she designed, walk down the aisle, and toward him, what a sight that would be. Director Tang. Does sitting in this position not make you feel the slightest bit guilty? The door swung open, shattering Tang's reverie. They had just reached the ring exchange ceremony when someone interrupted. She was furious. Which team are you from? Didn't anyone teach you to knock before entering? Get out now, knock first. Lin Shuyao froze for a moment before sneering. Who do you think you are, telling me to get lost? Tang suddenly calmed down and studied her carefully. You're not part of my design department. Please leave now, or I'll call security. Lin Shuyao scoffed. This is my brother Fu Yanzhou's territory. You think you can just kick me out? Who do you think you are? Don't you dare think that just because you're his so-called fiancé and he gifted you a garment factory, you can act so arrogant. Let me tell you this, Fu Yanzhou doesn't like you. He despises arranged marriages like yours. Sooner or later, you'll be kicked out of the Fu family. Everything he gave you will be taken back. You won't get a single thing. Tang froze for a moment. Fu Yanzhou? What a piece of trash. That kind of man who only messes around outside? Just thinking about it made her sick. If it weren't for Brother Chen sending her here as an undercover agent, she wouldn't have given the Fu Corporation a second glance. She couldn't fathom what this woman was getting so worked up about. Are you done? If you're done, get out. Don't interrupt my work. Her wedding dress still wasn't finished, and she certainly didn't want to waste time arguing with this idiot. Lin Shuyao sneered coldly. Scared, are you? If you are scared, you'd better return the design department and garment factory to Fu Yanzhou now. That might earn you Yanzhou's forgiveness. I can persuade him to temporarily spare you from being expelled from the Fu family. Tang felt a bit dazed. She genuinely couldn't figure out what kind of person this woman was. A faint vibration reached her ear, carrying that voice she'd longed for day and night. A flicker of excitement stirred within her. First off, this design department and indeed the entire clothing supply chain belongs to me. It's mine today, and it will be mine forever. It has nothing to do with Fu Yanzhou, and he has no right to take it back. Second, I'm actually looking forward to Fu Yanzhou kicking me out of the Fu family and Fu Corporation. It'd be best if he dissolved our engagement too. And Miss Fu, do you even know who my brother is? Even your Fu family patriarch wouldn't dare breathe heavily in my brother's presence. How dare you, a mere junior, act so insolently before me? State your name. I'd like to see when your Fu family produced such a dragon like you. Watching Tang, who seemed like a completely different person, Lin Shuyao felt the pressure intensify, a hint of fear creeping into her heart. You're nothing but a wild girl utterly lacking in manners. Even if the Tang family takes you back, you'll never be a proper heiress of a wealthy family. How dare you slander the Fu family's ancestors? You show no respect for the Fu name. Once I tell my younger brother Yanzhou about this, you'll be kicked out of the Fu family. Tang smiled. Hurry, and tell your brother to come drive me out. If you can't drive me out of here today, Fu Yanzhou and you are nothing but dogs. Lin Shuyao clenched her jaw, her face turning grim. You'll regret this. She stamped her foot and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. After she left, Tang Tang's face flushed involuntarily as she raised her wrist. Brother, making me say that was so embarrassing. If word gets out, won't I just be labeled a shrew? Li Chen chuckled from behind the curtain. Sorry about that. I'm used to it. I'll watch my words next time. Besides, didn't you notice how bold and satisfying it felt to speak like that? Tang Tang paused, taken aback. But I'm a girl, you know. You said I should have the grace of a young lady. This way, I look like a female hooligan wears the slightest hint of a young lady? Li Chen was stumped by Tang Tang's question. Her difficult upbringing had shaped Tang Tang into a relatively gentle and soft-spoken person, what some might call a pushover. Expecting her to suddenly become assertive was clearly unrealistic. The only option now was to cultivate it gradually, through subtle influence, giving her sufficient confidence. No rush, take it slow. Being a tomboy is perfectly fine. Even a shrew is acceptable. As long as our hearts aren't corrupted, that's what matters. Hearing Li Chen's reassurance, Tang Tang couldn't help but smile. Bro, you look so funny when you try to be all serious and spout nonsense. I'm not listening to you. I'm going to be a gentle, generous, talented, kind, and beautiful young lady. Li Chen rolled his eyes at her words. Don't you think those words are contradictory? No one can possess all these qualities at once, you know? Tang Tang smiled and said, how else would I know I can't do it if I don't try? You taught me that line. Li Chen's mouth twitched, wishing he could slap himself. Trying to reason with a girl using logic? That was just asking for trouble. I'm not wasting my breath on this. I've got things to do. Call me when you run into trouble. After disconnecting, Li Chen immediately sent Lin Shuyao's photo to Cheng Hui, instructing him to investigate the woman's background. Tang Tang felt a pang of disappointment. She began to regret why she had argued with Li Chen. Glancing at her wedding dress design sketches, her spirits lifted again. She bent over her desk, continuing to refine the lines. In Fu Yanzhou's office, the moment he saw the visitor, Fu Yanzhou froze in place. Sister Shuyao? When did you get back? Why didn't you let me know beforehand? Lin Shuyao smiled and gave Fu Yanzhou a hug. I just returned to the country today. I heard you were busy, so I didn't tell you. I wanted to surprise you. Guess what gift I brought you? Fu Yanzhou smiled and said, no matter what gift you bring me, Shuyao, I'll be thrilled. Lin Shuyao gave a mysterious smile and leaned close to Fu Yanzhou's ear. How about I give myself to you as a gift? Wouldn't that be a surprise? Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou took 2 steps back, creating some distance. Sister Shuyao, you still love to joke around. Don't say things like that carelessly in the future. It wouldn't be good if someone misunderstood. Lin Shuyao's expression shifted slightly. You're afraid of your fiancée, aren't you? She's nothing but a country bumpkin. After all these years of sisterly bond between us, do you really fear she'd misunderstand? You spoiled her too much, always giving her the benefit of the doubt. A wild girl like that needs to be taught some manners. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll see to it she's properly disciplined, returning to you a sensible fiancé. Fu Yanzhou's expression froze, his face darkening. Sister Shuyao, please don't provoke her. Lin Shuyao scoffed dismissively. Feeling protective now? After all these years together, does she really mean more to you than us? That wild girl you barely know? Are you disowning me as your sister? Fu Yanzhou hurriedly explained, of course not. You'll always be my Shuyao sister. Lin Shuyao smiled faintly. Now that's more like it. Come with me to the design department right now. You'll see how your sister deals with that fiancé of yours. I promise to get everything back for you. Fu Yanzhou froze for a moment. If Lin Shuyao could help him reclaim the fashion business, it would be a win-win for everyone. With him keeping an eye on things, nothing major should go wrong. Worst case, he'd just take a scolding and move on. Alright, I'll go with you. But you have to promise me don't do anything rash. Lin Shuyao pursed her lips and tugged Fu Yanzhou along. Chapter 100, If you like jokes, have your fill. Design Department. Tang Tang had just settled down to draw when the office door was violently pushed open again. Hey, wild girl, I brought Fu Yanzhou along. Weren't you acting all cocky earlier? If you've got the guts, say what you said before in front of Fu Yanzhou. If you chicken out, get the hell out of Fu Corporation right now and return everything Fu Yanzhou gave you. Interrupted for the second time, even Tang Tang's gentle nature boiled over. Fu Yanzhou. You're not a real man. Too cowardly to fight me yourself, so you send your sister to deal with me? You're just counting on me being easy to push around, aren't you? Fu Yanzhou froze. Lin Shuyao had only just returned to the country. He truly hadn't orchestrated this. But Lin Shuyao was venting on his behalf, so he should stand by her now. This has nothing to do with me. I never intended to bully you. I don't want to get involved in your conflict. Saying this, Fu Yanzhou stepped aside, smiling as he took on the role of spectator. Seeing Fu Yanzhou's stance, Lin Shuyao felt certain he didn't care about this fiancé at all. Her resolve strengthened, she charged toward Tang Tang and raised her hand to slap her across the face. You're just a country bumpkin, where do you get the nerve to insult my dear Yanzhou? And you dare slander the Fu family's ancestors, showing utter disrespect for our lineage. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders so you'll understand what propriety and hierarchy truly mean. Lin Shuyao's words grew fiercer as she unleashed a barrage of slaps and kicks, knocking Tang Tang to the ground. Tang Tang, timid by nature, dared not fight back. Stunned and dazed, she curled up, clutching her head and weeping. Detecting a drastic shift in her master's emotions, the bracelet on Tang Tang's wrist immediately triggered an alarm. Li Chen's phone instantly received the notification. Seeing the surveillance footage, his gaze turned icy as he dialed Fu Yanzhou's number. I'm heading to the Fu residence myself to confront them. Have your grandfather come out to greet me? And make that woman and her entire family 3 generations kneel to welcome me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to destroy her family and ensure you, Fu Yanzhou, never inherit the position of Fu family head. Without another word, Li Chen hung up and pressed the call button. Assemble 500 men. We're heading to the Fu residence. In the Fu design department, Fu Yanzhou's hand trembled after receiving the call, dropping the phone to the floor. Sister Shuyao. Stop. Pulling Lin Shuyao away with all his strength, Fu Yanzhou's expression darkened. Why did you hit her? Lin Shuyao replied matter-of-factly, your fiancé doesn't know her place. I'm just teaching her a lesson so she won't dare defy you in the future. Don't hold me back. Once I've taught her a lesson, I'll make her kneel and apologize to you. Then I'll bring her home and make her kneel at the front gate for 3 days and nights. That'll teach her a lesson. Recalling Li Chen's icy tone moments ago, Fu Yanzhou knew this situation had escalated into serious trouble. Sister Shuyao, you've caused a major disaster. Notify your parents and grandparents immediately. Head to the Fu residence. This is partly my fault too. I'll find a way to protect your Lin family. Lin Shuyao froze for a moment. Brother Yanzhou, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Why would my parents and grandparents go to your Fu family? Are you planning a welcome banquet for me? We can handle that ourselves. Please join us for dinner tonight. Fu Yanzhou shook off Lin Shuyao's hand and crouched down to help Tang Tang up. Tang Tang instinctively dodged, then pulled herself up from the ground. Tang Tang. She acted on impulse. It really wasn't intentional. I've made her apologize to you. Could you please forgive her? You can tell me anything you want. I'll do my best to make it happen, as long as you forgive her. Tang Tang merely shot Fu Yanzhou a cold glance in response to his conciliatory plea. I won't respond to anything until I see my brother. Take me to the Fu residence now. My brother said he'll make you pay. Fu Yanzhou forced a bitter smile. It's all a misunderstanding. Shuyao was just messing around with you. We all played like that when we were kids. She just wanted to get closer to you. There's really no need to make a big deal out of this. Saying this, Fu Yanzhou tugged at Lin Shuyao. Apologize to Tang Tang right now. Explain to her that you were just messing around with her. Lin Shuyao looked puzzled. What do you mean, just messing around? I was helping you train your fiancé. I'm helping you, yet you want me to apologize to her? What, are you feeling sorry for her now? Let me tell you, this ill-mannered brat shouldn't be indulged. The more you spoil her, the less she'll respect you. But don't worry, this sister of yours has a knack for training servants. Give me some time, and I'll have her trained to be perfectly obedient. Fu Yanzhou frowned. The Lin Shuyao he remembered was a sensible, kind, and always caring older sister who looked after her younger siblings. How could she have changed so much after just a few years abroad? Sister Shuyao, just apologize to her. I'm begging you. Before Lin Shuyao could respond, Tang Tang had already started walking toward the office exit. Fu Yanzhou could only hurry to catch up. In the president's private office, Fu Yanzhou tried his utmost, yet failed to move Tang Tang in the slightest. Lin Shuyao sensed the tense atmosphere and felt a flicker of panic. She immediately called home, instructing her family to come to the Fu residence to back her up. Li Chen's entourage was large, slowing their progress considerably and granting the Fu family ample time to react. When over 100 vehicles surrounded the Fu family estate, every member of the Fu household felt the weight of oppression. When 500 burly men in black suits, dark sunglasses, and jet black hair stormed into the Fu family estate, it felt like the sky had fallen. Seeing Li Chen approach slowly, Tang Tang's pent-up grievances erupted. Overwhelmed by emotion, she burst out of the Fu residence in tears. Catching her, Li Chen gently stroked her head. It's okay now. Big brother is here. Those who bullied you will get their comeuppance soon. Tang Tang cried even harder, her sense of injustice growing. She clung desperately to Li Chen's clothes, refusing to let go. Left with no choice, Li Chen lifted her entire body and carried her toward the Fu family's front gate. A group of servants scattered to make way, and even the elderly Fu family members instinctively stepped aside. After setting Tang Tang down on the living room sofa, Li Chen casually found a seat for himself. Fu Yanzhou. Didn't I tell you? Make that woman and her entire family kneel to greet me. Fu Yanzhou protested, Shuyao was just joking with her. There's no need to make things so awkward for everyone. How about this, we all compromise a bit? I'll have Shuyao apologize to Tang Tang, and we'll consider the matter settled. Li Chen smiled faintly. So it was just a joke? I find this joke rather amusing myself. How about letting my people have a little fun with your sister too? Doesn't she enjoy jokes? Then today, I'll make sure she gets her fill. Everyone line up. Each of you slap Miss Lin once and remember to use full force. If Miss Lin isn't thoroughly entertained, everyone loses half a month's pay. At the command, a dark mass of bodyguards surged into the Fu family hall, surrounding the Lin family members. Chapter 101, Your son's ruined, why not have another? Everyone froze in terror. Fu Yinzhou cried out urgently, wait. I apologize on behalf of Shu Yao and Tang Tang. Name your terms. Li Chen waved his hand, and all the bodyguards withdrew. If apologies were enough, why would I have come here? Fu Yinzhou, I won't make things difficult for you. I just have a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I'll let you all go. Fu Yinzhou gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Ask away. I'll answer truthfully. Li Chen spoke up, what is Tang Tang's current status? Fu Yinzhou paused. The sole daughter of the Tang family, a billionaire heiress, and my fiancé. Li Chen sneered coldly, so you know she's your fiancé, yet you stood by and watched her get beaten and abused, bullied by others. And as her fiancé, not only did you fail to help her, but you actually sided with her attackers. So you, Fu Yinzhou, are a worthless piece of trash. Do you admit it? Let me remind you, if you admit it, there won't be a place for you in the Fu family anymore. You won't be able to stay at Fu Corporation either. Think carefully before you answer me. Fury surged through Fu Yinzhou's veins, heat rushing to his head until his eyes turned bloodshot. I, Fu Yinzhou, stand tall and upright. How dare you humiliate me like this? If you push me too far, I'll go down with you. Facing Fu Yinzhou's threat, Li Chen merely smiled lightly. Since you claim to be a man of honor, what will you do when your wife is wronged? With those words, Fu Yinzhou's boiling rage instantly dissipated. He knew he'd been outmaneuvered by Li Chen once again. Li Chen's seemingly simple questions were, in fact, deadly to Fu Yinzhou. Had he admitted to being useless earlier, Li Chen would surely have found a way to force him to abandon his masculine pride, relinquish his standing within the Fu family, and surrender everything tied to the Fu group. If he chose not to be a failure, then he would face the dilemma of how to deal with Lin Shuyao. Apologies were out of the question. Given Li Chen's brutal nature, he would undoubtedly demand irreparable harm be inflicted upon the Lin family. But he couldn't bring himself to harm Lin Shuyao, nor could he harm the Lin family. Caught in this dilemma, Li Chen suddenly rose. Old Master Fu, you saw it yourself. Your grandson Fu Yinzhou is nothing but a coward. You're letting a coward run the Fu family and manage the Fu enterprises? Are you really not afraid he'll squander the entire Fu fortune? I hear there's a Fu family member named Fu Yanchi who's exceptionally capable and decisive in his actions. Let him give it a try. Hearing this, Fu Yinzhou grew agitated. Hold on. How dare an outsider like you meddle in the affairs of my Fu family? Old Master Fu paused, tapping his cane. Yinzhou, young Master Li is correct. Though Tang Tang hasn't formally joined our family yet, you two are already betrothed. She is practically half a member of the Fu family. You're siding with outsiders to bully members of the Fu family. This is unjust. You disregard your in-laws and allow outsiders to bully your lawful wife. This is disloyalty. Your indecisiveness has created formidable enemies for the Fu family. This is a failure of filial piety. One who is disloyal, disobedient, and unjust is unfit for great responsibility. You still have much to learn. Summon your younger uncle back tomorrow. Perhaps he can manage things better than you. Fu Yinzhou protested urgently, Grandfather, how could you believe the slander of outsiders? Things are not as you imagine. Tang Tang Shi. Before Fu Yinzhou could finish, Li Chen cut him off. Enough said. I have a full video and audio recording of today's events. I will expose Fu Yinzhou's despicable character to the public, shattering his image as a devoted husband. Furthermore, I will notify every prominent family in Tianhai that Fu Yinzhou has been unfaithful and disloyal to his wife. The marriage alliance between the Tang and Fu families is hereby dissolved. The 100 billion yuan dowry will not be returned. The Fu family must additionally compensate Tang Tang with 30 billion yuan as restitution for her reputation, to serve as her new dowry, ensuring she can remarry in style. Mr. Fu, you have no objection to this decision, do you? This is already the lowest price I'm demanding according to our agreed upon terms. Li Chen's forcefulness was such that even old Master Fu could only avoid clashing with him. The Fu family now found themselves in a no-win situation. If the opponent were anyone else, perhaps some negotiation might be possible. But the problem was, it was Li Chen standing across from them. Everyone had witnessed Li Chen's ruthless methods firsthand. Setting aside past deeds, he had just wiped out the Mu family a few days ago. Now, who wouldn't fear him? Young Master Li's proposal does indeed comply with the rules. However, the Fu family currently lacks sufficient working capital. Might we request an extension? Li Chen's true intent was to pressure Fu Yinzhou, extract some concessions, and vent Tang Tang's anger not to genuinely call off the engagement. Much more drama lay ahead. Mr. Fu is magnanimous. I appreciate dealing with straightforward individuals like yourself. Unlike certain spineless individuals who dither and hesitate. Fu Yinzhou, do you agree with what I've said? I forgot to mention something. This matter isn't over. Next, I'll crush the Lin family with everything I've got. If I don't reduce them to ruins, I'll write my surname Li backwards. Fu Yinzhou's eyes widened. You dare? Li Chen smiled faintly. Why wouldn't I dare? You're about to be expelled from the Fu family and kicked out of Fu Corporation. What gives you the right to challenge me? Or rather, what right do you have to protect the Lin family? If you truly care about them, you'd better think about what will become of your mother. At the mention of Lu Qing, Li Chen froze momentarily. Where is your mother? She's still the matriarch of the household. Where could she be at such an important occasion? I'm right here. Just as he was puzzled, Lu Qing hurriedly walked in from the doorway. Her target was clear as she charged straight toward Fu Yinzhou. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as a handprint appeared on Fu Yinzhou's face. Useless! You've brought shame upon both me and your father. For some so-called sister who has nothing to do with us, you've abandoned everything. Get down on your knees. Fu Yinzhou endured the blows without resistance. He knew he had made a mistake, and this punishment was deserved. Without much hesitation, he knelt before Lu Qing with a thud. Lu Qing turned to Li Chen and bowed slightly. My sincere apologies. There was an unexpected matter at my family home, and I arrived a bit late. My personal maid has already informed me of everything that happened here. I refuse to call off the engagement. I believe there's still room for reconciliation. Young Master Li must have his own thoughts on the matter. Why not share them with me? Hearing this, Li Chen's perception of Lu Qing shifted. This woman wasn't as foolish as he had imagined. She possessed some cunning after all. Mrs. Fu, you jest. My sister has always had a fragile constitution since childhood. It took many trials and tribulations for her to finally return home. We thought marrying into the Fu family, one of the top aristocratic clans, would finally bring her a life of comfort. But fate is cruel. She entrusted herself to the wrong man, a faithless scoundrel. When she was mistreated, no one came to her aid. It's not that I, as her brother, am determined to tear them apart. It's simply that your son is utterly despicable. If this marriage isn't called off, won't my sister suffer endless torment in the Fu household? Madame Fu, I speak plainly and sometimes harshly. But truth is hard to swallow. Your son is utterly useless. Take my advice while you're still young, you should have another child. He lets outsiders bully his own wife now. When you're old, he'll let them bully you too. His nature is cold and callous, you'd better prepare for it early. Li Chen's words plunged the entire Fu family hall into an eerie silence. Even Lu Qing was lost in thought. Chapter 102, Whose side are you on? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces and Lu Qing's hesitation, Fu Yinzhou roared angrily, Don't you dare slander me with such lies. I, Fu Yinzhou, stand tall and upright. I live with integrity, with no shame before my conscience, my parents, or my family. Do you think a few words from you could shake the image I hold in their hearts? You're dreaming. Smack. Lu Qing suddenly raised her hand and slapped Fu Yinzhou across the face. Shut your mouth. What did young Master Li say that was wrong? When you abandoned everything for the Fu family for Lin Shuyao, did you ever think about me and your father? In your heart, me, your father, and the Fu group combined don't hold a candle to one Lin Shuyao. I know you hate arranged marriages for their restrictions on your freedom, and you don't like Tang Tang either. I can even understand why you didn't help her when she was bullied. But the fact remains you disregarded your parents and the family's interests. If you keep this up, will you just stand by and do nothing even if that Lin Shuyao hits me? Fu Yinzhou immediately denied it. No, Sister Shuyao would never hit you. You mustn't believe the slander from outsiders. I'm your own flesh and blood. I would never do anything to hurt you. Smack. Lu Qing raised her hand and struck him again. Still say you wouldn't? I just asked you. I was hit by Lin Shuyao. Whose side are you on? Answer me. Fu Yinzhou froze. Lin Shuyao was the confidant who had accompanied him and guided him through his formative years. Born into the Fu family, he had endured suffering unimaginable to ordinary people since childhood. His parents pushed him to grow up, subjecting him to relentless pressure. His siblings feared his potential, offering only isolation, oppression, and bullying. Every time he was left battered and bruised, it was Lin Shuyao who comforted him, offered warmth, and drove away those who tormented him. It was a ray of light that illuminated his childhood. From a young age, he vowed that when he grew up, he would repay her, protect her, and shield her from even the slightest harm. Even if it meant sacrificing everything, draining his very life, he would do it without hesitation. But now, his mother was forcing him to choose. On one side lay the debt of life and nurturing, on the other, the light of existence itself. In that moment, Fu Yinzhou was lost in confusion. Yet while he wavered, others remained clear-eyed. All eyes turned to Lu Qing. Clearly, everyone had already tacitly acknowledged that in Fu Yinzhou's heart, Lu Qing could never compare to Lin Shuyao. Lu Qing felt as if the sky had fallen. The son she had raised with her own hands, the son she had poured her youth and every ounce of effort into nurturing. How could he possibly think his own mother was inferior to some woman outside the family? She asked herself if she had ever wronged her son. Perhaps she had placed some extra pressure on him, but that was the necessary path to success. From childhood, she had given him the finest food and the best of everything. She had devoted herself entirely to him, tending to his every need day and night. Could all this really be outweighed by some sister he'd adopted from outside? Now, because of this, he was about to lose his eligibility to run for head of the Fu family and risk losing the entire Fu group. Lin Shuyao, that must not be spared. Thoughts of vengeance hardened Lu Qing's heart as she turned to face Li Chen. Young Master Li, thank you for helping me see things clearly. I now deeply understand the injustices Tang Tang endured. I pledge to mobilize every resource of the Fu and Lu families to fully support your efforts in crushing the Lin family. I only ask that you show no mercy, young Master Li. Drive the Lin family into bankruptcy swiftly, banish them from Tianhai City forever, and ensure I never lay eyes on them again. As long as I remain the matriarch of this household, young Master Li may rest assured in entrusting your sister to our care. Might we reconsider this annulment? Li Chen smiled knowingly. Madame Fu truly lives up to her role as matriarch. Such resolve is truly admirable. With Madame Fu's protection, I feel at ease about Tang Tang marrying into the Fu family in the future. As for suppressing the Lin family, I urge Madame Fu to act swiftly. Once I've dealt with the Lin family, I shall prepare an even more lavish dowry for Tang Tang. I assure you, Madame Fu, you won't lose out in the slightest. I shall take my sister back to rest now. The rest is in your capable hands, Madame Fu. I trust Madame Fu will not disappoint me. His purpose achieved, Li Chen scooped Tang Tang into his arms and strode out of the Fu residence without a backward glance. After helping her into the car, he patted the bodyguard beside him on the shoulder. Head to the market and get me some things. Just chicken wings and drumsticks, no need to chop them up. Just peel off the skin. Make sure it's clean. The bodyguard nodded in understanding and waved off. In an instant, everyone exited the Fu family estate in an orderly fashion, getting into their own vehicles. They deliberately mixed up their order before randomly merging into traffic lanes to depart. Back in the car, Tang Tang immediately clung tightly to Li Chen's arm. Am I really that useless? I'm always getting bullied, always needing you to step in for me. Li Chen ruffled Tang Tang's hair. You really are useless. But it's not your fault. People who want to bully you will always find a reason to pick on you. You shouldn't blame yourself for being bullied. What you need to do is learn from this and muster the courage to fight back next time. Tang Tang is useless now, but Tang Tang will become useful in the future, right? Under Li Chen's gentle coaxing, Tang Tang's emotions gradually returned to normal. I will definitely make myself stronger. Because I have a good big brother. Puffing out her cheeks, Tang Tang burrowed into Li Chen's embrace. Brother, hold me again. Give me more strength. Li Chen pushed Tang Tang away with one hand, rolling his eyes. Can you act like a grown-up? How old are you, still pulling this stuff? Her little scheme exposed, Tang Tang felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. Oomph. I'm ignoring you. She snorted, her face flushing as she turned away, unable to meet Li Chen's gaze. Li Chen felt utterly helpless. He had come to understand certain things. Now he must maintain a strict distance from these female leads. At the same time, he had to carefully gauge the balance, not letting them get too close, yet not neglecting them to the point of driving them away. This was an incredibly difficult task. Whether in his past life or this one, he had no experience with such matters. Frankly speaking, he couldn't even raise 2 children properly. Trying to maintain balance with 4 girls at once was nothing short of a fairy tale. In the Fu family's main hall, everyone breathed a sigh of relief once Li Chen had departed. What made Li Chen both terrifying and frustrating was his ability to play both sides. Argue with him logically, and he'd invite you for a chat at the enforcement bureau. Confront him with force, and he could even bring in a demolition crew to tear your house down. Everyone's gone. Get up. Lu Qing still felt pity for Fu Yanzhou. After all, he was flesh of her flesh. No, I won't get up. Please, I beg you, don't harm the Lin family. As long as you leave the Lin family alone, I'll obey you in everything from now on. Lu Qing's anger, which had been suppressed, surged back up to her head in an instant. You ungrateful son. You're truly beyond redemption. Guards. Drag the young master away and lock him in the underground detention cell. He has not to be released for 3 days. The crowd exchanged glances, all eyes turning to Old Master Fu. Old Master Fu paused, his cane tapping the floor. Fu Yanzhou may be unfit for responsibility, but his mother, Lu Qing, manages the household well. Let us give them one more chance. Remember, never antagonize the Li family again. You can never imagine the terrifying power lurking behind the Li family. With that, Old Master Fu turned and shuffled back to the inner chambers. Several servants immediately rushed forward, dragging Fu Yanzhou down to the basement and chaining the cell door shut. Chapter 103. Yes, it's all my brother's fault, he's crazy. After the situation was handled, Lu Qing turned to face the Lin family. Lin Shuyao. Have you forgotten what you once promised me? I helped your Lin family weather the crisis, and you promised to leave the country and never return. Tell me, why did you break your promise? Who gave you permission to come back? Lin Shuyao's legs buckled in fright, and she knelt before Lu Qing. Madam, I'm so sorry. I was truly wrong. I'll leave the country immediately and never return. Please spare my family. Lu Qing sneered coldly, spare you? Then who will spare me? I saw your impure intentions back then. It was only for Yan Zhou's sake that I didn't take action against you, merely sent you abroad. I've helped elevate your Lin family to its current status. And this is how you repay me? Not only did you break our agreement, you repaid kindness with betrayal. The moment you returned, you nearly destroyed everything in Yan Prefecture. You truly deserve to die. Lin Shuyao exclaimed in terror, I never once intended to harm my brother in Yan Prefecture. Please, madam, you must believe me. It was Lu Zhaozhao. She ordered me to return. She said brother Yan Zhou was being bullied, that even his businesses had been seized. I rushed back specifically to avenge Yan Zhou and reclaim his holdings for him. I truly never imagined it would turn out like this. I beg you, madam, have mercy and spare my Lin family. Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly. If Lu Zhaozhao was behind this, it would make sense. She had indeed promised to give half of that estate to Zhaozhao once the time was right. Now that the design department had been stolen, Zhaozhao harbored resentment and instigated Lin Shuyao to return and target Tang Tang. All of this made perfect sense. The problem was that Zhaozhao knew full well Tang Tang had the Li family backing her, yet she still dared to act. Seems I'll need to find an opportunity to give this niece a proper talking to. Otherwise, who knows when she might lose her mind and bring ruin upon the Lu family too. What good would more words do? The fact remains that you struck Tang Tang. Whether it's to save face for Yan Zhou or to appease the wrath of Li Chen and the Tang family. The Lin family must make amends. For Yan Zhou's sake, if you hand over everything the Lin family possesses to Li Chen as atonement, I will spare you and allow you to leave Tianhai safely. Of course, you may choose to resist. Whether I take action or the Li family does, your Lin family won't last a week. As for whether you'll emerge unscathed, that depends entirely on Li Chen's whim. The fate of the Mu family serves as your reference. Lin Shuyao, having just returned to the country, was unaware of the Mu family's fate, but the rest of the Lin family knew. It was a tragedy, some died, others were imprisoned. Not only did they lose their money, but they lost people too. Father Lin bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, madam. We shall immediately settle our affairs and go to apologize. From this day forward, we shall never set foot in Tianhai again. Shuyao, let's go. Lin Shuyao was led away. Lu Qing approached the detention cell door and spoke through the peephole, reflect deeply. I expect a satisfactory answer from you in 3 days. I've handled the Lin family matter. For your sake, I didn't take action against them. Inside the detention cell, Fu Yanzhou exhaled a long sigh of relief. As long as Lin Shuyao was safe, he could rest easy. At Li Group, upon learning Li Chen had returned, Su Muxue hurried to the office with Li Nianci. What happened? I heard you took 500 men to the Fu residence? Li Chen didn't want to explain. He waved his hand dismissively. This doesn't concern you. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Su Muxue turned to Tang Tang. Come with me. If Chen doesn't want to talk, you tell me. Tang Tang glanced between Li Chen and Su Muxue before finally following Su Muxue to her office. I can't explain it clearly either. I'll project the data from my wristband onto the screen. You can see for yourself. Tang Tang felt helpless. Having been beaten up, it felt embarrassing to explain the situation. It was better to let Su Muxue see the video for herself. As the video played, Su Muxue's frown deepened. Tang Tang was, after all, her friend. Seeing her bullied like that, it was impossible not to feel angry. Li Nianci murmured to herself beside them. A tear mole at the corner of her eye, plus the jade token Fu Yanzhou's token of affection. Could this be Lin Shuyao? Fu Yanzhou's beloved confidant, the one he'd always cherished. She'd been forced into exile by Lu Qing years ago. By all accounts, she shouldn't be back yet. Had her storyline been accelerated too? Oh my god. Lin Shuyao was the female lead Tang Tang's greatest calamity. Tang Tang was tormented to the brink of death by her, yet Fu Yanzhou thought they were merely joking around. This ultimately drove Tang Tang into depression, pushing her to attempt suicide multiple times. What a terrible thing to do. How could I have written something like this? I'm guilty. I owe Tang Tang an apology. Someone, please save her. When the video feed switched to the Fu residence, showing Li Chen leading 500 men surrounding the compound, Su Muxue and Li Nianci were both stunned. The perspective now came from the camera hidden in Tang Tang's brooch, allowing viewers to fully immerse themselves in her situation at that moment. Even Tang Tang herself, reliving the moment as the protagonist, flushed crimson with emotion. The final frame froze on the moment Tang Tang was shoved away in Li Chen's car. Su Muxue said grimly, I sympathize with your plight, but please know your place. You're merely the sister she chose to recognize. Don't harbor any improper thoughts toward him. Tang Tang froze for a moment. Why are you meddling so much? What's wrong with being an adopted sister? What's wrong with you having a brother and her having a sister? Besides, he's single now. Why can't I have improper thoughts about him? What gives you the right to warn me here? When it came to Li Chen's allegiance, Tang instantly turned fierce. She couldn't lose Li Chen, he was the only light in her life. Su Muxue was rendered speechless by Tang's sharp retort. She truly despised her former self now. The mistakes she'd made back then kept her perpetually in a position of inferiority. Facing other women vying for Li Chen, as long as they were unblemished, they could easily outshine her. We'll see who has the last laugh. Su Muxue backed down, forced to retreat. Tang smiled faintly. No matter who wins, I won't lose. Because he's my brother forever and always. Su Muxue froze, her heart churning with shock. This Tang had clearly staked her claim on Li Chen. Even if he married someone else, she'd likely cling to him like a sister, refusing to let go. Such a clingy nuisance was utterly detestable. Li Nianci watched the two female leads bickering and felt a bit speechless. The plot had long since veered off the course she'd laid out. After meeting Li Chen, these female leads faced almost no hardships. She had racked her brains, sacrificing sleep and meals, to devise obstacles for the heroines. These obstacles were meant to follow the heroines throughout their journeys, constantly tripping them up. Yet with Li Chen, they barely lasted a few days. Take Fu Yanzhou's white moonlight, that character clung to her until the very end, ultimately attempting to assassinate the female lead, Tang. Only when Fu Yanzhou stepped in to take the blow was their bond finally severed. In the end, love triumphs over everything, even that radiant light in one's life. Yet, just after returning to the country and beating up the female lead, it seemed like filming was about to wrap. Does this make any sense? Am I some kind of idiotic author? Li Nianci began to doubt himself. No. It's not me being stupid, it's Li Chen, my idiot brother. He's the one with the screw loose. It's all because of him. He's the one meddling, rushing the plot forward, and swiftly clearing away those obstacles. So it definitely isn't me being stupid, it's my brother who's got a screw loose. It had to be that way. Having found herself a reason, Li Nianci felt happy again. Life is bitter or sweet, but either way, we must endure it. Why deliberately seek out misery? Chapter 104, What's Mine is His. President's Office, Lu Group. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at the distant scenery with rapture. She had stood at such heights before, gazing out even higher than this. Yet never had she felt quite like she did now. She was merely a branch of the Lu family. Her fate had long been sealed, destined to serve as a pawn in the Lu family's alliances with other clans. She had believed securing Fu Yanzhou would grant her peace of mind, but reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Yet fortune smiled upon her, elevating her to a position she had never dared imagine. Though temporary, she had occupied it, and that alone elevated her above others. Ring ring. The ringing of an incoming call jolted Lu Xiaoxiao from her reverie. Seeing the unfamiliar number, she hesitated before pressing the answer button. A strange, synthetic voice came through the line. Ms. Lu, on your first day in charge, seeing the entire group and all of Tianhai at your feet, doesn't that feel exhilarating? Lu Xiaoxiao frowned. Who are you, and what do you want? Synthetic voice, who I am doesn't matter. I just want to know, do you enjoy this feeling of controlling everything, Ms. Lu? Would you like to prolong this feeling indefinitely? Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed, and she hung up the phone immediately. She wasn't stupid. This mysterious call was clearly trying to manipulate her. Ding! A notification pinged from her phone. Opening it revealed an encrypted message. Let's play a game. Here's a multiple choice question. The text vanished, followed immediately by an audio clip from the sender. The audio revealed someone had hired thugs to kidnap Lu Qing. The text reappeared. Option A, rescue Lu Qing, gain her favor, and secure your position as CEO of Lu Corporation. Option B, abandon Lu Qing. After her death, the Lu family will be leaderless. I'll help you seize the opportunity to fully take control of Lu Corporation. Staring at the two options, Lu Xiaoxiao fell deep in thought. Only after 5 minutes passed and the text vanished did she snap back to reality, tentatively typing the letter A. Lu Qing was, after all, her aunt and had raised her for so many years. Apart from being strict, she hadn't treated her badly. Regardless of whether this mysterious person spoke truth or lies, she would choose to save Lu Qing. Unexpectedly, the other party responded immediately. Keep your phone accessible 24/7. I'll notify you the moment Lu Qing is in danger. You can also warn Lu Qing now to help her avoid this crisis. But you will lose your chance to become the true ruler of the Lu family, and Lu Qing will perish in the next crisis. As the message vanished, Lu Xiaoxiao's heart was torn apart. She knew the mysterious figure was manipulating her. They undoubtedly harbored sinister intentions toward the Lu family. Yet this seemed like an opportunity for her. A chance to rise from a collateral branch to the main lineage. Besides, if she didn't seize this chance, Lu Qing would still perish in the next crisis. Seizing this chance could not only reverse her own fate but also save her aunt, a win-win situation. As long as she remained cautious, that mysterious figure shouldn't be able to harm the Lu family so easily. With her mind made up, Lu Xiaoxiao no longer felt lost. She went about her daily routine as usual, eating and drinking as she always did. The only difference was that her bag now held 2 power banks and several small knives and other sharp tools. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the Lin family stood outside the gates of Li Group. "Mr. Li, we've come to apologize. Here are all the businesses and assets our Lin family possesses. We beg you to overlook our petty transgressions and spare our family. We promise to leave Tianhai City immediately and never appear before you again." Mr. Lin held up a stack of documents, waiting only for Li Chen's signature. Since this is an apology gift, it should naturally be received by the person involved. "Brother Hui, you handle these matters with Tang Tang. I'll head upstairs first." Ignoring the Lin family, Li Chen walked straight through the gate. Seeing Lin Shuyao cowering behind them, Tang Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Lin Shuyao. So you do get scared sometimes, huh? Now I finally understand what my brother meant. Those who grow arrogant without self-awareness invite disaster. But I still want to thank you. Otherwise, I'd never have known how much he cared about me, how much he loved me. Learn from this lesson. Not everyone is as kind as my brother, willing to let you off time and again." After signing the documents, Tang Tang pushed everything toward Chang Hui. "You handle the rest. I'm off to find my brother." Chang Hui gave a wry smile. "Miss Tang, I'm an employee of Li Corporation, not yours. I've got my hands full as it is." Tang Tang shrugged indifferently. "Does it make any difference? Everything I have belongs to my brother. Helping me is helping him. If need be, I'll just have my brother give you a bigger bonus. That should work, right?" At the mention of extra bonuses, Chang Hui perked up immediately. "Rest assured, Miss Tang. I guarantee the task will be completed." After seeing Tang Tang off, Chang Hui's expression instantly turned cold. "Since the papers are signed, let's go to the notary office to transfer the property. You should be grateful to Miss Tang for her innate kindness. She doesn't wish to deepen the enmity. Keep a close eye on Lin Shuyao from now on and make her face reality." Mr. Lin bowed and scraped, agreeing to everything. The notarized transfer proceeded smoothly. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Qing received a call from Mu Xinqing, who said she wanted to clarify some matters in person. Lu Qing had been utterly exhausted these past days, first the Lu family's misfortune with her nephew's arrest, then her son's mistake nearly causing a major disaster. And the root cause of all these troubles was women. Now that Lin Shuyao, the woman by her son's side, had been dealt with, it was time to take care of Mu Shengsheng, the one by her nephew's side. With her plans in mind, Lu Qing accepted the invitation. At 5 in the evening, under the moonlight at the cafe, Mu Xinqing met with Lu Qing. Lu Qing cut straight to the chase. "Name your price. How much will it take for you to leave Jingchen?" Mu Xinqing's expression shifted slightly. "I genuinely love him. No amount of money could make me leave him." Lu Qing sneered disdainfully. "I know exactly what you're like, an unwanted orphan, a lowly bastard. For money, what wouldn't you do? What true love? You just want more. Do you really think you're worthy of stepping foot into the Lu family? Do you think that by clinging to Jingchen, the entire Lu family will be yours? You're just a wild little brat who hasn't even grown any hair yet. How many years have you even lived to try scheming in front of me? Since you don't want the money, fine. But don't let me catch you near Jingchen again. If you do, I won't let you off the hook." Mu Xinqing's resentment toward Lu Qing deepened. She had made up her mind she'd have someone thoroughly torment Lu Qing later. She would make Lu Qing taste the same agony she had endured. And she'd make sure to record it all. If gratitude couldn't make Lu Qing accept her, then she'd use threats instead. To secure her position as matriarch of the Fu household, Lu Qing must inevitably compromise. With plans on both sides, Lu Qing couldn't escape even if she grew wings. The Lu and Fu families would be mine from now on. Mu Xinqiu's thoughts were perfectly clear, and a hint of hurt flashed across her face. "I know you dislike me, thinking I'm just an adopted daughter unworthy of Jingchen. But I truly love him. I can't live without him. Please, for the sake of the life I once saved, give me a chance. I won't look down on him for having been in prison. I'll wait for him to be released, marry him, and take good care of him from then on." Chapter 105, The Choice of Humanity. Hearing Mu Xinqing's words, Lu Qing grew even angrier. "How dare you say such things? If it weren't for you, would Jingchen have offended that person? If it weren't for you, how would he have ended up in prison? You did save him when you were young. So what? You've already harmed him so many times. Any debt of gratitude you owed him is long paid back. Besides, you're a sickly weakling. How could you possibly give the Lu family healthy offspring? Jingchen's parents had incompatible constitutions. To conceive this child, they made unimaginable sacrifices. Jingchen is the only heir left in the Lu family. He was frail and sickly since childhood, and it took immense effort to finally restore his health. Our Lu family may disregard everything else, but the wife of a Lu must be a woman of sound health who can properly care for the household. Look at yourself. What single aspect of you fits the bill? You're nothing but bad luck, looking half dead. I've said all I need to say. Give up on this notion." The barrage of accusations completely blocked Mu Xinqing's path. She knew she couldn't sway Lu Qing's decision. Now, she had to resort to a more forceful approach. "Auntie is right. I truly am unworthy of Jingchen. I've come to terms with it. I'm willing to leave Jingchen. Auntie, could you give me some money? I want to get my illness treated first. Consider this a loan, I'll definitely repay you later. Hearing Mu Xinqing relent, Lu Qing smiled faintly. It's good you've come to your senses. This is for the best for everyone. I have 10 million here. It should be enough for your treatment and to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Placing a bank card on the table, Lu Qing stood up and left. Solving this major problem with 10 million wasn't a bad deal. Once she got the money, she'd go talk to Jingchen. That should be enough to make him give up. Watching Lu Qing leave the cafe, Mu Xinqing typed a text message on her phone before picking up the bank card and rising from her seat. Directly across from the cafe, Lu Xiaoxiao smoothed her hair and covered her face with her hand. That mysterious person hadn't deceived her after all. Her aunt really had come here to meet someone. Ding. Option A, go out now to warn Lu Cheng and prevent an accident. Result, Lu Qing may become suspicious of you and replace you entirely. Option B, wait and let the facts speak for themselves. Result, save Lu Qing and earn her gratitude and trust. Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before selecting option B. Shortly after the text vanished, a group suddenly stabbed Lu Qing's 2 bodyguards in broad daylight and dragged her into a van. By the time Lu Xiaoxiao registered what was happening, the van had already turned the corner and vanished. Her heart skipped a beat in that moment. She only wanted Lu Qing's greater approval, she truly didn't want anything to happen to her. Ding. Don't panic. Lu Qing won't be lost. Follow the GPS. Seeing the map appear on her phone, Lu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. She gathered the 10 bodyguards she'd specially prepared, got into the car, and followed. After a winding hour-long drive, Lu Qing was dragged into an abandoned basement. When she regained consciousness and saw her predicament, even a woman as seasoned as Lu Qing trembled in fear. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Do you even know who I am? The leader of the kidnappers chuckled darkly. Lu Qing, the matriarch of the Fu family? Who doesn't know her? What a stupid question to ask. Have you gone dumb from being a wealthy lady for too long? Hearing that they knew her identity, Lu Qing felt her heart sink. This was clearly a personal conspiracy targeting her. Few dared to offend the Fu family, and currently, the only ones with a grudge against them seemed to be the Li family. Given Li Chen's reputation, he was certainly capable of kidnapping her. Since you know who I am, tell me who sent you. Release me, and I'll pay you triple the price. The leader feigned interest, lowering his head to pinch Lu Qing's chin. The price is negotiable, but my brothers here are all eager to taste the flavor of a wealthy family's lady. Would Mrs. Fu be willing to grant us this little wish? We hear your husband is often away on business trips. We feel for you, and we'd like to offer some comfort. Mrs. Fu, you'd better not refuse our kind offer. Lu Qing froze in terror at his words. What do you want? I am the matriarch of the Fu family. If you dare show me disrespect, you're dead men. The leader of the kidnappers sneered coldly with disdain. Brothers, last time we didn't let you have your fun. This time, I'll let you have your way with her. Do whatever you want with her. Don't worry. Even if you ruin her, she won't dare speak out, much less seek revenge. At the basement entrance, Lu Xiaoxiao's phone vibrated. Ding. Option A, rescue Lu Qing now and gain her gratitude and trust. Option B, wait. Not only will you save Lu Qing, but you'll also gain leverage over her, ensuring she'll never raise her head in your presence again and remain under your control. Seeing these two options, Lu Xiaoxiao halted in her tracks, hesitating. Over the years, Lu Qing had treated her well enough, but she had always kept her under her thumb, controlling every aspect of her life. From her eating habits and manners to her appearance and education, even her future marriage had been dictated. If she could seize this chance to break free from that control once and for all, how wonderful that would be. So what if she was toyed with? It wouldn't cost her anything. As long as she kept quiet, who would ever know? It'll be fine. Just wait a little longer. It'll definitely be fine. Listening to the echoes of screams coming from the basement, Lu Xiaoxiao covered her ears. Time ticked by. After over 2 hours, the sounds ceased. Lu Xiaoxiao, her eyes red, waved her hand. Go rescue them. At any cost. The bodyguards sprang into action. Thinking they were sent by Mu Xinqing, the kidnappers immediately feigned terror and fled through another exit. When Lu Xiaoxiao saw Lu Qing, she lay naked, trembling on a pool of liquid, her eyes unfocused. Aunt! I'm sorry. I came too late. Lu Xiaoxiao cried as she dressed Lu Qing, then slowly helped her out of the basement. At the corner of a dilapidated street, Mu Xinqing watched from afar as Lu Qing was loaded into a car. She clenched her teeth and stamped her foot. Who would have thought someone else beat her to it? Those idiots were useless after all. Even in this situation, they still let her slip away. What a bunch of losers. If she ran, she ran. At least I got the 10 million, and that video was sent to me. Once this storm blows over and I find Lu Jingchen, I'll still be her orange. If that old hag dares say another word, then she'll make sure she's ruined. Since the situation was now set in stone, Mu Xinqing could only retreat for now and wait for her chance. In the car, Lu Qing gradually regained her senses, her face darkening to a frightening shade. Li Chen. This must be Li Chen's doing. I won't let him get away with this. Not a soul is to speak of today's events. Otherwise, I'll make him realize death is a form of release. Lu Xiaoxiao lowered her head in silence, while the bodyguard stood solemnly, their lips sealed. In Li Chen's office, after hearing Cheng Hui's report, he smiled and said, "Well done. Did you report it to the police?" Cheng Hui nodded. "I had someone call the police the moment they stabbed the bodyguard. By now, those desperados should have been apprehended. Miss Jiang has done us a tremendous service this time. They're all top-tier fugitives." Li Chen felt helpless inside. Zhao Xinmin was too cunning, constantly downplaying Jiang Miaomiao's achievements. Some matters sour when dragged out too long. Finding dirt on Jiang Miaomiao wouldn't be so easily accomplished. Chapter 106, Loud Conspiracy. Fu Family Manor, Master Bedroom. Only after scrubbing her skin raw and red did Lu Qing finally emerge from the bedroom. Those haunting images churned relentlessly in her mind. An endless tide of hatred and murderous intent surged toward Li Chen within her heart. "Madam, several officers from the Enforcement Bureau are here to see you. They say it's an important case they need to verify with you." Lu Qing froze upon hearing the maid's report. She had already ordered everyone not to contact the police, to keep today's events buried within themselves. So why were Law Enforcement Bureau agents here now? If it was about the Lu family business, they could go to Lu Xiaoxiao. There was no need to come after her. With lingering confusion, she slipped on her clothes and followed the maid to the lobby. The visitor turned out to be a girl in her early 20s, which only deepened Lu Qing's bewilderment. An enforcer of that age must be an intern. Given her current standing, why would they send an intern to deal with her? What business does the Enforcement Bureau have with me? Uncertain, Lu Qing decided to probe cautiously. Jiang Miaomiao observed Lu Qing's current attire and instantly understood what she'd been up to. A flicker of pity crossed her eyes. At her age, though she maintained herself well, such an incident still felt deeply regrettable. "Mrs. Fu. We apprehended a group of fugitives and discovered some videos in their possession. We've come specifically to ask you some questions, Madam Fu. It will help with the investigation." At the mention of fugitives and videos, Lu Qing's expression froze. She knew the truth had been exposed. "Who exactly reported this? Could you please tell me? I want to thank them properly." Seeing Lu Qing clench her jaw in frustration, Jiang Miaomiao smiled and said, "It was an anonymous call. He was near Moonlit Cafe when he saw your bodyguard get stabbed, so he called it in. Based on the clues he provided, we tracked them down and apprehended that gang of fugitives in the Old City District. As for the specifics, since they involve your privacy, we can't disclose them publicly. We also retrieved another video from the suspect's phone, along with their motive for the crime. We'd like you to identify whether you had any prior conflict or dispute with the woman in this footage." Jiang Miaomiao then presented a screenshot of Mu Xinqing. Lu Qing froze in shock. "This? What does this have to do with her?" Jiang Miaomiao's expression turned serious. "According to the statements and evidence we've gathered, this woman orchestrated the kidnapping of you by those fugitives. Mrs. Fu, please tell me, have you had any conflicts or disputes with this person? We need to uncover the truth. Rest assured, your privacy will be strictly protected." Hearing this, Lu Qing felt a tidal wave of emotion surge within her. She had assumed Li Chen had sent someone to do this, never imagining it was this venomous woman. All she had done was prevent her from marrying into the Lu family, yet this woman sought to ruin her reputation and destroy her life. Now that the truth was out, this woman couldn't be spared. She would make sure Li Chen knew what it meant to wish she were dead. "I know who she is. I even gave her a sum of money. She transferred that money away not long ago. I'm willing to provide every detail about her." Lu Qing threw caution to the wind and spilled everything about Mu Xinqing. With Li Chen's covert assistance, Jiang Miaomiao apprehended Mu Xinqing within just 3 hours. Faced with overwhelming evidence, she had no defense and could only confess to her crimes. The next day, in the visiting room, Lu Qing's eyes were bloodshot, her expression savage, as if she wanted to devour Mu Xinqing. "You! Why did you ruin me? I gave you so much money already." Facing Lu Qing's accusations, Mu Xinqing merely smiled. "Because you stood in the way of my revenge. So I had to turn the stumbling block into a stepping stone. Instead of wasting time questioning me, you should be worrying about yourself. You have 3 days left. If my people don't receive my message, those videos of yours will surface online. And of course, I must thank you for giving me 10 million. Without that money, I couldn't have bribed those people overseas." Lu Qing was stunned by the revelation. If this stuff got leaked, she'd be finished for good. "What exactly are you trying to achieve by doing this? I don't think I've done anything wrong to you. We don't truly hate each other, do we?" Mu Xinqing paid no heed to Lu Qing's conciliatory words, cutting straight to the point. "If you help me with one thing, your secrets won't be exposed." Hearing a glimmer of hope, Lu Qing exclaimed excitedly, "If it's within my power, I'll do it for you." A cruel smile curled at Mu Xinqing's lips. "You couldn't possibly kill Li Chen. Then kill the Mu Xinqing by his side. Once she's dead, all your evidence will be destroyed. Without hesitation, Lu Qing agreed, no problem. I'll handle it immediately. Wait for my good news. For someone of her class, killing someone was no big deal. There were plenty of scapegoats available. In the surveillance room, Zhang Miaomiao set down the listening device, her face a mask of utter exasperation. This was the Law Enforcement Bureau, after all. They're plotting murder right in front of everyone? Doesn't this show utter contempt for the Law Enforcement Bureau? Zhang Miaomiao immediately arranged for personnel to tail Lu Qing, then dialed Li Chen's number. Captain Jiang? How come you have time to call me? Hearing that same infuriating tone on the line, Zhang Miaomiao finally understood why Uncle Zhao flew into a rage the moment he heard Li Chen's voice. Li Chen was infuriating in person, but even more so over the phone. We've apprehended Mu Shengsheng and intercepted her instructions to Lu Qing to eliminate both you and Mu Shengsheng. I've already assigned someone to watch Lu Qing. You be careful on your end. Li Chen chuckled at this. Exactly as expected. I've been prepared for this all along. Still, thanks for the heads up, Captain Jiang. Nothing else? I'll hang up now. The call ended abruptly, leaving Zhang Miaomiao stomping her feet in frustration. You're so clever. You know everything. You're the only one who knows how to show off. You're the only one who can predict the future. The monitoring room door swung open as Zhao Xinmin walked in. Seeing Zhang Miaomiao stomping her feet in fury, he looked utterly puzzled. Miao, what are you doing? You just pulled off a major feat, shouldn't you be happy? Who's got you so worked up? Zhang Miaomiao blurted out. It's all because of that jerk Li Chen. I kindly warned him, but he just... It's infuriating. Hearing the reason, Zhao Xinmin gave a helpless chuckle. That's just how he is infuriating as hell. Don't dwell on it too much, or you'll end up as irritable as I am now. He's not wrong. You probably haven't even seen the tip of the iceberg when it comes to that guy's abilities. I came here specifically to tell you something about him. Hearing this, Zhang Miaomiao took several deep breaths to steady her emotions. About him? What could possibly be about him? Chapter 107, I am his blade. Zhao Xinmin sighed helplessly, ushering everyone else out of the room before pulling up a chair to sit down. Before you get too deeply involved, there are things I need you to know. Hearing Zhao Xinmin's serious tone, Zhang Miaomiao also grew solemn. Uncle Zhao. Just say what you need to say. I can handle it. Zhao Xinmin gave a wry smile. You're such a kid, you really do have nerves of steel. Haven't you ever wondered why things have been going so smoothly for you lately? Why all the credit keeps landing in your lap? Zhang Miaomiao froze for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. I thought it was something else. With Li Chen pushing me from behind, of course things have been going smoothly. Zhao Xinmin's mind struggled to process the revelation. You knew about this? Zhang Miaomiao nodded. I'm not stupid. I'm just a greenhorn fresh out of school with zero investigative experience. How could I possibly have earned so many major achievements? The only possibility is that someone was lifting me up. I've known all along that he was the one helping me. I also remember you saying he was using me. But what does it matter? Zhao Xinmin took a deep breath. Since you already know, you should also understand that he only wants to mold you into a weapon in his hands. I'm telling you this today because I don't want you to lose your way. You must think this through carefully. It's not too late to walk away now. Zhang Miaomiao shook her head. He said that when people of his class do something wrong, the repercussions are bound to be enormous. He needs a blade, so I'll be that blade. Better I control the blade than let someone else. If he goes off the rails, this blade will be the weapon that ends him. I've died once. I'm more clear-headed than anyone else. I'm the most suitable person to be that blade. Zhao Xinmin was startled. He never imagined Zhang Miaomiao possessed such resolve. You want to throw yourself to the wolves? The moment you become too entangled with him, your future will be ruined. You'll forever be stuck here. Zhang Miaomiao shrugged indifferently. To keep a vicious tiger in check for the people, any sacrifice I make is worth it. If I can pull him back at a critical moment, it will repay the favor he did for me. That would be a win-win. Zhao Xinmin fell silent upon hearing this, rising silently and leaving the monitoring room. Zhang Miaomiao's level of thinking had surpassed his by far. He no longer had the right to lecture her. Indeed, reading widely pays off. This new era should be entrusted to new people to realize their ambitions. New people brought fresh ideas and innovative approaches. Perhaps they could forge a different path. With Zhao Xinmin gone, Zhang Miaomiao immediately immersed herself in the surveillance mission targeting Lu Qing. Li Chen's office. After hanging up on Zhang Miaomiao, he turned toward the window. Lately, he found himself increasingly drawn to standing here and taking in the view. With Mu Shengsheng captured, the antagonists facing the corresponding female lead, Chengcheng, had largely been eliminated. If Chengcheng could survive this final crisis and the plot concluded early, Nianci's restrictions should be partially lifted. Afterward, revealing the truth to Lu Jingchen and forcing him to repent in prison would not only continue the male lead's redemption arc but also indirectly vent some of Chengcheng's pent-up frustration. The best part was that Lu Jingchen, confined to prison, would be unable to seek out the female lead. This would prevent any unforeseen incidents from disrupting his entire plan. The male lead only needs to repent and follow the storyline. Ugh! That silly brother is showing off again. Watching Li Chen's retreating figure, Li Nianci couldn't help but inwardly roll her eyes. The more she tried to understand this brother, the more mysterious he became. He seemed to control the plot better than even the author herself, yet he didn't strictly follow the script. Every action he took, every word he spoke, seemed to perfectly align with her own. This had never happened before. Could he possibly know what I'm thinking? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Li Nianci's mind. She decided to test him. Just then, Li Chen turned his head and caught sight of the slight movement of Li Nianci's fingers. Ever since learning she could move her fingers, he had been observing her closely. Whenever this girl's mind wandered, her fingers would twitch inexplicably. Probably a lingering occupational hazard from all those years of typing as an author. With that thought, he reached out and took Li Nianci's hand. He was also curious what kind of crazy thoughts were running through this girl's mind. Bro, I really like you. Li Nianci knew Li Chen's mindset was perfect for testing. She naturally had to use the most intense, most powerful approach. So she came right out of the gate with a devastating blow. The moment those words echoed in Li Chen's mind, he froze solid. He never could have imagined that this was what Li Nianci was thinking. But he quickly regained his composure. Both hailed from the same world, outsiders who had lived 2 lifetimes, sharing similar experiences. Their core values and lifestyles were remarkably aligned. If they were to come together, it wasn't entirely inconceivable. But he still saw her as a sister, and that mental barrier was proving difficult to overcome. He would wait a little longer until he had completely lifted the restrictions binding her, then he would declare his feelings. If she still felt the same, then, in this strange world, 2 people from the same place supporting each other would be a good thing. Seeing that Li Chen showed almost no change, Li Nianci felt a wave of relief wash over her. Actually, looking at it this way, my silly brother isn't so bad after all. He's rich, handsome, and can accurately predict my preferences. Too bad he doesn't seem to like me. He only loves his female lead, Su Muxue. I must be losing my mind. Why am I even thinking about this? Am I really competing with my own female lead for the male lead? I must not have slept well last night and didn't eat enough this morning. My brain is not working right. Listening to Li Nianci spouting nonsense, Li Chen nearly burst out laughing. True to her craft as a novelist and screenwriter, those bizarre ideas came to her effortlessly, even allowing her to improvise rhymes on the spot. He gently laid Li Nianci down on the lounge chair and began massaging her temples. Shinshinga mentioned you haven't been sleeping well lately. Now listen to me. Close your eyes and get some proper sleep. I'll wake you when it's time to eat. Li Nianci. Here we go again. This is the warm, caring man persona I'm giving you. What girl wouldn't be charmed by this? Su Muxue really hit the jackpot. Hearing Li Nianci's slightly sour complaint, Li Chen felt utterly speechless inside. When did he become this doting, warm-hearted guy? His kindness towards Su Muxue back then was purely the concern of an adult looking out for a child. And since he harbored thoughts of raising a beautiful little wife for himself, he naturally poured his heart out. Any normal man would do the same. As for his current kindness toward these female leads, it was purely transactional, all to save his own sister. As for being kind to Li Nianci? That needed no explanation. She was family pure and simple. With over 1 billion fellow countrymen watching his back. The label of thoughtful, warm-hearted gentleman simply didn't fit him. Everything he does is calculated. He's never been warm-hearted. President. Shinshinga's test results are in. She's definitely not her father's biological daughter. After we bailed her father out, he revealed the truth as well. All the materials are here for your review. Shang Hui arrived abruptly, dropped a stack of documents, and left. Li Chen had anticipated this and remained largely unfazed, though Li Nianci was visibly startled. Chapter 108, Next Life, Be an Ordinary Person. Shinshinga wasn't biologically related? How come I didn't know? I'm the author, after all. I set her up to be abused and beaten by her father since childhood, forcing her mother to divorce and flee. Shinshinga carried that trauma deep inside, gradually turning dark. I never delved into the reasons behind their abuse. Did the worlds will automatically patch up Shinshinga's background to make it plausible? So in the real world, she and her mother suffered abuse since childhood because her mother had an affair? Has their suffering been automatically rationalized because of my oversight? What does that make all the years of suffering they endured? Does that make them deserve it? How could this be? What I intended to portray was the damage domestic violence inflicts on 2 women, how it creates psychological scars in children that haunt them for life, potentially leading them down a path of no return. That was Shinshinga's final redemption. But now it's being rationalized? All of this has strayed from my original intent, even moving toward the opposite. A wave of intense regret surged through Li Nianci's heart, her inner voice choking with emotion. Li Chen hadn't anticipated this outcome either, and could only gently press her head, offering silent comfort. She cried until she cried herself to sleep. After covering her with a light blanket, Li Chen retrieved the documents and began reading them. The paternity test confirmed Shin Qingge and Miao Yueying were biological mother and daughter. Shin Qingge and Shin Wenkang, however, were not biologically related. According to Shin Wenkang's confession, Miao Yueying had concealed her pregnancy when they married, making him the unwitting fall guy. He had tested her, but she denied it. Later, he secretly arranged his own paternity test, confirming he'd been set up. Enraged, he sought revenge by sleeping around. When one of these affairs resulted in pregnancy, he forced Miao Yueying to divorce him. But Miao Yueying refused outright. Driven by pride and unwilling to confront the issue openly, he resorted to extreme measures to pressure her. That's how the subsequent events unfolded. But all this was merely Shin Wenkang's one-sided account, and Li Chen remained skeptical. He realized it had been several days since his last visit to the hospital. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to ask Miao Yueying. He wanted to uncover the truth and resolve the emotional knot between mother and daughter. Once the cause was known, perhaps it could erase Shin Qingge's psychological shadow, preventing her from doing something foolish in the future. It would be his way of making amends for his mistake toward Nianci, so she wouldn't have to bear too much psychological pressure. Tea Pavilion, Fu family manor. Lu Xiaoxiao massaged Lu Qing's back. Auntie, are you really going to help that kill Mu Xinqing? Lu Qing snorted coldly. Oomph. I just want to keep her under control for now. That idiot. She had the nerve to say those things in the visiting room. She's completely brainless. Now that the Enforcement Bureau has me in their sights, there are some things only you can help me with. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's hands froze mid-motion. Was her aunt asking her to help eliminate Mu Xinqing? But wouldn't that ruin her? She was still young, with a bright future ahead, destined to become CEO of Lu Corporation and head of the Lu family. Sensing Lu Xiaoxiao's hesitation, Lu Qing asked in confusion, "Don't you want to help me? I'm your aunt, after all. I've raised and taught you for over a decade. I've always treated you like my own daughter. Now it's time for you to repay me." Lu Xiaoxiao forced a smile. Auntie speaks wisely. Of course I'm willing to help you. But Mu Xinqing has been shuttling between the Li family estate and the Li group non-stop. It's hard for me to find an opening. Besides, Li Chen isn't someone to be trifled with. Lu Cheng nodded. I received the tip-off a long time ago. Li Chen's most trusted assistant, Cheng Hui, his wife, gave birth to a daughter a month ago. It'll be 3 days until the full month celebration. I also found out he's booked a full month banquet at Tunlong restaurant, but hasn't invited anyone else. I was planning to have Yan Zhou use this opportunity to send a gift and build rapport with Cheng Hui, thereby strengthening ties with the Li family. Li Chen will undoubtedly attend the banquet that day. I'll bring Yan Zhou along to distract him and divert the attention of the Enforcement Bureau. The rest is up to you. I'll grant you full authority. All resources of the Lu family are at your disposal. Don't disappoint me. Lu Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat before a quiet thrill of delight washed over her. Control over the Lu family's resources? That was a prize indeed. Once she held that power, it would mean controlling half the Lu clan. With Lu Qing brought down and Lu Jingchen behind bars, wouldn't the entire Lu family be hers for the taking? Since Lu Qing was willing to sacrifice her to further her own interests, there was no need for her to hold back any aunt-niece sentimentality. Auntie, you're truly remarkable. To devise such an intricate plan in such a short time. You're Zhao Zhao's idol. Zhao Zhao will never disappoint you. Lu Qing waved her hand dismissively. Once you reach my position and understand the rules, you'll see things clearly. Then you'll be able to face any crisis with the same composure and find solutions, just like me. Lu Xiaoxiao sneered inwardly. Sounds better than singing. If she were truly that formidable, how could she have been outmaneuvered by the Mu family's adopted daughter? Now a broken shell of her former self, she still dared to lecture her with such audacity. Just wait until that day comes. I'll make sure you're disgraced and ruined, stripped of your title as matriarch of the Fu family and stripped of your power over the Lu family. Then we'll see how you keep up that air of superiority. Thank you for your guidance, Aunt. I wonder when you plan to relinquish control to me, so I can prepare accordingly. Lu Qing, completely oblivious to Lu Xiaoxiao's unease, smiled and said, Don't worry. I'll call the clan elders for their guidance and discuss it further with my younger brother. By tonight at the latest, your appointment as acting head of the family will be finalized. Go back and prepare in advance. I'll notify you immediately once the appointment is issued. Lu Xiaoxiao's heart swelled with joy, and a smile spread across her face. Rest assured, Auntie. Even if it costs me my life, I will eliminate Mu Xinqing for you. Lu Qing patted Lu Xiaoxiao's hand with satisfaction. You're as sensible as ever. Once you've handled this matter, I'll find you a good family to marry into. Then I'll prepare a generous dowry for you, ensuring you marry in style and splendor. I'll invite all the wealthy families and nobles of Tianhai to celebrate and offer their blessings. If these words had been spoken in the past, Lu Xiaoxiao might have been moved, might have yearned for such a future. But things were different now. She would decide her own fate. The man she married had to be a tycoon with immense power and influence. She had once liked Fu Yanzhou, but now she saw him for the spineless good-for-nothing he was. Looking across all of Tianhai, it seemed only Li Chen was worthy of her now. Once she seized control of the Lu family, she could then forge an alliance with the Li family. That would make her the undisputed queen of Tianhai. By then, her status would surpass Lu Qing's by several tiers. Thank you, Aunt. I'll head back and await further news. As soon as Lu Zhaozhao left, Lu Qing's expression darkened. If only the Enforcement Bureau knew about that day's events, she wouldn't be too worried. After all, bound by privacy concerns, they would keep her secret. But her niece had witnessed it. Now, the secret was known to two parties, the Enforcement Bureau and Lu Zhaozhao. As long as Lu Zhaozhao was eliminated, no one else would ever know. She would deal with Mu Xinqing first, then take care of her afterward. Her cousin had already agreed all he wanted was 10% of Lu Corporation's shares once the job was done. You train soldiers for 1,000 days, but use them for just one moment. Zhaozhao, don't blame your aunt for being ruthless. If you must blame anyone, blame your own ill-fated destiny. Born into a wealthy family, sacrificing oneself for the clan's interests is the ultimate fate for all. In your next life, be an ordinary person. Chapter 109, The Outrageous Truth. Li Family Private Hospital. Today was Zhang Shue's discharge day. Though her confinement period wasn't over yet, Zhang Shue had insisted on leaving the hospital. Spotting Li Chen there too, she couldn't resist patting his shoulder and lamenting earnestly. Little Leo. I don't even know how to talk to you anymore. A man should take responsibility. You're not eating, you're not leaving, just hanging around like this day after day. It's making everyone miserable. What's the point of this? Li Chen was dumbfounded, glancing between Zhang Shue and Cheng Hui. Brother Hui, did your wife go soft in the head during her confinement? Why is she suddenly talking nonsense? Cheng Hui was equally bewildered, unable to make sense of what his wife was rambling about. Shui. That's the CEO, sir. Don't touch me like that. Show some respect. Otherwise, if he deducts my pay, I won't have money to buy you new clothes. Zhang Shue rolled her eyes at Cheng Hui. Then go live with your CEO. Two stubborn mules I can't even be bothered to lecture you to. With that, Zhang Shue scooped up the child and strode off. Li Chen and Cheng Hui exchanged a stunned glance. I heard some women get postpartum depression after giving birth. Could your wife be affected? Li Chen carefully analyzed the situation, and Cheng Hui was startled by the suggestion. Then, what should I do? Li Chen shrugged. I'm not a doctor. Why are you asking me? How should I know? Didn't you book me an appointment with the top-tier psychologist? Have them take a look at your wife too. Maybe she'll get better right away. Cheng Hui nodded earnestly. You're absolutely right. I'll schedule an extra appointment with the specialist right away. He should be able to come in by next week at the latest. Li Chen nudged Cheng Hui. No wonder your wife calls you a blockhead. What are you still standing here for? Aren't you here to take them home? Cheng Hui snapped out of it and immediately started chasing after Zhang Shue. Li Chen thought to himself. Even a guy with zero emotional intelligence managed to find a wife. These days, even a blind cat can catch a mouse. You just gotta say, fate really is a mysterious thing. After seeing Zhang Shue and Cheng Hui off, he turned and headed back to Xinxinga's mother's hospital room. Seeing him arrive, Xinxinga's joy was unmistakable, written plainly across her face. Brother Chen, Sister Shue has been discharged. Does that mean I can go back to work? Li Chen smiled and nodded. Of course. You've been doing a great job lately. Just come in tomorrow to complete the formalities for your permanent position. From now on, you'll be one of my assistants. Upon hearing this, Xinxinga happily jumped into Li Chen's arms. I'm finally confirmed. Now I can be with you every day. Li Chen reached out and pressed her shoulders down. You're celebrating too soon. Su Muxue still has a pile of tasks waiting for you to take over. School's about to start for all of you, and preparations for the smart bracelet launch need to begin. You guys have a lot on your plates. Better get ready to pull all-nighters. A bucket of cold water instantly doused Xinxinga's good mood. The thought of her impending grueling schedule left her feeling gloomy. She'd thought they'd have more time together, but it turned out. Seeing Xinxinga's low spirits, Li Chen sighed inwardly. Step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with your mother. Xinxinga felt puzzled, but after glancing at Li Chen, she took Li Nianci and stepped outside. After locking the door, Li Chen approached the hospital bed. Miao Yueying. I have some questions to ask you. These are crucial for Xinxinga. I hope you'll tell me the truth. Miao Yueying looked slightly startled, then paused before replying, ask away. Whatever I know, I'll tell you everything. Li Chen took out some documents from his bag and showed them to Miao Yueying one by one. After reviewing the documents, tears welled up in Miao Yueying's eyes. So that's how it is. It all happened because of me. But I truly didn't know. He never told me either. If he had told me the truth from the start, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Li Chen put the papers away and comforted her, what's done is done. Dwelling on past mistakes won't change anything now. What we need to do now is find Xinga's father. Let him fill the emotional void in Xingga's life. Perhaps it can help her overcome the shadows of her childhood. Miao Yueying cried, but I truly don't know who her father is. Before I married Shen Wenkang, I had never been with anyone else. Even my virginity was lost on our wedding night. I don't understand why I became pregnant before marriage. I always believed Xingga was Shen Wenkang's child. Li Chen froze upon hearing this. He believed Miao Yueying wasn't lying to him. Things had reached this point, and she had no reason to conceal anything further. But this was too absurd. Why would such an unreasonable thing happen? Do you remember what you did and where you went before your marriage? Miao Yueying paused to recall before answering. Shen Wenkang and I were introduced by a matchmaker. We got engaged a week after the meeting and married half a month later. During that time, I didn't go anywhere. I stayed at home waiting for Shen Wenkang to come and marry me. The only time I left the house was 3 days before the wedding, when I went to the hospital for the premarital health checkup and picked up the results. After hearing Miao Yueying's account, Li Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. If you were already pregnant then, why did the medical checkup still show you were healthy? And 3 days later, you consummated the marriage with Shen Wenkang, your virginity intact, yet the child you bore wasn't his. I want to investigate the hospital where you had that premarital exam. Do you still remember where it was? Miao Yueying nodded slightly. It was Tianhai First People's Hospital. Back then, prenuptial checkups were just becoming popular in China, so we followed the trend and got one done too. I remember the female doctor who examined me. Her surname was Wang. She had a pale pink birthmark on her left cheek, about the size of a thumb. After jotting down several key details, Li Chen nodded slightly. I've finished asking my questions. Now you should get some rest. I will uncover the truth and clear both you and Xingga's names. Miao Yueying paused before saying, you're wise and open-minded, you won't be fooled by appearances. I feel reassured that Xingga is with you. It's been me dragging her down all these years, forcing her to lean toward money. My daughter's true nature isn't bad at all. She's kind and hardworking. If I become a burden to you, you can abandon me, but please, never abandon Xingga. I can tell she thinks of nothing but you now. Every day, she talks to me about you. I can leave on my own. I won't blame you. Li Chen sighed inwardly. This was the greatness of a mother's love, willing to sacrifice her own life for her daughter's happiness. No wonder Xingga had to deceive her. If she ever found out that Xingga had signed an unequal treaty with her just to cover her medical expenses, she'd likely take her own life immediately. He hoped to find Xingga's biological father someone who could understand the injustice she'd endured and take responsibility for his part. That would be redemption for both mother and daughter. Don't worry. This hospital is mine. Just focus on getting better. Don't worry about the medical bills. Miao Yueying was taken aback. Xingga had only mentioned her boyfriend was a boss, never hinting he was this influential. To afford such a prestigious hospital, his net worth must be at least several billion. With her humble family background, was she really worthy of such a tycoon? Would Xingga suffer hardships if she married into their family? For a moment, Miao Yueying didn't know whether to feel joy or worry. Chapter 110, The Car Accident. Seeing her silence, Li Chen smiled faintly. My sister is waiting for me. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Once I uncover any leads, I'll notify you immediately. The hospital room door swung open, and Xingga hurried to the bedside to check on her mother. Mom! What were you two talking about just now? Why are you crying? Miao Yueying forced a smile. Nothing much. Just talking about your future plans. Shaoli is a good kid. I feel at ease and trusting you to him. Once you're with him, you'll have to work on those bad habits of yours and be nicer to him. Take care of things at home and outside. Let him focus on earning money to support the family. Xingga froze for a moment upon hearing this, then flushed and pouted, Mom. We haven't even gotten started yet, and you're already in such a hurry? What if you scare him away? Miao Yueying felt helpless inside. Her family background was such a burden on her daughter. This mismatched marriage meant she'd always be looked down upon in his family. Thankfully, her daughter was bright, studious, and had good genes. If she could bear a bright child later, her status might rise through her offspring, turning the tables. Stop dawdling here. Go back with your boyfriend. I have a caregiver here. Don't come running over unless it's necessary. Spend more time with him, that's how you build a stronger bond. Xingga hummed in acknowledgement. Starting tomorrow, I'll be officially hired. From now on, I'll be working right beside him. I won't be able to visit you as often from now on. I hope you won't blame me, Mom. Miao Yueying smiled and said, Why would I blame you? You've endured so many years of hardship with me. Now that happiness is right before your eyes, how could I possibly stand in the way of your happiness? I really like this son-in-law. Why aren't you going after him? He'll be gone before you know it. Xingga planted a kiss on Miao Yueying's cheek, then sprang to her feet and dashed toward the door. Before leaving, she turned back to glance at Miao Yueying one last time. Mom! I'll definitely catch up with him. I'll come see you again when I have time in a few days. With her mother's support, Xingga's resolve grew even stronger. Before, perhaps it was for money to pay for her mother's medical treatment. But after spending time with him, she realized Li Chen was truly exceptional. Setting aside his power and wealth, his emotions were remarkably steady. He handled matters flawlessly, always considering her needs. Most importantly, there was that aura about him. He carried himself with an air of confidence that never felt overbearing, a maturity beyond his years that made him feel incredibly dependable. Though many were vying for him, a man so sought after by others must surely be a good catch. So naturally, she had to compete for him too. At the hospital entrance, Xinxinga climbed into Li Chen's car and, without a word, took a deep breath. Li Chen froze, then quickly retrieved a mask from the glove compartment and put it on. Xinxinga. What the hell are you doing? Aren't you riding your bike home? Xinxinga clung tightly to Li Chen's arm, refusing to let go. My task here is complete, and I've finished collecting all the data on the electric bikes. From now on, whenever I go to the group, I'll go with you. My mom said I have to stick to you like glue every day to win you over. I listened to my mom. Li Chen froze. Was he dealing with a mama's girl? Had Miao Yueying said something to her just as he'd left? Seeing how happy she was, he decided not to dampen her spirits for now. Riding to and from work together is fine. But we've got to agree you can't keep taking advantage of me. We're colleagues and there's a hierarchy between us. This kind of behavior sets a bad precedent. Xinxinga shrugged indifferently. Fine. Colleagues are colleagues. Besides, the group doesn't have any rules against colleagues dating. Li Chen pried Xinxinga's hands away, lifted Li Nianci, and shifted the baby to sit between himself and Xinxinga. This way, Xinxinga couldn't keep touching him. Li Nianci was a bit speechless. She never imagined that one day, she, the esteemed author herself, would become a shield for some male lead. And to shield him from the female supporting character, no less. Wasn't this a bit beneath her? After all, she was the esteemed author. If she had to shield someone, it should be the female lead, and she should shield every single female lead and supporting female character. That would be befitting her authorial prestige. Oh dear, why was she letting her imagination run wild again? But if she shielded the female lead, how would the plot progress? Damn system. Xinxinga just kissed Li Chen. Should I boost his fortune now? If you're going to assign a task, hurry up. The confined space in the car makes it easier to accomplish. Ding. Male lead Li Chen's fortune has reached peak saturation and is about to overflow, triggering Transcendence Awakening. Extracting the male lead's fortune through Xinxinga yields the same effect as extraction from the host. The host only needs to recover Xinxinga's fortune, no need to target the male lead. Li Nianci felt a pang of disappointment. Looking at Xinxinga's face, she seemed less pleasing to the eye than usual. Oomph. That vicious female supporting character is truly detestable. At the border between Tianhai and Linchang, a traffic accident occurred on the winding national highway. A sedan lost control and crashed into the guardrail. All 5 occupants were rushed to Tianhai People's First Hospital for emergency treatment. Outside the confinement room at the Fu family villa, a servant glanced nervously from side to side. Young master. Bad news. The Lin family was involved in a car accident while leaving Tianhai. They've been rushed to the hospital for treatment, but there's no news yet. The servant hurried away as if he'd never been there. Inside the detention cell, Fu Yanzhou went berserk upon hearing the news of the Lin family's accident. His eyes bloodshot, he began pounding on the door. An hour later, Lu Qing had no choice but to order the detention room unlocked. Fu Yanzhou charged toward the hospital like a madman. Is there truly no hope for my son? Lu Qing stood at the entrance, shaking her head and sighing. 40 minutes later, in the hospital's intensive care unit, Fu Yanzhou finally saw Lin Shuyao. Her limbs were severely burned, her appearance utterly pitiful. Fu Yanzhou gripped the doctor's collar in panic. What happened to her? Why did this happen? The doctor frowned and brushed Fu Yanzhou's hand away. You're being so rude. The patient's condition is relatively stable. She broke several ribs in the car accident, but they've all been reset now. As for the skin burns, skin graft surgery is the only option. Fortunately, the chemical gas wasn't highly toxic. It only damaged the skin without causing harm elsewhere. Hearing the doctor's explanation, Fu Yanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the patient was okay, that was all that mattered. Suddenly, he froze again. Chemical gas? What kind of gas? The doctor glanced at Fu Yanzhou. The enforcement team has already launched an investigation. If you have questions, ask them. I'm just a doctor. After finishing his rounds, the doctor had barely left when the enforcement team arrived. Fu Yanzhou immediately stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Our investigation indicates the accident was caused by a hazardous chemical leak. The toxic gas spread throughout the cabin, suffocating everyone inside. Ultimately, the vehicle crashed into the guardrail. The shattered windows allowed the toxic gas to dissipate, which is how those few managed to survive. What is your relationship to the injured? Are the hazardous materials they were carrying related to you? Upon hearing the officer's explanation, Fu Yanzhou hastily waved his hands. I'm friends with the injured, but I know nothing about any hazardous materials. Could there be another reason? They were a good family. It doesn't seem likely they'd be carrying hazardous materials. The officer glanced at Fu Yanzhou. Just because you say it's impossible doesn't make it so. Then what's the point of us investigating? Haven't you heard the saying, you can't judge a book by its cover? Just cooperate with the investigation. But please don't use your subjective assumptions to question our professionalism. Chapter 111, Distortion. Midnight in the Li family study. A message popped up on Li Chen's phone. The chicken wings and drumsticks are all skinless, unbroken, and fresh. With a faint smile, Li Chen deleted the message. The Lin family's car accident was, of course, his doing. He hadn't taken the Lin family's lives, he'd merely given them a minor punishment. This not only avenged Tang Tang but also forced them to remain in Tianhai. From now on, Fu Yanzhou would have a few more burdens to carry. Lin Shuyao was specifically planted by Nianci as a stumbling block for Tang Tang. As long as she continued to cling to Fu Yanzhou, she would undoubtedly target Tang Tang again. This would advance Tang Tang's storyline. Then there was Tang Ling just received word she'd been found pregnant in prison. It was time to prod Fu Yanzhou into spending some resources to secure Tang Ling's bail. A two-pronged attack to completely distract Fu Yanzhou, preventing him from focusing on managing that overseas project. Fu Yanzhou, oh Fu Yanzhou. The president of a billion-dollar conglomerate, what a waste. My little sister doesn't understand these things, she's crippled you in her writing. A wishy-washy love-struck fool can be a tycoon? Typical nonsense from a little girl's pen. Young master, it's time for your nourishing soup. Midway through his mental rant, Mu Shengsheng entered the study carrying a bowl of some unknown soup. Li Chen's mouth twitched. Shengsheng, you should probably refrain from saying things like that in the future. It makes me feel a bit flustered and shy. Mu Shengsheng smiled faintly. There's no one else in the house. Why are you embarrassed, young master? Besides, this stew is meant to be a nourishing tonic for you, young master. I didn't say anything wrong. Li Chen's eyelid twitched. You? Never mind. Let's not talk about this for now. Muxingson has already sent someone to take care of you. Can you help me put on a show? I can guarantee your safety. Mu Shengsheng walked behind Li Chen and raised her hand to massage his shoulders. I've never doubted your decisions. I trust you won't harm me. Do whatever you need to do. I'll cooperate unconditionally at any time. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat as he pressed down on Mu Shengsheng's hand. There's no need for this. We're friends. Mu Shengsheng smiled faintly and withdrew her hand. All right, my friend. Drink up quickly. Remember to get some rest after you finish. Mu Shengsheng left. Li Chen stared blankly at the bowl of soup, its contents unknown to him. Was this stuff really that nourishing? Curiosity piqued, Li Chen took a small sip. Surprisingly, it tasted pretty good. Men, after all, have an almost obsessive pursuit of anything labeled as a tonic. Regardless of whether it worked or not, as long as it wasn't poisonous, he'd eat it anyway. After all, everyone knows what tonic means. He downed the entire bowl of soup in one go, smacked his lips, and found himself wanting more. An hour later, Li Chen, still buried in documents, felt an itch in his nose. When he touched it, his fingers were covered in blood. His heart skipped a beat. Damn it! This tonic soup is the real deal. He'd overdone it. But he didn't panic. Stripping off his clothes, he dashed into the garden and began sprinting wildly. Inside the house, several women pressed their faces against the windows to watch. Is Ah Chen out for a night run? He never used to do this before. Su Muxue was utterly baffled, yet her eyes remained glued to the window. Shin Chinga swallowed hard. Brother Chen is so faster than even our school's track athletes. He's so amazing. Tang Tang asked shyly, does he really have to take off his clothes to run? Won't he catch a chill? Could he? Seeing several pairs of angry eyes turn toward her, Tang Tang wisely shut her mouth. Only Mu Shengsheng remained silent, her eyes fixed outside, a faint smile occasionally playing at the corners of her mouth. That was the expensive tonic Mu Zhenghuai had paid a fortune for. She had once stewed it for him. A few days ago, she'd sold off the entire Mu household, retrieving only that single jar of tonic. Who would have thought that just a small amount stewed together could have such remarkable effects? It seemed she'd have to be more cautious with that medicine going forward. One must clearly distinguish when it should be used and when it should not. After running countless laps, Li Chen finally calmed the turmoil within him and returned to the room. His finger trembled as he pointed at Mu Shengsheng. You. Be more careful from now on. Don't just shove anything down my throat. And all of you. Staying up all night, climbing through windows? What kind of behavior is this? The girls didn't respond, just kept staring at Li Chen with silly grins. Li Chen's face flushed crimson. If it were just one or two, he wouldn't have batted an eye with his thick skin. But now there were 5 of them, 10 eyes fixed on him, some even drooling. Who could stand that? What are you staring at? All of you, go back to bed. With that, Li Chen made his own escape. The girls sighed in unison and returned to their rooms, except for Su Muxue, whose eyes shone with a different light. Too many wolves, only one piece of meat. Regardless of anything else, getting it into my mouth first meant I'd come out ahead. Besides, this was my husband who got lost in the first place. Even if we had to share, the first bite had to be mine. A dangerous smile flickered across Su Muxue's face, one she didn't even notice herself. The Lu family villa's grand hall. Lu Xiaoxiao waited until late into the night. Finally, she received an appointment notice. It bore the joint signatures and seals of the Lu family elders and the family head. With this appointment letter in hand, she could now access and utilize certain resources of both the Lu family and the Lu corporation. With real authority in hand, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately sent a message to the mysterious figure. Soon after, the mysterious figure replied. Option A, complete Lu Qing's instructions, become the scapegoat, and vanish. Lu Qing's secrets will never be exposed, and she'll remain the superior Mrs. Fu. Option B, kidnap Mu Xinqing to lure out the mastermind, then wipe out Lu Qing and all Lu family rebels in one fell swoop, securing complete control over the Lu family. Special note, everything about you is under my control. The hostage must not suffer any mishap. Failure means death. Lu Xiaoxiao placed unwavering faith in the mysterious figure's instructions. Moreover, she had already roughly deduced the mysterious figure's allegiance. Anyone with half a brain could see that the other party was definitely one of the Li family's people. Lu Xiaoxiao understood the folly of trying to skin a tiger, yet she couldn't resist. Based on the mysterious figure's guidance over the past few days, it seemed they were only targeting Lu Qing and that adopted daughter of the Mu family. They had never shown any intent to harm the Lu family or the Lu corporation. Even if Lu Qing were brought down, it wouldn't implicate the Lu family, it wouldn't even inflict substantial harm on the Fu family. What exactly was Li Chen's objective? Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't fathom it. But he didn't want to lose this opportunity. Since Lu Qing was willing to use herself as a scapegoat, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. Without further hesitation, she selected option B. The response came instantly. On the day of the banquet, a hostage will be delivered to you. Use your acting skills to lure Lu Qing to the scene and guide her into revealing the truth. Everyone will cooperate with you, including official authorities. Game over. You will become the head of the Lu family and the actual controller of the Lu group. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes. She was determined to seize the position of family head. Having come this far, she was just one step away from success. She absolutely could not give up now. Moreover, the other party had explicitly stated that official forces were involved. This meant Lu Qing and certain members of the Lu family were already under surveillance. No one ever came out unscathed after being targeted by the authorities. Might as well put them to use and get some help. Behind the phone screen, Chang Hui shut down his computer. Glancing at his sleeping wife and child beside him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The affair between Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Qing had once again laid bare the true nature of humanity. So-called aristocrats and elites would abandon everything to protect their own interests and status. If he faced such a choice someday, would he succumb? He dared not dwell on it further, gently lying down beside Zhang Shui and wrapping his arms around her. Chapter 112, How am I supposed to live like this? Late at night, in the Li family bedroom. The rustling sound of a key turning in the lock startled the sleeper awake. Li Chen knew who it was. He sighed helplessly and flipped on the light. Su Muxue approached slowly, draped in her nightgown. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. Something felt off about Su Muxue now, as if something major was about to happen. He shifted slightly to the side. Suddenly, Su Muxue threw back her robe and lunged at him. Empty. Completely empty inside. Li Chen froze for only a second before twisting forcefully, wrapping Su Muxue up in the quilt. Su Muxue, what are you doing? We already agreed now isn't the time. Give me a little more time and give yourself a little more time too. Wrapped tightly in the quilt, Su Muxue spoke with hurt in her voice, but I can't wait. They're about to take you away from me. I just want to be with the person I love. What's wrong with that? You promised you'd grant any reasonable request of mine. You're lying to me again. Li Chen's face darkened. He recalled it had only been a delaying tactic, but he never imagined Su Muxue would become this desperate. The Su Muxue before him was no longer the girl he once knew. She possessed her own strong, independent thoughts. He softened his voice as he replied, I'm not lying to you. I just haven't figured out how to face this yet. You're not wrong, and neither am I. Let me emphasize this once more, I won't let anyone take me away. At any moment, I will follow my true heart. We both need to stay rational. Su Muxue stared into Li Chen's eyes and whispered, Are you truly certain no one will take you away? Li Chen nodded. I've never lied to you, have I? For two people to be together, they need to understand each other, and we haven't reached that point yet. Can we wait a little longer? Su Muxue nodded. Then let go of me, and I'll believe you. Li Chen sighed helplessly and released the quilt, setting Su Muxue free. Once free, Su Muxue clung to him tightly. It shouldn't be a problem if I hold you while we sleep, right? Back when I couldn't sleep, you always held me and rocked me to sleep. Li Chen genuinely didn't know what to do. The past was the past, and the present was the present. Back then, she was little, fully equipped, and it was just normal storytelling to lull a child to sleep. Now. We're grown up. No equipment at all. And she's clinging so tightly. This really wasn't something a person should do. Why don't you just put on? No, this is comfortable. It's warm. Li Chen tried to persuade her one last time, but before he could finish, Su Muxue cut him off. She even pressed closer, snuggling tighter. Her wildly racing heart and soaring body temperature betrayed her she was incredibly nervous right now. Li Chen's mind was also in turmoil. Yet, drawing on years of disciplined willpower, he forced himself to calm down. He didn't know if that would affect Li Nianci's storyline or what variables it might introduce to the entire plan moving forward. He dared not take that gamble. Dawn broke. The moment Su Muxue opened her eyes, she saw the person she longed to see. It felt like the first time since she could remember that she'd woken up still being held by that person. He always left after she fell asleep, leaving her alone every time she woke up. This was a tremendous step forward. His staying meant he was beginning to accept her. This didn't feel like the familial affection of before, it seemed to carry a hint of genuine romantic connection. Thinking about it lifted Su Muxue's spirits. What's got you so happy? What's so sly about your smile? You're not up to something shady, are you? Su Muxue jumped at Li Chen's voice, quickly hiding her triumphant grin. And no, nothing. I'm just genuinely happy. The more she tried to explain, the more flustered Su Muxue became, her face flushing crimson as her heart raced wildly. Li Chen tapped her forehead. It's broad daylight. Stop daydreaming. Get up and freshen up. Today's Shinshinga's promotion day. Hand over the tasks you've been holding onto to her. Don't keep everything to yourself, it's too exhausting. Remember, it's about cooperation and mutual benefit. You two can't fight, can't deliberately target each other, and can't undermine our shared interests. Got it? Hearing Shinshinga was being promoted, Su Muxue's heart tightened. She hadn't expected this day to come so soon. But considering her own progress, she relaxed again. Aiken is mine. No one can take him away. If she's here, just give her more work, keep her too busy to bother Aiken. With that thought, Su Muxue suddenly lifted her head and tapped Li Chen lightly on the lips. I'll do whatever you say. I promise not to clash with her. But I want to follow you to and from work from now on. That's a reasonable request, right? The thought of Shinshinga tagging along too gave Li Chen a headache. These two truly lived up to being the arch rivals designed by Li Nianci. No matter what you do, you can always hit the mark with precision. Reasonable. Very reasonable. After saying this, Li Chen hurriedly got up, quickly tidied himself, and rushed to the front passenger seat. When Su Muxue and Shinshinga arrived, they could only sit in the back seat. With Li Nianci sitting between them, they couldn't even argue. Li Chen gave himself a mental pat on the back for his clever maneuver, while Li Nianci could only sigh inwardly. Her role as a shield was set in stone. Not only did she have to shield the male lead from other women, but she also had to shield the female lead from the supporting female characters. For a writer to sink to this level, becoming just another cog in the wheel of her own characters' mundane lives, was utterly preposterous. If word got out, how could she ever hold her head high in author circles again? It was all that dog of a male lead, Li Chen, who was to blame. That damn fool, that stupid dog couldn't even handle a woman and had to drag the author down with him. I'm your pitiful little sister. Doesn't your conscience hurt at all? Yet at that moment, Li Chen was still gloating over his decision, oblivious to Li Nianci's inner turmoil. Tianhai First People's Hospital. Early that morning, Fu Yinzhou received a message on his phone. Tang Ling is pregnant. It's yours. She's in prison and now has stomach pains. Those few words instantly drained every ounce of strength from Fu Yinzhou's body. He collapsed onto a corridor bench. From being placed under house arrest, to Lin Shuyao's car accident, and now this news. In just 3 short days, multiple psychological blows had nearly crushed him. All the pressure he'd endured over the years within the Fu family and Fu Corporation combined seemed to pale in comparison to the blow dealt by these past 3 days. My child? My child? Muttering to himself, Fu Yinzhou pushed himself up and staggered toward the hospital exit. At Tianhai Women's Prison, Tang Ling finally welcomed her savior. After relinquishing nearly 2 billion yuan in profits, Tang Bin and Tang Tang signed a settlement agreement. Tang Ling, as a pregnant woman, was successfully granted medical parole. Li Group. Upon receiving the news, Li Chen didn't smile. He only felt pity for Fu Yinzhou. An engaged fiancé, an unrequited love he couldn't let go of, and an unexpected child. With all these elements tangled together, he was in for a rough ride ahead. It was no small feat for Li Nianci either. Back then, she was barely 18 and already concocting such melodramatic, convoluted plotlines. To keep the plot moving, they had to portray a billionaire CEO as an idiot. Pretty ridiculous. What kind of useless tycoon CEO was that? Feeling Li Chen's gaze, Li Nianci forced her eyes to dart around, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. Why are you looking at me like I'm some kind of cute little thing? Do I look that dumb? In other people's eyes, I really am a little cutie right now. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with a little cutie. Li Chen, who had been watching Li Nianci closely, naturally noticed her subtle movements. He knew in his heart that the girl was off on another wild tangent. He turned his head away in exasperation, not wanting to listen to her nonsense. The sheer intensity of this girl's imagination was beyond what a model citizen like him could handle. Out of sight, out of mind. Unless it was absolutely crucial, he'd rather not hear her inner thoughts. He feared he might lose his composure. Chapter 113, I'm a woman too, and I know women's weaknesses. Assistant's office. Su Muxue and Shinga locked eyes, sparks seemingly flying from their gazes. This is blatant workplace bullying. You're picking on me. I'm telling Brother Chen. Shinga was furious. She'd just completed her probationary period when Su Muxue immediately dumped a mountain of tasks on her, leaving her overwhelmed. Su Muxue pointed toward the door. Go ahead. Don't you remember? Before you were here, I handled all this work by myself. Now I'm only assigning you a tiny fraction, and you're already complaining you can't handle it? You'd better go complain right now. Let Mr. Chen see how incompetent you are. Best if he fires you and kicks you out of Li Corporation. After hearing Su Muxue's words, Shinga suddenly fell silent. Trying to screw me over? No way. Go ahead and double my workload if you dare. Do you have the guts? Su Muxue shot Shinga a withering look. Do you think I'm stupid? I got sick of your little tricks years ago. A little girl like you thinks she can take me on? Shinga didn't get angry. Instead, she said smugly, of course you're stupid. If you weren't foolish, would you have run away from your wedding? If you weren't stupid, you'd be the president's wife by now. You call me a little girl? You're the old woman here. Men all prefer young and pretty. You old hag don't stand a chance. Su Muxue grabbed the pen on the table, but remembering Li Chen's instructions, she gritted her teeth and held back. Shinga was infuriating. Knowing exactly where it hurt, she kept rubbing salt into the wound. Su Muxue wanted to tear her mouth apart. Get to work. Now. Immediately. Slacking off will get you fired too. You'll regret this. Su Muxue backed down, and Shinga didn't press further. As the top student in the college entrance exams, her intelligence was beyond question, and her learning ability was exceptional. With Chung Hui's assistance. By lunchtime, she had grasped the fundamentals. She was confident she could fully adapt to the work here within 3 days. Meanwhile, at Tianhai People's Hospital, Fu Yanzhou was overwhelmed with work. He had to attend to both Lin Shuyao's family and Tang Ling, with their respective departments located on the 3rd and 19th floors. Lu Qing also rushed to the hospital after hearing the news. However, she held no regard for the Lin family. Her primary purpose was to see Tang Ling. After all, this woman was carrying her grandchild. It was impossible not to prioritize her. Moreover, she had once agreed to let Tang Ling into the family, and her impression of Tang Ling remained quite favorable. Mom! The moment Tang Ling saw Lu Qing, tears welled up in her eyes. If not for that accident, she would have been the young mistress of the Fu family by now. Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly. You should address me as auntie from now on. Tang is Yanzhou's fiancé now. Certain things wouldn't sound good if they got out. Hearing this, resentment swelled within Tang Ling. All of this should have been hers. Why did that bastard have to come back and steal it from her? Tang Bin, they both deserve to die. Aunt Lu. Please, can you save my mother? She's also the biological grandmother of the child in my womb. You must have a way to save her, right? Lu Qing sighed helplessly. It's not that I won't save your mother. It's just that the Fu family is stretched too thin right now. That Tang is nothing but a jinx, a thorn in the side of our Fu family planted by the Li clan. Until that thorn is removed, we dare not make any rash moves. Hearing it was still because of Tang Ling's hatred for that sister she'd never even met grew even deeper. It's her again. Why does she always have to oppose me? Hasn't she caused us enough harm already? Seeing Tang Ling lose control, Lu Qing knew her chance had come. Actually, there's another way. Tang Ling immediately sat up in bed. Aunt Lu, what is this solution you mentioned? If I can manage it, I won't refuse. With her prey hooked, Lu Qing hesitated, her expression troubled. This solution isn't exactly honorable to speak of. If you can help me eliminate Tang, the thorn in my side, once I'm free to act, I'll rescue your mother. Tang Ling fixed Lu Qing with a piercing stare, her mind racing through the potential gains and losses. Seeing success within reach, Lu Qing decided to fan the flames further. With Tang gone and carrying Yanzhou's child, the position of the Fu family's young mistress will be yours for the taking. The word struck a chord, solidifying Tang Ling's resolve. Once Tang was gone, she would become the young mistress of the Fu family. Where she had fallen, she would rise again. Where she had lost everything, she would reclaim it all. Aunt Lu. Leave Tang to me. I'll make her wish she were dead, forcing her to renounce the betrothal herself. I only hope you keep your word. Rescue my mother and welcome me into your family. Lu Qing smiled as she ruffled Tang Ling's hair, soothingly saying, you know I've always cared for you. You're the daughter-in-law I've always recognized as mine. If not for that accident, Lu Qing stopped herself. She knew saying this much was enough. Tang Ling embraced Lu Qing and wept, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. In the intensive care unit, Lin Shuyao slowly regained consciousness from her coma. Seeing Fu Yanzhou by her side, she burst into tears of joy. Yanzhou, you're finally here. I was so scared. I thought I'd never see you again. Fu Yanzhou gently adjusted her pillow and said with self-reproach, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you both. Lin Shuyao cried, Brother Yanzhou, it's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Li Chen and Tang Tang. If not for them, you wouldn't have been confined. If not for them, our Lin family wouldn't have gone bankrupt and fled. If not for them, we wouldn't have been in that car accident. Fu Yanzhou froze. You're saying they caused your car accident too? Lin Shuyao paused. Who else could it be? I hit Tang Tang. How could they just let it go? Fu Yanzhou's eyes hardened. I'm going to find him right now. I'll make him pay. Lin Shuyao gasped, wait. We have no evidence. There's nothing we can do to him. Your position in the Fu family is already precarious. Another confrontation with the Li family would be extremely unwise. Let's wait until our injuries heal before doing anything. Fu Yanzhou heeded Lin Shuyao's words and immediately suppressed his urge to seek revenge against Li Chen. Sister Shuyao, rest assured. I've already arranged skin graft surgeries for you both. With the best techniques and the finest doctors, I'll ensure you regain your original appearance. Lin Shuyao surveyed her own injuries and gave a bitter laugh. There's no need to comfort me. Even with skin grafts, I'll never be the same again. I only hope you won't despise me for my ugliness in the future. Fu Yanzhou hastily shook his head in denial. How could I ever despise you, sister? In my heart, you'll always be the most beautiful. Lin Shuyao pondered this, letting out a bitter laugh. But looking like this, how could I ever marry anyone? Who could possibly find me attractive? Am I destined to live out my days alone? Fu Yanzhou paused, clenched his jaw, and said, if no one else will marry you, then I will. Lin Shuyao felt a wave of relief wash over her, but hesitated, but you already have a fiancé. Fu Yanzhou took a deep breath. That Tang Tang is a mole Li Chen planted in my Lu corporation. I could never marry her. I'm waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for her to make a mistake, forcing her to call off the engagement first. Only then can I preserve the Fu family's reputation, reclaim the 100 billion yuan dowry, and force the Tang family to pay massive compensation. Lin Shuyao suddenly understood, so that was the truth behind it all. Had she known, she never would have provoked Tang Tang. All she needed to do was wait for the right moment. But there was no such thing as a regret pill. For her own future, she must eliminate Tang Tang, now force her into a mistake and make her break off the engagement. Brother Yanzhou, rest assured. I'll find a way to help you deal with that Tang Tang. I'm a woman too. I know where a woman's weaknesses lie. Chapter 114, actually, I'm the victim. The top banquet hall of Tenlong restaurant. Today marked the full moon banquet for Cheng Hui and Zhang Shui's daughter. Early that morning, the couple greeted relatives at the restaurant entrance with their infant in tow. Li Chen had sent a special vehicle to pick up guests, and by 3 in the afternoon, all relatives from both families who could attend had arrived. With the addition of some of Cheng Hui's close colleagues from the group, 30 tables were just enough to seat everyone. At the banquet hall entrance, Lu Qing arrived with a reluctant Fu Yanzhou to offer congratulations. However, they were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. May we see your invitation, please? This is our restaurant's highest-tier banquet hall. Without a dedicated invitation, we cannot grant you entry. Lu Qing had a plan in mind and dared not make a scene. She explained, we're good friends with the family inside. They probably just forgot to send us an invitation. My son and I came specifically to offer our blessings and gifts. Surely it wouldn't hurt to let us in first? The more people, the merrier for such a joyous occasion, right? The security guard glanced at Lu Qing, his face full of doubt. The host even invited the neighbors of his distant cousin's family, just because years ago he and the neighbor's child played house together at the cousin's place. So you claim to be good friends, yet you don't have invitations? Do you think we're little kids? That easy to fool? The boss specifically warned us if we let a single unauthorized person in, we'll be fired. Now you two get out of here. Or don't blame us for getting rough. The security guard's tone was uncompromising as he ordered them out. Fu Yanzhou, who never endured such treatment, snapped, Mom, I told you I wouldn't come. You insisted I come. When did the Fu family sink so low that we have to curry favor with some assistant? Come back with me right now. Lu Qing was even more furious than Fu Yanzhou, but she had no choice. Now that she was being watched by the enforcement squad, coming here not only diverted attention but also provided an alibi. At the critical moment, she could also stall Li Chen and his group, ensuring Lu Zhaozhao could complete her mission. Better to have one more friend than one more enemy. I've already checked Li Chen is here too. Aren't we at odds with him? This is the perfect chance to clear things up. You must understand he still holds something that could send Tang Ling back to prison. He also has the power to make Lin Shuyao wish she were dead. Don't you care at all? Hearing Lu Qing's words, Fu Yanzhou froze for a moment. Tang Ling was carrying his child now, she absolutely couldn't be sent back to prison to suffer. And the Lin family members were still lying in hospital wards awaiting skin graft surgeries. If Li Chen interfered and insisted on wreaking havoc, given his precarious position within the Fu family, it would be incredibly difficult to stand up to him. If bowing his head could make Li Chen rein in his actions and temporarily spare Tang Ling and Lin Shuyao, it seemed not entirely unacceptable. After all, he had been at Li Chen's mercy from the very beginning. This was merely a replay of that dynamic. With that thought, Fu Yanzhou gritted his teeth, pulled out his phone, and dialed Li Chen's number. Before long, Chang Hui arrived at the banquet hall entrance, ushering the two inside. He reserved a separate table for them and personally joined them. This gesture of respect finally began to ease the anger simmering within Fu Yanzhou and Lu Qing. By then, the banquet's opening ceremony had begun. Zhang Shui stood on stage personally introducing her child to both sets of relatives. Her name was Cheng Jinyu, nicknamed Huan Huan. When it came time to introduce Huan Huan's godfather, several women suddenly rushed onto the stage, startling Zhang Shui. This segment hadn't been in the planning documents. Had something gone wrong? Su Muxue was the fastest to reach the podium, snatching the microphone from Zhang Shui. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Muxue. I'm Huan Huan's godmother and also the other half of her godfather. Xinxinga snatched the microphone. Don't listen to her. I'm Huan Huan's godmother. I've been staying at the hospital for her postpartum care. Huan Huan loves me the most. This sister Zhang Shui can vouch for me. The guests were all stunned. Today was truly an eye-opening experience for them. Not only did they get to dine in such a luxurious banquet hall, but they also got to watch a drama unfold. There must be some major drama unfolding here. Tang Tang, timid by nature, tugged at Xinxinga from behind. I was also at the hospital with Huan Huan all those days. Can I be Huan Huan's godmother too? Xinxinga paused, recalling the days Tang Tang had spent by her side. They'd confided in each other, offered encouragement, and played with Huan Huan together. Of course you can. We're both Huan Huan's godmothers. Zhang Shui snapped back to reality, looking utterly flustered. What are you two doing? She's my daughter, not some tool for you to compete for attention with. If you want to be godmothers, just wait until you marry her godfather, then you'll be natural ones. Of course, I don't mind my daughter having a few more godmothers. The women exchanged glances at Zhang Shui, realizing she wasn't joking. They could only silently step down from the stage. This drama was too juicy to ignore. Though the guests didn't quite grasp the situation, it didn't stop them from whispering and speculating at the banquet tables. At the main table, after the women returned to their seats, Li Chen frowned and said, "You girls really know how to handle yourselves. Are you trying to ruin Huan Huan's full moon banquet?" The women all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. From the head seat, Zhang Shui shot Li Chen a glare. "You're not allowed to bully them. Can't you see why they did this? Don't play dumb with me. Take this chance to give everyone an explanation. Who do you choose? Be a man and make up your mind. Stop stringing people along like this, it's despicable." Hearing this, Li Chen felt his head spin. He hadn't expected Zhang Shui to step in and pressure him too. "Sis-in-law. What are you saying? What do you mean I'm playing dumb? Who am I stringing along? I genuinely only have ordinary friend-colleague relationships with them. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Wei. He can vouch for me. I genuinely have no improper intentions toward anyone. Besides, I'm swamped with work right now. I don't have time to think about such things." Zhang Shui curled her lip. "You and Shang Hui are cut from the same cloth, neither of you are any good. I don't care about the rest. I have only one demand. Before you've confirmed your relationship with them, you absolutely cannot touch them. Otherwise, I'll cut you." Li Chen was startled at first, then overjoyed. This was truly a ray of hope in the darkest hour. The previously deadlocked situation now had a breakthrough. Filled with profound gratitude, Li Chen raised his wine cup toward Zhang Shui. "Rest assured, sister-in-law. I, Li Chen, have never been one to shirk responsibility. Today, I swear before everyone here. Before confirming a relationship, I will never touch any girl. I will lead by example and set a good standard for my goddaughter. I will never bring shame upon her as her godfather." With that, Li Chen downed 3 shots of baijiu in one go. Only then did Zhang Shui nod in satisfaction. "That's more like it. My daughter's godfather must be a person of both moral integrity and academic excellence. That way, through constant exposure, when she grows up, she'll naturally seek out outstanding individuals as boyfriends." Li Chen agreed wholeheartedly, not uttering a single word of objection. But the women were all dumbfounded. They thought Zhang Shui was backing them up, hoping to pressure Li Chen into choosing a girlfriend today. Now, not only had their plan failed, but they'd handed Li Chen a perfect excuse. From now on, he could use Zhang Shui and Huan Huan as leverage. If they tried to pressure him again, it would be even harder. "Sister Shui, I don't think this decision is wise. We could discuss the specifics further." "Yeah, I think it's unwise too. It's just not right." I don't think it's right either. Hearing the girl's inexplicable objections, Zhang Shui froze for a moment. Sisters? Have you all lost your minds? I'm trying to protect you from that scumbag taking advantage of you, and now you're all against me? Li Chen chuckled bitterly from the side, sis-in-law. Actually, they've always been taking advantage of me. I'm the real victim here. Zhang Shui looked at the women in utter disbelief. Chapter 115, Objections Overruled. You all. Seeing all the girls with their heads bowed, Zhang Shui understood Li Chen hadn't lied to her. It wasn't him stringing these girls along, they were the ones clinging to him. Young, wealthy, and handsome, it was understandable. But this principle absolutely couldn't be compromised. Objections are futile. I watched little Leo grow up. You can't bully him, and you certainly can't force him. He has his own mind, he'll choose whoever he likes. If I find out you're pressuring him, I'll beat you up. The women nodded in agreement upon hearing this. This was even worse. They all knew Zhang Shui's temper spoiled rotten by Chang Hui, she was absolutely uncompromising. Seeing that she'd silenced the women, Zhang Shui stood up and patted Li Chen's shoulder. Your parents left home long ago, and no one's ever really looked after you. As your sister-in-law, I'll give you a piece of my mind. When choosing a partner, character matters most. When looking for a wife, keep your eyes open. Don't act impulsively. Take the time to get to know the other person, so you won't regret it later. After all, you're still young, no need to rush. Li Chen's face broke into a wide smile. As someone who's been through it, I'll definitely take your advice, sis. I'll take my time looking and choosing, finding the one who's the best fit. Zhang Shui nodded with satisfaction. Though each woman harbored her own thoughts, Li Nianci felt an inexplicable flicker of joy in her heart. Zhang Shui and Chang Hui weren't characters from her book, and she'd never written a scene where the male lead adopted a goddaughter. Still, seeing how things were unfolding now, she felt genuinely pleased. At least for the time being, that foolish brother wouldn't have to be troubled by the major female leads. Though she couldn't pinpoint why she felt this way, as someone who could be erased at any moment, she took each day of happiness as it came, refusing to dwell on the future. Noticing the table had grown quiet, Lu Qing promptly led Fu Yanzhou over. Mr. Li. I wonder if you have time for a chat. Li Chen glanced at Lu Qing and nodded. Thank you all for coming to my daughter's full moon banquet on your own initiative. Since everyone's in a good mood now, just say what's on your mind. Lu Qing raised her glass and took a sip. This drink is my way of apologizing to you. My son is young and inexperienced. I hope you'll bear with him, Mr. Li. Should he offend you again in the future, please let me know, and I will discipline him properly. Li Chen glanced at Fu Yanzhou. Young people, you know. They tend to be impulsive. It's all understandable. After all, I was young once too. Let bygones be bygones. Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters today. If you two don't mind, please sit down and have a few drinks. Li Chen's words struck a chord with Lu Qing, who promptly pulled Fu Yanzhou down to sit. The women exchanged glances first between Lu Qing and Fu Yanzhou, then back to Li Chen, a wild thought flashing through each mind. The man before them might be young, but his seniority was undeniable. They had assumed it was merely because Li Chen's parents held high status in this circle. So when he referred to Fu Yanzhou as a young man, though awkward, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Fu Yanzhou's face was grim, but no one paid him any mind. At the same time, Mu Shengsheng left the Li family estate and headed to the nearby fresh market to buy ingredients for tonight's stew. Right at the market entrance, a group of men forcibly knocked her unconscious and dragged her into a van. Not far away, Jiang Miaomiao, who had been monitoring the situation, gave a wave. Initiate the plan. Hostage safety is the absolute priority. The van drove for over an hour, weaving through a funeral procession before finally stopping at a crematorium on the outskirts of Tianhai. A coffin was unloaded from the van and wheeled into the cremation chamber. Inside the crematorium, Lu Xiaoxiao, clad in a long robe and wearing a mask and hood, raised her phone to film. The coffin containing Mu Shengsheng was lifted onto the cremation platform, then immediately pushed into the furnace. Seconds after the switch was flipped, blood-curdling screams echoed from within. As the ashes were scooped out and placed into an urn, the scene abruptly shifted. A bodyguard plunged a dagger into Lu Xiaoxiao's chest. Blood gushed forth instantly, spreading across the floor. Lu Xiaoxiao collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and convulsing, her eyes filled with confusion. The next moment, the video was sent to Lu Qing's phone. Everything has been taken care of. Both sets of ashes will be delivered to you within the hour. Lu Qing stole a glance at the message, a weight lifting from her heart. All she needed to do was show this video to Mu Xinqing to fulfill their agreement. The footage would also prove that Lu Xiaoxiao was the one who committed the murder. Lu Qing had no involvement whatsoever. Then she could simply claim Lu Xiaoxiao had acted on her own accord to repay Lu Qing's kindness by taking the life. This way, she could not only clear herself of suspicion but also eliminate Lu Xiaoxiao, the only witness. Then she could demand the Enforcement Bureau destroy or permanently seal that evidence, ensuring her secret remained buried forever. Throughout the banquet, Lu Qing deliberately engaged Li Chen in conversation to distract him. After receiving confirmation that Jiang Miaomiao was safe, Li Chen played along with Lu Qing's scheme. As the banquet concluded, Lu Qing hurriedly pulled Fu Yanzhou away from the restaurant. Shortly after sending Fu Yanzhou away, 2 urns were delivered to her hands. Miss Lu's final words. She wanted to know why. Holding the urns, Lu Qing's eyes reddened slightly as she waved her hand. I've already transferred the money to your card. Once you leave the country, never come back. Consider today's events never happened. The masked assassin nodded, driving away until he vanished from Lu Qing's sight. As she stroked Lu Zhaozhao's urn, a single tear fell onto her arm, shattering into countless tiny droplets. I'm sorry, Auntie. Simply because you knew too much. And you've already developed ambition. You want to know why? Then I'll tell you. For myself, for the stability of Yanzhou's position, and for Jing Chen's future. Rest assured, I will inter your ashes in the Lu family's main ancestral burial ground. Your parents and brothers have already been provided with wealth sufficient for several generations. Your sacrifice and contributions will be recorded in the Lu family annals. Future generations will know that the Lu family had a brave soul named Lu Zhaozhao. Your glorious deeds will endure alongside the Lu family's prosperity, remembered by all. Wiping away her tears, Lu Qing picked up another box and headed to Tianhai prison. She was going to fulfill the promise she made to that bastard. In the top-tier private room of Tenglong restaurant, Li Chen served bowls of soup to Mu Shengsheng and Jiang Miaomiao. Have some soup to moisten your throats first. This entire table of dishes is prepared just for the 2 of you as compensation for missing the banquet feast. It must have been tough for you 2 to play along with others. Mu Xingxing's gaze toward Li Chen grew increasingly tender. He had even thought of this. He was so afraid of letting me down. This feeling of being cherished and cared for is truly wonderful. If he could always treat me like this, I wouldn't need anything else. Jiang Miaomiao's reaction, however, differed from Mu Xingxing's. Her eyes brimmed with fury and shock. You aristocrats are truly despicable. In your eyes, are human lives, family bonds, friendships, and even love truly worth nothing at all? For status and profit, you'd even scheme to kill your own kin? Li Chen's eyelid twitched. Captain Jiang. Could you please not direct that at me? I'm a model citizen and an outstanding entrepreneur. I'm not that kind of person. Jiang Miaomiao snarled, you're not that now because you're still young and inexperienced. Wait a few years. When you're old, you'll be just like them. You wealthy families who treat human lives like grass, you're all cut from the same cloth. I think we should arrest you now to prevent you from harming others later. With that, Jiang Miaomiao slammed a pair of handcuffs down on the table. Chapter 116, Regret after learning the truth. Li Chen was startled by Jiang Miaomiao's attitude and swallowed hard. Well, we can talk this out, right? I haven't committed any crime yet, you can't arrest me, right? You 2 been running around for ages. You must be starving. Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, there's a big show for the 2 of you to perform together. Hearing she was needed for something else, Mu Shengsheng fell silent and ate a bit faster. Jiang Miaomiao looked utterly confused. Influenced by Mu Shengsheng, she found herself growing tense without realizing it. They finished eating fairly quickly and soon followed Li Chen out of the restaurant, heading straight for Tianhai prison. After waiting less than half an hour in the surveillance room, Lu Qing and Mu Xingqing appeared on the screen. Lu Qing placed the urn on the table, smiling faintly. I brought the person you wanted. What are you going to do with my things? Mu Xingqiuan glanced at the urn and frowned. How do you prove this contains her? Lu Qing clenched her jaw, pulled out her phone, and played the video. After all, there was no living witness now. Lu Zhaozhao was the one who committed the murder. Even if exposed, it wouldn't be pinned on her. The footage showed Mu Shengsheng being shoved into the crematorium, her familiar screams echoing through the chamber. Her cries were more wretched than when Mu Xingqing had whipped her with a rattan cane dipped in chili water. The comforting sensation of vengeance fulfilled left Mu Xingqing utterly intoxicated. You've seen the evidence. Now can you tell me how to stop my story from getting out? Lu Qing asked urgently. Mu Xingqing smirked. You're the matriarch of the Fu family, yet you still haven't learned to use your brain? Do you really think I'd let you off after how you treated me before? You know I don't have much time left anyway. If I'm going to die anyway, why should I let those who wronged me off the hook? Lu Qing froze, then her expression changed dramatically. You lied to me? Suddenly, Lu Qing remembered something and quickly changed her tone. I'm Jing Chen's aunt, you know. Don't you love Jing Chen the most? If he knew about this, he'd definitely make you help me. If you help me this once, I won't oppose you 2 being together anymore, okay? I can even sign a statement of forgiveness, forgiving you for framing me. You'll be out of prison soon and reunited with Jing Chen. Think about it, wouldn't that be better? Thinking of all the suffering and torment she endured for revenge, Mu Xingqing's resentment surged uncontrollably. A letter of forgiveness? Someone like you would never forgive me. It was Lu Zhaozhao who killed for you in that video, right? You made her kill for you because she discovered your secret, then eliminated her to tie up loose ends, right? You're willing to kill your own niece, whom you raised for over a decade. Why should I expect your forgiveness? If you bail me out, what awaits me will be torture worse than death. I have food and drink in prison, and I don't have to endure torture. Why would I want to get out? And who told you I love Lu Jingchen? I'm merely using him. Lu Qing's face turned ashen as she listened to Mu Xinqing's words. I can guarantee I won't lay a finger on you. You saved Jingchen's life. He wouldn't let me lay a finger on you, would he? If you still don't believe me, I can get Jingchen out first, then have him personally guarantee your safety. Wouldn't that ensure your safety? Mu Xinqing sneered coldly, but I'm not Cheng Cheng. I am the Mu family's heiress, Mu Xinqing. The one you burned to death was the adopted daughter, Mu Shangsheng. With Mu Shangsheng dead, Li Chen won't let this rest. He'll expose her true identity. Lu Jingchen will only hate me then, wishing he could kill me. And you, the one who killed Shengsheng, your most cherished nephew, will hate you for the rest of his life. This is the consequence of your targeting me. You'll be disgraced and ruined. Your son and you will be expelled from the Fu family. Your nephew will hate you forever, and you'll never return to the Lu family. Ha 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 ha. Karma. This is your karma. Screaming, Mu Xinqing threw down the intercom, bolted out of the visiting room, and charged into the prison. Lu Qing sat frozen in her chair, her face ashen, utterly lost. It was over. Everything was ruined. She had thought her plan was flawless, that her secret would remain hidden forever. Yet it had all been a deception. From the very beginning, the Mu family had switched the identities of their two daughters. From that moment on, the deception had been set in motion. In the surveillance room, Li Chen patted Jiang Miao on the shoulder. It's your turn to shine. We can't pass up this opportunity for easy credit. Just throw her in jail, we won't even need to send out a patrol. Jiang Miao glared at Li Chen. Don't touch me, or I'll report you for assaulting an officer. Li Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand, smiling sheepishly. Jiang Miao led the enforcement officer to the visiting room and immediately handcuffed Lu Qing. Lu Qing. You are suspected of involvement in a murder case involving 2 lives. Evidence confirms you hired someone to commit murder. You are now under arrest. Lu Qing was startled and immediately protested, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anyone. Do you know who I am? How dare you slander me like this? I am the matriarch of the Fu family. If you know what's good for you, release me immediately. Or I'll make you pay dearly. Jiang Miao shrugged dismissively. Still so arrogant when death is staring you in the face? Take her back to the interrogation room. Lu Qing was taken away, and Li Chen arrived at the visiting room. Shortly after, Lu Jingchen was brought out. Seeing that it was Li Chen who wished to see him, Lu Jingchen looked puzzled. Li Chen? What do you want with me? Did you come to mock me? Li Chen shook his head solemnly. I'm not that bored. I came to tell you a secret. Saying this, he placed the box Lu Qing had left back on the table, then pulled out his phone and played a video recording. This video captured the earlier conversation between Lu Qing and Mu Xinqing. Of course, he hadn't copied the surveillance footage from the visiting room, that would be illegal. The footage he presented had been recorded by the urn Lu Qing had brought. Not only this box, but the one containing Lu Xiaoxiao's remains had been equipped with special recording devices as well. Both had been fitted with special recording devices. After watching the footage, Lu Jingchen trembled violently before erupting into fury, pounding the partition glass. She really wasn't Chang Chang. You knew all along, why didn't you tell me? Why? Li Chen sighed. Do you really think I could have kept this from you if Cheng Cheng hadn't agreed? Have you forgotten what you did to Cheng Cheng yourself? Need me to jog your memory? With that, Li Chen played the video of their first meeting. It was in the banquet hall of the Tenglong restaurant, where Mu Shengsheng bumped into Mu Xinqing. Then, in the car, she was poisoned into silence by Lu Qilan and taken away for blood extraction. This time, Li Chen played the uncut version, including the scene where Lu Qilan forced Mu Shengsheng to swallow the poison. You were present during all these events. You're an accomplice too. Have you ever considered what would have happened to Cheng Cheng if I hadn't intervened? Her vocal cords would have rotted away, leaving her permanently mute. Drained of blood and weakened, she would have died outside the hospital. If you were Cheng Cheng, could you forgive yourself? The relentless barrage of revelations left Lu Jingchen utterly devastated, his spirit crushed. It's my fault. All my fault. I hurt Cheng Cheng. I hesitated back then. Why didn't I stop it? Lu Jingchen couldn't make sense of it, pounding his head with his fists. Chapter 117, Will you repay what you owe me in the next life? Even though Lu Jingchen was already so filled with regret, Li Chen still felt it wasn't enough. He stoked the flames, saying, Hold on. Have you forgotten what else you did to Cheng Cheng afterward? Lu Jingchen froze, his mind racing back to the past. He had hit Cheng Cheng, pushed her, and even considered transplanting her kidney to Mu Xinqing. Put. A sudden spurt of blood erupted from Lu Jingchen's mouth, splattering a crimson bloom on the partition glass. The guard at the prison gate rushed in but was stopped by Lu Jingchen raising his hand. I'm fine. Leave me be. The guard shook his head helplessly and returned to the prison. Outside, there was the eldest son of the Lu family and the eldest son of the Li family. Neither one could be offended. After the guard left, Li Chen played another video from the incineration chamber. Seeing Mu Shengsheng thrown into the incinerator and hearing her agonized screams, Lu Jingchen coughed up another mouthful of blood. Why did this happen? Why didn't you save her? Haven't you always protected her so well? Lu Jingchen was on the verge of losing his mind. Clutching the glass with bloodshot eyes, he glared at Li Chen with fierce hatred. Li Chen sighed helplessly. Ah! Your aunt Lu Qing and your sister Lu Xiaoxiao, the two of them joined forces, using the power of the Fu and Lu families to target Chengcheng. I couldn't fight them both alone. Lu Qing and Fu Yanzhou kept me pinned down, leaving me no way out. That's how the accident happened. I did everything I could. If you must blame someone, blame your aunt and your sister. It was their alliance that killed Chengcheng. At these words, Lu Jingchen's face flushed crimson. A surge of blood rushed to his head, and in an instant, blood tears streamed from his eyes. I can't see anymore. My eyes. Watching Lu Jingchen cowering and scrambling about, Li Chen shook his head. Though he de-intervened in the male and female leads' affairs to advance the plot, he believed his actions were justified. He was merely guiding events to his advantage, acting in accordance with the flow. Had he been Lu Jingchen or Fu Yanzhou, none of what followed would have happened. In the end, it was all Nianci's fault. She had given these characters a story, but failed to equip them with the corresponding abilities to navigate it, leaving room for him to exploit the situation. If only I'd known then what I know now. Better to be blind than to see people's true colors. She deeply regrets saving you all those years ago. Now that you've returned to darkness, it's as if you've settled that karmic debt. After uttering these words, Li Chen departed. Lu Jingchen fell into silence before being escorted back to his cell by guards. In the surveillance room, Mu Shengsheng witnessed everything. The gloom in her heart lifted, and a faint smile touched her lips. It was all over. All who had harmed her had received their just punishment. From this day forward, she would embrace a new beginning. She had shed all her shackles and could now pursue her own star without reservation. Happy? Li Chen pushed open the door and immediately saw the radiance on Mu Shengsheng's face. It only strengthened his conviction that everything he had done was right. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Shengsheng threw herself into his arms. Happy. Thank you. Naturally, Mu Shengsheng lifted her head and leaned toward Li Chen's lips. Li Chen gently pressed her forehead away. Hold on a second. We're friends. Sharing a hug when you're happy to express that joy, that's fine. But trying to take advantage of me like this? That's a bit much. His refusal of such intimacy wasn't born of any lofty principles, he simply had his own standards. Moreover, getting too close to these female leads could interfere with the plot. It might even cause Li Nianci to get electrocuted. Disappointment flashed across Mu Shengsheng's face before she brightened up again. He wasn't rejecting just her, he was rejecting everyone. He could choose to reject anyone, but he still needed to eat. She still held a significant advantage. Li Chen had no idea how much this female lead loved to overthink things. Afterward, he took her home. In the interrogation room, Lu Qing froze in shock upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao. You, how could you? Lu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Surprised I didn't die? My dear aunt. Your heart is truly cold. For your own position, for your son, for your nephew, you were willing to sacrifice me? Am I not your niece? Doesn't my blood run red with the Lu family's heritage? Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's accusatory question, Lu Qing shook her head tearfully. It's not like that. It's not what you think. I've already consulted your parents, and they both agreed. Your sacrifice alone will benefit both great families, and your name will be recorded in the family annals. Isn't that enough to make up for you? Lu Xiaoxiao's expression went blank. She chuckled hollowly, huh? So I've always been the sacrificial pawn, haven't I? You raised me all these years just so I could be a political pawn in a marriage alliance, bringing benefits to both families, right? And whenever your interests suffer, I can be sacrificed to cover your losses, right? I've known this all along, yet I remained deluded, clinging to the hope that you might spare me a shred of kindness. Yet you sent someone to kill me? Lu Qing. Aren't you afraid of karma catching up with you? Having come to this point, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't deny feeling heartbroken. After all, these were her own family, people she'd grown up with since childhood. Lu Qing cried, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? I'm your aunt. I've cared for you for over a decade. If not for my merits, then at least for my hardships. If you just give me that statement of forgiveness, I won't have to go to prison. You're the only one who can save me now. I agree. Once I'm out, I'll give you anything you want. Besides, you're fine now, aren't you? Just help your aunt out. Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head coldly. I'm fine because I'm lucky I met a benefactor. But that doesn't erase the fact that you tried to kill me. Aren't you the one who cares so much about the interests of both families? Don't you believe family interests come before everything else? Now your chance has come. Since you're already facing life in prison, why not confess to everything our families did in the past? That way, your son Fu Yanzhou can keep his position, and your nephew Lu Jingchen can walk free. Sacrifice one man to benefit both families. Your noble deeds will be celebrated by both families' descendants for generations. You'll be the great benefactor of both families. Lu Qing froze at the words, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through her mind. Lu Xiaoxiao's words made sense. She was now a useless shell. If she could still help both families secure their futures, Fu Yanzhou's position within the Fu family would become more stable. Lu Jingchen could be released from prison, and the Lu family would be grateful to her. Yet she never imagined that after years of scheming, she herself would become the victim of the very schemes she had orchestrated. Now, this path was her only choice. Zhao Zhao, it's your aunt who has wronged you. What I owe you, I'll repay in the next life. Tell Yanzhou not to wallow in despair, he must pull himself together. Tell Jingchen the truth, so he'll keep his eyes open from now on. This is all I can do for them now. Lu Xiaoxiao said with self-mockery, you're still the same. You're still thinking about them. But the debt you owe me, that's for the next life, right? Even if you die, you'll still pave the way for them, won't you? Rest assured, I'll take good care of your son and nephew for you. Chapter 118, She was a good mother. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's heart had completely died. Not only would she make Lu Qing die, but she would also make Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen pay the price. If it weren't for their positions of influence within Lu Qing's family, indeed, both families, she wouldn't have been sacrificed. So Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen were entirely to blame for all this. She might be powerless against them personally, but wasn't there still the Li family? With her cooperation, suppressing Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen would be a piece of cake for Li Chen. If she could bring him immense benefits, might there be a chance to enter the Li family? Even if she had to bring the Lu and Fu families along as dowry, marrying into the Li family would be worth it. Because the Li family had only Li Chen. As long as she secured him, everything would be hers alone, no one could take it away. Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's response, Lu Qing felt a chill run down her spine. Zhao Zhao, don't misunderstand. Auntie did leave something for you. In the safe in my room, I left you a big surprise. It's something that could determine your very life and fortune. Go fetch Yanzhou. I'll give him the combination. Once you help Yanzhou secure his position as head of the family, he can open the safe and give you the surprise. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Even in your current state, you still scheme to make me work for your son's benefit? I can't afford your surprise. What's mine, I'll take back myself. With that, Lu Xiaoxiao left, leaving Lu Qing feeling anxious. She had taken Lu Xiaoxiao's advice and shouldered everything alone. Fu Yanzhou, who was still rushing back and forth between the hospital, stumbled upon hearing the news of Lu Qing's arrest and tumbled down the stairs. Fortunately, his constitution was sturdy. He only suffered some scrapes and a few fractured ribs. Still, he endured the pain to visit Lu Qing. In the visiting room, Fu Yanzhou's face was gaunt and haggard, and Lu Qing felt a pang of heartache. Yanzhou, what happened to you? Why do you look so worn out? Fu Yanzhou shook his head. I'm fine. I just need to know what happened to you. Lu Qing pressed her lips together, unable to speak. Whether it was her involvement with those fugitives or how she'd manipulated Lu Xiaoxiao, neither was easy to confess. None of that matters anymore. Now listen to me. Manage the Fu Corporation and the Fu family properly, and be wary of Lu Xiaoxiao. Under no circumstances should Lu Xiaoxiao open the safe in my room unless it's absolutely necessary. And that woman, Lin Shuyao, will only drag you down. Be kind to Tang Ling, she can help you, and she's carrying your child. Jing Chen will be released from prison soon. Speed up progress on your project. It's best to suppress the Li family by year's end. Don't make a move against Li Chen and Tang Tang unless you're absolutely certain. Lu Qing's string of instructions sounded like a last will and testament, leaving Fu Yanzhou utterly terrified. Mom! What happened to you? Tell me now. How can I help you if you won't tell me? Lu Qing shook her head. I won't say more. You'll find out tomorrow. From now on, when I'm not by your side, you must carefully consider every decision you make. With that, Lu Qing turned and walked back into the prison. She feared that staying any longer would make her too attached to her son, too afraid to face death. Fu Yanzhou returned to the hospital in a daze. The relentless blows of recent days, compounded by his physical injuries, finally overwhelmed him. He collapsed unconscious in the hallway. Fortunately, he was in a hospital and received prompt medical attention. When he awoke, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. His phone vibrated violently in his pocket. Seeing it was his assistant calling, he answered it without thinking. Mr. Fu. I've called you over 100 times. Finally, you picked up. Fu Yanzhou's heart skipped a beat, sensing something major was about to happen. What do you need? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Mr. Fu, you should see for yourself. The lady made the news. Recalling what Lu Qing had told him yesterday, Fu Yanzhou hurriedly opened the news section. Lu Qing hired a hitman, committed malicious murder, embezzled public funds, used unfair means to gain competitive advantage, and more. Dozens of charges were listed, culminating in a death sentence with immediate execution requested. Lu Qing had done this primarily because she feared she might change her mind if she couldn't bear the consequences. If she lived, others would dig deeper. When more crimes were exposed, she herself might survive, but the Fu and Lu families would suffer immense losses. Therefore, the best solution now was for her to die immediately. Death meant a clean slate. She would take those secrets to the grave, never to be uncovered. Death penalty? Immediate execution? Mom! Wait for me! Fu Yanzhou suddenly snapped, yanking the needle from his arm and charging out of the ward like a madman. But he was swiftly subdued by several bodyguards who pinned him down. Young master. The patriarch has ordered that you are not to leave this room under any circumstances. Lu Qing's secrets had been exposed, and she had been cast aside by the Fu family. Now she could be made to take the fall for some serious crimes. Both the Fu and Lu families, save for Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen, likely wished Lu Qing dead. They would never give Fu Yanzhou the chance to cause trouble. Fu Yanzhou raged with fury, only to be secretly injected with a sedative by the bodyguards. Time ticked by until noon, when the drug's effects wore off and Fu Yanzhou leapt from the bed. This time, no one stopped him. At 2 in the afternoon, she led Lu Qing's body back to the Fu residence. But the Fu residence's gates remained firmly shut, with the family insisting Lu Qing's body could not enter their home. With no other choice, Fu Yanzhou dragged Lu Qing's body to the Lu residence. Lu Jingchen had been acquitted and released, returning home long ago. After meeting Fu Yanzhou and learning the situation, tears of blood flowed once more. The brothers set up a memorial altar for Lu Qing. After sending out the news and waiting for hours, no one came to pay their respects. Overwhelmed by immense grief, the brothers knelt before the altar, speechless for a long time. The fickleness of human relationships was laid bare in that moment. When one was in the limelight, others would trample over each other to get a glimpse. In Li Chen's office, upon receiving the notification, he immediately pressed the call button. Sheng Hui entered shortly after. Li Chen frowned. Why did Lu Qing die? I thought life imprisonment was the worst she could face. With him gone, Fu Yanzhou's shackles are one less. Sheng Hui sighed helplessly. It was the Fu family patriarch and the Lu family elders. They exerted pressure together to secure a death sentence for Lu Qing. Lu Qing wanted to protect Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen. She pleaded guilty, accepted her punishment, and demanded immediate execution. There was absolutely no room for leniency. Now both families have disowned her. The Fu family won't even allow her body to enter their premises. Li Chen's frown relaxed. Prepare a wreath for me. I intend to pay my respects to Lu Qing. She was a good mother, a good aunt, a good sister. With death comes the end of debts. Our grievances with her should also be laid to rest. Li Nianci suddenly shuddered. Ding! Male lead Lu Jingchen learns the truth early and is overcome with regret. Regret value is 3 times the set value, making the plot more perfect. Body restriction lifted by 6%. The villainous supporting character Lu Qing, who plotted against the 2 female leads, was apprehended early, completing the plot ahead of schedule. Body restriction lifted by 4%. Receiving the system notification, Li Nianci nearly jumped for joy. Her total body restriction unlock had now reached 28%, allowing her to make slight movements with her limbs. By this logic, once the unlock rate reached 50%, she should be able to perform simple bodily movements without system assistance. Perhaps deliberately, the system still prevented her from controlling her facial expressions or speaking. But the outcome was positive, and that was what mattered. But the one she owed the most gratitude to was her foolish older brother. Without him, the plot couldn't have been completed ahead of schedule. Sigh. What a useless author I am. Thinking of Li Nianci, he began wallowing in self-pity once more. Chapter 119, It was all worth it. Lu Family Villa. When Li Chen led Li Nianci to the front gate, Fu Yanzhou personally came out to greet them. On this day, I don't want to argue with you. I just want my mother to depart in peace. Li Chen nodded, his expression solemn, and led Li Nianci into the memorial hall. After completing the ritual procedures and bowing at the end, Li Chen sighed. Ah! You risked your life to pave the way for them. A heart-blind fool and a love-struck little darling. How far could they possibly go? Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen both froze. Fu Yanzhou clenched his jaw to hold back his emotions, while Lu Jingchen scrambled to his feet and groped toward the source of the voice. Li Chen. I admit everything you said. Fu Yanzhou already told me. The news said that video of yours was synthesized using Li Technology's most advanced AI technology. Lu Xiaoxiao isn't dead, and neither is Chengcheng, right? Li Chen had no intention of hiding it. Such matters couldn't be concealed for long anyway. Chengcheng is indeed still alive. The whole incident started when Mu Xinqing used the thing to threaten your aunt, forcing her to kill Chengcheng. The law enforcement agency intercepted the communication. After that, they had us cooperate in staging a performance to apprehend the real culprit. What I never anticipated was that your aunt deliberately allowed herself to be discovered by the Enforcement Bureau. She set it up to kill Lu Xiaoxiao too, the one who knew her secret. I just found out she didn't actually deserve the death penalty. It was the elders of your 2 families who pulled strings to force her to die just so she could settle the debts between them? I don't understand. One of you is her biological son, the other her biological nephew, both heirs to your families. How could you treat Lu Qing like that? Li Chen's words pierced both men's hearts like daggers. Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood. The crimson blood splattered among the white paper flowers, spreading into two grotesque stains. Fu Yanzhou knew all too well. He had watched himself being injected with the drug by Fu family bodyguards, lying in bed awaiting news of Lu Qing's death. He hated Li Chen, but he hated the Fu family's ruthlessness even more. From childhood, he had despised this family. He had strived to grow strong, all for the day when he could purge the very clan that had tormented him. He despised the so-called rules of this circle and longed to shatter them. Yet before his dream could be realized, his mother had already died because of these very rules, because of this family he despised. He swore that one day, he would destroy those bloodsuckers of the Fu family and Li Chen. Lu Jingchen had been frail since childhood. Multiple blows had not only blinded him but also damaged his heart meridian, causing him to collapse to the ground. This is all my fault. I should never have returned to China in the first place. Had I not returned, I would never have sought out Cheng Cheng, never been deceived by the Mu family. I wouldn't have clashed with you, and my aunt wouldn't have been dragged into our feud. Every single thing is my fault. I'm the one who harmed the aunt who cherished me most. I'll go be with her now, so she won't be alone on her journey. Thud. Lu Jingchen slammed his head hard against the floor. A gash split open on his forehead, blood spurting out. His head bounced back as he passed out. Li Chen froze, a faint pang of guilt stirring within him. His purpose in coming this time was twofold, to mourn Lu Qing and to continue striking at the brothers. By the looks of it, the effect was quite good. Their relationship with the family had deteriorated further. This development would greatly benefit his subsequent plans and the future plot. After all, they were the male leads. In Li Nianci's design, they were destined to rise. This minor setback should be insignificant to them. The pang of guilt in his heart vanished instantly. He was helping the male leads temper their resolve, laying a solid foundation for their future endeavors. Whether they could endure this dark period was none of his concern. Sigh. Why bother? I'm just too soft-hearted to stand by and watch this. Hurry and get him to the hospital. Don't let him actually knock himself to death. We'll meet again someday. With that, Li Chen pulled Li Nianci along and hurried out of the Lu residence. Li Nianci. TSK. That silly brother really has a sharp tongue. She's already suffering so much, yet he keeps rubbing salt into her wounds. With Lu Qing, the link between the two male leads and the two female leads, gone, how will the plot unfold from here? Without Lu Qing's scheming, the friction between Fu Yanzhou and Tang Tang, and Lu Jingchen and Mu Shengsheng would vanish. But why hasn't the plot collapsed? Listening to Li Nianci's inner thoughts, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The plot hadn't collapsed precisely because the ending remained within controllable parameters, allowing the system to deem everything normal. And the reason the ending remained controllable was because he himself held the keys to the protagonist's fates. He could deepen the enmity between them, just as he could dissolve it. Ultimately, the truth would come to light. As long as he didn't take that final step, reconciliation between the protagonists remained possible. Of course, he might end up despised by everyone in the end. But if he could save Nianci, it would all be worth it. Whether Nianci is someone from his homeland or an orphan he adopted in this world, she deserves him taking a chance for her. Besides, the stakes are provided by Li Nianci herself. If he loses, she dies. If he wins, he gains even more wealth. This was a surefire win, a deal where he stood to gain no matter what. Oh my! What kind of plot twist am I imagining? Life or death is up to fate. Today's got some major drama brewing. Those female leads are about to set a trap with the clueless brother. Wonder if they've got everything planned out yet. I'm so excited. As he walked, Li Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He truly hadn't expected those girls to actually set her up. But since he'd seen through them, he might as well use this chance to give them a taste of their own medicine to make them understand he wasn't someone to mess with. Evening arrived. As expected, Tang Tang left work early and rushed to Li Group. Shortly after, Mu Shengsheng arrived too. Su Muxue and Shin Xinga were the last to arrive at the office, bringing him a pink invitation card. Opening it, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Li Group single female employee beauty pageant? What does this mean? Why am I being invited to a beauty pageant? Su Muxue smiled and explained, it's just a gimmick. The real purpose is to prepare for future recruitment. By promoting our group's image as full of single beauties, those male interns will be falling over themselves to submit resumes to us. Right now, we're desperately short on high-energy talent. Hosting events like this benefits the group. Li Chen's fingers trembled as he pointed at the women. You're all so cunning. You're even using the beauty trap? But I like this idea. Notify finance immediately. The group will cover all expenses for today's event. Su Muxue smiled faintly and gave Shin Xinga a subtle nod. Shin Xinga pulled a folder from behind her back. We've already prepared the paperwork. We're just waiting for your signature, President. Li Chen glanced at the form and froze. Why are there 5 evening gowns worth 1 million yuan listed here? The rest of the expenses combined don't even add up to $1 million? What the hell are you guys playing at? Su Muxue stepped forward to explain, these 5 gowns are for the 5 of us. Together they only cost 5 million. Please approve it. Li Chen's mouth twitched. 5 million? She made it sound so casual, as if it cost nothing. Still, he signed his name. These girls could earn him a fortune down the line. A small investment now was nothing. Chapter 120, The Beauty Pageant. The Li Group Grand Auditorium was now packed to the rafters. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of women. Li Chen was ushered to the judges' table, his toes nervously tapping the floor. It wasn't that he'd become thin-skinned, it was simply that in the entire auditorium, among over 1,000 women, he was the only man. Moreover, he was the sole guest and the only judge for this beauty pageant. Worst of all, the entire event would be live-streamed across the internet, laying the groundwork for future recruitment. Now he finally understood what Li Nianci meant when she said they were setting him up. This was a setup to make him suffer a social death within the group. He scanned the room, finding not a single lifeline in sight. The venue doors were locked tight. His seat stood isolated in the front row, propped up half a meter higher with props. Every spotlight was trained on him. There was no escape, no way out. With so many female employees present, if he, the CEO, fled first, he'd face corporate humiliation. Staying would likely mean social humiliation. This time, he was truly trapped. Even someone as shameless as him started to feel embarrassed. The beauty pageant began, and he quickly covered his face, mechanically holding up his scorecard, all perfect 10s. Within moments, the online livestream attracted over 1 million viewers. What's up with that judge? Why are they all giving perfect scores? He's covering his face and not even looking. Is there some kind of shady deal going on? Shut up about shady dealings. This is an internal competition for the Li Group. The judge is the Li Group CEO, Tianhai's top entrepreneur. Who could possibly bribe him to rig the results? What do you know? In my view, this president must have been set up. In a situation like this, if he dared to give an honest score, he'd probably make headlines, immediately accused of selecting favorites and promoting a special corporate culture. Spot on, upstairs. This CEO is already trending. People are already starting to stir the pot with their little essays. Offstage, Cheng Hui received orders to continuously monitor online sentiment. Instead of suppressing the heat, he instructed his team to fan the flames. The gasps inside the venue reached a crescendo. Li Chen peered through his fingers, curious. There, on stage, stood Su Muxue in a snow-white gown. He knew little about fashion, but this gown perfectly accentuated Su Muxue's dignified and pure essence. In that moment, he truly realized that the little girl had grown up into the young wife he had once hoped to see. It was just a pity that everything had changed now. Slowly, a 9-point card was raised. The entire venue erupted in commotion, and the livestream exploded with reactions. Rigged. This is definitely rigged. She's easily the most beautiful contestant to appear so far. Why only 9 points? Didn't you see? This time, that judge watched her performance and seemed very deliberate when raising the scorecard. Could it be that this 9 is the only score without any padding? I agree with the previous comment. The previous ones were all too perfunctory. This time, that judge was genuinely serious. I'm just puzzled. She's so beautiful, where did that 1 point go? On stage, Su Muxue saw Li Chen's scorecard and a smile spread across her face. She remembered asking him years ago how many points he would give her in his heart. Back then, after much deliberation, he'd only given her a 6 out of 10 considering her learning ability, work capacity, and adaptability. Now it was 9 points. That meant she held greater weight in his heart now. To receive such affirmation from him meant all her efforts this time hadn't been in vain. Su Muxue stepped down, and Xinxinga emerged next in a crimson gown, sending the atmosphere soaring to another peak. The livestream chat exploded with praise. Another goddess-level beauty? She's almost on par with the last one. Each has her own unique beauty. The first was dignified and pure, while this one radiates fiery youth. Guess what score the judges will give this time? I'd say it's still a 9. After all, this one is on par with the last one. Giving a score that's too low or too high would be asking for trouble. With a beauty of this caliber, no guy would want to cross her. Unless that CEO has questionable tastes. As expected, Li Chen raised his 9-point card from the judges' table. While Xinxinga fell slightly short of Su Muxue in various aspects, considering her rapid growth trajectory, she could easily catch up soon. Thus, a 9 was perfectly justified. Xinxinga lifted her head and shot a defiant glance towards Su Muxue in the audience. Both scoring 9s only proved Su Muxue had lost in Li Chen's eyes. She'd lost her special status. Su Muxue seethed inwardly, unable to vent her frustration. When Xinxinga stepped off the stage and approached her, Su Muxue clutched her arm tightly. Xinxinga didn't back down, returning the embrace with equal force. They kept it discreet, however, avoiding detection by others. Next to take the stage was Mu Shengsheng. Dressed in a pale white floral dress, she embodied ethereal beauty to perfection. The venue fell silent, while the livestream exploded with chaos. This is so weird. The moment I saw her, I wanted to marry her. What's going on? Step aside, bro, that's my wife. Draw your sword. Let's settle this in a duel to the death. I give her a perfect 10, she's totally my type. At the judge's table, Li Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Ever since leaving the Mu family, this orange has been changing every single day. Like a flower, she blossomed from a bud into the pure, unblemished beauty she is today. He had witnessed her growth firsthand. With such resilience, she deserved the brightest future. 9 points. Still a 9-point card. Li Chen's scoring criteria weren't based solely on looks or aura, he judged based on overall capability. In his eyes, Mu Shengsheng was overly compliant and lacked self-protection skills. She was like a flower, bright and beautiful, yet without thorns or poison. This flaw was impossible to overlook, making even a 9 a generous score. Yet 9 points had already filled Mu Shengsheng with unexpected delight. She never imagined that as a mere servant, she could hold equal weight in the young master's heart as Su Muxue. Arriving before Su Muxue and Shin Shinga with a flutter of excitement, she was met with their cold stares. But she was long accustomed to it. As long as the young master didn't despise her, everyone else might as well be heir. Immediately after, 2 figures appeared on stage simultaneously. Tang Tang led Li Nianci onto the stage. Tang Tang wore pale blue, while Li Nianci wore pale purple. Their dresses were clearly from the same series of long gowns, though Li Chen couldn't discern the finer details. He'd never been one for such things. His head was throbbing slightly. Tang Tang's status as Fu Yanzhou's fiancé made her presence at such an event highly inappropriate. Li Nianci's current status was also rather sensitive. As Jiang Miaomio had pointed out, if exploited by those with ulterior motives, it could easily lead to unforeseen complications. These damn girls had truly dug themselves a deep hole. The elite circles of Tianhai were itching for an excuse to suppress him. Now they needn't worry. If the Fu family insists on using this as an excuse to call off the engagement with the Tang family, what price would I have to pay to settle this matter? With Nianci's identity exposed, how would the subsequent public backlash be managed? Truly worthy of being the female lead, she effortlessly destroys all my painstaking arrangements. Li Chen felt utterly helpless and even a bit regretful now for not stopping their reckless actions. Chapter 121, My father wants to adopt you as his son. The appearance of Li Nianci and Tang Tang elevated the atmosphere to another level. Li Nianci's flawless looks and figure needed no embellishment to instantly become the center of attention. The livestream's comments section was flooded with rows upon rows of 6S, drowning out the few other comments. Even Tang Tang, who was already quite striking, became merely a supporting green leaf to the dazzling flowers, nearly overlooked by everyone. Yet she felt no trace of inferiority. This entrance was precisely what she had deliberately orchestrated. Next, Su Muxue, Shin Shinga, and Mu Shengxing took the stage, lining up side by side with Li Nianci at the center. Hello, everyone. I'm Tang Tang, designer of the Redemption Collection and also the surprise guest for this competition. What we're wearing now is the first finished piece from the Light Collection within the Redemption series. Today also marks the official launch of the Redemption series. The young woman standing among us is a cerebral palsy patient who was abandoned as a child. Through this event, we hope to harness the power of our online community to help her uncover her origins and call on society to show greater compassion toward those with special needs. This is also the original intent behind my Redemption Collection, to bring a glimmer of hope to those suffering. Tang Tang's words, amplified through the equipment on her body, echoed through the venue's speakers. Everyone present and watching the livestream fell silent. Seconds later, thunderous applause erupted. A shopping link appeared in the livestream chat. The Redemption Collection clothing line went live. Below the products, a badge labeled Redemption Foundation appeared. Clicking it revealed detailed information about the foundation. The foundation was co-founded by Tang Tang, Su Muxue, Shin Shinga, and Mu Xinqing. All proceeds from the Redemption Collection, excluding production costs, go directly to the foundation to support those in need. The foundation's page now displays an update. Li Group purchased 5 long dresses for 5 million yuan. After deducting production costs, the remaining 4,999,000 yuan was deposited into the foundation. Everyone was stunned by the price of these 5 dresses. A dress of this caliber was priced at just 230 yuan per piece, 200 yuan covering production costs, with the remaining 30 yuan profit transferred to the foundation. Within just 10 seconds, all 100,000 sets of various Redemption series outfits on the shelves sold out, every single one paid for, with no pending orders. The livestream chat began urging more orders. Several calls came through to Tang Tang's phone. Moments later, Tang Tang announced awkwardly, "We sincerely apologize. Our factory has been working overtime for days straight and has only managed to produce 100,000 sets. Those who still need it can purchase it at our physical stores. Prices are the same as online. The Redemption series will continue to release new products, with additional categories to be added later." Tang Tang's PR skills were practically non-existent, but none of that mattered now. Her name had once again been propelled to the peak of online traffic. Immediately following this, revelations about her background as the heiress of a wealthy family dominated the top spots on trending charts. The workplace reform guru makes a comeback, billionaire heiress identity revealed, reshaping the elite family's image. Tang now bore the additional halo of Miss Tang, while the other women were also propelled into the spotlight. From his seat on the judging panel, Li Chen was stunned by the girls' series of moves. This move not only resolved their identity issues but also attracted massive traffic, effectively launching the Redemption series brand. These leading ladies had certainly opened his eyes. After a moment's thought, he spoke his first words of the evening. Li Group is willing to sign a 100 million yuan compensation order with the Redemption Fund. From this moment onward, all garments in the Redemption series will be sold at cost price. Any resulting profits will be absorbed by Li Group, and this compensation will continue until the 100 million yuan is fully allocated. Simultaneously, our recruitment channels are now open. Unlike other companies, our advantage is that we do not prohibit office romances. Everything is open and transparent, providing fair competition opportunities for all. Li Chen's words once again sent shockwaves through the audience both inside and outside the venue. Calculating a profit of 30 yuan per outfit, the 100 million yuan compensation equates to 3,333,000 outfits, no small sum. And they're still hiring? Could this mean there was still hope for him? The negative rumors smearing Li's corporation vanished instantly, and all the online bloggers spreading the rumors had their accounts suspended. 3 minutes later, Li's technology unveiled a concept for the Internet of Everything. Riding this wave of attention, they stunned countless people once more. The beauty pageant concluded. After millions of online votes, Li Chen's score was invalidated. All 5 beauties tied for first place with perfect scores. Meanwhile, Fu Corporation's stock surged due to Tang's status as Fu Yanzhou's fiancé. This prompted Fu Corporation's senior executives to take Tang seriously, with private whispers suggesting she might replace Fu Yanzhou. As for how the rumors started, those in the know understood perfectly well. Late at night, Li family hall. Several women sat in a row, staring intently at Li Chen across from them. Li Chen's facial muscles twitched under their intense gaze. Although your performance this time was quite commendable. But Li Chen had intended to point out some mistakes, but reconsidered. He couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. Forget it. You can tell me what reward you want. Su Muxue slammed her hand on the table. I want you to sleep with me. Li Chen jumped in surprise and glared fiercely at Su Muxue. Get lost. Next. Shinshinga, you speak. Shinshinga thought for a moment before saying, could you forgive some of my debt? I'll pay it off quickly so I can save up to support you later. Li Chen's face darkened. I'll forgive 500 million. Now get lost. Next. Cheng, tell me what reward you want. Think carefully before you answer. Don't just blurt out nonsense like the others, got it? Mu Sheng nodded. I want to build a new building for the Golden Flower Orphanage. It should have an art studio, a music hall, a library, and a movie theater. And I want to buy the director a massage chair. He's worked himself to the bone these past years. Li Chen nodded with satisfaction. No problem. Next, I'll allocate funds in your name to construct a comprehensive building named Orange Light, symbolizing the dawn. What do you think? Mu Sheng smiled and nodded. Everything will be arranged according to the young master's wishes. Li Chen turned his gaze toward Tang. Tang fidgeted awkwardly. My father wants to adopt you as his son. Li Chen's eyelid twitched. He flatly refused, impossible. Out of the question. Come up with another reward. Blushing, Tang thought for a moment before saying, then when you have time, would you come home with me and have dinner with my dad? Li Chen nodded at her words. Dinner's fine. I'll give your dad a little something, then it'll all be yours eventually anyway. Consider it your reward. Tang beamed with joy, while Li Nianci watched with eager anticipation. What about me? What about my reward? I'm the center position, after all. Don't worry, just give me 700 or 800 million. I'm not greedy, you know. But Li Chen didn't even acknowledge her, turning and walking away. Li Nianci froze. What does that mean? Am I not worthy? Hey! Don't leave. Explain yourself clearly. I'm the author, damn it. Li Chen, you dog of a male lead, come back here. Without contact, Li Chen couldn't hear her thoughts, nor could he turn back. Put. Men are all scum. Once they get a wife, they forget their sister. Forget it. I'll just treat this sincere heart as food for the dogs. Don't you ever come begging me for anything. Otherwise, humph. Chapter 122, that was her redemption. The next day, Fu Yanzhou received notice from the board and was forced to rush back to the conglomerate. Li Technology's announcement yesterday of its Internet of Everything concept had disrupted the collaboration between Fu Group, Lu Group, and the overseas project. Some had already begun comparing Fu Group's newly launched smart technology with Li Group's Internet of Everything concept. The conclusions varied, but that wasn't the concern. What truly unsettled them was that Li Technology had made no advertising investments and conducted no channel promotions whatsoever. Merely through a concept alone, it had managed to siphon off a significant amount of attention. This effectively means that all the investments Fu Group made earlier have been partially stolen by Li Group. The board intends to leverage Tang Tang's current fame to launch another advertising campaign for the Fu Group. As Fu Yanzhou's fiancé, it would be more convenient for him to handle the negotiations. Fu Yanzhou knew Tang Tang belonged to Li Chen and was naturally reluctant to do so. But the board members cared only about profit, paying no heed to Fu Yanzhou's feelings. Now, with Lu Qing's death clearing some of the group's debts, he could maintain his position as president. With no other choice, Fu Yanzhou reluctantly agreed. At Fu Design, Tang Tang finally completed the design draft for her wedding gown today and began designing the groom's bespoke attire. She had already taken precise measurements by hand to ensure a perfect fit. Before she could finish the sketches, Fu Yanzhou arrived at her office. "What are you doing? You still want to send someone to beat me up?" Having learned her lesson last time, Tang Tang was much more alert now. She immediately activated the alarm button and switched her contact to Li Chen. Fu Yanzhou gave an awkward chuckle. "You've misunderstood. What happened last time was my oversight. I sincerely apologize. The Lin family has received the punishment they deserved. This time, I've come to discuss a partnership." Hearing it was about a partnership, Tang Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I have nothing to offer you in terms of cooperation. I'm currently rushing to fulfill a 100 million yuan order from the Li family and won't be taking on any new external projects for now. Let's talk after I get the third production line up and running." She only had the clothing business at the moment. There really wasn't anything she could collaborate on with Fu Yanzhou. As for the Tang family's ventures, she'd been following Li Chen all this time and still didn't know exactly what the Tang family did. Fu Yanzhou smiled and said, "I just want to ask you to endorse one of my projects. Name your price, we can negotiate anything." Hearing it was an endorsement, Tang Tang shrugged helplessly. "Too late. I've already been signed by someone else." Fu Yanzhou frowned. "Was it Li Chen? Did he see how popular you were yesterday and sign you early? How much did he offer?" "I can double that." Seeing Fu Yanzhou's agitation, Tang Tang took a half step back. "You're right, my brother signed me. But you're mistaken about one thing. I signed with him a long time ago. Back then, I was just a cleaning lady. He didn't look down on me, he actually helped me. He even offered me endorsement fees, but I refused them." She silently added to herself, "Everything I have now, he built me up to it. And you want me to endorse your stuff? You're dreaming." Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou froze. "You didn't pay? How did you two sign the contract back then?" Tang Tang replied casually, "Of course he handles all my affairs. What other way is there?" Fu Yanzhou's mouth twitched. "Aren't you afraid he'll cheat you? Do you realize that once you sign that, every bit of added value you possess belongs to him? He'll drain you dry." Tang Tang glared at Fu Yanzhou and snapped, "Stop spouting nonsense in front of me. My brother isn't that kind of person. You probably don't know there's an unfair clause in that contract. It says I can terminate it unilaterally at any time and demand triple compensation. And you have the nerve to slander my brother, questioning his character? You've truly disappointed me." Fu Yanzhou was stunned. He had no idea such a clause existed. From this perspective, Li Chen's character was indeed beyond reproach. It turned out the initiative had always been in Tang Tang's hands. Then there was still a chance for him. "This is entirely my fault. I jumped to conclusions without understanding the truth. I apologize to you. Now, the Fu Corporation has a crucial project that needs your involvement to maintain momentum. You can terminate your contract with Li Chen first. After helping me complete this project, you can renew your contract with him. I'll ensure you receive the compensation you deserve. This is a win-win solution. Please give it serious consideration. Your own clothing brand is just getting started. This is precisely when you need funding and connections. I can provide all of that." Tang Tang shook her head. "My brother is Tianhai's wealthiest man. Could your funding ever match his? Li Technology controls several of the most popular social media platforms right now. Whether it's live streaming sales or offline logistics and delivery, could your connections possibly match my brother's? Where does this confidence come from? This is a new era. You're not still clinging to those outdated Fu family connections like they're gold, are you?" Tang Tang's words jolted him awake. Fu Yanzhou's eyes suddenly widened. Tang Tang was absolutely right. The Fu family truly needed to reform. The current collaboration with Lu Group on overseas tech projects was precisely laying the groundwork for Fu Group to ride the wave of the times. The future trajectory of this world inevitably leaned toward high-end technology. "Since you won't budge on this, I'll go see Li Chen myself." Fu Yanzhou turned and walked out. Tang Tang pursed her lips, then returned to her seat to continue drawing. Much of what she had just said to Fu Yanzhou had been prompted by Li Chen. "Brother, he's kind of pitiful too. His mom just left, and we're already pushing his buttons like this. Isn't that a bit much?" Tang Tang chatted with Li Chen through her bracelet's communication feature while sketching. "What's so pitiable about him? Did you feel sorry for him when he let Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Shuyao bully you? Did you feel sorry for his mom when she tried to kill Chengcheng? The ones who deserve pity are you and Chengcheng, right? You may think pitying a monster is kindness, but in the eyes of those harmed by that monster, is your pity still kindness? Li Chen's barrage of questions left Tang momentarily speechless. Brother. I was wrong. The reason demons appear pitiful is because they have been punished. And punishment is the demon's redemption. It is the sufferer who deserves pity. Li Chen visibly paused. He had only intended to gently guide Tang, warning her against letting her saintly tendencies run wild. It wouldn't serve his future plans well. He hadn't expected Tang to interpret it this way. Truly, she lived up to her status as the female lead. Whether it was Cheng or Tang, their ability to grasp profound truths was terrifying. As for Su Muxue, this female lead, she'd likely been spoiled rotten by me, her innate nature suppressed. If the plot had unfolded normally, Su Muxue wouldn't have become psychologically twisted either. It was all his fault for being too overconfident. You make a valid point. Punishment follows wrongdoing, its karma, inescapable. Tang exhaled deeply. Thank you, brother. You've given me the inspiration for the next series designs. I'll name it Power. Power represents strength, but also scrutiny and punishment. The Light series is bright and clear, while the Power series is heavy and deep. Li Chen felt a headache coming on. He didn't understand any of this. He smiled and said, I've got work to do. I'll talk to you later. Tang sighed softly, then rallied her spirits to design a bespoke suit for her groom. Where hesitation had lingered before, now her strokes flowed with divine inspiration. For within her heart, the image of Quan had already taken shape. He was her personal redemption. Chapter 123, How could I have such a foolish brother? When Fu Yanzhou found Li Chen, his demeanor was even more subdued than before. He now understood the gap between himself and Li Chen. He wanted Li Chen to abandon the agency contract with Tang, already prepared to be fleeced. Li Chen merely smiled faintly. Terminating the contract is out of the question. But we can discuss a new arrangement. Fu Yanzhou's guard went up, mentally preparing his response. Go ahead, tell me how this cooperation would work. Li Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. I can loan Tang to you for your business activities. But I have one condition. I want that entertainment company you hold. Fu Yanzhou slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Impossible. You've already taken over a clothing business, and now you're eyeing my entertainment company. Your ambition is getting a bit too big. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Calm down, let me explain. That clothing company is under your fiancé's name. This entertainment company will naturally be registered under Tang's name too. Once the timing is right, you two just get married. Won't all these assets eventually come back to you anyway? I know the gap between the Tangs and your Fu family is vast. To prevent my sister from being looked down upon in your household, I have no choice but to save desperately for her dowry. Can you understand my painstaking efforts? Hearing Li Chen's sanctimonious words, Fu Yanzhou erupted in anger. If you want to prepare a dowry for her, then pay for it yourself. Don't tell me you don't have the money. You're the undisputed wealthiest man in the land, with personal assets worth hundreds of billions. Why must you keep trying to get things from me? Li Chen looked utterly helpless. What are you saying? Spending my own money, don't you think that hurts me too? But look at you. Not only do you help outsiders bully your own wife, but you're unwilling to spend money on her either. I found out you're still hanging around with that white moonlight sister of yours. And guess what? Tang Ling is pregnant. You bailed her out and are secretly keeping her hidden, aren't you? Tell me, if all this gets exposed, how do you plan to keep your position as CEO? Fu Yanzhou's expression darkened, his face contorting with fury. Are you threatening me? Pushing me too far won't do you any favors. There's not much left I care about. Li Chen pushed the water glass toward Fu Yanzhou. Take a sip of cool water to cool down. Calm yourself and listen to me. Right now, putting on a show of being nice to your fiancé and maintaining your image is more important than anything else. Think about it, if you can't even save your own skin, the Fu family will still strip you of everything you own. Those are the very people who drove your mother to her death. Do you really think they'd welcome seeing you grow strong enough to seek revenge? Right now, you're merely living off your mother's fading glory. They're holding back out of appearances, but they won't leave you alone forever. Truth is, they're itching for you to fall so they can devour you too. Do you really think you'll be able to protect your sister and child then? Hand over your holdings to Tang, at least you'll have a future to fight for. If you treat Tang well, that girl has a soft heart, she might actually fall for you and marry you. Then wouldn't you have both wealth and beauty? Even if it all falls apart, you can always turn to Tang for support. Out of old affection, she might just give you a chance to make a comeback. Don't forget you still have that 100 billion yuan dowry with the Tang family. That's your chance to turn the tables. After hearing Fu Yanzhou's words, Li Chen's eyelids twitched violently, his heart filled with dread. Li Chen's analysis cut straight to the heart of the matter, even laying out an escape route for him. Yet he knew Li Chen harbored ill intentions, and yet he couldn't refuse. Because he truly had no choice. Everything about him seemed controlled. He was merely a puppet in Li Chen's hands, forced to move exactly as commanded. You caused Xu Yao's car accident? And Tang Ling, you orchestrated that from the very beginning, didn't you? From the day we discussed the partnership at the bar, you've been plotting against me? All these events made Fu Yanzhou begin to suspect that Li Chen had orchestrated everything. Li Chen shrugged. Mr. Fu, you really have a sense of humor. Do you really think I'd go to all that trouble just to deal with Lin Shuyao? As for Tang Ling sleeping with you, don't you know the real reason behind that? Now that you're facing difficulties, you're shifting the blame onto others? What's the matter? Must everything go smoothly for you? Can't you handle a little setback? Everything's someone else's fault, but all the benefits must be yours? Fu Yanzhou froze for a moment. Looking back on these years, though life had been tough, every challenge I faced was overcome with ease until meeting Li Chen changed everything. The contrast between them revealed their stark differences. Li Chen had no clan elders or relatives interfering in his decisions, nor did he face misguided guidance or pressure from his parents. His only tie to the past was a failed elopement. Seen this way, Li Chen had almost no weaknesses. Whereas Fu Yanzhou, he was constrained in every way. Seeing Fu Yanzhou lower his head, Li Chen continued, I told you from the very beginning, you'll never be a competent ruler. Now, everything has come to pass. My sincere advice is this, step aside and let Tang Tang take your place. I guarantee that every single one of the murderers who drove your mother to her death will be buried with her. I also guarantee your child will be born safely and grow up healthy and happy. Then you, your sister Shuyao, your younger sister Tangling, and your child, the four of you will live happily ever after. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Fu Yanzhou suddenly snapped awake. You dare to dream of overturning everything the Fu family stands for. I warn you. As long as I live, I will never let you succeed. Li Chen clicked his tongue. Put. Boring. You really have no sense of humor. I don't have time to chat with you. Wherever you came from, you'd better go back there. Fu Yanzhou shot Li Chen a piercing look. I refuse to believe it. Without Tang Tang as the spokesperson, my project can't move forward. My entertainment company isn't exactly lacking in popular stars. Just you wait. With that, Fu Yanzhou stormed off. Li Chen merely shook his head. After all he'd been through, Fu Yanzhou remained just as impulsive as ever. It was hard to tell whether to call the guy foolish or if Nianci had crafted his persona to be utterly brainless. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Li Chen turned and grabbed Li Nianci's hand. In your opinion, he asked, could someone like Fu Yanzhou truly become the ruler of a $100 billion conglomerate? Li Nianci. How should I know? I was just a high school kid when I wrote this, bro. The biggest boss I'd ever seen was the owner of the bubble tea shop outside my school. I handed out flyers for him, and he paid me 80 a day. Are you a cutie pie? Get it? Fictional character. I have no idea how I ended up with such a dumb big brother. Wait, I was adopted. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I didn't inherit your Li family's dumb genes. Li Chen was dumbfounded, utterly speechless inside. People are just like that, they love to make fools of themselves. Even when they know they'll get scolded, they still go out of their way to invite it. He swore to himself that unless absolutely necessary, he'd never listen to Li Nianci's inner thoughts again. He feared he might one day lose control and actually beat Li Nianci. No. A sister like this, once she's free, she deserves to be hung up and beaten until every ounce of resentment is purged. Chapter 124, Slandering with a Blood-Stained Mouth. Outside the Li Group headquarters. Today, Mu Shengsheng arrived a bit later than usual. Amidst a crowd of bodyguards, Lu Jingchen intercepted her. Shengsheng, can you hear me? Seeing Lu Jingchen wearing sunglasses, Mu Shengsheng pursed her lips. Wasn't the lesson I taught you before enough? Fresh out of prison, and your aunt's body isn't even cold yet, now you're causing trouble in front of me? Are you out of your mind? For the usually mild-mannered Mu Shengsheng to speak like this, Lu Jingchen clearly left a terrible impression on her. Lu Jingchen, however, remained unfazed, his face adorned with a faint smile. Shengsheng, I know I've hurt you. You hate me, despise me. None of that matters. I only ask for a chance to make it up to you. Will you give me that? Mu Shengsheng paused, her face twisted with disgust. Make amends? What do you have to make it up with? It's all my own fault. Who else but me to blame for saving you, this devil, back then? Being pushed to the brink of death time and again is the retribution I deserve. Night after night, I'm haunted by endless regret. That's my punishment for saving you. I don't need your compensation. What I need is for you to stay far away from me, never to appear in my world again. Hearing Qingqing's bitter words with his own ears wounded Lu Jingchen far more deeply than learning them from Li Chen. Put. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, leaving Lu Jingchen looking even more haggard. Mu Shengsheng waved her hand in front of her nose, her face twisted with disgust. Spitting blood everywhere is disgusting. Do you have any sense of public decency? You and that Mu Xinqing are a perfect match. Always spitting blood, always fainting. You wouldn't dare try to blackmail me, would you? Want to do like Mu Xinqing and have me arrested so you can force me to donate blood for you? The young master was right when he said birds of a feather flock together. Trash belongs with trash. Hearing this, Lu Jingchen's face paled even more. He hurriedly explained, I didn't. It's just my old heart condition flaring up again. I won't blame you. Mu Shengsheng jumped back in alarm, taking several exaggerated steps backward. So you really did want to extort me? How dare you say you won't blame me? Lu Jingchen continued to explain, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Mu Shengsheng pressed him relentlessly. You didn't mean it that way? Are you implying that your damaged heart meridian is all my fault? So I should feel guilty toward you, right? Hearing this, Lu Jingchen grew even more flustered. Why was this conversation only making things worse? He had come today specifically to seek forgiveness. Already in poor health, this provocation sent a surge of heat to his heart. His face flushed crimson, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Mu Shengsheng instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, and the lunchbox in her grasp did indeed block the blood from reaching her. Blood seeped through the cracks of the container, staining the soup inside. Lu Jingchen, this is the third time you've ruined my meal. Do you have any idea how long it took me to prepare this? How much effort I put into it? Lu Jingchen quickly covered his mouth, then realized his mistake and wiped the blood from his lips. I'm sorry. I couldn't see, so I didn't notice. I can compensate you for your loss. I can pay you 10 times the price. I only ask for your forgiveness this once. Mu Shengsheng was so furious she wanted to hit him, but she remembered how he'd been so heartbroken when she'd hurt her hand last time after hitting Lu Jingchen. To spare him worry, she suppressed the urge to strike him. This meal was specially prepared for my young master. Every bite is filled with my heartfelt care. Can you afford to compensate for it? There are many things in this world that money can't buy. This is my final warning, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you. With a vicious glare, she slammed the lunchbox to the ground and stormed off. The lunchbox shattered upon impact, sending soup and rice splattering everywhere, drenching Lu Jingchen from head to toe. Shang Cheng! Shang Cheng! Where are you going? Lu Jingchen frantically tried to wipe himself down. A bodyguard grabbed him. Young Master Lu. Miss Mu has already left. Li Group has gate restrictions. Without an appointment, we can't get in. Lu Jingchen waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. If we can't get in, we'll wait outside. This is what I owe her. If she feels wronged, she can punish me however she sees fit. In Li Chen's office, Mu Shengsheng recounted the recent incident with a look of grievance. He ruined the meal I made for you again. And he slandered me, even getting my clothes dirty. How can there be such a despicable person in this world? Li Chen removed Mu Shengsheng's bloodstained jacket and wiped the blood from her neck and collarbone with a wet wipe. Making false accusations? Well, today I've seen a living example of that. Someone who spits blood at the drop of a hat must have something seriously wrong with them. If you ever run into him again, stay far away. Not to mention, if he drops dead in front of you one day and sues you for a fortune, Ludashi is worth billions. You couldn't possibly afford that. And if he has some infectious disease and passes it on to you, you're finished. Mu Shengsheng stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape. Oh my. No way. Li Chen chuckled. Don't doubt it. Someone who's spent so many years abroad. He's bound to carry some foreign viruses. You've never been abroad, so you have no antibodies. If you spend too much time around them, you'll definitely catch those viruses. Mu Shengsheng took Li Chen's deadpan nonsense completely at face value. Young master, you make such a compelling point. From now on, whenever I see him, I'll keep my distance. I won't let him infect me with his viruses. That way, I won't pass it on to you either. Li Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. This female lead is way too gullible, isn't she? Why does she believe everything I say? Doesn't that mean anyone could fool her? That won't do. She still needs to help me complete the plot. No matter what, she had to get her enrolled in school this semester. Though they say college students are naive and gullible, more knowledge should make her harder to fool. Li Chen's hand suddenly froze mid-motion before quickly withdrawing. It was mid-August, and the girls usually wore light, cool tops underneath thin jackets to avoid sunburn. Some areas still needed to be covered to avoid suspicion. You can wipe the rest yourself. I'll have someone bring you a jacket. Mu Shengsheng also realized the issue, her face flushing slightly. She gave a soft nod before lowering her head. Li Nianci rolled her eyes inwardly beside her. Damn male lead, how did I never notice how despicable you are before? Damn Li Chen, rotten Li Chen, you big dumb pig. How dare you go seducing someone else's female lead? Aren't you afraid Lu Jingchen will beat you to death? Your filthy paws deserve to be chopped off. Put. Li Nianci couldn't understand what was wrong with her. She knew perfectly well that Li Chen had already won over all the female leads. Yet seeing this scene unfold before her eyes, she felt inexplicably furious. Perhaps she was furious that the male and female leads weren't following the plot she'd written. After all, she was the author, she had her pride. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. No one knew. Chapter 125, Belt Stuck in Iodine, Fighting While Disinfecting. It was Su Muxue who brought Mu Shengsheng her coat. Seeing him sitting in the CEO's chair binge-watching a drama left a bitter taste in her mouth. This seat used to be reserved solely for her to share with him. But now, too many people could sit there. He might not care, seeing it as just a chair. But she cared. If she hadn't acted out, no other woman would have been able to get close to him, let alone come and go freely in this office. It wasn't that he had become fickle, it was that she had lost control over her territory. She had neither the means nor the right to stop others anymore. Your clothes have been delivered. If you're free, you should head back early. Don't disturb Ah Chen's work. Setting down the coat, Su Muxue stared at Mu Xingxing's body with a scrutinizing gaze. Mu Xingxing didn't hesitate, slipped on the coat, and gave a slight bow. Thank you, Miss Su, for bringing me the clothes. I'll make you a rose pastry tonight as a token of my gratitude. I heard from Butler Lu that it's one of your favorite pastries. The ingredients are readily available this season. They say you don't bite the hand that feeds you. With Li Chen present, Su Muxue's stern expression was forced to soften slightly. It was nothing. Miss Mu, there's no need to be so formal with me. That pastry is too troublesome to make. Please don't trouble yourself, Miss Mu. Mu Shengsheng paused for a moment before nodding. Since Miss Su has spoken, I can only comply. This frees up some extra time, allowing me to prepare a few more of the young master's favorite dishes. Su Muxue clenched her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Mu Shengsheng was clearly trying to provoke her, yet she had no way to retaliate just yet. I've delivered the clothes. If there's nothing else, I'll return to my duties. To avoid being driven mad with rage, Su Muxue could only choose to retreat for now. Mu Shengsheng offered a faint smile before bidding farewell to Li Chen and heading home. Following Steward Lu's advice, she maintained her composure throughout, avoiding any conflicts with others. After everyone had left, Li Chen patted Li Nianci's head. Why does something feel off about this? Did you notice something off about those two? Li Nianci. You idiot. Can't you tell it's so obvious? Are you really blind or just playing dumb? Doesn't it feel great seeing them fight over you? You worthless dog, you're nothing but trash stealing someone else's wife. Hysterical curses exploded in his mind. Li Chen dared not listen closely, nor could he bear to hear more. He quickly snapped his hand back and slapped himself across the face. Damn it! He'd promised himself not to eavesdrop on Li Nianci's thoughts unless absolutely necessary. How could he be such a masochist, sticking his head back in just to get cursed at again? And today's Li Nianci cursed with such a mix of vulgarities, loud and especially filthy, it was utterly unbearable to hear. True to form for a writer, all sorts of national treasures rolled off her tongue without a second thought. Probably just that time of the month. Best to avoid her sharp edge for now. When the time comes, I'll settle both old and new scores. I'll hang her up. Dip a belt in iodine and give her a good whipping, let her learn what a brother's authority means. This time, Mu Shengsheng had learned her lesson. She took the staff exit, bypassed the cafeteria, and slipped straight into her nanny's private car through the back door. Miss Mu, why are you using the back entrance again? Did you upset the young master? Mu Shengsheng shook her head. How could I possibly upset the young master? It's all that Lu Jingchen's fault. He keeps blocking my way at the entrance. The young master said he's sick and carrying a foreign virus that's contagious. I don't even dare touch him now. I can only keep my distance. The driver froze for a moment. Under normal circumstances, both airports and customs conduct disinfection and security checks on international travelers. It shouldn't be possible for someone to carry an obvious virus. Mu Shengsheng shot the driver a disapproving look. Are you questioning what the young master said? You said yourself that only obvious viruses get cleared. What if there's a virus with strong concealment abilities? What if I get infected and then pass it on to the young master? When it comes to safety, it's better to be safe than sorry. The driver scratched his head and chuckled. This Miss Mu truly adored the young master, treating his every word as gospel. No wonder a mere maiden servant, yet she's assigned her own chauffeur and has over a dozen secret bodyguards. She must be one of the contenders for the future young mistress. In any case, it's best to placate her. Miss Mu is truly thoughtful. The young master is truly fortunate to have such a thoughtful and capable partner who considers everything for him. At those words, Mu Shengsheng paused, then pressed her lips together. You think I could be his wise and capable partner too, don't you? The driver nodded earnestly. Miss Mu is so virtuous and beautiful, there's no reason the young master wouldn't like you. I'm confident Miss Mu will win over the young master. Flattery costs nothing. Saying it now meant he couldn't be blamed if it didn't work out later. But if it did, he'd leap straight into being the young mistress's driver. Then his salary could match old one's a fivefold increase. Hearing this, Mu Shengsheng felt immense joy welling up inside her. Hurry to the market. Tonight, I'll show the young master what I can do. Mu Shengsheng exited through the back door. Lu Jingchen waited until the end of the workday at Li Group but still hadn't received any notification from the bodyguards. Did you even look properly? Shengsheng is very easy to recognize. The bodyguard sighed helplessly. We genuinely didn't see her anywhere. None of the three girls currently accompanying Mr. Li are her. Lu Jingchen raised his hand to feel around. Hurry! Take me to Li Chen. Supported by the bodyguards, Lu Jingchen made his way to Li Chen. Mr. Li. Where's Chang Chang? Where did she go? I've been waiting here all afternoon and haven't seen her come out. Is it because your place is too big? Did she get lost somewhere? Li Chen frowned. Why haven't I seen you worry about Chang Chang like this before? You wait until you've hurt someone deeply before rushing over with all this concern. Don't you find that disgusting? Lu Jingchen immediately explained, I didn't recognize her before and hurt her. I truly didn't mean to. I regret it now. I just want to make it up to her, give her more love. What's wrong with that? Li Chen sneered coldly with disdain. Do you think her hatred is only because you hurt her? Don't you want to know why she sees you as a monster? Lu Jingchen grabbed Li Chen's wrist. Why? Why does she despise me so? I can sense it, her loathing stems from instinct. But back then, when she risked her life to save me, it wasn't like this. Li Chen jerked his hand free from Lu Jingchen's grasp. Because these past years at the Mu household, she's lived worse than a dog. That's not a metaphor. They never treated her like a human being. She was merely a fresh blood bank, drained at will whenever they needed it. Every organ in her body, except those needed by the Mu family, was sold off to the black market. To others, she was no different from the pigs and sheep slaughtered in the market. That day, the director of Jinhua Orphanage begged me to save her. I couldn't bear to refuse. I schemed relentlessly to smuggle her out of the Mu household, finally escaping her fate of slaughter. And you, Lu Jingchen, the man who owed her his life. Yet you repeatedly sent her to the operating table, letting others continue draining her blood and harvesting her organs. You claim you mistook her for someone else? Then tell me this. Even if you didn't mistake her identity, she's just an ordinary orphan. Could you bear to watch an ordinary person cut into pieces, then use those chunks of flesh to save your little Chang Chang? Tell me. Could you bear it? Chapter 126, People like you deserve to live in darkness forever. Under Li Chen's relentless questioning, Lu Jingchen's legs buckled and he stumbled backward, caught by his bodyguards. No. It's not like that. I didn't know it would turn out like this. I really don't know. Seeing Lu Jingchen's bewildered expression, Li Chen continued to fan the flames. You really don't know? But you were there every single time, witnessed it all with your own eyes, and even lent a hand on occasion. Were you blind back then? And what gives you the nerve to come here demanding Chang Chang donate a kidney to Mu Xinqing? Hearing this, Lu Jingchen shoved his bodyguard aside, fell to his knees, and coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood, staining his shirt crimson. But Li Chen showed no mercy. You were blind early on, so you never saw why your aunt died. But I'm a kind-hearted person. I just want you to know the truth. Your aunt died because of Mu Xinqing. She wanted revenge against Chang Chang and me, so she had to use the Fu family's influence. But your aunt disliked her. So she bribed a gang of fugitives to kidnap your aunt, then staged her own rescue to win sympathy. What she didn't expect was that those criminals had no humanity, they just wanted more money. When she ran out of money, she used her body to settle the debt. She filmed it all to hold the evidence, planning to marry into your Lu family, team up with those criminals, and seize control of your family's fortune. But your aunt was an insurmountable obstacle. So she changed her plan again, ordering over a dozen fugitives to rape your aunt. She used this to force your aunt to kill Chang Chang. But your aunt's plan ultimately failed. Facing ruin and murder charges, she chose to end her own life to clear the way for you and Fu Yanzhou, settling the debt between the two families. If you hadn't mistaken her identity from the start, or if you had even a shred of conscience and hadn't aided the Mu family and Mu Xinqing, none of this would have happened. To put it bluntly, you were born a rotten seed. You're a person without conscience. Your nature is dark and brutal. You were sick from childhood, warping your character. Then you went blind, trapped in darkness for over a decade, forging your cold-blooded ruthlessness. You clung to Chang Chang like a lifeline. So even when you discovered the Mu family's different treatment of their adopted daughter versus their biological daughter, you chose to believe the lies about Chang Chang that you'd convinced yourself of. Having just regained your sight and emerged from darkness, you no longer trust your own eyes. Don't you find that utterly ridiculous? You should have hidden in a corner, doomed to live in perpetual darkness, repenting eternally for your sins. The barrage of words left Li Chen parched and breathless. He wasn't one to speak so much. According to the original plan, Lu Qing wouldn't have died, and Lu Jingchen would have remained in prison to atone. He wouldn't have been able to come back and disturb Chang Chang, disrupting his plans. But now the situation had changed. Lu Jingchen was out of prison and had come to confront Chang Chang. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he had to keep provoking Lu Jingchen, pushing him to the point where he dared not face anyone, forcing him to hide in some dark corner and silently repent. This served the same purpose as keeping him in prison. Without Lu Jingchen's interference, Lu Xiaoxiao could more easily take control of the Lu Group and accelerate the joint venture project with the Fu family. Yes. I'm the one who ruined Chang Chang. And I ruined Auntie too. A person like me deserves only to live in darkness. If I had stayed in the darkness, none of this would have happened. I'll spend the rest of my life atoning. Seeing Lu Jingchen had already lost his mind, Li Chen curled his lips in disdain. Take your young master back and give him a proper talking to. Don't die at my company's doorstep, and make sure he never comes out to harm others again." With that, he led the women around the crowd and got into the car to leave. Fu Group President's office. Lu Xiaoxiao pushed open the door. She had often come to this place before, but none had ever felt quite like this. Back then, she had always been cautious, afraid that Fu Yanzhou might harbor even the slightest dissatisfaction with her. Now, however, she was revisiting these familiar grounds as a project representative. Turns out Fu Yanzhou was nothing special after all. "Lu Xiaoxiao? What brings you here?" The moment Fu Yanzhou saw Lu Xiaoxiao, he recalled Lu Qing's warning to be wary of this woman. Lu Xiaoxiao found a seat for herself and smiled. "I'm now the representative for Lu Corporation, your client. What do you think brought me here?" Fu Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. "Are you here to confront me about that project? So now you think that because you're my client, you can act without restraint around me? Have you forgotten that without me, the Lu family and Lu Corporation are nothing?" Lu Xiaoxiao showed no sign of anger, maintaining what she considered an elegant smile. "That was then, my dear Mr. Fu. Your position is precarious now. If not for this billion-dollar contract held by Lu Corporation, do you think you could still hold on to your seat? It's true that the Lu family and Lu Corporation relied on you before. That was because of your mother. She was the one who dragged us in, forcing us to become your vassals so you could establish yourself at Fu Corporation. But I'm not your mother, and I won't indulge you. That project is in my hands. Who do you think I can't partner with? Do you really think the Lu family still needs you?" Fu Yanzhou saw the sharp edge of Lu Xiaoxiao for the first time, and an indescribable feeling stirred within him. "When did you become so ruthless and calculating? My mother just passed away, and you come barging in to pressure me. Don't you have any regard for our past ties? After all, we were cousins who lived together for years." The mention of Lu Qing instantly ignited Lu Xiaoxiao's fury. She grabbed a water glass and hurled it at Fu Yanzhou. "You have the nerve to bring up old affection? We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. How did you treat me? You kept guarding against me, making things difficult for me at every turn. I was always trailing behind you, begging you with my head bowed low. Did you ever look at me with respect? And your mother. She made me kill for her, then had the hitman eliminate me to cover it up. Do you even know? If someone hadn't saved me, I'd be the one lying in the funeral hall now. You two, a mother and son so twisted with malice, what gives you the right to talk about old affection with me? What right do you have to claim kinship with me?" Soaked from head to toe, Fu Yanzhou didn't lose his temper. He knew he and Lu Qing had indeed wronged Lu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao. I'm here to apologize on behalf of my mother. Please spare me this time and help me out. Once the project is completed, I will compensate you generously." Lu Xiaoxiao scoffed coldly at his words. "I'm not one to turn down money. That project has already secured its channels through the Fu Corporation. All that's left is promotion. That's precisely why I came here today. The interconnected concept introduced by Li's team is truly impressive. Since we're both researching smart technology, could our products incorporate this concept too?" Fu Yanzhou paused. "But our partners don't possess that technology. You should understand that deceiving consumers can lead to serious trouble." Lu Xiaoxiao rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the view below as she spoke calmly. "They don't have it now doesn't mean they won't have it in the future. Why not seize this opportunity to announce that we've made a major breakthrough in the Internet of Everything system? We could launch the interconnected system next quarter, or even next year. That way, Li Corporation's current momentum will become our stepping stone. By the time Li Technology actually develops their system, we'll have already captured the market. They'll either partner with us or be forced to sell their system to us. What do you think of my plan?" Chapter 127, This is our only way out. Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou leapt to his feet in shock. "You, when did you become so despicable? How could you even conceive of such despicable tactics?" Lu Xiaoxiao turned to stare at Fu Yanzhou, her voice cold. "When it comes to despicable, I'm nowhere near your caliber, you and your son. I'm only doing this for profit. The Lu family is no longer your vassal. We need to grow, and we need more money. This is my only way out, and your only lifeline." Fu Yanzhou plopped down into a chair. Lu Xiaoxiao was right. This project was his lifeline. If he could make more money, he could finally shut the board members up. Then his standing within the Fu family would rise accordingly. "I agree to your plan. But I have one condition. Return the CEO position to Lu Jingchen." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's heart sank. She had completely given up on Fu Yanzhou. Sure enough, in everyone's eyes, the Lu family could only belong to Lu Jingchen. She, Lu Xiaoxiao, would never be worthy of the limelight. It was just a pity that Lu Jingchen was now blind. Even if they handed the Lu Corporation over to him, he wouldn't be able to manage it properly. The Lu Corporation and the Lu family have always belonged to Jingchen. Stepping down is no problem for me. But now his eye condition has relapsed, and he spends his days in a state of depression. He's simply incapable of managing the Lu Corporation. Among the younger generation of the Lu family in the country, I should be the most suitable to assist him. I'm from a collateral branch and a woman. I pose no threat to his position whatsoever. Fu Yanzhou pondered for a moment before saying, I've witnessed your capabilities. If you can sincerely support Lu Jingchen, I guarantee your future won't be too shabby. Lu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly. Then I'll take your offer as a promise, Mr. Fu. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Remember our plan: the sooner we act, the greater the rewards. Lu Xiaoxiao departed. After over an hour of deep contemplation, Fu Yanzhou ultimately decided to proceed with the plan. As soon as the Fu Group PR team released the news, it immediately sparked a massive wave of attention. Online reactions were overwhelmingly enthusiastic, tearing Li technology to shreds, even extending the criticism to the national level. Hordes of brainless fans began touting the superiority of foreign technology. In Li Chen's office, after hearing Cheng Hui's report, he merely smiled faintly. They're doing a great job, he remarked. The more they rant and argue, the higher the buzz around Fu's project climbs. All we need to do now is wait for the fruit to ripen. Cheng Hui chuckled along. You're truly brilliant, President. You effortlessly orchestrate such grand schemes, leaving everyone spinning in circles. Once our product hits the shelves, it's bound to make waves nationwide. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. Don't get too excited just yet. The nationwide logistics and express delivery network is nearing completion. You must oversee it personally, no mistakes allowed. Keep all smart home appliance production lines running at full capacity around the clock. Testing the stability of the interconnected network must be handled with utmost rigor. Communication with government agencies is also paramount. Accelerate all subsidy policies, rural rollouts, and trade-in programs. Cheng Hui patted his chest and assured him, rest assured, everything is under control. Logistics and delivery are nearly complete. We just need to hire staff to launch. The factory has never stopped production. Our inventory now stands at 30 million units, with an estimated total value exceeding 10 billion yuan. With government support for subsequent subsidy programs and rural initiatives, sales in the livelihood sector are projected to exceed 500 billion yuan. As for other categories, preliminary estimates suggest a valuation of 1 trillion yuan. Listening to Cheng Hui's enthusiastic analysis, Li Chen rolled his eyes. No one can predict the future. Did the doctor I asked you to find show up? Cheng Hui paused, glancing at his watch. I've already sent someone to pick him up at the airport. He should be arriving around now. Just then, Cheng Hui's phone rang. Moments later, a man in his 50s carrying a briefcase entered the office. Cheng Hui hurriedly introduced him. This is Dr. Yi Taixian, currently the most renowned psychologist in the country. Dr. Yi, this is the person who sought you out, Mr. Li Chen, president of Li Group. After the introductions, Li Chen led Yi Taixian to the sofa first. Please, take a seat, doctor. After your long journey, please rest a moment and have some tea. The welcome banquet will be ready shortly. Yi Taixian waved his hand dismissively. I hear there are 3 patients with appointments here. Let's skip the meal and see the patients first. I can wait, but the patients can't. Li Chen paused, surprised by Yi Taixian's dedication. Since Dr. Yi is so concerned about the patients, let's see them first. I'm one of the scheduled patients. Then I'll go first. Cheng Hui sensibly exited the office, closing the door behind him. He called Zhang Shui, instructing her to come immediately. Inside the office, Yi Taixian began providing psychological counseling to Li Chen. Mr. Li, may I ask? What is the question on your mind? Li Chen thought for a moment and said, I clearly remember that I died. I worked for half a month without rest and collapsed at my desk. But now I'm alive and thriving. I suspect that the current me is merely existing within the dreams of my deceased self. Here, every desire I had in life is being fulfilled 100-fold, 1,000-fold. One day, I began to feel this world wasn't real. I feared this dream would shatter. So I weave story after story, scheming to prove that this world is real. Dr. Yi, do you think there's still hope for me now? Yi Taixian's lips twitched at the words. Mr. Li, your situation is quite complicated. Could you elaborate on what exactly is the root of your fear? Li Chen paused for a moment. I'm afraid all of this is fake. I'm afraid this is really just a dream I'm having before I die. Is that the root cause? Yi Taixian nodded. Very well. From this moment on, obey my every command. Relax your body. Li Chen nodded and leaned back into the sofa. As time slowly passed, sweat began to bead on Yi Taixian's forehead. Over the years, he had treated at least 4,800 patients, but never encountered anyone with such an impenetrable psychological defense. Mr. Li, please cooperate with my treatment. With no other option, Yi Taixian could only speak up and remind Li Chen to cooperate. Li Chen smiled faintly. I have been cooperating with you all along. Perhaps it's because I'm highly vigilant I simply can't be swayed by words. Dr. Yi, you could try hypnosis or other methods. Yi Taixian sighed and continued his efforts. Half an hour later, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression turning grim. Mr. Li, I can't treat this condition. Deep within your heart lies a secret you refuse to let anyone touch. Li Chen knew exactly what Yi Taixian was referring to. He smiled wryly. Then I'll trouble you, Dr. Yi. Whether this illness is treated or not makes little difference. Please examine the other two individuals instead. Zhang Shui was still on her way, and the second person was naturally Su Muxue. This treatment session went smoothly. When Su Muxue emerged, she seemed a bit more cheerful. Taking advantage of the break, Li Chen was called back in. Yi Taixian wore a grave expression as he spoke earnestly. Miss Su's condition is extremely dire. She believes she has moved on and is striving to improve. In reality, she's been teetering on the edge of collapse. And she exhibits violent tendencies. All you can do now is maintain the status quo and let her believe everything is moving in the direction she hopes for. But you must not fulfill her deepest desires. Once satisfied, she'll lose her restraints and begin a frenzied revenge against those she perceives as enemies. Chapter 128, Playing with Fire, Building Courage. Li Chen was startled by this revelation. You mean she's merely biding her time? Once she achieves her goal, she'll erupt and harm others? Yi Taixian nodded. For now, we can only delay. Fortunately, there's a high wall within her heart, suppressing her deepest desires. Spend more time with her and maintain your influence over her. Give her more time. Time can smooth over many things. Li Chen frowned in confusion. She already has psychological issues. Won't suppressing her further just make her explode sooner? Yi Taixian sighed helplessly. People are strange creatures. Like a rubber ball. Give it a tap, and depending on where it hits, there are countless possibilities. But if instead of bouncing it, you press it down, then it has only one outcome and will lie still and quiet beneath your palm. After a while, it deflates. If you try to bounce it again later, it won't bounce anymore. Li Chen nodded. He couldn't make sense of Su Muxue's current condition either. He could only follow the doctor's advice. I'll keep her under control. I have one more request. I wonder if Dr. Yi might be interested in joining my private hospital. We're currently short on psychiatrists over there. You'd be the department head. I can guarantee you a base salary of 5 million yuan annually, plus commission bonuses. Li Chen's offer was already top tier by domestic standards, but Yi Taixian still shook his head in refusal. I've already signed an agreement with another party. It's unlikely I'll be able to break free from it in this lifetime. If you're interested, Mr. Li, I could recommend my apprentice to you. Her current level is no less than mine. She could easily handle the psychology department of a private hospital. Yi Taixian's refusal left Li Chen feeling a pang of regret. From their brief interaction, he could tell Yi Taixian was a capable individual. Still, recruiting a disciple was a decent alternative. Whether the apprentice was competent or not didn't matter much as long as they could call on the master when trouble arose. As the distinguished disciple of Dr. Yi, she must be a rare talent indeed. If everything checks out, have her coordinate directly with my assistant. She can come sign the contract with me anytime. Yi Taixian chuckled. I'll handle this matter as soon as I return. When will the third patient arrive? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Shui twisted Cheng Hui's ear and kicked the door open. Little Leo. I heard you and this idiot of mine were gossiping behind my back, saying I'm sick and even got me a doctor, right? Li Chen jumped back in surprise, taking 2 steps backward before immediately explaining, Sis-in-law, you've got the wrong idea. It was Brother Hui. He said you have postpartum depression. He even specially brought in the country's top psychologist from out of town, supposedly for your counseling. Ask Dr. Yi yourself, wasn't it Cheng Hui who specifically sought him out? Yi Taixian paused, then smiled wryly. Seems like a misunderstanding. This girl may seem hot-tempered and wild, but her eyes are pure. She's probably just frustrated from taking care of the baby alone and taking it out on her boyfriend. Just spend more time at home with her. Zhang Shui glared fiercely at Li Chen upon hearing this. Did you hear that? The doctor said my husband should come home more often to be with me. Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Sis, work is really hectic right now. I just can't leave Brother Hui. How about this? Bring Huan and Brother Hui to work with you. I'm about to announce a reform at the group, a trial incentive program for relatives. Employees will be permitted to bring immediate family members under 3 years old to work. We'll convert several floors into nurseries staffed by professional childcare providers, covering all expenses including formula and diapers. Your input would be invaluable during this launch. Hearing this, Zhang Shui unconsciously released Cheng Hui's ear and exclaimed in surprise, you really have this plan? Li Chen nodded. Our group is currently facing a severe talent shortage. This incentive program can attract a large pool of unemployed new parents raising young children. This group, tied down by their children, is the most hardworking and resilient. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. I pay them more, they work harder for me. When they get tired, they can check on their kids, then they'll be recharged and ready to keep going. Zhang Shui looked utterly disgusted. Ha! That's such a dirty trick. First you used beauty pageants to draw people in, now you're exploiting children. You're such a shady businessman. Li Chen's eyelids twitched violently. Sis-in-law, could you please lower your voice? I'm the CEO. I have my pride too. Zhang Shui tilted her head at Li Chen and smiled. So you do know shame. That's quite rare. Seeing how pitiful you look, I'll show some mercy and help you out. Tonight I'll send out some messages to my old classmates and help spread the word for you. As your sister-in-law, I know a few elite talents. Li Chen believed Zhang Shui's words implicitly. He had originally met Cheng Hui through Zhang Shui. Later, he even poached some talent from her network. Thanks, sis-in-law. I won't forget your kindness. Zhang Shui rolled her eyes. You're the child's father too. No need for formalities between family. Just hand over the nursery renovation project to me. And remember to bump up my profit margin by another 5%. I don't have time for small talk. Huan is still at Sister Wan's place. With that, she turned and strode away. Cheng Hui looked awkwardly at Li Chen. President, what should we do about this? Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. You handle it as you see fit. Raise the price by 10%. Buy Huan some more toys. When does the welcome banquet for Dr. Yi start? Cheng Hui glanced at the time. We can head over now. It's the Tenglong 999 VIP suite. Yi Taixian raised his hand to stop him. No need. Truthfully, the main reason I agreed to make this house call was to drop by and see an old friend. We've already arranged to meet at the usual spot. No need for you to see us off either, it might spoil the mood of our reunion. Li Chen didn't insist, letting Cheng Hui escort Yi Taixian to the entrance before departing himself. Shin Xinga brought Li Nianci back to the office. For some reason, an inexplicable emotion stirred within Li Chen. He gently lifted Li Nianci and placed her on his lap, pinching her nose. Nianci, are you afraid that one day the entire world might be destroyed? Everything is fake, just a dream. When the dream ends, we'll all vanish. Li Nianci, you dog of a male lead, have you lost your mind? Who cares if it's fake? Live one day at a time, be happy one day at a time. Whether the world ends or not is none of your damn business. Like you could stop it anyway? You dumb male lead, you've been acting weirder and weirder lately. Could it be you're finally growing a brain? What about me? Just wait here to die? Li Chen's already troubled mood plummeted at Li Nianci's words, and he flung her onto the lounge chair. Li Nianci froze for a moment before cursing inwardly. Bastard! You dare toss me aside today, will you beat me tomorrow? I'm your cute and pitiful little sister, you know. How could you possibly bring yourself to do that? Just you wait. You better pray you never fall into my hands again. Otherwise forget it. I 1T stooped to the level of a dumb dog. Shin Xinga watched from the sidelines, utterly baffled. They were acting like devoted siblings just a moment ago. How did things suddenly turn? Why did you dump her? Li Chen shot Shin Xinga a glance, then glanced at Li Nianci. He immediately knew Li Nianci was still cursing him under her breath. Sisters are meant to be tossed around for fun. And to toughen her up a bit. Shin Xinga was stunned by his words. Was this really the same Li Chen? Wasn't he the one who doted on this little cutie the most? Little sister? Chapter 129, I Want to Repay Daddy. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Fu's new smart technology had taken the internet by storm, with countless people eagerly awaiting the arrival of this world-changing innovation. Tang's office. She had just finished sketching the first draft of the Power Series collection when, before she could even feel excited, the door was violently pushed open again. Yo! My dear sister. You've become the design director already? Heard you snatched someone else's position through nepotism? Guess landing a good man really does make all the difference. You get whatever you want, no matter what. Seeing Tang Ling appear, Tang frowned and dialed her communicator. Weren't you arrested? How did you get out so fast? Hearing this, Tang Ling instantly flew into a rage. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could my mother and I have ended up in this situation? Everything you have now should have been mine. You stole everything from me, you're nothing but a thief. Tang remained utterly unfazed by Tang Ling's furious tirade. Listening to the voice behind her, she smiled calmly and said, Did you go crazy in prison or something? Shall I remind you of your crimes? Tang Ling froze, stunned by the sharpness of Tang's words. Shut your mouth. I was framed. It's all your fault. You colluded with outsiders to frame me, trying to drive me and my mother out of the Tang family so you could seize the Tang estate. Tang was speechless. You say I want to seize the Tang family's assets? Shouldn't I be entitled to do so? Tang Ling suddenly burst into laughter. You finally revealed what's in your heart. Now let's see how you wriggle out of this. Tang was dumbfounded, staring at Tang Ling in confusion. What am I defending? The Tang family's assets were always mine to begin with. What? Are you going to complain to Tang Bin, my father? Tang Ling paused, a trace of awkwardness flitting across her face. You're Fu Yanzhou's fiancé now, and you'll be marrying into the Fu family. You can't just hand over the Tang family estate to someone else. Why not give me the inheritance rights to the Tang family? After you marry out, I'll take care of Dad and shoulder the responsibilities of the Tang family. Then I can arrange for a son-in-law to marry into the Tang family and carry on the Tang lineage. If you care about bloodline, I could also. Shut up. Tang Tang slammed her hand on the table, cutting off Tang Ling's even more disgusting words. Get out of here now, or I'll call security. Seeing Tang Tang enraged, Tang Ling smirked inwardly. A wet behind the ears brat thinks she can take me on? Calm down, sis. Nothing works for you. Why don't I just marry Fu Yanzhou for you instead? That way you'd still be the Tang family's precious daughter, able to guard the Tang family's fortune. It's no trouble for me to endure a little hardship for you, sister. Think of it as repaying father's kindness in raising me. Tang Tang abruptly rose, about to respond, when she paused in surprise. She never wanted to marry Fu Yanzhou in the first place. She'd welcome anyone who could resolve this matter. But the voice behind her ear urged her to stay calm. Whom I marry and to whom I bequeath the family fortune, that is entirely my own decision. It seems a reformed criminal kicked out of his own home has no right to interfere, does he? I've already notified security. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to leave at all. This was the Fu group. Tang Ling, with her pregnancy, had nothing to fear from Tang Tang's threats. I think the one who should leave is you. As Fu Yanzhou's future daughter-in-law, today is the funeral of your future mother-in-law. Aren't you going to pay your respects? How could someone as heartless as you ever be worthy of marrying into the Fu family? Tang Tang smiled faintly. You said it yourself, I'm the unmarried daughter-in-law. Since we haven't registered our marriage or tied the knot, it would be inappropriate for me to attend the funeral. Fu Yanzhou hasn't said a word about it. Why are you meddling in this? Besides, Fu Yanzhou said it himself. He's observing a 3-year mourning period for his mother and forbids me from approaching him during that time. Hearing this, Tang Ling was momentarily at a loss for words and stamped her foot. Just you wait. I'll make you regret this. Once she was gone, Tang Tang slumped, her face twisted in misery. Brother! When will I ever be able to go back? This place keeps spitting out weirdos to disgust me. I can barely stand it anymore. Li Chen chuckled. Have you forgotten what I told you from the very beginning? You'll face all kinds of suppression and hardship over there. What did you say to me back then? Tang Tang pouted, her face clouded with displeasure. I'll persevere. Anyway, school starts in a week. Then I can finally escape these weirdos. Li Chen sighed softly. The female lead story wasn't that simple. There was probably a whole wave of people waiting to torment her at school. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Just a heads up. Now that Tang Ling and Lin Shuyao are here, you absolutely must be careful. Notify me immediately if anything happens. Don't try to be a hero or act tough. Don't get any crazy ideas like thinking you can handle it alone and don't want to bother me. Protagonists always have brain farts at critical moments. It's a universal law. Especially female leads, they're the most likely to stir up trouble. Tang Tang had that soft, pliable personality, so Li Chen couldn't help but worry. Hearing those caring words, Tang Tang felt sweetness in her heart. Got it, bro. I've got a big surprise for you in a few days. Li Chen paused, then smiled. I'll be waiting to see it. After ending the call, he turned to Cheng Hui beside him. Lu Qing's funeral is today. What's the situation over there? Cheng Hui pulled up a video feed. Their procession should have reached the crematorium by now. But there aren't many people seeing them off. Fu Yanzhou, Lu Jingchen, and the Lin family. It's pretty bleak. He was once a prominent figure, after all. Li Chen shook his head. When someone like her dies to settle debts, everyone just wants it to be as quiet as possible. The lower the profile, the lower the chance of problems arising. Tang Tang's buzz has cooled off these past 2 days, overshadowed by Fu's intelligent technology. Go edit that video we just received and release it. Title it, Billionaire CEO, Mother's Body Not Even Cold, Beyonce Bullied Again. Give Fu Yanzhou something to deal with. Cheng Hui shuddered to his core upon hearing this. He made up his mind, never provoke the CEO again. The man was too cunning, he wouldn't even spare the dead. I'll handle it immediately. One more thing. We've located the doctor who performed Miao Yueying's premarital examination at the First People's Hospital back then. Her full name is Wang Lijuan. She's 60 now and volunteers as a medical consultant at a nursing home for the elderly since retiring. We spoke with her, but she only said she doesn't remember. Li Chen pondered for a moment. Give me her address. I'll handle this myself. Remember, don't let any of them find out about this. Cheng Hui nodded and sent the address to Li Chen's phone. Chapter 130, 20 Years of Longing. By the time Li Chen arrived at the nursing home, evening had fallen. Early autumn leaves had begun to turn slightly yellow, yet the evening breeze still failed to dispel the lingering heat. In the small pavilion, a group of elderly people played instruments, performing an unknown melody. The arrival of a stranger went unnoticed. In such places, young people frequently visited their elderly relatives, a sight long since commonplace. When the song ended, Li Chen approached Wang Lijuan with a faint smile. Dr. Wang, might we step aside for a moment? Wang Lijuan felt a pang of unease. She recalled how many people had been investigating her past recently, and panic began to stir within her. Just say what you need to say here. Nothing to hide. Li Chen turned back with a smile. Everyone, the nursing home just got a new batch of massage chairs. We're currently conducting data calibration. I hear everyone who participates in the data collection gets a set of premium health supplements as a gift. At the mention of gifts, the elderly folks dispersed immediately, leaving only Wang Lijuan and Li Chen in the pavilion. Now that there's no one else around, can we talk? Wang Lijuan didn't have a good attitude toward Li Chen. Li Chen shrugged. I heard Dr. Wang used to be a renowned gynecologist. I have a complicated issue I'd like to consult you about. How could a woman become pregnant without losing her virginity or having any physical contact with a man? And without the pregnant woman even realizing it? Wang Lijuan's eyes narrowed slightly. How could such an absurd thing possibly exist? Even with today's advanced medicine, IVF can't happen without a trace. Li Chen grinned. Is that so? Don't try to fool me, Dr. Wang. I hear your son is a doctor too. His medical philosophy should be more advanced. Why don't I ask your son? See if he can answer this question? At the mention of her son, Wang Lijuan immediately lost her confidence. You're despicable. Using my son to threaten me, what kind of hero are you? Li Chen curled his lips. When did I ever say I was a hero? If we're talking about being despicable, I can't hold a candle to Dr. Wang. Do you know how pitiful it is for a woman to get pregnant out of nowhere and be beaten to the point of disability? Do you know how painful it is for a girl to be treated as a bastard by her father since birth and abused by her family for over a decade? Dr. Wang is a woman too, right? Your granddaughter seems about the same age as that abused girl. At the mention of her granddaughter, Wang Lijuan's emotional defenses crumbled. No. Don't you dare touch her. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you. Li Chen smiled faintly. That girl is so adorable, how could I ever harm her? I'm a model citizen, after all. I never intended to harm you. I just want to know the truth about what happened back then. Wang Lijuan didn't believe Li Chen's nonsense for a second. She shivered and stammered, I don't know the truth either. All I know is that an old woman gave me some money back then. She also gave me a small pouch and told me to apply its contents to the private parts of 10 clean girls. My husband was gravely ill at the time, and I needed money desperately, so... Li Chen understood. It sounded absurd, but upon reflection, it made sense. Do you know who that old woman was? Dr. Wang shook his head. She didn't tell me anything about herself. Li Chen frowned. Was the trail going to end here? Do you remember the details about the other 9 girls? Dr. Wang shook his head again. I was too nervous at the time. I didn't even look at their records. After finishing, I even deleted their records. How did you find me? Li Chen's expression darkened. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Someone like you has no business being a doctor. Now I'm giving you a chance. Cooperate with me to expose this scandal and force the mastermind into the open. You can choose not to cooperate. But your son and daughter-in-law's jobs, your grandchildren's education, those might be difficult to protect. I'm talking about nationwide exposure. You should understand what I mean. Wang Lijuan shook her head in terror. No, don't touch them. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate with everything. Li Chen sighed, bringing Wang Lijuan back to the conglomerate and handing her over to Cheng Wei. Li Technology controlled several major social media platforms, and news spread like wildfire across the nation overnight. Online condemnation was relentless, while some curious individuals began pooling their efforts to uncover the truth behind the scenes. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Yunjin City, a middle-aged man rushed into an ultra-luxurious estate, clutching his phone. Soon after, every light in the villa illuminated the estate. Nearly 100 servants and bodyguards gathered around an elderly woman. 20 years. I've waited nearly 20 years. Finally, we have news. All personnel, stand by. Mobilize all personnel and head to Tianhai City. Find that Wang Lijuan at any cost. The group responded in unison and immediately set off, dozens of vehicles forming a massive convoy heading toward the airport. Inside a luxury car, a man in his late 20s massaged an elderly woman's legs as he asked curiously, "Grandma, why are you so anxious to find this Wang Lijuan yourself?" The elderly woman replied excitedly, "It seems the Gu family will have an heir." The man froze. But Uncle Gu passed away 20 years ago, didn't he? He never even had a wife. Where would the heir come from? Grandma, please don't let yourself be deceived. The old man slapped the man on the head. No one in this world could ever deceive me, they haven't even been born yet. I know my own affairs better than anyone else. Keep questioning me, and I'll tear your mouth off. The man lowered his head, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. I'll remember my grandmother's lesson, and I'll never speak out of turn again. The old woman nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Your family has served the Gu clan for generations, with hard work and great merit. Once I welcome back the Gu family bloodline, you must assist him faithfully. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly. The man murmured, guarding the Gu family bloodline is my sacred duty. Rest assured, grandmother. As long as we stand, not a single member of the Gu family shall suffer harm. The old woman patted the man's shoulder with satisfaction. You are truly exceptional. The finest guardian of this generation. Taking you as my adopted grandson was certainly not a mistake. Rest assured, as long as you serve diligently, the Gu family never shortchanges loyal subjects. The man lifted his head, his face now breaking into a smile. Grandmother, you flatter me. I seek nothing but to repay my debt of gratitude. Without the Gu family, my Lang clan would have vanished a century ago. And without your guidance, I would never have achieved what I have today. Oomph. The Gu family. Enslaving my Lang family for a century wasn't enough, now you dare enslave Langxing? Old fool, I was prepared to let you die of old age and then take over the Gu family as a matter of course. Who'd have thought you'd flee thousands of miles away 20 years ago to hide something up your sleeve? Who were you guarding against? Wouldn't it have been better to live out your remaining days in peace? Why all this fuss? This time, you and the last bloodline of the Gu family will remain in Tianhai forever. We've protected the Gu family for so many years, what was owed has long been repaid. Don't blame me. This is what your Gu family owes our Long family. We're merely taking back what's rightfully ours. Chapter 131, you're still the same as ever. Tianhai Fu family. Fu Yanzhou clutched his phone, scrolling through news articles about the Fu Corporation, his eyes flashing with relentless ferocity. A few minutes later, Tang Ling approached carrying a tray of sliced fruit. Yanzhou, what are you looking at? After a long day, it's time to stop and rest. Fu Yanzhou looked up at Tang Ling coldly. Have you forgotten your place? You're merely the vessel for my child. Your duty is to nurture this child and deliver him healthy. Tang Ling was startled by Fu Yanzhou's gaze, causing the fruit tray to slip from her hands and crash to the floor, scattering fruit everywhere. I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong? Tell me, and I'll change it. Fu Yanzhou took a deep breath. I asked you to take my mother out today, but you said you were busy. Now tell me, what exactly were you doing? Tang Ling took a step back, forcing a nervous laugh. Nothing much. Just stopped by Fu Corporation. I was afraid if you weren't there, something might go wrong at the group and there'd be no one to handle it. So? Fu Yanzhou sneered coldly, so you think you could handle any problems at Fu Group? Don't you know your own limitations? Still not telling the truth? Tang Ling was genuinely shaken by Fu Yanzhou's intensity. She stammered, I just went to see Tang Tang out of curiosity. I swear, I really didn't do anything. It was her. She's the one who's been targeting me, calling me a convict, and even had security try to kick me out. I'm carrying your child. You have to stand up for me. Fu Yanzhou's mouth twitched as he slammed the phone onto the table. You think I'd believe your story? Look at what you've done yourself. Do you even realize Tang Tang is now my fiancée? She's a national icon and the face of the Fu Group. How dare you? This is what you call helping me break off our engagement? And you still want to be with Tang Bin? Fu Yanzhou couldn't continue, glaring viciously at Tang Ling. After watching the video and seeing the overwhelmingly negative online comments, Tang Ling turned pale with fear, her legs buckling until she collapsed to the floor. Fu Yanzhou immediately scooped her up. What are you doing? You're carrying my child. Could you be more careful? Tang Ling's face turned ashen. How could this happen? How could she do this? Why did she do this? Is she trying to ruin you? Fu Yanzhou sighed helplessly. You've just been released and don't know the situation. It's my fault for not explaining it clearly to you. Tang Tang is actually a pawn in Li Chen's hands. You're not the only one who's suffered at her hands. Lu Xiaoxiao, Xu Yao, and even I, we've all suffered at her hands. Li Chen's goal is to use her to undermine me and gain control over the Fu Corporation. He's already snatched the apparel business from my hands and recently set his sights on my entertainment company. This latest move is likely about that entertainment company. Tang Ling gasped, what should we do? Should I go publicly apologize to her? We can't just hand over the entertainment company to her, can we? Fu Yanzhou shook his head. Apologies won't work. With Li Chen pulling the strings behind the scenes, he won't stop until he gets the returns he wants. You're carrying my child now. I can't let anything happen to you. Looks like we'll have to give him the entertainment company for now, just to silence the gossip. And you stay away from the conglomerate from now on. Just rest at home and take care of your pregnancy. I won't let you down. Tang Ling agreed readily, though her mind was already plotting how to remove this thorn in her side. As long as Tang Tang remained, neither she nor her child would ever truly ascend to their rightful place. She had to find a way to permanently eliminate that threat. Ding! Fu Yanzhou's phone suddenly emitted a notification sound. With just a glance, Fu Yanzhou pushed Tang Ling aside. I have to step out for a while. You stay home and rest well. Tang Ling frowned. It's so late already, and you're still going out? Is it that Lin Shuyao? What's so great about her? She's neither fish nor fowl. Is she worth you going out in the middle of the night? If you need someone, I'm available too. What makes her better than me? Smack! Fu Yinzhou raised his hand and slapped Tang Ling across the face. Shu Yao and I are completely innocent. Why are you slandering her? She only ended up like this because she was trying to get revenge for me. She just asked me to discuss skin graft surgery with her. It's not as sordid as you imagine. Besides, who do you think you are to tell me what to do? Tang Ling collapsed onto the sofa, clutching her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have interfered. But you're the father of my child. I can't just ignore it. What if? Fu Yinzhou snatched the phone from her hand. No ifs. If something were going to happen between us, it would have happened already. I'm not that kind of person, and Sister Shu Yao certainly isn't either. Leaving behind a cold, indifferent back, Fu Yinzhou departed the Fu residence. On the sofa, Tang Ling's gaze grew steadily colder. Lin Shu Yao. A disfigured, ugly monster dares to compete with me? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll send you to hell to join my sister. Villa 33, East City. Fu Yinzhou rushed over, only to find Lin Shu Yao already waiting at the door. Sister Shu Yao, hurry inside. Your new skin is exposed and prone to infection. Lin Shu Yao smiled and said, it's fine. I asked the doctor, as long as it's not exposed to direct sunlight or water, it should be okay. Fu Yinzhou carefully escorted Lin Shu Yao back to the villa. You texted me earlier saying there's news about the skin graft surgery? When can the surgery begin? Did you ask about the healing rate? Lin Shu Yao shook her head. I'm sorry. I just missed you so much. That's why I lied, to trick you into coming here. Will you blame me? Fu Yinzhou paused for a moment, then smiled and said, how could I blame you? Now that your entire family is suffering, this is precisely when you need someone by your side the most. I should be the one blaming myself. I didn't consider your feelings. Rest assured, I'll be back to stay with you for the foreseeable future. Until you've fully recovered. Lin Shu Yao sneered inwardly, her voice filled with reluctance. But what about Tang Ling? She's carrying your child. You should go back and take care of her. If anything happens to her, it'll be my fault again. I can't bear any more pain now. I'm afraid I'll truly lose you because of her and the baby. Fu Yinzhou gently wiped away Lin Shu Yao's tears. That won't happen. I won't leave you. I promised you I'd protect you for the rest of my life. Tang Ling is nothing but a vessel for my child. The child is merely a bargaining chip she obtained through despicable means. I could never possibly like her. Once the child is born, I'll kick her out. Lin Shu Yao shook her head weakly. Don't do this. People will gossip about you. I can endure some hardship. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Hearing this, Fu Yinzhou was utterly moved. Shu Yao. You're still the same kind-hearted Shu Yao who always puts me first. You're exactly the same as before, not a bit changed. Lin Shu Yao gently stroked Fu Yinzhou's head. I've never changed. Seeing you bullied makes me want to stand up for you. When I see you struggling, my heart aches too. My dear brother, so much has happened lately. You must be exhausted. Rest well. I'll watch over you and protect you. Fu Yinzhou's eyes glistened with tears as he curled up into a ball, nestling beside Lin Shu Yao like a small puppy. Lin Shu Yao's touch seemed to possess a soothing magic, easing his sorrow. Gradually, he relaxed and drifted into a deep sleep. The fierce glint in Lin Shu Yao's eyes was now unmistakable. Tang Ling. You two sisters are truly despicable. Just you wait. This child absolutely cannot be kept. Chapter 132, Trust Collapses. Li Family Manor, Li Chen's bedroom. In bed, Su Muxue tossed and turned beneath the covers. Li Chen pressed down on the covers with an exasperated look. Have you been watching too much Animal Planet? Are you trying to mimic an alligator's death roll in my bed? Su Muxue struggled a few times, but when she couldn't shift the covers, she gave up. How long has this been going on? Why won't you take me? You clearly had a reaction. That means you don't hate me. Li Chen felt a bitter sorrow he couldn't voice. A young girl of that age, lying naked in bed night after night, he was a normal man. Who could resist? But to prevent complications in his future plans and considering Yi Taishuan's words, he had to endure. Su Muxue's current state was deeply unsettling. Engaging with him seemed to have become an obsession for her. She wanted to prove her love, to prove her purity. This obsession had become a force that suppressed her. Once she received confirmation, that restraining force would vanish and her madness would resurface. Thinking this, he gently pulled Su Muxue into his embrace, pressing her skin close against his own. Wait, just wait a little longer, okay? I truly can't let go right now. Can you just listen to me? Like before. You know I'd never hurt you. Su Muxue frowned, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her nose against his. I'll listen. But can you give me a definite answer? When exactly are you going to want me? Li Chen felt suffocated, lost in thought for a moment. Wait until you graduate. I can't guarantee you won't fall for someone else during college, or that another Ning won't come along. Hearing this, Su Muxue instantly deflated, her heart filled with nothing but utter helplessness. Some mistakes, once made, shatter trust completely. Dr. Yi had said rebuilding a man's trust was nearly impossible. But she hadn't made any fundamental mistakes, and their foundation was solid. There was a high probability of success. Being neglected now didn't matter. She would prove that her love was unique and utterly hopeless. It was just a matter of waiting until graduation. As long as she could stay by his side, this time would pass quickly. Regaining her confidence, Su Muxue planted a firm kiss on Li Chen's lips before burrowing under the covers and clinging tightly to him. "Good night, husband." Li Chen took a deep breath, struggling to quell the flames within, and fell into a deep sleep holding Su Muxue. The next day, Villa 33 in the East City residential area. Tang Ling met with Lin Shuyao as arranged. "No need to stand on ceremony. You're carrying a child, it's not good to stand for too long." Setting down her water glass, Lin Shuyao gestured for Tang Ling to sit. Tang Ling felt puzzled but sat down nonetheless. "You specifically invited me here, what exactly do you want? You need to understand clearly this child is Fu Yanzhou's. Don't even think about playing any games with me." Lin Shuyao smiled faintly. "I know that better than you do. Yanzhou's child is my child. How could I possibly harm my own child?" Tang Ling's expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean by that? This is clearly my child, how did it become yours?" Lin Shuyao sneered inwardly. She was nothing but a foolish, abandoned girl. The waters of a wealthy family could drown her effortlessly. "Yanzhou said he'd marry me. Once the child is born, you'll be kicked out. But rest assured, I'll treat the child as my own flesh and blood." Tang Ling was bewildered, utterly unable to accept Lin Shuyao's words. "Did Fu Yanzhou tell you all this? I refuse to believe he could be so heartless toward me. I'm calling Fu Yanzhou right now to get to the bottom of this." Lin Shuyao smiled faintly, making no attempt to stop her. She merely remarked calmly, "Why do some people struggle so futilely when they know full well how it will end? Your background already sealed your fate. You could never marry into the Fu family. Even ordinary men would rarely consider marrying a former labor camp inmate. You were imprisoned for murder and illegal asset transfer, weren't you? Tell me yourself who in this society would dare take you?" Tang Ling's hand paused over the phone. The number remained undialed. She understood that even if she asked now, the answer would be much the same as what Lin Shuyao had said. Now wasn't the time to burn bridges. Her mother was still in prison, waiting for her rescue. And that who stole her life wasn't dead yet. And this disgusting, ugly freak. You all just wait. "Miss Lin, have you forgotten that Fu Yanzhou already has a fiancé? You claim my background is unworthy of the Fu family. Does that make Miss Lin any more deserving? The Lin family is long gone. Your entire clan clings to life only through Fu Yanzhou's charity. Do you really think the Fu family elders would ever let you step foot in their household?" Tang Ling's words stung Lin Shuyao. If not for that message from Lu Zhaozhao, why would she have rushed back in such a panic? Why would she have offended Tang Tang without investigating anything first? The person backing Tang Tang was terrifying, absolutely not someone to confront head-on. But while she couldn't act herself, that arrogant fool Tang Ling could. "Oomph. What I've lost, I'll take back myself. But I'm still a Lin family heir, my status won't change. Unlike you, who's nothing but a bastard brought back by the Tang family's second wife. A bastard child cast out and stripped of inheritance rights. What do you have to compare with me?" Lin Shueli's words were even more venomous, striking directly at Tang Ling's most vulnerable spot. Among the elite, status is paramount. She was already an expelled foster daughter. Now that Tang Tang had returned home, her standing within the elite circles had completely evaporated. Her only chance to turn things around now was to cling desperately to Fu Yanzhou. Lin Shuyao seemed to see through Tang Ling's thoughts, smiling as she remarked, "You clearly have better options. Why must you cling so desperately to Yanzhou?" Tang Ling froze. "Better options? What do you mean by that?" Lin Shuyao analyzed. With the Li family's backing and the Fu family's 100 billion yuan dowry, the Tang family has risen to become one of Tianhai's new aristocratic clans. Why not reclaim the Tang family and become a noble house yourself? I'm sure many within the Tang clan would welcome such an outcome. After all, in their eyes, you're easier to manipulate than Tang Bin and that Li Chen, aren't you? Tang Ling gave a cold laugh. "I thought Miss Lin had some brilliant plan up her sleeve. Turns out it's just telling me to go back and seize power. Now that I'm alone, how could I possibly stand against them?" Lin Shuyao chuckled. "Of course you're no match for them now, but shouldn't you pick on the weakest target first? You could start with Tang Tang. She's a cowardly good for nothing who doesn't even know how to fight back. Find something to hold over her, and manipulating her will be easy. Then everything the Tang family gave her, and everything the Li family gave her, it'll all be yours." Tang Ling stared intently at Lin Shuyao. "What exactly are you trying to say? How am I supposed to find her weakness? If you can help me, I wouldn't mind giving up the position of the Fu family's young mistress to you. I could even give you the child." Seeing the bait take hold, Lin Shuyao cleared her throat lightly. "Don't rush. Go back and wait for my word. When the time is right, I'll notify you." Tang Ling nodded and rose to leave. "You want to use me to kill someone else? You, Lin Shuyao, are nowhere near as cunning as my mother. Once I deal with Tang Tang, I'll pin it all on Li Chen. Then we'll see how you handle his revenge. Chapter 133, The Female Leads Meeting. Fu Group. Early that morning, Fu Yanzhou had the transfer contract printed and, witnessed by journalists from all sectors, officially transferred the entertainment company to his fiancée, Tang Tang. Immediately afterward, various versions and speculations began circulating online. As Fu Group's stock stabilized once more, Tang Tang's fame skyrocketed to a whole new level. Riding the wave of Tang Tang's popularity, more women turned their attention to Fu Group's new technology, causing the number of online supporters for Fu technology to surge once again. Shortly after, Fu Group launched its pre-order campaign. Within just half a day, pre-orders alone exceeded 20 billion yuan, with the figures continuing to climb rapidly. Li Chen's office. After reviewing the investigation report, he tossed the documents aside. Everything is back on track. Go bring them all back. It's time to wrap things up. Cheng Hui took the order and went to notify the women. The first to arrive were naturally Su Muxue and Xin Xinga. They entered the office one after the other and sat down, ignoring each other completely. Shortly after, Mu Shengsheng arrived with lunch, looking somewhat surprised. Why are you all so punctual today? I didn't even have to come get you? Li Chen dared not let any misunderstandings arise between them and quickly explained, I called them here for a meeting. Your arrival is perfect timing. Learn from them. See how they plan things. Mu Shengsheng froze for a moment. Ah. Do I have to learn this? But I only like cooking for you. Li Chen scratched his head. Such a stubbornly devoted female lead, this character design is absolutely perfect. You're going to be a CEO someday. Besides cooking, you should learn some other skills too. That way I can trust you to manage your own assets in the future. Mu Shengsheng sighed helplessly and sat down beside Xinxinga, her head bowed as if lost in thought. Seeing her expression, Li Chen could only sigh in resignation. According to the plot Li Nianci had written, Mu Shengsheng would eventually end up with Lu Jingchen, becoming the perfect devoted wife and mother. To make amends, Lu Jingchen transferred everything he owned into Mu Shengsheng's name. Yet Mu Shengsheng never cared about such things. Managing the household, supporting her husband, and raising their children, she lived a fulfilling and complete life. Now it seemed that even with his intervention, he couldn't alter Mu Shengsheng's character and personality. Just then, Tang Tang burst in with a beaming smile, rushing straight into Li Chen's arms. Brother, I'm here. Li Chen gently pressed her forehead, gesturing for her to look around. Tang Tang turned to see the others present, and a faint blush flashed across her face. Ha! Everyone's here? Why aren't you saying anything? You scared me. Su Muxue shot Tang Tang a withering look but said nothing. Xinxinga snorted coldly and turned away. Mu Shengsheng kept her head down, lost in her own thoughts, ignoring everyone. Tang Tang shrugged awkwardly and sat down beside Mu Shengsheng. Everyone was present, yet the atmosphere made Li Chen extremely uncomfortable. He rubbed his face, constantly reminding himself to keep smiling. Since everyone's here, I'll get straight to the point. First, Su Muxue and Xinxinga. Have you two completed the tasks I assigned? Su Muxue nodded. All initial data has been collected and is ready for reporting at any time. Xinxinga chimed in, I deserve credit too, I've been pulling all-nighters to meet the deadline these past few days. Su Muxue snorted. It's all trivial stuff, anyone could handle it. And you're actually bragging about it? How embarrassing. Xinxinga was momentarily speechless, about to retort. Li Chen smiled and said, whether the contribution is big or small, the most important thing is building your teamwork. Seeing how effortlessly you two work together now brings me great satisfaction. Li Corporation has always adhered to the principle of rewarding effort based on contribution. Given your outstanding performance, I've decided to award Su Muxue 5 million in cash and Xinxinga 2 million. The finance department will transfer the funds to your accounts shortly. Su Muxue wasn't surprised. She'd received rewards varying in amount every time she completed a task assigned by Li Chen before. 5 million was substantial, but she was no stranger to large sums. Xinxinga, however, was both delighted and surprised. You're really giving me 2 million? I've only been officially hired for a few days. Is this really appropriate? Li Chen rolled his eyes. These two, one signed for the bare minimum wage, the other for unpaid work. This reward was merely pocket money doled out under the guise of the project. One's the lead, the other's the supporting actress, and neither has a penny to her name? That just feels ridiculous. Later on, when they go to school, there'll probably be some plot where some hot-blooded youth tries to show off and humiliate someone. Without spending money, they'd have a hard time keeping up appearances. I don't think it's appropriate. If you don't want it, I can take it back. Xinxinga chuckled softly. Brother Chen. I was just joking. I really need this money right now. Li Chen's forehead creased with frustration. Stop it right now. Don't try to sweet-talk me. I'm not falling for that. You two have follow-up tasks to complete. After school starts, I want you to find ways to organize promotional lectures for our product on campus. Can you two handle it? Su Muxue answered without hesitation, no problem. We'll get it done. Xingda hesitated for a moment, glanced at Su Muxue, then nodded in agreement. No problem for me either. I'll definitely do a better job than Su Muxue. To prevent them from arguing, Li Chen snapped, both of you, shut up. Now, about Tang Tang. Our press conference is scheduled for a few days from now. That's when you, our national goddess, will make your grand entrance. Are you ready? Tang Tang shook her head. I don't know what to prepare. Li Chen slapped his forehead and turned to look at Li Nianci. Is this the heroine you wrote? This bunch of clueless little girls is supposed to be the heroine? Are you kidding me? Li Nianci looked at him, utterly baffled. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand a word. The male lead won't listen, the female lead won't cooperate. Being an author is such a frustrating job. Li Chen ignored Li Nianci and began explaining the detailed process to Tang Tang. After over half an hour, Tang Tang finally grasped it all and promised to handle everything perfectly. Is it my turn? Is it my turn? What do I do? Mu Shangshang, slow to catch on, finally spoke up. Li Chen's lips twitched. You don't have to do anything. Just follow them to school from now on. Mu Shangshang nodded. Oh. Then can I go to the College of Agriculture? I want to cultivate some delicious ingredients myself. A flash of inspiration struck Li Chen. He had finally found Mu Xingxing's future path. What a waste for a female lead to be confined to being just a chef. If she could dedicate her energy to researching ingredients, it would open up a huge market and be a great service to the people. Yes, absolutely. That's perfect. You must study diligently. Once you enroll, I'll set up a large farm for you as an experimental plot. You can grow whatever you want, raise whatever you desire. Mu Shangsheng smiled happily. No need for a big farm. Just make sure the young master doesn't go hungry. From now on, we'll grow our own food, it's safer that way. That way we can avoid a lot of trouble. The women all turned their gaze toward Mu Shengsheng. Suddenly, they understood. Their greatest rival was actually Mu Shengsheng. This girl looked so delicate and kept her head down, but she was just too clever. Every word she spoke revolved around her concern for Li Chen, and every action she took was done for his sake. A profound sense of crisis suddenly washed over them. Mu Shengsheng also sensed the pressure mounting from all sides. Yet she remained utterly composed. Their growing sense of crisis only confirmed her effectiveness. This only proved her own excellence. The more outstanding one is, the easier it becomes to win his favor and approval. Everyone must be hungry by now. I brought food for everyone. Try it and give me some feedback. Mu Shengsheng effortlessly diffused the pressure from the other women. Chapter 134, Turning the Tables. 3 days later. Fu Group Design Department Director's Office. A woman clutched documents anxiously. Mr. Tang, there's an issue with a shipment. Please handle it immediately. Tang Tang looked at the woman with a puzzled expression. Do I know you? And you just let me handle your company's issues? The woman paused, taken aback. I'm Zhang Xiaoye, General Manager of Shulin Real Estate. Don't you recognize me? Tang Tang was even more baffled. What's Shulin Real Estate? Never heard of it. You better leave now. If you don't, I'll call security. Zhang Xiaoye hurriedly explained, I didn't make myself clear earlier. Lin Shu Real Estate was acquired by you a few days ago. Do you remember that? Tang Tang was utterly confused. When had she ever acquired a real estate company? The Tang family didn't even operate in that industry. Seeing Tang Tang's puzzled expression, Zhang Xiaoye quickly added, the person who came to handle the acquisition paperwork that day was Mr. Cheng Hui, the chief assistant to the chairman of Li Group. He presented your photo and your current office address to us at the time. Do you recall? At the mention of Cheng Hui, Tang Tang suddenly understood. Shulin, Lin Shu wasn't that Lin Shuyao? This Shulin Real Estate was the gift the Lin family had given her that day as an apology. Back then, she'd been too preoccupied with finding Li Chen and had handed everything over to Cheng Hui. If you'd just told me earlier, I would have understood. What's wrong with the company? Zhang Xiaoye handed the documents to Tang Tang. We were reported yesterday apparently a batch of construction materials failed inspection. Our construction site has been shut down today. We're right in the middle of a critical deadline. If we can't deliver on time, we'll face astronomical penalty fees. Tang Tang had no idea how to handle paperwork. After listening, she just went, oh. So what do we do now? Zhang Xiaoye was at a loss. You're the boss. What do you suggest we do? Tang Tang frowned. Why don't you ask Assistant Cheng? Zhang Xiaoye paused in surprise. So this boss really was a complete airhead, no wonder he didn't even know what his own company did. If I could use this chance to cheer her up, would my commission for this quarter be a little higher? I still think we can handle this ourselves. No need to bother Assistant Cheng. If there's an issue with the construction materials, we should naturally go to the supplier first. See what their situation is. Tang Tang shot Zhang Xiaoye a suspicious glance. She knew her own limitations well, and Li Chen had explicitly instructed her to report any issues to him. She'd been out constantly lately, lacking any excuse to speak with Li Chen. Well, here was her excuse. With that thought, she pressed the alarm button. Can we handle this ourselves? Don't try to fool me. Zhang Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but fortune favors the bold. She nodded. We can definitely handle it. We just need to find the supplier, get them to replace the materials, and compensate us for our losses. Even if we have to tear it down and start over, we can break even. Tang pondered for a moment before saying, alright, let's go. You take me to see the supplier. Zhang Xiaoya chuckled inwardly. This new boss was so easy to manipulate, it seemed her own life was about to get a lot easier. Without further thought, she led Tang out of Fu Corporation and headed straight for the materials supplier's office. In the president's office of Li Corporation, a cold smile appeared on Li Chen's face. The fish has taken the bait. This time, it's Lin Shuyao, right? Shulin Real Estate. Well done, Lin family. You dare to cut corners on an apology gift? Looks like it's time for some optimization. With that thought, Li Chen rose, took Li Nianci by the arm, and headed out the door, tracking Tang's location. He had already arranged covert protection around Tang, so there shouldn't be any issues. He was heading over now mainly to wrap things up, then squeeze a little more money out of Fu Yinzhou. East City Villa District. Lin Shuyao received a text reply and immediately dialed Tang Ling's number. Go to Yuntian Building Materials and ask for Manager Chen. He'll help you. Be careful not to give yourself away. Fu Family Villa. After hanging up, a cold gleam flashed in Tang Ling's eyes. Trying to use me? Foolish dreams. This time, I've not only got Tang by the throat, but also secured evidence of Lin Shuyao's crimes. Let's see how you two dare to cross me now. Without another thought, Tang Ling grabbed her bag and walked out the door. Behind her, a Fu family servant secretly sent Fu Yinzhou a message. Yuntian Construction wasn't particularly large, but its strength was on par with Shulin Real Estate. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaoya's advance negotiation request, they immediately dispatched liaison Chen Shou to handle the matter. Citing the meal hour, Chen Shou invited Tang and Zhang Xiaoya to a hotel for talks over dinner. Following Li Chen's instructions, Tang readily agreed. At the table, Zhang Xiaoya presented her demands. She wanted the materials replaced and compensation for losses. Chen Shou smiled and said, we'll discuss those matters later. Let's eat first. You need energy to negotiate, right? Ms. Tang. Why are you just sitting there? Eat and drink. Tang shook his head. I don't drink. Chen Shou realized his mistake and immediately called over a waiter to replace Tang's drink. Midway through the meal, Zhang Xiaoya suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed onto the table. Tang was startled, then felt her own body go limp and her mind grow fuzzy. She too passed out. Seeing both of them collapse, Chen Shou's face flushed with excitement. Recalling that phone call with the Lin family, he gritted his teeth in fury. This material scandal had been deliberately orchestrated by the Lin family. Their sole purpose was to force him into working for them. Only by securing the new owner of Shulin Real Estate would they let him off the hook. Failure meant his secrets would be exposed. Bankruptcy would be the least of his worries. He'd face at least a decade behind bars. His wife, parents, and child would all be dragged into the mess. Seeing Tang motionless on the desk, Chen Shou couldn't help but feel a pang of dread. This girl was truly beautiful, about the same age as his own daughter. Come to think of it, he'd hit the jackpot this time. Not only would he avoid prison, but he'd also get to enjoy such a tasty meal. With that thought, he rose and walked toward Tang. But after taking just a few steps, his legs gave way and he collapsed to the floor. After struggling briefly, he too lost consciousness. The private room door swung open. Li Chen lifted Tang into his arms. With a single glance, 2 bodyguards carried Zhang Xiaoya out of the private room as well. Immediately after, several bodyguards affixed something inside the private room. Moments later, the door closed, and everyone vanished without a trace. About 10 minutes later, Tang Ling appeared outside the private room door. She listened intently for a moment but detected nothing unusual. This must be the place Manager Chen mentioned, right? Why is it so quiet? Pulling out her phone, Tang Ling carefully compared the private room information, growing increasingly puzzled. She gently pushed open a crack in the door, intending to peek inside. Suddenly, someone shoved her from behind, sending her tumbling headfirst into the private room. When she turned to open the door, she realized in horror that it was locked. This heat is killing me. Hearing the voice, Tang Ling spun around. A man flushed crimson rose from the floor, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on her. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Tang Ling's terrified shrieks drew Chen Shou's attention. A woman? Ha. By now, Chen Shou had lost all reason and lunged toward Tang Ling. On the 9th floor of the hotel, in a luxury suite, Li Chen had the doctor administer a neutralizing agent to Tang and then force-fed her some water. Soon, Tang regained consciousness. Spotting Li Chen, she flushed and lunged toward him. Li Chen pressed her forehead firmly. Stay calm. Bear with it. Once the effects wear off, you'll be fine. Tang Tang's dazed mind snapped into focus. She immediately covered herself with the blanket. Soon, feeling uncomfortable again, she pulled the covers back and peeked out of curiosity to see what Li Chen was doing. At that moment, Li Chen was engrossed in the live stream playing in the private room. Startled by the sudden presence of another pair of eyes beside him, he quickly covered Tang Tang's eyes. Kids shouldn't watch this. Chapter 135, Why are you so jumpy over a movie? Tang Tang struggled to pry Li Chen's hands away, her eyes glued to the screen before her. The unspeakably explicit scenes made her face flush even redder, yet she couldn't tear her eyes away. Li Chen smacked her on the head with a sharp tap. You little brat, is this thing really that interesting? Still dazed, Tang Tang rubbed her head and swallowed hard. Not at all. I was just curious. I've always heard my classmates talk about it, and now. Her words trailed off as Tang Tang froze, instantly covering her eyes. She turned her body away, burying her head in the pillow, her bottom sticking out as she trembled slightly. Seeing her like this, Li Chen chuckled softly. Are you trying to be an ostrich? What? Just now you realized you should be embarrassed? Honestly, you could just treat this stuff as educational reading. After all, you'll experience it eventually, and it'll give you more experience. Tang Tang turned back in shock. Really? Are you sure it's okay? Can I watch? Li Chen rolled his eyes. Seriously, did you forget you're an adult too? At the word adult, Tang Tang's face flushed even redder. She climbed over to Li Chen and stared intently at the screen. Wow. It can do that too? On the table too? What about the chair? Cups can be used for that? Isn't that a wine bottle? No way. She's bleeding. She's bleeding a lot. Is she going to die? Listening to Tang Tang's various gasps, Li Chen's trigeminal nerve kept twitching. This female lead was truly beyond words watching this kind of film and still reacting like a scaredy cat. Don't panic. Help is on the way. Just as Li Chen said, the private room door was violently kicked open. Fu Yanzhou stormed in with his bodyguards. Seeing the scene of chaos and hearing Tang Ling's cries for help, his heart skipped a beat. Without a second thought, he kicked Chen Shou aside and scooped Tang Ling into his arms. Quickly, take us to the hospital. And arrest this man. He's not to be released without my orders. In the private room at the end of the corridor, Tang Tang voiced her concern. Is Tang Ling really going to be okay? She lost so much blood. Li Chen tapped Tang Tang on the head again. Why are you feeling sorry for her? Can't you see she's the one trying to harm you? If I hadn't come to save you, you'd be the one playing the female lead right now. Hearing this, Tang Tang felt a wave of dread wash over her. Yeah, she deserved it. But does doing something like that really cause that much bloodshed? How terrifying. What are we going to do now? I'm scared. Li Chen froze for a moment. What do you mean? What about us in the future? She's bleeding so much because she's pregnant and got hit. No, why am I explaining this to you? Aren't you the top student in the college entrance exam? Didn't you take biology classes? Tang Tang nodded. Of course I did, but neither the teacher nor the textbook covered this kind of practical lesson. I didn't know she was pregnant either. If you don't believe me, I can dig out my old biology textbooks and show you. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Forget it. Your head must still be foggy. I won't argue with you about this. You'd better lie down and get some sleep. Talk to me once you're fully awake. Tang Tang suddenly turned her head and fixed her gaze on Li Chen. Brother, you're so handsome. Can I? Seeing Tang Tang's eyes glaze over and drool start to form, Li Chen was startled. The drug was taking effect. He quickly grabbed the blanket and wrapped Tang Tang up in it. No, don't think about anything right now. As he spoke, Li Chen continued forcing water down Tang Tang's throat. Half an hour later, after 10 cups of water, Tang Tang's body tensed up before finally relaxing. You, get away. Li Chen was baffled. There was no way he was leaving now. He poured out another cup of water, ready to continue. Here, have some more. Dilute the medicine. You'll be fine soon. Don't worry, I'm here. Tang Tang, who had just begun to recover, shuddered again at the memory of what had happened moments before, her face flushing red once more. Brother, I beg you. I'm fine now. I really can't drink anymore. If I drink anymore, I'll. At this point, Tang Tang was too embarrassed to speak further. Hearing her coherent speech and clear logic, Li Chen knew the drug's effects must have worn off. He untied Tang Tang's restraints and spread out the quilt. No! Tang Tang cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Seeing what lay beneath, Li Chen froze in shock. Tang Tang leapt from the bed and dashed straight for the bathroom. Li Chen scratched his head and gave an awkward chuckle. He had figured it out, but aside from feeling a bit awkward, he didn't feel anything else. Sitting by the window, Li Nianci felt both amused and speechless. The original plot had the pregnant female lead, Tang Tang, framed by several malicious female antagonists. Fu Yanzhou arrived just in time to save her. But now? The pregnant one had become the villainous female supporting character. The female lead was indeed saved by the male lead, but the male lead had changed. And somehow, amidst all this chaos, the plot hadn't completely fallen apart? It was absurd. Li Chen glanced back at Li Nianci, his mind starting to murmur. That damn brat, she's probably cursing me under her breath again. Calling me a pervert? Or calling me a pervert? Just wait. I'll hang you up and beat you later, don't you dare cry. Tianhai First People's Hospital, Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. After over half an hour of emergency treatment, Tang Ling was wheeled out of the operating room. Fu Yinzhou rushed forward immediately. Doctor, how is she? The lead surgeon shook his head. The patient suffered inhumane abuse. Severe tearing in the genital area. We've completed the suturing and her condition is currently stable. Unfortunately, we couldn't save the baby. Moreover, due to this severe trauma, her chances of conceiving again are virtually zero. Upon hearing the baby was lost, Fu Yinzhou's legs buckled and he collapsed to the floor. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Didn't I tell you to stay home? Why did you run out? Why did you go there? Fu Yinzhou lifted his head, his eyes now bloodshot, and grabbed the pants of the assistant beside him. Find out. Before nightfall today, I want to know the whole truth. If you can't find it, you're all fired. The assistant scrambled to obey, while Fu Yinzhou scrambled to his feet and headed toward Tang Ling's hospital room. Several minutes later, Tang Ling slowly regained consciousness. My child. My child. The excruciating pain surging from below sent Tang Ling into a panic. She had gone to gather evidence against Tang Tang, fully aware of Lin Shuyao's malicious intent. She had been extremely cautious. Yet somehow, she had still fallen into the trap. The baby is gone. Fu Yinzhou, standing beside her, his eyes bloodshot, replied coldly. Startled, Tang Ling finally noticed someone beside her. Yinzhou, what are you doing here? Fu Yinzhou glared at Tang Ling. What? Am I surprising you? Didn't you promise me you'd stay home and take care of yourself? Why did things turn out like this? Tang Ling swallowed hard. I just wanted to help you. I truly didn't know things would turn out like this. Fu Yinzhou's voice turned cold. Don't change the subject. I asked why this happened. What exactly happened? Even now, you still refuse to tell the truth? Tang Ling was now in a no-win situation. She couldn't possibly take the blame for this alone. It was Tang Tang. She set me up. She didn't want me to carry your child. Fu Yinzhou grabbed Tang Ling by the throat. Speak. Explain clearly how she framed you. Chapter 136, Turning the Tables. Tang Ling's mind raced and she quickly devised a plan. I really wasn't lying to you. Everything I did was to help you. Didn't you want to break off the engagement with Tang Tang? I wanted to help you, so I hired a private investigator to follow her and find something to use against her. Earlier, I got word that she went into a hotel with another man. By the time I got there, she was... Wah! Tang Ling began to cry as she spoke. Fu Yinzhou's eyelid twitched. Are you saying Tang Tang deliberately baited you, luring you to the hotel, then locked you in with that man? Hearing this, Tang Ling nodded immediately. You must avenge me. Our poor child was so young. Wah! Fu Yinzhou's eyes hardened. Tang Tang wouldn't do something like this. It must be Li Chen behind her pulling the strings. I swear, I'll never forgive Li Chen. I will make him pay. Pay? Who do you intend to make pay? Suddenly, the ward door swung open as Zhang Miaomio entered with two deputies in tow. Seeing their professional attire, Fu Yinzhou froze. Law enforcement. But he hadn't called the police. Why would the law enforcement bureau be here? Zhang Miaomio paid no heed to his bewilderment and continued, we received a report implicating you in a premeditated rape case. One of them was even illegally detained by you. Please come with us for questioning. Fu Yinzhou froze. Who reported the incident? Zhang Miaomio glanced at Fu Yinzhou. The complainant is currently at our law enforcement bureau. You can see them once you arrive. Considering the injured party, Tang Ling, is in a state of discomfort, her summons may be postponed for now. Fu Yinzhou, you're coming with me. It would be best if you have your men bring that person to the enforcement bureau as well. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Fu Yinzhou had no choice but to follow Zhang Miaomio to the enforcement bureau. Upon arriving at the bureau, he finally saw the complainant. It was Tang Tang, and a professional woman in her 30s. In the interrogation room, Tang Tang repeated the story Li Chen had coached her to tell. Zhang Xiaoye and I went to negotiate with Chen Shou, the head of Yuntian Building Materials, over construction material issues at the site. During the negotiations, Chen Shou drugged us unconscious. When I woke up, we were already in another room. My brother arranged for a doctor to administer an antidote and force-fed me water, which finally brought me back to consciousness. We both underwent blood tests, which confirmed we were indeed administered the sedative. I request the Law Enforcement Bureau apprehend Chen Shou and bring him to justice. Zhang Miaomio, taking Tang Tang's statement, felt her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. To an outsider, Tang Tang's account sounded reasonable and normal. But to Zhang Miaomio, who knew part of the story, it was full of holes. Yet she couldn't expose the contradictions because she lacked evidence. Next, Zhang Xiaoye took the stand. Her testimony matched Tang Tang's, and she presented the company's itinerary records. She also reported Yun Tian building materials for multiple offenses, cutting corners, embezzlement, bribery, tax evasion, and more. When it came to Fu Yanzhou, things were much simpler. He had received a call from the maid and gone to find Tang Ling. When Chen Shou took the stand, Zhang Miaomiao's expression darkened. As a woman herself, she detested the idea of drugging and raping someone. Confess and receive leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. Tell us exactly how you drugged and raped women, and the law might show you a shred of leniency. Chen Shou flatly denied it. I didn't drug and rape anyone. I'm the victim here. It was those two women from Shulin Real Estate. They set me up. They must be trying to force me into submission to profit from me. You can draw my blood for testing if you don't believe me. I swear, I was drugged at the time. I had no control over my actions. Zhang Miaomiao froze for a moment. Chen Shou's confession surprisingly corroborated those of Tang Tang and Zhang Xiaoye. After all, Tang Tang and Zhang Xiaoye had indeed suffered no harm. Zhang Miaomiao pressed on. Then do you admit to Zhang Xiaoye's accusations that you cut corners and embezzled public funds? Chen Shou nodded. With the situation escalating to this point, his mission had long since failed. Even if he denied it, the Enforcement Bureau would soon uncover evidence. Better to be straightforward now and earn the reputation of cooperating fully with the investigation. A lighter sentence of a few months was certainly within reach. Yes. I cut corners. I pocketed kickbacks from the materials I supplied to Shulin Real Estate and passed off inferior goods as high-quality ones. All told, I embezzled over 9 million yuan. I spent some of it, but there's still about 3 million left. I'm willing to return every last cent. I only ask that you clear my name. I didn't drug anyone for rape. I was framed in a setup. Zhang Miaomiao's brain was about to explode. As a rookie handling such a complex case, she was completely overwhelmed. She had no choice but to call Li Chen. She knew Li Chen must have the whole situation under control. He had to have evidence. As for why she didn't turn to Zhao Xinmin for help, she feared Zhao Xinmin would let his grudge against Li Chen influence the case, which would put Li Chen in a very awkward position. Li Chen was summoned and cheerfully arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau, greeting people from various departments. They were all familiar faces. Zhao Xinmin had given him a hard time in the past few years, and now it was Zhang Miaomiao's turn. In the interrogation room, Zhang Miaomiao deliberately shone the bright light directly into Li Chen's eyes. Confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. Tell us the truth. What crime did you commit? Li Chen shielded his eyes with his hand and sighed helplessly. This is torture. I'm just a witness. You're using the wrong methods. I can sue you for this. Zhang Miaomiao angrily turned off the light. Do you know there was a pregnant woman in there? She just had a miscarriage? It was almost 2 lives lost in one. Zhang Miaomiao truly didn't want Li Chen to do anything wrong. She didn't want to shatter the shining image he held in her heart. Li Chen shrugged. What pregnant woman? I don't know. I just got Tang Tang's distress alert and went to rescue her and another woman. I saw a man collapsed on the ground, but I didn't recognize him, so I didn't bother with him. I brought Tang Tang and the others upstairs to a room, called a doctor to administer the antidote, and made them drink water to dilute the sedative. There were plenty of people who could vouch for me at the time. Zhang Miaomiao stared wide-eyed and demanded, Are you absolutely certain every word you've said is true? Not a single bit of it is fabricated. Seeing Zhang Miaomiao's fierce expression, Li Chen burst out laughing. Why are you copying Zhao Xinmin's glaring eyes? Don't you know you're a pretty little girl? You just make the person being interrogated think you're adorable, you know? Zhang Miaomiao froze. He called me pretty? He also said I'm cute? No. I'm interrogating him right now. Thinking this, Zhang Miaomiao slapped the table, then immediately yanked her hand back, her face contorting in pain. I'm not joking with you. Please answer my question seriously. Li Chen stifled a laugh, his expression turning serious. I swear every word I say is true. I'll take full responsibility for my words. After saying this, he couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Zhang Miaomiao clenched her fists, glaring at him with hurt eyes as tears welled up and spilled over her cheeks. Li Chen's smile froze on his face. His throat felt like it was caught, and he couldn't laugh anymore. Did your hands hurt from typing? You're such a scatterbrain, always so impulsive. Last time you kicked my riot door, and now you're slapping the iron table with your hands. I have no idea how you even graduated. Could it be that Zhao Xinmin pulled some strings for you? In the surveillance room, Zhao Xinmin received a report from his subordinate that Zhang Miaomiao was in trouble. He rushed back specifically to see what was going on. Right then, the monitor showed Li Chen making Zhang Miaomiao cry, even mocking her graduation as something he'd pulled strings for. Rage surged through him in an instant. Fumes practically shooting from his nostrils, he was ready to confront Li Chen. Chapter 137, Strip off that skin and face a man-to-man duel. Bang! The interrogation room door was violently kicked open. Both people inside froze. Jiang Miaomiao stopped crying, while Li Chen, seeing Zhao Xinmin's highly unusual state, immediately stood up and moved 2 steps to stand behind Jiang Miaomiao. He shoved Jiang Miaomiao forward, shielding her with his own body. Zhao Xinmin, don't do anything rash. This is the law enforcement bureau, you know. Hitting someone is illegal. As a law enforcement officer, assaulting someone at the bureau is a crime compounded by aggravating circumstances. Jiang Miaomiao. Arrest him immediately. Or he'll beat me up. Jiang Miaomiao also sensed something was off with Zhao Xinmin. She spread her arms wide, shielding Li Chen behind her. Uncle Zhao. What are you doing? I won't let you bully him. Zhao Xinmin's facial muscles twitched. He took a deep breath to steady himself. You little punk, aren't you so tough? What kind of man hides behind a girl? Come out here. I promise I won't beat you to death. Li Chen stood behind Jiang Miaomiao, curling his lip in disdain. If I come out just because you tell me to, what kind of face would I have left? If you've got the guts, strip down. Let's settle this like men. See if I dare to take you on. Zhao Xinmin froze for a moment, sizing up Li Chen, a strapping young man in his 20s, standing at 6 feet tall, brimming with energy. In the end, reason overcame impulse. Because he knew Li Chen was serious about beating him up. Cut the crap. Tell me how you made Miao Miao cry. How you mocked her like that and slandered me. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about walking out of this law enforcement bureau. Li Chen's mouth twitched. Can't I just be joking? Is joking a crime? You dare imprison me? Jiang Miaomiao turned to silence Li Chen. But as she turned, she stumbled right into Li Chen's arms. Looking up, she found herself gazing up at his face. Could you please stop upsetting Uncle Zhou? Please, I'm begging you. The firm words she'd prepared instantly dissolved into a soft, pleading whisper. Li Chen wasn't one to take abuse lying down. He picked up Jiang Miaomiao and set her aside. This is between him and me. Mind your own business and go play somewhere else. Old Zhao, I'm stepping in. Let's see what you can do to me today. Jiang Miaomiao was so startled by being picked up that she froze in place. Zhao Xinmin was furious, pulling out a chair and plopping down. I really can't do anything to you. But I'll be taking over the interrogation from here on out. Your good days are probably coming to an end. Li Chen showed no sign of backing down as he pulled out a stool and sat down. You've said that to me at least 30 times already. I'm actually curious, when exactly will my good days come to an end? Jiang Miaomiao was utterly speechless at the two of them. This is my case. I'm done questioning him. Both of you, get out. The interrogation room needs to be available for those who actually need it. Zhao Xinmin and Li Chen were eventually kicked out. Jiang Miaomiao personally escorted Li Chen to his car. I'm sorry. I apologize on behalf of Uncle Zhou. He misunderstood you. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively and retrieved a bottle of potion from his storage box. That's between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. I have a bottle of self-developed potion here. It works wonders on bruises and injuries. Take it and rub it on your hands. You'll recover quickly. Taking the potion, Jiang Miaomiao felt deeply moved. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll talk to Uncle Zhao and make sure he doesn't give you a hard time anymore. Li Chen smiled and pulled a USB drive from his pocket. This contains the deleted surveillance footage from that hotel. It took me over an hour to restore it, gathering every software engineer at Li Technology. I was going to give it to you, but Zhao Xinmin interrupted us and I forgot. Taking the flash drive, Jiang Miaomiao's eyes suddenly reddened and she began to cry. Ugh. You clearly had evidence, why didn't you give it to me from the start? Did you want to make me cry just to feel satisfied? Li Chen froze, then quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe away her tears. But you were the one who tried to intimidate me from the start. I just wanted to tease you. Who knew you couldn't take a joke? You're the squad leader now. You need to learn to be stronger, okay? Jiang Miaomiao shot Li Chen a disapproving look. Oomph. Just you wait. When I get my hands on you, I'll make you pay. After delivering her threat, she took off running. Li Chen was left utterly baffled as he returned to the car. Nianci, do you think Jiang Miaomiao has something wrong with her head? After all I did for her, she actually tried to arrest me? Doesn't she feel even a shred of gratitude toward me? Did I pick the wrong person? Li Nianci. You dumb pig. Can't you even tell if she is being coy or angry? How did I end up with a brother like you? Put. You're not my biological brother. I'd never give birth to such an idiot. Li Chen now dared not touch Li Nianci at all. He was certain she was cursing him as an idiot or something similar. He learned his lesson. Any complaints he had, he vented to Li Nianci. This way, he had someone from his hometown to vent to, a mute one at that, who wouldn't talk back. It made him feel better and helped pass the time for Li Nianci. Trapped for 17 years, her resentment must be immense. Cursing him served as a release. Better that than risk her going mad from pent-up frustration before he could rescue her. That would be disastrous. Thanks to the surveillance footage Li Chen provided, the person who drugged them was apprehended within 2 hours. She was a hotel waitress who took money from Chen Shou to slip sleeping pills into Tang Tang and the others' drinks. As for why Chen Shou himself had fallen victim, she had no idea. But now that the culprit was caught, fear made her invent a story. She claimed the drinks had been mixed up, and she'd accidentally laced Chen Shou's drink too. Faced with irrefutable witness testimony and physical evidence, Chen Shou had no choice but to confess. He admitted he had indeed considered drugging and raping Tang Tang. But all of this was orchestrated by Lin Zhang of the Lin family. Since things had already come to this, he didn't mind dragging the person who threatened him down with him. Had Lin Zhang not forced his hand, the shoddy construction wouldn't have been exposed so soon. Based on his first impression of Shulin Real Estate's new boss, he could tell she was a naive young woman, completely incapable of spotting problems so quickly. Once construction was completed, all the flaws would be buried. It would take years before they could be unearthed again. Lin Zhang, Lin Shuyao's father and the former owner of Shulin Real Estate, was still recovering at the First People's Hospital. After Lin Zhang was arrested overnight, Lin Shuyao panicked and immediately called Fu Yanzhou. Fu Yanzhou rushed to Villa 33. The moment he entered, he saw Lin Shuyao weeping bitterly. "Sister Shuyao, please don't cry. Your wounds might get infected. Just tell me what happened." Lin Shuyao stopped crying and looked vulnerable. "Yanzhou, my dad was arrested." Fu Yanzhou froze, his mind filled with question marks. Uncle Lin was arrested? Wasn't he recovering in the hospital? Why? Lin Shuyao hesitated. "You have to promise me you won't get angry before I can tell you." The situation was urgent. Fu Yanzhou didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately agreed, "I won't get angry. Just tell me. After I tell you, I'll figure out a way to get him out." Chapter 138, "This is the last time I'll help you." After carefully choosing her words, Lin Shuyao spoke. "I want to help you eliminate Tang Tang and Tang Ling." Fu Yanzhou frowned in confusion. "Why would you want to do that? Does this have anything to do with Uncle Lin's situation?" Lin Shuyao nodded. "Let me finish. That Tang Tang is Li Chen's mole planted within the Fu Corporation. Should she marry into the Fu family in the future, she will inevitably become a major threat to you. Therefore, she must be eliminated. As for Tang Ling, she's cunning and treacherous. From the moment she drugged you, she must have already calculated that she would become pregnant. Now, using the child she carries as leverage, she schemes to exploit you to save her mother. She even covets the position of matriarch of the Fu household. Both she and her mother have a history of murder, kidnapping, and baby swapping. I fear she may pose a threat to you and your offspring in the future, potentially killing you to seize power. Therefore, she too must be eliminated." Fu Yanzhou felt his head grow light from the weight of it all. "I've naturally considered all you've said, but what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Could you please be clear about your intentions?" Lin Shuyao's eyes flickered. "I schemed to incite our former business partner to target Tang Tang, then had Tang Ling dig up dirt on her, making the sisters turn against each other. To marry into the Fu family, Tang Ling would force Tang Tang to renounce the engagement, allowing you to reclaim the 100 billion yuan dowry. Once Tang Tang becomes useless, the Li family behind her will be furious and inevitably turn on Tang Ling, using them to do my dirty work, eliminating future troubles for you. I just didn't expect Tang Ling to be such a useless piece of trash." Lin Shuyao trailed off. Fu Yanzhou's face alternated between pale and crimson. "So you're the mastermind behind all this, not Li Chen? You're the one who caused Tang Ling to be violated and miscarry, killing my child?" Lin Shuyao shook her head. "It's not like that. It's because someone sabotaged my plan. They rescued Tang Tang early, forcing Tang Ling to take the blame. And the one who contacted Chen Shou was my father. Now that he's been implicated, only you can save him. You must understand everything I've done was for you. I never wanted this accident to happen either." Fu Yanzhou collapsed onto the sofa. At first, he thought Li Chen was behind it, but it turned out to be a scheme orchestrated by his own sister, the one he trusted most. Perhaps it was true, as she claimed everything was for his sake. But his child was truly gone. Seeing Fu Yanzhou's despondent state, Lin Shuyao grew anxious. Lin Zhang's condition was even worse than hers, which is why he was still hospitalized. Now that he'd been arrested, if the exposed new skin became contaminated, skin grafting would become impossible. That would be a devastating blow to Lin Zhang. "Yanzhou, brother. Look, the situation is already set in stone. Your child won't be coming back either. Why not let everything settle? Release my father. After all, he was always kind to you, wasn't he?" Fu Yanzhou lifted his bloodshot eyes. "Let things settle? How exactly do you propose that?" Lin Shuyao considered it for a moment. "Have Tang Ling drop the charges. Just say it was consensual. As for Tang Tang, Li Chen wants compensation, right? Give him some more assets, and Tang Tang will drop the charges. As long as neither of them pursues it, it won't be considered a serious consequence. My father can be released on bail easily." Fu Yanzhou looked at Lin Shuyao, a strange feeling welling up inside him. Was this still the considerate sister he once knew? Why did he feel a sense of dread? "Sister Shuyao, are you really asking me to do this?" Don't you feel even a shred of guilt? Lin Shuyao froze for a moment. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I feel guilty? Everything I've done was for you. It was just a failed attempt. Don't lose heart. Next time, we'll succeed. Fu Yanzhou's heart skipped a beat and a chill ran through him. He had never imagined Lin Shuyao could be so cold-hearted. Sister Shuyao, do you remember why you protected me when we were children? Fu Yanzhou was testing the waters. Even if Lin Shuyao said she helped him out of pity, he would accept it. Lin Shuyao's eyes lit up. I'd forgotten all about it. Back then, it was my dad who told me to help you and stand up for you. See how kind my dad was to you? So this time, you absolutely have to save him. In this world, no one could ever be kinder to you than my father. Lin Shuyao's words exploded like thunder in Fu Yanzhou's mind. It turns out what my mother told me when I was little was true. Lin Shuyao helped him because Lin Zhang was pulling the strings behind the scenes. They wanted to leverage the Fu family's influence to elevate the Lin family. Back then, he refused to believe it and had a huge fight with Lu Qing. Later, when Lu Qing targeted Lin Shuyao, he repeatedly defied his mother's wishes. Looking back now, he truly felt like a laughingstock. I'll help her one last time. From this day forward, our ties of gratitude are severed. Alright, Sister Shuyao. Get some rest. Leave the rest to me. Fu Yanzhou rose and departed, though his back seemed more hunched than usual. Lin Shuyao sensed something amiss, but the thought that Fu Yanzhou still obeyed her so readily instantly banished her unease. Hospital ward. Seeing Fu Yanzhou arrive, Tang Ling's heart swelled with joy. Yanzhou, you're back. Who upset you? Fu Yanzhou forced a smile. Nothing much, just some work stuff. Are you feeling any better now? Hearing Fu Yanzhou's caring words, Tang Ling's heart melted. All her efforts felt worthwhile in that moment. I'm much better now. Don't worry about me. Once I'm fully recovered, we'll have a baby. Then we'll have a boy and a girl together, okay? Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou felt a pang of emotion in his nose, and a glimmer of tears welled up in his eyes. Tang Ling didn't know that the severe injury she'd suffered had left her unable to conceive again. He felt he had failed the child, and he had failed Tang Ling. Lingling, can I ask you for one favor? Hearing Fu Yanzhou address her this way for the first time, Tang Ling beamed. Anything concerning you, I'll agree to. Fu Yanzhou's heart lifted. Could you write a statement of understanding, confirming that you were willing at the time? Hearing this, Tang Ling thought her ears were deceiving her. What did you say? Could you repeat that? What letter of understanding? What voluntary act? Fu Yanzhou's eyelid twitched slightly. It's about you and Chen Shou. Now it's implicated Lin Zhang. If you sign the statement of understanding and admit it was voluntary, he can have most of his charges dropped. Tang Ling sat up in shock from the hospital bed. The sudden movement tore at her wounds, blood seeping through the sheets without her noticing. Fu Yanzhou. Do you know what you're saying? I'm your woman. I'm carrying your child. Now that this huge mess has happened, you want me to sign a statement of forgiveness saying it was consensual just to save Lin Shuyao's father? You know full well Lin Shuyao is the one harming me, yet you're still determined to help her, aren't you? Fu Yanzhou clenched his jaw. This is the last time I'll help her. After this, I'll sever all ties with her. Tang Ling laughed bitterly. So you're sacrificing me and our child to fill the void in your heart, aren't you? Fu Yanzhou. Tang Ling, must have been blind to ever fall for a heartless bastard like you. Get out of my life. Chapter 139, Sister 666. Thud. Fu Yanzhou knelt on both knees beside Tang Ling's hospital bed, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry. I'm begging you. I've never begged anyone like this before. Lin Shuyao said she was targeting Tang, not you. This was just an accident. Everything she did was for me. If you're willing to let go, I'll give you whatever compensation you want. At the mention of compensation, Tang Ling regained her composure. If she couldn't have his love, refusing even compensation would make her a fool. Fine, I'll let go. Rescue my mother and give us another 10 billion, and I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Fu Yanzhou's brow furrowed deeply. Where would I even get 100 billion now? Most of my money was seized by the Tang family as part of the betrothal gift. And a small portion of my assets has been transferred to Tang's name. I can only give you 10 billion at most. That's my absolute limit, not a penny more. And there's too much incriminating evidence against your mother. It's unrealistic for her to walk free. At best, I can try to get her sentence reduced. Tang Ling paused. She hadn't expected Fu Yanzhou to agree to her 100 billion yuan demand in the first place. She'd been blind before, always chasing after someone beyond her reach. Now that she'd sobered up, Fu Yanzhou appeared to her as nothing more than a spineless, useless man. Comparing them side by side, Fu Yanzhou fell short by a mile compared to Li Chen, who also had 100 billion fortune. This spineless loser couldn't even speak up when his own mother died, letting others toy with and hurt his own woman and child at will. There was no future with him. Sooner or later, he'd be disowned by the Fu family and kicked out of Fu Enterprises. Better to take a lump sum now and flee far away with mom. 10 billion it is, but I want the money first. And the matter of reducing my mother's sentence must be resolved swiftly. Hearing Tang Ling agree, Fu Yanzhou exhaled in relief and stood up. Thank you for compromising for me. I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Once I finish the project I'm working on, I'll give you double compensation. Tang Ling now despised Fu Yanzhou even more. She gave a cold laugh. You'd better hurry up and get my mom out of there. If you delay any longer, your Uncle Lin will be sentenced. By then, it'll be too late to save him. For the first time, Fu Yanzhou sensed Tang Ling's resistance. A dull ache began to stir in his heart, as if he'd lost something profoundly important. Just focus on getting better. Leave the rest to me. This is the last time. The very last time I'll hurt you. Never again. Leaving the hospital room, Fu Yanzhou felt as if he'd lost his soul. After exiting the hospital, he wandered aimlessly. Before he knew it, he found himself at the largest shopping mall in Tianhai. At the mall entrance, several familiar figures caught his eye. 5 stunningly beautiful girls stepped out one after another from a stretched luxury limousine. Following closely behind them was none other than Li Chen, the person he had been thinking about day and night. Unable to resist, he stepped forward to greet them. Mr. Li. Bringing your girlfriends shopping? Li Chen turned around, his face darkening. Fu Yanzhou? Don't you know how to speak? What do you mean my girlfriends? They're all my top employees. Don't think you can spread rumors just because you're the Fu Corporation president. Watch out, I might sue you for defamation. Fu Yanzhou gave an awkward chuckle. I'm the one who spoke out of turn. I apologize. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you. Do you have time? Li Chen rolled his eyes. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm busy tending to these 5 ladies? What time do you think I have left? Fu Yanzhou turned to see 4 women glaring at him, including his own fiancée, and felt a strange pang of envy. It's fine. I can tag along and carry your bags. He desperately needed someone to guide him now, and Li Chen was the perfect choice. Though they were rivals, only the strongest adversary could bring him to his senses. Having someone carry his bags was fine by Li Chen. Fine. You can tag along if you want, but don't you dare mess with those ladies. If you piss them off, they'll make my life miserable. The women were sensible enough to take Li Nianci shopping instead. Fu Yanzhou, trailing behind them, couldn't help but remark, they seem genuinely happy around you. How do you manage to make those around you so content? Li Chen paused for a moment. Give them freedom, give them space, give them a little care. When they face difficulties, lend a helping hand. It's simple. They don't ask for much. Fu Yanzhou listened, his temples throbbing. You're so much luckier than I am. You're surrounded by pure-hearted, kind people. Li Chen curled his lip. That sounds as foul as a fart. Isn't that innocent and kind Tang Tang your fiancé? How did you treat her? Nothing but suspicion and distrust, while letting others humiliate her. And innocent, kind Chengchang, what did your so-called best friend Lu Jingchen do to her? They were both so beautiful. How did you treat them? Do you still think I'm the lucky one now? Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou felt a lump rise in his throat, choking him. Li Chen was right. All of this was entirely their own doing. Which one of them did you like the most? I'm not trying to trick you. I genuinely want to know. Even if you like my fiancé, it's fine. There's no affection between us, only hatred. Li Chen shot Fu Yanzhou a dismissive glance. Why should I have to choose? Can't I like both? Fu Yanzhou froze for a moment. Aren't you afraid they'll find out and cause trouble? At this, Li Chen's overbearing aura deflated considerably. So what if they fight? What kid doesn't fight for attention or get into fights? Once they grow up and understand things, it'll be fine. Fu Yanzhou abruptly halted in his tracks and grabbed Li Chen's arm. What did you say? Children? You're raising them as children? Li Chen replied matter-of-factly, so what? Is there a problem with that? Back home, we have a saying, if you love her, treat her like a child and spoil her rotten. They're all little princesses I hold in the palm of my hand. Got a problem with that? Fu Yanzhou breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. I wholeheartedly agree with that saying from your hometown. Could I ask you a favor? Get Tang Tang to drop the lawsuit. Li Chen frowned. You want to save Lin Zhen? Have you lost your mind? Do you know what this means? Li Chen genuinely couldn't figure out whether Fu Yanzhou was stupid or just plain evil. He could actually stomach something like this and even step in as an intermediary for Lin Shuyao. His original plan was to squeeze another billion out of Fu Yanzhou. According to the plan, Tang Tang would sue Qinshou, exposing the Lin family behind the scenes in the process. Fu Yanzhou would inevitably make concessions to settle the matter. But he hadn't anticipated Tang Ling jumping into the fray. So he might as well go all out and fleece Tang Ling too. In his mind, Fu Yanzhou should have been seething with hatred toward the Lin family. Yet reality proved otherwise. He chose forgiveness and even stepped forward to aid the Lins. The power of the white moonlight was indeed terrifying. Fu Yanzhou nodded. Of course I know the consequences. I'll be abandoned by everyone. But I no longer care about any of that. I've already convinced Tang Ling. Only Tang Tang remains. I'm willing to pay any price, whatever I can afford, just name it. Hearing Fu Yanzhou say he'd already persuaded Tangling, Li Chen's worldview shattered completely. He truly couldn't comprehend it. Was this some peculiar trait of the female-oriented literary world? That both the male and female leads here believe any mistake can be forgiven? Nianci sister, you rock. Chapter 136, is calling the police even worth it? After a moment's thought, Li Chen said indifferently, since you've made up your mind, then give Tang Tang the shares of this largest mall in Tianhai. I know this is also your business. Look how happy they are shopping here. Fu Yanzhou's facial muscles twitched. This mall was his most valuable trump card, worth well over 500 billion. Even with just a 10% stake, it exceeded 50 billion. And its value was only going to rise. Truly the tycoon of commerce, his vision was ruthlessly sharp. But none of that mattered anymore. As long as the project in his hands could proceed smoothly, the Fu Corporation's valuation would soar to at least 1 trillion. Moreover, as Li Chen had said, even if he failed, leaving all his assets in Tang Tang's hands would be far better than having them divided among others. After all, he was Tang Tang's fiancé. Out of concern for reputation and pride, Li Chen would surely leave him a way out. Perhaps if he improved himself, he still had a chance to marry Tang Tang. She was a genuinely good girl, merely exploited by Li Chen. Agreed. I'll go back now and draft the contract. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Li Chen patted Fu Yanzhou on the shoulder. Hold on a minute. After all the questions I've answered for you, shouldn't you at least show a little appreciation? You're the largest shareholder in this mall. Shouldn't your fiancé and her girlfriends be able to shop here without spending a dime? School starts soon. As her fiancé, shouldn't you be putting in a little effort? Fu Yanzhou understood Li Chen was trying to fleece him, so he simply pulled out a black card. This is the mall's supreme black card, with a limit of 5,500. I'll cover their purchases today. Tossing the card down, Fu Yanzhou hurried away. He was genuinely swamped right now, both in matters of the heart and business, with a mountain of things demanding his attention. Girls, with those skinny arms and legs, aren't you tired after walking so long? After Fu Yanzhou left, Li Chen quickened his pace to catch up with the women. He'd never understood this in either of his lifetimes. Why did most women never tire of shopping? And this mysterious phenomenon seemed to transcend age. The girls exchanged glances and sat down on a nearby bench. Well, let's sit down and rest for a bit. Shan, I'd love a cup of milk tea. Brother Chen, I want ice cream pineapple flavor. Young master, I won't trouble you, just bring me a glass of water. Bro, can I have some fried chicken? Me too. Me too. I want lemon tea and toast. Watching the 5 girls line up to order, Li Chen was stunned. Are you all trying to die? I told you to rest, not to start eating right here. And can't you tell I'm exhausted? I'm the one who needs a break, got it? The girls exchanged glances. Aiken, are you tired? Then sit here and rest while I go buy you some water. I'll go instead. I used to work around here and know the shortest route. I used to be a guide here too. I'll go. None of you need to go. I brought the young master's favorite tea. Finally, Mu Shengsheng pulled out a thermos from her bosom and poured Li Chen a cup of tea. Holding the cup, feeling its lingering warmth, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Indeed, those destined to be the female lead or supporting characters were anything but ordinary. Their thought processes were bizarrely fascinating. The women all turned to look at Mu Shengsheng, their eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Li Chen quickly pulled out the black card Fu Yanzhou had given him. Fu Yanzhou is the big boss of this mall. I got you all a black card. School starts soon, and you must still need to prepare many things. Buy whatever you want, the best of everything. Fu Yanzhou is covering all expenses today. There's 15 million in there. Spend it however you like. Su Muxue jumped up and snatched the black card, planting a kiss on Li Chen's cheek. Thanks, honey. You're the best. Xin Xinga also jumped up, but Li Chen grabbed her arm and held her back. Don't get carried away, okay? We're in public, mind your image. And you lot over there. Li Chen shot a warning glance at the other girls. Xin Xinga pouted. Poof. You're just biased. I'm your girlfriend. Why won't you let me kiss you? Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Su Muxue, come here. Kiss each of them once. You can't show favoritism. Su Muxue's heart blossomed with delight at his words. Li Chen was clearly favoring her. Without a second thought, she pulled Xin Xinga's face toward hers for a kiss. Then she reached out her claws toward Tang Tang and Mu Shengsheng, who both recoiled in fright. The group chased each other playfully, running farther and farther away. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief and pulled up the abandoned Li Nianci. You're something else, bro. You managed to defuse that situation. You really are a scumbag. Hearing Li Nianci's inner thoughts, Li Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He couldn't help but inwardly rant. If it weren't for you, you ungrateful brat, your brother here wouldn't have to endure all this, forced into constant concessions by a bunch of little girls. Mr. Li. May I speak with you privately? A hoarse voice called out from behind him. Li Chen turned to see a white-haired old woman, his eyes clouding with confusion. Are you speaking to me? The old woman nodded. Yes. Li Chen, the true wealthiest man in Tianhai, the real power behind the Li Group. Li Chen shrugged. Seems you've done your research on me, though this information is readily available everywhere. May I ask what brings you here, dear auntie? The old woman smiled. So it seems that Li Bigmouth, notorious for his vicious reputation, is actually a polite young man after all. Rumors really can be harmful. Li Chen rolled his eyes. You really know how to rub salt in the wound. Get to the point. Beating around the bush is tiresome. The old woman paused, her expression turning serious. I am Zhong Yanshou of the Gu family from Yunjin. I have come for the Gu family bloodline. Li Chen froze slightly. The Gu family of Yunjin, he had heard of them. A prominent family with centuries of heritage, holding assets worth hundreds of billions similar to the Fu family of Tianhai. Yet he had never crossed paths with them. The Gu family bloodline? Could my father be a member of the Gu family? He was forced by the family to come to Tianhai with my mother, change our surname to Li, and live under a new identity. Are you here to bring me home now? Zhong Yanshou's aged face twitched as his voice betrayed astonishment. Young man, your imagination is truly vivid. No wonder you succeeded. I do wish you were my grandson. Too bad I'm not that lucky. I'm here about Wang Lijuan. Li Chen frowned, a wave of disgust rising inexplicably within him. You're that old woman who bribed Wang Lijuan back then, ruining an innocent girl's reputation? Don't you dare leave. I'm calling the police to arrest you right now. Watching Li Chen genuinely pull out his phone to dial 911, Zhong Yanshou froze in shock. In her 80-odd years, she'd never encountered someone who refused to play by the rules. You're a billionaire tycoon, for heaven's sake. Could you please not be so rash? You don't even know the full story, and you're already calling the police to arrest me? Is this any fun? Li Chen pursed his lips. Of course it is. I don't care what forced you into it back then. The bottom line is you committed a crime, and you'll face the consequences. The enforcement team is already on their way. If you have anything to say, you'll have to explain it to the Bureau of Law Enforcement. Chapter 137, The Gu Family of Yunjin. Li Chen had his reasons for acting this way. Based on his understanding of these aristocratic families, the return of an heir would inevitably involve all sorts of messy verifications and trials. It was pure time wasting and torment. But once the authorities got involved, if they uncovered any genuine connection between Xinxinga and the Gu family, it would be settled immediately. He couldn't be bothered to play mind games and scheme with these aristocratic families. Xinxinga was a girl. To a powerful family like the Gus, she might not be that important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed her to be lost for 20 years. The Gu family is so wealthy, the right move would be to swiftly allocate a portion of their fortune to Xinxinga, making them cough up billions to compensate Xinxinga and her mother for their years of suffering well. If they dared refuse, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Upon receiving Li Chen's alert, Zhang Miaomiao rushed to the mall in a panic. Seeing that the suspect was an elderly woman in her 80s, Zhang Miaomiao froze in surprise. Captain Zhang, I'll tell you this. Li Chen pulled Zhang Miaomiao aside and recounted Zhong Yanshou's actions with dramatic exaggeration. Zhang Miaomiao instantly boiled with rage, turning to glare at Zhong Yanshou. This happened too? You vicious old hag, I. Li Chen acted swiftly, wrapping his arms around Zhang Miaomiao from behind and covering her mouth with his hand. You brat, you're an enforcer now. Are you trying to get yourself killed? I'll have someone investigate how you even graduated someday. Held by Li Chen, Zhang Miaomiao's mind went blank. Seconds later, she snapped back to reality and stomped down hard on Li Chen's instep. Let go of me. Watch out, I'll report you for assaulting an officer. Li Chen winced at the pain and immediately stepped back. You little brat. Are you serious? Seeing the pain etched on Li Chen's face, Zhang Miaomiao felt a pang of regret. Why had she used so much force? Once I'm done with official business, I'll settle this with you. With that, she led her men away, taking Zhong Yanshou with them. Zhong Yanshou stared in utter disbelief. She never would have imagined she'd actually be arrested. But Tianhai wasn't Yunjin, her influence didn't extend here. She had no choice but to temporarily concede. Before long, Zhang Miaomiao returned to the mall alone, jogging back. Seeing her panting, Li Chen paused in surprise. You really came back to settle the score with me? Don't rush. Have some tea to calm down first. Taking the teacup Li Chen offered, Zhang Miaomiao's eyes reddened slightly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that earlier. Li Chen nodded. It was just a reflex. I get it. I was just panicking. I'll be more careful next time. Hearing this, Zhang Miaomiao couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face. You don't blame me? Li Chen froze, then quickly pulled tissues from Li Nianci's small bag to wipe away Zhang Miaomiao's tears. I told you, it was your instinctive reaction. Why would I blame you? I'm the one in pain here. Why are you crying? Zhang Miaomiao fought back her tears, lowering her gaze to the sole of Li Chen's shoe where a distinct footprint was visible. I'll take you to the hospital to get it checked out. Li Chen shook his foot and chuckled. I'm not so delicate that I need hospital treatment just because a girl stepped on me. If you're not going back to interrogate that Zhang Nianci, why did you come back here? Zhang Miumiu watched Li Chen take a light breath. Because I couldn't stop worrying about you. I've already taken leave from the bureau and had Uncle Zhao take over the case. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao has extensive investigative experience. He'll get to the bottom of this. I'll see this through for you too. Li Chen felt a bit dazed. He turned to look at Li Nianci and grabbed her hand. Li Nianci, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Go look at the young lady over there. What a gorgeous police officer. She even took time off work to hang out with you after you hit on her. You've got some nerve. Oomph. Li Chen quickly let go of Li Nianci's hand in fright. Captain Jiang. I'm really fine. And I don't need you to take responsibility. I think the case is more important. Li Chen now found these girls nothing but a headache. He dared not provoke Zhang Miumiu again. Zhang Miumiu forced a smile. I've already taken the leave anyway, and it's been ages since I last had a break. I'll go window shop at the mall. I'm sure Mr. Li won't mind. Li Chen's mouth twitched. No objections. How could I possibly object? Take your time, Captain Jiang. I have some business to attend to and must leave now. He dared not linger a moment longer, pulling Li Nianci along as they hurried toward the other women. Zhang Miumiu smiled and followed suit, keeping pace with Li Chen. Jewelry store. As soon as Li Chen entered, he saw the women gathered together, discussing various accessories non-stop. He was puzzled, but he respected their interest. The girls spotted him and immediately pulled him into their discussion. His eyes went dark. He couldn't make heads or tails of what these girls were talking about. Aren't we here to buy school supplies? Does this even have anything to do with studying? Li Chen fired off the soul-searching question, leaving the girls stunned. Ah, Chen. Don't you know happiness makes people secrete? When we're happy, studying naturally becomes twice as effective with half the effort. Exactly, Su Muxue is absolutely right, Xinxingde chimed in. Miss Su's reasoning is scientifically sound. I agree with her, Mu Shengsheng concurred. I think they're right. Tang, unsure what else to say, could only concur. Li Chen accepted their explanation in a daze. Buy it all. Buy whatever catches your eye. After all, they're all learning tools. You can't let studying suffer. Captain Jiang, pick out a few things for yourself too. A good mood will definitely boost our case-solving efficiency. Zhang Miumiu froze for a moment. Can I pick something too? Li Chen nodded. Everyone gets a share. Besides, Fu Yanzhou's treating us today might as well take advantage. Surrounded by the dazzling array of exquisite jewelry, Zhang Miumiu felt her heart flutter. The main reason was that the other girls all had some, and she felt a bit uneasy about it. Why couldn't she have what others had? She wasn't lacking anything. Well, I really will pick something then. Don't regret it later. Li Chen, headache-inducing from the girls' chatter, pushed Li Nianci toward them. You girls have fun. I need some quiet time. Who's Jingjing? The girls asked in unison. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Just calm down. I want some peace and quiet. Got it? The girls nodded in realization, then quickly returned to discussing various accessories. Li Chen stepped out of the shop and dialed an unfamiliar number. The Gu family of Yunjin, look into them for me. Also, deploy additional personnel to keep a close watch on Niao Yuan. I suspect the Gu family's motives aren't pure. Keep a close watch on the movements of the other Gu family members. After hanging up, Li Chen fell deep in thought. Law Enforcement Bureau Interrogation Room. All of Zhou Nianqiu's files were laid out before Zhao Xinmin. Zhou Nianci, the billionaire conglomerate controller of the Gu family in Yunjin? Why did you appear in Tianhai, and why did you bring a team of over 100 people? Facing Zhao Xinmin's interrogation, Zhou Nianci remained unruffled. I received word that a descendant of the Gu family had appeared in Tianhai. I came to find my grandson. Zhao Xinmin frowned. According to our records, the Gu family line ended 20 years ago when the last direct descendant, Gu Shouming, passed away unexpectedly. And now you come to Tianhai searching for descendants of the Gu family? That's a pretty lame lie. Zhao Xinmin's words seemed to stir up painful memories for Zhou Nianci. Her breathing grew rapid, and tears streamed down her aged face. Yes. My Gu family was indeed framed by treacherous individuals 20 years ago, leading to the extinction of our line. But I refuse to accept it. How could I let centuries of our Gu family's legacy be destroyed on my watch? So before my last son died, I preserved his seed using the most advanced technology available at the time. To evade detection by hidden enemies, I disguised myself as a traveling merchant and journeyed thousands of miles to Tianhai. The technology back then was primitive, and I couldn't guarantee my son's seed would take on the first try. So I bribed Wang Lijuan, the obstetrics and gynecology department head on duty at the time. I instructed her to distribute the seed among multiple healthy young women, hoping for a miracle. But, Chapter 138, my mom called me home for dinner. Zhou Nianci paused abruptly mid-sentence. I suspect there's a hostile spy from my Gu family among you. I can't say more. I need to see your leader. No. Zhou Nianci abruptly changed her mind. I want to see Li Chen. I uncovered from Wang Lijuan that Li Chen forced her to send the message. I can confirm that my Gu family bloodline must be in his possession now. All I want now is to speak with him. Zhao Xinmin's facial muscles twitched. We are the Law Enforcement Bureau. You don't trust the Law Enforcement Bureau, yet you trust Li Chen? You're from Yunjin. You probably don't know what kind of person Li Chen really is. If your Gu family heir is truly in his hands, he'll strip you bare. Your best course of action now is to cooperate fully with the Law Enforcement Bureau. Zhou Nianci shot Zhao Xinmin a glance. I can see you're someone driven by a desire for revenge. Search your conscience, dare you claim you're more trustworthy than Li Chen? Bang! Zhao Xinmin slammed his hand on the table and stood up, the interrogation room echoing with the clatter. He'd heard this line countless times from Li Chen, and each time it made him furious. But reality had taught him that the Law Enforcement Bureau wasn't omnipotent. He represented the rules, yet was bound by them himself, an unsolvable dilemma. Are you questioning the capabilities of our Law Enforcement Bureau? Do you know who Li Chen is? Forget the past. In less than 2 months, he's destroyed several family businesses, involving hundreds of billions in capital. Are you sure you still trust him? Zhou Nianci nodded. I took the time to look into him after arriving. I know he's a highly capable young man. People like him may seem eccentric and ruthless on the surface, but they also have strong principles. Having lived this long, I trust my own judgment. Zhao Xinmin had no real recourse against someone like Zhou Nianci. She was a super entrepreneur herself, and an octogenarian at that. The Enforcement Bureau dared not treat her too harshly. Fine. Zhao Xinmin finally conceded. I can arrange for Li Chen to be summoned, but remember you'll bear full responsibility for any consequences. Our Enforcement Bureau operates by the rules. There's a lot we can't control when it comes to him. Leaving Zhou Nianci behind, Zhao Xinmin picked up his phone and found Li Chen's number, but hesitated. Seconds later, he dialed Jiang Miaomiu instead. Your vacation is cancelled. Bring Li Chen to the Enforcement Bureau immediately. This is an order. He hung up without another word. Inside the jewelry store, Jiang Miaomiu had just picked out several beautiful necklaces and bracelets when she received Zhao Xinmin's call. She hurriedly dropped the items and prepared to leave. Su Muxue grabbed her arm. She knew full well that Jiang Miaomiu was a talent specifically cultivated by Li Chen, and had recently been a huge help to him. Don't rush, Su Muxue said. You haven't picked up your stuff yet. Jiang Miaomiu paused, taken aback. She'd only joined in the commotion out of spite, never truly intending to take anything. But now that Su Muxue had asked, her mind began to calculate. A few days ago, Zhao Xinmin had already given her the death compensation for her parents and herself. She was now a little rich girl, she certainly couldn't afford it. She certainly couldn't let these women outdo her. Waiter, wrap these up for me. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Charge it. Su Muxue chuckled, grabbed the necklaces and bracelets, and shoved them straight into Jiang Miaomiu's pocket. I know you've got a new assignment coming up. Go ahead and get to work. Aiken said someone's treating us to dinner tonight. Jiang Miaomiu froze for a moment. The items in this shop weren't cheap. The few items she'd picked out would easily cost over 300,000. Seeing Jiang Miaomiu hesitate, Su Muxue quickly ushered her out the door. Official business comes first. You should go now. Li Chen glanced back and saw them tugging at each other by the door. Curious, he walked over. Spotting Li Chen, Jiang Miaomiu instantly forgot everything else and grabbed his arm, pulling him along. Uncle Zhao called saying that old woman wants to see you. She said she won't say anything unless you show up. You need to come back with me right now. Li Chen frowned, puzzled by what Zhou Nianci was up to, but he still turned back to give Su Muxue a quick wave. Keep an eye on them. No trouble. No fighting, understand? Su Muxue flushed. We're not children. We can take care of ourselves. If you have business, just go already. She was practically itching for Li Chen to leave. With the black card in her hands, as long as Li Chen was gone, she was the queen. She could hold sway over the other girls. Interrogation room. Li Chen once again sat down on the cold metal chair. Across from him, Zhou Nianci smiled and said, Young man, we meet again. You're quite the character, kid. You've given this old woman her first taste of sitting on the cold bench. Li Chen chuckled. You'll get used to it. It's only because you met me a little late. Otherwise, I'd have had you experiencing the routine of room and board long ago. Zhou Nianci looked puzzled. We've only just met. Why do you harbor such hostility toward me? Li Chen didn't hide anything, recounting the ordeal Shinxinga and her daughter had endured over the years. However, he didn't reveal their names or current whereabouts to Zhou Nianci. Zhou Nianci's pupils dilated violently upon hearing this. I'm sorry. I truly had no idea things would turn out this way. Li Chen sneered coldly. If apologies were enough, what would be the point of the Enforcement Bureau? I genuinely don't understand right now. After doing something like this, why did you just let it slide afterward? Do you truly care that much about your family's legacy? This question had also plagued Li Chen, and it was the true reason he dared not reveal the identities of Xingxingda and her daughter. Zhong Yanqiu sighed deeply. Ah. After I did that back then, the family fell into turmoil over a power struggle because I'd been away for so long. I had no choice but to rush back to put out the fire. But by the time I resolved the family matters and returned to Tianhai, I'd lost contact with those target girls. I searched for over a month. I did manage to find 8 of them. Unfortunately, the extraction and preservation technology back then wasn't advanced enough. None of those 8 became pregnant, and I never saw the remaining 2 again. It was only after seeing Wang Lijuan's video that I returned to Tianhai to search again. I know she must be in your hands. Name your terms. You're a smart man. You should know where to draw the line. After hearing Zhong Yanqiu's explanation, Li Chen took a moment to compose himself. From the tone of your voice, this child seems to hold great importance for your Gu family. Since this is a business deal, integrity is what matters most. I don't want you to hide anything from me. Zhong Yanqiu gave Li Chen a piercing look. You really are a ruthless man. I have no fear in telling you. The Gu family bloodline has been severed. Only this old woman remains to barely keep things going. The Gu family needs an heir. Li Chen's eyelids fluttered slightly. He hadn't realized the Gu family's situation had deteriorated to such an extent. He'd thought it would be a simple matter of finding the child and securing more compensation for Xingxingda and her daughter. But now he realized this damn thing was a massive pitfall. For a centuries-old clan like the Gu family to be driven to extinction, it showed just how ruthless their adversaries were. If Xingxingda were to return and inherit the Gu family, she would surely meet her death. He had no desire to drag himself and Xingxingda into this blood feud that threatened to wipe out an entire clan. The Gu family's trillion-dollar fortune was dazzling, but one only had one life. This thought hardened Li Chen's resolve. I'm sorry. Truthfully, I had no knowledge of the Gu family's heir. I stumbled upon this by accident. I simply felt your actions were unethical, so I exposed you to make you face the consequences you deserve. I'm a model citizen. I cannot coexist with evil. Now that you've been arrested, my mission is complete. My mom's calling me home for dinner. Excuse me. Chapter 139, You're not even worthy of jealousy. Zhong Yanqiu paused for a moment, then chuckled. Young man, I know what's troubling you. I have a plan that might eliminate any potential threats to my Gu family once and for all. You should hear it. Li Chen halted in his tracks, curling his lip. Trying to drag me into this? I'm not interested in hearing about your so-called plan. Zhong Yanqiu blurted out a figure. 100 billion. Li Chen halted again, but forced himself to take another step. 300 billion. Li Chen froze, a look of pained reluctance crossing his face, yet he forced himself to take another step forward. 500 billion. If you help me complete all the plans, I'll give you 500 billion. Deal. Li Chen immediately returned to his seat, folding his arms like a schoolboy and adopting a posture of attentive listening. Zhong Yanqiu's face twitched. He really is a ruthless kid. He won't let go until he gets what he wants. The one paying is the boss. Li Chen nodded with a smile. Whatever you say goes. What is your plan? You may tell me now. I promise to fully cooperate with your plan. Zhong Yanqiu glanced around before leaning close to whisper something in Li Chen's ear. Li Chen's eyes widened. Are you sure you want to do this? Do you realize this could very well get you killed? Zhong Yanqiu smiled faintly. At my age, I've struggled to uphold the Gu family for 20 years. My body has long reached its limits. I have less than half a year left to live. If I can trade my life for the Gu family's peace, then so be it. I miss my children. I miss my husband. I've looked into you these past few days. You possess sufficient strength, sufficient vision, and sufficient ruthlessness, making you the most suitable partner for me. I will advance you 100 billion in cash, every penny I can spare. The remaining 400 billion you may collect from the Gu family's assets upon completing the task. Li Chen sighed helplessly. This is only our second meeting. You trust me that much already? Zhong Yanqiu shook her head. I have no other choice. Besides, the last bloodline of the Gu family is still in your hands. Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly. I accept this mission. The only thing I can guarantee is that the Gu family bloodline will remain absolutely safe. Of course, I've also brought some samples. You can have them tested by a professional institution. Saying this, Li Chen produced several clippings of hair. Zhong Yanqiu collected the samples, her face lighting up with excitement as if she had already seen her own grandson. The interrogation room door swung open. Zhang Miaomia rushed over, her concern evident. Are you okay? What did she say to you? Li Chen couldn't reveal his plans with Zhong Yanqiu after all. 500 billion was at stake. Nothing much. Just learned a bit about what happened back then. She probably mistook someone for someone else. I'll withdraw the report and let this old lady go. Zhang Miaomia froze, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Yet she complied with Li Chen's request, withdrew the report, and escorted Zhou Nianqiu out of the law enforcement bureau. Watching the car disappear into the distance, a fleeting, almost imperceptible gleam flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Xin Qingge's background was entirely outside the plot. Without the advantage of foreknowledge, navigating the power struggles of centuries-old clans would demand even greater caution. After leaving the enforcement bureau, Zhou Nianqiu was picked up by Lang Xing and taken back to the luxury hotel. In the luxury suite, Lang Xing gently massaged Zhou Nianqiu's shoulders as she casually inquired, "What were you doing out alone today? Why did you even go to the enforcement bureau?" Zhou Nianqiu smiled faintly. "I went looking for my grandson, of course. Only it seems I mistook someone else for him. That person called the police and had me arrested." As she spoke, Zhou Nianqiu produced a handful of hair strands. "I saved a sample. Could you take it for analysis? I need the results by tomorrow." Lang Xing bowed in acknowledgement, a shadow of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Very well. Once the test results confirm the target, I'll send you and your grandmother straight to hell." Lang Xing withdrew. A ripple stirred in Zhou Nianqiu's cloudy gaze. 20 years of relentless pursuit, eliminating every possibility, even infiltrating the Gu family's collateral branches, yielded nothing. Now only the Lung family, loyal for a century, remained. With death approaching, this final trial would purge all enemies for his grandson. If Lang Xing passed this test, the Lung family would share all assets equally with the Gu family. The Gu family would lift the ban on intermarriage with the Langs. Should Lang Xing harbor treacherous intentions, Li Chen would become a blade of vengeance, raising the Lang family to become the Gu family's new guardian deity. Early the next morning, Li Chen was shaken awake from his sleep by Su Muxue. "What time is it? Aren't you getting up to take me to school?" Li Chen jolted awake from his daze. "Am I going to be late for school?" Then he sensed something was off and closed his eyes again. "You're a college student now. College students should learn to get themselves to school, understand?" Su Muxue rolled over, pinning Li Chen beneath her. The smooth, bare skin sent an uncomfortable tingle through him first thing in the morning. "You used to walk me to school. You don't care about my studies at all anymore. Do you even know what department I'm in, which building, which floor, or which class?" Su Muxue pressed her forehead against his, looking utterly aggrieved. Li Chen froze. Ever since Su Muxue brought Gu Ning back, he hadn't paid her any attention at all. Anyway, he'd be giving lectures at Tianhai University soon, luring college students to work like oxen and horses under him. Getting familiar with the situation now wouldn't be a bad idea. Besides, since arriving in this world, he hadn't attended school. Tianhai University, one of the world's top institutions, piqued his curiosity. "Fine, I'll take you to school. I'll call the others too. I might as well handle Qingqing's transfer paperwork myself, just to be safe." Sumu playfully nibbled Li Chen's cheek before happily heading off to wash up. Tianhai University, one of the nation's premier institutions, boasted the finest faculty and an unparalleled academic atmosphere. As the new semester approached, students began arriving in waves to register. Stepping off the car at the campus entrance, Li Chen and his group instantly became the center of attention. "Who are they? Isn't that campus beauty Su Muxue? And that top-ranked scholarship student? When did she get so beautiful? She's practically on par with Su Muxue now. Isn't that Lin Yue, the academic star who collects cardboard at school? Are you crazy?" She's traced her ancestral roots, changed her name to Tang Tang, and is now a wealthy heiress, the fiancée of a billionaire CEO. She's also the super designer behind the Redemption brand, a kind-hearted angel and national goddess. If you ever mention her collecting cardboard again, watch out, her fans might give you a taste of your own medicine. "You sure know a lot, classmate. Do you know who those other two beauties are? And that super hot guy? I don't recognize him at all. Don't you guys follow the news? That stunningly handsome guy is Li Chen, CEO of Tianhai Li Group. Top 10 of the year, top 10 of the quarter, 5-star youth, outstanding entrepreneur, philanthropist, public welfare ambassador, active citizen." Classmate, are you reciting a tongue twister? Like hell I am. Those are all Mr. Li's titles. Holy, those titles are longer than my life and more numerous than the pimples on my face. He deserves all those beauties following him around. I'm not jealous at all. Who do you think you are to even feel jealous? The one he's holding hands with is Li Nianci, the spokesperson for the Redemption Foundation. She's an orphan abandoned at birth and his sworn sister. The one beside him is Mu Xinchuan, formerly the heiress of the Mu family. After the Mu family scandal, the company was acquired and restructured by the Li family. Now she's a CEO with a 10 million yuan annual salary. As their identities were exposed and spread, more and more students followed behind them. Just as they entered the school gates, a white-haired man in his 60s approached them. Chapter 140, I'm such a good person. President Li. Why are you still getting out to walk? As our largest benefactor, you could drive right in. The man was Feng Liren, the president of Tianhai University, his face now filled with alarm. Li Chen paused in surprise. I can drive in here? Doesn't the sign at the entrance say no private vehicles allowed? Feng Liren's expression was somewhat peculiar. But you're a board member. Have you forgotten? Li Chen scratched his head, looking thoroughly embarrassed. When did I become a board member? How come I never knew about this? Liran's mouth twitched. Over the years, your cumulative donations to our school have exceeded 10 billion yuan in value. That automatically qualifies you as an honorary board member. Last year, our school representative already delivered the certificate of honor to you at the awards ceremony. Didn't you see it? Li Chen's expression changed, then he immediately broke into a smile. Oh my. Of course I saw such an important certificate. I even had it framed. It's just that I've been so busy lately, I completely forgot about it. This school is quite nice, with beautiful scenery. Listening to Li Chen spouting such nonsense with a straight face, Principal Liran's flustered face flushed crimson. Clearly, this honorary certificate hadn't been taken seriously by certain individuals. Truthfully, it wasn't entirely his fault. Every time he attended an awards ceremony, he'd bring home over a dozen certificates and trophies. His house was already overflowing with them who had time to study them all. This isn't the place for such talk. Please come to my office, Mr. Li, so we can discuss this further. With too many students gathered around, the principal couldn't afford the embarrassment and had to change the subject. Li Chen felt awkward too. Seeing an opportunity to save face, he took the hint and followed the principal to his office with the girls. Did you see that? That's the principal. The principal personally greeted them. We're not blind or deaf. Didn't you hear he's an honorary board member? He donated over 1 billion to our school. Money really talks. Did you guys notice? That guy seems to have no idea he's a board member. Is Tianhai University some third-rate place? Don't even go there. Do you really think we're anything special in his eyes? A billionaire at 20, built it all from scratch, not inherited. Go ahead and look down on us if you can. The students' murmurs gradually faded, but the school forum erupted. More detailed information about the individuals was exposed, and all sorts of fabricated stories and rumors spread like wildfire. In the principal's office, Li Chen gently set down his teacup. This is my first time at Tianhai University too. I'm not very familiar with the situation here. I came today mainly to enroll my children in school. The president glanced at the women, his expression shifting slightly. Hearing a 20-year-old young man say he was dropping off several college-aged children for school felt odd. Your group stands out too much. It could easily stir up negative feelings among the students. Perhaps I should call their homeroom teacher over to handle their enrollment procedures. Would that be acceptable? Li Chen naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. Soon, Su Muxue, Xinxinga, and Tang all followed their homeroom teacher to register. Li Chen pushed Mu Shengsheng toward Liran. I'd like her to study under you. Name your price. The principal frowned slightly. Tianhai University was a top-tier institution, and it strongly resisted such backdoor admissions. Agreeing now risked future exposure by those with ulterior motives, which would damage the school's reputation. Our annual enrollment is limited, and all spots are. Li Chen raised his hand, signaling Liran to stop speaking. I don't need a quota, nor do I need a certificate. Couldn't she just audit classes? Though difficult, as the president, he wasn't entirely powerless. Upon hearing the request for auditing, Liran felt a wave of relief wash over him. Auditing is straightforward. I can issue a letter of approval right here. Just take the certificate I write for you to register. I almost forgot to ask, which department is this girl enrolling in? Liran paused, pen suspended mid-air. Mu Shengsheng smiled faintly. I'd like to enroll in the Department of Agriculture. Liran froze. Very few girls go into agriculture and forestry. Are you sure you want to enroll in the Department of Agriculture? Mu Shengsheng nodded firmly. My own experimental fields and vegetable greenhouses are already under construction. I'm absolutely certain I'm applying to the Department of Agriculture. Liran didn't try to dissuade her further and issued the certificate for Mu Shengsheng. At the hotel, Zhong Yanshou received the test results confirming biological kinship. Tears welled up in her eyes. Jinghao, I haven't let you down. I did it. I've upheld the Gu family for you. Xiuming, I've finally found your child. Our Gu family has an heir. Clutching the test results, Zhong Yanshou wept uncontrollably, her decades of pent-up sorrow and worry now pouring out in tears. Long Xing comforted her from the side. Congratulations, Grandma. The Gu family bloodline will continue. Now that the test results are in, there's no doubt about the other party's identity. Should we go bring them back now? At these words, Zhong Yanshou's sobs and tears ceased abruptly. She shook her head. Not yet. Our enemy hasn't shown themselves yet. If we bring her back rashly and something goes wrong? Long Xing grew impatient. This stubborn old woman was truly cunning. If they didn't eliminate this heir quickly, the trouble would only grow worse later. Grandma has a point. We can't retrieve the person yet. Can you tell me the details about the Gu family bloodline? As the Gu family's guardian for generations, protecting the Gu bloodline is my sacred duty. Zhong Yanshou's gaze darkened slightly. Long Xing's behavior had alerted her to something amiss. Could the Long family truly be problematic? Her thoughts wavered, and Zhong Yanqiu shook her head. I told you, we can't reveal ourselves yet. Return to Yunjin immediately and mobilize every available member of your family. When the time is right, we'll bring the heir back immediately. Long Xing's brow furrowed slightly. Who will protect grandmother if I leave? Zhong Yanqiu's doubts grew deeper. The Lang family had always obeyed orders without question, and Lang Xing had never once challenged his commands. Yet now he had defied her for the second time. I told you to go back and get reinforcements. Don't you understand? Irritated, Zhong Yanqiu's tone grew sharp. Lang Xing lowered his head, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. I'm sorry. I was just worried and overreacted. I'll go back for help right now. Grandma, take good care of yourself while your grandson is away. After Lang Xing left, Zhong Yanqiu suddenly felt a pang of unease. She immediately sent a message to an unfamiliar encrypted number. Li Chen's phone vibrated as he discussed plans for activities at Tianhai University with the principal. After glancing at the message, he immediately stood up to take his leave. I have matters to attend to here. I'll have those kids discuss the event plans with you. I'll take my leave now. Stepping out of the president's office, Li Chen dialed a number marked with a special designation. Godfather, I'd like to request access to the Skynet system. Regarding this satellite access, do you think it's? I understand the rules. The press conference is about to begin. The encryption key for the Li technology database will be provided tomorrow. You're joking, Godfather. This kid just wants to make money. My wish is to eradicate hunger and poverty from this world, you know that. How can you say I'm spouting nonsense? I'm a model citizen, an outstanding entrepreneur, a philanthropist, all those certificates. Hey! Grandpa! Why did you hang up on me? After hanging up, Li Chen pursed his lips. He was telling the truth, yet no one ever believed him. Sigh. I'm such a good person. Chapter 141, Can you have a child with me? After sighing, Li Chen strolled through Tianhai University campus hand in hand with Li Nianci. Watching the students rushing by, a wave of emotion washed over him. He recalled his own school days. Schools in this world were almost identical to those in his own. Hello. I'm Bai Qianqian from the finance department. May I get to know you? As they walked, a girl suddenly appeared before Li Chen, extending her hand. Li Chen paused, surprised that a girl would approach him. He smiled and shook her hand. Li Chen. I'm not a student here, but it's nice to meet you. Bai Qianqian was quite attractive, and when she smiled, her eyes crinkled, giving her a warm and approachable aura. I know who you are. President of Li Group, Tianhai's wealthiest man. The campus heartthrob rankings just updated, you're already at the top. Li Chen chuckled. I told you, I'm not a student here. It's just some busybodies messing around. Bai Qianqian shook her head. But you're a board member. You're part of Tianhai University too. Of course you can be the campus heartthrob. Li Chen realized this and shrugged. The public eye really is sharp. Miss Bai specifically sought me out, it couldn't just be to get to know me, could it? Bai Qianqian chuckled at Li Chen's self-praise, covering her mouth lightly. Who knew someone like you could be so humorous? I've come to discuss a major business opportunity with you. There's a cafe near the school gate. How about I treat you to a cup? Li Chen scanned Bai Qianqian from head to toe. Noticing her expensive attire and the top-tier luxury bracelets and necklaces adorning her, he suddenly found himself intrigued. Big business, huh? Miss Bai, lead the way. Soon, guided by Bai Qianqian, the three arrived at the coffee shop. Li Chen ordered a dessert for Li Nianci and began feeding her slowly. Bai Qianqian asked curiously, is this the spokesperson for the redemption fund? I heard she was abandoned by her parents as a child. Did you adopt her? Li Chen nodded. These rumors had been deliberately spread by several female contestants during the beauty pageant. Later, he had people spread additional rumors, which actually resolved the issue of Li Nianci's identity. She's an idiot. Please don't take offense, Miss Bai. You're the brainless one, your whole family is brainless. Li Nianci cursed Li Chen silently while eating her dessert. Bai Qianqian smiled faintly. Of course I won't mind. It's just a pity such a perfect girl, yet her fate is so full of hardship. Li Chen set down his dessert and handed Li Nianci a napkin to wipe her mouth. Miss Bai, perhaps you should tell us about yourself first. Bai Qianqian hesitated, her cheeks flushing slightly as her breathing grew heavy. I want to arrange a marriage alliance with you. Li Chen's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Marriage alliance? You want to form an alliance with me? Bai Qianqian bit her lip, her expression resolute. Yes, I want to form an alliance with you. Li Chen grabbed Li Nianci and started pulling him toward the door. Bai Qianqian immediately grabbed his arm, her face pleading. Please, help me. I can give you money, a lot of money. At the mention of a lot of money, Li Chen paused and sat down. How much exactly? Bai Qianqian held up 5 fingers. Li Chen exclaimed in surprise, 500 billion? Then this marriage alliance might be possible. Bai Qianqian froze for a moment before shaking her head. I don't have that much money. I meant 50 million. Li Chen's face fell completely. He felt like a complete fool for believing a young girl could handle such a major deal with him. He deserved to be played for a fool. Who was he to be so stupid? Silently, he pulled Li Nianci to his feet and started walking away. Shan panicked, crouching down and clutching Li Chen's calf. Handsome, please help me. I really need you right now. Goosebumps erupted all over Li Chen's body. He frantically shook his leg, but she clung to him tightly. He felt like crying but couldn't. Miss Bai, I'm warning you. If you don't let go, I'll call the police. Hearing the threat of police, Shan clung even tighter. Go ahead and call them. Better pull some strings and lock me up for 10 or 8 years. Make sure my family can't bail me out. You can definitely make that happen, right? Li Chen was stunned. This Shan was absolutely out of her mind. He couldn't possibly go head to head with someone like her who knew what kind of madness she might unleash. If she harmed Nianci, it would be trouble. Let go of me, and I won't call the police. We can talk this out calmly. After a few seconds of hesitation, Shan released Li Chen's leg. You said we could talk again. No running away, okay? Li Chen sat back down with a sigh. Tell me your reasons. Why did you seek this arranged marriage with me? Shan gave an awkward smile. Do you know the Hua family? Hua Shangyang is my father. Li Chen's eyebrows arched slightly. Was Shangyang the Sea King? Shan's expression froze. My dad is the Sea King? Should I tell my mom then? Li Chen rolled his eyes. Stop clowning around. I looked into Hua Shangyang. He doesn't have a daughter, and you're a bi. You've got some nerve trying to pull this on me. Shan sighed helplessly. Sigh. My mom was an only child. She and my dad agreed that their second child would be given to her family. So, I took my mother's surname, and my household registration is with my maternal grandparents. I've always lived at my maternal grandparents' house, only occasionally returning to the Hua family. Outsiders would hardly know I exist. Li Chen nodded. Hua Shangyang's wife did indeed bear the Bai surname. Now that she mentioned it, it made perfect sense. Then why did you seek a marriage alliance with me? At this, Shan's expression grew even more helpless, and she nearly burst into tears. My grandparents are getting old. They need a boy to inherit the family business. So my parents decided to find a marriage partner for me, someone to bear a son for the Bai family. My grandparents said this is the only way they can die with peace of mind. After hearing Shan's explanation, Li Chen was speechless. So you approached me for this arranged marriage because you want to have a son with me to inherit the Bai family estate? Shan flushed and nodded. If we're going to have a child, naturally we should seek the most superior genes. You're so accomplished and handsome, exactly my type. So, would you be willing to have a child with me? Li Chen's worldview shattered once more. Are you out of your mind? If you want to have a child, who can't you have one with? Why the hell do you have to pick me? What a ing pain in the ass. After venting his frustration, Li Chen decided to cut ties with this lunatic. He stood up and walked away. This time, Shan didn't try to hold him back. Instead, she followed right behind Li Chen. Having children isn't something to be taken lightly. Our family wants the best genes. We can enter into a contractual marriage. After I give birth, we'll divorce. I'll personally give you 50 million in nutritional allowance. Once it's done, I'll give you $1 billion in compensation from the Bai family fortune. My father's Hua group can also collaborate with you. With your combined strength, the Tianhai business world will be yours to rule. Wouldn't that be ideal? Li Chen turned and shot Shan a withering glance. Looks like your parents' brainwashing has worked. A young college girl, yet her mind is filled with such outdated ideas. Don't you dare disgust me again. Go play somewhere else. Shan didn't care about the scolding. When she made this decision, she had already anticipated this outcome. Li Chen walked slowly, holding Li Nianci's hand. Before long, Shan caught up again. This is my only option. My grandparents don't have much time left, and the Bai family's collateral branches are watching us like hawks. My parents are in-laws, they can't intervene. Currently, in all of Tianhai, the only two who can absolutely suppress the Bai family are you and Fu Yinzhou. But I don't hold much hope for Fu Yinzhou. That man has too many scandals, treats his wife poorly, and already has a fiancé. You're different. You're clean. You're my type. I wouldn't mind having children with you. Chapter 142. Both male leads in female-oriented novels have issues. Li Chen's lips twitched. You don't mind? But I do. You want to use my influence to suppress the Bai family, fine. But you also want to use my seed? What if you turn around and bite me in the ass later? What then? After the confrontation, Li Chen scooped up Li Nianci and hurried toward his car. He was genuinely terrified of this lunatic. Oh ho! Silly brother, finally acting smart for once. If you dare agree, the female leads will tear you to shreds. The female leads I set up all have a cleanliness obsession. Li Chen stumbled, nearly falling as he carried Li Nianci. Preconceived notions in people's minds are like mountains. Looks like my image with this girl is completely ruined. Bai Qianxian paused after chasing a few steps, a faint curve lifting at the corner of her mouth. The arranged marriage wasn't a sudden whim, it had been nearly 2 years of careful consideration. A meticulously crafted plan had long taken shape in her mind. When Li Chen had a fiancé, she hadn't included him in her plans. But in just over a month, the Tianhai elite circles had undergone earth-shattering changes. Li Chen's elopement should have been a humiliating affair, providing the perfect excuse for rival families to strike against him. Yet his subsequent actions silenced all critics. Within 24 hours, he bankrupted the Su family. Days later, he destroyed the Mu family and swindled the Lu and Fu families out of tens of billions. Such ruthless and cunning tactics perfectly aligned with Bai Qianxian's plans. Whether to safeguard the Bai family's assets or to ensure the Hua family's smooth transition, securing an alliance with Li Chen was non-negotiable. There was still time, they could take it slow. Since Li Chen was surrounded by beauties, he couldn't escape the fate of heroes falling for their fair ladies. All that remained was to wait for the right opportunity. Back in the car, Li Chen finally exhaled in relief and promptly instructed old Wang to drive. That afternoon, Li Technology issued an announcement: a product launch event would be held the following day. The announcement immediately sent shockwaves across the entire internet. Countless speculations and rumors began to spread like wildfire. Shortly after, national icon Tang Tang commented on the post, revealing her endorsement contract as the spokesperson for Li's technology products. This instantly thrust the Fu group back into the eye of the storm. Tang Tang was clearly Fu Yanzhou's fiancé, representing the face of Fu group. Why had she become Li Technology's spokesperson? Moreover, the products she endorsed were in direct competition with those currently launched by Fu group. The intense online debate naturally reached Fu Yanzhou, who rushed to the design department in a panic. After searching everywhere and finding Tang Tang hadn't come to work, he learned from his assistant that she had gone to register at the university. He immediately rushed to the university, only to be told she had already left. After several trips back and forth, Fu Yanzhou finally tracked her down at Li Group. After completing her enrollment, Tang Tang had returned to the group. Su Muxue and Xin Xinga had work handover tasks and campus promotional activities to plan. Tang Tang was even busier. She had to rush the production of the clothing line she designed specifically for Li Chen and rehearse for tomorrow's endorsement speech, feeling incredibly stressed. Mu Shengsheng had already begun mapping out her future schedule. What gave Li Chen a headache, however, was that all these people were crowding around his office, chattering so loudly it felt like his brain was about to explode. But he was powerless to do anything about it. Because he'd accelerated the plot, these female leads except for Su Muxue lacked much capability. There were too many areas where he had to teach them step by step. Fortunately, each possessed a resilient spirit and could handle pressure. Of course, this was merely the basic foundation expected of protagonists. Upon receiving Fu Yanzhou's request for a meeting, Li Chen chose to grant it. This time, he let the girls use his office and instead received Fu Yanzhou in the employee lounge. Thus, Fu Yanzhou got a lucky break, this time his first taste of Li Group's tea. "You're holding a product launch tomorrow?" Fu Yanzhou's opening question nearly made Li Chen laugh out loud. "Mr. Fu, you're being too polite. I don't even know how to respond to that. Is it so strange for me to hold a product launch?" Fu Yanzhou paused, taken aback. "I already hold 80% of the domestic market. Your entry wouldn't benefit you." Li Chen merely smiled. "If you say 80%, then 80% it is. I don't want to discuss these meaningless things with you. You came here specifically today. You wouldn't be trying to persuade me to withdraw, would you?" Fu Yanzhou took a deep breath to steady his emotions. "Could you replace the spokesperson? I'll cover all the losses and expenses." Li Chen shot Fu Yanzhou a look that said he was talking to a fool. "Do you have any idea how much replacing the spokesperson would cost me right now? If you can afford it, then cover the costs." Fu Yanzhou frowned deeply. "It's just an endorsement fee. How much could it possibly be? How about 10 billion? Is that enough?" Li Chen shook his head with a smile and held up one finger. "Give me 10 billion and I'll replace the spokesperson immediately." Hearing this, Fu Yanzhou's face darkened considerably. He thought Li Chen was toying with him. "You think you can pressure the Fu Corporation through public opinion to pave the way for your products? That's incredibly naive. You have no idea who stands behind us. How deep our pockets run. I only asked you to replace the spokesperson to avoid embarrassing Tang Tang. If you refuse to change it, don't regret it later." Feeling Fu Yanzhou's sudden surge of arrogance, Li Chen smiled faintly. "So you came here to threaten me and show off? Who can't talk big? 100 Fu families combined couldn't stand in my way. You have no idea who stands behind me or how deep my pockets run. I'll return your words tenfold." Li Chen spoke as if joking, yet his words crushed Fu Yanzhou's arrogance, stirring a deep unease within him. "What do you mean by that? Who's backing you?" Li Chen rolled his eyes. "And this guy gets to be the male lead? And he's supposed to be a billionaire CEO? Is it Li Nianci's writing that's flawed, or is the female-oriented genre itself problematic? No comment. If you have no further business, Mr. Fu, please leave." Li Chen issued his dismissal. Fu Yanzhou shot him a furious glare before storming out. Just then, Cheng Hui arrived carrying a stack of documents. The conference venue is fully set up, and all departments are on standby. The documents from headquarters have been signed off on. A press release will go out tomorrow. The acquisition contract has been drafted. Please review it. Li Chen took the documents and studied them for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. Why does acquiring Lu's require another 10 billion? Have you been properly handling Lu Xiaoxiao these past days? Cheng Hui gave a wry smile. Ever since Lu Qing died, that Lu Xiaoxiao has been completely out of control. She's been guarding against me the whole time. This 100 billion is just a valuation. What amount do you think is appropriate? Li Chen pondered for a moment. This time, with the higher-ups intervening, the Lu family will inevitably face bankruptcy liquidation. In Tianhai, who else besides me would dare take on the Lu family's massive liability? This is a burden officially dumped onto us. Push the price down to 70 billion and they'll have no choice. Cheng Hui nodded. I'll revise the acquisition contract. Zhang Yanqiu has made her move. She found the decoy we set up. Just received word from Yunjin Langxing has returned and begun mobilizing personnel. Expect a large contingent arriving in Tianhai within a week at the latest. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. I've already applied for Skynet access. Distribute our first batch of custom products ahead of schedule. By midnight tonight, I need to see our informants covering every corner of Tianhai. Cheng Hui was startled. He hadn't expected Li Chen to secure Skynet access that was classified government information. It seemed the Li family harbored secrets not only among its elders but also among its younger generation. Being an assistant like this, it looked glamorous on the surface, but behind the scenes, he knew nothing of the real core secrets. But it didn't matter. He was just a hired hand paid to do his job. Chapter 143, The Godlike Man. The next day, at the Li Group's Grand Conference Hall, countless reporters set up their cameras and microphones. Anchors from various networks vied for prime positions at the front. The 3,000-seat auditorium was packed to the rafters. Half the credit for this turnout went to several female protagonists. The appeal of campus beauty queens and top students was truly formidable. Each had brought along over 1,000 classmates. The conference proceeded as usual. As project leads, Su Muxue and Xinxinga took the stage to introduce the product and reveal its data. Though they enjoyed bickering in private, they remained professional when it mattered. Though there were minor flaws, their beauty overshadowed any imperfections. With a 1,000-strong cheering squad behind them, they received nothing but thunderous applause. After the presentation, Tang took the stage. She began recounting her connection to Li technology. Through her explanation, combined with the events that had unfolded around her in recent days, the audience finally understood. Everyone gained a deeper understanding of Li technology's product features. Next came the demonstration segment. The second-tier stage curtain opened to reveal a vast space behind it. Dozens of home appliances were arranged within the space, along with various transportation tools. Su Muxue, Xinxinga, and Tang took to the stage for a live demonstration. Everyone witnessed firsthand what true interconnectedness and quality of life truly meant. The entire internet exploded in that moment. Everyone gasped in awe. They witnessed the birth of something that would change the era. Li Technology's latest release wasn't just a smart bracelet, it was a complete smart home system, complete with matching transportation tools. The smart bracelet was merely a freebie. Purchasing any single product entitled customers to receive a smart bracelet. Before the launch event had even concluded, shares of Fu Corporation and Lu Corporation had already hit their daily trading limit. The two companies were simply incomparable. Fu Corporation made all these fancy promises, but their products still haven't hit the shelves. Meanwhile, Li Corporation has already shipped hundreds of thousands of orders. The most laughable part is that when Li's technology unveiled its concept of the Internet of Everything, Fu's technology immediately issued a statement claiming they had already begun research. This led many to believe Li technology had only a concept but no tangible examples, drawing heavy criticism from netizens. Now they've gone and announced that not only has their Internet of Everything system been successfully developed, but it's already in use. The slap in the face came completely out of left field. Online sentiment immediately reversed, with netizens praising Li technology for bringing glory to the nation and condemning Fu technology for selling out the country for personal gain. Shortly after, the government announced a policy to protect domestic industries, banning foreign tech products from entering the Chinese market. This single announcement effectively sealed the fate of Fu's and Lu's companies. Shares of both companies were frantically sold off. To prop up their stock prices, they had no choice but to aggressively buy back shares. The external developments were entirely within Li Chen's expectations, so he paid them little mind. At that moment, he found himself cornered in his office by several women, their expressions oddly peculiar. "You invited me to perform at your orientation event? Are you guys crazy, or am I? What talent do I even have to show off? Should I go up there and do a few somersaults?" The girls giggled at the very thought of it. "Brother, you've got the wrong idea. I just wanted to invite you to be my models, no performance needed. All you need to do is stand still." Hearing this, Li Chen's expression relaxed. You want to use the freshman welcome event stage to showcase your new work? Tang nodded. My second collection is already finished. This time I've incorporated some unique elements, and I need a male model who looks like a god. Li Chen's eyes lit up. So you think I'm a god-like man? Tang nodded excitedly. Yes, you're my god. Li Chen scratched his head awkwardly. If you put it that way, I guess I can be your model. Besides Tang, the other women all wore expressions of contempt. Li Nianci, standing nearby, cursed inwardly. Ha! Sure, you're rich, good-looking, stable, and caring, basically a male idol. But this is just too low. My brother's tainted now. I don't want him anymore. A sleazy guy and a sleazy female lead, and you two are actually acting it out. What a pair of scumbags. Just lock them up already. Seeing everyone's expressions, Li Chen's thick-skinned face flushed slightly. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time anyone had ever complimented him like this. People always have a bit of vanity, after all. Go about your business, stop blocking the way. I need to use the restroom. Li Chen used the bathroom excuse to finally escape this awkward situation. Fu Group President's office. Fu Yanzhou stood by the wall, head bowed, eyes reddened, knuckles dripping with blood. Several crimson fist marks still stained the wall before him. Li Chen. Why? Why did this happen? The searing pain calmed Fu Yanzhou's raging fury. He recalled that day when Li Chen had demanded 100 billion to reveal his secret, and he was filled with regret. It was all his own fault, his arrogance at the time, and his desperate need for achievements to prove himself. Looking back, every encounter with Li Chen these past days had ended in his own humiliation. How laughable that just yesterday he had flaunted his capital before Li Chen. Li Chen was right, the 100 Fu families behind him couldn't match the power standing behind Li Chen. Now wasn't the time for worry, he needed to figure out how to solve this problem. Bang! Suddenly, the office door was violently pushed open. Lu Dingchen rushed in frantically. Blinded, he pushed the door too hard and crashed to the floor. Cousin! Yen Shou! Lu Corporation has gone bankrupt. Save Lu Corporation. I beg you, save the Lu family. Fu Yanzhou frowned as he helped Lu Jingchen to his feet. With his own survival uncertain, how could he possibly save the Lu family? Seeing his unfortunate cousin, who had suffered misfortune since childhood, now in such a pitiful state, Fu Yanzhou felt a bitter ache in his heart. Don't panic. I'll find a way. Rest for now. Having been blind for so long, Lu Jingchen's hearing had become exceptionally keen. He detected the helplessness in Fu Yanzhou's tone, and his expression softened as he regained his composure. Cousin. Is the Lu Corporation beyond saving? I want the truth. Fu Yanzhou took a deep breath and helped Lu Jingchen settle onto the sofa. Bankruptcy liquidation is the best possible outcome. Afterward, both you and I will be saddled with enormous debts. It's all my fault. If I hadn't forced Lu Zhaozhao to return the authority to you back then, you wouldn't have to bear this responsibility now. Lu Jingchen clasped Fu Yanzhou's hand tightly. It's not your fault. You were worried I'd be taken advantage of while seriously ill. In the end, I'm the one who brought this upon you. If it weren't for this project I brought back, you wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Both were now taking the blame upon themselves. Because of Lu Qing, their bond had always been exceptionally strong. Oomph. You two really are brothers to the core. It's too late for regrets now. Lu Zhaozhao pushed open the door, her face twisted with contempt. Thank goodness she'd kept her wits about her back then. She'd intended to use Lu Jingchen as a stepping stone, but now she'd ended up being the one left holding the bag. Fu Yanzhou turned with utter disgust. Who let you in? Get out. He couldn't pinpoint when it started, but he found himself increasingly repulsed by this woman who'd grown up alongside him. In a daze, he thought of Tang. That eternally gentle and fragile girl. It seemed that ever since she joined the conglomerate, his life had been spiraling downward. But looking back, she hadn't actually done anything. Instead, it was the people around him who had bullied her time and again. Then he recalled that conversation with Li Chen at the mall, and a faint pang of regret flashed through his heart. Under Li Chen's protection, she had blossomed into an exceptional talent, now a national icon, a superstar designer, and the face of cutting-edge technology. It was he who had pushed her away from the very beginning, deliberately allowing others to bully and frame her. Chapter 144, Brothers in Misfortune. Hearing Fu Yanzhou's hostile tone, Lu Zhaozhao gave a cold laugh. Do you think I wanted to come here? With everything happening at Lu Corporation now, Lu Jingchen, the manager, has run off to hide here with you. Trying to dump all the pressure on me? It's like a dream. Hand over Lu Jingchen immediately. I need to take him back to preside over the shareholders' meeting. Fu Yanzhou stepped forward, blocking Lu Jingchen. You know full well he's physically weakened. Why are you pushing him? Besides, haven't you been the one driving all this along? He's merely a figurehead. You're the one who should shoulder the responsibility. Lu Zhaozhao's expression faltered briefly before hardening into a fierce glare. So you think I'm just a tool too, right? Push me out when you need me, while you hold the power and watch me work. When trouble arises, you discard me like a tool to take the fall, telling everyone that this tool is guilty? You and Lu Qing really are family cut from the same cloth. At the mention of Lu Qing, Fu Yanzhou's face instantly froze over with icy disdain. So you do resent my mother. I haven't even come for you yet, and here you are, offering yourself up. Since we've already torn off the mask, let's settle this once and for all today. Fu Yanzhou locked the office door from the inside and snarled at Lu Xiaoxiao. When my mother was kidnapped that day, why were you across from Moonlight Cafe? You could have saved her immediately, why did you hesitate? As he questioned her, Fu Yanzhou flashed a surveillance video. The footage showed the exact moment Lu Qing was abducted. You didn't think I wouldn't investigate myself, did you? Fu Yanzhou now resembled a ferocious beast, his terrifying aura forcing Lu Xiaoxiao to stumble backward until she finally collapsed onto the sofa. I was frozen in fear. But I did chase after them afterward, didn't I? Lu Xiaoxiao forced herself to speak through her fear, attempting to justify her actions. Fu Yanzhou, however, refused to let it go. He grabbed her by the throat. Then how do you explain why you were there? And you even brought over a dozen professional bodyguards with you. Don't tell me you brought a dozen professional bodyguards just to grab a drink. And another thing. You arrived at the old town just 5 minutes after the kidnappers, yet it took nearly 2 hours to rescue my mother? Tell me. What's the real truth? Lu Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she struggled to breathe, her hands frantically grasping for Lu Jingchen beside her. Lu Jingchen heard the unusual sound and quickly reached out, grabbing Fu Yanzhou's hand. Cousin, what are you doing? Fu Yanzhou snapped back to his senses and released his grip. Lu Xiaoxiao gasped for air, cowering fearfully to the side. She no longer dared to be so defiant. Fu Yanzhou took a deep breath to steady his agitated emotions. Speak. Tell me everything. I'm at the end of my rope now. You know how desperate I can get when cornered. Don't cling to false hope, I truly will kill you. Lu Xiaoxiao had been by Fu Yanzhou's side through all his struggles over the years, so she knew his dark side well. But she couldn't reveal the truth. She knew that if Fu Yanzhou discovered she had deliberately failed to save Lu Qing, her death would be certain. It was Li Chen. He set me up. That's why I couldn't save my aunt in time. When you've got too many problems to worry about, you don't mind piling on more. As long as it saved her, she didn't mind smearing Li Chen with a little more dirt. Fu Yanzhou already harbored deep hostility toward Li Chen, and upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's accusation, he believed it 7/10 of the way. It was him. It's him again. Why is he targeting me like this? What grudge could I possibly have against him? Fu Yanzhou couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand where he had ever crossed Li Chen from the very beginning. Bang! 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 A series of loud knocks echoed against the door. Fu Yanzhou. With something this big happening, what do you think you're doing, locking yourself in here alone? Come out and give us an explanation. Hearing the shouts and curses outside, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was the Fu Corporation board members coming to settle accounts with Fu Yanzhou. For now, she was safe. Fu Yanzhou's face darkened as he stormed to the door and flung it open. An explanation? What explanation do you want? You just want to force me to step down, don't you? Fine, I'll step down. I, Fu Yanzhou, hereby formally announce my resignation as CEO of Fu Group. Are you satisfied now? Can you all leave now? Fu Yanzhou's words left the board members stunned. You've made such a colossal mistake, causing Fu Group to lose over 50 billion yuan directly, with subsequent penalty payments reaching a staggering 100 billion yuan. And you think a simple resignation will suffice? You're dreaming. The board, prioritizing shareholder interests, would never let Fu Yanzhou off so easily. Fu Yanzhou's brow furrowed, his face once again contorting into a menacing expression. Then what do you want from me? Should I give you my life as compensation? If that's what it takes, then take it. Faced with Fu Yanzhou's shameless tactics, the others were momentarily at a loss. In any case, you must bear responsibility for this. First, hand over the assets you hold to settle the debt. If that's insufficient, we'll discuss further. Fu Yanzhou suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You've certainly got a clever plan here. Too bad the assets I had are long gone. Hearing this, the crowd paled and immediately dispatched subordinates to verify the claim. Soon, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the room. All of Fu Yanzhou's assets had been transferred to Tang's name, with the final transfer occurring just yesterday afternoon. Transferring assets in advance? Did you know this was coming all along? You're despicable, Fu Yanzhou. You deserve to rot in hell. You animal. I'm going to sue you. I'll make sure you rot in prison. Facing the crowd's curses, Fu Yanzhou merely gave a cold smile. It's useless. Do you really think I'd be that stupid to leave you any evidence? With that, he pushed his way through the crowd with Lu Jingchen and headed outside. Passing by the design department, he glanced at the empty office and shook his head with a bitter smile. She just wrapped up the press conference for Li's Tech and was probably celebrating with Li Chen right now. No way she'd have time to come back. Li Chen was right about one thing. Handing all the assets over to Tang Tang felt far better than giving them to those bloodsuckers. Lu Jingchen sensed Fu Yanzhou's footsteps slowing and remarked with relief, "You're the smart one, cousin. You transferred the assets to your wife ahead of time. This way, we still have a chance to make a comeback." Fu Yanzhou shook his head. "No chance. My fiancé's heart isn't with me. I'm sure those assets will soon be under the Li name." Lu Jingchen froze. "What do you mean? Is my cousin-in-law planning to run off with your money?" Fu Yanzhou gave a bitter smile. "Exactly. Your future cousin-in-law was just a mole planted by Li Chen to keep tabs on me. Now everything I have has been taken away. I'm sure they'll soon force me to call off the engagement and swallow my 100 billion yuan dowry whole." Lu Jingchen was stunned by the revelation. "Why did this happen? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Fu Yanzhou glanced at Lu Jingchen and shook his head helplessly. "Ever since you returned from abroad, you've either been hunting people down or locked up in prison. After finally getting out, my old condition flared up again. How could I have told you? Besides, even if I had told you, what good would it have done?" Lu Jingchen was momentarily speechless. Fu Yanzhou sighed, a self-mocking expression crossing his face. "Now, come with me to Lu Corporation. I'll handle the aftermath for you. From now on, we're in the same boat." Chapter 145, You Dare Assault an Officer? Within just over a month, the Lu Group faced its second major crisis. This time was different from the last. No one would come to their rescue now and no one could save them. Because the special department had arrived. They accused the Lu Group of colluding with foreign forces, collecting citizens' personal information, and selling critical road and building data. The Lu Group was branded a spy enterprise. In an instant, every member of the Lu Group was detained, and fear gripped the entire organization. When Li Chen arrived at the Lu Corporation entrance with the acquisition contract, he was intercepted by Jiang Miaomiao. "What are you doing here?" Li Chen looked utterly bewildered. "I'm here to acquire Lu Corporation, of course. What are you doing here? Guarding the door?" Jiang Miaomiao shot Li Chen a withering look and dragged him into a corner. "The higher-ups are investigating. Don't cause trouble for now. Keep a low profile these few days." Li Chen frowned. "What do you mean by messing around? I'm here to discuss business properly." After a pause, Li Chen suddenly sensed something was off. "What did you say? The higher-ups are investigating the Lu family? But that was a rumor I spread, wasn't it?" Feeling Jiang Miaomiao's sharp gaze, Li Chen froze, realizing he'd let something slip. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Well, they're not actually spies, are they?" Li Chen found it hard to believe. A company this big, why would they stoop to such shady dealings? He'd been counting on making a killing by taking over the Lu Corporation, but now that dream was completely shattered. Jiang Miaomiao nodded solemnly. "We just got the news ourselves. Customs seized a shipment of high-tech products, which concealed numerous spy devices. This shipment happens to be the first batch ordered by the Lu and Fu families from overseas forces. Word is that Li Technology deserves credit for enabling such a swift response this time. Has your technology advanced this far already? And what about that press conference, along with the local industry protection ordinance? Joint development of smart shackles, database sharing? Just how many secrets are you keeping from me?" Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "How do you know all this?" Jiang Miaomiao shrugged. "Didn't you always say my diploma was fake? Didn't you ever look into how I got my diploma early?" Li Chen rolled his eyes. "Stop pulling my leg. Investigating citizens' personal information without authorization is illegal, especially since you work for the Law Enforcement Bureau. I've got no desire to serve jail time." Jiang Miaomiao eyed Li Chen suspiciously. "Are you sure you've never privately investigated someone else's information?" Li Chen flatly denied it. "No, absolutely not. May lightning strike me down if I'm lying." Jiang Miaomiao stared at Li Chen's face for a long moment before letting out a resigned smile. "Can I ask you a favor?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead. If it's something I can do, I'll agree to it." Jiang Miaomiao blurted out. "I want to ask you never, ever take the path of breaking the law. I really will arrest you." Li Chen froze, momentarily at a loss for words. The business world is like a battlefield. How could one avoid crossing lines? It all comes down to who can hide their true intentions best. Seeing Li Chen's discomfort, Jiang Miaomiao smiled and said, "I already know your answer. I'll be keeping a close eye on you from now on." Li Chen's lips twitched. Damn it, first Zhao Xinmin, now Jiang Miaomiao. And it seemed she had some pretty significant hidden identity too. He was in for a rough ride from now on. Damn girl, stubborn as hell. "Li Chen! What are you doing here?" The voice belonged to Fu Yanzhou. He stormed over, dragging Lu Jingchen along with him. Jiang Miaomiao instinctively stepped forward to shield Li Chen. Seeing Jiang Miaomiao's action, all the petty resentment in Li Chen's heart vanished instantly. This brat is worth nurturing after all. Thinking this, he grabbed Jiang Miaomiao's shoulders and pulled her behind him. "Are you deaf? She was calling me." Just as Jiang Miaomiao was about to snap back at Li Chen's scolding, she suddenly froze. Was he protecting me? Looking at Fu Yanzhou's menacing demeanor, it was clear he meant trouble. You're the one who's deaf. I just like standing in front of you. Got a problem with that? Saying this, she grabbed Li Chen's hand, slipped back in front of him through his armpit, and pointed at Fu Yanzhou. What do you think you're doing? Recognizing Jiang Miaomiao's face, Fu Yanzhou froze for a moment. Originally, after hearing Lu Zhaozhao's words, he'd intended to seek revenge and spar with Li Chen. But seeing she was part of the enforcement team, he temporarily shelved that idea. Captain Jiang is here too. I'm not here for anything. I just wanted to have a chat with Li Chen. Seeing Fu Yanzhou calm down, Jiang Miaomiao breathed a sigh of relief. He's busy right now. I still need to get some details from him. You two should schedule another time to talk. With someone interfering, Fu Yanzhou had no choice but to give up for now. Alright then. We'll schedule another meeting. We won't disturb you any longer. With that, he pulled Lu Jingchen along and strode toward the Lu Group headquarters. But before long, the two of them were stopped. After verifying their identities, they were immediately detained. Li Chen watched, swallowing hard. Does this count as turning themselves in? Could we get a lighter sentence? Jiang Miaomia shook her head. Theoretically speaking though, I'm not great at theory. Have you ever seen a case where espionage charges got a lenient sentence? Caught off guard, Li Chen paused before replying. Let me ask you a professional question. Is there any way to get them out? Jiang Miaomia whipped her head around, eyes wide with disbelief. You want to get them out? They're spies. They're supposed to be executed. Are you crazy? Li Chen felt a flicker of panic, but not because of Jiang Miaomiao's words. Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen were both male leads. If they got executed, the plot would collapse, and Li Nianci would be dead as a doornail. Even though that brat had a sharp tongue, she was still his own sister. Alone in a foreign land, no matter how troublesome his sister might be, he had to protect her and make sure nothing happened to her. I'm sure they had no idea about this. Hurry back and keep an eye on things. Don't let them get wronged. Jiang Miaomia looked at Li Chen strangely upon hearing this. You seem quite worried about them? Aren't they your competitors? Shouldn't you be happy about this? They say rich people have all sorts of peculiar tastes. Could it be that you? As she spoke, Jiang Miaomia lowered her gaze toward Li Chen's crotch. Li Chen clamped his legs together, delivering a sharp smack to Jiang Miaomiao's head. You little brat. What are you looking at? How can your mind be so dirty? Jing Miaomiao, stinging from the blow, grabbed the handcuffs at her waist and clamped them onto Li Chen's wrists with a sharp click. You dare assault an officer? This time you're dead meat. Staring at the gleaming silver bracelet on his wrist, Li Chen froze in shock before immediately backing down. Sis. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have acted so impulsively. Can you spare me this once, since it's my first offense? Jiang Miaomia's lips curled into a cold smile. After finally catching you, do you really think I'd let you go? Chapter 146, The Problem Lies at the Root. Li Chen gave an awkward chuckle. You're my sister, after all. Given our relationship, it's only fair to let me off this once, right? Or you could just hit me back. With that, Li Chen lowered his head. Jiang Miaomia laughed in exasperation. You sure know how to bend and stretch. I could let you go if you want. I want to buy a set of that smart home system your family sells. Give me a 20% discount. Consider it your apology. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Given our relationship, I have to give you one. Jiang Miaomiao hesitated. I'll just buy it. I can afford it. Li Chen shook his head. Could what you buy ever compare to what I give? This is my little brother's heartfelt gesture. Jiang Miaomiao smiled and unlocked the handcuffs. Just teasing you. I'm not that stingy. Besides, I already placed an order during the launch event. I bought one for myself and one for Uncle Zhao. Li Chen ruffled Jiang Miaomiao's hair. You really are a filial little girl. Jiang Miaomiao glared at him. You were calling me sister just a moment ago. How come you changed your tune so fast? Li Chen pursed his lips. Just a temporary expedient. You should thank me for teaching you a lesson. Holy S. Are you a dog or something? Jiang Miaomiao furiously grabbed Li Chen's hand and shoved it into her mouth, biting down hard. When he pulled his hand back, he saw a row of dark purple teeth marks and instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. You. Seeing Jiang Miaomiao gritting her teeth in anger, Li Chen swallowed his pride. Forget it. I won't stoop to arguing with a puppy. I've got things to do. I'm leaving now. Jiang Miaomiao grabbed Li Chen's hand, tears welling in her eyes. Does it hurt? Li Chen's mind went blank for a second. This Jiang Miaomiao is absolutely out of her mind. Not just Jiang Miaomiao, but all the female leads, the supporting female characters, and even Bai Qianqian from the day before yesterday. They were all insane. The root cause probably lies with the author, Li Nianci. After all, she wrote the novel and screenplay. When a mentally unstable author writes a story, the characters go off the rails. The problem lies at the root. It's traceable. Of course it hurts. With teeth like yours, it'd be weird if it didn't. Li Chen had no time for small talk and pulled his hand back. You stepped on me, now you're crying. You bit me, and you're crying. I suggest you go to the hospital and see a neurologist. Go to my private hospital. Mention my name and get 20% off. Jiang Miao, who had been feeling sorry for him, suddenly flew into a rage. You. Don't you dare run. Li Chen wasn't stupid. Seeing Jiang Miao about to explode, he turned and ran. Villa 33, East City. After waiting for a long time without hearing from her father, Lin Shuyao couldn't hold back any longer and dialed Fu Yanzhou's number. But the phone only returned a switched-off message. Refusing to give up, she dialed repeatedly before finally setting the phone aside in frustration. Ding dong! The doorbell's ring snapped Lin Shuyao out of her thoughts. Thinking Fu Yanzhou had returned, she hurried to the entrance. But when she opened the door, it wasn't Fu Yanzhou standing there, it was the property manager. Miss Lin. This villa has been transferred to a new owner. Per the new owner's instructions, you must vacate by sunset today. We kindly request your cooperation. Lin Shuyao froze upon hearing this. Isn't this villa Fu Yanzhou's? How could it be transferred? Does Fu Yanzhou know about this? The property manager shook his head. We wouldn't know about that. We only know the owner's name has changed, and the new owner wants us to vacate the premises. We kindly request your cooperation, Miss Lin. Lin Shuyao frowned slightly. She was penniless now, didn't want to sleep on the streets, and was also ill. Hold on a moment. I'll contact Fu Yanzhou and have him speak with you. She tried calling several times, but the line never went through. With no other option, she dialed Tang Ling's number. This time, the call connected quickly. Only Tang Ling's tone was less than pleasant. Lin Shuyao. You have the nerve to call me now? A cold glint flashed in Lin Shuyao's eyes. Is Fu Yanzhou with you? Tang Ling paused, then sneered. He was willing to beg me on his knees to drop the charges for you. How could he possibly have disappeared now? Could it be that you're too ugly now and scared him off? Let me tell you, men like that value a woman's looks above all else. Go look in the mirror right now, and you'll see why Fu Yanzhou ran away. Lin Shuyao clenched her jaw. I know you hate me, but it really was an accident. You should be blaming whoever ruined our plans, not me. Fu Yanzhou's phone is turned off now. I'm really worried about him. Please, I'm begging you, tell me where he is. Tang Ling sneered coldly. Ever since he abandoned me and our child for you, I've severed all ties with him. A heartless bastard like him? His life or death is none of my concern. Don't get too cocky. What happens to me today will happen to you tomorrow. With that final insult, Tang Ling hung up the phone. Lin Shuyao froze for a moment before her phone began to vibrate. She instinctively answered the call. Miss Lin. This is Tianhai First People's Hospital. The skin graft surgery scheduled for you and your family member has been scheduled. Please arrive at the hospital before 2 p.m. tomorrow to register and prepay the surgical fees. We've estimated the cost for you. Since you're using the most advanced technology and top-tier bionic skin, the total surgical fee for your entire family is projected to be 9 million yuan. After hanging up, you will receive another text notification. Please rate our service by replying with satisfied, very satisfied, or extremely satisfied. Wishing you a pleasant life and good health for your entire family. The hospital call ended, and Lin Shuyao felt a surge of joy. She'd heard this top-tier bionic skin could perfectly mimic human skin, with an extremely high success rate for the procedure. But her joy quickly faded. Fu Yanzhou had just gone through a breakup, and the 9 million yuan surgery fee, where on earth would she find that kind of money? The property manager, who had overheard most of the conversation, couldn't help but interject. Miss Lin might not be aware yet. Not long ago, the Fu Group issued a statement announcing that Fu Yanzhou had been removed from his position as CEO. The Fu family followed up, stating that Fu Yanzhou had been stripped of his status as heir. No one has any idea where he is now. Hearing this, Lin Shuyao was utterly shocked. Fu Yanzhou had fallen from power? What about father? How would they cover the entire family's medical and surgical expenses? Miss Lin, the sun is about to set. The new owner will be here shortly to inspect the property. We've said all we need to say. We kindly request you vacate the villa immediately. Please don't force us to use force, it wouldn't be good if you got hurt. Lin Shuyao glared fiercely at the property manager. You snobbish jerks, just you wait. With that, she went back inside to pack her belongings. The property staff exchanged glances, each wearing a helpless, bitter smile. This was the nature of their job, caught between a rock and a hard place, always on the receiving end of abuse. They were long accustomed to it. Lin Shuyao didn't have much, but she wanted to stall for time, so the packing dragged on endlessly. Before long, Tang Tang arrived outside the villa with several other women. Is this the wedding home Fu Yanzhou prepared for you? Su Muxue asked curiously. It's nowhere near as grand as the Li family estate. Fu Yanzhou is being so stingy. He's supposed to be on the same level as Aiken, after all. Chapter 147, Taking Possession of the New Home. Tang Tang smiled faintly. Brother is the wealthiest man in the country. He personally owns hundreds of billions. Fu Yanzhou's actual net worth probably doesn't even reach 30 billion. How could he possibly compare to his older brother? But now Fu Yanzhou has compensated me with this place. It's very close to the school, and with some renovations, it could serve as our dormitory. It's really too far from Li family manor to school. We can't keep asking brother to drive us every day. I plan to set aside the largest room for my brother to move in and live with me. It's convenient for getting to both the school and the company. Su Muxue was the first to agree. I'll talk to Aiken and make sure he moves in too. The space here is a bit cramped, not as spacious as the estate. I'm warning you all, don't get any funny ideas about my Aiken. Keep your distance from him. Even though she knew it wouldn't work, Su Muxue still issued the warning to assert her ownership. Shinxinga rolled her eyes. Put. What do you mean my Aiken? He belongs to everyone now. Whoever snatches him first gets him. Mu Shangxing smiled and nodded. I think Miss Shan makes a very good point. Tang Tang hesitated for a moment. I agree too. Li Nianci, whose hand Mu Shangxing was holding, felt a bit dazed. Despite having endured so many shocks, she had grown accustomed to it all, yet she still couldn't fathom what these female leads were after. Had every man in the world gone extinct, forcing them to compete over her brother? That guy was a complete idiot. How could he be so popular? As they chatted, they soon arrived outside Villa 33. Property management staff waited at the gate for Lin Shuyao to move out and immediately noticed the group of stunning women. Ladies. Before they could speak, Tang Tang smiled and said, I'm the new owner here. I'm here to inspect the property. She handed over her ID. The property manager scanned the ID information, immediately matching it to the owner's details. He promptly bowed politely and said, Welcome home, owner. Suddenly remembering the previous occupants hadn't yet moved out, they felt a pang of awkwardness. Miss Tang, we sincerely apologize. We haven't evicted the occupants as you requested. Could you please give us a little more time? We can waive 3 months of property fees as a small welcome gift for your move-in. The property manager's words were pleasing to the ear, and Tang Tang was a reasonable person. She smiled and said, It's fine. I just arrived too early. It should still be about half an hour until sunset, as we agreed. The property manager glanced at the sun about to set and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this new owner was someone who could be reasoned with. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Tang. We'll initiate Plan B immediately and forcibly evict the occupants inside. Please give us 5 minutes. We guarantee your satisfaction. Those who could afford to live here were either wealthy or influential. Though the new owner was easygoing, they dared not take any chances. Oh, come on, don't be so violent. My brother isn't here yet anyway. Maybe they have a lot of belongings. It's fine if we wait a bit longer. Tang Tang remained as soft-hearted as ever, always putting others first. The property manager smiled and nodded. You can take your friend inside to wait. It'll also allow you to keep an eye on the previous owner to make sure she doesn't take any of your belongings. We have records of everything belonging to this property and guarantee your satisfaction. Following the property manager's instructions, the group entered the villa's lobby and took seats on the sofas. Shinxinga shook her head. Tang Tang, don't blame me for speaking up. You said this was the new home Fu Yanzhou prepared for you. But why did someone move in ahead of time? He dares to deceive you like this before you're even married. Clearly, he doesn't value you. You'd better keep an eye on him from now on. Tang Tang shot Shinxinga a withering look. You're the one who never shuts up. Everyone knows Fu Yanzhou is no good. He's surrounded by scandals. I even saw him fooling around outside with my own eyes. If it weren't for helping my brother, I'd never have agreed to this engagement. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Shinxinga's face fell. You already have a fiancé. Why are you still clinging to Chenggu? I think you should marry Fu Yanzhou instead. That way you'd get to keep the entire $1 billion dowry for yourself, right? Wouldn't it be better to be a wealthy woman yourself? Tang Tang snorted coldly. Poof. I knew you had ulterior motives. Your true goal is to force me out, isn't it? I'd rather die than marry Fu Yanzhou. Give up on that idea. Su Muxue grabbed Tang Tang's hand and said earnestly, see how annoying she is? How about we team up and kick her out? From now on, I'll treat you like my little sister. You can live with me and Aiken forever. Tang Tang yanked her hand away abruptly. No, forget it. I think Shinxinga is actually pretty nice. She was the only one here who dared to stand up to Su Muxue. If Shinxinga got kicked out, she'd be bullied to death by Su Muxue. She wasn't stupid. Having 4 people to rely on was far better than facing Su Muxue alone. Su Muxue gave her a really bad vibe, and she was a bit scared. Mu Shengsheng stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone, stop arguing for now. Young master will be here soon. If he sees you like this, he'll get angry. Hearing that Li Chen was approaching, the group instantly transformed back into the picture of sisterly harmony. The property staff were stunned, and Li Nianci was no exception. She never imagined the female lead and supporting characters would all turn out to be scheming women. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. You? Lin Shuyao, who had just finished packing upstairs, froze at the top of the stairs. The women turned to look at her, their brows instantly furrowing slightly. So these are the mistresses Fu Yanzhou keeps on the side? Does he have some kind of special fetish? Xinxinga tugged at Tang Tang's sleeve. Tang Tang flung her hand away. Hey! Why are you pulling me? I don't know Fu Yanzhou well. How would I know if he has any peculiar preferences? Lin Shuyao's disfigured face meant no one recognized her, yet she recognized Tang Tang. If not for this woman, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. If not for her revenge, her father wouldn't have been arrested. She had already taken everything from me, and now appearing here proved she was the new owner. She was even trying to take away the last place she had called home. Enemies meeting face to face only intensified their hatred. In that moment, Lin Shuyao lost her senses. She shoved aside her suitcase and lunged at Tang Tang, clawing wildly. You! Die! But before she could reach Tang Tang, Su Muxue's eyes flashed with ferocity. She grabbed the ashtray from the table and swung it toward Lin Shuyao's head. Without a moment's hesitation, her motion was fluid and seamless. A loud thud echoed as Lin Shuyao crashed to the floor. You dare bully someone from Chen's circle? You're asking for death. Chapter 148, Perverted Taste. Startled by Su Muxue's sudden violent outburst, the crowd scrambled to their feet and surrounded her. Muxue, calm down. Let's talk this out. Xinxinga, who usually loved to argue with Su Muxue, suddenly backed down, remembering what Li Chen had said. Su Muxue had mental health issues. If pushed too far, she might genuinely attack someone with a knife. Tang Tang also grabbed Su Muxue's hand. Sis, please calm down. I'm fine. Mu Shengxing gently patted Su Muxue's back, soothing her emotions. Young master will be here soon. You mustn't act impulsively. Whatever it is, let's wait until young master arrives to discuss it, okay? With everyone calming her down, Su Muxue's emotions gradually stabilized. She glared at Lin Shuyao and said viciously, you'd better remember this. Only I get to bully them. If you ever dare to do this again, I'll break your arms and legs. Hearing this, the other girls all wore unnatural expressions. What did she mean, only she could bully them? This Su Muxue is seriously twisted. But remembering Su Muxue's illness, the others could only remain silent. Lin Shuyao struggled on the ground for a while before finally regaining her composure. Fortunately, she'd been wearing a large hat to shield her face from the light. Its stiff yet soft brim absorbed most of the impact, preventing her skull from being split open. You dare hit me? I won't let this go. I'll tell Fu Yanzhou. I'll call the police and have you arrested. Who are you going to arrest? Suddenly, the light dimmed at the doorway as a tall figure stepped into the villa. Akun. Brother Chen. Brother. Young master. Upon seeing the arrival, the women rushed forward in delight. Su Muxue's madness faded, her eyes no longer wild with frenzy but filled with tenderness. Seeing Lin Shuyao sprawled on the ground, Li Chen frowned. She just said she was going to call the police to arrest someone. Did you hit her? The girls froze for a moment before shaking their heads in unison. No, we didn't. She was the one who wanted to stay in the villa and refused to leave. She deliberately fell down to try and extort money from us. We're so gentle, how could we possibly hit anyone? Li Chen instantly saw through their scheme but chose not to expose it. He glanced at the property management staff. What did you all witness just now? Did they hit anyone? The property staff were seasoned professionals. Sensing the shift in Li Chen's tone, they shook their heads in unison. The young ladies did not strike anyone. It was this Miss Lin who kept refusing to leave. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. All right, you're no longer needed here. I'll handle the rest. The property staff exchanged glances and withdrew from the villa. They dared not meddle in matters involving such high-ranking figures. Li Chen strode slowly toward Lin Shuyao. The sound of his leather shoes hitting the floor echoed like a hammer striking her heart. Recalling the day he had surrounded the Fu family with hundreds of men, remembering the scene of him crushing the Fu family, Lin Shuyao instinctively kicked her legs backward. She backed all the way until her back hit the living room wall. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Li Chen halted, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lin Shuyao, what are you afraid of? Weren't you so brave when you bullied Tang Tang? Weren't you so cunning when you schemed to have her drugged and raped? Weren't you delighted when you tricked Fu Yanzhou into pleading for your father? What exactly are you afraid of now? Lin Shuyao frantically denied, I didn't do any of this. Please, let me go. I'll never do it again. Li Chen turned around and walked over to sit on the sofa. I won't lay a finger on you. You can leave now. By the way, I have some very unfortunate news for you. Fu Yanzhou has gone bankrupt. He's been taken away for investigation. Your wish is probably going to go unfulfilled. Your father won't be released anytime soon, and the medical funds he prepaid for you won't be enough. It'll be extremely difficult to cover the surgeries for your entire family. Hearing this, Lin Shuyao's heart sank. In disbelief, she asked, You did all this? Li Chen shook his head. Don't go throwing mud around. I didn't do anything. You brought this upon yourself. When you do too many bad things, karma will inevitably catch up. If you go to the hospital now, you might still catch up with your mom and your grandfather. Hearing the news about her family, Lin Shuyao could no longer stay calm. She grabbed her suitcase and rushed out. After the visitors left, Li Chen's expression relaxed. Tell me what happened. What's going on with you two? Tang Tang lowered her head and raised her hand. I hit him. Li Chen rolled his eyes. Get lost. With your wimpy attitude, you should just be thankful you didn't get beaten up. Tang Tang felt indignant and was about to retort when Su Muxue pulled her back. I did it. She was picking on Tang Tang. This was me doing the right thing. Right, I can vouch for her. It really can't be blamed on Miss Su. Seeing everyone standing up for Su Muxue, Li Chen nodded. It's heartening to see you all stick together even if you're always up to no good. As members of the same team, unity is the most valuable thing. I've decided to reward each of you with 10 million yuan and provide $1 million class vehicle for personal use. From now on, you must continue to help each other, benefit mutually, and stay united and supportive like you did today. Got it? Saying this, Li Chen pulled out 4 bank cards and 4 car keys. These items had originally been intended as back-to-school gifts for them, but this excuse now seemed more appropriate, less ambiguous than the original plan. Ah Cheng. I love you to death. Su Muxue was the first to rush forward, about to sneak attack Li Chen. Li Chen grabbed Su Muxue's head and shoved the card and car keys into her hands. Next. Su Muxue shot Li Chen a glare, then puffed out her cheeks in annoyance as she sat back down with the items. Seeing Su Muxue return empty-handed, the other girls all smiled. Clearly, Su Muxue and Li Chen hadn't made much progress in their relationship, leaving them with opportunities. After the girls collected their rewards, Li Chen pulled Li Nianci to her feet. If there's nothing else, Nianci and I will be heading back now. Remember, you must study diligently and become useful talents in the future. The girls all stood up in a rush, surrounding Li Chen, each wearing a look of hostility. Li Chen instantly broke out in a cold sweat. What do you want? I'm warning you. Illegally detaining someone is against the law. If this continues, I'll call the police. All eyes turned to Su Muxue. Su Muxue bit her lip and spoke up. I want you to stay and live with us. We're just girls, and it's not safe for us to live out here alone. Li Chen swallowed hard. If he stayed, he'd be the one in danger. Don't worry. I've already assigned bodyguards to you. It's perfectly safe here now. Su Muxue considered for a moment. It's convenient for both going to school and commuting to the company. It really is perfect for you to move in. Li Chen glanced at Su Muxue. Bring it on. These little tricks won't work on me. Su Muxue smiled, glancing at the other girls. If you don't stay, I'll pick on them every single day. At her words, the girls' faces fell. Su Muxue's twisted sense of humor left them speechless. Chapter 149, The Secret in the Box. Li Chen's mouth twitched. You win. I'll just stay here then. Hearing Li Chen's agreement, the girls instantly beamed with joy and went off to choose their rooms. Left alone in the hall, Li Chen and Li Nianci stared at each other in silence. Look at this. What kind of female lead did you write? Li Nianci couldn't read minds, nor could she discern anything from Li Chen's expression, but that didn't stop her from scolding him. Look at what you've done to my heroines. My main heroine turned into a dark, violent maniac who constantly bullies people and cracks skulls open. My career-driven heroine is a total pushover. How is she ever going to build her empire and become powerful? The family-oriented heroine? She is practically a servant now. It's all because of you, you deadbeat jerk. Ding. Female lead Tang Tang has prematurely acquired all assets of male lead Fu Yanzhou, unlocking 5% of restrictions. Male lead Fu Yanzhou experiences remorse and receives appropriate punishment, increasing plot perfection by 3%. Male lead Lu Jingchen receives secondary punishment, unlocking 2% restriction. Special notice, Su Muxue and Li Chen's storyline shows no progress. To unlock early, all 3 main couples' storylines must advance equally. Feeling the effects of 38% unlocked, Li Nianci suddenly raised an arm. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Seeing Li Nianci's movement, he knew immediately that everything he had done was correct. However, with both male leads arrested for espionage, this situation was proving difficult to salvage. The original plan was to take over the Lu and Fu corporations. Now that the Lu family was under investigation, it was off the table, and the Fu family had been implicated, making it impossible to take over. Perhaps it was time to turn to the villainous female supporting characters? Tang Ling, Lin Shuyao, Lu Zhaozhao, which one should be the first to fall? Or perhaps beat Shinqinga senseless? But there's no justification for beating Shinqinga. Her tongue may be sharp, yet she hasn't committed any major offenses. Lin Shuyao rushed out of the villa and hurried toward the hospital. Along the way, she began dialing her old contacts. They say when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. Business partners who once called the Lin's brothers hung up the moment they heard Lin Shuyao needed a loan. Not a single one of her former social circle friends who had once been close to her responded. After much deliberation, she finally dialed Lu Xiaoxiao's number. This girl, who had been Fu Yinzhou's shadow since childhood, was also the one who had urged her to return to China, the very reason her family had gone bankrupt. The call connected quickly. Lu Xiaoxiao never imagined Lin Shuyao would actually call her. Sister Shuyao. What do you want? Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's voice, a cold glint flashed in Lin Shuyao's eyes as she forced down her irritation. Xiao. You know the situation at my family's place right now. I was wondering if you might be in a position to lend me some money? Lu Xiaoxiao was well aware of Lin Shuyao's predicament. After all, she was the one who had coaxed her back. Borrow money? Why bring this up now, of all times? My Lu family went bankrupt. Even I got dragged into it. Now I'm under house arrest and restricted from leaving the city. How could I possibly have money to lend you? Lin Shuyao paused, about to hang up, when Lu Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly came through again. I may not have money, but I can point you in the right direction. Lin Shuyao responded skeptically, would you really be that kind? I've already been tricked by you several times. A cold smile touched Lu Xiaoxiao's lips. Those were just accidents. How could I ever harm my sister? Helping you this time is my way of making it up to you. When Auntie passed away, she specifically instructed me to tell you in Fu Yinzhou. She said there's a safe in the cabinet of her room. Inside that box lies a tremendous surprise. The only condition is to help Fu Yinzhou secure his position as family head. Think about it, a surprise that rivals the position of Fu family patriarch? How precious must it be? Aren't you the one closest to Fu Yinzhou? You must know the key and password to that safe, right? Get me what's inside. Once I have the money, you can borrow as much as you want, I'll even give you some for free. Lin Shuyao froze for a moment before hanging up immediately. She understood Lu Xiaoxiao's meaning. She just wanted her to steal from the Gu family. If such a thing were exposed, she'd truly be ruined. Without further thought, she arrived at the First People's Hospital. When Lin Shuyao rushed to the hospital bed, she caught the nurse clearing the bed while her mother and grandfather stood idly by. What are you doing? Lin Shuyao let out a furious shout, startling both nurses who were clearing the room. And nothing. It's just that the patients in these beds are about to go into surgery. We're here to replace the mattresses with sterile ones beforehand to prevent bacterial infections after the operation. Oh, and one more thing. Your hospitalization and medical fees are about to exceed the budget. Please go pay the fees immediately. The nurse finished making the bed and left, leaving Lin Shuyao looking utterly helpless. Shuyao. Where's your dad? You said you'd bring him back. The surgery is tomorrow. Why didn't he come back with you? Lin's mother looked worried, her eyes filled with expectation. Lin Shuyao lowered her head. It's my fault. Dad. Lin Shuyao dared not say more. The hope in her mother's eyes turned to disappointment. She understood. They hadn't managed to rescue him. Didn't you say it was possible? Fu Yinzhou listens to you the most. Can't you go beg him to help your dad? Lin Shuyao shook her head helplessly. Fu Yinzhou is barely keeping his own head above water. He can't help us. Hearing this, Lin's mother grew anxious. But if we miss tomorrow's surgery, the next available slot won't be for months. Lin Shuyao wanted to say the real problem wasn't whether her father could get out for surgery, but that she didn't even have the money for the procedure. But seeing her mother and the elders' distress, she couldn't bear to crush their hopes further. Don't worry. Get some rest. I'll go handle some matters. I'll be back tomorrow without fail to undergo the surgery with you. With that, Lin Shuyao left the hospital and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Fu residence. These days, the Fu household had been thrown into utter chaos. Now, multiple branches of the family were vying for the titles of matriarch and heir. Every day, people came and went, all visiting old Master Fu. As for their true motives, those in the know understood perfectly well. Lin Shuyao knew the Fu household better than her own home, slipping in with ease. She changed into a maid's uniform in the servants' quarters, slipped on a mask, and headed to Lu Qing's former room. Sure enough, she discovered a safe tucked away in the innermost cabinet of the room. She began recalling numerical information related to Fu Yinzhou. Birthdays, preferences, important numbers. She tried them one by one, each attempt ending in failure. Suddenly, she paused, remembering an incident from her childhood. Back then, she and Fu Yinzhou had been playing hide-and-seek with a group of kids. Fu Yinzhou had led her to hide under the bed in Lu Qing's room. Shortly after, Lu Qing returned to the room with a strange man and they began fighting on the bed. Both she and Fu Yinzhou were terrified. Being slightly older, she immediately covered Fu Yinzhou's mouth, telling him not to move. Only after the struggle ended and everyone had left did the two of them crawl out. Fu Yinzhou told her then that this man, who wasn't her father, came 3 times a month. The man changed each time, but the dates were fixed. As a child, Lin Shuyao hadn't understood why, but now she knew exactly what was going on. Fu Yinzhou's father was often away on business trips, so it was only natural that Lu Qing felt lonely. For safety's sake, they naturally chose the safe period. Otherwise, if a little one were conceived, that would be trouble. Chapter 150, Black Deal. Recalling those vague dates, Lin Shuyao found it hard to believe anyone would use such numbers as a password, but she had to try. Click. What followed left her stunned. The safe actually opened. Lin Shuyao didn't know whether to laugh or feel embarrassed. She never imagined that Lu Qing, who appeared so cold and aloof on the surface, would be so playful on the inside. Shaking off her daze, she pushed the unpleasant thoughts from her mind. Opening the safe door revealed 3 tiers inside. The top compartment held several bank cards. Lin Shuyao's eyes lit up, but she resisted the urge to touch them. Not only did these require a password, but they were also far too easy to get caught with. The second tier held jewelry, mostly one-of-a-kind pieces by renowned designers, their value impossible to gauge. These were even harder to sell. Few people truly recognized their value, and even fewer were willing to pay a premium for them. The bottom compartment contained a locked box, likely the surprise Lu Qing had left for Lu Zhaozhao. With that thought, she retrieved the box, wrapped it in a cloth, secured the safe door, and slipped out of the Fu residence. Not long after, outside the Lu family villa, she encountered Lu Zhaozhao. Upon seeing the box, Lu Zhaozhao sank into recollection. She recognized this box. It was one of Lu Qing's dowry items brought from the Lu family to the Fu household. She could imagine how precious the contents must be. Could Lu Qing have truly left her something precious? But judging by Lu Qing's behavior that day, she shouldn't have left her anything of value. The box was secured with an old lock from over 20 years ago, and the key was nowhere to be found. But with so many tools available today, any servant could pick the lock in minutes. When the box was finally opened, Lu Zhaozhao felt an inexplicable fluttering in her chest. What met her eyes was a stack of yellowed paper covered in writing. As she unfolded the papers and glanced at them, Lu Zhaozhao's expression changed dramatically. After a quick scan, she tore the papers into shreds like a madwoman. From the bottom of the box, she retrieved a piece of floral fabric, a pair of small flower-patterned shoes, and a copper longevity lock. She hurled these items to the floor and stomped on them furiously. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her face. Liars! All of you are liars! You're all liars! Why? Why me? Seeing Lu Zhaozhao's frenzied state, Lin Shuyao had no idea what was happening, but her own money was the priority. You've already gotten what you wanted. Can you give me 10 million? I only want 10 million. That's not a large sum for someone like you. Lu Zhaozhao suddenly turned to Lin Shuyao, her smile twisted into a grimace. What money? When did I ever agree to give you money? Lin Shuyao sneered coldly, raised her phone, and played a recording. I knew you'd try to renege, so I recorded it. Now see how you'll try to deny it. After listening to the recording, Lu Zhaozhao merely gave a contemptuous laugh. So what? You saw it yourself. These are the surprises Lu Qing left me. Do you really think these things are worth 10 million? If you want them, you can have them all. With that, she turned and walked back into the villa without looking back, locking the door behind her. She opened the liquor cabinet and grabbed a bottle at random. She sat alone on the sofa, lights off, drinking straight from the bottle. By the time the bottle was empty, tears welled up in her eyes once more. The thing Lu Qing left her was truly a huge surprise, like a bolt from the blue. At the same time, it resolved all the doubts she'd harbored over the years. She was never part of the Lu family bloodline, not even a distant relative. She was simply the daughter of the Lu family's driver and maid. Back then, medical technology was underdeveloped. Her mother died during childbirth, and later, her father sacrificed his life in a car accident to save the boy who was now her brother. Thus, she was adopted by her current parents and became part of the Lu family. The floral fabric, embroidered shoes, and longevity lock in the box were all mementos from her parents. She had always believed Lu Qing had raised her as her own, but the truth was she had been part of Lu Qing's dowry all along. She was meant to be used in a future marriage alliance to help Lu Qing solidify her own position. This explained why Lu Qing had so readily decided to sacrifice her life, and why her birth parents had so easily accepted money to sell her away. Put bluntly, no one had ever cared about her because she wasn't a Lu family member. She didn't carry the bloodline they considered noble. The cruelest twist was that Lu Qing had her assist Fu Yanzhou and Lu Jingchen without fear of her seizing power. Because once her true identity was revealed, she wouldn't be able to take a single penny from the Fu or Lu families. Lu Qing schemed against her even in death. Tossing aside the empty bottle, Lu Zhaozhao climbed back onto the liquor cabinet and pulled out 2 more. She needed alcohol to numb herself. Only then could she forget her sorrow. After waiting outside the villa for a long time and thinking it through, Lin Shuyao turned resolutely and left. Late at night, she quietly returned to the Fu residence. She unlocked the safe with the code and took all the jewelry inside. At an underground bar, she passed through a hidden door into a bustling space where an underground auction was underway. Such auctions were held every 2 or 3 days, circulating mostly illicit goods. In a corner of the auction, a man and a woman wearing ghost masks were engaged in a quiet conversation. You damn brat. You're the one who dragged me to this godforsaken place. The man's tone was clearly impatient. Because you have money. The woman said it as if it were perfectly reasonable. Are you out of your mind? What does my money have to do with you? Besides, everything here is unsavory. Why do you think I'd buy it? My mom won't let me hang out with cuties. Gotta go. The man was furious and turned to leave. The woman grabbed hold of him and whispered pleadingly, "Don't go. Please, help me. We finally tracked this place down. All we need now is some physical evidence. If you just film a few things to create a transaction record, we'll have enough evidence to bust this criminal hideout immediately." The man pulled her hands away. "If you want evidence, take pictures yourselves. Why should I pay for it? My money didn't just fall from the sky either." The woman continued pleading, "This wasn't planned. I haven't secured the activity funding yet. Don't worry about it. As long as the evidence is solid, your money will be reimbursed soon." The man looked skeptical. "You're not lying to me? This is my hard-earned money." The woman shook the man's arm. "When have I ever deceived you? How could you not trust me? Then consider that money a loan from me. If I can't get it back, I'll pay you back." Hearing the woman's promise, the man breathed a sigh of relief. The auction proceeded smoothly, with cash exchanged for goods on the spot. True to his word, the man spent over 10 billion yuan, purchasing 80% of the evening's auction items. Among the items were various jewels and ornaments, property deeds, mortgage notes, and even indentured servitude contracts. Even more outrageous were items like secretly taken photographs and contracts selling wives, daughters, or husbands. It was Li Chen's first time attending such an auction, and it once again shattered his worldview. He knew humanity had its dark side and had anticipated such depravity, believing he had grown indifferent to it all. But when he experienced it firsthand, he was still shaken to the core. He could only sigh at how naive he had once been. Chapter 151, Heartbreaking Female Protagonists. The funds were transferred, and a mountain of goods piled up before them. The woman clung tightly to the man's arm, her grip tightening clearly. She too was stunned. "Those scumbags, I'll make sure they face justice." The words came out of her mouth, gritted and venomous. Suddenly, all the lights in the underground auction hall flashed on, instantly dispelling the gloom. Dozens of individuals clad in specialized uniforms and armed with firearms surged into the auction hall, completely sealing off all exits. Special Operations Unit of the Tianhai Enforcement Bureau conducting an investigation. Everyone get down on your knees, hands behind your heads, and submit to questioning. Disobedience will be punished more severely. A thunderous roar, coupled with the dozens of black muzzles pointed at them, silenced everyone in fear. They obediently crouched down. Li Chen crouched down as well, pulling the woman beside him down with him. The woman whispered in confusion, "We haven't done anything wrong. We don't need to get down." Li Chen lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "These people are ruthless. If they hold a grudge against us, we won't die, but we'll be skinned alive. Let your men restrain us first." The woman's eyes widened in realization. She hadn't considered these consequences. While she might escape unscathed, others would inevitably be dragged down with her. She immediately flashed a series of special hand signals. The SWAT officers, receiving the signal, immediately charged forward, pinning the two men to the ground. 5 gun barrels pressed against Li Chen's head, sending cold sweat pouring down his back. Zhang Miaomio was utterly unreliable. He swore he'd never fall for her tricks again. If those damn guns went off, his life would be over. Watching the 2 biggest buyers of the night get hauled away at gunpoint, everyone's heart sank. Outside the bar, hundreds of law enforcement officers had already surrounded the area, their lights flashing incessantly. Li Chen and Zhang Miaomio were escorted into a police van. Soon after, they were transported away from the scene. Not far from the East City Villa district, the two got out of the car. Zhang Miaomio suddenly jumped onto Li Chen and planted a smacking kiss on his lips. Li Chen's eyes widened in shock. You're molesting a citizen. I'm going to report you." Zhang Miaomio smirked triumphantly. "Sir, I hear you're going to call the police? I'm the sheriff in charge of this area. If you have any grievances, you can tell me." Li Chen froze, his eyelid twitching violently. "You've been reassigned?" Zhang Miaomio nodded. "My job is to keep an eye on you. So wherever you go, I automatically become the sheriff of that area." Li Chen was impressed and gave him a thumbs up. "You've got me there. I'm heading home to sleep. Remember to get my money back fast. 1,300,000,000, not a penny less." With that, Li Chen hurried back to the villa district, worried that Zhang Miaomio might harm him. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Miaomio smiled faintly. "Thanks." Villa 33. In the living room, several women were still awake. The moment Li Chen returned, he sensed the tense atmosphere. "The opening ceremony is tomorrow. Why aren't you all asleep yet?" The women turned to look at Li Chen. "You're back so late. Where were you? Whose long hair is on your shoulder? What's the story behind that red mark on your face? Why are your clothes all wrinkled?" The girl's barrage of questions left Li Chen flustered. His mind raced. "I went to assist the enforcement team in making an arrest. It was packed with people, and I got jostled around in the crowd. That's how it happened. You can ask Zhang Miaomio if you don't believe me. She's the one who forced me to go." At the mention of Zhang Miaomio, the women withdrew their gaze. They weren't buying Li Chen's story, they simply saw Zhang Miaomio as a rival. As long as she wasn't some outsider, everyone could compete fairly, no complaints there. Li Chen was utterly baffled. He never understood women much to begin with. It was all for Li Nianci that he'd gathered so many women together. There's a saying, you reap what you sow. He now understood it all too well. Every day was spent in fear and anxiety. When he couldn't figure things out, he stopped trying. He went back, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. The memory of those gun barrels pressed against his head left him physically and mentally drained. In his dreams, he cursed Zhang Miaomio to high heaven. Su Muxue, who had quietly slipped into the bedroom, listened to Li Chen's sleep-talking, her brows furrowed tightly. In that moment, she believed Li Chen's words. He really had been tricked by Zhang Miaomio into cooperating with the Bureau of Law Enforcement. And it seemed incredibly dangerous. As a result, she too began to harbor hatred toward Zhang Miaomio. Early the next morning, Li Chen felt something stirring in his arms and jolted awake. Seeing it was Su Muxue, he muttered, somewhat speechless, you just moved into the new place and already got your hands on the keys? You'd be wasting your talents if you weren't a thief. Su Muxue propped her chin on Li Chen's arm and smiled. I didn't steal it, I found it on the ground. Li Chen rolled his eyes and turned away to go back to sleep. Su Muxue followed him, burrowing her entire body against his. School officially starts today. Get up and take me to class. Li Chen mumbled sleepily, I already assigned you a car. You can go by yourself. Only then did Su Muxue realize why Li Chen had assigned a car to everyone. Turns out he just didn't want to drive them. My license got revoked. I can't drive. Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes, puzzled. When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Su Muxue grabbed a handful of her hair and flicked it across Li Chen's face. Just a moment ago. Because you refused to drive me to school. Li Chen froze for a moment before realizing what she meant. Su Muxue meant that if he didn't drive her, she'd deliberately break the rules and get his license revoked. Damn, this wasn't something a normal person would come up with. Who knows if she might take it to extremes. If she caused a serious accident, he'd be finished for good. Fine, I'll drive you. Seeing her threat had worked, Su Muxue couldn't resist planting a kiss on Li Chen's cheek. After eating the breakfast Mu Shengsheng had prepared, the girls headed out and all piled into Li Chen's car. They'd squeeze the big boss into the role of chauffeur. Their reasoning was both reasonable and righteous. Because aside from Su Muxue, none of them had driver's licenses. The car Li Chen had gifted them was, frankly speaking, just for show. Chun. You don't seem too concerned about them. You didn't even know they didn't have licenses. In the car, Su Muxue shot a disdainful glance at the girls in the back seat, uttering words that instantly embarrassed Li Chen. She was plotting how to put them down, unaware that Li Chen was already sweating buckets. His mind raced, and Li Chen seized upon a fleeting inspiration. Don't talk nonsense. I'm well aware of their situation. I had originally planned to assign a driver to each of you. But yesterday was too hectic, and I simply forgot. Tomorrow, I'll have your driver's report for duty. The women let out a collective sigh of relief. Brother Chan. So you do feel guilty when you lie? I thought heartless capitalists like you never felt guilty at all. But I forgive you, because you don't care about just me anyway. Shin Xingge's explanation only made Li Chen feel more depressed. Mu Shengsheng chimed in, it's alright, young master. I don't blame you either. It's my fault for not explaining clearly yesterday, putting you in such an awkward position today. I'm the one who owes you an apology, young master. I've put you in a difficult position. Tang Tang murmured softly, I don't blame you either. I already signed up for driving lessons yesterday. I should be able to drive the car you gave me very soon. Listening to the women's words, Li Chen's mind exploded. His heart raced and his breathing grew shallow. Each of these leading ladies and supporting characters knew exactly how to drive the knife into him. Those soft blades didn't pierce anywhere else, only his heart. The pain was excruciating. Chapter 152, A Pair of Lunatics. All right. I admit it. It's my fault. I neglected you both. Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner and make it up to you, okay? Li Chen knew when to bend and when to stand tall, admitting his mistakes and standing at attention when punished. The women exchanged glances. No need. As long as you show up on time for our program tonight. And promise not to bail halfway through. Then we'll forgive you. Right. As long as you stick around until the show ends tonight, I'll forgive you. Upon hearing the women's request, Li Chen's heart began to race wildly. He still shuddered at the memory of the last beauty pageant. This welcome party was bound to be another shenanigan. But he had just offended several female leads. What if the plot fell apart if he didn't attend? Li Nianci had only just regained movement in his arm, he had to persevere. No problem. I'll definitely be there tonight and I won't bail midway. Give me a call ahead of time when you're ready. If I don't show up, I'm a dog. With Li Chen's promise secured, the girls grinned and said no more. On the first day of classes, the university gates were unusually bustling. Parents were dropping off their children, while others bid farewell and headed home. After seeing off the girls and preparing to leave, someone who made Li Chen's scalp tingle stopped him. Li Chen. I discussed it with my family back home, and they have no objections. You should still think it over carefully. Having a child with me will bring you nothing but benefits. I watched your press conference too. You're bound to expand overseas in the future. Our Hua family has maritime port trade ties with dozens of countries. Among Tianhai's many factions, marrying into my family will maximize your interests. At the mention of maritime trade, Li Chen hesitated and stopped in his tracks. That's how these old established families operate. They monopolize advancement channels across industries, stifling the growth of younger generations while siphoning their resources to bolster their own power. Just like now, Bai Qianxian was absolutely right. He wanted to expand overseas operations, but the Hua family had him locked down on transportation, while the Fu family controlled most overseas channels. Having already crossed the Fu family, severing ties with them completely, he would have to find alternative partners for those overseas channels. Offending the Hua family would indeed hinder future growth. For now, however, he planned to solidify his domestic foundation first. The push into overseas markets might have to be postponed until next year. Miss Bai. I'm stating this again, and it's my final explanation. I will not betray my marriage for profit. The resources of your Hua family are indeed important to me, but not important enough to force me to yield. If you truly seek an outstanding match for an alliance, I can recommend one. Sheng Shiji of the Shang family. The Shang family holds assets exceeding 100 billion yuan. Moreover, Shang Shiji, like you, attended Tianhai University and is an outstanding scholar. Compared to me, some lowly person who never even attended university, he and you are a perfect match. Who called me? Li Chen's voice rose slightly in irritation, drawing the attention of a handsome young man in his 20s nearby. Were you talking to me? I'm Shang Shiji. Hello, everyone. Seeing the boy approaching him, Li Chen's mouth twitched. For a moment, he couldn't believe it. It felt like the awkwardness of being caught red-handed after gossiping behind someone's back. Bai Qianxian glanced at the boy and shrugged. He wants me to arrange a marriage with you. Are you interested? Shang Shiji was startled. Holy S. Dude, you've got to be kidding me. Who the hell do you think you are, asking Bai Qianxian to marry me? Shang Shiji clearly recognized Bai Qianxian. He stared at the boy and froze again. Wasn't this the guy who dominated the campus forum yesterday? Li Chen? No. You're the richest man in Tianhai, and you're standing outside a university acting as a matchmaker? Is the Li Corporation launching a new business venture? Are you guys getting into the wedding planning business too? Let me tell you, this wedding business is no walk in the park. Women pick, men choose, it's a headache. But college students are easy to manipulate. I'm planning to launch something at Tianhai University. You're the richest guy around, don't come poaching my clients. Shang Shiji grew more animated as he spoke, but upon noticing the darkening expressions on both faces, he abruptly fell silent. Bai Qianxian glanced at Li Chen. See? Do you still think he's outstanding now? Li Chen swallowed hard. When he first met Shang Shiji, he never imagined the young master of the Shang family would turn out to be such a peculiar character. Why wouldn't he be outstanding? So young yet already well versed in matters of the heart. You'd be happy marrying him. Shang Shiji listened to their conversation, utterly baffled. What on earth are you two talking about? Does this really have anything to do with me? Li Chen chuckled and patted Shang Shiji on the shoulder. Of course it's about you. This Miss Bai is in a hurry to find someone for a marriage alliance and to have children. She's the heiress of the Hua family, though she took her mother's surname. Your Shang family is a perfect match for her, as a union made in heaven. You two are classmates, handsome and beautiful, a perfect match, a golden union. Together, you'll surely enjoy a long, harmonious life, growing old together hand in hand. Listening to Li Chen's exaggerated words, Bai Qianxian rolled her eyes. Shang Shiji, stunned by the beauty, pulled out his notebook. Mr. Li. Quick, say more. Let me jot this down. You're truly a genius at wedding planning. We could collaborate. Li Chen looked at Shang Shiji, utterly speechless. You two lunatics, perfect match. After muttering that, Li Chen walked around them, got into the car, and drove off. Shang Shiji turned to look at Bai Qianxian. Are you really the heiress of the Hua family? Bai Qianxian nodded impatiently. I was adopted back into my maternal family. You must never reveal this secret to anyone else. Or else I'll make you regret it. Shang Shiji curled his lip. Whatever. No wonder you've been so arrogant and tyrannical all this time without anyone teaching you a lesson. So it's the Hua family's heiress. So the Hua family wants to partner with the Li Corporation? After that press conference, Li Corporation stock has skyrocketed several times over. Experts estimate that person's net worth could hit $1 trillion any day now. Do you really think you can climb that high up the tree? Bai Qianxian kicked at Shang Shiji, but he deftly dodged the blow. The Shang family has now fallen into decline. I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs, or you'll regret it. Shang Shiji chuckled. Who cares about meddling in your family's affairs? I just can't stand your arrogant and overbearing attitude. I'm here to see you make a fool of yourself. That fellow just played a dirty trick on the Fu family, costing them hundreds of billions. And let's be honest, your whole family isn't even on the same level as the fuss. Don't come crying to me when you get screwed over. After his taunt, Shang Shiji hurried back to school. Bai Qianshan glanced in the direction Li Chen had departed, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. The Fu family's downfall had been anticipated by the Hua family. Now that it was confirmed, they were even more eager to collaborate with the Li family. The rise of the Li family alone over the years spoke volumes. The old era had passed, a new one had dawned. Only by riding the wave of the times could these ancient families survive. At the entrance of the Li group, Li Chen had barely stepped out of the car when Jiang Miaomiao hurriedly ran up. I'm sorry. Chapter 153, I gave you a chance. Her immediate apology left Li Chen momentarily stunned. Sorry for what? Don't tell me you lost my money? Jiang Miaomiao flushed and lowered her head. It's the black market. They funneled the money overseas first. We accidentally. Li Chen's face darkened. Whether it was carelessness or incompetence, I don't care. The money's gone, and you've got the culprits. You made the promise. You figure it out. Jiang Miaomiao lifted her head, her eyes red. Then I'll compensate you. Li Chen's expression shifted. Human trafficking is illegal. I just want my money back. Jiang Miaomiao suddenly punched Li Chen square in the chest. I said I'd compensate you with money, not myself. Anyway, I'll keep my promise and pay you back. Li Chen glared at Jiang Miaomiao. 10,300 million? How the hell are you going to pay that back? With your crappy little operation, you'll never pay it back in a lifetime. Jiang Miaomiao's anger flared. If you can't pay it back, then I'll just give you my entire life instead. Is that acceptable? Li Chen had been waiting for those exact words. You're the one who said it, remember. Write me an IOU first. Jiang Miaomiao knew she'd been tricked, but the facts were undeniable. She wrote the IOU without hesitation. Tucking the note away, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He finally had leverage over Jiang Miaomiao. Then he ruffled her hair. Don't be upset. Money lost can be earned back. You have to pull yourself together. Jiang Miaomiao looked at Li Chen with utter bewilderment. Sometimes she truly couldn't figure out what this man in front of her was all about. I came over to tell you something else. Among those arrested yesterday was a woman you should recognize. Her name is Lin Shuyao. She stole Lu Qing's jewelry to sell on the black market, raising money for her family's skin graft surgeries. She seems to have some grievance against you. How do you think I should handle this? Li Chen frowned and gave Jiang Miaomiao a long, searching look. That's a matter for your law enforcement bureau. You shouldn't be asking an outsider like me. I have no authority to interfere with the bureau's decisions, nor would I ever challenge the law's authority. Hearing Li Chen's response, Jiang Miaomiao's tears turned to laughter. You truly haven't disappointed me. I have something to give you. Saying this, she took Li Chen's hand and led him to the trunk of her car. Opening the trunk, she revealed a jumble of disorganized items. Li Chen's expression shifted slightly. Are you out of your mind? Why did you bring the stolen goods out? Take it back immediately. Hearing the worry in Li Chen's voice, Jiang Miaomiao's smile grew even brighter. These aren't stolen goods. After a night of interrogation, we discovered that a significant portion of them were involved in voluntary transactions. Since your money can't be recovered, I went ahead and applied for it. All these voluntarily traded items will be returned to you. After all, you paid for these items, they're legitimate trade gains. I can't let you suffer a loss for nothing. We have records for these items, so you can use them with confidence. Give us a little more time. There are still many people whose statements haven't been taken yet, and there might be another batch of items returned to you. Looking at the mountain of items, Li Chen knew full well that those people claimed it was voluntary purely to evade legal consequences. How many people who frequented such places could possibly be clean? They were probably desperate to clean up their records now. It was foreseeable that aside from items truly obtained through illegal means like trafficking spouses or outright robbery, everything else would likely be declared voluntary. As it happens, I plan to hold a charity auction in a few days. All these items will be donated at that time. For now, you can hold on to them. Li Chen had no desire to handle these ill-gotten goods, and it just so happened he had promised Mu Shengsheng he'd help organize her charity auction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Miaomiao nodded and closed the trunk. You're a good person. I'm thanking you on behalf of those who will be helped. Perhaps recalling her own unfortunate yet fortunate past, Jiang Miaomiao bowed deeply to Li Chen with genuine sincerity. Li Chen shook his head, took out the IOU Jiang Miaomiao had written, and tore it into shreds. You're the good person. You don't have to repay this money. Jiang Miaomiao smiled faintly and patted her chest. I'll remember it all. I'll definitely repay you. Li Chen smiled too. You're so much nicer than Zhao Xinmin. I want to ask, what's the current situation with Fu Yenzhou and Lu Jingchen? Jiang Miaomiao thought for a moment before replying. The matter has been thoroughly investigated. There are no internal issues for now, it was all orchestrated by outsiders. Fu Yanzhou was released this morning. Lu Jingchen is under house arrest because of his father. Until his father is apprehended, he'll never be able to leave Tianhai City. Hearing that both male leads were unharmed, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Does that mean the Lu Corporation is safe too? Jiang Miaomio paused for a moment. Yes, you can proceed with acquiring the Lu Corporation now. But remember, you must completely sever all business ties with overseas operations. At this, Li Chen chuckled and left Jiang Miaomio behind, hurrying into the corporate headquarters. A freshly printed acquisition contract was produced. The acquisition of Lu's group proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The remaining shareholders were scared off, while other factions remained on the sidelines. They could only quickly cash out and exit. Li Chen acquired the Lu group, originally valued at over 50 billion yuan, for just 5 billion yuan, a full 2 billion yuan below the planned 7 billion yuan. When Lu Jingchen signed his name and pressed his fingerprint, Lu group ceased to exist. Fu Yanzhou supported Lu Jingchen, his face bitter as he looked at Li Chen. Now that you've completely wiped us out, brother and I alike, you must be feeling pretty pleased with yourself. Li Chen chuckled. Making money is always satisfying. I told you long ago you're not cut out to be a leader. And neither is your brother, Lu Jingchen. Two men incapable of managing even their own personal relationships. You simply lack the capacity to oversee such a vast enterprise. Fu Yanzhou gave a self-deprecating chuckle. You've succeeded. Whatever you say goes now. So now it's time for Tang and me to call off the engagement, right? And you're probably eyeing that 100 billion yuan dowry too. Li Chen shook his head. You're wrong. You were wrong from the very beginning. You never believed a word I said. If you'd signed that contract back at the bar, none of this would have happened. I would have helped you through it. Even Tang would have fallen for you. I gave you a second chance too. That was when I brought Tang into the Fu family. I truly only wanted to help Tang rise to power. I never intended for her to break off her engagement with you. If you'd agreed from the start and trusted Tang unconditionally, you wouldn't have gone bankrupt, your mother wouldn't have died, and you'd likely be the head of the Fu family by now. At these words, Fu Yanzhou's expression changed dramatically. His mind raced through the events, realizing Li Chen's words held truth. Li Chen might harbor ill intentions, but he had never truly acted against him. That overseas project had even warned him multiple times. It was his own arrogance that had doomed him. And those assets he possessed were compensation paid to Tang on behalf of Lu Xiaoxiao, Lin Shuyao, and Tang Ling. So Li Chen was right, he couldn't even manage his own personal relationships. Fu Yanzhou let out a bitter laugh. Poof. Are you saying this now to make me regret it? I've already fallen this far. What difference does any of that make now? Li Chen smiled faintly. Of course it matters. Watching you build lofty towers and entertain guests, brimming with ambition. Watching your towers crumble, your family scattered, left utterly alone. Think about it, doesn't it feel satisfying when someone follows your exact path toward a predetermined ending? Fu Yanzhou blared at Li Chen through gritted teeth, then grabbed Lu Jingchen's arm to pull him away. Lu Jingchen, however, shook off Fu Yanzhou and stepped before Li Chen. Can I see Ching one last time? I have so much I want to tell her.